The divine spear soared through the void, aimed directly at the colossal form of the malevolent entity in the distant celestial realm. The Star of Death seemed to recognize that its quarry was not as feeble as it had presumed. It was not akin to the insignificant insects of the mortal realm, but rather a formidable adversary. Comparable to the deities wielding dominion over the laws of the universe, the celestial body trembled, its crimson shell rising in tumultuous waves akin to the ocean's tide. Within the vast expanse of the starry domain, countless meteors were tinged with a shade of brown in that instant as dawn broke. The elements resonated with life when the ancient evil revealed its true power. Both stone and metal birthed strange forms of existence within its sphere. At the heart of the star region, the Hall of Heroes radiated brilliance. The artifact's power flowed through its covenant with the spirits, safeguarding the essence of each hero. With a thunderous crash, the divine spear collided with the brown star. Reverberating through the cosmos, Heracles summoned the spear back to his grasp, which had nearly embedded itself within the great star. Under his gaze, fissures appeared upon the surface of the Star of Death, only to swiftly mend themselves evidently. While the spear of Vaktorn possessed unparalleled penetrating power, the ancient evil's regenerative capabilities were equally extraordinary. Unfazed, the great hero advanced. Once more he swung the spear in a sweeping arc, magnifying its size 1,000-fold. It resembled holding the very pillar of the heavens as the artifact descended with a resounding impact. As the spear struck the celestial body yet again, the vast expanse of the starry sky quaked. The brown star shuddered violently. Fragments the size of dozens of miles scattered forth, mere trifles compared to the enormity of the colossal entity. Shattered pieces soared through the void, colliding with a dwarf star, and with another explosive sound, a new field of meteoric debris emerged within the starry sea. This is proving to be quite troublesome. Heracles, the regenerative ability of this ancient evil rivals that of the Hydra, and in its peculiarities, it may even exceed it. It is likely not easily vanquished. Then tell me, Nike, how did you manage to defeat them over the millennia? You're quite ignorant. With a dismissive huff, the runes upon the spear of Vaktorn ignited sequentially, casting a radiant divine light across the cosmos. Defeat? Who told you we have ever vanquished an ancient evil? That is merely a self-aggrandizing tale spun by Perseus and his ilk for centuries. Our only recourse against these entities, which have undergone a transformation rivaling that of deities, has been to seal them away and deplete their power. The Zodiac Barrier and the Hall of Heroes were created for this purpose, as for annihilation. Even the most mundane evil requires the scorching of divine fire for 100 years, let alone such a being. The sole exception was the one you claim your god-king suppressed within the so-called divine realm of Olympus. Moreover, whether it is truly dead remains a mystery. Heracles, do not harbor illusions of slaying. It's simply delay until those few true goddesses who wield authority over the zodiac star domain arrive. As long as you can accomplish it, they will undoubtedly reward you. Wait, no. What is it trying to do? With a gasp, the celestial body, having collided with the great hero twice, maintained its forward momentum. Yet at that moment, its trajectory was unmistakably altered. Chapter 406. The crimson star pierces the sun. With a resounding roar. Two collisions, two brief skirmishes armed with the spear of Vaktorn, Heracles appeared to have achieved some measure of success. Fragments of the crimson star scattered, shattering the colossal celestial object drifting through the cosmos. However, in truth, the ancient malevolence held the genuine advantage. Beneath the earth, beside the abyss, the Crimson Mother, who scattered countless lives, never claimed supremacy through strength. Its most distinctive trait among the progeny spread across worlds was their formidable, undying nature, which bore little distinction from the divine immortality perceived by ordinary deities. Thus, the two strikes from the great hero merely brushed away the dust from its surface, hardly inflicting any harm. Yet, at this very moment, following these nearly inconsequential attacks, the celestial body navigating the starry expanse altered its course. Though merely a slight angle, in terms of the size and velocity of a star, it could lead to substantial deviation. This was ostensibly a positive development. Yet in the hands of the great hero, Nike seemed to have discerned something. It intends to Heracles. Stop it quickly. With a startled exclamation, the divine light of the spear of Vaktorn flickered upon hearing. Heracles tightened his grip on the divine artifact, thrusting the spear forward, its keen edge slicing through the void before him. Clang! The shadow of the spear met the colossal star. Compared to the immense celestial body, the great hero's form appeared as insignificant as dust. Yet divine power remained unaffected by differences in size. Beneath the sharp spear's shadow, vast portions of the star once again shattered the celestial panorama. The spear trembled lightly. A peak upon a great star was leveled, transforming into a chasm. The spear of Octol was unimpeded by any obstacle, however. In the face of all this, the Star of Doom seemed utterly indifferent, continuing its advance. When Heracles unleashed a force potent enough to threaten it, the ancient malevolence inexplicably lost interest in him. For the momentous for the direction it now surged towards, it was the blood sun ensnared within the golden web at the horizon. Whoosh! Like a comet pursuing the sun, a divine rainbow streaked through the sky. The crimson star rolled through the heavens, imbued with a vast divine energy capable of shattering all. Realizing it could not capture Heracles in the short term, the Star of Doom promptly shifted its focus to another target surrounding the blood sun. The celestial web bounded in place, originally intended to enhance the divine, akin to how the ocean amplifies the sea god, providing an unending source of support to the celestial deity. Moreover, beyond this, the faith of mortals in constellations and the acknowledgement of the celestial sovereign transformed into currents of power, akin to chains extending from the mortal realm, forever preventing it from breaking free through its own strength. The concept of these constellations has expanded the zodiacal realm, which is one of the reasons why the existence of Perseus is tolerated thus. The power of the sun strengthens as the world ascends, and the zodiac can similarly evolve through the accumulation of various concepts. Theoretically, as long as the sun has not completed its transformation of unification, the zodiacal seal will remain effective. However, regrettably, external interference exists this time. An ancient malevolent entity surged forth, its suddenly altered trajectory seemingly detected by the surrounding heroic spirits. In an instant, beams of light surged towards the direction of the crimson star, and similar fluctuations resonated around the blood sun. Yet, these obstructors appeared as mere insects before the red star, incapable of delaying its advance for even a moment. How could this be? Why does it suddenly aim to breach the zodiacal barrier? Even if it can disrupt the barrier's operation, not to mention whether the sun can escape as a result, it itself certainly cannot get out. Heracles, hurry and stop it. Perseus, this is not over between us. Divine ability. Alter space. With a flash of silver light, aided by Andromeda, the fabric of space slightly rippled, allowing the great hero to traverse an immense distance in a single step. In a mere moment, the celestial landscape transformed repeatedly, and confronted with this situation, Heracles unhesitatingly held his spear, positioning himself once more in the path of the ancient malevolent entity. Yet this time, the crimson star did not alter its course, but relentlessly pressed forward. Boom! Like a drill bit, the massive crimson star was effortlessly pierced by the sharp edge of the spear of Octol, unable to withstand its might. Hiss! Layers of the mantle were easily breached, and flesh concealed within the rock strata was obliterated by divine power. The anguished cries echoed throughout the nearby starry expanse, as thousands of heroic spirits shattered, returning to the embrace of the Valhalla. Even though the size of the ancient malevolent entity was significant, being directly pierced through the core of the celestial body was no trivial matter. However, as the great hero recklessly unleashed the borrowed divine power, he felt no joy at his breakthrough. With a relentless thrust piercing the star's core, it seemed as if he were effortlessly advancing. Yet what did it truly signify for the colossal celestial body itself? If one were to elevate their perspective, they would witness a streak of light penetrating the crimson star from the front and breaking through from its rear. Like a rainbow piercing through a star, this momentarily weakened the momentum of the ancient malevolent entity, yet its forward charge showed no signs of abating. Damn it, stop right there! Without the need for incantation, as Heracles traversed the entirety of the crimson star, the spear of Octol emitted a sharp shriek. The hero followed the spear's path, the divine artifact sweeping through the air in a semicircle, then striking back at the crimson star with each passing moment. The spear of victory grew larger, and by the time it finally struck the doomed star's surface, it had become as immense as a divine mountain. Centuries of accumulated faith ignited like flames. Yet in the face of such an onslaught, the crimson star offered no resistance. Boom! Not merely an obstacle, it serves as a catalyst for advancement. The spear of victory is ultimately not another artifact belonging to Athena. Its strength lies not in thwarting the assaults of others, but in adopting an offensive stance to counter defensively. However, no matter how formidable the attack, it cannot instantaneously obliterate the colossal form of the ancient malevolence, even if it relinquishes all resistance. Thus, when it surpasses the sole entity capable of impeding its progress, all that remains before the Star of Death is the vast barrier. The great hero momentarily stood in astonishment, while Ander was equally incredulous, and the surrounding spirits were no less baffled. None anticipated that the incursion of the ancient evil would manifest in such a manner, although all entities invading this realm ultimately sought to annihilate the Hall of Heroic Spirits and unleash the Blood Sun. Few would choose to proceed in this fashion, especially these ancient evils birthed from the fall of Typhon, who seem instinctively aware of the purpose of the zodiac barrier. Upon nearing it, they invariably become ensnared. Within its confines, nevertheless, such entities are now relics of the past, as the choice of the red star now unfolds without hindrance before the onlookers. Those heroic spirits, originally engaged in purging the evil surrounding the solar flare, now appeared as insignificant as ants before it. Merely the collision with the celestial body reduced them to dust. Grasping the divine artifact and feeling the frantic vibrations of the spear, Heracles found himself in a state of helplessness. Although Ander and the artifact wield immense power, they found themselves at a loss when confronted with such a malevolence that retaliates with its own essence. Do not waste your efforts. The zodiac barrier is unlikely to be breached so easily. It is you who may face considerable difficulties thereafter, whether this malevolence is suppressed alongside the barrier or it unleashes a portion of the sun's essence. It shall undoubtedly result in an unimaginable catastrophe. Muttering in quiet lament, even the puppet found himself powerless in the face of this scene, yet he found it perplexing that the Star of Death initially charged toward Heracles, seemingly drawn by the presence of the remnants of those great demons. Thus the question arises, why did it suddenly alter its course? Was it merely due to the realization that this foe could not be subdued swiftly? There are no answers, and at this juncture, the inquiry holds no significance. As the red star streaked across the sky with boundless force, the blood sun sealed within the barrier seemed to sense something amiss. Having erupted just a century prior, it now unleashed an unprecedented surge of power, violently assailing the barrier's defenses. Crimson waves surged, drawing forth the energy of the entire cosmos. In the next moment, the essence of the Star of Death finally arrived, colliding with a heavy golden lattice. Buzz-boom, the cosmos fell silent for an instant, only to erupt into immeasurable light. In that fleeting moment, the vast net manifested by the zodiac barrier began to tremble violently, causing the entire zodiac star domain to quiver incessantly. Immeasurable light, immeasurable heat, the divine energy of the blood sun recklessly battered against the barrier. Beyond the barrier, the crimson star, already marred by cracks at the moment of impact, continued its relentless advance. Crack, 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 gradually, piece by piece, until it was ultimately pierced through entirely. Centered around the core breached by Heracles, fissures spread across the entire surface of the crimson star. An ancient, malevolent entity, not a weakling even in the realm of true gods, suffered grievous wounds within mere moments, yet the Star of Death surged forward as if oblivious to its plight. The point of contact with the barrier had disintegrated into dust, and the remaining sections had also split apart at one fleeting moment. With a final tremor, the colossal crimson star shattered in two, a cross-shaped fissure extending forth, dividing the massive celestial body into four fragments. Boom! A tremendous wave of oscillations surged and receded, each pulse more powerful than the last, rippling through the sea of stars. In that instant, the barrier that had long isolated the zodiac realm from the external cosmos seemed to falter, revealing traces within the starry expanse. Deep within the cosmos, the ancient titans immediately cast their gazes in that direction. In another secluded star domain, the Mother of Light gazed upon the blood sun. Upon Olympus, the recently returned king of gods instinctively looked up, though he soon averted his gaze. Despite the upheaval, the zodiac barrier should still endure. Prioritizing the immediate matters at hand was essential, while the rest could be addressed later. In a brief span, the turmoil in the cosmos attracted countless attentions. Even scholars skilled in stargazing far below on Earth beheld this indescribable spectacle. Poets immortalized the breathtaking sight of the crimson star piercing the sun, alongside the myriad falling meteors. Time passed unmeasured, and the energy tides deep within the cosmos gradually stabilized. The seal binding the blood sun dimmed, yet it still held it captive at the center. The radiant light upon the Hall of Heroes was no longer as brilliant, for the simultaneous demise of numerous heroic spirits had diminished the artifact's power significantly. In a corner of the star domain, a fortunate surviving spirit gazed into the distance, voicing a shared perplexity among those present. Is it dead? At the end of his line of sight, the once crimson celestial body had faded to a fragmented brown star. From any reasonable perspective, it seemed undeniably dead. Were this the embodiment of star god, it would likely have perished and fallen into eternal slumber. Yet, malevolent entities are not star gods. Their vitality surpasses that of any life known to this world aside from itself. Perhaps no one would dare assert its demise. Hey, Heracles, do you think it is dead? The voice was clear yet hesitant, barely concealing a hint of irritation. The artifact held in the great hero's grasp turned halfway, then inquired with some confusion, how could he possibly know the answer? Are you the artifact, or is he? And with a casual tone, Ander remarked, however, I believe I just caught a glimpse of a fleeting light approaching this way, only to vanish in an instant. I did not have the time to pay attention. Did the puppet fall into your hands? If your vision is poor, you ought to observe more rather than come here to inquire of me. Oh, I almost forgot. The puppet possesses eyes, while you are merely a weapon. The gun barrel clicked ominously, and Nikki was somewhat irked, yet the puppet merely cast a glance her way before smiling and inquiring. What is it that you intend to do? I distinctly recall you claimed that there are no weapons capable of fighting on their own. In the exchange of words, they had already forgotten the initial question at this moment. Nikki merely wished to teach this insufferable puppet a lesson, to demonstrate who truly wielded power. With a low chuckle, Ander leaned against the pocket of Heracles' chest. He gazed into the distance of the zodiac barrier and casually remarked, speaking of the descent of the Star of Death, I did catch a fleeting glimpse of it just now. It seems that the power it has accumulated over the years in the firmament has, at a certain moment, breached the zodiac barrier, entering the shield. How do you feel now? Is there any sense of pressure? This statement held truth just moments ago. Ander had indeed witnessed the power of the Star of Death entering the barrier. As for what transpired in that fleeting moment, he was less certain, of course. What perplexed him most was the inexplicable behavior of the ancient evil artifact today. There was likely some influence at play that he did not comprehend, perhaps more than one, ultimately resulting in such an outcome. Yet, there was no need to discuss these matters with this weapon, although Ander held a far more favorable impression of Athena than of the other Olympian deities there. Interactions had been minimal. Specifics could wait until their journey through the stars concluded. Chapter 407. More than one. Well, the unexpected incident seems to have come to an end in the end. We were of little assistance. The ancient evil artifact continues to assail the seal, but thankfully, there have been no graver consequences. However, although the Star of Death is neither alive nor fully intact, its impact is likely to cast long shadows. You all may have your tasks ahead of you. Heracles, it would be prudent to wrap up what you need to do, for it is likely that this place will soon become quite lively. Shaking his head with a smile, Ander did not harbor much concern regarding the upheaval caused by the ancient evil artifact. After all, the barrier had yet to collapse, and for him, that was sufficient. By the way, Nikki, what are your thoughts on that fellow named Perseus over there? He is indeed quite capable. Look at him. Even before matters have reached a conclusion, he has already devised a way to address the situation. I can hear him quite clearly. So you have a conflict with him, do you? The offspring of Zeus are indeed like this. Then you may resolve it amongst yourselves. A soft hum resonated as the divine artifact subtly vibrated. A flicker of sharp intent danced at its tip, seemingly poised to pierce the son of the god king. Yet after a moment's hesitation, Nikki relinquished this tantalizing notion. Although she had long harbored disdain for Perseus, a human hero ostensibly summoned to confront the spirits, who instead squandered his days neglecting his duties, she had previously allowed his transgressions to slide. After all, he had managed to fulfill his responsibilities to some extent, and given the various aids provided by the Olympians to the Hall of Heroes, she had turned a blind eye. However, Nikki was utterly unprepared for the revelation that even the guardianship of the star domain had fallen victim to Perseus' dereliction of duty. Had the spirit guard stationed at the edge of the star domain issued a timely warning, she would have had ample opportunity to fortify a barrier around the Hall of Heroes, effectively repelling the encroachments of ancient malevolence, rather than discovering the threat only upon its arrival. Witnessing the ominous star approach the barrier, the misuse of public power and the lack of discernment in weighing consequences would have warranted her swift retribution against any other individual committing such an error. She would have readily obliterated their soul mark within the Hall of Heroes. Yet now, it was Perseus who had wrought these consequences. Thus, despite her discomfort, Nikki refrained from immediate punishment. How vexing, yet I am merely a weapon. She pondered. If the son of the god king must be slain, it should rightly fall under Athena's command, but then again, they seem to have been at odds with one another previously, if that is the case. The artifact emitted a gentle chime, tracing an arc in the air, stirring unease within Nikki's heart. Circling around Heracles, the goddess of victory resolved to take action. Your conflicts are of no concern to me in any case. The spirits shall never truly perish. However, in light of Perseus' transgressions, I, in my capacity as the overseer of the Hall of Heroes, shall temporarily revoke his right to wield the celestial armor. Now, I must inspect the barrier. After all, you are all sons of Zeus. I doubt he would find fault in your skirmishes with her decision made. The spear of Voctor once again resonated, this time with a more cheerful tone. Nikki swiftly transformed into a streak of light, heading towards the vicinity of the shattered brown star, evoking the right to wield the celestial armor, is indeed a commendable course of action. Without that divine armor, Perseus stands no chance against you, mused the puppet, nodding as he watched Nicus' retreating figure. It appeared that, as he suspected, this weapon wielded by the goddess of wisdom harbored little fondness for Olympus. What are your thoughts on how to address them? Of course, we have no personal grievances, yet he has previously persecuted the goddess who had committed no wrong on earth, and subsequently sent his subordinates to trouble me. Each of these instances constitutes the enmity he has forged with his own hands. Given this, let him become a true spirit. Those spirits do not die. He need not retain his identity as a demigod among mortals any longer. Without the divine armor of Perseus, Hercules found himself unable to thwart his own fate, and thus candidly expressed his intentions as the progeny of the king of gods. He was among the few who had been granted eternal life as a heroic spirit while still alive, which afforded him a measure of autonomy from the Hall of Heroes. Yet he remained resolute in his quest for greater power. Even now, he had not relinquished this aspiration, bolstered by the lingering divine strength within him. The great hero could hear the commotion akin to that which Andromeda and Nike perceived from afar at this moment. Perseus was on the hunt for the architect of the recent calamity, and without a doubt, the outsider who had actively attacked the patrol and seized the opportunity to intrude was the perfect scapegoat. Hercules was indifferent to the notion of being blamed, but found himself increasingly repulsed by Perseus' demeanor. The heroes of myth and legend were hardly different. Resolute in his decision, the grand hero contemplated annihilating his opponent's corporeal form, thereby transforming him into a true heroic spirit, dedicated to eradicating malevolence rather than perpetrating further transgressions for personal gain. By the way, Lord Andromeda, Hercules began contemplating the matter before engaging in combat. Perseus was not a formidable adversary, yet Hercules seemed to have recalled something he had yet to investigate. The radiant light that had soared towards him appeared to have entered the relic of a certain demon, the current state of which remained uncertain. Do not rush. Hercules, I understand your concern, but let us defer this discussion until we return. Perseus replied, I have sensed it faintly. A formidable divine presence is drawing near the zodiac realm. If my intuition serves me correctly, it is the god of light, Ether. His divine power surpasses mine. He is an ancient deity born at the twilight of the first era. He emerged on the precipice of eternal night and darkness, having even witnessed the existence of the Lord of the skies at the moment of his birth. He has long since entered the realm of potent divine strength, and even I cannot contend with him. If you wish to avoid unnecessary complications, it would be prudent to resolve matters here swiftly. After all, he is likely just the first. The activation of the zodiac barrier could affect countless others. Agreed with a terse reply. Hercules was eager to return and ascertain the current situation, even in the absence of the god of light. The trajectory of the ominous star aligned perfectly with his path. He pondered the well-being of Prometheus and Ammon in their present circumstances. Buzz clatter at the heart of the zodiac domain. The midpoint of the grand barrier pulsed like the ebb and flow of tides, the corona of the blood sun swirling incessantly. A golden web enveloped the cosmos, permeating all corners of space. Threads wove into the very fabric of the laws, intertwining to bind the sanguine sun at its center. As the substantial sovereign of celestial bodies, the uncrowned monarch of light and heat, time flowed for half an era, and under the influence of foreign divine powers, the aura it emanated had become increasingly formidable. At this very moment, the blood sun, having just emerged from a violent upheaval, is enveloped in an unusual tranquility. The liquid exterior, once flowing like water, has become thin and gentle, and even the increasingly crystalline tree on the sun's far side appears somewhat listless and enervated. Since the inception of the zodiac barrier, this vast array, deeply rooted in the zodiac star domain, has incessantly drawn upon the portion of the blood sun that belongs to the sun, thereby subduing its other aspects. This phenomenon elucidates why the concept of constellations can so effortlessly transform the ethereal into the tangible. The sun itself is the supreme embodiment of light, and the ancient sun god once plunged numerous celestial beings into eternal slumber in a fit of rage. Thus, whenever the blood sun rises in rebellion, it is, in truth, wielding its own power against itself. Even in the absence of divine oversight of the barrier, it remains ensnared. Helios, the sun god, finds himself equally powerless. His only recourse is to relinquish the constraints in the name of the sun's dominion, thereby allowing the encroachment of external deities to intensify as the long years swiftly pass. Today, behind the blood sun, that tree, resembling crystal in its transparency, has enveloped half of the celestial body, its crown adorned with Translucent leaves, the roots of the great tree penetrate the surface of the sun, delving deep into the core like a thirsty entity drawing sustenance from the soil. A golden red liquid flows upward from the roots, nourishing the growth of the colossal tree. Within the core of the sun, Helios' presence has long since vanished, leaving only a few tendrils behind to continuously siphon the essence of this realm. The growth of the giant tree draws upon the sun's power, yet it initially feeds upon the remnants of the former sun. God Helios' consciousness has already shifted alongside his essence, becoming the heart of the great tree. Of the zodiac barrier, I shall dismantle it. One deep sigh resonates, accompanied by the tremors of the void before the majestic tree, which embodies the very essence of perfection. Helios' consciousness slowly coalesces with each breath. The blood sun swells and recedes. Time passes, and gradually, the sun god regains a semblance of vitality. Opening his eyes, Helios gestures, and a slender branch descends from the crown, bearing a crimson light that lands beside him. Grasping the luminous shadow, the sun god scrutinizes it closely, yet the more he observes, the more his expression darkens. This is a power of divine caliber, perhaps accumulated over time, and from the perspective of quantity, it is indeed substantial. For any other entity, even another ancient malevolent being wandering the realm, this would be a boon sufficient to significantly enhance their strength. However, for Helios, the master of the blood sun, this radiant shadow appears somewhat superfluous from the perspective of the sun's intrinsic mass. Had it not been for the contemporary will's division concerning the priesthood, it would have long since coalesced into a complete symbol of its own. Its accumulation within the realm of true divinity has already reached its zenith. The presence or absence of the shadow does not diminish its inherent might. In terms of the power bestowed by the outer gods, that branch which once took root and flourished upon the great sun is derived from the corporeal essence of the flesh and blood. Mother Tree, far beyond the comparison of ancient malevolent entities that merely exist at a distance. Even when considering the aspect of aiding its own liberation from confinement, Helios finds himself perplexed by the significance of the other's actions. He now harbors a tinge of regret for his previous acquiescence, for the actions of the harbinger of death are tantamount to self-destruction. The damage inflicted upon the celestial barrier is a case of wounding 800 of the enemy while sustaining 3,000 in self-harm. Were the decision-maker, Helios would categorically forbid the harbinger of death from assaulting the essence of any barrier, nor would he permit attempts to dismantle the arrangements surrounding the Hall of Heroes, as such endeavors bear no fruit. In contrast, he would far prefer that the other wreak havoc upon the rules and order of the zodiac star domain, thereby undermining the very foundation of the barrier's existence. Also, what is the true significance of your actions? To let an ancient malevolent entity, which could have been of great utility, perish without yielding any tangible benefit to me. Millennia have passed in the mortal realm, and the cosmos has traversed an unfathomable span of time. In my moment of utmost need, it did not come to my aid, yet now it is compelled to perform this futile task. What? Have you corrupted the mother of earth and inherited her approach to existence? The voice was not loud, and there was no one else present, but Helios was not merely speaking to himself within this crimson shadow. The sun god sensed a thought akin to that of the branch from before it emanated from that outer god, representing its will. This is why Helios remains composed and unhurried. For while the actions of the harbinger of death may seem absurd, he believes there must be a deeper rationale at play. The mother of earth? The foreign sun? Are you referring to Gaia, the earth mother of this world's mythology? Interestingly, though I tread upon her corporeal form, I have yet to encounter her. From your words, it seems she is an ancient deity skilled in concealing schemes beneath a facade of absurdity. Who goes there? Boom. With a sudden change in expression and a sound that resonated in his ears, Helios found himself aghast. How could this be? Nestled at the heart of the sun, supported by the colossal branches of the world-shrouding mother tree. Even the most formidable divine powers could never conceal their presence in the face of the strength of the outer gods. A vast force coalesced around him, prompting the sun god to prepare for action, yet he could not discern the whereabouts of his opponent. At that moment, however, a vague thought finally emerged from the crimson shadow before him. The towering tree behind him swayed slightly, as if conveying that this was the will transmitted from the great mother of flesh and blood. In this realm, no one could disguise themselves before a fragment of the mother tree. After all, even powers of equal rank require commensurate strength to uphold them. This, as his gaze shifted and the information penetrated his heart, Helios felt an inexplicable shock wash over him upon fully grasping this thought. What did the mother tree mean? Was it possible that there were more outer gods than just it within chaos? Furthermore, the other party had now come knocking alongside the will of the Mother Tree. Chapter 408, Exchange within the barrier. On the sun's obscured side, as the information carried by the Crimson Shadow was wholly embraced by Helios. The concealed entity beneath it finally revealed a hint of its nature. It was a seven-segmented wood-boring beetle, radiating starlight, with circular rings interlocking seamlessly across its surface. In the perception of the sun god, the presence of the beetle was not particularly formidable, compared to the branch of the Mother Tree, which possessed the power to suppress all lesser beings with its supreme divinity. This diminutive creature's strength paled in comparison, even to the celestial star deities governing the zodiac realms. However, Helios, positioned atop the sun, was acutely aware that this was merely a facade, under the augmentation bestowed upon him by the Mother Tree's branch. The true essence of the seven-segmented beetle unfurled before him like the tip of an iceberg, straddling the threshold between existence and oblivion. While any being fortunate enough to witness the Mother Tree's true form would instinctively praise its perfection of life, upon perceiving the essence of the seven-segmented beetle, Helios felt as though he glimpsed the void of a world yet to be born. His countenance fluctuated between light and shadow, undoubtedly. Although uncertain of the entity's true form and the magnitude of its strength, it was undeniably a terrifying existence, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the blood and flesh of the Great Mother. After all, for all deities, accumulating power is merely a matter of time, while elevating one's status and authority remains the true conundrum that hinders the gods from ascent. Moreover, considering that the Mother Tree had been sealed away from the worldly order for countless years, the contrast left Helios unperturbed. To emanate even a modicum of power from the present world's confinement was a formidable capability, one that even primordial deities could only aspire to. Ultimately, the higher the domain, the more that opposing forces could only be matched by powers of the same rank. Thus, regardless of how much the entity had manifested, the sun god had to approach with utmost seriousness. So it is true that today's events were orchestrated by your esteemed self's desire to meet me, prompting the great Crimson Mother to expend such effort to send you forth. In that case, I must apologize for my earlier lack of courtesy. I am Helios, a descendant of Uranus, son of Hyperion, the deity presiding over the sun. May I inquire as to your origin and how I should address you? Amon. You may call me Amon. I do not hail from your world, nor do I possess a title within it. Of course, you may use any other appellation you find fitting. After all, a name is merely a symbol. With a soft utterance, the crimson shadow dissipated. The crystalline seven-segmented beetle exhaled threads woven from starlight, conjuring a great cocoon in the air. Before Helios, time seemed to momentarily accelerate. In but a brief moment, the cocoon fissured, and another Amon emerged slowly from within. Stepping upon the alien sun, Amon marveled at its liquid-like sensation, experiencing a fleeting sense of novelty. This is the son of an alien realm, fundamentally different from Hemenu, which embodies the concepts of purification, flame, rebirth, and cycles, as well as aspects of life, time, and various dominions. In contrast, the Son of Chaos is merely a source of light and heat, reigning as the most powerful entity among the celestial bodies. When considering their conceptual significance and the proportion they occupy within the world, the latter pales in comparison to the former. Yet, the disparity in the magnitude of worlds is strikingly evident. Despite the vast conceptual differences, Hemenu's sun may not necessarily wield significantly greater power, such as the unevenness of the world. It is thanks to the valiant resistance of those heroic spirits that the Star of Death has managed to erode a considerable amount of power belonging to the constellations during this process. Otherwise, without their efforts, I would likely find it quite challenging to forge a body capable of traversing the sun. However, dear Helios, while much of what you said is indeed accurate, there is a point that requires correction. The Star of Death did not recklessly collide with the zodiac barrier merely to send me here. Had I your cooperation, I would have had alternative means to circumvent the barrier formed by the sun's power. I merely hitched a ride, while the true desire for its demise lies with your master, and I merely offered a trifling assistance. He is not my master. I simply accepted his power. We are equal collaborators. The power of the Crimson Mother is indeed beyond my comparison, yet she cannot personally step into the realm of mortals. With a slight frown, Helios felt compelled to correct Amon regarding his notion of master. The reason behind the Star of Death's madness no longer concerned Helios, especially upon witnessing the shadow of the Mother Tree alongside Amon. After all, there are deeper secrets involved, mere conspiracies of the outer gods. The sun god is indifferent to these mysteries, as they bear no relation to him or his own sealed son. However, he cannot accept Amon's term of master with ease. Lord Amon, as an innate deity, a child of the world, we are born immortal. No one can be our master. Not in the past, not in the present, nor in the future will this ever be the case. Momentarily speechless, Amon could only concede while observing the resolute and fervent Helios, whose very essence merged with the blood tree. He almost forgot that these deities from another realm differ from Heminu. Under the favor of the laws of the alien world, the gods of chaos truly embrace an immortal existence. This aspect renders them less susceptible to change than the deities of other realms, yet it also instills within them an inexplicable, indelible pride. When the glory and magnificence of the chaos world is mentioned, can even the regional deities, who have lost their corporeal forms and succumbed to eternal slumber, not stand tall with pride? Having not attained great divine power yet daring to engage with such forces, it must be due to the world's favor that you are cushioned. I suppose. Quite amusing, indeed. However, I wonder, if one day you were to lose this immortality, would you still be as you are now? A faint smile graced Ammon's lips as he nodded in apology. He acknowledged that the other party indeed possessed the capital for arrogance, after all. It was the very existence of this immortal essence that had made his previous endeavor to replace a deity whose powers had waned a time-consuming ordeal. I sincerely apologize. Lord Helios, in our realm, the gods do not possess the same immortal strength as the deity Chaos. They too can age and lose their lives. Of course, in any world, when a deity reaches my level, the differences become negligible. I believe that as a divine being of such a magnificent world, even if your power is yet insufficient, you possess the capability to collaborate equally with the Crimson Matron. Unfortunately, it seems your world is not entirely stable. Despite being the sovereign of the starry skies, you find yourself confined within a mere barrier. Surely, Lord Ammon, you did not come merely to mock me. Speak plainly. What is it that you wish to discuss? Though I am trapped here, your condition does not appear to be much better. With a cool demeanor, Helios gradually regained his composure after the initial shock, his prior trepidation lessening. The outer god before him seemed more amenable to dialogue than the mother tree. And regardless of the nature of their communication, the sun god was not intimidated by Ammon's avatar, being upon the sun's surface. As long as he did not court his own demise, the worst consequence would merely be a tighter sealing of his imprisonment. Do you wish to escape? Of course. Ammon replied. So, do you intend to assist me in breaking the seal of the zodiac barrier? Not precisely. While I do possess a means to dismantle this seal, my power is insufficient. He shook his head slightly, smiling as he continued. Of course, if you would lend me your strength, I would be indifferent to allowing you and the great Crimson Matron to jointly wield the sun. Regrettably, the portion of my power that pertains to the sun is currently being siphoned by the barrier, and only the parts already tainted by the mother tree can be simultaneously controlled by both of us. Naturally, if you could persuade the Crimson Matron to relinquish a part of her existing power, I would have no objections. He spoke lightly, yet inwardly scoffed. Helios was well aware that the outer god harbored no benevolent intentions, whether it was the former mother tree or the current Ammon. Both sought to seize the sun to gain control over this pivotal star. Yet, regrettably, to this day, unless the barrier was breached by the other party, even if he were willing, the other could not acquire any more power. Otherwise, let the sun god speak for himself. He does not truly mind introducing another contender into his realm, should unforeseen circumstances arise in the future. As the sovereign of the sun, he could balance the powers of both intruders with a measured hand. Is that so? What a pity. However, I have a second approach. Shaking his head slightly, Amon was not surprised by this outcome. Given his familiarity with the sun, he could discern this truth without much input from Helios. Fortunately, he never anticipated acquiring the sun's power. He merely wished to prevent the foreign sun god from becoming overly cautious. Lord Helios, if you lack the requisite strength to dispel this seal, it falls upon you to act. By employing such a method, one must amplify their own power to diminish the seal's potency. Lord Helios, remember, you are the sun god. The zodiac barrier is merely an external phenomenon. It should not be capable of circumventing your essence to siphon power against you. The authority of deities is absolute. No mere barrier can obscure that truth. The root of all these issues lies solely in your inadequate control over the sun. Inadequate control over the sun? How can that be? I am the legitimate sun. Helios instinctively retorted, shaking his head vigorously. While he had previously expressed considerable ire towards the existence of the zodiac barrier, he had never considered the possibility that the problem stemmed from his own insufficient dominion over the sun. After all, No deity doubts their authority, yet. Just as he sought to reject this notion, a sudden realization struck him. No, that cannot be. My control over the sun seems somewhat lacking. Although he had always identified himself as the sun god, those who truly lived through that era knew that his father, the ancient titan Hyperion, was the authentic sun. As his progeny, he symbolized not the sun itself, but rather the order and transformation of its celestial dance. However, even that aspect had become less complete due to his actions during the Second Age, when he severed his divinity to forge artifacts. Moreover, the sun's rays bathing the eastern sea undeniably compromised its power, infusing this supreme celestial body with the essence of the mortal realm. His betrayal of the present world, introducing the mother tree, further caused the sun's laws to begin to reject him. Though divine roles are difficult to alter, his connection to the sun had diminished repeatedly. In contrast, Olympus and the spirit realm had taken up the sun's duties, allowing another sun to traverse the mortal realm in his stead. With each misstep, as one aspect waned, another flourished. It is hardly surprising that he finds himself in this predicament today. It appears that you have come to recognize your own shortcomings. As I mentioned, your mastery over the sun is rather feeble. With a slight shake of his head, Amon contemplated Helios's series of actions. Although his understanding was not entirely complete, he couldn't help but perceive the folly in the other's demeanor. Fortunately, he was not a member of chaos, and the sun from a distant realm being somewhat foolish was not without its merits. Therefore, without waiting for Helios to inquire, Amon proactively proposed his genuine solution. Given the circumstances, you find yourself ensnared here, and rectifying your mistakes is no longer feasible. However, if you wish to escape, you must seek alternative ways to strengthen your connection with the sun. Contributing to its growth or employing other means is the rightful path for you as the sun god. So what you imply is, as you are aware, both he and I hail from realms beyond chaos, and in our world, we too possess our own sun. Gradually raising his gaze, Amon scrutinized the resplendent colossal tree rooted in the great sun. The 8 primordial gods, facing one another, coalesced to give rise to his existence. As a facet of Hemenu, the very birth of his consciousness is an irreplicable miracle. Thus, one must ponder, how was this corporeal mother tree from another world brought into being? I shall impart to you my memories and understanding of the sun. When the disparate rules of 2 worlds collide, they are bound to ignite a unique spark. Chapter 409. Before the abyss, I can impart my memories and understanding of the sun to you, enabling you to reorganize the laws of the sun. Although it may not perfectly align with the inherent order of chaos, if it can bring about sufficiently positive changes, you may gradually turn the current situation around. The zodiacal star domain, while the essence of the starry sky, fundamentally exists because of the sun. If you can alter and elevate the essence of the sun, it will not only assist you in preventing them from plundering your power, but you may also find the strength of the zodiacal star domain itself available for your absorption. With a smile, I spoke, though the final part had a hint of wishful thinking, as Amon did not believe Helios could successfully reach that point. Nevertheless, he was not lying about the preceding content. With his current preliminary understanding of the order of chaos, it indeed favors the other party in reclaiming their dominion over the sun. A flicker of desire crossed Helios's eyes. He remained silent. Yet his heart began to lean towards this notion. Amon was correct, for the deities of chaos, broadening the concept of their divine office, extending into new realms, and refining their divine authority are indeed actions that can earn them the favor of the world, subsequently augmenting their fundamental power. True gods, possessing characteristics of local deities, expand their domains, such as the rights over oceans and the starry sky, to enhance their strength, following a similar logic. However, they predominantly engage in the inventory struggle over concepts already established in the world, whereas Amon spoke of an incremental expansion of the concept of the sun, which does not necessitate conflict with others. Yet, for millennia, the gods have preferred to seek worship rather than broaden their divine offices, and there are reasons for this preference. Since the dawn of creation, apart from the ancient era where gods followed the guidance of their offices to refine their concepts under the direction of fate, no entity has been able to expand the concept of their divine office independently. The goddess of law expels chaos from the present world. The sky sovereign evolved from primal patriarchy, and the gods created humanity as an intelligent life form. These actions, seemingly autonomous, are, in reality, inevitable under the guidance of fate. Just as the human imagination, no matter how splendid and fantastical, cannot conceive of anything utterly unrelated to their past experiences, Gods born in the realm of chaos cannot spontaneously expand concepts that do not even exist within chaos itself. As for making slight refinements and expansions upon existing concepts, that may indeed be a viable path. However, it is regrettable that even if power can be gained through this method, the actual increase would be negligible. After all, the divine offices of the gods stem from the world. They are already quite complete. Any modification would be akin to discovering the 101st solution to a problem that has 100 solutions, both exceedingly challenging and yielding a negligible increment, if any at all. In this manner, it is unlikely that any deity would engage in such endeavors. Rather than spend their time on these matters, they would prefer to await the natural ascension of the world's magnitude. At this very moment, Amon's suggestion undoubtedly serves as a beacon in the darkness, illuminating a new path beyond the original one. Your Excellency Amon, if I may speak frankly, both your power and that of the great Crimson Mother are beyond question, perhaps even surpassing the mightiest entities of chaos. However, since you have ultimately arrived here, it seems the circumstances surrounding your world's creation must be rather dire. With a hint of excitement in his heart, Helios felt inclined to agree. Nevertheless, as emotions surged within him, he chose to temper his response. After all, he had once spent time in the dungeon on 2 occasions. 2 eras had passed, and with them, his patience had grown. As far as I know, in recent years, the essence of chaos has risen significantly more than once. The earth, the starry skies, and all things within the world are strengthening. If my conjectures are correct, the source of this surge in the world's energy likely stems from the corpses of the otherworldly interfaces. Therefore, Your Excellency Amon, while the sun from that foreign realm is indeed splendid, if it has already become a part of this world, it would likely hold no value for me. Not at all, Lord Helios. I assure you, the sun of our world has not yet merged with this realm. In this regard, my perception is infallible, so you need not worry. With a slight smile, Amon leaned forward, locking eyes with Helios beneath the crystalline giant tree. Having been thwarted in his previous attempts by that which before they could even commence, he had no choice but to explore his inquiries through another method. He cast out his bait, leaving it to chance whether Helios would take the hook or if he would be drawn to an even larger lure. After all, for Amon, he merely sought to ascertain whether there were any fish in these waters and whether he needed to exercise greater caution, not truly wishing to catch anything. After all, the roles of hunter and prey can shift unexpectedly, and for the time being, Amon had no intention of personally entering the fray. Thus, Lord Helios, will you accept my goodwill? Certainly, I accept. After a moment of contemplation, gazing at Amon's smiling visage, Helios ultimately provided his response. Among the gods, none are inclined to extend charity towards others. At least, this outer deity did not seem to embody that nature. Yet, gazing at that face, Helios was certain that the other held ulterior motives. The information regarding the foreign sun and the assurance that it had not yet merged into chaos. When considered together, it was evident that there lay a trap within. However, Helios was equally convinced that even if he continued to press further, he could not extract the truth from Amon's lips. After all, he is an outer god. Moreover, the true god of lies, chaos, remains obscure. Yet the world is never devoid of deception. To speak earnestly, the flesh mother tree, in its quest for the power of the sun, similarly seeks assistance. However, under the supreme might of chaos, it ultimately cannot erode its own consciousness. Being exploited is not fearsome. What is truly daunting is the absence of anyone willing to exploit you. From ancient times, when Helios allied himself with Cronus to usurp his father and steer the sun, he grasped this truth. For millennia, he has sought multiple patrons, 2 generations of divine kings, the earth mother Gaia, and the flesh mother tree. And now, he does not mind one more enigmatic figure in Amon, as long as he finds a master ever more formidable, and his transition is swift enough. His identity as the sun god ensures that the present of Zephyros is but a precursor to his future. With that in mind, let us preemptively wish His Excellency Helios liberation from his seal and a return to freedom. Beneath the towering giant tree, Amon and Helios exchanged knowing smiles, as if celebrating the inception of their collaboration. Though no breeze stirred, the crystalline tree swayed gently, exuding elegance. The flesh mother tree merely observed the transaction between its power bearer and the foreign deity, remaining unresponsive. The blood sun gradually quieted, as if nursing its wounds. Since the upheaval of the blood sun and the ensuing chaos in the starry sky, some time has passed in the mortal realm. In the celestial expanse, all appeared remarkably tranquil. Whether it was the complete obliteration of Perseus's form or the gathering of the deities residing in the star realm to uncover the truth. None of it mattered when the god king atop Olympus turned a blind eye, and the moon goddess of the underworld personally stepped into the celestial barrier. Although the star of death seemed to have perished, akin to Typhon's demise unleashing a myriad of fiends and ancient evils. The colossal celestial body's disintegration released countless malevolent entities. Yet, at the moment the moon goddess arrived in the starry void, all these malevolent creatures were instantaneously reduced to dust beneath the sweeping moonlight. The essence of ancient evils rendered the immortality of ordinary malevolent spirits inconsequential in the presence of the goddess. Except for a few that had already departed the zodiac realm prior to her arrival, nearly all remnants of the star of death were annihilated, leaving only fragmented celestial bodies in a state of disarray. Furthermore, the only noteworthy event in the vast expanse of the cosmos was the brief encounter between the god of light, ether, and the moon goddess. However, the clash of these two powerful beings went unseen. Even by the many heroes, no one knew the outcome. They could only speculate based on ether's departure. Perhaps the ancient god had faltered, narrowly losing after hundreds of exchanges. As for the conjectures leaning towards one side, those were not predictions the heroes dared to entertain. Even Perseus, despite his prowess, possesses only a rudimentary understanding of the divine. Recognizing that the levels of divine power in their respective domains can significantly influence the outcome of battles. However, true gods, those of considerable might, often engage in prolonged conflicts without clear resolution in unrestricted realms. Concerning the two deities currently at odds, his knowledge is scant, limited primarily to the god of radiance with whom he has previously clashed. Given his status, he has had contact solely with the deities of Olympus. In summary, under the Divine King's neglect, this catastrophic defeat remains confined to the realm of celestial heroes, unbeknownst to the mortal world. Only a handful of astute scholars, adept in the art of stargazing, express their anxieties. They meticulously document the celestial phenomena of that day, presenting their findings to the sovereign or preserving them for posterity. The dual suns shone simultaneously, a blood-red sun blazed overhead, and the crimson star transformed into a brown one, followed by fiery meteors cascading down to the earth. Some interpret this as an omen of divine retribution, prompting fervent prayers to the gods. Others, driven by fear, relocate their families in search of territories far removed from the existing kingdoms. They believe this is fate's warning to mortals, foretelling calamities akin to the wrath of Typhon. Yet, as days pass, for the vast majority of mortals, the celestial changes remain distant, while turmoil encroaches upon their immediate lives. In the land of Athens, battles arise in succession, and the heroes of the realm etch their names into legend upon the battlefield. The deities have yet to intervene, and thus the intensity of warfare remains moderate. In the eyes of the truly discerning, what appears to be a bustling mortal realm is merely the calm before a tempest. Once the true flames ignite, they shall engulf all beings, divine and mortal alike. Of course, whether in the mortal realm or the celestial expanse. The clamor upon the earth does not perturb the depths below. The moon of the underworld hangs high, and the river of fire flows fiercely. Beside the banks of the river Styx, where oaths are sworn, mountains and seas of bones rise, with ethereal blue flames flickering within skulls, illuminating the vines along the riverbank. Strolling by the river, a middle-aged man, whose appearance differs slightly from that of the divine king on the mountain, surveys the lands of Hades. Over the years, the essence of the underworld has notably increased, perhaps due to its proximity to the darkness, as Erebus, reluctant to amass excessive power, has shared some of the source energy derived from the world's tilt. Regrettably, the core of the underworld is not darkness, and it has yet to coalesce an independent symbol, thereby failing to propel the entirety of its power into the realm of sublime divinity. In this context, the power the underworld can accommodate is indeed limited. In a certain sense, the strength it currently bears has far surpassed the expectations of the Lord of Darkness, although it has not breached that boundary. The power it shares with Erebus is, astonishingly, far greater than what would be required to forge a true god at the pinnacle of divine strength. Nevertheless, the inexhaustible power of her menu continues to flow, yet the underworld's capacity remains finite. Unless the entire realm of the underworld crosses that pivotal threshold, it is impossible for its mere magnitude to alleviate the troubles faced by Erebus. Is she not here? Is she evading me? Or is it merely a coincidence? I remain unaware that even primordial deities experience their own tribulations, and I cannot fathom the dilemma of possessing overwhelming power. As my gaze sweeps across the banks of the river Styx, a sense of disappointment wells up within Zeus. It is uncertain whether her absence is fortuitous or if there are other reasons at play, but it appears that Styx herself is not present. This indeed leaves the king of the gods with a tinge of regret. After all, if circumstances permitted, he would prefer her to assume the mantle of the new supreme deity of Olympus in place of Poseidon, rather than the sea god Nereus. On one hand, the primordial sea deities are already part of Olympus, yet they remain somewhat detached from the divine court. Rather than amplifying their power, Zeus would rather seek a counterbalance for them in the vast ocean, allowing him to address maritime matters with greater ease. At this juncture, Styx, the daughter of the ocean god, who possesses a rather tenuous connection to the pantheon, undoubtedly stands as the optimal choice. After all, she not only has the capacity to harmonize the four seas, but her very essence embodies the river that traverses the underworld, making her one of the most significant deities wielding the primordial authority over the realm of the dead. Alas, after waiting a while longer, Zeus ultimately relinquishes hope. The time is drawing near. This unique incarnation, sculpted from his own flesh and blood, must now embark on its journey. As for the underworld, we shall reserve that discussion for another time. Much like the four seas, as long as the underworld does not give rise to great divine power, in Zeus's eyes, Hades remains merely another Poseidon. Chapter 4:10. Entering in flame burst. After lingering by the banks of the river Styx for a while, and seeing no results, Zeus ceased his insistence. The Styx could evade him momentarily, but it could not escape him indefinitely, as long as the river continued to flow over the endless gray wasteland. It was only a matter of time before it fully merged into his divine realm. Soaring into the air, Zeus discerned the general direction. To avoid drawing the attention of the ancient serpent that had caused him trouble on multiple occasions, the king of the gods left no trace of his formidable divine power in his mortal form. In this venture onto another's territory, the magnitude of his strength was not what determined the outcome. Were it not for the necessity of navigating the chaotic abyss, Zeus would have refrained from retaining even the might of a true god. As he proceeded, he did not draw closer to the core of the underworld. Instead, he followed the periphery, and soon the essence of the abyss became increasingly palpable. In the distance, Zeus discerned a well-prepared contingent awaiting him. Most of them bore a striking resemblance to those he had encountered on the surface, yet their overall quality was markedly superior. At the forefront stood a figure radiating an extraordinary divine aura, and when Zeus took note of her, she, in turn, directed her gaze towards the approaching deity. Upon closer inspection, the woman in the distance was tall and exuded an air of formidable presence. Even though this was their first encounter, Zeus felt as though he were gazing upon a more potent version of Hera, not in terms of strength, but in her dominant character and her propensity for vengeance. After all, the queen of the gods was perhaps more constrained by her role as Zeus's consort, whereas this individual appeared unbound by such limitations. Is this the mother of the five-colored dragon that Erebus spoke of? The guardian of the golden apple tree, seemingly birthed from his own flesh. Yet this aura, she resembled more a demon than a deity. Pondering this, Zeus had speculated prior to this day about the divine authority she might wield. However, witnessing her firsthand, he realized he may have overthought the matter. She was not a goddess preoccupied with authority. In his perception, her strength seemed to stem primarily from her physique and lineage. If one were to ascertain the domain she governed, it might be the race represented by her bloodline. Yet this did not resemble the power of a deity like Chaos. Without a doubt, she was likely another visitor from a foreign realm, perhaps one of the discoveries Erebus had pursued. You are late, deity from Olympus. What? Is this how your king instructs you to conduct your duties? The voice echoed from afar, her eyes having transformed into slitted pupils. The dragon mother fixating intently on the swiftly approaching figure. From her words, it was evident that she was unaware of the identity of the newcomer. In response to her inquiry, Zeus merely smiled. Indeed, the other party ought not to be aware of his identity. In an effort to avoid drawing attention, he not only altered the appearance of his corporeal form but also kept his companions oblivious to his divine status. To them, this was merely a routine collaboration with the Olympian pantheon, with the arrival of an unremarkable deity. The nature of their objective was somewhat peculiar. As the abyss is hardly a place suited for exploration, I sincerely apologize for the delay. However, for a deity, such matters are likely trivial, are they not? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chronides, the progenitor of the chromatic dragons. As you can see, I am a companion dispatched by the king of the gods to accompany you into the abyss. As he gracefully descended beside the dragon mother, Zeus spoke with a smile. The chromatic dragon mother. If she is indeed a manifestation of the Dark Lord, what form would their offspring take, divine or draconic? Should they bear a divine semblance? Does that imply that the bloodline of the king of gods surpasses even that of the primordial deities in terms of assimilation? Casting aside such futile thoughts, Zeus became acutely aware of the penetrating gaze directed towards him by the dragon mother. Ahem. Although I am somewhat tardy, it is not too late. I wonder, what title should I bestow upon the esteemed dragon mother? There is no need for that. One Moanda is sufficient for Olympus. That realm does not belong to me. After this journey, we may not have the opportunity to meet again. Now, let us prepare to embark. With a slight shake of her head and narrowed eyes, the dragon mother discerned no impropriety in Zeus. She lightly touched the ground, and a pair of grand, powerful dragon wings unfurled from her back. As her wings quivered, a formidable gust of wind radiated outward, accompanied by a unique aura of authority. This pressure, under the dragon mother's control, deftly circumvented the accompanying elves while inadvertently disregarding Zeus's presence. In an instant, an overwhelming sensation targeting bloodlines and souls enveloped the space. The king of gods maintained his composure, though internally he was intrigued. Could this be the path of a foreign deity, or perhaps a consequence of the flesh of Erebus? Zeus was certain that had another deity stood in his stead, they might have suffered a minor setback upon encountering such pressure for the first time. This distinct form of oppression was akin to the intimidation of a higher being over a lesser one. Yet, the king of gods remained unaware of the underlying principles at play, drawing only from the scant knowledge he had unearthed from the ruins of Asgard, suspecting it might relate to the existence of giants and dragons in a bygone era. You are correct. Then let us set forth. Treating the pressure as a gentle spring breeze, Zeus casually nodded and proceeded toward the entrance of the abyss. Behind him, the dragon mother's elongated eyes appraised the silhouette of the king of gods before she stepped forward to follow. This is merely a trivial probe. Although Erebos has emphasized that the opponent's strength is not as straightforward as it appears, if this nameless deity, known as Clonides, cannot even handle this situation, then no matter how unique his status may be, he will not truly command the dragon mother's regard. The very fabric of space contorts and time shifts. Perhaps it is due to the recent obliteration of Himenu, with the assimilation of its legacy commencing only recently. It has not been long since the last descent into Tartarus. Yet this time Zeus perceives a profound difference. The heavens seem elevated, the earth more substantial, and the chaotic laws have become increasingly formidable. In the perception of the king of gods, the chasm between the abyss and the material realm appears to have been significantly bridged. No, the disparity has not genuinely diminished. Rather, it has become relatively smaller. Just as 100 is a hundredfold of 1, 200 is merely 40 times 5. In comparison to the past, Tartarus has evidently taken a considerable leap forward, prompting Zeus to silently commend his decision to send forth a manifestation of himself. Previously, the divine power bestowed upon him was the only known force entirely unrepelled and unrestrained by the abyss. It seemed that even in opposition to the world's order, Tartarus instinctively revered the authority of the present realm and its agents. However, Zeus now cannot guarantee whether this reverence still persists or if it has already dissipated into the ether. You all, go and explore this place. Gather essential information about your surroundings, and be sure to avoid attracting the attention of local powers. With his feet planted on the blood-red plains, Zeus remains in awe and wariness of the abyss's transformation, while the dragon mother, having made her arrangements, swiftly directs a contingent of elves to disperse in all directions. These elves are adept scouts, further equipped with tools crafted by the god of smiths. As per the king of gods' private commission prior to their entry, with due caution, they should manage to remain undetected. At least, one hopes so. With a quiet sigh, Zeus does not doubt Hephaestus's abilities, yet, upon setting foot on the soil of Tartarus, he cannot afford to make any guarantees regarding the unknowns lurking within the abyss. No one dares assert that there is nothing beyond his expectations here. Yet the pursuit of information must not be abandoned. Unlike the hurried visits of the past, this incarnation lacks the power of his true form, and the king of gods can no longer rend the spatial barriers to escape the first layer of the abyss. Clonides, I recall that according to the messages you sent, the records of Olympus indicate that the first place trodden upon entering the abyss is the first layer, level 001-1, known as the plane of the abyss. Tartarus randomly casts entrance to any location within this layer, and the moment an outsider sets foot on the land of the plane of the abyss, they will instantly comprehend its name and essential information. A gaze imbued with malevolence swept across the vast expanse as the mother of dragons surveyed the realm before her. so markedly distinct from the material world. The endless expanse of dark red earth stretched infinitely, while peculiar fragments of corpses occasionally floated upon the pale yellow river. A crimson celestial body, composed of lava and infernal flames, hung ominously in the sky. Its acrid scent mingling with faint traces of a metallic odor wafting through the atmosphere of this realm. The Mother of Dragons had anticipated such a scene, for the records provided by Olympus had described it thus. However, upon meticulous comparison, she discerned numerous discrepancies. I have received no information regarding the plane of abyss. Furthermore, contrary to your assertions, the spatial constraints here exceed all imagination. Without extraordinary means, even the mightiest deities beneath the great ones may find it impossible to rend the fabric of this space and directly access regions beyond the first layer of the abyss. While this may seem a minor inconvenience at present, once we delve deeper into Tartarus, encountering formidable adversaries will render our attempts to breach the dimensional barrier futile, thwarting our swift escape from the abyss. This is not my fault. These revelations emanate from your Majesty's own lips. Even if you doubt my words, you must trust that a great one cannot err. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that the abyss has undergone changes during this interval. Furrowing his brow, Zeus felt a sense of helplessness regarding the transformations within Tartarus, though upon reflection, it was not difficult to comprehend. After all, while the power of the world had experienced a significant decline in recent times, it had been accompanied by an overall elevation of source energy. As the reigning deity of the current era, he was acutely aware of this. Do not rush, proceed with caution. Once those elves return, we shall ascertain the specifics of this situation. Casually remarking, he acknowledged that the density of the spatial structure posed a genuine dilemma, one he had not anticipated. He had assumed that the chaos within the abyss would persist indefinitely. Yet upon further contemplation, it seemed to bear little consequence for him. As long as he could fulfill his objectives, the loss of a mere avatar was inconsequential. The fate of others was of no concern to him. Is there movement over there? After waiting for a considerable time upon the blood-soaked ground of the plane of abyss, a moment arrived when a crystal embedded with a communication function in the Mother of Dragons' hand began to shimmer, employing a unique decryption method to extract its contents. Zeus swiftly perused the information and quickly identified the crux of the message. They have discovered a primitive city established within the mountains, where a presence akin to that of a demigod resides. Excellent. Its strength is neither too high nor too low. Should it be a native being comparable to a true deity, even if they were to prevail, it would undoubtedly create a significant uproar. Conversely, a being of insufficient strength would likely possess little understanding of our intentions. The realm of demigods is just right, allowing one to access what is typically unattainable to mortals, yet not attracting excessive attention. Let us proceed and retrieve it. With a leap, he ascended toward the direction indicated in the information. Zeus intended to infiltrate the primitive city, apprehending the demigod of the abyss while simultaneously observing how these abyssal creatures had learned to construct edifices akin to those in the material realm. Before long, the so-called city came into view, perched atop a low rocky hill, accompanied by a sizable lake of molten lava nearby. However, before he could conceal his presence, the dragon mother emitted a disdainful snort and transformed with a swift motion. With a mighty roar, her right arm extended, morphing into a colossal dragon claw. The tremendous pressure swept across the surroundings. Zeus's affairs were his own, yet she had no desire to engage in the schemes of mere mortals. As the dragon claw descended, the rudimentary stone city was instantly shattered, its demons collapsing beneath the weight of the dragon mother's might, as if they were mere wheat before the scythe. Only one towering demon, engulfed in flames, managed to resist this overwhelming force, yet even it was effortlessly seized in the face of such absolute power. With a resounding crash, the demon was cast to the ground, while the multicolored dragon mother disregarded Zeus's rather displeased expression. Her wings unfurled behind her, their sheer presence capable of shattering the spirits of mortals, as her dragon might surged forth unabashedly. Lowly reptile, are you the ruler of this vicinity? Now I inquire. You shall respond. Her voice was cold, the chill within her vertical pupils barely concealed. At that moment, Zeus's gaze flickered slightly. A futile resistance. With a scoff, the dragon mother noticed the abnormal elemental fluctuations and the rising flames emanating from the demon before her. Perhaps it was some secret technique on the verge of eruption. But what of it? The defiance of the weak is merely a jest in the eyes of the strong. Chapter 4:11. The Lord Flames and Shadows Intertwined. Mingling with chaos and striking at the very essence of mortal fear. In Zeus's eyes, the structure of the abyssal creature before him appeared as though it were a weapon forged for the sole purpose of battle. Towering several times above the height of a human, yet not so colossal as to hinder its agility, its robust physique was engulfed in unquenchable flames. And from the wounds inflicted by dragon claws, a corrosive blood-like plasma dripped, eroding the very rock beneath. The twisted horns of this demon glimmered with a chilling light. Yet from the perspective of the king of gods, they were not instruments of aggression, but rather amplifiers of elemental control. After all, in the abyss, the absence of a magical web meant that if these native beings did not wish to wield the omnipresent elemental forces through their chaotic and barren mental energies, they would benefit from something to enhance their bloodline's connection to the elements. Behind it, a pair of expansive wings were present. However, Zeus discerned that they were not meant for flight through flapping. Was this another manifestation of their bloodline? Such a path might not bode well. Yet, this was the abyss, and for these demons, it mattered little. Since the Dragon Mother had already intervened, Zeus felt it prudent to refrain from further commentary, seizing the opportunity to delve into the source of the abyssal life force. Undoubtedly, the power and life form of this half-god of the abyss were inextricably linked to its bloodline. However, such a path would likely falter before true divinity, and thus the God King did not dwell overly on it. As for the creature's desperate struggle for survival, it hardly registered in his thoughts. Indeed, their formal designation seemed to be demons, which was quite fitting. Nodding subtly, he observed the elemental fluctuations emanating from the half-god demon, silently appraising it within. Although the underlying principles eluded him, this explosive technique was undeniably remarkable. In a mere instant, its aura had more than doubled, yet even for a true god, it remained insufficient. Wait, it seemed not to be an explosion roar. Suddenly, his expression shifted, as the scene before him inexplicably stirred a sense of familiarity within Zeus. Once again suppressed, once again facing insurmountable odds. It seemed reminiscent of another existence from a millennium past that had undergone a similar ordeal. On the blood-red earth, a deep roar mingled with an unfamiliar tongue as the demon, with its broken wings, gazed skyward, observing the Dragon Queen and Zeus. The infernal creature sensed an aura utterly discordant with the abyss. Despite the chasm of disparity in power, its eyes were filled solely with brutality and malice. Intruders, allies of the devil, die with me. Spell-like technique, self-immolation explosion. Hum, boom. In an instant, it was as if a miniature sun had risen upon the ground, enveloping the divine flames that surged forth, sweeping across a 100-mile radius. The low hills were leveled to the ground, and a tremendous roar reverberated across the land. Alongside the essence of the demigod flame demon, a trace of interdimensional power spread with the explosion. The incessant sound of detonations showed no sign of abating, and in that moment, Zeus retreated without hesitation. Once again, he faced a lunatic akin to Typhon, one who would resort to mortal combat at the slightest provocation, utterly oblivious to the necessity of situational awareness. Yet, the force of this self-detonation exceeded Zeus's expectations. Bolstered by that faint fragment of interdimensional power, the flame demon-S explosion had ascended to the realms of divinity. With a grim expression, Zeus quickly recognized the origin of this power. It resembled the domain of a local deity. This demon had likely gained the recognition of the plains of 10,000 abysses, establishing itself as the sovereign of a territory within this layer of the interdimensional realm. Although a mere fraction of the complete interdimension was insignificant enough to prevent further advancement, the self-detonation undeniably narrowed that gap, catching both the King of Gods and the Dragon Mother off guard. Impudent, be gone. Boom, flames continued to burn and spread, but in the next moment, the Dragon Mother seemed finally incensed. With a mighty flap of her wings, an invisible pressure swept across the expanse. Under the force of the Dragon Mother's eruption, the previously dispersing flames were immediately subdued. The blood-red earth trembled slightly before gradually returning to tranquility. After a long while, the repercussions of the flame demon-S self-detonation were quelled, leaving only Zeus and the Dragon Mother suspended in the air. Five-colored Dragon Mother, I have already advised you against impulsiveness. This is not a world governed by order. Violence and slaughter do not resolve issues. Not all beings will cower before your intimidation. It was evident that in the chaotic environment of Tartarus, life akin to that of the mortal realm would not emerge. Taking a deep breath, Zeus pondered whether this commotion could be deemed significant. Fortunately, there had been no signs of local godly entities approaching thus far. He felt a strong urge to reprimand the minion of this dark lord, but considering their need for cooperation in the journey ahead, he suppressed his ire. The result is evident in your self-detonation. If you continue in this manner, I fear our mission may come to an end. At this rate, it won't be long before we attract local deities, or even more formidable beings. There shall be no second chance. A calm voice interrupted, and the dragon-like arm restored to its original form. For reasons unknown, the dragon mother appeared remarkably tranquil, even in the face of her evident failure, contrasting with Zeus, who was clearly suppressing his fury. Her gaze remained fixed on the spot where the flame demon had just self-detonated, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of curiosity, even hinting at an almost imperceptible smile. Let it be so. With a resigned shake of his head, the king of gods found little desire to engage with such brutes. However, the world of chaos had never been one where intellect determined strength. Thus, he resolved to let those spirits handle new discoveries that would come his way. I shall acquire what we require from the mouths of these native beings. You need only to wait. Chronides, do the deities of Olympus, like yourself, fail to comprehend the words of others? What? I assert that there will be no second chance, nor is one necessary. A hint of greed and desire flickered between the elongated eyes of the dragon mother as she spoke softly. She stepped forward, reaching towards the spot where the fire demon had met its demise. A hum resonated through the ether, as if the very laws of existence were stirring, manifesting the order that dwelled deep within the abyssal plains. In the astonished gaze of Zeus, a serpentine, distorted, and seemingly chaotic rune emerged slowly from that place. It descended directly into the palm of the dragon mother, merging seamlessly with her flesh. In that moment, a minuscule fragment of the boundless will of Tartarus appeared to pour into this realm. Along with it came a subtle increase in the dragon mother's power and an aura that nearly melded with the abyss itself. What have you done? Zeus, despite being a god king who had reached the realm of great divine power, could not comprehend the transformation occurring before him. On one hand, his strength was intrinsically linked to his divine station, while on the other, the primordial deities of the material world shared a degree of intersection with the chaotic abyss. Even Gaia, the cornerstone of the present world, harbored traces of chaos within her essence. It was merely a matter of degree. Just as remnants of creation lurked beneath the order established before the laws, the power of a god king was fundamentally distinct. Consequently, he could discern nothing of the change manifesting in the dragon mother. Ah, the gods of Olympus, as you can see, I am now also the sovereign of the abyss. Why seek information about the abyss when one need not pry? Do you truly believe others to be fools, with you being the sole intellect? This is Tartarus, ruled by chaos, not the orderly material world. What you consider viable may yield results that are entirely contrary here. Slaughter, war, devour, transcend. These are the laws belonging to the abyss, the profound truths born from chaos. Yet, it is only natural to ponder, the domain of the Lord of Darkness traverses both sides of chaos, while the God King of Olympus lacks such capability, thus rendering you incapable of grasping this truth. Furthermore, as a deity of the present world, you are likely constrained by your divine responsibilities, rendering you unable to accept the gifts of Tartarus. Hence, this power is destined to remain beyond your reach. The tone grew increasingly cold and malevolent, akin to the silver-skinned humans in the god of sleep, who, having been tainted by the essence of darkness, were inherently malevolent beings. Much like the dragon mother, who had suffered the remnants of the mother tree's power and the flesh of Erebus since her inception. Brutality and cruelty are but mere facades. It is the cunning and machinations that are deeply ingrained in her very essence. She is acutely aware that simple and violent destruction does not facilitate the gathering of intelligence. However, eliminating the demons subtly linked to the power of the abyssal interface of the Yuan plane could indeed aid her in uncovering the operational dynamics of this world. Unsurprisingly, just as she anticipated, Tartarus did not respond, but rather seamlessly permitted her to assume the lordship over the flame demon. According to the information conveyed through this authority, the Yuan plane, being the first layer of the abyss, is connected to more than one layer of the abyss, and even on the opposite side. The voice gradually diminished, as if she had stumbled upon something while reviewing the messages, prompting the dragon mother to swiftly change the subject. Even among the many layers of the abyss, the Yuan plane stands as a formidable realm. Should any lesser demon lord manage to fully dominate it, they would not only gain access to the immense power of a divine interface, but could also elevate their own bloodline, ascending to the level of a true deity. Yet, to date, this layer of the abyss remains without a true master, which explains why the authority I have obtained lacks a superior. There have been demons on the brink of ruling it, but they all fell before the dawn. This indeed spared us a fierce battle. After all, The will of the abyss does not concern itself with my status as an outsider and becoming its lord. But that does not imply the ruler of this layer is indifferent. Every change in a lesser lord cannot elude the notice of the grand lord who governs a layer. In this light, it seems we have been rather fortunate. While one might call it luck, the Dragon Mother alone understands that this is far from mere chance. Her decision to accept the lordship of the first layer of the abyss is rooted in special considerations, contrary to Zeus's cautious demeanor. It is the Lord of Darkness who has truly prepared for the journey into the abyss, just as gleaned from the insignia of the lesser lord. There exists an interface named Azura Field in the time and space opposite the Wanyuan plane. Casting a glance at Zeus, the Dragon Mother refrained from mentioning this information. Let him seek out what he ought not to know. After all, both parties are well aware that each harbors their own objectives. Their continued association is merely a reflection of their mutual needs. Indeed, this is my failing. I have not grasped your meaning. And it is truly embarrassing for you to witness this. Her lips twitched slightly, while being mocked by others is infuriating. Being ridiculed by someone unaware of her true identity evokes an entirely different sentiment. Yet, in this instance, when the Dragon Mother compared him to Erebus, he found himself unable to refute the comparison. In matters pertaining to the chaotic realms, His Majesty the God King has indeed overlooked certain aspects. However, Your Excellency, the Mother of Dragons, you just mentioned that the demon ruling this layer of the abyss not only possesses the enhancement of interface power, but can also sublimate its bloodline, thereby acquiring a demonic power rivaling that of the divine. Is that so? What is it that you do not comprehend regarding this Olympian deity's perplexity? The Mother of Dragons retorted. Noticing that her interlocutor was still unable to grasp her meaning, Zeus furrowed his brow and elaborated. What I mean to convey is, are you certain that this so-called demonic power is not akin to a divine authority, or perhaps a direct manifestation of abyssal power, achieved through this so-called bloodline sublimation? Of course. While there are elements influenced by abyssal will, there are also those fundamentally unrelated to it. The emergence of such a plethora of races within the abyss is also a result of Tartarus's own machinations. Thus, this is bloodline sublimation, and not the bestowal of power as you might assume. Aha, I seem to understand now. You believe that the power of the bloodline should not be capable of shaping the existence of deities, correct? After all, in the eyes of you gods, only the blessings of the laws of the mortal realm hold significance. With a cold laugh, the Mother of Dragons deemed it unnecessary to engage further with this Olympian deity. With the Lesser Lord's mark in her possession, she could effortlessly return to the vast abyssal plains at any moment. That was sufficient. As for the confusion of Chronites, it is a manifestation of the blind spots inherent to the understanding of true gods, or rather, a common rhetoric shared among the deities of chaos. After all, the power of true gods derives from authority, while the divine authority of chaos is rooted in the world. It is indivisible, cannot be inherited, and certainly cannot be attained through bloodline. In such circumstances, the genuine path of bloodline that the Mother of Dragons herself is traversing remains beyond their comprehension. Chapter 412, The Logic of the Abyss. The concept of bloodline power and the path of bloodline ascension bears a striking resemblance to the divine blood that courses through the veins of mortal demigods. However, the Dragon Mother is acutely aware that the essence of both abyssal life and dragon lineage is fundamentally distinct. The divine blood of the gods merely represents an external inheritance, while the bloodlines of the abyss and dragons possess a remarkable consistency and an advanced system of elevation. The most evident manifestation of this distinction is that the offspring of the gods rarely undergo physical transformations due to their divine blood, nor do they truly wield the lower-tier divine authority akin to that of deities. The offspring of Zeus may draw near to thunder, yet they would never attain demigod power through the manipulation of lightning. Indeed, they might find themselves entirely disconnected from it. The same holds true for other divine progeny. After all, divine authority is wielded through divine offices, and such authority, derived from the world, cannot be inherited or divided through bloodlines. In contrast, dragons and abyssal demons do not share this limitation. Creatures imbued with dragon blood experience a return to their ancestral state as their bloodline evolves, thereby altering their forms and enhancing their powers. Different types of demons can also undergo profound changes in their essence during the process of bloodline ascension, even achieving a leap in their species under chaotic rules. Contemporary deities struggle to comprehend this phenomenon. To them, divine power, especially the source of authority, cannot spontaneously manifest. No matter the perspective, the mere ascension of bloodlines in the realm of life cannot fabricate divine offices or the unique abilities tied to the fundamental rules of great demons inheriting from monumental divine powers. The Dragon Mother acknowledges this truth, for source energy indeed does not arise from nothingness. Yet, what the gods fail to realize is that this energy can be reconstituted, allowing scattered remnants to return to their origins. This is the very essence of bloodline ascension among divine beings. For instance, if, on some future day, the Dragon Mother were to perish, the bloodline shackles of the dragon race she has fostered would be unlocked. The most powerful among them could potentially achieve ascension and transformation, stepping into the realm of dragon gods. In this process, the power they gain would not be conjured from thin air. Rather, it would stem from the remnants of the Dragon Mother, scattered deep within the dragon bloodline after her demise, scattered and then reassembled. The essence of power is transmitted through generations within the race, creating an alternative form of immortal strength even in the absence of true immortality. This encapsulates the path of bloodline ascension. Conversely, the gods, being immortal and their authority eternal, remain unable to comprehend or realize such a concept. Nevertheless, this path of bloodline is not without its drawbacks. On one hand, as the source of the bloodline, the creation of an entirely new race is no simple feat. On the other hand, those who benefit from the privileges of the bloodline cannot surpass their progenitor while it still exists. Furthermore, the death of the source does not guarantee an absence of challenges, like those descendants that flow through my veins. If one day I were to truly perish, would they inherit my power and ascend as the new dragon god? Or would they, having successfully transcended the bloodline, become the vessel for my rebirth? The outcome rests upon their individual capabilities. I pondered silently, a faint glimmer sparkling deep within my narrow eyes. Indeed, the Dragon Mother could ascertain that her creator had merely bestowed a fraction of his power. In her perception, she ought to be the true origin of the five-colored dragon lineage. Otherwise, as an innate malevolent deity akin to Hypnos, no one could predict the extent of her actions. However, as the source of the bloodline, although she no longer needed to fear the oppressive force above her, if the Dragon Mother wished to continue augmenting her strength, she must seek external sources. This was also one of her motivations for venturing into the abyss, for the path of bloodline within the abyss is indeed more convoluted. The so-called bloodline sources of the abyssal demons often trace back to the original 6 demon gods, while the remainder are merely conglomerates of chaotic power from foreign realms. Once, within the plains of 10,000 abysses, there existed a formidable demon on the verge of unifying the interface. It chose to elevate its bloodline by absorbing the foreign powers that Chaos and Tartarus found difficult to assimilate, aspiring to ascend to the status of a demon god. Such occurrences are commonplace in the abyss, and it is not solely the most powerful demons on the brink of unification who can achieve such ascension. Perhaps during a bloodline mutation, a certain abyssal demon might directly transform into a new demon god possessing fragments of chaotic divine origins, subsequently evolving into a corresponding demon species under the influence of Tartarus, thereby adding another layer of diversity to the beings of the abyss. Of course, the notion of soaring to the heavens and embarking on the divine path sounds enticing, yet one cannot expect pure and benevolent outcomes within the abyss. For those demons who have chosen perilous paths are more likely to be met with immediate demise due to the conflicting chaotic origins during their ascension, ultimately devolving into fodder for the grotesque feasts of lesser abyssal demons. Even if a demon that has unified an interface gains the blessing of the abyssal will during ascension, significantly enhancing the likelihood of success, such probabilities remain far from absolute. Thus, the plains of 10,000 abysses remains without a master. To put it more bluntly, according to the records of the Lord's Mark, the total number of demon lords who have perished in wars against hell likely pales in comparison to a mere fraction of those who have failed in their ascension. The boundless abyss is vast and endless. While the Dragon Mother possesses a mark in her possession, she is still unable to discern the true number of existing layers of the interface. Almost periodically, a demon god's failure in ascension triggers turmoil within its respective realm, thereby amplifying the power of the entire abyss. Indeed, while Tartarus may lack a complete consciousness, it is not devoid of reason. The straightforward and brutal method of promotion that he offers to the beings within the interface is not without its merits. In this process, regardless of success or failure, the abyss can, to some extent, expedite the digestion of these detritus origins, compelling them to adhere to its own laws. Should a fortunate demon ascend directly to become a stable new deity, it could absorb this power in a single breath. Conversely, if luck does not favor them, they merely serve as a sacrifice, expending their lives to alleviate the conflicts among the chaotic primal energies on behalf of the Abyssal Mother. As long as they ultimately perish within their own realm, the abyss incurs no loss. A chaotic world necessitates chaotic solutions. trash is transformed into something less worthless through brute force. This encapsulates the logic of the abyss, a path distinct from the gradual ascension of deities governed by the laws of the material world. Upon first discovering this, even the great serpent of hell was taken aback. It candidly remarked that should the order of the present world undergo a dramatic transformation one day, Tartarus might seize the opportunity to become the undisputed terminus beyond the order of chaos, potentially attaining powers rivaling those of the Mother Tree. Of course, if such a day were to truly arrive, it would likely mean that the will of the abyss would forever remain merely will transformed into an entity akin to a minor echo of the present world's laws, becoming a macrocosmic thought of existence, perhaps even assimilated into a facet of the world, losing the possibility to traverse chaos as an independent deity, although, since the dawn of creation, it had never possessed such an opportunity. Now, Lord Cronides, the fleeting thought in my mind did not prompt further elaboration from the Dragon Mother. She simply raised her hand and directed a stream of light toward Zeus, which contained a modicum of knowledge regarding the abyss. After my analysis of the Lord's mark, I have identified suitable regions and paths for our next venture. However, in accordance with our prior agreement, I require your assistance in securing the lordship there. Following that, I shall fulfill my promise. As he received the information, the divine king's thoughts swept through it. Yet, observing the other's preparedness, Zeus felt once more as if he had been played. He recalled the time when they were still in the mortal realm, and he had graciously extended an invitation to Erebus. At that moment, he had never anticipated that the response would be an immediate acceptance. In retrospect, it seemed far from spontaneous, but rather a premeditated strategy. Thus, my dear Dragon Queen, are you suggesting that your ability to completely conceal my presence and tracks does not stem from the Dark Lord's mastery of secrets, but rather from an intention to employ the native powers of the abyss from the outset? Indeed. Did you not inquire earlier? All great powers not belonging to the abyss will be repelled by him. Only the flawless power of the divine king remains effective in Tartarus. Beyond that, even primordial deities would find it difficult to evade such rejection. Indeed, the reality stands that even the formidable Dark Overlord cannot deceive the laws of the abyss within its depths. Thus, my initial intention was to become one of its own. The Dragon Mother spoke with an air of indifference. The Dark Lord once jested that the God King of the present world devoured his wife, the embodiment of wisdom. Yet it seems he only applies such wisdom in select instances, leaving one to ponder if this is a form of fate's retribution. Although she had never encountered the God King, the preparations of this Olympian deity suggested that Erebus's words might hold a semblance of truth. Let us proceed, she declared, with the mark of the Lesser Lord. The pathways of the abyss were now accessible to me. However, should I use it to conceal your presence, you would only evade those of Lesser Lord authority and below. To traverse the unfathomable abyss at your leisure, you must first assist me in becoming a true Lord of the abyss. At that juncture, you may seek out the whispers of the enigmatic great ones within the abyss, and our paths shall diverge there. For the Dragon Mother, ascending to the rank of Abyssal Lord was not her sole mission. In truth, prior to her genuine entry into Tartarus, she had little understanding of how uncomplicated it was to become one of the abyss. The chaotic depths showed no aversion to her ambitions. As long as there were no divine presences bound by the laws of the present world, Tartarus welcomed all outsiders. Yet, simpler tasks are always preferable. Once she grasped the first layer of the abyss, she would then fulfill the true command of the Dark Lord. Very well, she continued. As per the prior arrangement between the God King and the Dark Overlord, I shall duly provide you with assistance in matters of force. When that time comes, I trust your Lord's mark will indeed conceal you from all of equal standing. Taking a deep breath, although feeling as though she was being led by the nose, Zeus had little choice but to acquiesce. The abyss was not the present realm. This was not a domain overshadowed by the authority of the God King. Moreover, separation could be beneficial, for the quest for the great serpent's whereabouts was but one of Zeus's objectives. He had other matters to attend to as well. The allure that had subtly lingered within his heart since the end of the previous epoch had yet to cease. As if the laws of the present world were persistently reminding him of a closely related existence within the abyss. Erebus is indeed astute. Even if this mother dragon refrains from speaking, I will not accompany her indefinitely. Was it he who accounted for my departure, or is this merely a coincidence? Maintaining a composed demeanor, Zeus mentally perused the interface information the Dragon Mother had provided him. She seemed disinclined to occupy the vast abyssal plains, despite its formidable stature within the entirety of the abyss. After all, as the outermost layer of the abyss, This realm not only connected to the external world, but also held spatial ties to nearly 100 various layers, both great and small. In the realm of warfare, at a crucial juncture, if this significant location were to lack the stature of figures comparable to Okeanos, Chaos, or even Athena, it would likely invite trouble rather than dominion. And the Mother of Dragons is evidently not so foolish. What surprised Zeus, however, was that the abyssal layer chosen by the adversary did not seem to align with those formidable realms. Even with an unexpected ally such as herself, the decision gravitated towards what appeared to be an unremarkable existence. According to the information, this realm exhibits a conspicuous influence of foreign powers, or rather, it mirrors the remnants absorbed by chaos following the fragmentation of the otherworldly, akin to 078-2, Pillar of Molten Fire, and 116-3, Land of Desolation. I am aware of the Land of Flames, Muspelheim. The previous demons seem to have inherited powers associated with it. Reflecting on the text from Asgard, Zeus spoke slowly. Indeed, my selections are similarly aligned. It is likely that its former incarnation was a corner of some prison, and its name evidently reflects the style of that place. In a hushed tone, the Mother of Dragons clenched her right hand in the air. It is the remnant of the Land of Mist, the debris of the otherworldly. Interface 338-0, known as Nibelungen. The information provided by Erebus lacked extensive detail, and he was uncertain about how the Mother of Dragons would undergo transformation into a Lord of the Abyss. Thus, the decision regarding which layer to occupy rests entirely with her, and just as Zeus felt the allure of the Abyss upon seeing this name, her intuition informed her that this was indeed her optimal choice. Chapter 4:13. Havagmar amidst the earth, the bitter winds howl, piercingly cold. The breath of winter, mingled with ice crystals and debris, sweeps down from the north, lifting layer upon layer of snow from the pristine white ground. Occasionally, faint signs of life emerge in the frigid winds, only to vanish once more beneath the heavy snowfall. This is the Abyss, a realm that is self-contained yet endlessly mutable. At its core, it embodies the essence of chaos, eschewing any adherence to rules or attributes, exhibiting both great tolerance and profound harshness. As long as the chaotic rules can construct a stable spatial structure, the internal nature holds no significance to Tartarus. It merely observes as they gradually evolve into new facets within itself, or, akin to those failed ascendant demigods, ultimately disintegrate under the tumult of conflicting chaotic rules, becoming shattered remnants within the Abyss. In the realm of ice and snow, atop a towering iceberg, the void quivers slightly, and a phantasmagoric light slowly materializes. Lava and flames surge behind this illusion, intertwining with thunder and shadows. At a certain moment, accompanied by the sound of spatial rupture, the avatar of Zeus and the Mother of the chromatic dragon step through the portal, landing upon the snow-laden iceberg. Divine power radiates from them, extinguishing the accompanying magical flames with a mere gesture, though a flicker of dissatisfaction crosses Zeus's handsome visage. In contrast, the dragon mother beams with joy, examining a pulsating scarlet heart in her grasp. Flames dance around the heart, and the formidable power of a demigod akin to the divine flutters in its vicinity. Undoubtedly, this is the source core left behind by a demonic entity of the Abyss, rivaling true deities. While its external power appears to barely touch the threshold of the lowest tier of true divinity, its intrinsic essence transcends that boundary. The fall of a demonic entity from the Abyss, even within the chaotic confines of Tartarus, is an event of considerable magnitude. Your Grace, the Dragon Mother, I have yet to extend my congratulations on your fulfilled desire. However, if my memory serves me correctly, our prior agreement did not encompass taking liberties with the beings of the Abyss. You acted unilaterally without consulting me. Should you not provide me with an explanation? Zeus inquires in a subdued tone, his mood evidently sour. This discontent stems not only from the Dragon Mother's unilateral actions, but also from her demeanor. Following their strategic delineation of subsequent actions from the plane of the Abyss, the Divine King's avatar and the Dragon Mother had ventured deep into Tartarus, leveraging their status as secondary lords. Although the first layer of the Abyss connects spatially to many realms, regrettably, it does not include interface 338-0. Throughout their journey, Zeus and the Dragon Mother maintained a sufficiently discreet presence to prevent any oversights at critical junctures. They intentionally circumvented those abyssal layers already ruled by a lord, even if it meant taking several detours. Fortunately, the Lesser Lord's mark proved remarkably effective in this regard, guided by it. The two encountered little trouble until they approached their destination. However, just as Zeus began to breathe a sigh of relief, believing their journey would proceed without incident. An unexpected event unfolded. Within the abyssal layer of Flame Tower, at level 284-1, they fortuitously encountered a formidable demon in the midst of its ascension. Although it had unified the entire layer, it had yet to complete the ritual of becoming a true abyssal lord, which meant the lesser lord's mark provided no warning. Even more coincidentally, this ascending demon bore the same bloodline as the one they had slain in the plains of Endless Abyss. Its ultimate ascension would lead it to become one of the 6 great demon gods once nurtured by the mother of demons. In truth, they could have avoided this creature. These wretched abyssal demons seldom honored kinship. If anything, they had merely evolved into the same species and would not have troubled them during their ascension. Had it not been for your intervention, had I not acted, it would have met its demise regardless. Indeed, a newly ascended demon god, not yet fused with the interface's power of the Flame Tower, was hardly my equal, the Dragon Mother remarked casually, her tone indifferent as she effortlessly consumed the heart of the demon god, temporarily storing it within a space in her abdomen. At that moment, her spirits were undeniably high. In stark contrast, Zeus's mood was markedly poor. He had discerned the deliberate nature of the encounter. It was precisely because the Dragon Mother knew he would intervene that she felt emboldened to act so recklessly. Yes, it was not merely an act of killing, but rather a brazen theft. While the newly ascended demon god was indeed no match for her, it was likely nothing more than a ripe crop waiting to be harvested, or perhaps a target already marked. During its ascension ritual, Zeus and the Dragon Mother were merely latecomers. On the periphery of the interface, another powerful fire demon lord had long awaited their arrival. As a bloodline heir of one of the 6 original demon gods of the Abyss, this fire demon lord was undoubtedly very close to becoming the formidable entity that had previously forced the Titan of Storms to retreat in the depths of hell. Its own power was already on par with that of a mid-level god, and with the augmentation of the interface's power, it appeared even more formidable. Both the newly ascended demon god and the Flame Tower had already been regarded by it as mere trifles. Thus, the Dragon Mother's audacious act of snatching food from the jaws of danger undeniably ignited its wrath. Had it not been for Zeus's decisive intervention, allowing those accompanying elves to scatter swiftly with items imbued with the essence of both realms to divert attention, their escape would not have been nearly so effortless. It was not merely a matter of strength. In the Abyss, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the local lord would undoubtedly expose the Dragon Mother, a once loyal ally, rendering her a target for all. Thus, to prevent this endeavor from meeting a disastrous end, Zeus had no choice but to assist in extricating the other party from peril. As for those elves who drew the attention of the demon gods, one could only say they met their demise with a sense of purpose. Ah, Clonides, your earlier pursuit of those mortal elves was for this very moment, though you likely did not anticipate their reliance on me. Regardless, we have successfully evaded capture. Even if the demon lord who styles himself master of the baleful flame remembers our essences, it is I, the future lord of the Abyss, who must bear the burden of concern. Or do you, as a deity of Olympus, intend to remain within the Abyss, forsaking the sunlit and verdant material world? The tone was neutral, yet an inner sneer surfaced. The chromatic dragon queen understood that, following this incident, the deity named Clonides would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards her, but what of it? As long as he still required her to conceal his tracks, he would dare not turn against her before their journey through the Abyss concluded. As for what lay beyond that, according to the Dark Lord, she would find no use for the Dragon Mother in the material world, and upon personally arriving in the Abyss, the Dragon Mother herself was not inclined to depart. Within Tartarus, the great ones of the outside world could scarcely interfere. Not even Erebos could manage such a feat. It was expected that once her mission was accomplished, even her creator would no longer hold dominion over her. This, however, did not imply that the Dragon Mother harbored intentions of rebellion. After all, such a course would yield her no benefit. Rather, as an inherently malevolent deity, she preferred to maintain control over her own fate rather than relinquish it to others. Moreover, with the heart of a demon god recently acquired, this was not merely the essence of a newly ascended Lord of Flame, but another vital piece of her dominion. She was the chromatic dragon queen, yet regrettably, to this day, she possessed only the black dragon power derived from the flesh and blood of the Dark Lord, which had been perfected and allowed to thrive in the lair of the Dark Elves. Beyond that, the purified life merely filled half of the red dragon power. The other half, though imbued with flames, failed to satisfy her. She had discarded several unsuccessful dragon eggs in the lair. waiting for a truly suitable force to complete her being. Thus, for many years, the Dragon Mother sought diligently. Yet she had never found divine energy sufficient to rival the life force purified from the Mother Tree. It was not until she beheld the grandeur of the abyss with her own eyes that she speculated this might be an entity worthy of standing alongside the outer gods. Once she fully extracts the essence of the infernal core, the newly reborn red dragon shall become her most formidable vassal. Embodying the mightiest bloodline of the five-colored evil dragon, winter's chill and frost, flames and molten lava, Olympus's deities, do you perceive this? These divergent laws ought to be in conflict. Yet, in reality, they merely represent a trifling fragment of the abyssal power. Distinct yet unified, each layer bestows upon its sovereign a force rivaling that of the divine. Such boundless divine power, who in this realm could possibly attain it? The icy breath swept through, carrying a penetrating chill. Faced with the Dragon Mother's lament, Zeus remained silent. He understood that this wretched draconic creature had him cornered, especially now that they had arrived at 338-0, Nibelungen. Although the adversary sought the power of the demon gods, that was now a matter of the past. Therefore, if he wished to avoid descending into the abyss only to achieve nothing, Zeus had no choice but to assist her in conquering this realm before addressing other matters. Speak plainly, Dragon Mother. How well do you know this place? And who is its lord? What you require of me is to eliminate the lord of this realm, is it not? Ah, the abyss may serve you well. But the conflicts here are unlikely to be so straightforward. If mere consumption and occupation could continuously enhance one's strength, the first intelligent lord of the abyss would have unified the entire domain under the advantage of a snowball effect long ago. The fact that this place remains disunited signifies that the power structure of the abyss must inherently possess some form of latent limitation. However, this is not my concern. As you yourself stated, it is your burden to bear. Speaking lightly, Zeus no longer beat around the bush. Regardless of the circumstances, this was the final matter at hand. Should the Dragon Mother persist in evasion after he facilitated her mastery over this layer, he would have no choice but to relinquish this incarnation and demonstrate to her the true magnitude of divine power. You need not trouble yourself with that. A sudden warning flickered in her mind, and the Dragon Mother finally composed herself. She knew that this Olympian deity certainly held a trump card. Yet, having pressed him this far was sufficient. This free enforcer could not be relied upon indefinitely. Thus, she merely raised her hand slightly, conjuring an image before her. 338-0, Nibelungen. This vast realm, though not among the apex of the abyssal layers, would yield only a moderate divine power enhancement upon complete occupation. However, Zeus was acutely aware that this cunning Dragon Mother would never opt for an ordinary locale. Carefully scrutinizing the map's projection, the God King realized that this entire layer resembled a disc sliced in a graceful arc, with one side enveloped in ice and snow, and the other shrouded in a toxic swamp. Within the icy expanse, there exists a peculiar marsh. Correspondingly, within the land of marshes, there stands a towering iceberg. Viewed through the lens of future humanity, this landscape resembles an enormous Taiji diagram, with the poisonous marsh and the icy realm representing the duality of black and white. As the Dragon Mother gestures towards the illusory map, she speaks with measured grace. Lord Clonides, while I initially presumed that your strength would be indispensable here, I have come to realize that the realm of Nibelungen currently lacks a sovereign. However, fortuitously, despite the absence of adversaries, I still require your assistance. It appears that attaining the title of Lord in this domain hinges not solely on brute force, but on other rather intricate prerequisites. Do you observe these two opposing realms? One exudes an overwhelming chill, while the other emanates a potent toxin, yet their essence is fundamentally intertwined. What I require of you is to join me in exploring the eyes of both sides simultaneously, thereby pinpointing the source of all power within this realm. This knowledge does not stem from the Lesser Lord's marks. Rather, it is information that the Dragon Mother gleaned upon her arrival here. She remains uncertain whether every Lesser Abyssal Lord is afforded such insight or if it is a privilege unique to her. Yet she is resolute in her determination not to relinquish this opportunity. The task of the Dark Lord remains unfulfilled, and the messenger of the Olympian King is also present. Even if challenges arise, this moment is most opportune for confrontation. Thus, the Dragon Mother fearlessly marks the terminus of the map's illusion and utters the true name derived from the interface of Vergelmer, the origin of the utmost cold and the most virulent poison. If the records of Olympus are sufficiently comprehensive, I trust you have encountered this name before. Chapter 414, The Spring and the Illusion Havagmer, the Boiling Broth. The Inexhaustible Spring. Surely Zeus had heard of this name. It is the primordial water of the 9 realms, from which 12 rivers known as Olivigar flow forth, and from which the primordial giant Ymir was born. Though the realm of Asgard holds itself in lofty disdain for the lower world of Niflheim, shrouded in cold and mist, some records of it have indeed been preserved. For instance, the Yggdrasil that Zeus beheld in the realm of illusion has one of its primary roots embedded there, as do the inhabitants known by the external world as the Nibelungen. Thus, it seems plausible that the name of this abyss originates from such connections. Indeed, I have heard of it. With a fleeting glimmer in his eyes, Zeus felt he had unraveled the reason why the dragon mother had chosen this particular lair. Clearly, he possessed literature from Asgard, yet the Dark Lord must also have access to similar sources, perhaps from Svartalfheim, a realm inclined towards darkness. So you have come for this very eye of the spring. A spring imbued with both venom and chill. It truly complements your power. The divine spring of the otherworld is indeed precious, but having learned the truth, Zeus found himself less concerned. To the dragon mother, the spring of Havagmar may be an invaluable treasure, yet for him, such a thing no longer held the power to enhance him further. If it could be obtained, that would be ideal. However, its absence does not warrant excessive lamentation. Among the 3 great divine springs of the otherworld recorded in Asgard, only the Mimir's spring, symbolizing wisdom, stirred his heart. Though merely a fleeting glimpse within an illusion, he remained enamored by it. If only he could have a constant companion in the waters of wisdom, perhaps he could remedy the void left by Métis's departure. It appears you have no further questions. Then let us proceed. Poison and chill. Choose one, and I shall handle the other. The dragon wings quivered in the cold wind. And seeing that Zeus had finally ceased his objections, the dragon mother spoke. With her entrance into the Nibelungen, the allure of the Havagmar spring was now unobstructed. Though she could not yet ascertain whether this attraction stemmed purely from a complementary force, she was certain that this otherworldly divine spring would indeed bolster her power. Very well. Since I am to choose first, I shall select the chill. The stench of the poisonous mire is certainly unpleasant. Yet the dragon mother likely remained indifferent to it. Nodding lightly, she made her choice. Grasping the illusory map, Zeus immediately took to the skies. Without further ado, he yearned to see this cunning dragon ascend to lordship and swiftly depart from this lair. Meanwhile, behind him, the dragon mother paid no heed to the king of God's demeanor. She, too, soared in the opposite direction, heading straight for the poisonous spring amidst the ice and snow. As Zeus remarked, she indeed held no disdain for the corruption of the toxic marsh, provided it yielded tangible benefits. Thus, in swift succession, as the chilling winds swept through, the 2 outsiders departed, allowing this snow-capped mountain, which had never been graced by foreign feet, to revert to its former tranquility. With a crackle, Zeus raced through the heavens, harnessing the lightning, his figure shimmering amidst the silver serpents. Contrary to the myriad realms he had traversed, he was somewhat taken aback to find that within Nibelungen, there seemed to be no lord present. Crossing the boundary between the glacial expanse and the toxic marsh, thunder crackled around Zeus. This corporeal incarnation, crafted through extraordinary means, could be deemed a true god of thunder, devoid of any regal attributes. As he surged forward, time became a blur, until at last, Zeus beheld the glacier. A majestic edifice standing resolutely upon the earth. The frigid winds pierced to the very soul. Upon reaching the summit of the ice mountain, the god easily discerned a spring that appeared to flow directly from the pinnacle, traversing the entirety of the glacier. Water gushed forth, seemingly freezing the very fabric of time and space around it. The cold was sufficient to chill even a divine form like Zeus, momentarily sending a shiver through him. Unsurprisingly, the mother dragon had indicated that this spring flowed downward, ultimately reaching the core of the realm. Observing it closely, Zeus recalled that the land of chaos had never before harbored such a naturally divine spring. The renowned springs of legend had distinct origins, such as the Spring of Youth, born from the golden cup of the goddess of youth, whose power stemmed from an artifact rather than any intrinsic quality of the spring itself. With a splash, Zeus cupped some of the spring water, gazing at it for a moment before drinking deeply. An icy chill coursed through his being, penetrating to his very core, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Yet, as warmth gradually returned, the god found himself enveloped in a sense of disappointment. The primordial divine spring, the inexhaustible potion, which in the legends of distant lands had nurtured the progenitor giants and sustained the sacred tree of the 9 realms, turned out to possess such a lackluster caliber. Regrettably, even in its bifurcated state, its potency was disappointingly superficial. In comparison to the waters of wisdom encountered in illusions, the two bore little significance to each other. With a slight shake of his head, he finally relinquished the last vestige of greed within him. Upon first arriving in this realm, Zeus had thought perhaps he had misjudged. After all, in his perception, this so-called primordial spring was weak to the point of insignificance. Even the realm that housed it seemed to exude a feeble aura. Initially, the god had speculated that it might be a divine artifact cloaking itself, reluctant to be utilized by outsiders, yet now he pondered if he had merely overthought the matter. Indeed, in the wake of a cataclysmic apocalypse, the waters of wisdom may have been irrevocably lost, and the fabled spring of Urd might not have fared any better. As for the well of Vergelmer, its survival to this day may very well be attributed to the divine status it holds as a primordial spring. Yet, despite this, it has lost nearly all of its power, reduced to its current state. If all goes as expected, this is indeed the case. The water from this well is as frigid as it is toxic. However, according to the records in Asgard, it was meant to give rise to 12 great rivers, of which only one flows with poison. Thus, it could be that the rivers of poison, in the cataclysm of the world, defy reason by being stronger rather than weaker. Or perhaps the powers of the 11 glacial rivers have sequentially dried up, leaving merely a remnant of the last. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that the life force capable of nurturing ancient deities has likely also faded, or perhaps has already been completely siphoned away. Given this, I need not take any further action. The king of the gods, momentarily contemplative, mused that in the face of the world's annihilation, nothing remains untouched. With a soft sigh, he chose not to linger any longer and stepped forward, finally entering the divine spring before him. Intense lightning parted the frigid waters as the king descended along the passage. The light from the outside world gradually diminished, and with each passing breath, Zeus drew closer to the heart of this realm. Slowly, a pale blue radiance began to rise from the surroundings, and the chilling aura seemed to solidify into substance. The environment around him felt both real and illusory, as if he were swimming through a dreamlike world. However, the king was evidently not swayed by such illusions. He pressed onward. Time became indeterminate, and the depth of his descent was unfathomable, as the subterranean space enveloped him in a stifling stillness, obscuring the flow of time and space. At a certain moment, Zeus distinctly felt the coldness around him intensify once more. It seemed he had reached an end. Gathering his resolve, he focused his attention, yet at that instant, a sudden jolt coursed through his brow. This. The surroundings posed no issue. The concern lay within Zeus himself. A fragment of memory from the distant past surged forth from the depths of his mind. That scene appeared to originate from that foreign king. The well of Vergelmer, once a primordial spring belonging to the 9 realms, seemed to resonate with that memory. If in bygone days, Zeus had glimpsed Odin's lingering shadow in Asgard, at this moment, it seemed as though more fragmented, chaotic memories were being drawn together under the essence of the divine spring. They spontaneously formed one segment after another, with ancient times swirling above them. Perceiving these shards of memory felt akin to witnessing a piece of ancient history. Stopping in his tracks, Zeus's expression darkened with uncertainty. The foreign king, the commencement of the royal ritual. If not for today's upheaval, Zeus might have long since cast that figure aside, regardless of who the other party may be or how magnificent their past was in their own realm. With the shattering of the 9 realms, all of that has become mere history, buried within the annals of yore. What significance does a god from another realm hold? Whether he once treaded the domains of great divine power and life, a deceased being is hardly worthy of Zeus's regard. Yet, as this memory surfaces in his heart, Zeus cannot help but recall that perilous encounter. Just a hair's breadth away, he nearly faced replacement. Had chaos not favored his progeny and had he not been embroiled in a contest with the deities of another realm, it is likely that victory would have eluded him that fateful day. So now, within this memory, does any taboo linger from that encounter? Oh, does it truly matter? I am no longer the person I once was, nor is he the being from Asgard. Here, the remnants of the laws from foreign realms offer no assistance. Even if the same trick were to be attempted 1,000 times, success is an impossibility. So come forth. Let me discern what remnants the god of another world has inscribed in my memory, which have only now come to my attention. The well of Vergelmer. Niflheim, the land of mist. Odin, what deeds did you once undertake here? Do not rush. Soon, I shall come to see you. With an unchanging expression, Zeus subtly directed his thoughts, allowing a fragment of his spirit to delve into the emerging shards of memory. Strictly speaking, he did not expect the other party to have left any contingency plans, after all, without the assistance of foreign laws. Even the most intricate of schemes would bear no significance. In contrast, Zeus was far more intrigued to discover whether this memory contained any accounts of the reasons behind the obliteration of the other realm. Through glaciers and across mighty rivers, he entered a deep pool shrouded in toxic mists. As the god king stepped into the icy spring atop the glacier, on the other side of the abyssal interface, the mother of dragons finally located her corresponding poisonous spring. Contrary to what one might expect, the area surrounding this toxic spring did not exhibit the desolation of lifelessness. On the contrary, vibrant and colorful flora thrived in abundance nearby. Standing amidst the marsh, the dragon mother gazed at the bottomless pool not far away. The crystalline waters shimmered brilliantly, reflecting glints of light. Mist swirled around, faintly mirroring the brilliance from all directions. Without keen perception, one might mistake this for a cleansing pool, failing to recognize it as a deadly toxin capable of corroding flesh and bone. Step by step, splash. Just as Zeus on the other side scooped a handful of the pool's water, the dragon mother too drank deeply. Yet, the seemingly innocuous waters transformed the moment they encountered the breath of life. The bone-corroding, soul-devouring poison erupted within her, as if seeking to extinguish her vitality and reduce her to a puddle of putrescence. Her expression remained unchanged, yet a kaleidoscope of colors flickered in her eyes. Among the hues of black, white, blue, green, and red, only the black shone brightly, with the red glowing partially. However, as the waters of the pool enveloped her, the green light unexpectedly flashed for a moment. Her breath subtly fluctuated before returning to its calm state. The dragon mother closed her eyes to sense the depths of her bloodline, where more space seemed to unfurl. Ah, splendid. A corner of my limits has been opened. Nay, I should say a path within my bloodline has been broadened. Each dragon breed transforms into an independent bloodline, ultimately supporting my divine seat, a throne belonging to the dragon race. The well of Vergelmer. Although it does not possess the might I imagined, it should suffice. It is somewhat peculiar that this primordial spring holds such a level of power. It does not seem to surpass the strength left by the outer gods, nor does it compare to a mass of divine flesh. Nevertheless, it matters little. For the dragon mother does not expect a mere glance at the spring to unveil the path to immense divine power. As long as each of the 5-colored dragon veins harbors the potential to reach great divine strength, that is sufficient. After merging with the well of Vergelmer, the white dragon bloodline and the green dragon bloodline will undoubtedly possess this potential, a conclusion beyond dispute. However, after direct contact, I can affirm that the allure I previously sensed does not seem to stem from the inherent power of this spring. Enough of that. I shall descend to investigate. With a leap, the dragon mother plunged directly into the waters beside the deep pool. Regardless of what it may be, I must first harness the spring's waters as my own strength. Once I become the lord of this abyss, all unknowns shall be revealed. Chapter 4:15. Scales and bloodstains beneath the toxic spring. The water flowed crystal clear and unblemished, as one ventured deeper into the subterranean realm of Nibelungen. The dragon mother surpassed even Zeus in swiftness. With remarkable speed, she initially maintained her original form, but gradually, a colossal shadow replaced her dragon-winged silhouette, concealed within the waters. Her divine physique, though yet to fully unfold, extended over 10,000 feet. 2 dragon heads of differing hues scanned the surroundings, while 3 additional bulges remained unmanifested upon her shoulders. This was the true essence of the 5-colored dragon queen, representing her most formidable state. Ultimately, the dragon queen, born from an alien dragon egg, was not a deity of chaos. Her true power did not stem from divine bestowal. Some thin remnants of her origin coursed through her marrow, yet a greater portion resided in her progeny, existing in a manner that was both present and elusive. This essence operated in an alternative fashion, ensuring it did not interfere with the mind of the sovereign. As her dragon wings pulsated, the corrosive waters of the toxic spring could not harm the scales of the dragon mother. Rather, these untamed energies were gradually being absorbed by her. Her immense vertical pupils tracked the flow of the divine spring, allowing her to swiftly approach her destination. This exemplified another characteristic of the bloodline path. Since the source power was not confined by the world's laws through divine authority, one must seek alternative solutions to avoid the tainting of spirit and reason by power. Thus, the source of the bloodline transformed its descendants into a vast net, creating a membrane that manifested the existence of their race in the world, ultimately entrusting the source power to an elusive realm akin to an ocean of origins, thereby circumventing various drawbacks. Undoubtedly, this was an effective solution. Despite its own set of challenges, it was a significant improvement nonetheless. After all, The deities of chaos wielded divine authority, rendering their power susceptible to the whims of the world's laws. While the deities of the 9 realms and Hemenu could grasp authority firmly, they dared not merge with it, as this could lead to their power being usurped or even to their own decay and demise. Nearly every method of achieving divinity presented various advantages and disadvantages. One either relied on external grants to sever the influence of source power or constructed barriers to isolate the two. Weighing the merits and demerits proved difficult, as it ultimately depended on differing perspectives. As she descended further, the vicinity of the toxic spring began to shimmer with a faint green glow. This was due to the essence of the most potent toxins, which even released fragments of laws from a power previously unseen in the realm of chaos. Greedily absorbing the surrounding energies, the bulges at the shoulders of the 2 dragon heads pulsed slightly. At this juncture, she was nearing the end of her journey. Gradually reducing her speed, the dragon mother awaited the signal from the other side. Only by simultaneously exerting godly power from both sides could the bifurcated spring source be unified once more. Since Zeus had yet to arrive, she was unable to proceed ahead of him. Thus, in quiet anticipation, the mother of dragons found herself meandering at the bottom of the spring. As time languidly passed, a flicker of doubt crossed the enormous eyes of the dragon. On one hand, there was the matter of Zeus. Logically, he should have arrived by now, even if his pace was somewhat sluggish. However, this was of little consequence, merely an extension of her weight. Yet, on the other hand, something compelled the mother of dragons to take heed. What was it? Her vertical pupils shimmered with golden light, perceiving clearly even from the unfathomable depths below. Yet, at the bottom of this toxic spring, she discovered an item that should not have been present. It was a scale, its black armor stained with traces of blood. Judging by the marks, it seemed to have been pierced by some exceedingly formidable force. This power appeared to linger, as even though the scale had long since departed from its owner's body, it remained ensnared by the force's pursuit. However, the passage of time had perhaps rendered it ineffective, or the laws of the abyss had erased its influence. In any case, within this current toxic spring, the scale bore no remnants of the force that once shattered it. Only the mother of dragons, gazing upon this blood-stained black scale, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Nibelungen, at the bottom of the toxic spring. As a domain of the abyss, this place should not lack entities capable of disregarding the toxicity of the spring. Yet, for reasons unknown, I could sense no powerful demon within this layer of the interface, not even a secondary lord. If this is not mere coincidence, the sole explanation is that this is indeed a section of Tartarus that is not open to the public. A hint of gravity flickered in her towering pupils, as the mother of dragons had suspected from the moment she entered this place that it was not accessible to outsiders. After all, while it is understandable for a plane to lack a unified overlord, the desolation within Nibelungen was strikingly pronounced, not to mention the absence of any secondary lords bearing marks. Throughout her journey, the mother of dragons had not encountered a single demon characteristic of this local interface, which seemed rather implausible. It is essential to recognize that although the laws of the abyss are not yet fully established and the birth of demons lacks unified regulation, the frenzied and bloodthirsty figures are typically visible across various layers, differing only in degree and type. Thus, if we exclude the highly improbable hypotheses, the only remaining possibility is that this layer of the interface has not yet been opened, and consequently, no demons have been birthed. The abyssal interfaces are vast and boundless. The number of secondary lord marks I can observe is in the hundreds, if not thousands. However, these layers do not necessarily lie adjacent to one another. Each number corresponds to its respective layer. The numbering of interfaces merely reflects their depth within the abyssal spatial domain. In reality, it is quite possible that there are no other 4 layers between 110 and 115, leaving only expanses of empty void. Alternatively, there exists a layer of existence. Yet its order remains imperfect, with laws that are unstable and prone to collapse, leading to its temporary isolation by the laws of the abyss. Furthermore, the Lord actively conceals himself using the authority of the interface, relinquishing ties to the outside world. For reasons unknown, the will of Tartarus obscures it, forbidding other demons from entry. Countless such instances abound. The Nibelungen is likely one such interface, although it is distinctly visible to me to other demon lords. It may merely appear as an empty void, a non-existence of this layer of the abyss. In quiet contemplation, many of the Dragon Mother's perplexities began to unravel. Just as she felt an inexplicable resonance with this place, it is highly probable that this attraction is not unilateral. It is precisely due to this attraction that she intuitively discerned this layer of the abyss within the secondary Lord S mark. Otherwise, the only outcome would have been to pass by unrecognized. But then, who left behind this black scale? The indigenous beings of this realm are entirely unfamiliar to the Dragon Mother. Even if they existed, they could scarcely reach such depths of the toxic spring. Not to mention that the bloodstains upon the scale seem to defy the corruption of the poison. The magnitude of power at this level is beyond her current comprehension. Without the protection of the scale, her flesh and blood would succumb to the caustic nature of this place. A single scale represents a powerful and unknown entity. Most crucially, the enigmatic attraction may very well stem from this very source. Her gaze flickered, and her immense dragon claw tightened slightly as she observed the blood on the scale. A surge of desire welled up within her heart, yet the Dragon Mother swiftly extinguished this instinct. It appeared to be a trap, one that she need not engage with. This ambiguous object of origin. However, despite such reasoning, an inexplicable hesitation lingered deep within the Dragon Mother's heart. In a moment of daze, it felt as though a voice from the depths of the deserted toxic spring was speaking to her. If you forsake contact today, you may yet become the Dragon Mother who traverses the world, a creature that even the gods would fear. Yet, you shall never have the opportunity to advance further. To let your wings eclipse the sky, to still the ocean before you. The realm of great divine power is a chasm, not traversable by mere adherence to rules. Should you relinquish today's opportunity, it is likely that you shall not encounter another until the day you draw your last breath. It increasingly resembles a trap. A low, resonant howl reverberated beneath the waters, yet the great dragon maw curved into an arc. A flicker of thought stirred. Within the confines of a scale upon her chest, there lay a dark crystal hidden. This was a gift from the Lord of Darkness before his departure, containing a fragment of the will of this primordial deity. To evade detection by Tartarus, he chose to self-seal, completely severing his connection to the outside world. It is also another task for the Mother of Dragons. However, in her perspective, it serves as an alternative amulet. Activating it prematurely signifies the failure of the mission, potentially drawing the attention of the abyssal will, which could directly strip her of the lordship she was granted. Nevertheless, when one's life is in jeopardy, self-preservation must take precedence. The Dragon Mother speculates that the Olympian deity likely possesses similar means, and previous tests seem to corroborate this notion. Thus, the current dilemma lies in weighing the risks and repercussions of mission failure against the potential benefits I might gain. Furthermore, do I truly need to gamble on this occasion? Without providing an answer, nor is one required. The immense dragon eye, both fervent and frigid, fixates on the delicate scale, devoid of any hesitation. In the face of such a choice, others may deliberate, but an inherently malevolent deity does not. As long as survival is assured, there is nothing she cannot undertake. A shroud of darkness envelopes. It feels as though one is ensnared in an eternal night devoid of starlight, thoughts stagnated, leaving only a chilling sensation. Shadows dance. The void shifts, and the concept of time becomes nebulous. It could be a day, or perhaps an eternity, at one moment, amidst the boundless darkness. Zeus seems to perceive a glimmer of light. Within the fragments of this memory, the incarnate will drifts like a piece of floating moss, merely swaying with the current. Suddenly, he opens his eyes, the darkness recedes, and everything around him comes back into view. Towering trees obscure the sky, mottled light filtering down through the treetops. The brilliance of this regained light is somewhat blinding, prompting Zeus to instinctively raise a hand to shield his eyes, yet he finds himself unable to move. His body appears to possess its own logic of action, entirely disregarding his intentions. Is this akin to last time? Assuming the identity of another within the fragments of memory, observing the past through their perspective? It seems rather agreeable, but the question arises, who am I now? This thought flickers through his mind as he silently observes his surroundings through this existence's gaze. Not long ago, he was exploring the abyss. However, with the stirring of memories deep within, the God King ultimately opts to investigate the changes first. The matter concerning the Mother Dragon can wait. Let her bide her time. Yet, while sensing the state of this body and exploring this unfamiliar realm through the other's perception, Zeus inexplicably feels a sense of familiarity. Beside him stands a vast woodland, the sunlight faintly penetrating the sky. Yet, these appear to be but a fragment of this place, farther afield. There is no illumination or flora, only mist and chill. The laws of existence appear desolate and withered. Yet a wave of warmth emanates from the divine power within his corporeal form. This is yet another source of astonishment for Zeus, for this body seems, much like himself, to be a deity presiding over thunder. Thunder. According to the ancient text of Asgard, could this be the son of the foreign god king, Thor? A tremor of realization courses through him. Within this unfamiliar vessel, Zeus perceives a thunderous might that surpasses even his own essence. Though Zeus, as the quintessential god of thunder, has never ventured into the realm of grand divine power, this revelation is enough to leave him awestruck. Such a level of strength has subtly transcended the boundaries of formidable divine might. It is akin to Oceanus, who stands impervious beneath the greatness of the sea. Bolstered by his consort, he has nearly secured an invincible position within the domain beneath greatness, to reach such heights without external aid. Perhaps this is what the primordial god-king's sky truly embodies. It may not be an unparalleled divine power, yet as the forces of the world elevate, no one can assert with certainty that he lacks the opportunity to take that step. In contrast, Zeus has never experienced this sensation within his own divine office. It is merely a matter of differing worlds. Perhaps it is simply because, in their realm, thunder holds greater significance, while ours esteems the domains of the ocean, the sun, and life. He silently reassures himself. Fortunately, Zeus has ascended through his royal authority, allowing him to maintain a broader perspective. If he cannot surpass, then so be it. No matter how potent the rival as thunder may be, can it truly eclipse his sovereignty? Chapter 4:16. The change of heaven. The sound of wind rustling through the leaves occasionally echoed as the towering figure of the thunder god traversed the dense forest. Clad in the Yarnslapir, he safeguarded his palms from the searing grip of Mjolnir. The belt, rumored to embody power, encircled his waist, bestowing upon this unmatched deity an added air of majesty. In the realm of Asgard, if Odin, the All-Father, is the sovereign of the gods, embodying the wisdom and cunning of a ruler, along with courage, martial prowess, fidelity, and gravitas, then Thor stands as the indomitable warrior, the unparalleled vanguard. The colossal serpent encircling Midgard is no match for him, and even the giants of Muspelheim are well aware of his renown. The Rainbow Bridge, which spans the 9 realms, once struggled to bear his valiant spirit. Akin to Zeus's perception, Thor's innate strength alone nearly eclipsed all within the 9 realms, disregarding the formidable artifacts he possessed. Yet, at this very moment, as he walked along the woodland path, Thor's steps felt heavy, burdened by an unshakable sense of melancholy and distress that had silently crept upon him. Not long ago, he received his father's final decree. The ruler of the Aesir, who had governed Asgard and the 9 realms for millennia, remained resolute in his decisions. Just as in countless years past, he continued to believe in prophecies and the inevitability of fate, the twilight of the gods. However, this did not signify cowardice or indulgence. Quite the contrary, he too was prepared to confront the day of reckoning, even if all his endeavors were destined to be in vain. There was nothing inherently wrong with this. Indeed, Thor himself endorsed such an approach. After all, unlike Odin, who sacrificed an eye for wisdom, the thunder god admitted his own limitations in perceiving the veils of future and fate. Yet, this did not imply he would bow submissively to the so-called destiny. He extolled his father's efforts in training mortal warriors in the Hall of the Slain, and engaged in spirited contests of strength with him. He had confidently proclaimed before the gods his intention to shatter the chest of fate with the head of his hammer and triumph over the destined twilight alongside his father's indomitable spear. Thor had harbored countless thoughts regarding the ultimate battle foretold by fate. However, what he never anticipated was Odin's sudden alteration of his original intentions. Thus, Thor departed from Asgard. Descending along the trunk of the world tree, Yggdrasil, he ultimately arrived at this place, where the roots of the divine tree, the first and most vital root supporting the 9 realms, reside. According to Odin, as the king of the Aesir, he would accomplish his grand undertaking here. He would pierce through the crown of fate and obliterate the looming threat of twilight. Almost all the deities rejoiced in this prospect. Yet a trace of unease lingered within Thor's heart. This was Niflheim, the realm eternally shrouded in ice and fog. It marks the inception of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, and the beginning of your profound resolve to conquer it. Yet, Father, have you already forgotten? You once pointed to the offerings of humanity and told me that mortals beseech the deities out of fear of nature and calamity, placing their hopes upon the gods who dwell in the heavens. They yearn for divine salvation, clinging to fleeting fortunes. However, true warriors never resort to such means. They learn the will of the gods, study their martial prowess and wisdom, ultimately wielding these gifts to overcome adversity, never relying on divine favor as their salvation. Only those brave enough to challenge nature with their own strength are deemed true heroes, and only heroes are worthy of entering the halls of the illustrious. You once imparted this wisdom to me, and I have always held it dear. However, Father, how does your current course of action differ from those who implore the gods? Is placing our hopes for an end to fate upon the ethereal truly a path to a favorable outcome? And even if we were to succeed by mere chance, what sacrifices would we incur? Sasha. The horizon of Niflheim stretches forth, with the roots of Yggdrasil cascading from the sky. Its tendrils dip into the frigid waters, drawing forth the primal essence hidden deep within the spring. Wisps of life emanate from the roots of the sacred tree, and even the faintest breath of vitality gives rise to a forest unlike any other realm. As I tread upon the fallen leaves at the forest's edge, the winter winds howl ominously in my ears. Exiting this solitary sunlit grove, the fog-laden country looms before me like an apocalyptic vision. Miles of glaciers, storms, and acid rain blanket the sky, while the beings known as Nibelungen migrate across the earth like ants. 12 great rivers traverse the world, akin to blood vessels within a living creature, pulsating with a distinct vitality. It is said that long ago, a black dragon named Despair resided here, only to be temporarily repelled by Odin's indomitable spear. At this moment, all that remains for Thor is the damaged roots of Yggdrasil, oozing sap, and the black platform under construction. Clang, clang, clang. Giants wield hammers, and the divine race etches their legacy. The dwarves, summoned from afar, direct the local Nibelungen as they scurry like ants upon the obsidian framework. Countless divine materials are transported to erect a platform nearly as grand as the roots of the sacred tree. Observing the fervent scene before him, Thor recalls the days of constructing the walls of Asgard. Yet, compared to the wall built to guard against the Vanir, this site exudes an even greater solemnity and dignity. Thor, what troubles you now regarding the king's command? Sif. A flicker of concern passes, and the worry in his expression dissipates slightly. Thor cast a sidelong glance, and in the direction of his gaze, a golden-haired goddess approached with grace. She was Sif, the goddess who presided over the earth's cultivation and harvest. Once renowned for her cascading locks of gold that flowed down to the ground, she had, regrettably, lost her former beauty due to a cunning scheme orchestrated by Loki. Indeed, Sif, you are aware that I have long harbored doubts regarding our father's decree. The notion of postponing the advent of Ragnarok through sacrificial rites. It may seem feasible, yet it feels misaligned with the essence of our divine lineage. While it may not be inherently false, the unease that lingers within me is all too real. Not long ago, following Odin's return from an expedition, this venerable ruler of the 9 realms exhibited a startling transformation in temperament. He had shifted from his usual calm demeanor to one of fervent aggression, even displaying a brutality that was uncharacteristic of his nature. Standing there, Thor gazed upon the altar under construction, where countless beings clung to its structure like ants, with many perishing daily from falls or being struck down by giants. In times past, such conduct would have been swiftly curtailed by the All-Father, yet now, Odin seemed indifferent. Some believed there was no cause for alarm, as the one-eyed king had always been a decisive warrior. A touch of coldness in his quest to confront the prophesied twilight of the gods was deemed acceptable. However, Thor found himself at odds with this perspective. Odin was not that kind of man, nor was his father. Moreover, what Thor dared not voice was the prolonged absence of his mother, the goddess Frigg, who had not been seen in quite some time. He had sought her out, only to discover that she had not returned to her chambers in ages. One incident after another appeared innocuous, yet the growing disquiet in Thor's heart intensified. He had once sought out Odin to confront him, but found nothing amiss. Apart from his altered demeanor, their exchanges remained as they always had been. Whether it was the unique authority bestowed upon him or the secrets known only to the two of them, Odin responded to all inquiries with ease. In an instant, Thor's initial suspicions were cast aside, and the discovery of Loki's absence further confirmed that his previous doubts were unfounded. Much of the intrigue and turmoil across the 9 realms could be traced back to that cunning trickster. Thus, if he was not involved, it seemed unlikely that any true danger lurked. Perhaps this is merely my misunderstanding of my father. But enough of that, Sif. Do you have something you wish to discuss with me? Gently shaking his head, Thor dispelled the swirling thoughts in his mind and turned his attention to his wife. Sif was distinctly different from him. In the face of the All-Father's commands, only a handful, including Thor, dared to turn a blind eye. Consequently, the rest of their kin were preoccupied with the forging of the altar, and Sif was among them. It is not I who seeks you, but His Majesty. With a subtle shake of her head, the golden-haired goddess couldn't help but let out a light laugh. After all, Sol had always been fearless in the face of danger, rarely displaying such a troubled expression. Yet perhaps the concern for her companion had caused her to falter. What issues could the king of the gods possibly face? He was the nominal ruler of the 9 realms, wielding the divine spear Gungnir, with none able to rival him in any sense. The sovereign had mentioned that if you did not wish to construct an altar here, it was understandable, as you were not particularly skilled in such endeavors. Nevertheless, you must undertake some task. Were you not curious about Princess Frigg's whereabouts? Since you find yourself with time on your hands, why not seek out the Queen of the Gods? In all of the 9 realms, she alone could likely manage you. What do you think of this assignment? Certainly. Sif, where is Mother now? Awakening with a jolt, Sol realized another previously doubted aspect had been brought to light. At that moment, he truly felt he had overthought. So Mother Goddess had also embarked on some mission. How intriguing. But this was for the best. I could simply complete whatever task she had left unfinished. With eyes shining brightly, and under Sol's eager gaze, the golden-haired goddess revealed no further mysteries. In Jotunheim, the realm of frost giants. To be more precise, it was the location of Mimir's well. The sovereign had sacrificed his eye there to gain wisdom that transcended all things, along with the great rune symbols. The dark void remained unchanged through the ages, suspended in the boundless abyss, while the 9 layers of hell stood like a lighthouse in eternal night, emanating an aura distinctly different from the surrounding chaos. At the center of the 9 realms, the body of the serpent encircled the 5th layer of the world, Midgard. Its scales resembled a formidable wall, shielding against the ever-increasing pressure from the outside world. This phenomenon had only emerged in recent years, as the ancient serpent's form began to coil more around the boundary of the realms. With the disintegration of Himanu, the influx of primal energy absorbed by the world had surged, along with the growth of the abyssal dimensions. Though, as the serpent itself proclaimed, unless there were drastic upheavals in the present world, Tartarus would not have the opportunity to advance further, achieving characteristics akin to the world tree. Nevertheless, this did not hinder its ability to broaden its power laterally. Apart from the primordial waters, nearly all of Himanu's essence had coalesced within the realms of darkness and space, thus accelerating the growth of the abyssal layers. Consequently, the number of demon lords governing each layer of the realm also increased significantly. In such circumstances, unless the great serpent was willing to temporarily sacrifice the rate at which Nidhogg converted demonic power, using it instead as a fundamental support for the strength of the realm as a barrier, it had no choice but to personally enhance its defenses. This state of affairs had persisted for quite some time. After all, the temporal flow of the abyss was swifter than that of the outside world. Though the serpent did not seem overly concerned. After all, it is only a matter of time before the remnants of Himanu are fully integrated into the world, granting it ample strength to withstand the oppressive forces of the abyss. Yet on this very day, in the dark and lightless void, a pair of eyes, akin to radiant suns, gradually opened. The serpentine gaze swept across the endless abyss, yet all that lay within its sight were merely a handful of realms. Under the omnipresent power of Tartarus, even the gaze of the great serpent was obstructed within this confined space. As it scanned its surroundings, it found no source of the stirring within its heart. The last encounter with the remnants of memories from beyond the realm had occurred when Zeus found himself ensnared in the interstice of intertwining laws, unnoticed by anyone in the world. However, this time was different. It was not merely a fleeting touch from a diminutive avatar, but this segment of memory bore an obscure connection to the great serpent. What was this sensation? The great serpent could not discern it. Yet it yearned to understand and was eager to take action. Thus, with a mere shift in thought, dark, viscous droplets began to descend from the colossal tree that seemed to uphold the heavens. Its eyes closed once more, and its consciousness delved into the abyssal demonic power that had been digested by Notahil. Before long, a demon, part human and part serpent, with 8 arms, materialized from the depths. Aside from the soul, which could not withstand the trial of the abyssal will to become a lord subordinate to it. This was indeed a most tangible 8-armed serpent demon. Hiss. With the primary consciousness shifted, the corporeal form that encircled the world fell into silence. The 8-armed serpent demon opened its eyes, then appeared at the edge of the abyss in hell. Chapter 417. The malevolent entities inhabiting the abyss predominantly originate from the shattered remnants of the primordial demon gods, with a select few emerging from the successors who ascended subsequently. Among them, the serpent demon belongs to the latter category. Its precise origins remain shrouded in mystery. It is uncertain whether it derives from a deity of another realm, characterized by the essence of serpent, or if it is linked to another serpent, Ymir, from the 9 realms. Nonetheless, this demon has adapted remarkably well to the environment of Tartarus, much like the flame demon, taking root amidst the chaos of the abyss. Thus, a temporary avatar was created in the form of the 8-armed serpent demon, allowing the great serpent to momentarily evade the repulsion of the abyssal will. Although unable to exert its full power, it sufficed for the purpose of exploration. However, as the great serpent traversed the boundaries of hell and entered the plane of infinite depths, its serpentine tail gliding across the dark red earth, it found itself at a loss for direction. Drawn by an inexplicable sensation in its heart, it scanned its surroundings. Yet this feeling offered no guidance in the tumultuous spatio-temporal fabric of the abyss. Ultimately, the serpent's strength paled in comparison to the might of its true form in the spirit realm, and the chaos of the abyss was far more pronounced than that of the mortal realm. After aimlessly wandering for a time, the great serpent began to regret its hasty decision. It had anticipated that the vague intuition would grow stronger and clearer, believing that setting out ahead of time would suffice. In reality, that premonition had flickered and vanished without a trace. How troublesome. With a swift motion, a gleaming blade sliced through the air, as the eight-armed serpent demon effortlessly dispatched a hapless demon that had stumbled into its path. A glimmer of malice flashed in its eyes. Although the sensation had dissipated, having ventured forth, it felt compelled to accomplish something before returning. The essence of the abyss remained as oppressive as ever, and the plane of infinite depths continued to expand. With a thought, the eight-armed serpent demon began to contemplate its next target. Perhaps it could pursue the foolish demon as pursuers? After all, it was peculiar to witness even they learning the art of flight. Raising its head, the eight-armed demon, grasping its sharpened weapons, turned to the direction from which the previous demon had fled. There, a surge of molten energy erupted, unmistakably signaling the presence of a demigod-level flame demon. Yet, this was hardly extraordinary. It did not account for the earlier demon's retreat. What truly captured the serpent demon's attention was the diminutive figure nearby, radiating two divine auras. An order unlike that of the abyss emanated from her, suggesting she was a bait. However, her adversaries seemed to have recognized this as well, sending their minions to pursue her. This was a being caught between the realms of the underworld and the mortal world, a race crafted by Erebos in imitation of the dark elves of Svartalfheim. How could they possibly be present here? The serpent demon was greatly astonished at this revelation. Yet a profound glimmer flickered in its eyes. While the mere presence of a sprite could be attributed to various reasons, an ethereal being harboring the essence of two divine entities signified a different matter entirely. Although the obscure sensations had dissipated, the great serpent now discerned another matter worthy of its attention. One of the divine presences was unremarkable, yet the other bore a resemblance to Zeus, the ruler of Olympus. Was it to be treated as mere cannon fodder, a pawn to be discarded? Indeed, this aligns perfectly with Zeus's character, coupled with my previous conflicts with him. Could it be that he has come specifically for me? Though I lacked the opportunity to inquire further, a mere glance allowed the serpent to make an educated conjecture. The clandestine intrusion of Zeus. What could his intentions be? Is he seeking to rally allies to vanquish the spirit realm, or is he opting for a more strategic approach, aiming to eliminate me, the persistent source of his tribulations? Regardless of the truth, to enter another domain without paying respects to the host is rather impolite. Nonetheless, as a co-sovereign of the abyss and hell, I shall graciously forgive you. After all, while you may disregard the courtesy of visiting me as your host, I cannot neglect to extend my warm hospitality to you, my esteemed guest. As a lord of hell, I am most reasonable. Now, dear king of the gods, where have you wandered off to? The malice concealed within my smile was nearly unmasked as the eight-armed serpent demon slithered towards the source of the molten power. Once it successfully played the role of the heroic savior, I am certain that the dark elf would gladly impart all the knowledge contained within her soul to her benefactor. No matter where you may be, Zeus, do remember to wait for me, so that I may properly extend my hospitality. Hiss. The serpent demon flicked its tongue, for it was not its true form, nor did it possess the indifference towards all existence. As a manifestation of malevolent intent, there remained much for the great serpent to accomplish. The ninth layer of hell, the divine palace of the Lord of the Nine Prisons, unchanged for millennia. Within this palace that replicated the scene before the shattering of the celestial pillar, the sovereign, who had been listening intently to reports with closed eyes, opened them precisely as the serpent crafted its avatar. Asmathiel raised a hand slightly, halting Cleo's summary of the recent century's achievements in the battlefield of Ashura. His gaze pierced through the confines of the 9 layers of hell, resting upon the great serpent, which appeared to be in a state of tranquil slumber. He could discern that, just moments ago, the primary will of the serpent of the courtyard had vacated its corporeal shell. This did not imply a loss of its capacity for resistance or a disconnection from the external world. Rather, it was akin to a state of sleep. Upon encountering external stimuli or significant events, it would promptly reclaim its distant will, restoring everything to its former state. This situation is not unprecedented, even as Asmodeus has previously engaged in similar actions. If one were to highlight a drawback, it might be the temporary diminishment of one's capacity to probe the external world. After all, the external realm remains distinct and within the confines of one's own domain. Such matters bear little consequence. Therefore, on the whole, occasionally delving into the depths of the abyss serves as a rather effective approach. With a calm demeanor, he spoke softly. Yet the sight before him made the Lord of the Nine Hells feel a significant alleviation of potential troubles. Had the Serpent of the Middle Court not ventured out unexpectedly, he would have planned to embark on a journey himself in the near future. The impetus for this was a peculiar missive sent to him by Mephistopheles from the mortal realm. Since witnessing the world annihilator imagery presented by Hermes, Asmodeus had instructed his counterpart to keep a vigilant eye on the matter. However, rather than uncovering information about the world annihilator, he unexpectedly received a letter. It entailed an envoy arriving to propose a monumental transaction with me. It could enable me to alter the tides in the face of an increasingly formidable abyss, perhaps even surpassing the power of Typhon, which Zeus had illicitly appropriated. Clithos turned to his brethren and subordinates who had accompanied him from the mortal realm to the abyss. And with a smile, Asmodeus inquired, "Do you believe this to be a gesture of goodwill?" "I do not know," came the muted response. Perhaps a reflection of years spent stationed at the border of the tumultuous void in the battlefield, where he frequently confronted invading demons. Over the years, the once tempestuous Titan had grown increasingly composed. In response to the Lord of the Nine Hells inquiry, he merely glanced at the dark missive in the other's hand and refrained from elaborating further. Whether goodwill or malice, it bore little relevance to him now. Despite having slaughtered countless demons over the years and purified their essence through the power of Nodahil, Clithos remained far from the pinnacle of divine strength. Moreover, he understood that Asmodeus had already made his decision. After all, being one with the Nine Hells, he was impervious to death. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he could certainly listen to what the other wished to convey. For him, as long as it did not pertain to Zeus, that cunning and unworthy scion, who was entirely unworthy of negotiation, there were not many foes within the entire cosmos of chaos. The only concern was the insistence that the other wished to converse solely with Asmodeus, without the need for any third party to be privy to their exchange. "Do you not know?" he mused. "Were Mephistopheles here, he would likely provide me with a lengthy analysis. Yet, ultimately, like you, he would undoubtedly perceive that I have already made my decision, and thus would merely alleviate my apprehensions. Indeed, given the nature of his invitation, I found no reason to decline. I can only hope that he approaches with genuine intent, rather than with deceit and falsehoods. The primary will of the great serpent has faded, rendering it unnecessary for me to manifest a separate incarnation distanced from the abyss." Turning my gaze towards Clithos, I acknowledge that this was also the rationale for summoning him, although I am uncertain of the schemes he may harbor. Asmodeus has no intention of allowing his so-called emissary to enter the depths of hell. Thus, the most fitting venue for our encounter is undoubtedly the threshold of the underworld, specifically within the arena of Ashura, which Clithos predominantly oversees. Go forth, should anyone arrive, you may graciously entertain them. After all, no one knows how long Ryan intends to be absent. While I do not plan to engage in any treachery against my allies, that does not imply I must lay bare my every action before them. Therefore, concerning the request for secrecy from the other party, Asmodeus is not inclined to refuse. Comparable to Zeus wielding the power of Typhon, this is no jest, although it is highly likely that this is merely an attempt to seize the initiative. It may not be entirely unfounded. Even if there is an element of exaggeration, should there be even a third of that promised effect, the Lord of the Nine Hells would deem it worthwhile to take the risk. After years of devouring the abyss, the strength I have amassed may not rival that of even a Typhon-level entity. 4. While the essence of great divine power is more about symbolism than sheer quantity of source energy, one only needs to observe the powerful forces released by the king of all beasts when harnessed by Zeus to understand the vast disparity between the two. It is essential to recognize that hell, unlike other realms, requires only the augmentation of source energy until a certain threshold is reached. Strictly speaking, the realms of purgatory and the abyss are nearly indistinguishable in symbolism. They exist in a relationship of mutual consumption, yet also embody a state of interdependence. As long as the comparative strength of the Nine Hells and the abyss does not exceed a ratio of 1 to 3, Asmathiel need not concern himself with the issue of symbolism. Ultimately, order within chaos is inherently designed to expand in tandem with the growth of chaos, naturally. It cannot surpass chaos itself through its own efforts alone. Unbeknownst to me, the resurgence of fragmented memories has already captured the attention of one of my intended targets. Nor am I aware that the dark elves I employed to lure the Lord of Flames have scattered in disarray, even retracing their steps back to the plains of the abyss, thereby resolving a minor predicament for my long-absent father. At this very moment, beneath the waters of Nibelungen, Zeus remains entranced in the reminiscence of bygone days. Unlike the previous occasion, this viewing is far from fleeting, traversing a much broader expanse. After departing the confines of the misty realm, Zeus finally beheld the corporeal form of the divine tree that upholds the 9 realms, caressing the searing hilt of Mjolnir. An artifact that rivals even the fabled thunderbolt. The king of gods found himself profoundly astonished. Yggdrasil, the divine tree that upholds the very fabric of the world, loomed before him. Although Zeus had prepared himself after witnessing its vast root system, the grandeur of the world tree still exceeded his wildest imaginings. The deity even harbored doubts that this sacred tree might possess powers surpassing those of several still active primordial deities, its existence being one of the greatest pillars of the 9 realms. Yet, akin to Chaos's golden apple tree, despite its ability to command the attention of any divine being prior to the birth of consciousness, it remained as fragile as gossamer before true gods. Yggdrasil could sustain the 9 realms, but the essence of the king of gods possessed the strength to fell it, provided he had sufficient time to erode its life force and faced no opposition in his endeavors. Perhaps this is the unique nobility of deities, whether it be a divine artifact, a spring infused with myriad powers, or a colossal tree of astonishing might. Their intrinsic strength ultimately renders them mere instruments. In silent contemplation, Zeus observed the foreign deity that had taken possession of him as it ascended the branches of the divine tree. Time passed, marked by the shifting of space, and he eventually arrived at a place both familiar and alien. It was deemed unfamiliar because it belonged to another realm, yet it felt familiar due to the striking resemblance of its cosmic laws to those of his previous dreamlike encounter. Jotunheim, the Well of Wisdom, was the site of the foreign deity's sacrificial rites. Do you intend to employ the same tactics once more? With an attitude neither sorrowful nor elated, Zeus remained unperturbed at the prospect of revisiting this ground. Tartarus, no matter how distant, was still within the domain of chaos. Regardless of the circumstances, there was little for him to fear. Chapter 4:18. The Eye of Odin as he traversed the unfreezing river of Eyfingr. He passed through the iron forest that lay between Midgard and Jotunheim, in the unique temporal and spatial order of the 9 realms. The boundaries between different realms are both distinct and interconnected, unlike the time when Lion would later arrive. The mighty river that flows between Asgard and Jotunheim still rushed with tumultuous waters. Walking alongside it, Thor could not help but reminisce about his past experiences in this very place. Just like every time before, he had been tricked here by Loki, and at one point, even lost his beloved hammer. Of course, he ultimately reclaimed it, gaining in the process his current gloves and belt. Odin had also visited this site, along with that incessantly chattering old giant. Even reduced to a mere head, the giant could still irritate one to no end. Gazing at the roots that appeared to cascade from a rift in the heavens, Thor faintly caught a whiff of an intoxicating fragrance. It was the scent of Mimir's well, where his father, Odin, had acquired the wisdom befitting a king. Wisdom befitting a king. You often chide me for my recklessness. But if I were to engage in the same actions you once did here, would I not also attain wisdom? Shaking his head slightly, Thor found himself troubled by this thought. Ever since Odin had obtained the rune symbols and unparalleled wisdom from this well, nearly all deities had coveted this source of insight. Although Thor did not care for wisdom or runes, there were truths he yearned to uncover, such as how to resolve the impending twilight of the gods. Odin had witnessed its inception here. As a son, he felt entitled to witness its conclusion. Thor pondered this and acted upon it. Thus this was not his first visit to this hallowed place. Yet, despite the departure of Mimir leaving the ancient waters of the well unguarded, centuries had passed, and no one had been able to replicate Odin's feat. Drinking from the well could cleanse the soul. Yet it could not impart the understanding of treasures like the rune symbols, nor could prayers directed at its waters unveil visions of twilight. Consequently, some believed that the gifts bestowed upon the king of Asgard had depleted the well's divine essence, much like how the birth of the primordial giant Ymir had nearly exhausted the primordial soup's power of creation. Others speculated that the Well of Wisdom possessed its own unique methods of utilization, and that the All-Father, Odin, had concealed this secret, even resorting to schemes that led to the decapitation of its guardian to keep it hidden. Thor had inquired about this matter with Odin, but received no satisfactory answers. On that day, the one-eyed god king had imparted a solemn warning: to gain something necessitates the loss of something else. The god's attempts to pry into the world's secrets would lead them to a despairing twilight. But I am no longer a child, father. I am the mightiest warrior of the 9 realms, unmatched beneath Mjolnir. Even if you wish to caution me, there is no need to resort to such childlike threats. With a soft sigh, Thor reached out to part the mist that enveloped the forest of fog. He found himself no longer in need of the Well of Wisdom. For Odin had discovered a means to avert Ragnarok, albeit one he did not fully endorse. Ultimately, Thor remained a warrior rather than a ruler. Perhaps he could not fathom Odin's foresight, which led him to seek out his mother. According to Sif, the goddess Frigg awaited him ahead. Her prolonged absence from Asgard was due to her presence here at the behest of the All-Father. As for her purpose in this place, Thor could not help but question the efficacy of Mimir's well once more. Perhaps, burdened by the looming threat of Ragnarok, Odin had turned his gaze back to the Well of Wisdom, having glimpsed calamity therein and sought answers once again. It was through Odin's words that Frigg learned the true application of the well, just as she was the only one deemed worthy to ascend Odin's throne. Oh, the wisdom of a king. Step by step, Thor navigated through the underbrush of the forest of fog. Soon, as the final veil lifted, the ancient pool came into view before the thunder god. A small lake lay at the center of the clearing, its crystal waters swirling with vigor. At its heart, a spring gushed forth pure water, casting a radiant glow that enveloped the area in a delicate golden mist. Above the pool, a massive root descended from the heights. Swaying gently, the rising mist was drawn to it, as the waters of the divine spring nourished the world tree that spanned the 9 realms, bestowing it with boundless vitality and strength. Though the scene before him was undeniably beautiful, Thor had visited this place on multiple occasions. His gaze swept across the shoreline until he spotted a familiar silhouette. The goddess Frigg, like Hera, the queen of chaos, presided over sacred matters of marriage, fertility, family, and abundance. Cloaked in a flowing robe of gray and black, she stood shrouded in the shadows of Yggdrasil's roots. A smile involuntarily graced Thor's face at the sight of her after such a long separation. He stepped forward, calling out, "Mother, may I?" But then, with a sudden thud, his smile froze. Confusion washed over him as he noticed Frigg seemingly glance his way before leaping into the lake before her. A splash echoed, and then silence enveloped the water's surface. "Let me find her." The tall, robust figure of Thor stood momentarily at a loss, uncertain of what had transpired. Yet, there had never been any reports of harm from the waters of the Well of Wisdom, so he did not dwell and worry. He simply found himself perplexed. Had the mother goddess intended to perform some task here, and had he inadvertently interrupted her? Regardless, he resolved to descend and discover the truth for himself. With a slight shake of his head, had Loki been present, he might have hesitated. But Thor never required such deliberation. Grasping Mjolnir, which hung at his side, the god of thunder leaped forward without a moment's pause. He was the foremost warrior across the 9 realms, unmatched in direct combat. The enchanted hammer he wielded was the most formidable weapon in existence, surpassing even Gungnir and Leviathan. Aside from the fabled twilight of the gods, nothing could threaten his life, and there was naught he feared. Giants and dragons were unworthy adversaries, and this diminutive Jotunheim was no exception. Foolish, akin to Ares. Almost simultaneously, as Thor leaped beside the Well of Wisdom, Zeus, traversing this memory within his mind, could not help but curse aloud, though he understood this was merely a recollection from the past, and that his words would not reach Thor. It did not diminish his reproach for the latter's recklessness. Could it be that every Pantheon-S king is burdened with such a heedless offspring? Zeus was uncertain. Yet, when he recalled Ares, he begrudgingly acknowledged that his son seemed to pale in comparison to Odin's progeny. After all, their divine prowess was undeniably formidable. His boldness was fortified by genuine strength, while Ares' arrogance was repeatedly met with failure. The hammer Mjolnir, it was indeed an exceptionally powerful weapon. If only it could be united with my thunderbolt, even if it did not reach the realm of primordial artifacts. It would at least stand alongside the fragmented life vessel and Nyx's dark robe. Enviously, the god king knew that his own artifact was forged from a portion of divine essence, merely magnifying its destructive capabilities to wield extraordinary might. Moreover, as he ventured into the realm of unparalleled divine power, this once reliable weapon had grown less compatible. Thor, silently etching this name into his memory. Zeus was uncertain when this recollection would conclude, yet he hoped to discover the fate of this artifact, should the opportunity arise. Though it might have perished with the world's destruction, seeking it out could yield no harm. The waters splashed as he plunged in, while Zeus pondered. Thor's actions in the external world remained unceasing. Following his perspective, the scene of the well of wisdom unfolded before Zeus's eyes. Flickering lights danced and vanished, clearing his mind considerably. Many past confusions were instantaneously resolved, and all seemed to crystallize into clarity. Accepting the anticipated benefits with quiet composure, Zeus felt no particular surprise. Compared to Odin's self-sacrifice from before, the power of the well itself paled in significance. Furthermore, as a primordial deity, Zeus did not possess an acute yearning for such clarity of all things. In chaos, there exists but one goddess presiding over the magical web, whose powers have not been demonstrated to rival the formidable might of Gerlweg from the Nine Realms. Thus, much like Thor, who exhibited no reaction, the attention of the king of gods lingered not on the spring waters, but instead pursued the elusive figure that delved deeper into the pool's depths. The only aspect that momentarily captured his attention was the trickle of knowledge that surged towards him alongside the water. This knowledge, albeit fragmented and chaotic, proved to be of considerable utility, for even though the laws of this foreign realm diverged from those of chaos, the wisdom gleaned could serve as a stepping stone to greater understanding. He set aside the comprehensible knowledge, while those that were perplexing and required dissection were temporarily shelved. As Thor ventured further, the influx of both useful and trivial insights grew increasingly abundant and swift. The illumination from the water's surface dimmed beneath, revealing a multitude of seaweed-like plants swaying at the pool's bottom, their reflections dancing gently on the ground, undulating beneath the rippling waves. Eventually, the chase at the pool's bottom reached its conclusion. Before Thor, the figure ahead came to a halt. The body, eager and calling out, drew closer, yet Zeus, residing in the recesses of his mind, could not suppress a smirk. Gazing at the shadowy figure clad in deep garments, he intuitively sensed that a problem awaited. Was it a bait disguised by some entity, or perhaps a vessel long since commandeered? Zeus remained uncertain and disinterested in conjecture, for the answer would soon reveal itself. Just as he anticipated, the moment Thor's hand finally brushed against the dark hem of the goddess's garment, her form turned to face him. Although her visage stirred a tempest within the thunder god, it did not perturb Zeus's composure in the slightest. Ah, so it is a faceless one, he mused. Yet, what purpose does this serve? If devoid of further substance, it is merely a trick to frighten mortals. With a dismissive smile, his heart remained as tranquil as still waters, unfazed by the smooth, featureless countenance before him. Thus far, this memory had elicited no particular astonishment, including the intense reaction of this body upon witnessing the scene. The destructive lightning gathered upon Mjolnir, while the god-king leisurely savored the essence of the foreign god's power. A farce indeed. This faceless one was no match for Thor. However, since someone had lured him here, a genuine trump card must be in play. To ensure victory over this foreign demigod, one would require a force of great magnitude. Who could it be? Perhaps someone not chronicled in the annals of Asgard. A moment of hesitation washed over him as Zeus attuned himself to the surrounding laws. Though the ethereal principles felt strikingly real, he did not experience the intertwining of realms that had engulfed him during his initial arrival in Asgard. Previously, the fragmented knowledge that flowed into my heart was reassembled, transforming the incomprehensible content into a series of symbols. These symbols coalesced into a sentence, resonating within the depths of Zeus's heart. Unmoved, he reaffirmed the normalcy of the laws, recognizing that he was merely a projection of himself. The king of gods inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Odin," came the reply, "the Eye. I am the Eye of Odin." The runes fragmented and reformed, ultimately crystallizing into this succinct expression. Within the consciousness space inhabited by Zeus, as this expression took shape, he felt as if he truly beheld an eye. Gazing into this eye, Zeus discerned no trace of malevolence within its pupil. Rather, he perceived innocence and curiosity. Innocence and curiosity. Zeus remained unaware that, in the tangible world, within the history of this fragmented realm, which had long concluded thousands of years prior, the ruler of the spirit realm, whom he regarded as a formidable adversary, had also encountered a similar gaze. He could not fathom whether these were indeed the same entity or merely different manifestations that appeared alike. All he understood was that the entity before him might embody both peril and opportunity. Innocence and curiosity do not inherently signify benevolence. For even human infants possess the same gaze when scalding ants with boiling water. Yet, regarding the eye of Odin, even if it were but a cub, Zeus was certainly not akin to the ants beneath. Delighted to make your acquaintance, Eye of Odin. He spoke with a smile, though deep down he held no belief that this entity truly represented Odin's eye. In this moment, Zeus found no objection to acknowledging the name bestowed upon it. Chapter 419. Awakening from memory. The temporal flow of Tartarus diverges significantly from that of the outside world, a truth known to Zeus long before his descent into the abyss. Each layer of this infernal realm possesses its own peculiarities. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Zeus gradually opened his eyes after emerging from the chilling fountain that froze his very soul. Yet, within the depths of his gaze lay hints of tremor and astonishment. The protracted yet ephemeral journey through memory had concluded, and he found himself once more in the realm of reality. However, this reality diverged from his prior expectations. Within the confines of his memories, Zeus encountered neither persecution nor schemes. Instead, he bore witness to a foreign history, observing how Thor, the son of the god king, vanished silently, much like his mother Frigg, never to reappear until the final day of the Nine Realms' destruction. When the essence of the thunder god, which had embodied his will, perished, he naturally returned to the present. Unhindered by the friction of world rules, he faced almost no obstacles. As if he had merely traversed a dream, regardless of the events within that dream, they should bear no connection to reality. Yet, the sudden warmth that blossomed in his palm led Zeus to comprehend that this was far from mere illusion. Mjolnir had truly manifested before him. How could this be? It was a disbelief that he could not ignore. The intertwining gold and crimson of the hammer's head, the intricate and ancient inscriptions, and the formidable thunderous power surpassing even his own essence, all unmistakably belonged to the legendary hammer wielded by Thor in those fragmented memories. In those recollections, Zeus had yearned for it, yet he understood the likelihood of such a desire being fulfilled was nearly non-existent. To his astonishment, however, it was but a brief span of time, merely half a day, before the divide between memory and reality was altered by the innocent thought of a childlike gaze. Upon his return to the tangible world, this artifact of the Nine Realms astonishingly materialized in his grasp. Had it not been for the coldness of the fountain, its own intense heat might have scorched his palm. Was this a manifestation from nothingness? No, although he was yet to fully comprehend it. Zeus did not perceive this as an instance of creation ex nihilo. In the mind of the god king, true creation from nothing does not exist. If one were to seek an exception, the birth of complete worlds like chaos and the Nine Realms might be regarded as such, but that would be the sole instance. Beyond this, the notion of creation from nothing holds no validity in this world. What transpired within his own existence might merely be the result of some ancient force that transformed the deceased thunder god and his artifact from tangible entities into ephemeral, uncertain information, ultimately concealed within the recesses of these memories. He is truly magnificent and astonishing, having created Odin's eye and altered Odin's thoughts. He even brought about the destruction of all Nine Realms. Zeus harbored doubts regarding the veracity of the latter claim, yet he found the former too quite plausible. His suspicions had long been simmering, for the various records he unearthed in Asgard suggested that the previous monarch, who once ruled over Asgard, appeared to diverge significantly from the one he encountered during the rite of kingship. At first, Zeus dismissed this as a mere tactic of the god king, a fade to maintain appearances. However, upon further reflection, it became evident that this was likely not the case. Perhaps Odin, while orchestrating his so-called contingency in Asgard, had already succumbed to an imperceptible influence, entirely unaware of the changes occurring within himself. Much like the so-called Odin's eye, Zeus was convinced that beneath that seemingly naive and innocent new consciousness lay issues that had eluded his notice. Issues that the nascent consciousness itself had yet to recognize. It merely stumbled through a transaction with Zeus, offering Mjolnir as a form of earnest, even demanding a guarantee without comprehending its significance. Given the circumstances, the god king, unaware of the full situation, naturally refrained from outright rejection of its request. Through the art of language, he artfully skirted the issue without leaving anything that could be deemed a commitment, as he sought to glean the origins of his counterpart. The ability to communicate with him, the bystander, rendered Odin's eye an entity akin to the Odin who had once nearly schemed against him, a living existence in its own right. Thus, he maintained a taut mental state, daring not to indulge in any semblance of negligence. It was only when the restructured fragments of memory reached their conclusion that the god king finally exhaled in relief. Immersed in the icy waters, Zeus gazed at Mjolnir in his grasp. That fragment of memory seemed to have exhausted its power, no longer residing within the recesses of his mind. Yet, despite the absence of the memory fragment, Zeus could not assure himself that the Odin's eye, with which he had communicated, had also vanished. After all, the experiences it recounted were undeniably chilling. Supreme power coalesced upon a long spear, anchoring countless possibilities of time and space. Before its release, all causality had been firmly established. It ultimately pierced towards the divine tree that upheld the nine realms with an unstoppable force, and just before annihilation, the unfathomable will of the nine realms finally descended. In a primal terror, Odin's eye could not bear to witness further. It frantically sought to evade. Yet escape was impossible in the surrounding confines. It concealed itself within the fragmented moments of the universe's end, yet could not elude the residual tremors of that celestial descent. Until today, when I awakened this fragment of memory, it discovered that it was not dead after all, but rather had the chance to see the light of day once more, with a countenance that bore no semblance of trust. This was merely Zeus's interpretation of the tale recounted from Odin's eye, articulated in a manner he could comprehend, and did not necessarily reflect the veracity of the truth. In fact, after dismissing a plethora of descriptors such as fear, confusion, and grievance, Zeus found himself more inclined to believe that the entity responsible for creating Odin's eye was likely inextricably linked to the destruction of the foreign realm. Perhaps even the very architect of that calamity. Thus, Odin's eye was filled with terror at the moment the world will descended, for had it not fled, the beleaguered world will might have crushed this soft target first. It was entirely understandable that it believed itself to be dead, as it possessed no inherent capacity for the transference of matter and information. It was likely just a creation of that enigmatic being, akin to an ordinary creature infected by ancient malevolent forces. Although Zeus himself was not entirely certain what state of being would enable one to accomplish such mythic feats in the eyes of deities, having been erased from existence. With neither past nor future to mark its presence, it lingered only as a reflection in a fragment of memory, revived alongside the integrity of that memory itself. This was why Zeus felt it had not vanished with the depletion of that memory, for he still remembered it. Thankfully, I am the king of gods. Once united with my true self, I shall seal this memory away with the power of a god. No matter how formidable a force may be, it is insignificant before chaos. Even if the nine realms shatter, does not its legacy still fall into our world? Asgard has become its own instrument, and that rather peculiar Odin has proven unable to do much himself, which is ample evidence that, within the realm of chaos, external powers cannot overturn the balance. In comparison, what truly weighed on Zeus's mind was something else entirely. With the hammer of the thunder god in hand, although he had never intended to fulfill this transaction, Zeus still inquired what it wished for him to do, and Odin's eye did not conceal the truth. It revealed to Zeus that, although it had returned from death, its corporeal form could not be restored. Fortunately, at the very moment of awakening, Odin's eye discovered that its vessel still existed, albeit ensnared in some unknown location. Black and white, entwined, ceaselessly cycling, eternally vibrant, was how Odin's eye described that place, and after a moment of astonishment, Zeus instinctively recalled an experience from long ago. It was the first and only time he had formally stepped into the spirit realm. He beheld the center of the myriad realms, the well of reincarnation, which governed the rebirth of all souls, a description eerily reminiscent of what he now contemplated. With a heart heavy with thoughts, Zeus sheathed the hammer of the thunder god. Regardless of any forthcoming troubles, once he perfected this unexpected artifact using the power of the God King, it would serve as a new ally. However, the specifics of its handling would await his return to the Divine Mountain, where he would consult experts in the field of artifact forging. Clearing his mind of distractions, Zeus continued his descent. The unforeseen memory had delayed him far too long. The Dragon Mother had likely arrived already, patiently awaiting his presence. Fortunately, he was not far from the depths of the spring, prompting him to accelerate downwards while sensing the Dragon Queen's location. The toxic spring and the cold spring gradually intertwined yet remained distinctly separate. Their essences akin to a pair of unique magnets, repelling when close and attracting when apart. Lightning danced incessantly within the cold spring. And after what felt like a significant passage of time, Zeus finally reached the bottom of the spring pool. To his surprise, the long-anticipated Dragon Mother was not there. Conversely, the entity he sought had only just arrived from the opposite direction. As he prepared to inquire, he fell silent in an instant. Before him, The dragon mother, gliding gracefully through the pale green waters, regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze. It appeared that she too had gained something from this primordial spring. Yet the treasures she unearthed could scarcely compare to his own. Without the bloodline of the dragon, or the domain of the, such astonishing secrets would have remained undiscovered. It seems we have arrived just in time, Lord Clonides of Olympus. Indeed, let us hasten our efforts to unify these separate springs. That is precisely the course we must take. Nodding in agreement and sharing an understanding glance, Zeus raised his hand to capture the elusive currents of the cold spring. Overcoming the repulsive forces between them, he reunited the cold and toxic springs, restoring the Hvergelmer spring to at least a semblance of its original form. Once the springs were unified, the dragon mother could imprint her mark upon the newly rejuvenated waters, thus welcoming a new master to this desolate realm, transforming it into a domain under her rule. A resounding boom echoed across the land as the boundaries between the glaciers and the toxic marshes became starkly defined. The powers of both had formed the very foundation of this world, yet obscured the potential for its normal evolution. Their energies collided beneath the Earth's surface, hindering growth and leading to mutual depletion. Until today, a colossal roar reverberated throughout the Nibelungen, causing towering icebergs to begin melting while the low-lying swamps gradually evaporated. The waters on the ground and the mist above converged, ultimately transforming into two mighty rivers surging at the heart of the land. The earth gradually reverts to its former state, and the breath of life begins to meander along the riverbanks. It may not be long before an alien demon, attuned to the laws of this world, makes its appearance, permeating the entire expanse. From this moment forth, the fountain of Havagmil shall be resurrected in the depths of another realm. Simultaneously, the will of the abyss rejoices, bestowing gifts upon the entity that has wrought this transformation. There is no need to elaborate on the mother of dragons. Even the concealed aura left upon Zeus begins to take effect through his conscious invocation. The merit of the newly acquired divine spring of the abyss is wholly attributed to the dragon queen, and thus, a new mark of dominion begins to crystallize upon her. One breath, two breaths. The powers descending from the abyss do not cease here. There exists enough potency to engender an abyssal demon god. Under the will of the mother of dragons, this energy flows into her blood-red dragon head, bestowing upon it a pair of curled horns akin to those of a demon. The bloodline subtly responds, indicating that as long as the heart of the flame demon is consumed, she may formally commence the propagation of the red dragon lineage. Conveniently, Tartarus shall serve as an ideal habitat for them, given their connection to the abyss and the abundance of lava and volcanoes in this realm. Ah, my lady dragon, I have fulfilled my promise. Shall we proceed to the next step? Indeed, the aura of my lordship shall obscure the laws of the present world that envelop you, allowing all beings along the way to perceive you as a native demon god of the abyss, as we agreed from the beginning. The dragon queen nods slightly, feeling the surge of power within her, and she has no intention of complicating matters with Zeus here. She has already gained sufficient rewards. The only task that remains is the final one, and Zeus has ceased to be of any use to her. Let him attend to his own affairs. Once he departs, she will sever all ties between the Nibelungen and the other layers of the abyss. At that time, no matter how much commotion he stirs, it shall bear no relevance to her. Chapter 420, Envoys and Messengers without further complications, and after a brief acclimatization to the newly bestowed mark of the Abyss Lord, the Dragon Mother promptly updated the Lord's mark upon Zeus. The empowering force of Nibelungen concealed the rules of the material realm. As long as Zeus did not exceed the limits of the interface, it would be challenging for the other lords of Tartarus to discern his true identity. With worries alleviated, the Divine King's avatar faced two choices: to continue with his previous plans or to return to the mortal realm. The latter held no significant drawbacks, despite having yet to accomplish any of his original preparations. The newly acquired Mjolnir and the foreign thunder god's power it contained could serve as adequate substitutes for merely augmenting his strength. However, departing meant that the Dragon Mother's mark would not remain upon his return. Without the mark's concealment, he would find it arduous to navigate the abyss freely. Should he opt for the former, Zeus would equally confront corresponding risks. Should he become ensnared here, the loss would extend beyond a mere avatar imbued with a fraction of his power. It would also encompass the artifacts and knowledge gleaned from the memory fragment. Furthermore, Zeus remained uncertain about the whereabouts of Odin's eye, even though the fragment's power had long since dissipated. Perhaps it perished alongside the fragment, but such a possibility seemed slim. A more plausible scenario was that it persisted in some unfathomable manner within the recesses of memory, this time, within his own memory. Contemplating this, Zeus felt a deepening sense of unease. He was uncertain of the consequences should his avatar perish here. Nonetheless, he preferred to leave such matters to his true self. Only the divine kingship, closely intertwined with the roots of the present world and fate, could contend with this enigmatic entity of unknown origin, regardless of the choice made. Zeus was resolute that he would not linger within Nibelungen. He and the Dragon Mother were not true allies. Their relationship was merely one of mutual exploitation. Given this, I shan't see you off. The Vergelmer has just awakened, and I intend to sever the connection between Nibelungen and the outside world. Lord Cronides, you need only to depart. As long as you refrain from actions that would provoke the abyssal will, you need not fear the ineffectiveness of my mark. This is the route to 862-11, Thunderpool. The deepest interface I discovered within the temporal and spatial layers of the mark. Although it necessitates traversing dozens of varying abyssal levels, it remains the swiftest path available. Very well, I shall not intrude further. Despite wavering thoughts of delving deeper, Zeus did not betray his inner turmoil. He merely accepted the guidance offered by the Dragon Mother and, after a brief farewell, stepped through the temporal portal she had opened. The silver-white vortex quivered and gradually diminished in size. As she watched Zeus depart from the newly emerged spring, the Dragon Mother gracefully waved her right hand, summoning the divine energies of the entire realm. The temporal and spatial connections, which had been released due to the restoration of the Well of Vergelmer, were once again sealed. As the sovereign of this abyssal domain, the chromatic dragon queen possessed the authority to make such a decision. This act of sealing, executed through her borrowed power, did not deplete her own strength. Yet there was a slight discomfort as she sensed the pulsation of the abyssal authority. An overwhelming will began to surge within her heart. This was not solely due to her lordship's power, but also the influence of the abyssal energy that had recently merged with her bloodline. Fortunately, the strength of the red dragon did not entirely stem from the abyss, and the bloodline divine throne of the chromatic dragon queen was not solely forged from the might of Tartarus. The Well of Vergelmer, while undergoing transformation by abyssal power, had retained a significant degree of independence, avoiding complete descent into chaotic madness. Thus, she easily quelled the rising agitation and maintained her usual rationality. Surveying the rejuvenated realm, she felt a sense of satisfaction with her new home. As the source of the chromatic evil dragons, this place was destined to evolve into a world belonging to draconic life under her influence. However, before achieving this goal, there remained a task to complete. With the deities of Olympus now departed, she, too, was ready to fulfill her second mission. With a resounding crack, the Dragon Mother revealed her true form. A colossal dragon with 2 heads and tails soaring high above Nibelungen. She then plunged into the void. Her next destination was the plains of 10,000 abysses, where she would assume the identity of an abyssal lord. This time, as the rightful ruler, she no longer needed to fear the abyssal demons along her path. Should attention be drawn to her, it would merely result in a skirmish. She was fully capable of exploring the diverse vistas of the abyss at her leisure. However, after traversing 2 layers of the abyss, the Dragon Mother flew past a wide, rushing river, instinctively glancing towards it. It seemed that something had been watching her. But the sensation was fleeting, perhaps merely an illusion. Paying it little mind, she flapped her dragon wings, her figure slicing through the sky. Wherever she passed, countless demons cowered beneath the weight of the abyssal lord's presence. This primal pressure remained unaltered by chaotic consciousness. Only a few entities could exempt themselves from such might. Dragons, servants of the Dark Lord? With a tumultuous roar, the river churned. As the Dragon Mother's presence vanished from this layer of the abyss, the center of the river, which she had briefly observed, began to swirl gently. Moments later, the whirlpool expanded, and a staircase formed from the water rose from its depths. A lady clad in black ascended the steps. Her features were unremarkable, yet beneath her ordinary visage lay an inexplicable aura of reverence. Gazing toward the direction in which the Dragon Mother had departed, the lady in black fell into quiet contemplation. She could not ascertain the true purpose of the visitor. The only certainty was that this individual had become a member of the abyss. However, this did not substantiate much, for apart from the deities of the present world, Tartarus welcomed nearly all beings, much like herself, who, although theoretically considered a member of the living gods, was not repelled by the forces of the abyss due to the peculiar nature of her divine office. This most potent primordial deity embraced all who revel in chaos. Yet she had no intention of embracing chaos, nor did the departed Dragon Mother necessarily harbor such intentions. The waters churned beneath her feet, and the lady in black ceased to ponder the Dragon Mother's affairs. At this moment, she was unaware that, just as she sought to act as an envoy to explore potential collaboration, the other party was likewise an envoy, one who came for herself, while the dragon mother came for the primordial deity behind her. The unexpected intruder had departed, so let us resume our previous discourse. I wonder if you might illuminate my confusion, my lord? With a tone devoid of fluctuation, Styx turned her gaze toward the riverbank. There, within her line of sight, an 8-armed serpent demon had just withdrawn its gaze from the horizon, now focused on the parchment in the goddess's hand. The infernal contract. Since you have already taken note of it, surely you have not gleaned its significance from other sources? I have inquired. Regrettably, while there are those willing to speak, they possess knowledge of the fact, but not the understanding of its essence. As for the one who might know the truth, his response was, I neither know nor wish to disclose. Standing serenely above the waters of the river Styx, the forces of the abyss and Styx maintained a respectful distance from each other. Neither did it resist, nor did it extend a welcome. After all, as a realm born from the convergence of the 4 primordial powers, the existence of the underworld had never fully aligned with one side. Hence, among the deities of the present world, the gods of the underworld experienced the least rejection from the abyss. As for Styx, among the deities of the underworld, her unique divine office rendered her the most exceptional. The divine authority of the river of hatred naturally conflicted with the divine powers of the living gods, while the authority of oaths stemmed from the very delegation of the world itself. Therefore, whether in the mortal realm or the abyss, most of chaos would not reject this daughter of the ocean, the mistress of the river Styx, who wielded dominion over the underworld. However, in correspondence, Styx found herself nearly incapable of augmenting her power through any other means. Even the divine power born from faith would be gradually eroded by her own might. The only genuine source of growth for her lay in the existence that witnessed oaths through the power of oaths, subsequently using hatred to punish those who violated their vows. Initially, this was not inherently negative. After all, gods are immortal, yet the majority possess an innate limit. Styx, rather, is able to continuously enhance her own power, perpetually expanding the essence of her divine office. However, all of this transformed during the era of faith and the infusion of otherworldly origins, as the divine powers that should have remained stagnant incessantly surged, while Styx's own strength had not seen an increase for a considerable time. The might of the river of the underworld is so overwhelmingly domineering that only deities can serve as witnesses to such oaths. The gods of chaos are exceedingly few, and those under the reign of Zeus, under deliberate guidance, are more inclined to let the king of gods witness their vows. This accumulation of circumstances has led to a sense of existential futility. It was only during a moment of impulsiveness that Styx discovered a covenant accessible to ordinary mortals, along with the existence concealed within the abyss. You must understand that the authority of the gods is inviolable. The oath is a power bestowed upon me by the world, not by you. So, do you intend to reclaim your divine authority through force? No. Initially, that was indeed my thought. But later I realized that this infernal covenant seemed not to encroach upon my domain. Quite the contrary, it appeared to serve as a complement. For although this covenant is sufficiently intricate and numerous, it possesses a significant flaw. Its power is far too feeble, utterly inadequate to bind beings of divine nature. There is no denying this, for it is natural. Even as the source of demonic contracts, the true power of Nahir has never been about mere oaths. Once, the all-encompassing divine spear could witness oaths, but that was more akin to a capacity of causality. It can realize any vow made to it, yet the more difficult the vow, the greater the cost paid by the vow-maker in the unseen realm. Thus, in the face of this half-hearted visit from the goddess of the underworld, the serpent merely nodded in tacit agreement. You speak truthfully, so what do you intend to do? I wish to forge a covenant with the existence behind you, a pact beneficial to us both. The scattered oaths are merely 2 ordinary divine authorities, but if they could unite, the shortcomings of both could be rectified. As a complete divine authority, it could be placed beneath your hell, enhancing the overall strength of your interface. However, as the specific user, the executor can only be me. And as the substantial master of a realm, you should not mind these particulars, should you? Styx had long been investigating the matters discussed today in secret. No one knows that this ancient deity, who has long dwelled in the underworld, has not remained quietly within the waters of the river Styx, but has been traversing between the abyss and the mortal realm, gathering various tidings. Clithos, imprisoned in Tartarus, now appears to be the lord wielding great power in hell, indicating that the ruler of the underworld likely does not mind sharing authority with others. Thus, She would propose such an opinion and ultimately arrive at my doorstep today. Hiss. It sounds promising. Yet whether it is feasible remains to be seen. After all, you're still the river of the underworld. And no one can ascertain if the powers of the two realms might clash or if other issues may arise. It is indeed a surprise for the serpent to be approached for such a transaction for the first time. However, Stygian was correct. Should she manage to integrate into the domain of the Oath of Hell, not only would Nautikire's growth accelerate, but the three-layered interface under her command would also become considerably more formidable. In contrast, the independence of the river goddess seems secondary. Unless the power of the oath can attain a divine magnitude, it truly matters little to the serpent who wields control over it. Nevertheless, according to the serpent's estimation, even if the realms of hell and the river of the underworld were to merge, a gap still exists before reaching that divine power. At least one crucial piece remains absent. Even if that piece were to be acquired, the manifestation of an independent symbol would still require a catalyst. Hence, in light of this situation, without excessive hesitation, the serpent slowly nodded in agreement. However, you are indeed correct. Regardless of the outcome, your thoughts are certainly worth contemplating. Once I have concluded my affairs, I shall seek you out again. Prepare yourself, for when the time comes, I shall introduce you to the origins of these contracts. Nautikier, the Crown of the Nine Hells. Chapter 421, The Abyss. Thus, the conversation with Styx was indeed an unexpected occurrence, yet upon reflection, it seems entirely reasonable. After all, the world does not revolve around a singular individual. As one of the three deities wielding a portion of the underworld's authority, the River of Oaths naturally yearns for greater power. It is not surprising that Styx sought out the embodiment of the great serpent, for it was, in truth, the only interlocutor available to her. Matters involving the transfer of immense divine power cannot be entrusted to a being who is yet to attain true divinity. While the current strength of hell may suffice for the several appointed overlords, it lacks the additional power required to forge new god-level demons. Thus, with limited strength, each entity must fulfill its designated role, whether presiding over affairs in the mortal realm, commanding legions in the arena of carnage, or remaining ensnared in the land of eternal night. The eight-armed serpent demon, a manifestation of the great serpent, has become the sole semblance of divine presence from hell that Styx has encountered in recent years. Therefore, Styx unhesitatingly chose this demon disguised as a devil, even though she herself was unaware that it was, in fact, an incarnation of hell's formidable divine power. To demonstrate my sincerity, prior to meeting the sovereign of hell, let me enlighten you regarding a matter concerning the underworld. In recent years, the very essence of the underworld has been in a state of turmoil. This interface, partially independent from the material world, has gained significant strength, consequently augmenting the authority I hold over the underworld. With a calm demeanor, Styx recounted the changes within the realm of the dead. However, the great serpent displayed little interest. On one hand, this was due to her current disinterest in the underworld, and on the other, it stemmed from the unique circumstances surrounding it. This interface, nestled among the four primordial deities, differs from the vastness of the starry sky or the ocean. Its semi-independent space-time allows for the emergence of distinct powers. Yet, the mingling of such monumental forces has resulted in the underworld lacking a substantive core, rendering it incapable of coalescing into a complete symbol of its own. If the mythological underworld once struggled to envision concepts such as the afterlife or the fate of souls, aspiring to refine these notions through the construction of punitive purgatories for the wicked and rewarding Elysian fields for the virtuous, becoming an integral part of the cyclical order of chaos, it has now lost even that ability. The underworld serves merely as a transit point for souls rather than a final resting place. The three judges of the dead, who once dispensed rewards and punishments, have ascended to become heroic spirits, no longer struggling for survival within the mortal realm. While the realm of the deceased can be considered one avenue, unless Hades can discover an alternative source for the birth of souls beyond the lunar realm, his efforts will likewise prove futile. This is precisely why no one has ever contested him for dominion over the dead. In such circumstances, the prospect of elevating the underworld to greatness is hardly worthy of the great serpent's attention. Under the weight of absolute power, all deceit becomes utterly meaningless. I am aware that this applies not only to the underworld, but also to the abyss. The forces of the world are rising, and thus every part of it ascends with the tide. Is this what you wish to convey to me? Certainly not. Noticing the great serpent's indifference, Styx slowly shook her head. The essence of the underworld indeed swells in tandem with the world's enhancement, yet beyond this, other powers have infiltrated the roots of the underworld. However, This is not my primary message. What I truly wish to impart is that these other forces entering the realm of the dead do not genuinely reside within its foundation. Rather, they have been redirected by the sovereign of Olympus, Hades, to other realms. While I cannot ascertain his intentions, I believe, as a neighbor of the abyss, you would find his movements intriguing. Redirected? How do you know this? The serpent was taken aback by such news. It seemed that Lyanna had never mentioned this matter in the spirit realm, and even the moon of the underworld had failed to perceive it. Could the river Styx truly possess such awareness? How I know is of no concern to you. The specifics can be discussed if our subsequent collaboration comes to fruition. The cold dismissal left Styx with no inclination to elaborate. Indeed, she ought not to be privy to this information. Hades had kept his actions rather discreet. Nevertheless, as the primordial river of the underworld, Styx possessed a certain sensitivity towards the other rivers, including even the half-forgotten river flowing through the realm of the dead, which allowed her to discern some hints. Yet, there was no necessity to disclose such matters to the being before her. After all, their cooperation remained merely theoretical. And Styx's so-called warning served only to showcase a modicum of worth. Very well, if that is your desire, so be it. With a slight nod, understanding the other's intentions, the great serpent ceased to inquire further. Once she became a new member of the underworld, she would eventually uncover the truth. In principle, she leaned towards accepting Styx's proposal. Yet in terms of implementation, other ideas lingered. For instance, the union of such powers could welcome more participants, thereby completing the missing piece of her puzzle. Additionally, considering her current relationship with Hades was rather tenuous, she preferred to focus on uncovering the avatar of Zeus that had intruded into the abyss. After parting ways with Styx, the serpent instructed her to await at the entrance of the plains of the abyss, while she had other matters to attend to. Continuing deeper into the heart of Tartarus, the serpent had to admit that, without guidance, finding an intentionally concealed individual in this realm was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Unless one possesses tremendous authority within the depths of the abyss, no soul can discern specific entities amidst the chaotic fabric of time and space. Fortunately, the serpent was well prepared, and the dark elf discovered at the abyss's surface proved invaluable. Zeus and the dragon mother employed it as bait to capture the attention of the demon gods, necessitating the provision of an object infused with sufficient essence and power. After all, considering the wisdom of today's abyssal demons, those among them endowed with intelligence could discern between bait and the true form, which already marked them as exceptionally astute. Seeking traces through such medium was mere folly. Furthermore, having long regarded these elves as lifeless, the two were naturally unguarded. Thus, while Zeus's exact location remained elusive, the serpent managed to ascertain his general trajectory. Descending further, aligned with the known layers of the abyss, a distinct path began to crystallize within his mind. Yet, gazing at the faint terminus of this route, the serpent's expression grew peculiar. If his eyes did not deceive him, continuing along this path would likely lead to an interface designated as 862-11, Thunderpool. The number 862 indicates that this layer is nearing the abyss's bottom within the temporal realm. Although Tartarus is said to be endless, the existence of true interfaces within time and space is far from infinite. At least for now, the bottomless abyss remains a misnomer. Its depth may be unfathomable to mere mortals, yet it undeniably exists. Consequently, as one approaches the core of the abyss, layers beyond 800 or 900 predominantly harbor ancient demon gods. For instance, the Lord of Shadow Demons, grievously wounded in the war that invaded hell, yet not completely vanquished, seems to be nursing its wounds in one such layer, while the ancient mother of demons resides nearby in the temporal realm. However, none of this bears direct relevance to Thunderpool. The aforementioned entities do not inhabit this layer of the abyss, nor do they favor the storm-laden environment. In fact, the Lord ruling over Thunderpool is not an ancient demon god, but rather a being that has recently risen to prominence. No one knows the precise nature of this demon. Those aware of its existence speculate it may be a new demon birth from the convergence of chaotic primal energies. It is characterized by formidable strength and avarice, coupled with a cunning and shrewdness often absent in other abyssal demons. As a result, within a mere few millennia, it has become renowned in the lower depths of the abyss, even catching the attention of the serpent. Indeed, it is the very entity the serpent had recently discussed with Asmodeus, a self-proclaimed possessor of royal blood, titled the Prince of Demons, who boasts of its destined triumph over hell and its ambition to unify the abyss. Though its grandiose claims were dismissed by the two lords of hell, its existence has undoubtedly captured their interest. Zeus, Thunderpool, Demon Prince. Is there a connection between them, or is it merely a coincidence? A flicker of amusement danced across his countenance. With the rise of Tartarus's power, the serpent's understanding of the abyss deepened no longer. Thus, without having witnessed it firsthand, he could not ascertain the true nature of this demon prince. However, if Zeus had ventured into the abyss with the intention of seeking it out, that would indeed be intriguing. Perhaps even more so, I am inclined to believe that Zeus's purpose lies in his connection to Moira, as they are intrinsically linked by fate. Moreover, the numeral 6 within the current chaos has indeed become emblematic of evil and corruption, with the birth of the original abyssal demon and the actual dominion of Asmodeus over the 6th layer of hell. Thus, Zeus's actions in the abyss might well be seen as both inevitable and alluring. Hiss, regardless of whether your intentions are aligned with them. For the sake of your grand endeavors, I shall lend you my aid. The serpent's tongue flicked out, and the great serpent quickened its pace. This was not merely for its own wicked amusement. In truth, as a manifestation of spiritual malevolence. Should it facilitate a meaningful interaction between the earthly god-king and the power of the abyss? It is conceivable that the chaotic consciousness of Tartarus might temporarily forget its identity as the Lord of Hell, perhaps even bestowing upon it a portion of power it could not otherwise assimilate. After all, while the abyss and hell are indeed adversaries, acquiring something from the realm of the living could hold far greater significance for the abyss than one might imagine. Given Tartarus's current domain, excluding the horizontal accumulation of quantity, achieving a qualitative transformation in a vertical sense, even to a minuscule degree, is a Herculean task. Thus, even driven by instinct, it would likely not mind the notion of brothers fighting within the walls while repelling external foes. Although this phrase feels somewhat forced in this context, let it stand. Zeus, I have come seeking you. Just because the essence has no interest in certain endeavors does not imply that the serpent shares the same disinterest. In high spirits, this marks the first time since its inception that it engages in an endeavor both beneficial and intriguing. Buzz. The void resonates. Time and space distort. Stepping once more into a portal of dimensional interface, Zeus traverses the tumultuous fabric of time. A step forward leads him to the destination indicated on the map bestowed by the Dragon Mother. According to her, beyond this point lies the heart of the abyss, a location from which she could not derive temporal coordinates through the Lord's mark, unless she could conquer multiple layers of the abyss, becoming a grand lord whose might rivals that of the divine through sheer dimensional enhancement, or personally embark on a journey to uncover the means of deeper exploration. Initially, Zeus did not place much importance on this, for he was already reluctant to continue his exploration within Tartarus. The allure of the unseen remains an enigma to him. Yet the tangible benefits he has secured are undeniably real. Thus, Zeus promptly opted to return home. His intentions were noble, yet the practicalities diverged entirely from his expectations. As he traversed the path back to the abyss's entrance, he was reassured by the knowledge that the route had been cleared of the abyss lord. The return journey commenced smoothly until, on the 254th layer of the abyss, he unexpectedly encountered the lifeless form of an acquaintance. This familiar figure, a dark elf, had succumbed to the flames, their body exuding the scent of charred flesh, while the aura of the infernal lord lingered ominously in this realm. Clearly, the troubles that he and the Dragon Mother had previously stirred were still in pursuit of their whereabouts, and the volatile infernal lord was not one to relent easily. Having been thwarted previously and now ensnared by crafty lures, this irascible demon was evidently on the verge of an explosive outburst. Recalling his prior encounter with the infernal lord's fiery wrath in the plains of 10,000 abysses, Zeus resolutely decided to abandon the original route. Whether the infernal lord could surpass this embodiment remained uncertain, but such a mutually destructive strategy was one he could not withstand. Fortunately, guided by the information provided by the dragon, he possessed an expedited route back to the uppermost layers of the abyss. At the terminus of her map trajectory lay the interface known as Thunderpool, which contained a passage leading directly to the abyss's surface. The demon lord governing this realm, evidently intrigued by the subjugation of other demons and the assault on their foes, had deliberately constructed a conduit to the surface for swift access. If he could utilize this passage, he would swiftly return to the underworld and reunite with his true self. After a circuitous journey, he found himself once more at the starting point, still determined to venture towards the Thunderpool, as he felt the increasingly potent pull from the unseen. He sensed that reaching that layer of the abyss would bring him closer to the source of this attraction. Nevertheless, the God King resolved to remain steadfast in his intentions. Upon arriving at his destination, he would depart without delay. He would consider future opportunities, armed with newfound experience. And should he lack the concealment of the Lord's mark next time, he could always borrow Hades' invisibility helm to test its efficacy. Chapter 422. The closed abyssal gate, in the council the rain fell in a relentless curtain, droplets pattering against the ground. The sky loomed heavy and overcast, a dense atmosphere enveloping the surroundings. On the dark violet earth, a colossal city forged from obsidian slowly opened its gates with a grating sound. Countless raindrops cascaded down its surface, following the intricate patterns engraved upon the stone doors. Cloaked in a garment woven from the hides of mystical beasts, Zeus emanated an aura that deterred any approach. As he surged forth into the majestic city amidst the tumultuous magical current, the king of the gods surveyed his environment. Thanks to the mark of the Lord, the demons guarding the entrance posed no challenge to him. Thus, unimpeded, Zeus entered the city established in the depths of the abyss. Towering columns and a rugged architectural style, the blood washed away by the rain might render this city less exquisite than any mortal settlement. Yet it surpassed them in solemn grandeur. Here lay 862-11, Thunderpool, markedly different from other realms he had traversed. The inherent strength of this realm approached that of the 10,000 abyss planes, imparting a peculiar sensation upon Zeus. The relative orderliness here, contrasted with the primal nature of its architecture, was striking. Throughout his journey from the abyss, the demons he encountered were predominantly irritable and impulsive. Even when he chanced upon structures reminiscent of the mortal world, they were typically the private property of demon lords. However, this place was distinct. Upon truly stepping into the realm known as Thunderpool, Zeus realized that the laws governing it diverged significantly from other parts of the abyss. The air was less saturated with blood and malevolence, and even the native demons born of this realm exhibited a greater degree of rationality compared to their kin. Although still unruly, these frenzied demons had come to value their lives over their reckless desires. Remarkably, in a realm where cities were seldom seen, there were multiple settlements here. And under the powerful aura emanating from within, the nearby demons seemed to have learned some semblance of civility, at least refraining from indiscriminate slaughter within the city. Zeus was uncertain how this was achieved, yet he found little concern in the matter. After all, demons that adhered to rules remained demons. They were merely more lucid than their counterparts, not free from their inherent madness. In contrast, what truly intrigued the king of the gods was the unique environment of 862-11 Thunderpool, not due to the clouds and rain, but rather the origin of its name. It is noteworthy that, although the infusion of Muspelheim had increased the prevalence of fire within the abyss, the incorporation of Hermanu had introduced a muddled and indigestible water element that flowed into the depths of the abyss. In a certain realm along his journey, Zeus found himself in a world entirely composed of pure water. However, the sound of thunder was something he had never encountered from any other being wielding such power. Whether in the mortal realm or the abyss, it seemed that, befitting his destined status as the divine king, Zeus had never once encountered another deity who commanded the thunder. Yet, during this excursion into the abyss, he fortuitously met two. One was the foreign god of thunder, Thor, while the other was the Thunderpool at the heart of this realm. Perhaps several thousand years ago, or even tens of thousands, these abyssal demons possessed no sense of time. Even if the temporal flow here differed from the outside world, one would expect some means of calculation. In any case, one fateful day, a magnificent and formidable force descended from the void, landing in the then desolate central area of 862-11. At that time, the world was barren, newly catalyzed into existence by the overwhelming source power of Tartarus. Yet, from that day forth, this fragile embryonic realm underwent a transformation. Even the progenitor of the abyssal demons, the aberration in the appearance of the realm's beings, the mother of demons with unparalleled beauty, descended from the heavens. She arrived bearing the great will of the abyss, and her humble presence bestowed blessings and vitality upon this nascent realm. Although no demon had ever truly claimed to have witnessed the visage of this great being, nor could anyone articulate her beauty, her countenance and power had never been questioned by any demon. Thus, the thunder, which stood in stark contrast to the original powers of the abyss, began to manifest upon the land of this world, culminating in the emergence of a vast, roiling thunderpool at the center of 862-11. By the time the 6th century of the Thunderpool's existence arrived, a primordial demon god emerged from its depths. This being was exceedingly malevolent and powerful, possessing cunning and scheming unlike any other demon god. Within a mere few thousand years, he unified this layer of the abyss, which had drawn the attention of more than one demon god. even launching counteroffensive campaigns against several adversaries, or tearing apart their realms to bolster the essence of 862-11. Gradually, the ancient true name of this layer of the realm faded from memory, replaced instead by another name imprinted upon its very essence. 862-11. Thunderpool. Named after the place of its creator's birth, the ambitions of the demon god who emerged from here grew ever grander. He proclaimed himself the prince of demons, regarding himself as the future sovereign of the abyss. However, he had recently encountered a predicament. As he walked along the avenue adorned with exotic motifs, a series of messages pertinent to this realm flickered through Zeus's mind. A demon born of thunder. Such beings are indeed exceedingly rare. Even as he listened to the tale of this entity's origins, Zeus felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though he had once been involved in something related to it. Yet how could that be? What connection could exist between the demons of the abyss and the divine king of the mortal realm? Unable to find clarity in a short span of time, Zeus decided to dismiss the thought as mere overthinking. Regardless, he must return. So it is prudent to await the completion of his use of the Abyss Portal before considering his return to Olympus. The Abyss Portal, a unique entity unlike any other. Utilizing his authority to semi-seal the connections between this realm and others, he left only a few gaps, subsequently imposing tolls for passage through the city. The lord of this abyss bears little resemblance to a demon. Rather, he resembles a human lord from the mortal realm, even devising methods for collecting tolls. Shaking his head slightly, Zeus felt a pang of sentiment for the demonic winds of this place, prompting him to quicken his pace. After a half-day of searching, he finally discovered a colossal time-space portal emanating the aura of the realm's lord on the northern side of the city. Two towering columns, exceeding 100 feet in height, pulsated with undulating purple-black ripples between them. At every moment, formidable demons traversed through this portal, and unsurprisingly, they all bore traces of the realm's lord's essence. Clearly, to prevent smuggling, this time-space portal, bound by the Lord's authority, only permitted passage to those who had paid the toll, a circumstance that had compelled Zeus himself to venture outside the city during his previous visit, amassing considerable wealth as the king of gods. Consequently, he had lingered in this realm for quite some time, only now fully prepared. Striding confidently towards the abyss gate, Zeus extended his hand, tossing the demon heart cores he had collected to the imposing horned demon tasked with collecting the toll, to the plane of 10,000 abysses. The complex and convoluted language escaped his lips. This was yet another locale that had caused Zeus to delay. As an embodiment of power alone, the king of gods had devoted considerable effort to mastering the dialect spoken among these demons. With a rustle, the horned demon commander deftly scooped up the package Zeus had cast, assessing its contents. Clearly, the king did not intend to haggle over trifles in such a place, offering far more than required. Nodding in satisfaction, the commander nonchalantly consumed the excess. With a sudden windfall in hand, he prepared to grant passage. A phantom mark imbued with demonic essence materialized upon his hand, and Zeus understood that as long as he retained a trace of this essence, he could smoothly traverse the abyss portal. Yet, at that very moment, the king noticed the ephemeral mark flickering unexpectedly, and the towering demon before him momentarily stiffened. Is there a problem? The price I offered should far exceed your needs. After a brief pause with no response, Zeus furrowed his brow beneath his leather hood and repeated, albeit in the same convoluted tone, "Silence. You have no place to speak here." The sharp rebuke echoed across the square near the abyss gate. Faced with a demon capable of crushing him with a mere gesture, Zeus could not help but feel a flicker of anger in his eyes. Before his arrival, he had never anticipated that this abyss would impose such restrictions. Suppressing the fury within, Zeus could only continue to bide his time. After a brief moment, the mark before the demon commander reverted to its original state, and the figure of the commander returned to normal. Observing the sudden change, Zeus, eager to leave the abyss, could not help but inquire once more, "Am I free to depart now?" In theory, he should have been, for he had already paid the toll. Yet, given your urgent desire to leave, it would be better for you to remain here. With a cold smile, the demon commander revealed a gaping maw capable of devouring an entire live cow, suddenly unleashing his demigod power. An invisible pressure instantaneously captured the attention of those in the square, rendering many weaklings breathless. Though Zeus remained unaffected, the commander's words compelled him to take heed. "Stay here? What do you mean by that? Is it possible that the regulations articulated by the so-called demon prince are mere fabrications? Do you intend to contravene the order he has set forth? The Lord's command? Of course, I would not dare to defy it." However, it is unfortunate that when there are multiple commands from different realms, I possess the prerogative to determine which one to prioritize. And now, I hereby announce the latest decree from the illustrious Demon Prince. From this moment, until any modifications are made to his orders, no one shall be permitted to leave the Thunderpool. And you, naturally, are included in this decree. Ha 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 ha. With a hearty laugh, the Demon Commander, having undergone the grand baptism of the Thunderpool at the Interface Center, was far more rational and wise than his counterparts. Yet the inherent nature of a demon could not be wholly extinguished. The raucous and jarring laughter echoed in Zeus's ears, darkening his countenance beneath the hood. He had come to realize what had transpired. Clearly, the self-proclaimed Demon Prince had just utilized his power to convey a message to all demons guarding the portal, instructing them to enforce the latest order and seal this realm's ingress and egress. Yet, having already paid the toll prior to the issuance of this directive, he should theoretically be exempt from this restriction. Yet this wretched demon had chosen to abuse its authority. The surge of potent energy stirred beneath his hood. For a demon, abusing its power was an all too familiar notion. He would appoint a demon to a position of authority, and if such an occurrence were to transpire, none would be surprised by the ensuing chaos wrought by such a madman. At this moment, Zeus had altered his perspective. Since you have sought your own demise, do not blame me for the consequences. I had previously refrained from causing too much commotion before my departure, merely wishing to avoid complications for future infiltrations. However, given the circumstances, you cannot truly believe you can impede me. Prepare to witness the eruption of my true power. With a hum, Zeus stepped forward, fully prepared to engage. At that very moment, the once shimmering abyssal gate suddenly disintegrated amidst a resonant hum. In the next instant, an overwhelming and profound aura erupted from the distant horizon, causing the very fabric of space-time within the interface to stabilize beyond a singular level. If previously, a force of moderate divine power could forcefully breach this so-called spatial blockade, it was now utterly impossible. Stunned, Zeus could not have anticipated such an occurrence. However, simultaneously, the demon overseer before him took note of his movements. What is the matter, you impudent outsider? Do you dare to strike? The overseer's mouth gaped wide, a glimmer of eagerness in its expression. It was well aware of the frenzied nature characteristic of these external demons, untested by the trials of the Thunderpool's might. Even when suppressed by the power of the Great Lord, there were those among them who would recklessly seek mutual destruction over the slightest provocation. Should the creature before him wish to engage, the overseer would be more than willing to oblige. Zeus's breath hitched, a fierce rage igniting within his heart. How dare such a lowly creature, akin to an insect, insult the esteemed God King? Although he understood that within the abyss, impure was a neutral term simply denoting those new bloodline demons whose lineage was indiscernible, it did nothing to quell the fury swelling within him. The phrase "a dragon in shallow waters is mocked by shrimp" may not exist in chaos, yet its sentiment was certainly familiar. Despite the tempest of anger raging within him, Zeus was compelled to swallow his pride. He was a being of pragmatism. To slay a half-demon in a fit of rage, merely to soothe his own ire, would come at the cost of leaving everything behind in the abyss except for his consciousness, an unacceptable outcome. Thus, under the overseer's disappointed and mocking gaze, Zeus chose to turn away. The toll he had paid for passage would undoubtedly be lost, but he cared little for such trivialities. His sole desire was to unravel the mystery behind the sudden choices made by the lord of this realm. A cowardly waste. Is this truly the nature of the demons from the outside world? What a pity I cannot claim another half-demon heart. With a cold chuckle, the demon overseer expressed its regret. Although it sensed the aura of a lord's mark upon the other, it was not an ordinary demon. As a guardian bearing a false mark of the Demon Prince, it recognized at a glance that this was a mark conferred by a lord to another. Such marks were typically bestowed upon powerful half-demon entities tasked with traversing other realms on behalf of their lord, and rarely did anyone dare provoke them. Yet, here lay 862-11, Thunderpool. As the most formidable and active Grand Lord among the demons currently roaming Tartarus, no lord would deign to confront a mere servant's demise. Nevertheless, one must ponder why the Lord has made such a sudden decision. Could it be, as a cunning demon, refined by the Tempest Pool, the demon general found himself ruminating over this abrupt command, realizing there was no opportunity to amass additional power. In recent years, his lord had encountered a considerable dilemma, one that even an outsider like Zeus could uncover, and naturally, he could as well. The suddenness of this action likely bore a connection to that issue. The Lord was born from the very heart of the Tempest Pool, which emanated a terrifying aura that even the mightiest demon gods revered. However, there were whispers suggesting that the power derived from there was merely superficial, a fraction spent diminished its essence, and it would inevitably be exhausted one day. Moreover, it was said that although the illustrious demon prince aspired to unify the abyss, such a feat was far from easy. Even the demon gods of the abyss could not indefinitely occupy its layers. Once a certain limit was reached, they had to establish merit within the abyss to continue growing in strength. This was precisely why so many layers remained unclaimed. It was not due to the reluctance of other lords, but because they were fundamentally incapable of doing so. The vast majority of lords could only claim a single layer of the abyss unless it resonated with their attributes or bloodlines, enabling them to govern a second or third realm. After attaining the utmost command over their powers, most would choose to campaign against the Inferno, thus earning accolades for the grand will of the abyss. A myriad of thoughts surged and extinguished within him. Perhaps the favor of the abyssal will could be attained through other means, yet such knowledge eluded the demon general. Hence, faced with the Lord's unexpected command, he could only speculate that it might pertain to hell or have some connection to the Tempest Pool, the demon gods of the abyss. A cohort of foolish beings. If they could achieve such feats, when might I reach that pinnacle as well? A glint of greed and desire flickered in his eyes. As a rational demon tempered by the Tempest Pool, the demon general, though lacking the power of those external demon lords, harbored a disdain for their lack of intellect. If he could attain their level of strength, he would undoubtedly excel, perhaps even ascend to become a second demon prince. Currently, the abyss had yet to witness the emergence of succubi. Otherwise, the demon general would certainly celebrate this occasion. Cackling malevolently, his laughter echoed across the square, causing the surrounding demons to shudder involuntarily. None knew the madness that this self-proclaimed wise demon general was concocting, reflecting on the overwhelming power of the Lord that had swept through the realms. It was plausible that the cunning demon prince was plotting some nefarious scheme. In a chilling manner, a certain unnamed entity's avatar slithers across the frigid ground, exhaling a serpentine breath within this colossal palace, seemingly erected for giants. Towering statues flank the corridor, each depicting various forms, humanoid, beastly, and an array of other shapes. Each figure is rendered with such vivid realism that, were it not for the absence of life, one might easily mistake them for genuine beings. As the journey progresses, passing through a grand archway, the space beyond suddenly expands. A deep purple luminescence bathes the surroundings, casting a kaleidoscope of flickering shadows. The very air is imbued with an unusual essence, crackling with a tingling, electric quality. As you can observe, in a certain sense, these statues were once living entities, now long extinguished. Each statue represents an adversary I have faced. Regardless of their strength, they have left an indelible impression upon me. Every foe is worthy of commemoration, embodying my achievements and experiences. Thus, after vanquishing them, I absorb their most potent energies, leaving behind the remnants of their corporeal forms to showcase my generosity and prowess to those who may follow. Should you wish, you too may draw from their lingering power. After all, if your counsel proves fruitful, this shall serve as a modest reward for your efforts. The serpent-like breath escapes once more. Yet there is no reply as the sinuous shadow continues its ascent. Since arriving in this realm, the essence it has been pursuing has briefly lingered here. Its master seems reluctant to advance further, contemplating a retreat. However, the tracker opposes this notion, unwilling to allow Zeus to retreat so easily. Yet, the essence intended as bait cannot precisely pinpoint the other's existence, especially given the pervasive electrical forces of the thunder pool that further complicate their connection. It can only ascertain that Zeus remains nearby, oblivious to his exact whereabouts. With each passing day, the likelihood of Zeus returning increases. The tracker is unaware of how many days have passed or how much longer he will linger, but despite its inability to locate him, it possesses alternative strategies. If the outsider's identity fails to trace the other's movements, it may as well permit another to do so. You have now attuned yourself to the temporal fabric of this abyss, indicating your belief in my words. My suspicions have proven correct. The path to garner the abyssal will's favor is not singular. Beyond reclaiming homeland for it, one may also expand new territories or refine its cycles. Just as you, as the demon prince, command dominion over far more layers of the abyss than other lords, drawing near to the primordial 6 demon gods, it is precisely due to your so-called royal bloodline. It is not mere boastfulness, but rather an earnest embodiment of certain concepts essential to the abyss, which enables you to command the dual-digit depth single-handedly. Yet, You have only reached this juncture, for your bloodline is as superficial as the thunder pool here. Its inherent imagery is insufficient, merely superficial without corresponding roots. However, fret not, for all things are subject to change. Now, an opportunity to rectify this presents itself, not only for you to amend your own shortcomings, but also to gain the support and assistance of the Mother of Demons. After all, she, favored by the will of the Abyss, stands as your greatest obstacle to unifying the Abyss, and even though your bond is akin to that of a mother and child. Among demons, familial ties are of no consequence. Hiss. Along a copper pillar within the great hall, a cold serpentine form ascended to the highest point. From its apex, it gazed down, its indifferent vertical pupils fixed upon the figure seated upon the throne at the heart of the hall. The aura of immense power fluctuated with its words, for it was the demon prince, the sovereign of this abyssal realm. For it, becoming an alternative great one like the mother of demons, capable of drawing upon the abyssal will, is the sole direction forward. Go forth, seek him out. With him, you can embark on the path to dominion over the abyss. 12 signifies the perfection of chaos, while 6 symbolizes the malevolence of the abyss and hell. By mastering the complete 36 layers of the abyssal interface, you shall ascend to the true essence of the demon prince. This shall no longer be a self-proclamation, but rather a diadem conferred upon you by Tartarus itself. At that moment, supreme power will be laid bare before you, and as the first genuine demon prince, the throne of the abyssal king will no longer be a mere fantasy. Such an opportunity is rare beyond measure, so why do you hesitate? Perhaps, as you say, I shall indeed find where he resides. However, I sincerely hope you are not deceiving me, for if so, you shall undoubtedly pay a price for it. After a moment of silence, the gaze gradually firmed. The voice, deep and heavy, signified that the figure seated upon the throne had seemingly made a decision, or perhaps it never intended to refuse. After all, it is merely a matter of locating an individual. At most, it may cost a little time. Compared to the potential gains, such a price is negligible. With a slight lift of its head and resolve set, the demon prince regarded the clearly not original serpentine manifestation with what appeared to be a friendly smile. It was aware of the other's dubious identity, suspecting that this serpent demon might very well be leveraging its hand to retaliate against its adversary. Nevertheless, as long as the desired outcome could be achieved, it would not concern itself with becoming a mere tool in another scheme. Moreover, no one has ever succeeded in wielding a demon as a mere tool. Although the demon prince possesses a divine intellect, it ultimately remains a creature of the abyss. Any being that harbors the delusion of using a demon as a weapon against others will inevitably bring calamity upon itself. The demon prince, the king of the abyss. If what it claims is indeed true, then in the future, I shall craft for it the most exquisite statue, placing it foremost among all statues, as a tribute to the accomplishments it has rendered on my behalf. As for the reward, what reward could there possibly be? If one must be mentioned, then let it suffice that my decision to refrain from ending your life at this moment shall be regarded as my token of gratitude. Chapter 4:23 Marriage Proposal and Comprehension. The following day, at the city of the seventh abyss, the rain fell in a hazy drizzle, while dark clouds occasionally flickered with flashes of lightning. Beneath a half-dead, half-thriving tree of unknown species, Zeus sat silently on a stone bench he had casually polished. From the corners of this primeval city, a restless aura occasionally surged, only to be swiftly suppressed. A thin veil of sanguine scent lingered in the air, soon purified by the rain, allowing the other demons, who barely managed to restrain themselves, to maintain their last vestige of control. This situation had persisted for 2 days, of course, measured in the temporal parameters of the material realm. Within the thunderpool, there was no cyclical passage of sun and moon, only an eternally overcast sky and sporadic flashes of thunder. As he quietly observed the demon city surrounding the abyssal gate, feeling the unyielding temporal shackles of this realm, Zeus's mood grew increasingly heavy. Since being expelled from the temporal portal by that despicable demon 2 days prior, he had intended to leave this city. However, to his dismay, the horned demon general had immediately complied with the command to pledge loyalty to his lord, sealing the city with an illusory mark imbued with a fragment of the lord's essence, restricting all demons, including Zeus, from entering or exiting, thus trapping them within this primordial city. This was, indeed, the principal reason for the sporadic outbreaks of unrest within the city. For demons, this realm's peculiar environment and laws, while somewhat curbing the chaotic elements within their bloodlines, could never truly compare to the material world. The abyss remained the abyss, usually under the oppressive aura of their lord. These irascible demons had learned to bide their time until they could venture outside the city to unleash their fury. Yet now, with the Lord's mandate sealing their confines, their murderous intent found no outlet, ultimately manifesting as riots throughout the city. As time passed, these upheavals became increasingly frequent, though they were consistently quelled. To Zeus, this was merely a futile attempt to quench thirst with poison. Unless that vile horned demon exterminated all the demons within this city, control could not be maintained for long. At that juncture, he could seize the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos alongside them. Even if marked by the illusory seal encompassing the city, if all bore the mark, it would effectively nullify its significance. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes, although he remained unaware of the madness afflicting the ruler of this abyss. He no longer wished to linger. Staying here severely hampered his actions, as he feared detection by the abyssal lord governing this realm. However, should he act covertly and, amidst the widespread turmoil among the demons, manage to injure that horned demon, he could naturally escape the city. The only lamentable aspect was that the detestable horned demon might receive a relatively swift demise. Zeus found himself in a predicament where he could neither personally slay the creature nor extract its soul to torment for millennia. Instead, he was compelled to allow another demon to deliver the final blow in order to appease any potential wrath from the demon gods. Nevertheless, he deemed it inconsequential, for such a being was akin to an ant, hardly warranting his concern. Should retribution be necessary in the future, he would attribute it to the demon gods of this realm. As he pondered silently, meticulously refining his plans, the intensity in Zeus's gaze deepened. This journey into the abyss had been fraught with challenges, yet he remained confident in his eventual triumph. Over the years, despite enduring numerous setbacks, he recognized that all suffering ultimately transforms into strength. After all, he was the king of gods, and until his destiny reached its conclusion, the entire world would embrace him. The former Typhon had succumbed, and the present Tartarus would be no exception. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from the northern edge of the abyssal city, where the abyss gate once stood. Instinctively, Zeus turned towards the source of the noise and beheld a colossal black stone tablet plummeting from the heavens, crashing into the ground with a force that reverberated throughout the city. The unmistakable aura of the abyssal lord emanated from the tablet, its overwhelming power eclipsing that of any demon god Zeus had previously encountered. He had no doubt that with such potent authority, even a mere piglet could transform into a demon of the abyss, rivaling the strength of the most formidable true gods. Rising to his feet, the king of gods gazed at the descending black tablet from afar. Intricate abyssal script adorned its surface, and though the details were obscured, the fervor in the surrounding crowd indicated that this was not the first occurrence within the Thunder Pool. To signify gravity, significant decisions were inscribed upon the tablet, which would be distributed to cities housing abyss gates. It appeared that the demon god presiding over this layer possessed a modicum of intellect. Utilizing his heightened senses, Zeus quickly deduced the origins of the tablet. Similar events had transpired in the past, particularly when the realm's lord sought to vanquish a demon god to assert their dominance. Through the abyss gate, their commands would swiftly circulate through the abyss, comprehended by numerous demons. However, with the current temporal barriers, such dissemination was temporarily unfeasible. Yet, this was of little concern to Zeus. His sole desire was to uncover the inscriptions on the tablet and ascertain any connection to the Thunderpool's confinement. Cloaked in shadow, Zeus soon approached the towering stone tablet, veiled beneath a shroud of misty rain. The abyss gate, now devoid of temporal fluctuations, was nearby, and the overseeing demon general was fervently explaining something. As the general spoke, the spirits of the nearby demons seemed to grow increasingly agitated. The previously suppressed restlessness was released in an alternate form, and Zeus beheld the inferior beings, seemingly ecstatic, flailing about in excitement. With a slight furrow of his brow, the embodiment of the God King had no intention of approaching the horned demon for an explanation. Instead, he merely lifted his gaze, perusing the inscriptions upon the stone tablet. Within the abyss, the language and script among demons were acquired automatically as one's power grew. Although Zeus lacked this innate ability, he had diligently prepared before entering the city, managing to comprehend the written content to a limited extent. His reading pace was slow. To avert any ambiguity, the God King's embodiment was meticulously attentive. However, as he read the inscriptions word by word, Zeus could not shake the feeling that he had misread something. What is this? A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes as he earnestly cross-referenced the abyssal script he had previously studied. Yet, The outcome of both translations yielded no distinction, presenting him with the same perplexing answer. Struggling to grasp the meaning, Zeus stepped forward a few paces. Beneath the stone tablet, the increasingly fervent voice of the horned demon commander echoed from afar, just as inscribed by the great demon prince himself, if the supreme will of the abyss, Tartaros, the creator of all, was the highest of creators, then the origin of all demons in the world, the first to descend into primordial chaos, was the mother of demons, the genesis of all abyssal beings. She is the epitome of supremacy, malevolence, and wickedness. Even the rebellious denizens of the abyss, the most depraved of fiends, dare not gaze directly at the noble radiance that surrounds her. Much like the original demon deities, the demon prince, whose bloodline also traces back to her, holds this esteemed mother of demons in profound reverence, thus necessitating the sealing of the thunder pool as time and space. There is no need to feel fear. It is, in fact, a divinely bestowed opportunity. For while the brilliance of the demon mother is blindingly resplendent, she is so generous that she refuses to hoard this glory for herself. Just as the king of the material realm has his queen, the great demon mother should likewise have one worthy of standing before her throne. However, such beings are exceedingly rare, and even a thorough search through the abyss would yield little success. Fortunately, the demon prince foresaw her plight and, with his unmatched power, pinpointed the potential candidate, and he resides within the current thunderpool. The tumult of demonic tides surged, and regardless of their intelligence, all present demons felt a visceral stirring in their very blood as they listened to the horned demon commander's proclamations. If there exists anything in this world capable of inciting fervor among demons, the foremost is the will of the abyss, followed closely by certain agents of Moira. The abyssal demon lords may not genuinely revere the mother of demons, for their powers differ by merely one tier. However, the ordinary demons, lacking in strength, undoubtedly feel an instinctive reverence for the greatness embodied by this formidable entity. Observing the commotion unfolding before him, even the horned demon commander, who stands on the brink of the demon lord's domain, finds himself stirred with excitement. Could it be that a worthy counterpart is to be found for the illustrious mother of demons, and that the criteria for selection do not hinge solely upon strength? In this moment, a fleeting thought crosses his mind. Could this be me? If such a notion were true, it would indeed be akin to soaring to celestial heights. Yet, this thought flits away almost as quickly as it appears, for though he is relatively youthful, having lived for over a millennium, he has encountered his master on numerous occasions. If he were the chosen one, it would have long since been revealed. Nevertheless, it matters not. In accordance with his master's will, he remains unfazed. Finding that individual holds the promise of reward, perhaps even the hope of becoming a true demon god. Thus, the horned demon commander, undeterred, proclaims with an even more resounding voice. He possesses a striking appearance, worthy of standing alongside the mother of demons in her unparalleled beauty. He boasts a noble lineage, unmatched by any demon of the abyss. His soul is cunning and malevolent, pure in its darkness. Find him, or if you are present here, step forth and reveal yourself. You shall stand at the pinnacle of the abyss, sharing in the mother of demons' supreme glory. By the name of the demon prince, any who discovers him shall be handsomely rewarded. By the will of the abyss, let us extol the greatness of the mother of demons, Moya. A resounding echo reverberates throughout the city, stirring the once quiet demon city into a frenzy. In a corner of the plaza, the god king's avatar stands in astonishment, his heart tumultuous as if beset by a storm conjured by Poseidon. What is this he hears? The lord of the abyss is courting the great one. Well, perhaps they do not possess that terminology, but the essence is not far removed. Although this prince may fall vastly short of the divine queen of the celestial court, incapable of sharing the divine authority of the mother of demons, it is enough to leave Zeus in awe. Of course, the god king, having lived for over 10,000 years, would not be so easily shocked by such a revelation alone. Yet, what he did not anticipate was the inexplicable sensation that surged within him when the horned demon commander uttered the true name, Moya. Without further contemplation, Zeus identifies the source of this feeling, which is intricately tied to the very impetus that drew him into the abyss and led him to this juncture. The release of the giants by the three brothers was one instance. The confrontation with that vile serpent was another, and his personal descent into the abyss was yet another. This allure has persistently haunted him, yet Zeus has been unable to discern its origin. Until this very day, when the name was uttered from the lips of the demon lord, the God King finally grasped the connection it bore with his own fate. So it is. The true name of the abyssal demon possesses an intrinsic power. To hold dominion over an enemy's true name is to weaken them to a significant degree. Only the mother of demons diverges from this rule, for she is the origin of the abyssal true names, the source from which countless demons spring forth. Her true name is not a shackle. It bears a weight that can only be articulated by a demigod possessing a lord's mark. Hence, I have never encountered her name on my journey. Yet here I stand, the God King of the present realm, intertwined in fate with a great being from the abyss. Is this reasonable? Indeed it is. For I am the destined sovereign among gods, the king of all deities. That accursed ancient serpent is my adversary precisely because of this. He assailed me the moment I stepped foot into the abyss. Aware of my connection to the mother of demons, thus designating me as his natural enemy, waves of tumult surged within me, while Zeus's expression gradually settled into calm. So this is it. Everything begins to make sense. The inexplicable animosity of tremendous divine power arises from my destined companionship with its foe. The myriad setbacks I faced in this realm may well stem from my failure to comprehend the essence of fate, from not daring to venture into the core of the abyss when first drawn by its allure. Had I encountered a mighty being capable of channeling the will of the abyss before the conclusion of the second era, be it the formidable Kronos or the Earth Mother, Typhon, how much easier my trials would have been. Fate had long orchestrated these events. It was I who failed to grasp its significance. Such is destiny, magnificent, inscrutable, and elusive. Even the god kings of ages past were no match for it. Any who dared to oppose it were met with certain demise. Fortunately, I do not wish to confront it. I desire only to coexist within its expanse, to thrive amid its grandeur, at least for now. Exhaling deeply, the burdens upon Zeus's heart began to ease. Yet, the caution cultivated over millennia remained intact, and he refrained from rushing into action. Though it stands to reason that the demon prince would seek him, several uncertainties lingered. First, how had his arrival, so clandestine, been discovered by the other? Second, what was the relationship between this so-called demon prince and the mother of demons? Was his intent genuine, or was there a hidden agenda? Third, while his interpretation of fate seemed logically coherent, perfectly elucidating the enmity of hell towards him and the tribulations of the years, none dared to claim they had fully fathomed destiny, not even the ancient lord of the spirit realm, who regarded himself merely as an interpreter of fate, too wary to peer into his own future. Thus, even Zeus does not guarantee that his interpretations are infallible. There may indeed be some omissions within. In such circumstances, he prefers to wait a while longer, contemplating with utmost care. And this description is somewhat inaccurate. The handsome visage certainly belongs to me. Even among the gods, while there may be those who can rival my appearance, I have yet to encounter anyone who surpasses it. Otherwise, I would not have garnered the affections of so many divine beings. The noble lineage, indeed, is a reflection of my heritage. I am a descendant of Uranus and Gaia, the progeny of the sky and the earth, the firstborn of the king of time and space, Cronus. Among my 4 direct ancestors, 3 possess tremendous divine power. Alongside primordial gods who predate even the birth of the abyss, if such a lineage does not qualify as noble, then no noble lineage exists in the world. Yet, the cunning and malevolent spirit, well, this is, after all, the abyss. In their perception, this constitutes praise, akin to the sincerity and kindness found among mortals. Therefore, although this is a slander against my character, it is not entirely unacceptable. After careful consideration, having confirmed that this indeed pertains to himself, Zeus finally revealed a hint of a smile. In the midst of mountains and rivers, where one doubts the path ahead, the willows are dark and the flowers bright, revealing yet another village. He had nearly abandoned his purpose for descending into the abyss, yet unexpectedly, a twist of fate emerged. Indeed, the forces of destiny are profoundly unfathomable, and none can decipher their intricacies. To this day, the abyss, in Zeus's eyes, has transformed from chaos to a semblance of order. Even those wretched demons appear much more agreeable. When the time comes to unify the realm, he shall use the abyss as a springboard to conquer chaos. At that moment, as the supreme god king, he will establish 2 divine empresses, both possessing statuses that rival greatness, both within the world and beyond. This unparalleled honor shall serve as his most perfect gift to Hera. Chapter 424. An unexpected visitor quietly retreating to an unnoticed corner. The square where the black stone tablet stood resembled a scene of chaotic revelry. Having grasped the circumstances, Zeus no longer felt the need to remain amidst the throng of demons. He resolved to wait a few days, taking the opportunity to better understand the so-called demon prince. After all, despite the appealing words spoken, the Divine King's avatar was still reluctant to place the entirety of this venture's success or failure in the hands of an abyssal demon lord. First and foremost, Zeus needed to find suitable hiding places for the thunder god's hammer, Mjolnir, and the remnants of Thor's essence. Should circumstances shift unexpectedly, he would still have the means to retrieve his concealed treasures from the abyss. Conversely, if these artifacts fell into the hands of the demon prince, the Divine King would be bidding them farewell. Abyssal demons are not known for relinquishing what they have seized, especially in a realm so intricately tied to the power of thunder. Thus, should the situation turn adversarial, Zeus aimed to minimize potential risks. Naturally, if everything proceeded smoothly, that would yield the most favorable outcome. Who could have foreseen? Once, I sought the affection of Métis, the goddess of wisdom and beauty, who bestowed upon me the aid of the oceanic deities. Now, I find myself treading the same path, where the abyss may very well become my ally. How intriguing. Yet, I ponder the beauty of the legendary mother of demons. An exquisite visage, unparalleled radiance. I do not ask for too much. As a primordial deity who also birthed abyssal demons, if she merely possesses the youthful visage of Gaia, the Earth Mother, I would be content. The Heavenly Father is the pioneer of sovereignty, while I strive to elevate it to another echelon. Thus, what he has experienced should rightfully extend to me as well. Though my countenance remains impassive, there is a flicker of anticipation within. After a moment of contemplation, Zeus ultimately relinquished the desire to inquire further about her, choosing instead to reserve this surprise for a later time. On one hand, as the sole great being within Tartarus, information regarding Moira must be exceedingly scarce and distorted. It would be better to remain uninformed than to acquire falsehoods. On the other hand, this allows for a sense of anticipation. After all, no matter the context, the beauty that countless demons extol as the ultimate must possess an allure that rivals many of the genuine deities of this world. Let me wait another month. No. Perhaps just another fortnight. By then, even if I do not reveal myself, they will inevitably trace their inquiries back to me. Shaking his head slightly, Zeus felt a tinge of helplessness. While his aversion to this matter had dissipated, leaving only a modicum of vigilance, being passively discovered was ultimately not a cause for celebration. But who could have foreseen that the commands of the Lord of the Abyss would arrive on the very same day? Such circumstances were beyond one's control. Thus, with a contemplative demeanor, Zeus chose to divert his focus from the unalterable events and instead directed his energies towards the locations he had previously visited within this layer of the abyss. The city had been sealed off, and any intruder would be marked by the ethereal Lord's sigil, invoking the power of the interface. Coupled with the temporal and spatial confinement of this realm, it was akin to capturing a turtle in a jar. However, if he could unleash a portion of his power to escape, and then, before the arrival of the demon prince, conceal the artifact and the essence separately, it would undoubtedly suffice. So be it, an approach that allowed for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Upon internal reflection, Zeus found no flaws in his plan. Henceforth, all that remained was to wait. Amidst the abyss, the expectant incarnation of the God King fell into a temporary silence. The knowledge of the abyssal demons among the beings of the material world was ultimately scant, based solely on current observations. Zeus could not ascertain whether the Lord of the Thunderpool was a rational being tempered by impulse, distinct from its kin of abyssal deities, or a capricious madman, prone to erratic whims. Such truths could only be confirmed through first-hand experience and the passage of time. Lacking the luxury of time, he resolved to prepare contingencies. Meanwhile, almost in tandem with the descent of the black stone tablet, the multicolored dragon returned to the Wanyuan plain. After probing the black crystal concealed beneath her scales, she discerned her direction and set forth towards the interstice connecting hell and the abyss. She refrained from hastily consuming the heart core of the demon-class Balrogan, for the legends surrounding the Azura field were no longer secrets within Tartarus. Its inception was linked to the fall of an original demon god in the abyss, where absorbing the energies of adversaries, particularly the mutual absorption of powers between demons and devils, could augment one's interface strength. Although the Dragon Mother yearned for the power of a demon god, she equally sought to eliminate as much of the chaos of the abyss as possible. Thus, the Azura field was the most suitable venue for her to devour the heart core. Moreover, should fortune smile upon her, perhaps a true heavyweight would lend her a hand, erasing the chaotic flames within the heart core. In a moment of serendipity, the two individuals who had ventured into the abyss appeared to be in perfect synchrony. Regardless of their thoughts of surrender, both were on the verge of achieving the primary objective of their journey, ignoring the temporal flow within the abyss. Only 6 cycles of day and night had transpired on Olympus in the material realm. On this day, the golden chariot of the sun descended from the west. Having secured the artifact, Apollo returned to his temple as usual. Yet, perhaps by coincidence, he encountered Aphrodite, whose joy was barely contained. Though her steps were hurried on the hillside of Olympus, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. One must acknowledge that the upheaval in the starry heavens had only recently transpired. Within the zodiac realm, the divine armor closely associated with the goddess of beauty, Pisces, had been marred by numerous cracks amidst the chaos. Aphrodite had intended to confront the victorious goddess, who had recently attained sentience, in the celestial expanse. However, before she could embark on her journey, news of the conflict between the god of daylight, Ethel, and the goddess of the underworld, Selene, reached the ears of the deities. Consequently, she canceled her plans. If she dared to challenge Nike, the embodiment of divine weaponry, with her formidable powers, she certainly could not afford to speak out against the renowned queen of the underworld, whose might surpassed her own. Returning to the sacred mountain, seething with unspent frustration, Aphrodite found herself once more unleashing her ire upon Ares. At that moment, Apollo, still traversing the realm of mortals in his solar chariot, utilized the ancient powers of the little sun bestowed upon him as the high observer to witness the unfolding scene. In a secluded corner of the mountain range, Aphrodite unabashedly chastised the god of war, lamenting that if he possessed even half the skill of Athena, he would not have found himself in such dire straits today. This exchange was far from a novel occurrence. The goddess's dissatisfaction with Ares had long been established. Yet, to Apollo's surprise, perhaps due to the recent series of setbacks, the god of war merely offered a few explanations before storming off, leaving Aphrodite, with her anger unspent, in his wake. Fuming, the goddess of beauty raged. Though she maintained an air of indifference in public, privately, she had not laughed in quite some time. It was unclear what fortunate event had occurred to render her countenance so radiant. Not one to indulge in idle gossip, Apollo merely offered a distant greeting, with no intention of lingering. "Your Highness Aphrodite, it has been a while. Who is it?" "Ah, Lord Apollo. What a pleasant surprise to encounter you here." Startled by the sudden voice, Aphrodite turned towards its source. Apollo inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, the two divine beings parted ways. As night descended, Apollo made his way back to his own temple. However, as he brushed past Aphrodite, his back turned to the goddess. A flicker of uncertainty glimmered in his eyes. It was indeed peculiar. He had always known that a myriad of floral fragrances perpetually enveloped Aphrodite, much like the eternal bloom of the floral sea before her temple. Yet, this time, despite their brief encounter, he detected a scent distinct from the usual floral essence. Had it been another deity, they might have overlooked such a minor detail, perhaps failing to notice the variance altogether. However, having been born among mortals, Apollo had honed his skills through experience, tracking the skin of a giant serpent. Thus, he remained acutely attuned to such subtleties. Although it was merely a shift in scent, it nonetheless stirred a sense of intrigue within his heart. The scent that often lingers near volcanoes is far from pleasant. One wonders how Aphrodite has become acquainted with it. Sulfur, as it is commonly known. Was it to seek the aid of Hephaestus for the restoration of her divine armor? Yet, I recall that as the god of volcanoes, Hephaestus does not particularly favor sulfur. Or perhaps she visited some volcanic hot springs in the mortal realm. Nevertheless, what relevance does this hold for me? Shaking his head slightly to dispel his chaotic thoughts, Apollo concluded he was overthinking. Aphrodite is an independent goddess. What she chooses to pursue is of no concern to him. Truly, he pondered too much. It would be best to return to the temple. The goddess of beauty has Ares to care for her. Even if she were to unite with Hephaestus, it would be quite normal for her. Dismissing such thoughts, Apollo cast aside his discoveries. The bright moon was ascending slowly from the horizon, and his task had long since been completed. Sasha, Sasha, as she walked, her long gown trailed upon the ground, sweeping past the sea of flowers on either side of the path. The petite and exquisite temple was encircled by roses of various hues, while the pristine white columns outside were adorned with carvings of waves, glistening foam beneath the sun. Approaching with measured steps, Aphrodite pushed open the grand doors of the palace and casually closed the portal behind her. At that moment, the interior of the temple was devoid of any presence, save for the pearls that emitted a cool, luminous glow. The temple of the goddess of beauty was not always thus. As the embodiment of love and beauty, Aphrodite's sanctuary was once filled with nymphs awakened by the divine essence. The floral expanse before the entrance was their true form, and these spirits, born of the goddess's grace, willingly served their esteemed deity. However, for reasons unknown, shortly after the tumult of Typhon, Aphrodite gradually ceased to allow them entry into her sanctuary, and for nearly a century, even her daughter, the goddess of harmony, Harmonia, was no exception. This lavishly adorned temple had gradually transformed into a realm solely belonging to the goddess of beauty, where no one else could tread. Ares had once been curious about these changes, but under Aphrodite's indifferent gaze, he too had to depart. In a hurried stride, not lingering in the main hall of the temple, Aphrodite proceeded directly to the inner sanctum. She reached out to press against the wall. A flash of divine power surged, and the ground trembled slightly before revealing a staircase leading directly underground. Faint tendrils of an acrid scent wafted forth, discordant with the floral fragrances that filled the temple. Had Apollo been present at that moment, he would no longer question the source of the scent enveloping Aphrodite. Sulfur, or rather, the essence of rule imbued with sulfur. For it is only the force of order that the goddess of beauty's divine power cannot easily erase. Apollo believed that the lingering scent was a result of Aphrodite's negligence. Yet, in truth, it stemmed from the goddess's own inability to swiftly erase the remnants of such a rule. Naturally, the outward manifestations of both perceptions bore no distinction. As time progressed, this aroma would inevitably dissipate. Furthermore, sulfur was not an exclusive element of the abyss, thus the beauty goddess paid little heed to it. Once more, they met, and once again, a transaction unfolded. Her appetite for more grew insatiable. Descending further, a flicker of sorrow passed through Aphrodite's brow. Under the laws of love and beauty, her melancholy was akin to Shizi holding her heart, exuding an ineffable allure. Yet, this sorrow was but fleeting. In the next moment, a smile graced her lips anew. Her desires expanded, and fortunately, mine did as well. Ares. The wretched Hera once proclaimed that the most exquisite flower ought to be safeguarded by the mightiest force. Yet, despite my unparalleled beauty, what means do you possess to protect my smile? Ultimately, these male deities proved to be unreliable, each one either feigning seriousness or, like Ares, proving utterly inept. With clenched teeth, in this secluded chamber where only she could venture, Aphrodite unabashedly unveiled her grievances. Those incompetent wretches were one thing, but even the few with some prowess acted as if they were above her, disdainfully rejecting the olive branches she extended. Apollo was one, Hades two. And the primordial gods were even more dismissive. In their eyes, Aphrodite had never existed, a reality that rendered the vain goddess profoundly disheartened. Of course, this was not merely her plight. They showed similar disregard toward other goddesses as well. However, what truly shattered Aphrodite was the indifference of Zeus, the sovereign of Olympus, the lord of all gods. How laughable it was. No matter how much he feigned virtue, the world could never mistake Zeus for a paragon of fidelity and love. Pretending to be earnest, putting on a fade, did he truly believe himself to be anything noble? With a resounding thud, she pressed her hand against the final barrier. A door forged from divine metal, and her divine power surged forth. In the next heartbeat, the door, adorned with the image of bat-like wings and talon-like hands, began to glow softly. After a low, muffled sound, this secret palace opened its portals to its creator. Chapter 425, The Past of Emoia and the Goddess of Beauty. With a flicker, the lamps suspended in the spacious underground chamber ignited upon the arrival of Aphrodite. Without pause, the goddess advanced, the grand door behind her sealing shut, severing any connection between the underground realm and the outside world. As she traversed the narrow corridor, portals appeared at intervals on either side, from which occasional whispers and muffled howls emerged. However, the goddess paid no heed, resolutely continuing forward. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the space before her expanded dramatically. A wave of heat and blinding crimson light enveloped her, compelling Aphrodite to summon a measure of divine protection. In the next moment, an ancient altar, constructed from massive stones, came into view at the end of her line of sight. Nearby lay a bubbling lake of molten lava, radiating an intense power, with fragments of rules vastly different from the material realm swirling above its surface. Undeterred, Aphrodite approached the lava lake, as if sensing her presence. The surface of the lake rippled gently. Amidst the frothy upheaval, two beings emerged, adorned with cloven hooves, bat-like wings, ram-esque horns, and elongated tails. Their exquisite faces bore expressions of fear and submission. "We humbly welcome your highness," they chorused, their voices crisp and harmonious, laced with an undercurrent of enchantment. Observing this scene, A subtle smile graced Aphrodite's lips. Countless failures had preceded this moment, leading to a result that barely met her approval. Though still far from perfection, it was the best she could achieve with her current abilities. This place no longer requires your presence. You may withdraw, she stated softly, gesturing to the two beings. Born from the floral sea that once graced her court, they were not yet equipped to comprehend the deeper secrets she harbored. Yes, your highness, they replied in unison, bowing before retreating, leaving the space devoid of any presence but that of the goddess. With a gentle sigh, Aphrodite traced her fingers across the ancient altar, stepping forward slowly. In that moment, gazing upon this familiar yet distant location, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. When had she come to possess this subterranean domain? It must have been a long time ago, for she could scarcely recall the passage of time. All she remembered was the beginning, likely rooted in the aftermath of the tumult wrought by Typhon. The rampaging king of monsters had not truly toppled the reign of the gods, but from that day forth, the world, having witnessed the supreme might of this unparalleled demon, inadvertently acquired many new elements, Aphrodite being one of them. On that fateful day, the goddess of beauty fled frantically before the shadowy winds, transforming into a fish to evade the onslaught of the demon king. Ares, consumed by his own survival, found that the gods who dared to confront such a foe were no match in combat. Even the king of gods, who had once vanquished the Earth Mother, was rendered powerless, like a lifeless dog stripped of its spine, unable to withstand the might of the formidable demon king. It was the most terrifying day for Aphrodite, a day when her once prized beauty felt utterly meaningless before the towering figure of the demon monarch, akin to a discarded piece of paper. This fear lingered deep within her heart, and despite the eventual triumph of the god king, who decisively defeated Typhon upon the vast sea, she remained unable to regain her composure. Thus, on the evening following that day, Aphrodite adorned herself with her finest belt and the most resplendent makeup, fortuitously encountering Zeus in a secluded corner of Mount Olympus. In the realms of chaos, he alone possessed both the requisite strength and an insatiable desire for beauty. She reassured herself, despite Zeus's never having approached her willingly, which had cast doubt upon her own allure, despite the fact that the god king was not invincible. Having resorted to cunning to triumph over his adversary, nevertheless, he remained the victor. And as the victor, he was entitled to pluck the most exquisite flower. I have succeeded, yet I have also failed. It became evident that Zeus was not blind to her beauty. In the presence of true beauty in this world, while some may suppress their desires, none can be devoid of them. Yet he, Zeus, even as mortal youth could not escape his grasp, forcibly restrained his longing for her exquisite form. This was the most disgraceful affront, one she would never forget. One day, I shall make you regret your refusal. A sardonic smile crept upon her visage, her fingertips brushing against the coolness of the altar. In a moment of introspection, Aphrodite recognized that she was not one to shy away from rejection. Though she resented those who failed to see her worth, she admired their unwavering resolve in her heart. But others were one thing, Zeus was another. He was not a man of restraint, never had been. He did not seem to possess unwavering determination, at least not in this regard. Yet, when faced with the rare proactive beauty goddess, he chose to forsake his desires, as though evading a heap of refuse. In the days that followed, Aphrodite wrestled with self-doubt within her temple, even descending into madness as she ventured into the mortal realm to reclaim her erstwhile confidence through various men. They were kings, generals. They could also be commoners or even beggars. Time passed, until one day, she awoke alone atop a high mountain. Gazing at the sun in the sky, the goddess, as if awakening from a dream, resolved to herself, in this world, others are unreliable, only oneself can be trusted. She could wield her beauty as a weapon, but it must never be her sole armament. She must make a change. And as the goddess of beauty reminisced about the past, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that a path, seldom noticed by others, had long been resting in the palm of her hand, thanks to the sun god Helios. Though he was no longer present, the amusing tales that once brought a smile to Aphrodite during their shared moments lingered in her heart. Beyond the secrets observed by him during his daily patrols of the sky, the goddess had also heard a rumor from Helios, the truth of which remained uncertain. A cataclysm had unfolded in Tartarus, transforming it from a chaotic prison of the gods into a realm of its own, brimming with life. Both the sun god and Aphrodite had hesitated to investigate further. However, now she had no choice but to confront it. Thus, from that moment on, numerous heroes of the mortal realm, through various unforeseen circumstances, garnered the goddess's favor, vowing to return the secrets from the abyss to the deities. They ventured forth, sacrificing their lives to convey vital messages to the divine. Ultimately, the last brave soul was unexpectedly discovered by a magnificent will that traversed the boundaries of the abyss. She immediately recognized the unique divine power embodied in that diminutive human, a power representing beauty in the material world. In that moment, the Great Will recalled the vow she had made upon awakening in Tartarus, to reclaim her past, the beauty and grace that belonged to the gods. Thus, before Zeus and the mother of the rainbow dragon, the first messenger between the abyss and the mortal realm was born that very day, bearing a unique mark. This earthly hero returned to the side of Aphrodite. In turn, the goddess of beauty, grateful for the letter she received, fulfilled his dreams, allowing him to complete his brief yet glorious life in ultimate satisfaction. With a smirk, her fingers paused upon the patterns of the altar, igniting a flame at her fingertips. From a single point to a line, and ultimately enveloping the entire altar, in an instant, the ethereal glow seemed to ignite the stone platform. Immersed in her memories, the goddess moved slowly and gracefully. As the altar illuminated, a vast and profound will appeared to be drawn toward this place, seemingly guided by the beacon. Ordinarily, such a commotion would undoubtedly stir Olympus, even attracting Zeus's attention. Yet Aphrodite remained unperturbed. Her decision to establish the altar here rather than in the depths of the starry sky or on the edge of the sea was deliberate. After understanding her circumstances, the great being of the abyss had shown particular interest in the so-called divine realm of the Olympian pantheon. With the assistance of this insider, a judgment was rendered that this was not a temporal domain created by Zeus, but rather a fragment of an otherworldly interface. In fact, such fragments were not singular. The abyss had similarly merged with other remnants. Thus, with her guidance, Aphrodite resolutely chose to embrace the shadows, seamlessly integrating a shard of otherworldly temporal essence salvaged from the abyss beneath her own temple. At this very moment, the realm of the goddess of beauty resides within this fragment, rather than an actual excavation of the divine mountain. Here, she channels the will from the abyss while simultaneously bestowing her divine power. Over the years, she has remained undetected by Zeus. Unlike Kronos, he lacks dominion over time and space, and Asgard is not genuinely established by his own hand. Thus, he cannot uncover her presence. This was conveyed to her, and after years of validation, Aphrodite has come to believe it wholeheartedly. Perhaps he truly has not noticed, or perhaps he has sensed something amiss but considers it merely a serendipitous adventure of the goddess in the external world, unaware that within this fragment, which pales in comparison to Asgard, lies such a secret. In the sanctuary, with a subtle movement of her fingers, the goddess infused her divine essence into the altar, which responded in kind. As time trickled by, a connection between the abyss and this place was finally established. A swirling black vortex materialized above the stone platform, and with a tremor of time and space, the laws of the abyss began to seep through. This vortex reached deep into Tartarus. Had such a link occurred within the material realm, it would have been swiftly seized by the laws of the present world and subsequently suppressed and annihilated. However, within this confined fragment of time and space, the rules of the external world do not interconnect with those here. Though this fragmented realm is destined to perish due to its inherent weakness over the passage of time, similar remnants are not uncommon in the abyss. The Great One from the abyss has also pledged that should this fragment's power wane and shatter, she can easily provide more. Your Majesty, it has been a while, she said with a smile, continuing her infusion of divine power as she had done countless times before. Yet this time, she was aware that a considerable reward awaited her. Although that Amazonian queen daringly betrayed her, perhaps it was precisely their emotions aligning inadvertently with the laws of love and beauty that resolved the dilemma that had long troubled her. Ultimately, this conundrum was not of her own making, but rather a task set forth by that great being. You must have received my work by now. What do you think? As you previously mentioned, the powers of the abyss and the divine essence of the material world are indeed mutually exclusive. A true deity entering the abyss gradually loses control over the laws of the present world over time, resulting in the corresponding rules becoming wild and ungovernable. Conversely, when abyssal demons enter the material realm, they too lose the support of the interface laws, suppressing their own inherent power. Thus, the dominion of beauty cannot be permanently exerted upon abyssal demons. At least for beings of demon lord caliber, I cannot achieve this, owing to the intrinsic conflict between the two realms. Even in the presence of the most ordinary demons, my power manifests solely because I surpass them significantly, rather than due to any transgression of this immutable rule. However, I may have now discovered a commonality between the two. Excluding the ethereal concept of love, I have long held the belief that corporeal desire aligns most harmoniously with the principles of chaos. In retrospect, I was correct, albeit not entirely so. The corporeal and the spiritual cannot be disentangled, they must correspond with one another. Thus, only a soul that has once experienced love can be transformed into this unique breed of demon, impervious to the influences of the abyss, possessing an exterior of sufficient beauty. Consequently, such demons cannot emerge through natural means. They can only arise from the fall of earthly beings, such as my followers. Aphrodite did not utter these words. Yet her devotees undeniably meet this criterion. However, when her declaration echoed, there was a prolonged silence from across the passage. O goddess of beauty in the mortal realm, you have indeed succeeded in creating a new lineage of demonic blood. Were you a denizen of the abyss? It is likely that Tartarus would not hesitate to bestow upon you the title of a demon lord. But what concern is this of mine? It is, indeed, of great significance. For as long as this new demonic lineage is recognized within the abyss, I can, with great effort, forge a vessel capable of temporarily bearing your will. While displaying remarkable politeness, Aphrodite found herself somewhat perplexed at this juncture. In the manipulation of high domains, this great being of the abyss demonstrated considerable strength, leading the goddess of beauty to question whether the true primordial deities could match such prowess, as if this great being were Tartarus itself. Yet in other respects, particularly pertaining to her own will, Aphrodite sensed that although the other party was stronger than herself, a closer examination revealed they were not overwhelmingly powerful. Chapter 426. Shaping and descent amidst the fragments of time and space, the goddess of beauty awaited the response from across the void. The swirling vortex bridged the abyss and the realm of mortals, yet the chasm between them persisted. Thus, on the opposite side, at the depths of Tartarus, within the chaotic realm yet to fully evolve into a coherent plane, darkness flowed like a river, resembling a vibrant, resplendent ribbon. Aphrodite remained oblivious to the indescribable colossal entity that stirred in reaction to her words, creating tumultuous waves akin to a cacophony of mountains and seas. A shell to bear my will. The murmurs reverberated from all directions, echoing in a disjointed manner. The sound entered Moira's ears, leaving her in a daze. In the interplay between reason and madness, years had slipped away unnoticed. Yet, in this moment, the very thing she longed to reclaim lay before her. Despite her attempts to recall her former self, she found it impossible to conjure an image of her past. Was her former self beautiful? Perhaps so. Although she had forgotten much, this one truth remained vivid in her memory. As a revered titan, her visage was undoubtedly enchanting. However, after countless millennia, as the once glorious Mnemosyne dwelled in the abyss for eons, detached from the influence of Tartarus, she found herself uncertain of what constituted her former beauty. Hence, when the present-day goddess of beauty uttered words that should have stirred her profoundly, Moira felt an unexpected lack of excitement. Gazing at the swirling time tunnel, she posed another seemingly unrelated question. A vessel to embody my will. This is commendable. Yet, goddess of beauty, successor of Olympus, as a deity presiding over beauty, you must possess a unique understanding of what constitutes beauty, do you not? Indeed. The voice was filled with confidence. Aphrodite believed no one understood beauty better than herself. Encouraged by her affirmative response, Moira pressed on. Very well, then. Surely you can elucidate my confusion. Goddess of beauty, please tell me, in this world, under your dominion, what truly defines the standard of beauty? What is the universal benchmark? As the goddess of beauty, you must be able to answer this question. Are you asking for the standards of beauty? After a moment of hesitation, Aphrodite paused, caught off guard by such an inquiry. Beauty is beauty. Could there truly be standards? Momentarily stumped. Yet Aphrodite, after millennia of existence, found herself capable of discerning the answer if she truly sought it. Thus, after a brief interval, the voice of the goddess resonated once more within the abyss. Beauty lacks a singular standard, my lord, for it has never been an objective concept. From the perspective of humanity, beauty is one thing. From the perspective of deer, it is another. Even when power reaches a certain threshold, it too can reveal its own form of beauty, much like that blood tree rooted in the sun, which embodies the ultimate perfection of life. Ultimately, there is no absolute beauty. If one must assert its existence, it would likely be the world itself. The true essence of beauty's authority does not lie in shaping a concept of objective, absolute beauty, but rather in allowing me to evolve alongside the ever-changing nature of existence. In the eyes of those who cherish tranquility, the deity of beauty may embody serenity. In the gaze of the passionate, it may radiate fervor, to a fish. The deity may take the form of a fish, while to an eagle, it may soar across the heavens. The authority of beauty can transform me into the most perfect version of myself in the eyes of others, yet there exists no singular form deemed perfect by all. The divine form I present to the world merely aligns with the definition of beauty held by the majority. Is that so? I see. Though I grasp the concept only partially. Mou feels a sense of understanding. She dismisses the notion of becoming the perfect version of oneself in the eyes of others. After listening to Aphrodite's exposition, she arrives at a different interpretation. Beauty, it seems, is merely the acknowledgement of others, while transforming oneself to fit others' perceptions is one approach. Altering their attitudes to gain universal recognition for oneself is yet another. However, the latter may prove exceedingly difficult to achieve. The mother of demons sways amidst chaos, stirring boundless waves. Regardless, let this deity of the present create a vessel for herself. Having long forgotten her former appearance, she scarcely recalls the aesthetics of the mortal realm. Thus, she resolves to craft a perfect body for herself. Oh, deity of beauty, your response is commendable, however, beyond verbal acknowledgement. I wish to behold the vessel you speak of. Since beauty is subjective, create for me the perfect form as envisioned by the world's strongest. Although you are the goddess of beauty, some of your principles seem rather naive. What value does the definition of beauty held by the vast majority possess? Ultimately, this world belongs to the strong. With a silent curl of her lip, Aphrodite regards Mou's insights with a hint of disdain, yet she refrains from rebuttal. Life in the abyss, after all, breeds such perceptions, having endured conditions far worse than those of the underworld. What do they truly comprehend of love and beauty? Despite her current rebellious demeanor, Aphrodite harbors no intention of truly seeking refuge in Tartarus. This is, at best, a contingency plan and a means to augment her power. Ultimately, the authority of the beauty is rather innocuous, especially when contrasted with the formidable might of the abyssal demon, whose power is entirely offensive. Deities of the present realm have consistently looked down upon places beyond the mortal realm, viewing the edges of the cosmos and the underworld as mere backwaters, let alone the depths of the abyss. Had the once mighty Helios not been aware that he would eventually face retribution from Zeus, he would not have sought refuge in the embrace of the outer gods. Thus, although the disparity in power is colossal, it does not diminish the inherent pride within the goddess of beauty. Surely, to the strongest beings in existence, perfection must hold a different meaning. And that is certainly not an issue. Although Aphrodite may not discern who among those great powers reigns supreme, her authority scarcely influences them. Yet, she is aware of one individual's perspective on beauty. She recalls how, in her utmost efforts, she stirred his heart, his gaze burning with an intensity that seemed to yearn to consume her entirely. Thus, the notion of being the epitome of perfection in the eyes of the God King should suffice. As you wish, I shall comply. However, the vessel capable of embodying your will inevitably require the involvement of demonic-level power. And you have promised me recompense. You may retrieve it from the abyss yourself, should you be eager to speak. Yet, seeing that Aphrodite remains unresponsive, Moira is compelled to propose an alternative solution. If you choose not to come, then prepare ample offerings. To summon demonic-level power into the mortal realm, it is advisable to select a favorable location. The more stringent the laws of the present realm, the greater the offerings required. I grant you 3 days. Do not keep me waiting. Initially, Moira intended to imprison this goddess of beauty from the mortal realm. As the mother of demons, she was already accustomed to a lack of integrity. However, Aphrodite is not so naive. She has never dared to set foot in the abyss. Yet, since the opportunity is lacking, it is best to set it aside for now and reconsider when the time is ripe. At present, Moira is eager to possess a normal corporeal form, allowing her to traverse the abyss openly. Just a few days ago, a lord who claims to be the prince of demons, having emerged from over 800 layers of the abyss, sent her a letter announcing that a deity from the mortal realm, drawn by her reputation, wishes to visit and behold the glory of the great mother of demons. This revelation filled Moira with both astonishment and joy. The joy is self-evident. She never anticipated that the beauty she fabricated within the abyss would resonate beyond, attracting a deity's visit. It has been quite some time since she last encountered a divine being from the mortal realm face to face. The astonishment arises from her reluctance to shatter the favorable impression held by this esteemed visitor, yet she finds herself without alternative means to meet. Fortunately, this goddess of beauty possesses some capability. She must be richly rewarded. With this thought, Moira's tone softened considerably. Furthermore, you may send forth an avatar. and I shall bestow upon her demonic power and the authority to govern a realm. Of course, I shall not withhold what I originally promised you. However, O deity of beauty, are you certain that the vessel you have crafted can indeed bear my will without being discerned by other divine entities? Of course. The new demon has only just been born, so I implore you to exercise caution in its use. As long as the opponent's power does not surpass my own limits, they shall remain oblivious to the true nature of your intent. In this respect, the authority of the gods is beyond question. Aphrodite affirmed with a flicker of thought. Leaving an avatar in the abyss is feasible. Although the gods do not concern themselves with matters of time, space, or spirituality, which may hinder the transmission of will across all singularities, the existence of this temporal shard alleviates her concerns regarding communication between her true form and her avatar. As for the offerings to channel the power of the demon, she had long since prepared them. Humans would not suffice, even if she were to sacrifice an entire nation. The abyssal force summoned would likely be inadequate. Fortunately, with a mere gesture, a deity from the celestial realm gathered numerous corpses from the zodiac, including many that were merely sealed and not slain. These offerings now lay in the secret expanse of the cosmos arranged by that deity, awaiting her sacrifice to the abyss. The cost, for Aphrodite, was indeed negligible. Using these abominations as offerings to the demons could serve as an effective means to eradicate such vile entities. Thus, when Aphrodite finally returned to her temple, she immediately ascended towards the heavens, the moon of the underworld, gazing at the moon drawing nearer in the sky. Aphrodite was reminded of the lunar presence of the underworld. A flicker of ire crossed her eyes. Few are aware that the reason the deity of light chose to investigate the turmoil in the zodiac was due to the goddess of beauty. Otherwise, for Ether, frequently disturbed by the Olympian heroes led by Perseus, the emergence of additional troubles in the zodiac would have been a welcome diversion, and he would have merely applauded rather than hastening to assess the situation. Little did he expect that instead of encountering Aphrodite, he would meet the incoming Lioness. And the outcome is well known among the gods. One day, I too shall wield such power. Moreover, unlike you, as the inherent weapon of the goddess of beauty, I am most adept in its usage. Without further hesitation, she soared past the moon, traversing the celestial sphere. Though she had heard many tales of the abyss, Aphrodite had yet to witness the true visage of Tartarus herself. Abyss. 862-11. Thunderpool. Beneath the dim sky. The rain fell incessantly. The figure darted swiftly through the curtain of rain. The king of gods appeared somewhat anxious. Not long ago, he had secretly incited the demons to forcefully breach the barrier enveloping the city, departing from that infernal metropolis at the cost of a single mark. Guided by the map etched in his memory, Zeus tirelessly sought a suitable refuge for concealing the treasures he had acquired during his journey. The concealment of Mjolnir proceeded smoothly, as he nestled it beneath the long-dormant depths of a volcano. Although the element of fire within the thunderpool was scarce, it was not devoid of volcanic presence, rather. Eruptions were infrequent. However, as he completed the first stage of his endeavor and prepared to locate a place to hide the residual primal power of the foreign thunder god, Thor, an unforeseen and unwelcome event transpired. An immense pressure surged from the horizon, revealing that the abyssal lord who governed this realm was far more formidable than Zeus had anticipated, displaying a reaction speed that exceeded his expectations. In stark contrast to the mid-level deities he had encountered previously among the abyssal demons, this self-proclaimed prince of demons was of an entirely different caliber. Before he could identify the most suitable hiding place, that overwhelming presence was rapidly approaching his location. Although the entity initially directed its efforts toward capturing the demons that had fled alongside Zeus, the intent was clear. Hiding beneath the very eyes of such a being seemed implausible. To his surprise, this so-called prince of demons indeed possessed considerable prowess. With a slight shake of his head, Zeus found himself at an impasse. This was a matter of unequal intelligence, and as a mere avatar, he could not perceive every intricate detail. Thus, he could only hope that the entity before him was a demon of integrity and honor. It was coming. After a brief wait, as he sensed the approaching aura from the horizon, Zeus adjusted his garments, preparing to confront this extraordinary demon lord. Chapter 427. The Demoness Mastery in the Distant Sky. Ominous thunderclouds loomed ominously. The power that governed the realm gathered instinctively around its sovereign, guarding its master. With a human form adorned with eagle-like wings and claws as sharp as daggers, the demon prince soared through the tempest, wielding a spear amidst the crackling fire and lightning. As he traversed the skies of the 862-11 Thunderpool, he effortlessly dispatched a demon tainted with the mark of a lord with a jolt of electricity. continuing his relentless pursuit of the next target. Towering several meters high, a singular eye, shimmering with silver light, scanned the earth below, rendering all that lay hidden before it completely exposed. As one of the abyssal demon gods, the demon prince undoubtedly possessed an appearance distinct from that of mortal deities. Yet, unlike many of his kin, this lord retained a semblance of humanity in many respects. His form, once ridiculed by other demon gods for its frailness, surprisingly garnered admiration from the mother of demons, who resided deep within the abyss. Nevertheless, regardless of opinions, when the demon prince unleashed his overwhelming power, no one dared to challenge him. Crack. Once again, he sensed the presence of another marked by the essence of a lord. And with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed another bolt of lightning, showing no intent to discern the target. However, unlike before, this time, a formidable surge of demonic power rose abruptly, directly countering his attack. This appears to be a mark used to conceal one's identity. In an instant, from rapid motion to a complete halt, the demon prince stood resolutely in the sky, observing the dwelling from which the demonic power emanated, his singular eye glistening with intrigue. Had the opponent remained passive, he might have overlooked their concealed presence. But since they had made a move to obstruct him, even through the veil of the Lord's mark, the demon prince discerned the true divine power hidden beneath the demonic force, orderly and harmonious, yet entirely at odds with the abyss. It also bore the unmistakable signature of thunder. The thunder god of humanity, he had not deceived me. Athaha. With a wide grin, the demon prince ceased his assault. His eagle-like wings unfurled behind him, allowing him to descend swiftly. Meanwhile, on the ground, the avatar of the god king seethed with fury and regret. Just a moment longer, merely a fleeting instant, he had believed that this unique abyssal lord, even if harboring ill intentions, would take the time to ascertain his identity before acting. He never anticipated an immediate attack. As divine energy surged within him, Zeus was prepared to sacrifice this avatar in that moment. After all, he was the king of the gods. Should he choose to incinerate everything about this incarnation, the true essence residing in the mortal realm could utilize this as a beacon to guide his consciousness back. Alas, the fundamental power of this foreign deity. With a grave expression, Zeus was about to take action. Yet in the next moment, the descending demon seemed to have no intention of continuing its assault. Instead, it restrained its power and landed upon the ground. What is the meaning of your unwarranted aggression, my lord? Was your previous command merely a jest? Hence your sudden change of heart? A fleeting silence ensued, leaving Zeus uncertain of the other's intentions. Nonetheless, the king of gods was determined to avert the most disastrous outcome. Thus, with a heightened sense of vigilance, Zeus promptly confronted the newcomer. Unwarranted aggression? A deity from beyond. You brazenly defy my orders and forced your way into my city, only to turn around and interrogate me? It appears that the gods of this realm and those of the abyss are alike. We care not for so-called principles, but solely for the might of our fists. With a hearty laugh, the demon prince scrutinized Zeus with his three eyes, as if appraising merchandise. Indeed, just as I thought, Mother of Demons will be pleased without further ado. The demon gestured with a sweeping hand, unleashing an invisible force that sought to lift Zeus into the sky. Come, walk with me. You are precisely the one I seek. It seems my intuition was not in vain. As a being from beyond, you must know my purpose in summoning you. For now, let us return to the thunder pool. With a resounding thud, the demon prince's power clashed momentarily against Zeus's instinctive resistance, effortlessly shattering the latter's defenses. The eyes of the god king flickered with struggle. Under normal circumstances, he would never tolerate such insolence. Yet now, a potentially formidable ally awaited him ahead. And the spoils of this venture had yet to be fully realized. After much hesitation, as he was drawn into the rift torn in the fabric of space, Zeus ultimately chose not to resist. Just endure a little longer. These lowly beings of the abyss are consistently rude. And there is no need for me to stoop to their level. This is all for a greater cause. Once I unify the world, I shall have ample time to settle accounts with these contemptible demons. Reassured by his own thoughts, Zeus regained his composure. After all these years, he was no longer the being he once was. Such trivial matters were of little consequence. Where are you taking me? He inquired. Thunderpool is this very interface, not the Thunderpool itself? And regarding your prior actions, whether justified or not, had it been anyone else, they would likely have been slain by your hand, not so. The demon prince interjected with a booming laugh, traversing the void with the authority of the interface. Slightly tilting his head, he regarded the mortal god, who was significantly shorter than the demon. The coldness and greed in his eyes were nearly uncontrollable. The deity of thunder on earth, how delectable the food appears. The unexpected guest was right. This is indeed my greatest source of nourishment. If I could harness his power, the void within my essence would be replenished. Yet, before such culinary delights, the prince of demons must suppress his desires. This is not his true form, but merely an incarnation of a celestial being. Moreover, the essence of a deity cannot be forcibly seized. Even as the stringent laws of the present world tighten and the essence gradually wanes, it has become exceedingly difficult to usurp divine authority. Even with the cooperation of the deities themselves, it will not happen. Once again, the prince of demons smirked, according to the information provided to me. You are indeed the one who commands thunder in the mortal realm. Although I wield formidable demonic power, the genuine authority related to thunder is rather limited. Thus, my lightning cannot truly affect you, unless I simultaneously invoke the innate powers of the abyssal demon that lean towards chaos and destruction. Seizing the opportunity to speak. Zeus paid no heed to anything else. After all, as the demon had stated, it was indeed improbable that he could be so easily vanquished by the adversary's thunder. His mention of this matter merely served to subtly express dissatisfaction while simultaneously gauging the other's stance. And the outcome of this probing. Zeus's heart was as clear as a mirror. So it is, as you have said, it appears my whereabouts have long been known. I wonder who this kind-hearted individual might be. Could you enlighten me? The interrogative phrasing accompanied by a definitive tone. The abyssal demon had repeatedly referred to this ruling out any inadvertent implications from the other party, leading to but one conclusion. And indeed, as anticipated, in response to the question regarding the king of God's incarnation, the prince of demons showed no intention of concealing the truth. It is an avatar of the eight-armed serpent demon, and it has hidden itself quite well. I searched several times without finding its trace. Of course, even if I did locate it, it would likely just be another larger avatar. Mortal deities. I wonder if you have any more specific impressions of this kind-hearted demon. The eight-armed serpent demon. I have no particular recollection of it. A flicker of suspicion arose within. Being of the serpent kind, Zeus began to wonder if it might be connected to the great serpent that had often opposed him. However, suspicion without evidence remains just that. After all, if we speak of serpents, Hera's reared giant python is also a serpent, as is Typhon's offspring, the nine-headed hydra. While it is not impossible to draw connections on one hand, this cannot serve as a rationale to present to others, and on the other. Even Zeus cannot be certain of any relation between the two. To assume a connection solely based on this resemblance would be rather ludicrous. Thus, shaking his head slightly, Zeus could only express his ignorance. Although he remained uncertain about the identity of the person covertly targeting him, he nonetheless felt a slight sense of relief. Observing the demeanor of the abyssal demon god, it was evident that it, like the serpent demon, harbored its own intentions. As for that well-meaning individual, I cannot fathom who it might be. However, I must candidly express that such entities, who conceal their identities while conspiring in the shadows, are likely not to be trusted. Your Excellency, when dealing with it, be sure to exercise caution lest you fall prey to its honeyed words. Haraha. Indeed, you are correct. As for the gods of the mortal realm, you need not worry. I shall not believe a single word regarding the two of you. With a hearty laugh, the demon prince disregarded Zeus's reaction and strode purposefully through the time-space tunnel, advancing swiftly. Before long, a glimmer of light emerged at the tunnel's end. Guided by the Lord's power, Zeus and the demon god stepped out of the tunnel in succession. Initially, darkness enveloped them, but it quickly returned to normal. Upon opening his eyes, Zeus sought to ascertain where he had been brought. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself gazing upon an expansive ocean. The waters surged, raising towering waves, yet he saw no other beings. It felt as though this place was not the abyss, but rather an uninhabited, desolate sea of the mortal realm. Yet, this was merely the perspective of others. In Zeus's eyes, this boundless ocean was not merely water. Each droplet was distilled thunder. This is the thunder pool, he murmured. Observing the endless ocean beneath his feet, and for reasons unknown, Zeus felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as though this was not the thunder pool of the abyss, but rather a part of himself. No, perhaps he was overthinking. Upon deeper reflection, the god-king dismissed this unfounded notion. It was merely an illusion. This thunder belonged entirely to the abyss, in every conceivable sense. The power of this thunder pool was indeed formidable, even evoking a sensation that transcended the realm of true gods. Yet its electricity imparted a sense of hollowness to Zeus. The scale of this power was wholly supported by the might of the abyss. While it appeared to be a thunder pool, its essence was that of a hollow realm belonging to thunder, which was, in itself, quite normal. Chaos's god of thunder was he. And the power of the thunder god from another domain resided within his grasp. The abyss, despite its strength, could not conjure such formidable source power from thin air. Turning to face the demon prince, Zeus prepared to speak. However, a disquieting feeling arose within him as he noticed that the demon prince was also observing him with keen interest. This place was indeed a treasure trove, especially for those who cherish the power of thunder. He hesitated to inquire further, uncertain of the other's intentions. Nevertheless, for Zeus, one matter remained paramount to confirm. Regrettably, I find myself unable to indulge in such breathtaking scenery. I recall your previous communication regarding this grand undertaking, which is purportedly aimed at the legendary mother of demons. Though I hail from the outside world, I have long been acquainted with the infamous reputation of this demon goddess. However, I am uncertain whether your claims are grounded in reality or merely an attempt to leverage her name for our meeting. Rest assured, it is indeed a matter of substance. The demon prince affirmed with a subtle nod. Regardless of the respect one may hold for the mother of demons, no one in Tartarus would dare to jest about her existence. I can indeed facilitate an introduction to her, though the timing remains uncertain. What do you mean by the timing being uncertain? It is quite simple, the demon prince replied, a broad smile gracing his lips. I am requesting a fee from you. That 8-armed serpent demon may harbor ill intentions, yet you are undeniably eager to meet the mother of demons, are you not? What you wish to do is your own affair. However, whatever you intend, the payment owed to me must be complete. As he spoke, the demon prince's form loomed larger before Zeus, his legs submerging into the sea of thunder, while his head approached the heights of the interface. The Lord, revealing his true demonic form, lowered his gaze slightly, his eyes, akin to meteors, fixated on the king of gods. In those eyes, malice and greed were unmistakably evident. As the god of thunder, you must have discerned the flaws of this thunder pool, have you not? Rectify it, restore it, using your own methods. And only then shall I assist you. Otherwise, you may remain here indefinitely. I am aware of your immense power in the mortal realm, yet this is the abyss. The lingering grandeur within the thunder pool is sufficient to sever your connection to your true form. Feeling a tightening in his heart, Zeus listened intently to the words of his counterpart. Nevertheless, he found solace in the notion that this thunder pool seemingly would not impede his ability to communicate with his true self. Perhaps it was due to the demon's ignorance of the king's divine power. Yet even so, Zeus was reluctant to return to the mortal realm in a mere state of consciousness. The allies intertwined by fate. The artifacts of the thunder god. If he were to return in such a diminished state, the losses would be staggering. What? Are you still hesitating? Do not deliberate further. There is no reason for you to refuse such a mutually beneficial arrangement. Mutually beneficial? The corners of Zeus's mouth twitched as he struggled to comprehend what he stood to gain. Indeed, it is mutually beneficial. The giant nodded slightly, summoning gusts of fierce wind. The demon prince recalled his prior discourse with the 8-armed serpent demon and confirmed the assertion. That serpent demon claimed our alliance was win-win. I find that term quite agreeable. Yet I desire no such equality. I engage in trade with it. I win once. I sell it to you. I win again. I demand a fee from you. I win once more, and then I sell you to the mother of demons, and I win yet again. In the end, the great will of the abyss shall reward me for my contributions, granting me yet another victory. I have consistently triumphed. This is the essence of a multitude of victories. What do you think, divine beings of the mortal realm? Is there not a certain wisdom in the laws of this abyssal deity? Chapter 428. Filling the void, the resounding sound of waves echoed through the air as the thunderous sea stirred. Seemingly insignificant ripples striking the surface, yet causing the surrounding void to ripple with distortion. An uneasy silence reigned until they reached the very heart of this vast ocean of thunder, where the resonant voice of the demon prince lingered in Zeus's ears. Win-win, a succinct phrase, though it was the first time he had encountered it. The king of the gods discerned the underlying implication of apparent collaboration masking a pursuit of personal gain. However, when this term fell from the lips of the abyssal demon, it instantly lost its essence, morphing into unabashed greed and tyranny. What does it mean to always win? It simply means to have multiple victories. Why not just suffocate yourself with your own ambitions? While inwardly scoffing at the demon's arrogance, Zeus felt a sense of relief upon learning of the other's stringent conditions. Repairing the thunder pool was indeed a daunting task, yet he was not intimidated by a lack of demands. To the king of the gods, only a pure lunatic could evoke true disdain. In contrast, entities like the demon prince were far more manageable. What do you perceive, god of mortals? As the deity of thunder among humankind, this is your domain. Do not tell me you are inferior even to that serpent demon." The thunderous voice reverberated like an earthquake, shaking the vast expanse of the ocean. With an imposing presence, the colossal giant at the edge of the thunder pool inquired with a commanding tone. It had been a considerable time since it brought Zeus here, yet the latter had not yet taken action, which stirred a sense of irritation within the demon prince. Such a nuisance. Perhaps the serpent demon was indeed correct, just as it suggested. His foremost task should be to compel this thunder deity from the mortal realm to restore his fractured lineage. Possessing a lineage truly befitting a king and then offering the secrets of this bloodline to the abyss would earn him the favor of the will of Tartarus, allowing him to become the genuine and rightful demon prince. However, the demon did not trust the serpent demon and was unwilling to allow others to meddle with his fate. If the will of the abyss was merely concerned with the significance represented by that bloodline, it seemed he was not irreplaceable. Thus, while the demon prince verbally assented, he swiftly altered his course, effectively discarding the other. Yet, upon reflection, it appeared that this thunder deity from the mortal realm might not possess the capacity to restore the thunder pool after all. The essence of divine authority in the mortal realm differed fundamentally from demonic power, and it seemed he could not effortlessly alter allegiances, even if he were a deity wielding the corresponding dominion. Previously, the demon had been unaware of the true difficulty of this not easily concept. But Zeus's demeanor seemed to validate its genuine complexity. As you can see, discerning the problem is indeed not challenging for me. However, resolving it. You are likely aware of the predicament, are you not? It appears that your prolonged dwelling in the abyss may have rendered you somewhat oblivious to the fact that while the abyssal deities can bestow power upon lesser demons, the divine beings of the mortal realm cannot arbitrarily dictate the allegiance of their divine essence. Thus, even if I were willing to pay such a price, it may not be feasible. Standing at the heart of the thunder pool, confronted by the urgings of the demon prince, the embodiment of the god king displayed a semblance of hesitation, though internally he remained unfazed. As he had articulated, the issue concerning this thunder pool was not inherently complex. Upon witnessing the swirling vortex with his own eyes, Zeus had already deduced its nature. Its power was formidable, yet it was akin to water without roots. Its foundation was entirely reliant on the forces of the abyss. And the primordial essence of thunder was virtually negligible, predominantly derived from fragmentary energies of foreign realms that had not yet been fully assimilated. Thus, this vortex represented an external manifestation of the thunder pool's power, with its distinct interface governed by rules that set it apart from other abyssal dimensions, leading to a continuous depletion of its energy. However, divine power, once consumed, can be replenished as long as one's divine office remains intact. In contrast, for the thunder pool, which lacked the corresponding foundational support, its strength resembled the vast ocean waters, seemingly boundless, yet inevitably destined to run dry if the vortex continued to drain its essence. Therefore, resolving the issue of the thunder pool was simultaneously straightforward and challenging. The simplicity lay in the fact that if sufficient primal thunder essence were infused and amalgamated with the abyssal energies, it would instinctively strive to restore itself. The challenge, however, resided in Zeus's position as the sovereign of the gods beneath the mortal realm. Not only was it difficult for him to rend his divine office, but even if he could, he would never willingly surrender the primal forces of the material world to the abyss. Meeting the mother of demons could at best yield an ally, but leading the charge to betray the material realm would undermine his very authority. Logically, such terms were ones he could never acquiesce to. Yet, for the present Zeus, there existed a second avenue of resolution. The crux of the matter, however, was whether that serpent demon had monitored him to such an extent that it possessed intricate knowledge of his experiences within that realm of memory. A chill coursed through him. Though he did not outwardly exhibit his trepidation, he shook his head in resignation and turned his gaze towards the colossal figure on the horizon. The matter of the divine essence of true gods in the material world was not a clandestine affair, if you were inclined to inquire. You could likely glean such knowledge from the abyssal devotees in the mortal realm, or perhaps from the deities with whom you maintain covert contact. Did the serpent demon who advised you truly remain ignorant of this fact? If that were the case, I find it challenging to assess its intentions. No. The voice reverberated through the air as the demon interrupted. In truth, the advice it provided to me was not this. The notion of having you restore the thunder pool was my own conception. It merely seems that I may have overestimated the situation. The act of changing one's mind had evidently fallen flat. Listening to Zeus's explanation, the prince of demons could not help but feel a profound sense of disappointment. He had no desire to be manipulated like a puppet, yet it seemed he had little choice in the matter. Was it possible that this earthly god of thunder was an accomplice of that serpent demon? Perhaps they bore no animosity towards each other, and I was merely the target of their joint scheme. The abyssal power surged through his veins, and faced with such complexities, the demon prince instinctively yearned to abandon contemplation in favor of brute force. The vast sea of thunder trembled in response, a cacophony of thunderous roars echoing in succession. After a considerable time, the demon finally managed to suppress the malevolent thoughts within him. Since what I desire is beyond your capabilities, let us proceed as you suggest. Earthly deity, I demand you to complete my bloodline, enabling it to coexist within this realm and the abyss. Do not dare to tell me you cannot achieve this, and refrain from employing any underhanded tactics. I am prepared. Wait, who said I cannot do it? Just moments ago, I had relaxed slightly due to the demon prince's denial. It appeared that the serpent demon was unaware of its acquisition of the primordial essence of the thunder god. Zeus nearly believed this being had silently observed him throughout his journey, but upon learning the truth, the king of gods felt a sense of relief. However, before one wave could settle, another arose. As he listened to the demon prince's second demand, Zeus was suddenly taken aback. Complete the bloodline? Indeed. My vague suspicions about this peculiar demon god may very well be accurate. Yet, to have me complete its bloodline is an utterly impossible task. Can you truly accomplish this? Earthly god, are you mocking me? Initially already incensed, the demon god now felt even more like a fool. Its massive hand descended from the heavens, grasping Zeus tightly. Flames seemed to burn within its three eyes, fixating intently on the incarnation of the god king. Yet, at that moment, Zeus did not feel panic. Rather, he was filled with rage at the serpent demon's suggestion. Complete the bloodline. So that was it. He had previously pondered what the hidden existence was orchestrating and its true identity, but now he felt he had uncovered a hint of the answer. Although the bloodline of the god king was formidable and held significant meaning for the otherworldly realm of the abyss, if one considered it from the perspective of an enemy, what harm could it truly inflict upon Zeus himself? No deity had ever suffered loss due to the outflow of their bloodline. In many instances, this act served as a means to amplify their influence. However, considering it from another angle, the latent dangers became conspicuous. The succession of the god king. In that moment, whispers echoed within his heart, as several hypothetical adversaries he had long contemplated, yet never truly confronted, gradually surfaced in his mind. The transition of the divine sovereign is, of course, far from being a mere triviality. Yet Zeus understands that often the collapse of a grand edifice begins with the most minuscule of fissures. When it pertains to his very essence, the divine king never overlooks any suspicions. Among these hypothetical adversaries, the formidable serpent he had previously harbored doubts about certainly ranks among them, though it scarcely occupies a prominent position in the hierarchy. Those capable of orchestrating such a clandestine scheme concerning the throne of the divine king, while possessing the requisite strength, motive, and a profound understanding of the divine sovereignty, are few within the entirety of chaos. Consider, for instance, my mysteriously vanished father, or the supreme being of the spirit realm, who, despite my numerous attempts at probing, has remained utterly unresponsive to me. How much insight into the divine throne could that serpent dwelling in the abyss possess? These two entities, having remained silent for an entire epoch, are indeed the ones most likely to execute such a grand design. The former has once held the title of divine king, and it was only when he truly grasped the essence of immense power that Zeus became certain that at that time, Kronos was far from being a novice in this domain. The finesse with which he wielded power was not indicative of someone who had attained such abilities through transient means. It is assured that the other has not perished. As for the latter, he seems to possess an uncanny ability to accurately predict the fate of the divine kingship, making consequential decisions at pivotal moments that profoundly impact the world. With motive, capability, and information all present, it is highly probable that my judgment is indeed correct. However, one must avoid preconceived notions. With narrowed eyes, Zeus resolved internally that he had indeed made up his mind regarding the mother of demons from the abyss. Perhaps that enigmatic presence behind her shares similar thoughts. Should he acquiesce, there would be subsequent maneuvers awaiting him. Conversely, if he were to refuse, he would not suffer any loss. Rather, he would inadvertently sever his path to seeking allies through the hand of this demon, revealing to her that he possessed a means to elevate her further, thus transforming this abyssal demon lord into his adversary. A double-edged sword, it would yield no disadvantage. Yet, the one aspect he had not anticipated was the otherworldly essence he had acquired within the realm of memories. My lord demon, please do not take offense. I indeed possess my own means to extract a modicum of the source of thunder, though such a method inflicts considerable harm upon me. If the sole purpose were to introduce me to the mother of demons, I might as well forfeit this incarnation altogether. While the other party could readily obtain the essence directly from the corpse of his incarnation should matters escalate, Zeus was acutely aware that maintaining composure during negotiations is paramount. And indeed, upon witnessing Zeus's unyielding stance, the demon prince regained his composure. The deities of the mortal realm differ vastly from those of the abyss. Once their divine essence is depleted, they can only rely on the meager share of the overall increase in the world's source power, and cannot recuperate it through the slaying of other deities. Yet, despite this understanding, I shall never be compelled to pay an exorbitant price. In the depths of his star-like eyes, a sanguine glow flickered as the demon prince released his grasp on Zeus. Speak, what is it that you desire? However, I must forewarn you. I grant you but a single opportunity. Should you presume to coerce me, I shall deliver you unto that serpent demon. I trust you shall find ample common ground between the two of you. My demands are hardly burdensome. In fact, they may prove advantageous for your esteemed self. Disregarding the final statement, Zeus resolved to fulfill another purpose of his descent into the abyss. I have heard that while demons dominate Tartaros, there exists a faction of traitors. They devour demonic power and draw from the very essence of the abyss, positioning themselves as adversaries to all demons. You refer to them as devils. And their leaders are two sovereigns who stand equal to the mother of demons. I seek information pertaining to the devils, as detailed as possible, particularly regarding those two monarchs. Furthermore, should I ever find the need to confront them, I hope to receive your assistance at that time. Devils? Very well, if that is your sole request. I can acquiesce. Although their intellect may fluctuate and at times be swayed by the abyssal forces, within the 862-11 Thunderpool, the mood of the demon prince remains relatively stable. With his demeanor softened, the demon lord promptly urged, since I have consented to your request, you must hasten to yield some results. If you truly manage to restore the Thunderpool, once I gain the favor of the abyssal will, even without your aid, I shall personally address the vermin dwelling in that infernal realm. With the agreement established, Zeus must now demonstrate his prowess. Yet, as he turned to face away from the demon lord, his eyes reflected only indifference and mockery. The promises of demons are not to be trusted. Thus, his demands were either information or means to confront the devils. The former would be sought as payment upon the completion of 1/3 of the restoration, while the latter was something the other party desired to pursue, naturally not to be declined. Nonetheless, the demon lord opted to repair the Thunderpool rather than restore his own lineage, wary of potential treachery. He harbored distrust toward both the serpent demon and Zeus, hence his reluctance to accept. Yet, in Zeus's eyes, this was merely the wisdom of demons. Patience is key. Let me first ascertain the true nature of this Thunderpool and discern why it evokes such familiarity. Demons are, after all, demons. Compared to the deities of the present world, you remain rather inexperienced. Perhaps, for these demons, embracing a touch of madness is indeed beneficial, as such entities can genuinely cause Zeus considerable vexation. As for this demon prince, he fails to embody his divine aspirations and instead resembles a mere mortal. Shaking his head in quiet disapproval, Zeus offered a candid appraisal of the situation. Chapter 429, Placenta in the blink of an eye. A considerable amount of time has elapsed since Zeus and the demon prince reached their court. The king of gods has infiltrated the depths of the Thunder Sea, while the demon god remains above the surface, awaiting the outcome. The thunderous waves crash against the sea, resonating with a deep rumble. Days pass, and the core of this realm, once seemingly overflowing yet hollow, begins to manifest genuine transformation. Gold, silver, blue, purple. As the essence at its core gradually becomes more substantial, this nascent abyss, still youthful in appearance, contrasts sharply with the ancient Thunderpool that has endured the passage of time in the mortal realm, now giving rise to a multitude of newborn thunders. A vibrant vitality emerges from this place, invigorating the entire world. In a profound sense, the demon prince can distinctly perceive that since Zeus entered the core of the Thunder Sea, the power of the realm bestowed upon him has been steadily increasing, becoming purer with each passing moment. Even within him, his very blood seems to stir with a subtle exhilaration, as if the transformation of universal laws is aiding his existence. Naturally, the demon god is immensely satisfied with these developments. However, it is still insufficient. The restoration of the Thunderpool does not hinge solely on brute force. To truly attract the favor of the abyssal will, it requires elements beyond mere infusion of primal energy. Much like the great serpent's suggestion of bloodline completion, the bloodline itself holds little significance. What truly matters is the identity of the king of gods and the symbolic meaning derived from his actions. This is what proves beneficial to the abyss, rather than merely the bloodline of the God King. The demon prince, it seems, was previously unaware of this truth. Yet, fortune smiles upon him, for the power bestowed by Zeus to restore the thunder pool coincidentally fulfills this very condition from another perspective. Thus, as the changes in the realm amplify, there comes a moment when quantitative shifts finally trigger a qualitative transformation. Above the sky of the thunder pool, an immensely formidable will manifests. It exists there in its sheer presence, causing the entirety of the world, save for the core thunder sea, to inevitably descend into a state of stasis. Simultaneously, in a corner of the realm, the eight-armed serpent demon gazes upward. It senses the boundless and profound intent of Tartarus, instinctively striving to diminish its own presence. Undoubtedly, in the current chaos, the abyss stands as the most powerful entity, unparalleled in its might. Beyond it, even the flesh mother tree is ensnared by the laws of the present world. Were it not for the absence of its own persona, it could have long achieved what Zeus can only dream of, becoming the true sovereign of all deities in chaos. Buzz. The bestowal of the abyssal will has finally arrived. However, this transformation does not appear to be one that completes the bloodline. It seems that Zeus has indeed devised a way to break the stalemate, while the Prince of Demons has not genuinely heeded my counsel. Contemplating this, with a gaze fixed upon the shifting horizon, the eight-armed serpent could only draw such conclusions. After all, if it were a matter of perfecting the bloodline, the current disturbances in the abyss would likely manifest differently, involving interactions with the laws of the mortal realm. Alas, it was initially intended to ignite a spark between the material world and the core beyond, allowing Tartarus to inadvertently aid in the shattering of the future divine throne. Yet, as it stands, matters have not unfolded as smoothly as anticipated. Furthermore, being merely a fragment of its true self, the serpent cannot ascertain whether this is merely a miscalculation of its own design or if some unforeseen event has transpired. However, given the changes occurring within the interface, subtly rippling throughout the entirety of the abyss, the serpent is certain that although Zeus has not taken the stage himself, he must have paid some cost related to the divine king, for that is precisely what Tartarus truly requires. And since it is not connected to the current divine king, it must pertain to a foreign deity. As for the nature of that entity, only time will reveal it. Hiss, there is nothing to be done, as a mere avatar. I am left with no choice. Yet, having passed through this trial, how do you intend to confront the challenge posed by Moya? Unbeknownst to me, Moya has already crafted an avatar, but even if I were aware, the serpent would remain indifferent. For it is acutely aware that the formidable power of the Mother of Demons proves ineffective against other abyssal deities, yet remains undeniably potent against Tartarus's adversaries. The avatar, forged by the goddess of beauty, can undoubtedly bear the peak of Moya's formidable might for a fleeting moment, but beyond that, uncertainty reigns. Thus, with an inclination to observe, it hides in a corner of the interface. The eight-armed serpent has chosen not to depart despite the obstruction of its initial plan. It opts to remain, awaiting further developments. Buzz. Open. With a resounding crash, the avatar of the divine king steps back, shattering the chains of law that entwined around it. Although the latter seems somewhat reluctant to depart, it ultimately chooses to withdraw for the time being. After all, without the master's consent, the absorption of the essence cannot persist. The thunderous waters surge endlessly, displaying signs of fatigue. Sensing the drastically altered laws of the thunder pool and the faintly suspended abyssal will above the ninth heaven, Zeus cannot help but reveal a trace of trepidation. In merely a few short months, the essence of the thunder god, akin to a deity of moderate power, has been infused into the very core of this thunder pool. Though the sum may seem relatively insignificant compared to the almost incomprehensible might of the foreign thunder god, which, despite its imperfections, approaches the pinnacle of divine power, it remains a figure that evokes profound sorrow. Although true gods cannot directly absorb primal energy as the king of gods, Zeus has the capacity to offer this source of power to the mortal realm, thereby maximizing its utilization to bolster his divine authority. Yet, at this very moment, what truly instills fear in Zeus is not the depletion of primal energy, but rather the realization that accompanies the descent of the abyssal will. He has come to understand the fundamental desires of Tartarus. It becomes clear to him that the machinations of the eight-armed serpent demon extend far beyond mere bloodlines. They are undoubtedly aimed directly at his throne. While he previously hesitated to ascertain the demon's intentions, his prudent refusal has ultimately spared him from a significant pitfall. He is grateful for the gifts of fate. Though Zeus remains uncertain whether fate indeed played a role in this, he chooses to believe it did. Furthermore, While the King of Gods can assert with confidence that his journey through the realm of memory bore no traces of fate's influence, he acknowledges that upon his return, the essence of the foreign thunder god could scarcely escape its shadow. Indeed, it is as he suspected. The eight-armed serpent demon. It is either a servant of the Father God or is connected to the sovereign of the spirit realm, for only they could possess such profound knowledge of divine power. Yet, he reflects, there is also the Earth Mother, though at her level, she likely lacks the capability. Exhaling a heavy breath, he acknowledges that despite the perilous nature of the ordeal, he has successfully evaded this disaster. The restoration of the Thunder Pool remains unfinished. Yet Zeus intends to proceed with caution. Now that he has come to understand the essence of the abyssal demons, he realizes their lack of integrity. Thus, whether it be a meeting with the mother of demons or gaining insight into the depths of hell, it is preferable to resolve such matters prior to the restoration of the Thunder Pool. The demon god must have sensed the arrival of the abyssal will and would be even less inclined to abandon its pursuits. Interestingly, he has just discovered that the origin of the Thunder Pool's creation is intertwined with his own experience, and that the similar yet distinct bloodline resonance he perceives from this demon god has such origins. Moreover, he never anticipated that the desires sought by the abyssal will would lead to this juncture. Murmuring softly, his expression is one of complexity. Had he not personally engaged in the restoration of the Thunder Pool, he would never have realized the connection he shares with the abyssal demon. Reflecting on the past, all of this traces back to his previous incursion into Tartarus. Although much time has elapsed, the King of Gods still vividly recalls the cost of that ambush. Not only was half of his divine form severed, but the so-called Lord of Hell audaciously mocked him under the guise of the former King of Gods, Kronos, a memory that remains etched in Zeus's mind. Unexpectedly, his severed half of the body did not dissipate immediately upon falling into the abyss. Instead, it lingered for a brief period, clinging to life. Given the disparity between the passage of time in the abyss and the mortal realm, the God King could comprehend this phenomenon, though he remained indifferent. After all, such persistence held no significance, for unless a momentous event of profound symbolism occurred, a deity's corporeal form, once separated from its essence, would merely become a conglomeration of divinity and power, devoid of true vitality. As the original body began to recover, the divinity within the severed form would swiftly wither, ultimately dissipating into the surrounding environment, transforming into nourishment for the earth. Exceptions were rare, such as the ancient conflict of the Heavenly Father's eternal slumber, with the succession of the God King and the slumber of the Heavenly Father. The divine blood that dripped from Uranus birthed the three goddesses of the wax tree. Not to mention the later vengeful goddesses and the goddess of beauty, these instances of deities emerging post-separation were indeed exceptional. However, such circumstances were fortuitous, and the battle Zeus once fought in the abyss did not fall into this category. Had he been directly vanquished and imprisoned in the abyss for a millennium? Or had he displayed his divine might by vanquishing the great beings of hell? Such symbolic actions might have precipitated a transformation in his fragmented form. Yet, the reality was that none of this transpired. Consequently, neither Zeus nor the great serpent nor Asmodeus paid heed to Zeus's remnants, allowing them to descend into the abyss unimpeded. Ultimately, it was only the mother of demons, who had not lingered long in the mortal realm and had quickly plunged into the abyss after escaping the Heavenly Father's oppression, that found herself intrigued by this situation. She bore witness to the clash between the God King and the Lord of Hell at the abyss's depths, thereby igniting her fascination with the handsome and powerful Zeus. Under the chaotic influence of the abyssal bloodline, the mother of demons sought to seize the opportunity to bear an heir imbued with the God King's lineage. Unfortunately, as Zeus and the great serpent had predicted, this flawed body was incapable of such a function, and Moira ultimately did not succeed. When the God King began to restore his corporeal form in the material world, his body lost its vitality, and the embryo that the mother of demons endeavored to nurture instantaneously transformed into a stillborn. All bloodlines and matter related to the God King turned to ash, leaving only the abyssal remnants behind. Moira was filled with rage, yet powerless to alter the outcome, for it was beyond her control. At that moment, however, the will of Tartarus descended. It was truly unexpected that this primordial deity, devoid of any personality, had silently arrived at this juncture. In the realm of immense divine power, it found itself limited to the accumulation of quantity, unable to achieve a qualitative breakthrough. Thus, to grow stronger, it could only seek higher attributes, and the weakest yet somewhat connected power it could access was none other than the power of the God King. Thus, He infused the lifeless vessel with fragments of the divine bloodline acquired over the years, purportedly derived from the Titan deities. They too are offspring of the divine monarch. Yet not of my generation. It is through this connection that the Prince of Demons came into existence. As for the Thunder Pool, this realm, composed of the shattered thunderous energies from foreign lands and abyssal forces, is merely a mimicry of my flesh and blood, constructed to nurture the lifeless entity akin to a placenta. Zeus's understanding of matters pertaining to Moira is rather vague. However, his queries regarding the Thunder Pool and this abyssal demon have been elucidated. It is no wonder that he perceives a somewhat ambiguous bloodline connection to this demon, for there indeed exists a certain linkage. Albeit not in the conventional sense of father and son. His bloodline has perished within the other's form. Unless he actively chooses to reshape it, a direct relationship between them cannot exist. The sense of familiarity with the Thunder Pool is more straightforward, stemming purely from the abyss's imitation. As the subject of this mimicry, he naturally feels a sense of closeness, while simultaneously recognizing that it is entirely a product of pure abyssal energy. The apparent contradiction is, in fact, quite rational. Even on this basis, the Prince of Demons attempts to sever his connection to the essence, yet ultimately, such efforts prove futile. After all, the consciousness between the divine monarch's avatar and essence cannot communicate, with the greatest hindrance being the laws of the abyss, a barrier that dissipates in the unique environment of the Thunder Pool. Thus, the Prince of Demons' method of isolation through a grand aura is indeed effective. Yet, in the balance of addition and subtraction, in Zeus's perception, it is indistinguishable from other realms of the abyss. Chapter 430, Blessing and Misunderstanding with a Cacophony of Sound. A small portion of the Thunder Pool's restoration had been completed, and Zeus finally unraveled the intricacies of this realm. Pushing aside the law chain still radiating a yearning aura, he opted not to infuse more of his essence, but instead chose to soar away. In his perception, achieving a truly flawless restoration of this Thunder Pool would likely require the entirety of his essence. After all, as the womb mimicking Zeus born from the abyss, the difficulty of complete restoration was akin to creating another thunder god nearly indistinguishable from his own thunderous essence. However, Zeus did not feel compelled to reach that point. The abyss's will was not concerned with the quantity of his thunderous essence. Nonetheless, he was reluctant to restore this place to a level that would satisfy the demon lord all at once. Thus, the vast sea of thunder rippled gently. And following the path he had traversed, the incarnation of the god king leaped forth. With a swift motion, he burst from the surface and gazed skyward. In the sky of 862-11, as the restoration of the Thunder Pool halted midway, the abyss's will, which had already descended, lingered for several moments before ultimately retreating. In the now empty sky, only the demon prince remained, his essence having undergone a slight alteration. The interface that had reached its limits on him seemed to have relaxed its constraints. Should he desire, he could continue to bring more layers of the abyss under his dominion. Yet, it was evident that such a degree of transformation was far from satisfying for the demon lord. At this moment, he displayed no semblance of joy, but rather an abundance of fury and resentment. Roar! What in the world are you doing, god of thunder? Awakened from deep contemplation, the demon prince's expression was one of astonishment and rage. Just moments ago, he had been immersed in the exhilarating ascent of his power limits, eagerly anticipating the conquest of more layers to transform them into tangible strength. Yet, in the next moment, the abyss's favor was ruthlessly severed. The entire ordeal felt as if it had become ensnared at the critical juncture of transformation, leaving the demon lord choking on his own frustration. As he beheld Zeus emerging from the waters, it was as if he had found the culprit. He reached out once more, seizing the god king's incarnation directly before him. "Speak, mortal god. Why have you ceased? Do you not understand? Just a little more, and I could become the most favored being of Tartarus, rightfully ruling over the 36 layers of the abyss as the demon prince. As the first prince, I would be the sole possible choice for the abyssal king. No, that is merely your illusion." Once again unceremoniously captured, Zeus appeared remarkably unfazed this time. He regarded the furious demon lord with a calm demeanor, devoid of any panic. "I perceive quite clearly that to earn the abyss's favor sufficient for you, the power I must expend far exceeds even what I have just given. What you perceive as a minor shortcoming is, in truth, a significant deficiency. As for the king of the abyss, I must candidly express that even if you were to wholly refine me within the Thunder Pool, the favor gained would not suffice to achieve such a feat in fact. I harbor doubts regarding the abyss's current capability to forge the so-called king of the abyss. It is likely that such potential is lacking, or at least, Zeus holds this belief. With the restoration of the Thunderpool, he has gleaned insights into the true power level of Tartarus today. Should there be a hierarchy among divine powers? It seems that the other party has already ascended to the pinnacle of the path, poised to touch upon even more magnificent and transcendent characteristics. Such power truly surpasses Zeus's imagination. Nevertheless, the king of the gods does not consider the other party capable of shaping a genuine lord of the abyss. After all, whether it be the demon god, the prince of demons, or even the yet unencountered mother of demons, they may harness the strength bestowed by the abyssal interface, with the latter two even aspiring to wield power comparable to that of great divine might. Yet, their essence remains one of borrowing from Tartarus. If a true sovereign is to emerge from the abyss, one capable of commanding a portion of Tartarus's strength, then the endeavor is far from straightforward. Ultimately, unless one embodies the world's incarnation, the empowerment from the interface is inherently limited. Legitimate divine powers maintain an upper limit on the degree of personification, and naturally, this limit applies to interface empowerment as well, though it is contingent upon the power tier of the bestower. Furthermore, with an intermediary layer in place, the empowered party is not the genuine possessor of the strength, thus imposing lesser constraints. However, a reduction in limitations does not equate to their absence. Coupled with the abyss's formidable power, it still pales in comparison to the present world. Therefore, to birth a king of the abyss who evidently surpasses the prince of demons and mother of demons in stature is no simple task. The position of the divine king in the present world is capable of such feats, as it can bear nearly limitless power. Indeed, if the will of the current world were to bestow sufficient favor, Zeus has no doubt that, akin to the primordial king of gods, he could attain a strength far surpassing that of the present abyss. Yet, such occurrences have never genuinely transpired. Conversely, the abyss cannot achieve this. Moreover, unless the world faces an apocalyptic calamity, Zeus does not anticipate such events will genuinely occur. This is reminiscent of the distant realm where the god-king Amonare Adam resides. Furthermore, when the catastrophe of annihilation does manifest, possessing such power becomes devoid of significance. Very well, esteemed demon god. Let us cease this fruitless reproach. I am willing to engage in a transaction with you, but I am not a slave at your beck and call. In truth, both you and I are aware that it is far more prudent to place faith in the magnificent chaos, who might elevate me to the throne of the world, rather than to rely on the dubious credibility of demons. I have now demonstrated my ability to mend the Thunderpool, so the next step, is it not time for you to exhibit your sincerity? The myriad musings about Tartarus flitted through my mind, while Zeus seemed indifferent to whether this ancient primordial deity could indeed shape the stature of the Lord of the Abyss. At present, his sole desire is for the demon prince to fulfill his promise and meet his fated sixth wife. Ah, well then. Yet, the might of Tartarus is beyond your imagination. Once I eradicate hell in my princely guise, I shall undoubtedly reign over the abyss. With fury flickering in his gaze, the demon prince momentarily subdued his ire. Observing Zeus before him, he recognized that his intimidation tactics were futile against an avatar of divinity. Were it another demon god? The wrath might have led to a reckless disregard for consequences, resulting in a swift demise of the opponent. However, he retained a semblance of reason, and the recent favor from the abyss had proven intoxicating. Thus, he ultimately acquiesced. You shall have to wait a few more days to meet the mother of demons. She seems to have encountered some matters recently, secluding herself deep within the abyss, away from any visitors. Hey, you are the first outsider to seek her audience. Should fortune favor you, and you catch a glimpse of her true visage, do share it with me. True visage? As one of the most formidable demon gods within the abyss, have you not beheld the true form of Her Highness Emoya? For some inexplicable reason, the right eyelid of the divine avatar twitched slightly. Yet, he dismissed it, merely harboring a curious inquiry. The demon prince shook his head, clearly a bit vexed. Indeed, I have never seen her true face. This ancient progenitor of demons seems to prefer remaining hidden from the world. However, I once imprisoned a powerful eye demon in the mortal realm. Its lineage derives from one of the 6 oldest demon gods, the progenitor of 1,000 eyes. Within the bloodline inherited from that demon, there exists a fragment of memory regarding the meeting between that deity and the mother of demons. It is said that the god of 1,000 eyes, upon merely glimpsing her, could never forget her countenance until death, even as time flows. The shock of that moment still reverberates through its bloodline. Thus, if you, as a being of the mortal realm, are fortunate enough to encounter her, do ensure that I too may witness, although I harbor doubts about your chances of success. Of course, nodding slightly, Zeus perceived no issue with this request. A reasonable appeal would not cost him a single coin. Moreover, with the demon prince's accolades, his anticipation grew ever stronger. I still need to make some preparations. And this is largely thanks to my work in mending the Thunderpool. Contemplating quietly, although the repairs I conducted belong to the demon god. And most of the rewards from the abyssal will have fallen to the demon prince, as the actual executor, even as an outsider. Zeus has nonetheless gained a modicum of benefit. Just as the order of the present world is aware that Ryan is their foe yet still responds to his actions. The abyss also grants the God King's incarnation appropriate recompense. Of course, the consciousness of Tartarus, though somewhat nebulous, is still far clearer than that of the current realm. Thus, the so-called rewards Zeus received are meager, consisting merely of some powers from the abyss. In fact, due to his status as a non-native visitor from hell, even such powers will gradually diminish over time, becoming unusable. Fortunately for the God King, these powers possess an alternative function, the ability to send messages outward. Although the power of kingship is formidable, it lacks the singularity of consciousness. While I would never betray my essence, our communications cannot intertwine, yet now, things have changed. I possess power native to the abyss. With this at hand, it is indeed impossible for the God King's consciousness to penetrate the abyss. But relaying the experiences of my avatar back to my essence through the gifts of Tartarus is certainly feasible. Unilateral communication may not be perfect, yet it is better than none. Moreover, should these treacherous demons wish to keep me in the abyss after I complete the repair of the Thunderpool, my essence will be able to respond more promptly, perhaps not only retrieving my consciousness but also gaining something more. Additionally, with my imminent meeting with the Mother of Demons, my essence surely wishes to see her at the earliest opportunity. I know my own psyche best, and the God King's incarnation perceives my essence as such a deity. Thus, having silently resolved to act, he encapsulated his decision into a message, along with the sights and sounds from his journey, and sent it forth. Naturally, this did not include his experiences within the realm of memories, especially the content of his true conversation with the Eye of Odin. After all, he understands that this particular memory is the true taboo. Sigh. In the core of the abyss, starlight cascades like a waterfall. In the deepest layer of Tartarus, as she gazed at the speckles of starlight spilling through the sacrificial gate, Moira felt a mix of tension and urgency. Perhaps it was due to her pressing insistence, or perhaps because she was finally poised to reap significant benefits. The goddess of beauty moved with remarkable swiftness, erecting an altar amidst the starry expanse in no time at all, utilizing the flesh and blood of numerous malevolent entities as offerings. The two were at last able to reunite across the vastness of time and space. Adorned in a magnificent gown, Aphrodite's figure illuminated the chaotic darkness of the abyss, as if adding a touch of color to this desolate world. As she beheld this scene, Emoya felt a twinge of jealousy, yet also an ambiguous closeness. For many years, you have been one of the few beings capable of gazing directly into my eyes. Aphrodite, do you truly not wish to descend into the abyss? I can promise you a position second only to mine, far surpassing your status among mortals. You could reign over countless demons, becoming the most resplendent sight within the abyss. It is difficult to discern how much sincerity lies within this moment, or whether I am merely deceiving you. Emoya's hoarse voice echoed through the sacrificial portal. The goddess of beauty responded with her characteristic demeanor, her expression tinged with regret. Yet she resolutely declined. I am honored by your affection, but I still prefer the realm of mortals. There is nothing inherently wrong with the abyss, yet it lacks fine wine and blooming flowers. The divine authority of beauty surged around her, in the entirety of the chaos world. Aphrodite is perhaps one of the rare deities capable of gazing at Emoya as if she were inconsequential, wielding immense divine power. Beyond that, only a dominion such as that of wisdom could potentially exempt one from this conceptual harm. Is it so? The memories of the mortal realm have become hazy. Emoya only recalls it as a place far more beautiful than the abyss. Though that world was once desolate and silent, it was still preferable to the blood-soaked depths of the abyss. Yet, there remains one similarity. Both realms only respect power. Had it been otherwise, she would not have arrived at her current state. Let us begin. With a quiet utterance, Emoya refrained from saying more. Her long-awaited guest still awaited her, serving as the catalyst for her return to the past. The spirit realm, the mortal realm. If this world has forgotten her, then she shall compel them to remember. Chapter 431. The encounter. Without wasting a moment, a voice emerged from the opposite side of the sacrificial gate. Aphrodite gestured with her hand, igniting the offerings of flesh and blood that lay upon this desolate planet. Amidst the billowing smoke, the essence of countless sacrifices blurred the order of this realm, stabilizing the temporal tunnel connecting both sides. As divine power resonated, a crystal sealing a lifeless body began to move slowly towards the sacrificial gate. As it approached, the once stable portal began to tremble anew. The force of the sacrifice clashed with the surrounding laws, continually counteracting the impact of the crystal traversing the boundary. Within the crystal was sealed Aphrodite's latest creation, a formidable vessel infused with the power of the abyssal demon lord and the divinity of the goddess of beauty. Once the body was sent into the abyss, the mother of demons could promptly meet her distant guest. It is worth noting that not long ago, Moya had received a message from 862-11, Thunderpool. Though the content was intricate, there was no lack of specific information regarding the incarnation of the God King. Clearly, after finalizing the collaboration with Zeus, the Prince of Demons had no intention of retracting in this regard, not because of any particular loyalty, but simply to avoid complications. After all, once it garnered sufficient favor from the Abyss, the Prince of Demons could not be certain whether it would encounter Moya as obstruction on its path to conquest. If roles were reversed, and it were Moya, she would likely not permit the emergence of a second demon of great power from the Abyss. Thus, the Mother of Demons herself was destined to be denied the throne of the Abyssal King. Otherwise, they would have been natural enemies long ago. Yet, the god of thunder on earth, wasn't that the king of the Olympian gods? King Zeus, had he truly arrived? Unaware of the intricacies, the Prince of Demons did not mention its dealings with Zeus. Upon receiving the message, the Mother of Demons felt a flicker of joy, dispelling her previous melancholy in an instant. Observing the slowly traversing vessel, Moya was astonished that her previously subtle thoughts had come to fruition. The God King of Earth had indeed taken notice of her, even willing to personally send an incarnation for this encounter. However, such an unexpected visit left her unprepared. It is well known that she had long admired King Zeus. Long ago, she had heard of this deity from Aphrodite's lips. And the image of the God King as depicted by her, along with his triumph over Gaia, the Earth Mother, and his flirtatious nature, had already captivated Moya, whose thoughts had increasingly leaned towards the demonic. Moreover, Zeus' brief defeat upon entering the abyss had not disappointed her, rather, it further solidified her perception of his antagonism towards hell, which delighted her even more. At this moment, interests and emotions aligned, prompting the Mother of Demons to unhesitatingly exploit the opportunity when Aphrodite and she decided on the means of communication. She sent forth a fragment of time and space that rightfully belonged to the abyss, fully aware that while it was feasible for its denizens to enter, the path to exit was fraught with peril. Such an action would inevitably provoke a modicum of disdain from Tartarus, yet she persisted in her endeavor, resolved to continue. If her intentions were solely for Aphrodite, such effort would indeed seem unwarranted. However, the Mother of Demons chose not to relinquish her pursuit, and under the influence of her own complex and ambiguous emotions, she ultimately resorted to a contradictory form of avoidance. Buzz, it approaches. Thoughts flickered in her mind as time languidly passed. Amidst the countless sacrifices of malevolent flesh, the crystal encasing the vessel gradually descended from the cosmos into the abyss. Hope ignited within her as Moya directed her gaze towards the crystal. There lay Aphrodite's masterpiece, seemingly in slumber. Flawless skin, an indiscernible feminine visage. A figure both perfect and enchanting, a pair of elegantly curved and delicate horns, and a tail shaped into a heart at its tip. In that moment, gazing upon this visage that melded divine and abyssal aesthetics, even Moya felt a stirring within her heart. Yet, this fleeting emotion was swiftly eclipsed by immense joy. Ah, Aphrodite, you have excelled. Overwhelmed with delight, Moya felt exceptionally fortunate. The incarnation that bore her consciousness had just reached fruition. Without it, she would have been at a loss on how to confront Zeus. Years had passed, yet she still reminisced about her former self as a Titan deity, both yearning for and fearing her formidable and tyrannical father. She longed to return to the mortal realm, desiring to be regarded by the gods as one of their own rather than an outcast. Yet, on the other hand, she understood that she was no longer a deity. The abyss was not the underworld. Should the gods become aware of her existence, they would be filled with apprehension and aversion, even if she were to emerge from the abyss with great power. But now, a new beginning beckoned. Let me see. With a mere thought, Moya's will surged into the crystal before her. The transparent crystal shattered, revealing the perfect vessel within. A powerful will flowed into the body, awakening the slumbering flesh. With a whoosh, the eyes opened, and the chaotic hues surrounding her stirred without wind. An inexplicable transformation commenced. Stemming from some inherent quality of Moya's true essence, a unique power she possessed by nature. as the mother of demons. Moya was not devoid of capabilities beyond merely birthing demons. To be precise, her conceptual form itself embodied a form of power. Under the influence of this force, the originally flawless visage began to appear as though it would undergo a transformation. However, after a moment of trepidation, a force born of the divine power of the present world and the quasi-divine power of the abyss surged forth from every inch of this body's skin. In but a fleeting moment, the former effects were smoothed away, allowing this body to retain its previous form. Excellent, truly excellent. The harsh, parched sounds, more discomforting than the scraping of hard objects against glass, have vanished, replaced by a melodious voice akin to a song. Surveying her new form, Moya's heart swelled with exhilaration. An immense power unconsciously radiated around her, yet in the next instant, her expression subtly shifted. Wait, what is this? It seems you have already discerned it. However, my lord, as I previously mentioned, my strength can currently only barely sustain your will, and I cannot access the power inherent to your true form. Thus, if you wish to avoid turning this into a disposable vessel that cannot endure even a single day, it would be prudent to maintain distance from your true self. Very well. Without hesitation, in the blink of an eye, the new Moya vanished, and the colossal being shrouded in chaotic hues also fell into a stupor. With this new body, Moya was even reluctant to allow her other form to awaken. She only recalled leaving a message for Aphrodite before hastily departing from the opposite side of the sacrificial gate. Very well, goddess of beauty in the mortal realm. I shall remember your contributions, and I will reward you handsomely. However, all of this must wait until my return, so please be patient on your end. There is no need for further inquiries. With the aid of my true self's power, Moya could ascertain that this form is nearly imperceptible to most deities. According to the intelligence from the demon prince, that deity's incarnation lacks even the level of formidable divine strength and is utterly insignificant. Unless one possesses a unique authority that allows the consciousness between the true form and its incarnation to disregard the separation of time and rules. This incarnation could never penetrate her disguise. Thus, in the eyes of others, this is her most genuine appearance. Yet, this means I now bear no distinction from an ordinary demon lord. Though still within the abyss, Moya dared not invoke the power of her true self, unless she wished for this vessel to be assimilated by that very power. However, this is hardly a great concern, for she is not here to engage in battle. The deity Zeus. Perhaps it is a fated connection. Ever since I first heard that name, I felt an inexplicable bond between us. Perhaps this is the guidance of destiny, the divine king of the present world and the mother of demons from the abyss. What a fitting identity. Unable to halt her murmurs, a twinge of anxiety crept into her heart. Curse be it, I forgot to inquire, does that thunder god Zeus have any particular preferences? I also neglected to ask, that esteemed mother of the abyss, I wonder if she has any favored things? Leaving the borders of 862-11, Thunderpool, she continued deeper into the depths of the abyss, uncertain of how long he had been led away by the demon prince. Zeus was finally informed that he could come to a halt upon arriving at a desolate plain. The demon had no intention of lingering. Its sole purpose was to escort Zeus here and subsequently return him, as Moya had no desire to meet it. Although this displeased the demon to some extent, the demon prince remained largely indifferent. However, upon noticing its intention to depart, the god king's embodiment called out to it. What the mother of demons favored was indeed a significant inquiry. After all, he was not of the same ilk as Poseidon, who might only resort to coercion. Zeus understood the nuances of strategy and finesse. When dealing with the weak, coercion is simple. Yet, when confronted by another formidable force, such blunt methods become ineffective. In an effort to leave a favorable impression on this potentially vital ally, the god king's embodiment sought to prepare as best as he could. Had he been aware of this matter before arriving at the Thunder Pool, he would have likely brought an array of gifts from the mortal realm. Alas, in response to Zeus's query, the demon prince was utterly uninformed. Or rather, demons had never concerned themselves with such matters, even if it differed slightly from other demon gods. This remained true. Well, with a slight shake of his head, Zeus resigned himself to this reality and sought a place to sit in this barren world. A stream of light flickered gently in his hand. The god king initially intended to initiate a live broadcast to his true form, but after a moment's hesitation, he decided to refrain. It was still uncertain how long Moya would take to arrive, and to prevent the already scarce abyssal power from depleting prematurely, it would be prudent to conserve it. He would look for an opportunity to activate it once she arrived. After all, when the connection was established, he would also synchronize his previous memories. There should not be any issues. Nodding silently, He observed the desolate yet untainted landscape, reminiscent of the primordial chaos of creation, and maintained his composure. He was uncertain of the efficacy of his efforts, yet he persisted quietly waiting, indistinguishable from day and night. Meanwhile, at the edge of the interface, after an undetermined passage of time, Moya finally made her quiet approach. Few at this moment, she felt markedly different from her usual self. Anxiety and hesitation churned within her. Treading upon the barren earth, Moya bit her lips slightly and summoned her courage to move forward. In that instant, she felt as though she was no longer the mother of demons, but rather the Titan goddess Nemesis. In her new form, with weakened power, devoid of the chaotic essence of the abyss in her bloodline, all of this seemed to dispel her former cruelty and madness, transforming her into a girl stepping into an unfamiliar world. As she continued onward, at one moment, the figure of the God King appeared to be at the edge of her vision. Was that the thunder god Zeus? Tall, handsome, and strikingly elegant. He exudes charm even in solitude. An inexplicable allure stirs within, quickening the rhythm of her heart. Moya remains unaware that the power of beauty ultimately belongs to Aphrodite. To counteract the inherent rules she possesses, the essence of love and beauty surges within her new form almost perpetually, just as the abyssal forces subtly alter her psyche. Rendering her irritable and frenzied, so too does the divine power of beauty, which she unwittingly embraces and accepts, perhaps guided by fate. They are destined to reclaim their innate bond, heralding the birth of the 9 muses who are meant to grace the world. Although it seems unlikely that there will ever be muses representing art, music, and inspiration again, the presence of Zeus and Demosthene is irreplaceable. Unlike Kronos, who consumed everything in flames, the mother of demons has never extinguished the past with the fires of death at the turn of epochs. Thus, unbeknownst to her, even before uttering a single word, Moya has already regarded the figure at the end of her gaze as the wellspring of her heart's flutter. Am I truly so easily swayed? Moya wonders, yet under various influences, she swiftly convinces herself. How could a fallen demon from the abyss compare to the deities of the mortal realm? As the divine ruler of the material world, possessing genuine and formidable power, it seems only natural that she would experience such emotions. Had her former self been blessed with a companion like this, even if he were not her soul partner, how could she have fallen to such depths? The regrets of the past seem momentarily fulfilled, leading Moya to believe that her current feelings stem from her true self. Who is this? As if sharing a telepathic connection, while Moya is lost in her own world, the divine ruler senses something. And the inexplicable sensations he previously encountered now feel strikingly close. Glancing back, despite having prepared himself mentally, upon beholding Moya's true form, Zeus is momentarily taken aback. Perfect, flawless, breathtaking. In a single glance, this androgynous visage seems to be etched upon Zeus's heart, stirring him more profoundly than any goddess or striking mortal he has ever encountered. How could this be? Is it some form of illusion? Zeus can accept beauty, yet he cannot comprehend a beauty so perfectly aligned with his own psyche. His heartbeat slows slightly, though his breath grows heavier, he remains resolute. Not ensnared by mere beauty, he discreetly channels divine power to probe and test, but moments later, he finds no trace of deception. Everything before him is indeed genuine, and his suspicions are unfounded. Nevertheless, he pinches his own finger discreetly, still refraining from jumping to conclusions. The mother of demons embodies immense divine power, and her confrontation with the Lord of Hell stands as testament to this. The adversary possesses the capacity to conceal from her. Yet while she may hide from her presence, it is inconceivable that she could remain hidden from her true essence. A subtle disturbance, imperceptible on the mental plane, has established a one-sided transmission of information. From the abyssal depths to the summit of Olympus, the incarnate will can, from this moment forth, be sensed by its true self. However, this simplistic notion holds little significance, for Zeus understands that this channel permits the true self to comprehend its own experiences. Yet it cannot glean the judgments of its true self. Thus, even if the true self discerns something amiss, theoretically, it cannot inform itself, nonetheless. This is hardly a challenge for him. After all, in this world, information need not solely be exchanged through dialogue. Therefore, at the moment of synchronization with the true self, the Divine King's avatar promptly relayed his thoughts back. Should the true self detect any discrepancies, it could unilaterally sever their communication, although the avatar would receive no further messages. The conscious severance of thought synchronization would still be felt. Thus, if such a situation were to arise, it would imply that this great one from the abyss had perhaps influenced his thoughts, allowing him to behold the visions he most yearned to see. Should this hypothesis be validated, it would mean he must prepare for the utmost vigilance. If this were indeed the case, then this mother of demons would be, if not an enemy, nearly so. Alas, let us hope it does not come to that. After all, there exists a fateful connection between us. It is not entirely impossible that she aligns with my aesthetic sensibilities. With a quiet sigh, his gaze remained unwavering. He was, to some extent, swayed by her beauty. And the divine king revealed a flawless smile. Rising slowly, Zeus inclined slightly, akin to a courteous gentleman. What astonishing beauty, most esteemed princess. It is an honor to meet you. In the name of Zeus, son of Cronus, descendant of Uranus, sovereign of all beings in heaven, earth, and sea, I extend my greetings to you. His voice was gentle and resonant, and Zeus dared to swear by his own name that 99% of women in the world, upon encountering him at this moment, would surely feel an affinity. Regarding the issue of this fragmented interface, it is apparent that all three individuals involved have made erroneous judgments, resulting in descriptions that are inherently contradictory. Previously, when discussing Zeus's dominion over Olympus upon Chiron's ascent, I asserted that he, as the king of the gods, wielded control over Olympus akin to the primordial deities governing their realms. This statement, however, is somewhat exaggerated, for Olympus itself is the personification of the mountain god Uranus, a fact that may have slipped the minds of many. It is crowned by a third of the heavens, and while Zeus can indeed exert influence over it, he does not possess the same level of authority as the primordial gods over their own domains. My remarks in section 3 to 311 were penned from Zeus's perspective, referencing as Ares stated, "Nothing should escape the notice of Zeus." Yet, what Zeus and Ares perceive does not equate to truth, although there are indeed exaggerated elements within this narrative. Zeus's control over Olympus is substantial, thus, Moira's subsequent claims are also deceptive. In chapter 425, Moira asserts that Zeus is not Cronus, lacks dominion over time and space, and did not establish Asgard, leading to her inability to detect this temporal fragment. This, of course, is false, as the authority of the king of the gods is remarkably potent in numerous aspects, a point I have previously articulated. Moira is certainly aware of this falsehood. She merely indulges Aphrodite. The rationale behind this is straightforward, as mentioned in this chapter. Influenced by various factors, she harbors a favorable disposition towards Zeus. Yet her current circumstances prevent her from interacting with other deities. Even mere communication could result in discrimination due to her origins from the abyss. Such discrimination is unrelated to power, akin to how even the faintest divine essence is still subject to bias against the hundred-handed giants. Thus, she develops a ostrich mentality, simultaneously wishing for Zeus to discover her and approach her while fearing that the outcome may diverge from her expectations. Consequently, she encourages Aphrodite to establish contact with her on Olympus rather than in the cosmos or the sea, despite not explicitly requesting a sacrifice here. This reflects her inner conflict. Lastly, regarding Aphrodite, her understanding of divine power is rather elementary, and she is unaware that the mother of demons is, in fact, a titan of the material realm. Thus, she does not entertain such considerations. She merely perceives her counterpart as audacious and interprets this as a demonstration of her superiority over the king of the gods, capable of operating undetected beneath his very gaze. Aphrodite naturally seizes this opportunity, thinking, if a demon from the abyss fears me not, then why should I? Moreover, Olympus has its share of chaotic entities. The likelihood of lies and curses being heeded by the dark powers is far greater than by Zeus. The primordial sea gods are direct offspring of Gaia, having never entered the core of the divine court. Hera clandestinely engages in human sacrifices, harnessing the power of sinister entities, while also involving a subplot I have omitted, wherein Zeus's awareness of the existence of demons began with revelations from another deity. She herself was reluctant to openly annihilate the realms of other deities. Thus she covertly instructed her followers to sell the noble bloodlines of her nation to demons after vanquishing rival states, simultaneously offering the capital as a sacrificial tribute, ultimately acquiring an ungoverned kingdom. In essence, a fool's dalliance with demons was a trivial matter. She scarcely employed this to incite internal strife, demonstrating remarkable benevolence. The utmost concern was merely to avoid discovery regarding her connection to a being of immense divine power. However, in hindsight, a fool's judgment proved erroneous, much like that of the previous two. Yet, despite their misjudgments, each believed themselves to be in the right. Zeus observed a fool's subtle maneuvers, deeming them akin to those of other gods, as long as it did not impede him. There was no need to forcefully breach restrictions to discern the minutiae of that minuscule fragment. After all, the audacity to confront him indicated that the individual was not one who comprehended great divine powers or the authority of a god-king. And he bore no particular grievances against the abyss. Imoya also believed herself justified, for ultimately, Zeus did indeed arrive. She surmised that he was drawn by the vulnerabilities she had intentionally left exposed. Though she was taken aback by his decision to send an avatar directly rather than contact her first, demonstrating his earnestness. Afu, too, was convinced of her correctness, as Zeus had persistently ignored her. Thus concludes the annotations. The reason I did not publish what I had half-written yesterday, which amounted to 2,000 words, was precisely this. I hope to refrain from such endeavors in the future. In summary, many aspects that appear to be bugs are, in fact, not. It is entirely natural for individuals to arrive at contradictory conclusions from disparate perspectives. At times, I find myself incorporating extensive psychological monologues into the narrative, which I do not particularly wish to write, yet neglecting to do so results in such scenarios. Of course, I am not infallible, and thus there may occasionally arise genuine oversights that were not premeditated. Therefore, I welcome reader inquiries, provided they do not resemble the recent incident where a reader, after my explanation, irrationally shifted to an unrelated perspective to berate me. Reading is meant for leisure, and it suffices that both authors and readers can enjoy the experience. That is all. Chapter 432, Special, Mortal Realm, Asgardian Domain. At the heart of this realm rises a mountain, forged purely from the essence of faith. From the summit of this peak, reminiscent of Olympus, one can gaze upon the earth below, where ethereal kingdoms, cloaked in various divine powers, shimmer faintly. Only the most devoted followers of the gods may arrive here after death, offering their remaining essence to the deities they revere. Bathed in this boundless faith, Zeus raises his hand as if to cradle the entire world within his grasp. With each breath, the faith accumulated over millennia by the fourth generation of humanity surges like a tide. Amidst the phantasmagoric light and shadow, 12 towering pillars become discernible. Enveloped by their collective presence, Zeus appears almost divine. Athena, Aphrodite, Demeter, Hestia, Moanda, Hephaestus, Ares, Hades, Apollo, and Phobos. 5 male deities and 5 female deities, seemingly one short. Yet, the absence of Poseidon has already been addressed by the king of gods. It shall not remain vacant for long. While there appears to be no immediate candidate for the missing goddess, Zeus has already filled that role in anticipation. Thus, even though this matter remains a secret to all but him, and despite Zeus's intention to appoint a legitimate deity to serve as the 12th chief god before taking any decisive action, it does not alter the fact that the 12 pillars are already complete. Long ago, the king of gods personally crafted the ceremony of sovereignty, which was already in its full form. He continues to seek a candidate for the chief god, deliberately leaving a slot open for future additions. After all, even the chief god may waver, whether actively or passively, as was the case with Poseidon. Therefore, whether in search or in creation, none of the 12 powerful deities closely linked to me may be absent. 6 male and 6 female, corresponding to the former 12 titans. This is one of the implicit clauses of the ceremony. Zeus once found this matter quite vexing. Yet, a millennium has passed, and he has not merely indulged in earthly pleasures. Now, even if the position of chief god varies, the king of gods can readily replace candidates, and there may be more than one. With the immense power of faith accumulated over a millennium in Asgard, even a mere pig, if divinely born, could be transformed by Zeus into the immensely powerful god of all pigs. Phobos serves as an example. The emergence of faith has utterly shattered the inherent order of divine strength. This dominion over life and death has long been the pursuit of Zeus. Oh, how much better it would be if this world lacked the spirit realm, the realm of shadows, the land of eternal night, and all the gods daring to defy him. Thus, Zeus has come here today, driven by this enduring aspiration. The abyss, the most formidable yet harmless primordial deity of the age. From the moment of its inception, it has quietly existed, never once causing the divine monarchs of the ages the slightest inconvenience. Rather, it has served as their shared prison. Even though Tartarus was once considered the father god of Typhon, the current monarch of the gods finds no reason to perceive it as a threat. This is especially true after receiving a message from his avatar, which filled the divine monarch with immense joy. An unexpected experience led to the acquisition of a divine artifact and a portion of the original essence. Although part of the essence has been consumed by the avatar, a considerable amount still remains. The primary objective of this undertaking has been remarkably fulfilled by the Avatar, which successfully identified the entity corresponding to Zeus's prophecies, a great being capable of wielding the powers of the abyss, revered by countless demons as their mother goddess. The former is merely an embellishment, while the latter, though not a lifeline, represents a formidable force capable of influencing the world's balance. Particularly, the message indicated that this demon mother might very well be a natural ally for Zeus, a sixth wife in a certain sense. This revelation left Zeus lamenting his previous inaction, yet he could not help but feel that it was not too late. He had never anticipated that he could still garner support in such a manner. Perhaps this is the destiny that befalls the king of gods, a responsibility I was born to fulfill, with the benefits it confers merely a modest reward from fate to its executor. With a chuckle, Zeus found himself in high spirits. However, he did not entirely relax, maintaining a taut mental focus. According to the previous message's description, it would not be long before his avatar personally met the demon mother, who would provide a live broadcast of the spiritual domain. Zeus had come to Asgard for precisely this reason. After all, the avatar is merely an avatar. It underestimated the isolating power of Tartarus, which led to delays in the transmission of the earlier message that Zeus received. Compared to the mortal realm, this place is less prone to conflicts with the laws of the abyss. Thus, he waited in silence, filled with anticipation yet remaining composed. Time flowed slowly, and he lost track of its passage. At a certain moment, within the palace of the central mountain of Asgard, a flicker of joy crossed the eyes of the divine monarch. From the void beyond the interface, a will interface, reminiscent of the previous one, yet distinctly clearer, approached his location. With a thought, the immense will unfolded and merged with the incoming intent. In an instant, the sensory perception of the avatar's spiritual domain resonated in harmony with Zeus's true form. However, perhaps due to the temporal differences between the two realms, a slight delay persisted, causing the first image to enter the divine monarch's mind not as the avatar's observations but as a subsequent letter. With a slight raise of his brow, Zeus leisurely opened this page that existed solely within his consciousness, although he could easily perceive it with a mere thought. It is precisely in the face of such monumental matters that the god-king must cultivate a calm and composed demeanor, a rather unique appearance, seemingly unreal. Let me observe whether there are any signs of will being interfered with. If so, I shall sever the connection. But what precisely makes this appearance unique? The incarnation did not elaborate, hence, in my perspective, this uniqueness should be immediately discernible. I refrained from explicitly describing this peculiarity, fearing interception of the information during transmission, for it involves confronting a formidable power from the abyss. Thus, should I fail to identify the special attributes of this mother of demons at first glance, that would indeed indicate a problem. With a tranquil expression, I dismissed dozens of fleeting speculations that flitted through my mind. Shaking my head slightly, Zeus felt no urgency. Regardless of the nature of the uniqueness, it was a matter of responding appropriately. Furthermore, if it were truly extraordinary, it would affirm that what my incarnation perceived was indeed the authentic reality. Consequently, I leisurely poured myself a cup of exquisite wine crafted by Dionysus, savoring its rich flavors. Redirecting my focus to the signal emanating from the abyss, I awaited the conclusion of the delay. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. It did not take long. Halfway through the cup of wine, the emptiness in my mind began to transform. The vague became clear, and the first image that graced my sight was a pair of eyes brimming with fervent emotion and affection. In a mere glance, the master of emotions, Chaos, discerned a multitude of sentiments within those eyes. Their owner undoubtedly harbored immense admiration for me, though she lacked the courage to express it. She was both self-effacing and proud, akin to the princesses of earthly realms upon learning of my divine identity. Ah, so this is what I referred to as unique. It is merely this. Convinced that I had grasped the essence of my incarnation's thoughts, my previously taught spirit eased slightly. To discover that I had an admirer was indeed surprising. After all, a devotee of such grandeur is quite rare. A subtle change flickered across my countenance as I suddenly felt I had overlooked something. From the spiritual perspective of my incarnation, I initially perceived no issue with the eyes, yet why was there only one? It seemed I had pondered extensively, but in the realm of the mind, it transpired in an instant. Just as the god-king was momentarily taken aback, the once indistinct image swiftly crystallized. Instinctively redirecting my attention, I remained unguarded. While I was somewhat taken aback, no other thoughts crossed my mind. The notion I transmitted back to myself, no matter how unique, could not be extraordinarily different. Crack, crack, crack. Oh, in the abyss, within the nameless interface, though our encounter had been brief. Zeus's prowess in certain domains was no jest. It was but a fleeting exchange. Yet the avatar of the god king found himself engaged in delightful conversation with the enchanting Moya. The desolate earth blossomed under his touch, although he lacked dominion over flora. The omnipotence of divine power was unmistakably evident in Zeus's hands, while altering the climate of an entire realm was beyond his reach. Transforming a mere patch of land was a task well within his capabilities. Thus, flowers unfurled across the ground, weaving a unique tapestry that echoed Moya's exquisite beauty. The god king plucked a rose, seemingly intending to adorn Moya's hair, yet ultimately shook his head in regret, casting it aside. Moya, standing beside Zeus, gazed at the fallen rose with a flicker of wistfulness and sorrow in her eyes. How long had it been since she had laid eyes on blossoms in such a place as the abyss? As Aphrodite had proclaimed, only the mortal realm was graced with fine wine and flowers. Though the power of the abyssal demon was not lacking in strength compared to the true gods of the present world, it could never rival the breadth of their dominion. Thus, she was condemned to consort with bloodthirsty demons, surrounded by desolation and wretchedness. Yet today, the god king from the mortal realm conjured this sea of flowers before her. Originally, it should have filled Moya's spirit with elation, yet Zeus's action struck her heart like an arrow. Yes, she was now a demon, even if unspoken. She was keenly aware of it. Hence, he preferred to discard the flowers rather than adorn her with them. But what could be done? Madam? Huh? I was lost in thought. It is of no consequence, my lady. With a gentle smile, Zeus appeared unfazed. In truth, I was merely reflecting on how such hastily conjured mortal creations could ever hope to match your ethereal beauty. He did not turn to Moya, nor linger in her gaze that was firmly fixed upon him. A look of regret lingered on his face, as if he were reminiscing about something unattainable. In the vastness of the world, perhaps only the stars in the heavens were worthy of adorning your crown, and the ocean's waves could befit the patterns of your gown. If I were truly the sovereign of the gods, I would seek them all for you, just to elicit a single smile from your lips. Oh, I am terribly sorry. My lady, I fear I have misspoken. No, you have not. With unwavering conviction, Moya dismissed the fallen flowers from her mind. Her focus solely on the furrowed brow of Zeus. In Tartaros above, this was indeed the embodiment of what a god king should be in the mortal realm. Compared to him, her own father and brother were scarcely worthy of even a single strand of his hair. Is it truly possible that such a divine monarch harbors sorrow? The unquestionable king of the gods. Who else, besides him, possesses the merit to bear this title, and who would dare obstruct his path? Instinctively stepping forward, Moya grasped Zeus's arm, gently smoothing the wrinkles etched at the corners of his eyes. You have not faltered. You are indeed the unquestionable king of the gods. And only you are worthy of this distinction. Who would refuse to heed your commands? Is it Gaia, or perhaps someone else? Trust me, Zeus. That old fellow cannot impede your progress. Only you are the greatest divine monarch of all time. With a silent shake of the head, he turned slightly, gazing into the depths of her soul-stirring visage, and the divine monarch found himself momentarily swayed. Yet, emotions would ultimately not deter him. He swiftly regained his composure. At this moment, Zeus silently mused whether this mother of demons had seldom engaged in discourse with others, as she appeared more gullible than any deity he had encountered. Her innocence made him feel a twinge of guilt for continuing the conversation. However, one must ponder what that earlier sound meant. The snap, 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 was no mere illusion, but a tangible resonance within his psyche, a sign of a tenuous connection on the verge of severance. Initially, Zeus had thought his true self had sensed something amiss, and he had begun contemplating strategies in his mind. Yet, he had not anticipated that the sound would cease after just a couple of instances. What does this imply? Did his essence initially intend to sever the link but ultimately reconsider? Or was it possible that his true self was momentarily taken aback by Moya's beauty, losing control and nearly severing the connection? It remained uncertain. However, after a while, noticing that the link with his true self remained intact, the divine monarch hesitated no longer. When what is meant to be severed remains unbroken, it only leads to chaos. Since his essence had ultimately decided against severing the connection, it signified that the mother of demons must pose no threat. With a sense of relief settling within him, Zeus lifted his gaze and once again bestowed upon Moya a flawless smile. Since there were no issues, he had no reason to delay any further. Chapter 433, Admiration and Impact in the Abyss. Within an enigmatic interface, a sea of flowers arose, with vines and flora intricately woven together. Having received affirmation from the essence itself, the deity king relinquished his last vestige of doubt. Gazing at the figure before him, He resolved not to squander this rare opportunity. In an instant, a palace formed from an array of flora and fauna ascended, enveloping the figures of Zeus and Moira. In that fleeting moment, the unseen threads of fate seemed to quiver, celebrating the rectification of a once misguided path. The laws of the mortal realm and the abyss began to converge in the unknown, awaiting further actions from the deity king. As if touched by divine insight, both Zeus's avatar and his essence experienced a profound realization at that moment. He was destined to conceive 9 goddesses with the being before him. Yet fate had veered off course before he ascended to the throne. Thus, the ordained deities transformed, not merely in number, but also in identity. For the mortal realm, it was difficult to deem this a blessing or a curse. Nonetheless, the deity king had afforded the opportunity for those who could not be born to descend once more. For Zeus, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events. Unlike the demands of that demon prince, this time he need not fear invoking the wrath of the mortal realm, and his lineage would endure. With a grand gesture, the doors of the palace crafted from nature swiftly closed. Moments later, as the earth trembled slightly, an invisible wave began to emanate from this very location, initially affecting this interface before spreading to the nearby abyss, ultimately enveloping all of Tartarus and even reaching into the mortal realm. In the depths of the starry sky, Aphrodite, who awaited silently before the sacrificial gate, felt a jolt of energy. As the wave approached her, the goddess of beauty perceived an immense will descending upon her. The favor of the abyssal will enveloped her, accompanied by an unprecedented surge of racial power. The demon clan, which she had only recently created, expanded exponentially, transforming into a vast demonic lineage that spread throughout Tartarus, even garnering increased favor from the abyssal will. In that moment, Aphrodite harbored no doubt that, even without the promised rewards from the mother of demons, this sudden bestowal of abyssal favor would enable her to effortlessly become a formidable demon lord within the abyss. Of course, unless absolutely necessary. The goddess of beauty would not abandon the mortal realm. Thus, though she was profoundly astonished by this unexpected transformation, her shock was but a fleeting moment, quickly replaced by indifference. The invisible wave passed through the goddess, yet did not halt the ongoing transaction. The true deity in front of the sacrificial gate was merely one of her targets, with many others beyond. The supreme will descended almost simultaneously upon 862-11, followed by 2 monumental forces in succession. At the heart of the interface, the demon prince, whose departure of the god king's avatar was still fresh, wore an expression of elation. Confronted with the abyssal will descending from the heavens, he felt the limits of his growth, momentarily halted by Zeus, begin to surge once more. The true essence of the demon prince began to coalesce. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the interface, another force arrived, seemingly reluctant. It appeared to have sensed something amiss with its target, but, in the haste of the moment, could not discern the specifics. Despite the abyssal will being far more active than the laws of the world, its power was still greatly inferior, unable to identify the issue in time. The instinctual will arrived and ultimately rewarded according to the merits of the one who had established it. Thus, countless sources of demonic essence surged like tidal waves, flooding into the demon form with a human body and serpent tail, possessing 8 arms. On the ground at the edge of the interface, a flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the 8-armed serpent demon, raising its gaze to the sky. The serpent's countenance bore not only astonishment but also a hint of admiration. It was not unexpected for its presence to be discovered by the will of Tartarus, however. It was utterly unanticipated to receive a boon from it. Was it due to the avatar of Zeus? It must be. Yet, it seemed that the other party had not opted to complete the lineage of the demon gods, so from whence did this reward originate? Hiss, murmuring softly. It did not ponder for long. Although difficult to believe, once all impossibilities were dismissed, the remaining option could only be the singular truth. Yet, it should not be. Zeus, it turned out, was indeed so formidable. Thus, it appears I have underestimated the world. With a solemn expression, it sighed quietly, even without witnessing it firsthand. A sense of reverence arose spontaneously from within. To be fair, while it was indeed the case that it had revealed Zeus's whereabouts to the demon prince and had suggested such an idea, truthfully, apart from a modest desire for gain, it was merely for the amusement of witnessing Zeus fleeing in haste, unhesitatingly destroying his own avatar. As for other possibilities, the serpent had contemplated them but never truly believed they would come to pass. After all, even someone as indiscriminate as Poseidon only targeted those whose beauty could not be comprehended by humans. Those birds, beasts, and even fish appeared remarkable in the eyes of their kin. However, as of now, Whether the serpent wished to believe it or not, the fact seemed to lay bare before it. This seemingly unremarkable present-day god-king harbored a terror so profound within. There is an ancient saying among mortals in later generations: those who accomplish great deeds in ancient times must possess not only extraordinary talent, but also unwavering determination. The god king Zeus is the very embodiment of this adage. A tremor coursed through the heart of the great serpent, causing it to hesitate momentarily. It sensed the inexorable descent of the abyssal demonic source power, its numbers gradually dwindling with the passage of time, and silently resolved to make a decision. In a mere flicker, the Spire mirror, which governed portions of spatial dominion, fell into its grasp. It understood that should it utilize the power of this artifact here, it would soon attract the attention of Tartarus to its predicament. By that time, the scant remaining source power would pale in significance compared to the impending onslaught that could be foreseen. Yet, after careful contemplation, the serpent concluded that this was not a matter of great concern. Firstly, if it were to be discovered while infiltrating the abyss, the suppression from Tartarus and the wrath of the mother of demons would descend upon it in swift succession. Even the corporeal form of the Midgard serpent would find no favorable outcome in such a scenario. At this moment, even if it were to be exposed, Moya would undoubtedly lack the capacity to attend to its plight. As for the will of the abyss, it would soon find itself equally preoccupied. After all, feeling the increasingly grand and vast intent, experiencing the resonant tremor and elation of the laws of the abyss, the serpent knew that a transformation of monumental significance was about to commence. The arrival of the God King and his actions had provided it with the most pivotal opportunity and key, and now, Tartarus was poised to embark on a transcendent endeavor destined for failure. Failure, indeed. This encapsulates the essence of personality. Rather than learning wisdom only through hardship or stubbornly pursuing the wrong path, it is only through an independent personality that one can draw upon the experiences of others to prevent oneself from straying in misguided directions. With a calm demeanor, the serpent easily arrived at this conclusion. Perhaps the simple Midgard serpent would not dare to assert such certainty, yet Lyron was well qualified to make such a judgment. Having personally participated in the obliteration of a world, he understood profoundly that to coalesce the characteristics of a creation domain was no simple feat. The opportunities currently afforded to the abyss by Zeus could not be deemed entirely useless, yet their utility fell far short of expectations. The condensation of creation characteristics resembles a mortal ascending to divinity. It may involve a steady step forward or a sudden leap into the heavens. However, greater leaps inevitably entail greater challenges, and even the most mundane impacts, such as today's opportunity, present only a chance, yet not a significant one. Driven by instinct, Tartarus's initial target was astonishingly distant. Chaos, unsurprisingly, was the trait it foolishly aspired to transcend, representing the most prominent aspect of the external realm. Should it succeed, the ascended Tartarus would likely possess the power to suppress the mother tree, despite the vast temporal chasm separating their origins. Yet, a mere comparison with the other two reveals just how formidable a task this endeavor truly was. At the commencement of a cataclysmic war preceding the end of one world, and triggered by the fall of another self, R.A. Adam, Amon merely transcended from the absolute void, represented by the duality of the 8 primordial deities, into a manifestation of substitution, illuminating the dialectic of being and non-being, conclusively culminating in the obliteration of another realm, the flesh and blood mother tree, sparked by an inconceivable conflict. Similarly discovered its essence through the metamorphosis of life and death, coalescing into its own eternal being. Even if Ryan possessed only a limited understanding of these two processes, the two worlds could hardly be compared to the present chaos. He could assert with certainty that had Tartarus merely sought to elevate a particular dominion symbolized by its grasp, perhaps success would have been within reach. However, since its object of transcendence was chaos, success was unequivocally unattainable. Therefore, as the creator of the Chronicles of Time, how could such a momentous event, capable of influencing the trajectory of the chaotic world and involving a being of immense divine power striving for a higher realm, not be meticulously recorded? A grin spread across his face. Merely documenting this occurrence constituted a substantial augmentation of the authority of history. The involvement of several great figures, impacting both past and future across the dimensions of time and space, represented an event of profound significance. Thus, imbued with a sense of duty towards his essence, the serpent calculated the time and activated the Mirror of Spirel. The artifact governing space navigated through the abyss, ultimately honing in on a specific interface. Once upon a time, the true self, Ryan, had created a magnificent artwork, The Death of the God King. It incinerated the former incarnation of the second-generation God King, igniting the conflict between hell and the abyss. Now, the Serpent of the Middle Realm sought to inscribe an immortal secret history, etching it deep within the bowels of hell. This history would undoubtedly be remembered and, one day, influence the very fabric of the world. In the mortal realm, Olympus remained unchanged, a sanctuary belonging solely to the gods. With an eternal spring, although the recent departure of the goddess of beauty from the divine mountain had greatly displeased Hera, she deemed this superficial wretch, whose only asset was her appearance, utterly lacking in foresight, oblivious to the shifting dynamics of the mortal world. Nonetheless, Aphrodite was ultimately one of the 12 principal deities. Despite Hera's nominal superiority over the chief gods, the respect bestowed upon her was merely a consequence of the God King's power. Hence, the capriciousness of the goddess of beauty did not yield any tangible repercussions. Rather, the divine council meetings were repeatedly postponed. Just like today, Apollo, as usual, guided his golden chariot across the skies. His adept skills allowed him to maintain a steady course even with his eyes half closed. Yet, at this moment, the sun god was not dozing. He was merely tending to the accumulated prayers of mortals. Each god could receive the prayers of humanity, as they were inexorably linked to faith. Correspondingly, while offerings are received, among the pantheon of deities, few are inclined to heed these prayers. The indifference towards mortals, the disdain for mundane affairs, or perhaps simply forgetfulness, these are the sentiments that prevail. Ultimately, within the expanse of Olympus, there exists a scarcity of gods willing to invest effort into the stewardship of their celestial realms, let alone respond to the supplications from the mortal realm. Apollo, for his part, refrains from comment, for he too does not exhibit an unwavering diligence. He merely attends to the significant matters of his followers periodically, or, swayed by his whims, lends an ear to a select few of their petitions. Today is no exception, as he navigates his golden chariot. Apollo revels in the vast ocean of faith. Following the omnipresent web of magic, he first elevates or demotes his clerics, replacing those unworthy of their positions. Then, with a shift of focus, the sun goddess energies extend towards his own divine dominion. This has long been his practice, to prioritize the public before the private. For him, the divine realm and the church naturally belong to the public sphere, while ordinary believers fall within the realm of private concerns. After all, the souls of those referred to by the gods as prayers, though not entirely belonging to the deities, can, in a certain sense, be regarded as the property of the gods. Yet this time, as Apollo's thoughts effortlessly penetrated the interior of Asgard, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. Without hesitation, this sun god, who once wielded the prophetic stone and was esteemed for his foresight, almost instantaneously believed in his premonition. His spirit retreated swiftly, as if pursued by some unseen force. Such a prompt decision could hardly be deemed anything but decisive. However, in the next moment, Apollo realized he was already too late. Pff, the great sound is silent, the grand form formless. In an instant, the sun god remained unaware of the unfolding events. He expelled a mouthful of divine blood. And even upon Apollo's divine form, a faint scar of spiritual reflection emerged. Chapter 434, The Tremor of the Three Realms. A sudden jolt reverberated through the celestial realms, prompting a startled exclamation. Wait, halt. In the heavens above the mortal realm, atop the resplendent golden chariot, the once gently closed eyes of the divine charioteer widened in alarm. The rosy hue of Apollo's face drained to a pallid white as he expelled a spurt of crimson from his lips, struck by an unseen force. Instinctively, he unleashed the radiant energy within him, striving to fend off this unexpected onslaught. Yet, the first to be affected was not the source of this ethereal power, but rather the celestial steed that drew his chariot. Consequently, the sun chariot began to tremble violently, teetering on the brink of a perilous descent to the mortal realm. With a commanding shout, Apollo quickly seized the reins, his wounds still throbbing with pain. Nevertheless, he exerted every effort to steer the golden chariot back onto its rightful path. Exhaling deeply, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Disaster had been averted. However, before he could fully relax, another wave of intense tremors surged through the invisible threads of faith, crashing into him like relentless ocean tides. Momentarily blinded, Apollo nearly toppled from his chariot, but fortunately, the celestial steed remained steadfast, waiting patiently in its place. After what felt like an eternity, the sun god finally regained his composure. Apollo? Are you well? A brilliant light streaked from the ground, descending directly before the golden chariot. Despite the arrival attempting to steady their breath, Apollo could still sense the tumultuous divine energy emanating from them. His expression turned grave as he slightly shook his head, covering his chest with his right hand. He gazed at the hurried approach of Hestia, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. I am unharmed. However, it appears Asgard is facing turmoil. Just moments ago, my divine realm seemed to have suffered a significant blow. The source of this power is Zeus. With furrowed brows, Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, who had also felt the overwhelming surge of faith extinguished by countless supplicants, affirmed, but he likely did not intend for this to happen. I perceive his pain more acutely than you. His anguish seems to have triggered even my powers as the guardian of the household. Perhaps, Apollo replied, at a loss for words. Regardless of intention, the reality remained that he had endured a grievous wound. Taking a deep breath, he resigned himself to his misfortune. Sigh. You should return to rest. I can manage the sun chariot for a while. Zeus truly gives one no peace of mind. Across from him, Hestia recognized the discontent in her nephew's heart, yet she was at a loss for words. All she could do was encourage him to retreat and recover, lest he inadvertently fall to the mortal realm while guiding the divine chariot. Very well, I am grateful for your assistance, my lady. Apollo conceded, acutely aware of his diminished state. As he descended from the divine chariot, he promptly entrusted the reins of power to the goddess of the hearth. The surge of faith, stemming from the simultaneous demise of numerous followers, had already inflicted a profound psychological impact, exacerbated by the severe blow to his own will. Fortunately, although Hestia may not wield the same affinity for the authority of the sun, she possesses ample strength to compensate. Moreover, the divine chariot did not bear the true sun. Thus, a thunderous roar resonated in the silence. The previous tumult had yet to subside when another wave of soul-stirring tremors surged forth, striking him with an undeniable force. Suddenly lifting his gaze, Apollo exchanged a glance with the goddess of the hearth. In her eyes, he discerned that Hestia had heard the same voice as he. However, this time it did not originate from Asgard, but rather from the tremors of the source sea. It seemed that a momentous event, significant enough to ripple through the realms, was unfolding, though the beings of the material world remained blissfully unaware. Only they, endowed with formidable divine power in the present world, were attuned to this phenomenon. Apollo pondered. It now appeared that Zeus's earlier commotion was likely connected to this. In places unknown to us, the world of chaos was undergoing alterations that only the king of gods could navigate, affecting the divine realms as well. It seems I must seek him out for a conversation. Speaking softly, he noted that the simultaneous occurrence of these two extraordinary events likely indicated an intrinsic connection. Hestia's expression clouded with concern. No wonder Zeus had been indifferent to many matters of late, while his discontent with certain individuals was evident. Perhaps this was also a contributing factor. He was preoccupied with those momentous affairs hidden from the public eye, leaving him little energy to attend to other matters. This could not continue. Once today's events concluded, she must personally confront Zeus and inquire about his activities. Although he is the mighty king of the gods, even he has limitations. No one is omnipotent, and as long as he is willing to articulate his difficulties, the collective wisdom of the gods could offer solutions. Moreover, irrespective of how others perceive it, as his elder sister, Hestia would undoubtedly strive to assist him. Creak. Bang. In the mortal realm, Asgard lay in ruins, resembling the aftermath of a cataclysm. As far as the eye could see, the once resplendent divine kingdom had dimmed into obscurity. On another Olympus forged from faith, Zeus's form had inexplicably vanished. The divine metallic artifacts appeared to have been crushed by an overwhelming force, while dark, ominous clouds loomed in the high heavens. Silver lightning danced within, weaving through the tempest with a frenzied and volatile energy. Torrential rain, composed of mortal belief, poured down, intertwining with the brilliant flashes of lightning. It is as if something is attempting to cleanse itself of its own grime, yet this filth remains intractable. Thunder roars, reverberating across the vast expanse. The entirety of Asgard is engulfed in an apocalyptic scene, and the fragments of the divine realm shattered by lightning seem to attest to this reality. Countless supplicants within their own divine realms beseech their deities. Yet no one can penetrate Asgard with their thoughts at this moment. The calamity endures, unleashing devastation akin to the end of the world. As time passes, the frenzied dance of lightning gradually diminishes. It appears to recognize its location, understanding that this is not a realm to be recklessly ravaged. Thus, it consciously restrains its movements, diminishing its impact on the surroundings. This spectacle persists for an extended period, causing the interface to remain in turmoil. Until, at a certain moment, a sudden tremor from a vast ocean of origin causes the writhing serpents of lightning to momentarily stiffen. Then, under an immense will, it strikes directly towards the peak of Mount Olympus, returning to this illusory mountain forged from faith. The lightning reconstitutes itself, and a human form is swiftly delineated. Yet, for reasons unknown, it hesitates to revert to its true flesh and blood state after taking on a rough shape. It maintains an elemental appearance, revealing only a glimpse of a grotesquely contorted visage. Ah, I am the king of the gods. Indeed, yes, I am the sovereign of all deities. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. This is the trial bestowed upon me by great destiny, the proof of my supremacy over all beings. No matter who you are, whether you are Kronos, Erebus, Uranus, or you, Ryan, this is a monumental challenge that none of you can surmount. Only I in this world. Only the great king of the gods, Zeus, can achieve this. No one can rival me. Thus, I am the sole ruler of the present world. The voice reverberates through the void, the words resounding with deafening clarity. In this moment, the king of the gods feels as though he has grasped a transcendent realm. In a daze, he aligns his will with the essence of thunder, confronting the impact of divine source power. Yet this time, the primordial force, capable of overwhelming all deities, seemingly loses its potency before Zeus, his supreme will appearing to subdue the force's onslaught. The chaotic information from all of nature is boundless, far beyond what an individual intellect can contain. Attempting to seize it all results only in becoming a part of it. However, at this moment, a transformation seems to be occurring. The might of divine power flows through Zeus's hands with even greater finesse, though he is presently too occupied to fully appreciate this state. As if one were to compel a naturally meticulous individual to immerse themselves in the filthiest of environments, or to confine a person afflicted with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder within a space that feels jarringly discordant. As the sovereign of the material realm, order is an indispensable aspect of Zeus's being. His aversion to chaos is almost instinctual, as is his pursuit of beauty. Yet, at this very moment, the illustrious king of the gods confronts the greatest vulnerability of his humanity. The conviction that sustains him lies in his relentless quest for power and authority, alongside a steadfast commitment to his own embodiment. Indeed, it is this embodiment that he clings to, for it is only at that moment, upon witnessing the presence that his avatar confronts, that the king of Olympus comprehends the significance of the message conveyed and the unwavering resolve behind it. A distinctive appearance. And should any flaws arise, they must be promptly addressed. Initially, Zeus found himself perplexed. Amidst the myriad beings of the world, what beauty had he not beheld? What visage had he failed to comprehend that would prompt his avatar to describe it thus? Yet, when the reality finally dawned upon him, the king understood that within his heart resided such unwavering will that even in the face of such a spectacle, he could still engage in light-hearted banter. In that fleeting moment, Zeus was stunned. Had he truly accomplished this? Most certainly. His disbelief stemmed not from his inability to achieve this feat, but rather from his failure to genuinely penetrate the depths of his own soul. Much like the mortals he had heard of, who, despite their cowardice in mundane life, could exhibit valor in critical moments, or the seemingly loyal subjects who collapsed under genuine threats. In the past, Zeus could not fathom such facets of human nature. But now he grasped their essence. The embodiment and the essence were indeed one. At their core, they remained a singular entity, although a disparity in power existed. Their decisions and choices concerning matters were indistinguishable. Therefore, what his avatar could accomplish, Zeus himself ought to be capable of as well. If he appeared unable, it was merely because he remained distanced from a true immersive experience. In this context, memories from his avatar flowed ceaselessly, and as long as Zeus desired, he could sever this intangible connection at any moment. Yet, he could not bring himself to do so, even for the sake of his avatar's sacrifice. If the other was indeed special enough, he must persist. Ultimately, he was indeed rewarded for his endurance. Gasping for breath. His sense of self and the essence of thunder fused into one. The tumultuous vibrations of his humanity temporarily dulled the taint of his source power. Though this state may not endure, at that moment, Zeus felt an unprecedented surge of strength. His will seemed to swim in an infinite sea of origin, as if the world had merged into a singularity while still retaining a complete consciousness. In the depths of his being, Zeus even sensed an uncanny feeling. Had he achieved greatness not through the royal authority, but rather through the mightier thunder divinity, he might have been able to undergo a transformation at this very moment. Alas, it seems that such an accomplishment is beyond his reach for now. However, in this near confluence with the world state, Zeus has witnessed another extraordinary spectacle. The source sea is seething, resonating across realms. At the very bottom of chaos's temporal concept, where Tartarus resides, a radiant light, unseen even by true gods, bursts forth instantaneously. Within the realm that lies beyond the present world, this resplendent brilliance sweeps across everything, stirring the most fundamental concepts of existence outside of reality. An immeasurable and boundless source of power reverberates incessantly, flowing towards the source of that light. What is transpiring? Zeus is uncertain, yet he can surmise a few things. It appears that Tartarus, the mightiest of primordial deities, has gleaned something from his avatar, or perhaps has derived something from his actions of fulfilling destiny. Seizing this opportunity, he begins to transcend, to elevate. Within his magnificent and complete symbol, something is coming into being. Almost simultaneously, the throne of the divine king trembles gently. It seems to sense a certain threat, instinctively reacting. A tremor within his heart, after all these years. This is the first time Zeus has encountered an existence that elicits such a response from the throne itself. Is it wary? What kind of power could invoke such caution from the divinely bestowed throne? With resolute eyes, in this moment, Zeus reaffirms his conviction. The choice of his avatar is indeed the right one. Regardless of whether the abyss succeeds or not, the growth of his own power is imminent. Chapter 435. Agreements and Promises in the Depths of Hell's Ninth Layer. Within a divine palace reminiscent of the once mighty Mount Otyls, the void trembled gently as chains of law, seemingly tangible, were drawn to their limits. Countless fissures emerged and vanished, oscillating between life and death. With a stern demeanor, the gravity in Asmodeel's gaze intensified. The clandestine discourse was abruptly interrupted as a sudden upheaval in Tartarus reverberated through the very core of this infernal realm, peering through the layers of time and space. The Lord of the Nine Hells beheld a resplendent radiance ascending from the abyssal depths. Without any forewarning, this ancient primordial deity unleashed his full power in an astonishing display. Thus began an incredible metamorphosis. Should he succeed, the current magnitude of hell may soon prove utterly incapable of contending with him. A grave calamity loomed, and a single misstep could spell a cataclysmic blow to the inferno. Yet, Asmodeel found himself paralyzed, unable to devise an effective response. He had pondered the possibility of Tartarus growing stronger. Indeed, the contrary seemed more plausible. The rapid expansion of abyssal power in recent years had prompted the Lord of the Nine Hells to engage in early discussions with Ryan concerning this matter. Asmodeel was deeply troubled, yet the colossal serpent dismissed his concerns with nonchalance. In those moments, he casually reassured the Lord that, despite the apparent separation between the abyss and hell, they had always been one and the same, regardless of how formidable Tartarus became or how much primal energy he absorbed. A fundamental transformation could never be achieved while entirely discarding hell. This had been established from the outset. Even in the direst scenarios, hell could find a way to mitigate the impact of Tartarus's ascension without succumbing to ruin, allowing Asmodeel to rest easy. However, now confronted with the reality, he was struck by the realization that matters were not as he had anticipated. Deep within the abyss, the radiant light illuminated the vast expanse. A tremendous pressure bore down upon him. Though the abyss had yet to complete its ascension, its burgeoning power pricked at the back of the Lord of the Nine Hells. Could there truly be no consequences? Observing the chains of law surrounding him, Asmodeel was engulfed in profound doubt. If there were no repercussions, then what could account for this phenomenon? Why pause, Kronos? Let us continue our unfinished discourse. As you can see, Tartarus's performance today is indeed quite unexpected. Even to me, yet this only signifies that you should collaborate with me more closely. The structure of this realm is intricate and brimming with potential, but it remains too feeble. Are you still troubled by the prospect of his success leading to the annihilation of the entire hell? Rest assured, such an occurrence is utterly impossible. His voice was calm, imbued with a hint of mirth. In the shadow of the divine palace, the figure cloaked in black maintained an air of composure. Without a flicker of emotion, Asmodeel redirected his attention back into the sacred halls. Suppressing the irritation of having his thoughts unspoken, the Lord of the Nine Hells earnestly inquired, "You assert that it is impossible. What is the basis for this claim? Although I may lack understanding of realms beyond greatness and possess only a limited grasp of fate in the divine monarch, I am well versed in chaos, in the primordial gods, and in the order of the world." With a measured tone, the man in black refrained from any pretense. "The ascension of Tartarus indeed surpasses my comprehension. I cannot discern what influences its transcendence or failure, yet I can perceive that the power coalescing from the myriad entities of this world is none other than chaos itself. Chaos, what a magnificent concept it is. Yet, the existence of a mother tree of flesh is already a challenge for the present world to endure. How could a chasm capable of unifying all beyond this realm remain indifferent? Thus, it follows that since there has been no response from it, this silence is in fact its most direct reaction. The ascension of Tartarus shall not succeed. This is the judgment rendered by the present world. Chaos. Is that truly the case? At the pinnacle of the divine palace, listening to the elucidations of the man in black and reflecting upon certain insights previously expressed by Ryan, Asmathiel seemed to attain a deeper understanding. He recalled that at the inception of all things, at the dawn of hell's creation, Ryan once remarked that the 9 hells embody order amidst chaos, and the connection between it and the abyss is indelible. This fundamental link allows for mutual consumption between the two. Yet, ultimately, order remains order. Were it in other realms, perhaps as the great serpent suggested, the ascension of the abyss would not impose any burden upon hell. However, when Tartarus endeavors to ascend in direct opposition to chaos, this premise is shattered. The pressure from the abyss, therefore, surges forth, attempting to crush the 9 hells and reabsorb them as part of itself. Yet, gazing at the colossal serpent's shadow outside the 5th layer, Asmathiel found himself no longer troubled by this prospect. Indeed, perhaps the reason the great serpent refrained from mentioning chaos as an exception is due to the understanding that if the abyss were to choose it, success would be unattainable. This is an ascension destined for failure, a conclusion reached by both the Lord of the Spirit Realm and the Lord of Darkness in unison. As the tension within him eased, Asmathiel exhaled with relief. Thank you for your clarity. It appears I have overthought the matter. Expressing sincere gratitude, the Lord of the 9 hells slightly leaned forward from his throne, setting aside the sudden occurrences. He still had yet to grasp the true purpose behind the other's visit. Given this, let us continue our previous discourse. My dear Prince Erebus, I am most curious as to why you have journeyed such a distance, even choosing to manifest your avatar within the abyss to meet with me. What is your true intention? Since you have already encountered my subordinates in the mortal realm, it would be entirely reasonable to communicate with me through the gate of sacrifice. As a primal deity, why would you risk entering the domain of another primal god? Naturally, it is because I am about to propose a transaction to you. Should this agreement come to fruition, I shall need to dispatch an avatar to fulfill it. Moreover, I do not believe you would decline. Hence, let us spare ourselves some effort. A transaction? What is it that you wish to barter with me? However, whatever it may be, I hope you understand in advance that I have little interest in assisting those who would betray their own collaborators. Of course, should we indeed reach an accord, you would be included in that. Beyond this, I cannot fathom what I possess that could be of value to you. Calmly, Asmodeus reminded him. Yet, in response to his insinuations, the cloaked figure merely smiled and shook his head. You are overthinking it. There is no need for you to concern yourself with combat. I merely wish to purchase an item from you. Should I fail in the future, this will be my acquisition. If I succeed, there will be others to manage this enterprise on my behalf. Strolling slowly, the cloaked figure approached the entrance of the grand hall. From this vantage point, gazing up at the sky, 8 ethereal shadows could be faintly discerned, along with countless stars, reminiscent of the myriad celestial bodies dotting the night sky of the mortal world. These were the projections of the other 8 layers of hell, as well as the more distant abyssal realms within the confines of the 9th layer. A closer inspection would reveal a certain connection among the arrangement of those stars, and 3 of the 8 shadows differed from the other 5. They were interlinked, as if forming their own faction, radiating waves of light in the air of the 9th layer of hell. Raising a hand to point, the cloaked figure smiled and declared, That is what I wish to purchase. There are 9 layers of hell, and I intend to acquire one of them from you. I shall not remove it from this place. Rather, like Ryan, I will leave it here. After all, it is the unification of the 9 layers that holds significance, whereas a fragmented realm pales in comparison to the Asgard possessed by Zeus. Do not be hasty in your refusal. The terms I offer are undoubtedly ones you cannot dismiss. Just as I previously mentioned in my letter, I shall grant you a source of power comparable to that which Zeus obtained from Typhon. Furthermore, this power carries no inherent risks, for it is not drawn from my own essence, but rather bestowed upon me by the world itself, which I shall directly transfer to you as recompense. Such an act is typically impossible, even as a primal deity. I cannot sever a dark source of power akin to divine might from the constraints of the world's laws. even though this power has yet to be integrated with me. Not just anyone can inherit this force granted by the world. However, you are different. Kronos, you should still remember. In the twilight of the Silver Age, as the dawn of epics approached, the indelible mark of darkness had long been etched into the very essence of this world since the inception of the Nine Hells. Thus, akin to the realm of the underworld, the powers that originally belonged to me could just as well be borne by you. Gripping the armrest, Asmotheles appeared unchanged. Yet both he and Erebus were acutely aware of the tumultuous emotions swirling within his heart. The acquisition of a dimensional interface, leveraging the vast primordial power of supreme divinity as a bargaining chip, was unprecedented since chaos first forged the universe. More critically, Asmotheles conceded that the transaction proposed by the Dark Lord stirred a profound temptation within him. The dark primordial essence, comparable to the might of supreme divinity, was of paramount importance to him, who, despite his symbolic stature, lacked the requisite strength to manifest it. Just as Ryan once needed only to continually absorb source power to elevate the spiritual realm's limits, so too did Asmotheles find himself in a similar plight. Having been entwined with the abyss for millions of years, if one were to disregard the remnants of the Nine Realms, the strength he had accrued paled in comparison to what this transaction could offer. Furthermore, the Lord of the Nine Hells discerned that once this deal was struck, the benefits would extend far beyond merely augmenting his own power. Historically, in the depths of hell, there had been scarcely any formidable demon capable of attaining the true divine realm solely through personal strength, for Asmotheles had been severely constrained. However, should the dark primordial essence be infused, this limitation would instantly become a relic of the past. Concurrently, the enhancements provided by the various interfaces under his control would surge exponentially, and the pressure emanating from the abyss within the battlefield would diminish manifold. Moreover, a critical consideration arose. Should the Dark Lord ascend to become the sovereign of a segment of the Nine Hells, akin to the Serpent of the Midgard, then beyond the primordial essence he utilized for their transaction, an unceasing influx of power would likely flow into the layer of the interface under his dominion. Asmotheles recognized that this was perhaps one of the true intentions of his counterpart. Thus, the latter would no longer need to fear the disintegration of personality due to the overwhelming strength of their essence. Even as the conceptual ruler of the Nine Hells, he would still derive certain benefits, even if the subsequent infusion of source power into the interface no longer belonged to him. The collective strength of the Nine Hells would mirror his own might. In fact, henceforth, the Nine Hells would transition from apolarized division to a state resembling tripartite equilibrium. Undoubtedly, such a hell would appear more stable. To reap these myriad advantages, only one thing would need to be relinquished: the number, beginning with 1, establishing itself at 3, culminating in 5, flourishing at 7, and reaching its zenith at 9. It is truly unexpected that my former pursuit of the ultimate has led me to this outcome. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps it is not as dire as it seems. In the depths of contemplation, unbeknownst to all, the deity of fate, initially burdened with 5 consorts due to the whims of destiny, has rediscovered his long-lost 6th partner and is on the precipice of begetting offspring with her. At this moment, seated upon the throne, Asmotheles has resolved to act. A mere thought has emerged, and in the unseen fabric of existence, a subtle transformation between 5 and 6 has elegantly unfolded. One of their representatives has undergone a replacement as they move towards each other's positions. This alteration seemingly affirms that the sovereign of the present has taken a pivotal step away from the path of excessive glory dictated by his original fate, hinting at the ancient ruler's shift towards an alternate direction. Yet, the realm of destiny remains elusive. This guiding pillar of all things is simultaneously omnipresent and intangible. No one can truly decipher its traces. Thus, Asmotheles gazes upon the silhouette in the shadows, slowly and solemnly nodding in acknowledgement. Very well, as you have stated. This is indeed a proposition I find difficult to decline. Cooperation yields mutual benefit, while division invites mutual detriment. I am willing to accept this transaction. However, the specifics of the division, I believe we must deliberate further. The formidable essence of darkness, even the slightest variation, could herald the emergence of a future demigod or infernal entity. Moreover, the transfer of domains is no trivial matter. They must first agree upon the process. Nevertheless, since the overarching direction has been established, it is the finer details that remain to be finalized. Let us strive to complete this expeditiously, for he has already begun to feel a sense of impatience. Chapter 436. Fulfilled desires. It is uncertain how much time has elapsed. All that remains is a sense of one's spirit dissipating in an endless expanse. Like ripples in a dream, the divine incarnation has long since forgotten its origin. With a brilliant flash of light, it ascends from the depths to the heavens, soaring from the stars to the ocean. Nothing can hinder its journey, nor can anything take notice of its passage. With each passing moment, forces converge towards itself, transforming into the very momentum that propels it forward, enabling it to soar faster and more irresistibly. The accumulation of quantitative change results in an increasingly resplendent brilliance, until, at a certain moment, when itself embarks upon the final step. Zeus also begins to leap towards some exalted direction. Then, it exhausts all its power in a realm still far from the far shore, bursting forth like a fallen star into a cascade of radiance. What is one contemplating? One contemplates you. It is difficult to deceive oneself. Moya, throughout my divine existence, you are the one who has evoked my deepest impulses and left an indelible mark upon my memory. At the abyss's depths, within an unnamed interface, as half-closed eyes gradually open, Zeus listens to the soothing voice behind him and does not turn around. The present is no longer as it once was. Based on the chronology of the abyss, a considerable time has passed since their first encounter. During this interval, the bond between him and Moya has deepened significantly. This is not solely due to his sweet words, but also because, as Zeus anticipated, this mother of demons from the abyss is indeed his destined wife. Together, they shall fulfill divine destiny and give birth to new deities, even if they are gods of the abyss. The king of gods is evidently unconcerned by this. In present-day Olympus, the presence of one or two deities has lost its significance. What he values more is the relationship he shares with this new ally. After all, despite her seemingly guileless demeanor, Zeus desires to ensure additional layers of security against a being whose power he cannot easily command. Shared offspring represent one form of security, while mutual interests constitute another. Just as he shares dominion with Hera, he understands that interests are far more stable than emotions. However, as an incarnation, Zeus remains perplexed about certain matters, akin to the initial dreamlike state. He is not the essence itself, and thus cannot comprehend the happenings within the abyss. The divine incarnation only knows that since that fateful day, the entirety of Tartarus has inexplicably imparted a sense of weakness, even diminishing his capacity to separate the internal from the external. So much so that even the essence, which previously could not relay information to him, found an opportunity to send him the latest directives within that mental transmission. The essence's spiritual trace appeared somewhat disordered, and the content struck him as peculiar, even bewildering. Due to the exceedingly high praise bestowed upon his incarnation by the divine monarch of Olympus, who expressed that in terms of adaptability, the prowess of the incarnation had surpassed even his own expectations. It is indeed astonishing that he remained unfazed by Moya's breathtaking beauty. He steadfastly prioritized the interests of the divine monarch, ultimately achieving the predetermined objectives. Nevertheless, for the grand endeavors of the divine monarch, he could not afford to cease his efforts at this juncture. Having exerted so much, it was imperative to ensure the success of this undertaking. Thus, cultivating a favorable rapport with the mother of demons was merely the initial step. The subsequent challenge lay in persuading her to align with his interests regarding worldly matters. Ideally, he would also seek to involve that demon and continue his preparations in 862-11. Even if this objective could not be flawlessly realized, at the very least, he aimed to thwart the meddling of Hell's disruptors, preventing them from interfering in the affairs of the mortal realm. Consequently, it seems that the fruits of my journey might be conveyed back to the mortal realm through reverse sacrifice, yet I must remain here for the time being. Strictly speaking, this is not a significant issue, as my power as an incarnation is indeed trivial compared to that of my true self. However, that memory, well, it appears it must temporarily stay with me. I hope my true self can swiftly resolve matters in the mortal realm and retrieve me. With a slight shake of his head, he acknowledged that, given it was the decision of his true self, the incarnation had no intention of disputing it. After all, regarding that peculiar exchange, he did not wish for anyone to be privy to it, nor could he allow any opportunity for leaks, much less convey it through such a transdimensional method. However, he encountered a conundrum regarding how to respond to his true self. The initial part of the message conveyed from his true self was rather peculiar. Adaptability. Did he truly perform in such an unexpected manner? Furthermore, remaining unaffected by Moya's extraordinary beauty seemed to be a fundamental quality of his. Regardless, as the king of the gods, albeit prone to occasional folly when faced with mortals, He had never found himself overwhelmed by the beauty of any deity. Even though Moya possessed a surreal allure, it did not waver his resolve. Thus, it was highly probable that his true self's words held deeper meaning. He wished to convey something, yet refrained from articulating it directly. However, existing within the abyss, the connection between the incarnation and his true self, while not always in sync, ultimately represented one and the same individual. There was no need for cryptic signals between oneself and oneself. The only plausible explanation was that even when the subject was oneself, such sentiments were difficult to express. Surely, it could not be the case. As his true self, I must eventually return to him. Could it be that he harbored jealousy even towards his own incarnation in the presence of such a flawless goddess? Objectively speaking, the incarnation found this conjecture somewhat absurd. Yet he could not conjure a more fitting explanation at that moment. After a moment of contemplation, the incarnation had no choice but to make a decision. In future interactions with Moya, he would strive to maintain a connection with his true self. If he misinterpreted the intentions of his true form, he could simply sever the link. If he did not sever it, it would imply acceptance of his actions. Very well, this is the only course I can take. Now, it is time to attend to more pressing matters. He exhaled gently, though it seemed an eternity had passed. The myriad thoughts that flashed through the Divine King's incarnation occurred in mere moments. Turning to face Moya, who approached with the grace of a newlywed, Zeus smiled warmly. His eyes filled with her reflection. Moya, I understand. My descent into the abyss as the king of gods may lead you to believe I harbor ulterior motives. I confess, initially, I did indeed come with specific intentions. Yet upon encountering you, those concerns became trivial. It matters not. If you desire something from me, do not. With resolute conviction, the incarnation of the Divine King interrupted Moya's words. I am the sovereign of the gods, and throughout history, no king has ever relied on a woman to claim dominion over the world. The Heavenly Father has never depended on the Earth Mother's authority. My divine progenitor also did not rely on the strength of the Mother Goddess. Previously, I viewed you merely as an ally to be courted, one whom I could enlist to fight for me. But now, I have altered my stance. Even in battle, it shall be I who aids you, assisting you in overcoming the demons that fragment the power of the abyss, clearing the intruders from Tartaros. In this vast abyss, only you should reign as its sovereign. And I will demonstrate through my actions that my words hold true. Stunned, at that moment, as she beheld the impassioned Zeus, Moya felt her heartstrings resonate once more. His uncompromising resolution, devoid of any consideration for her opinion, nevertheless instilled within the former Titan goddess an unprecedented sense of security. Could such a perfect divine being as the King of Gods truly exist? Regardless of your assertions, should you require my assistance in the future, I shall undoubtedly lend my aid. Your enemies shall be my enemies. Silently vowing, she laid aside her final reservations, feeling the nascent vitality already blossoming within her being. Moya's face radiated joy. Chaos, the mortal realm. The sun rose as usual, and the turbulence of Tartaros evidently did not affect the world of mortals. In fact, only a select few across the globe were aware of the stirrings within the abyss. The repercussions of its ascension paled in comparison to the upheavals in Asgard. This was largely due to the remnants of the world that had yet to be fully drained. It was because of this presence that the failure of Tartaros' ascension did not yield catastrophic consequences. After all, issues arising during development often find resolution within the process of that very development, as long as an unceasing stream of power continues to be poured into the abyss. The impact of that singular failure as sublimation is not as formidable as one might imagine. Moreover, the relative stability of Tartarus today is somewhat intertwined with its radical choice of sublimation chaos. It is precisely due to the vast chasm that it has never approached success from the beginning to the end. From the perspective of ascension, this is undoubtedly a misfortune. Yet, when considering the repercussions endured after failure, it inadvertently lessens the toll it must bear. In any case, the mortal realm remains as ever, and the common folk remain oblivious to the discord among the deities. On this day, before a grand city not far from the foot of Olympus, the air trembled, and a silver shuttle materialized within it. The once smooth and seamless exterior quivered gently, and a silvery portal opened into the void. Stepping forth from the shuttle, Heracles surveyed his surroundings. According to the map, this territory should indeed be within the bounds of Olympia. From gathered information, it appeared that the Olympian court had not issued a warrant for their arrest due to the actions taken among the stars. However, the gods each harbor their own thoughts, and none could guarantee that a particular deity would not take offense and confront them in the celestial expanse. thus to evade complications. They lingered in a remote star domain for a while before returning to the mortal realm. Their initial objective was Olympia. There was no need for a prolonged stay. Their quest was solely to fulfill their promise in exchange for the star shuttle. They aimed to rescue the renowned centaur sage and then proceed directly to the ruins of Mount Odysseus. Speaking in a low voice, concise and to the point, Heracles noted that perhaps due to Ammon's demise, the previously carefree Dionysus now appeared considerably more mature. With a slight nod, Heracles also intended not to linger in this realm of mortals for too long. Yet, before departing, he cast a glance at his companion. Ammon's death was an unfortunate accident. Though I share his sorrow, the ancient malevolent entity has perished. I am aware. Nodding slowly, Dionysus spoke earnestly. I promised him that a part of my life belongs to him, and I shall live on in his stead. Very well. Without further words, Heracles turned his gaze back towards the distant city. Olympia, a place remarkably close to Olympus. It is said that here, the avatars of the gods can manifest a power far greater than in any other location, which explains the profound faith of the deities in this land. And if the avatars are thus, then surely the deities themselves must be no different. Nevertheless, even with such circumstances, the great hero had no intention of relinquishing his resolve. Promises made to others are meant for their ears, while his vow was a testament to himself. Despite the absence of any overseer to ensure he fulfills his oath, Heracles would remain steadfast in his commitment. Meanwhile, just as the starry messenger returned to the mortal realm, within the hallowed halls of the temple of Ares, the god of war, a flurry of attendants moved to and fro, delivering exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Melodious tunes wafted through the air, occasionally interrupted by the sound of shattering vessels. With a careless flick, a discarded wine bottle was sent crashing to the ground. At the heart of the temple, Ares, his cheeks flushed and utterly inebriated, made no effort to conceal his inebriation. Yet, despite his state, no mortal dared to raise their gaze to meet the eyes of this deity who had descended among them. With a loud crash, his outstretched arms swept across the table, sending a cascade of goblets and plates tumbling to the floor. Leaning back in his chair, Ares struggled to recall the purpose of his visit to the earthly domain. Oh, why did I come to the mortal realm? It dawned on him. It was because, ever since that human named Achilles had bested him, Aphrodite's disdain for him had grown ever more pronounced. But one could hardly blame her. She was, after all, a vision of beauty. Cough, cough. Curse that wretched mortal, and the lord of the underworld who baptized him, and the faithless one who taught him the art of combat. Cough, cough. Ah, I remember now. I came in search of that centaur. He was the one who instructed that mortal in the ways of war. I shall use him to demonstrate to the world that the god of war has not been vanquished by a mere mortal in single combat. Though clouded by intoxication, he retained the clarity of his purpose. Ever since the tale of that fateful day spread among mortals, Ares had sensed his following dwindling with each passing day. Especially among the superficial believers, countless souls had drifted away unnoticed. Strictly speaking, this was to be expected. For mortals cared not for the details of Ares' defeat at the hands of Achilles, nor did they ponder the possibility of divine assistance. They only knew that the god of war had been overcome by a human, a profound disgrace indeed. To alter this narrative, victory was the sole remedy. Yet that human was no longer present. In his despair, Ares resorted to drowning his sorrows in wine, while simultaneously concocting another plan. Chapter 437. The Defeat of Ares. Ares, you must comprehend that mortals are inherently ignorant. Their vision extends only so far. They are also blind followers, swayed solely by what they choose to believe. Those humans, akin to ants scuttling across the earth, show little regard for the truth, as they lack the capacity to discern what it truly is. Thus, they cannot fathom the immense power of the cursed artifact, nor can they grasp the perfection of that mortal's union with the river Styx. Gazing up at the sky from the depths of a well, one can only perceive a fragment of the heavens. Within the limited understanding of mortals, a divine artifact ought not to bridge the chasm between them and the deities. After all, apart from that cursed sword, no superior artifact could empower a mere mortal to inflict harm upon a god on Mount Olympus. Which is why these mortals so readily believe in the veracity of their own observations. They assert that you have been defeated, that the god of war has succumbed to a mortal in single combat, and consequently, both your faith and mine have dissipated. Therefore, Ares, you must resolve this predicament swiftly. Within 6 months, should you fail to do so, never return to see me again. With a sharp crack, he hurled the last wine goblet to the ground, watching with a sense of destructive satisfaction as the exquisite vessel, which would take a mortal craftsman a year to create, shattered into fragments. Yet, this fleeting pleasure was but a momentary indulgence. The half-drunken god of war was soon reminded of Aphrodite's merciless reprimand, leaving him with a lingering sense of vexation. A human, likely lost to the void, could not be resurrected. How could he possibly resolve this issue? The living, regardless of their efforts, could never triumph over the dead. And then there was that centaur, who dared to defy his command. Were it not for his apprehension of the goddess of the nether realm, who lingered beyond the divine court, Ares would never have tolerated such insubordination until now. One final chance, I shall grant him one last opportunity. Should he dare to refuse me again, let the dead speak on my behalf. Under the influence of alcohol, the last vestiges of Ares's patience began to wane. The solution he had previously contemplated was, in fact, quite simple. Since he could not best a dead man, he would transform the dead into the living, while conveniently selecting an opponent he was assured he could defeat. It is known that since Achilles was the pupil of Chiron, he possessed the most profound understanding of that mortal. Moreover, the true cause of Achilles' death was his fall from grace at the hands of the Dark Lord, with even his corpse flowing into Tartarus along the waters of the Styx. Strictly speaking, no one could definitively ascertain his demise, nor had tales of the Dark Lord's wrath permeated the realm of mortals. Therefore, whether he lived or died could ultimately be determined by Ares himself. Thus, as long as one can find another formidable hero and devise a means to temporarily alter the latter's appearance, everything can be restored. The previous failures can be easily explained if Chiron himself were to identify the individual and ultimately slay him under the watchful eyes of the public. After all, it is not uncommon for deities to be deceived by mortals due to carelessness or other reasons. Adding another to this list would merely serve as an amusing anecdote. Everything appeared to be flawless, at least in the eyes of Ares. If mortals cannot perceive the truth, then he shall provide them with one. With this resolution, the god of war made his way to Olympia. However, to his surprise, the centaur refused him. Without the cooperation of the latter, Ares' plans faced insurmountable challenges. Even if he succeeded, should Chiron later emerge to declare that the individual was not Achilles, Ares' actions would transform into an even greater farce. Days passed, and the centaur remained obstinately silent, while the patience of the god of war dwindled. Until today, under the influence of alcohol, he found himself unwilling to endure any longer. Why not take a straightforward approach? He could simply kill Chiron, manipulate his lifeless body, and provoke the so-called Achilles, only to slay them both beneath his feet. If the goddess of vengeance sought retribution, let her come. Within the temple, swallowing the last drop of wine, Ares strode forth, dismissing the surrounding attendants. Enough. You all may leave. Chiron, you ungrateful wretch. Since you insist on courting death, I shall grant you your wish. A flicker of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Devoid of the goddess's grace, the innate ferocity of Ares began to surface unrestrained. Duel, insurrection, bloodshed, brutality, and unjust wars. These realms collectively shaped a power that pulsed within the divine essence, yearning for an outlet. Achilles was merely an irreplaceable anomaly. Now, even a mere centaur dared to disregard him, buoyed by Hecate's presence? This he could not allow. The once vibrant divine essence stirred slightly. Ares' expression momentarily froze, then blossomed into delight. Turning his gaze towards the outskirts of the city, he sensed something approaching him from that direction. A robust vitality, an indomitable spirit, indeed. The very essence capable of invoking the senses of the god of war. Undoubtedly, it was a powerful hero destined to command legions. This sensation, even the legendary Perseus had never elicited such a profound response within Ares. Ordinarily, encountering such a rare individual would compel the god of war to bestow divine pronouncements, even at the cost of granting eternal life, to bring that mortal into his fold and propagate his name among humankind. Yet now, there was nothing to be done. One could only lament your misfortune. Previously, I was troubled by the task of finding an individual capable of embodying the essence of Achilles. After all, he had engaged with other mortals, and his formidable prowess was well known. I never anticipated that even fate would conspire in my favor today. Ha! With a hearty laugh, Ares prepared to swiftly depart, intending to capture that mortal before the inhabitants of the city became aware. As for whether he could defeat Achilles, what a jest! Without the power of the river Styx and the aid of divine artifacts, Achilles would stand no chance against him. Moreover, though this place was not Olympus, Olympia was sufficiently close to the divine mountain. While he lacked true divine strength, Ares believed himself to be far superior to the finest demigods of the mortal realm at this moment. One strike, perhaps three at most, in the blink of an eye. He could subdue him. Heracles, be vigilant. It seems a deity has descended from that city, and he does not appear to harbor benevolent intentions. Though he seemed solitary, he was accompanied by a companion named, and, upon disembarking from the starship, the great hero hastened towards Olympia. He had no intention of causing a disturbance. He merely sought to resolve matters swiftly and rescue the individual in peril. However, to his surprise, halfway through his journey, the wooden puppet in his pocket suddenly alerted him. A god? Who is it? And how can you be certain of his ill intentions? With a serious tone, Heracles became alert at and warning. Yet, he did not wholly place his trust, even though, and had become a friend. Each individual has their own stance, particularly in the dichotomy between malevolent and benevolent deities. While many gods of Olympus had disappointed him, benevolent deities like Hestia were never in short supply. Remaining in the great hero's pocket, and was not offended, he merely smiled and then uttered the name of the approaching deity. Hey, if my senses do not deceive me, that is Ares. Trust me, Heracles, you have surely heard of his divine portfolio and tales. Regardless of perspective, this half-brother of yours is hardly a figure known for his amiable nature. No further explanation was necessary, for at that moment, an ancient bronze war chariot was racing toward them. For steeds named Ethon, Burning, Canabos, Riot, Phlogios, Flame, and Phobos, Terror, galloped before the chariot, showing no signs of slowing down. Seated at the center of the chariot, Ares, spear in hand, laughed heartily as he hurled it toward the great hero. In the absence of communication, the god of war eagerly sought to capture this unexpected human hero alive. He aimed for the enemy's thigh and hurled with all his might, convinced that no mortal could withstand such a direct strike. Within the bounds of Olympia, this was no longer merely a force of the earthly realm. Under the watchful gaze of Ares, the great hero extended his hand and grasped the hurtling spear shaft. A faint trace of blood marred his palm, as the powerful spear, despite its diminished speed, still collided forcefully with Heracles' body. The impact, imbued with the charge of Pegasus, met the resilient hide with a resounding clash. Yet it could advance no further. Narrowing his eyes at the astonished god of war, the hero nodded slowly. He had to concede that Andros was indeed correct. Andros, you speak the truth. He harbors ill intentions towards me. Was Ares truly sent here for Perseus? Heracles did not need to know. To a deity who attacked him upon their first encounter, he felt it was only fitting to reciprocate in kind. With a swift motion, he reversed the spear and hurled it back, then strode forward to confront the galloping Pegasus. If he could not discreetly extract the centaur, then he would embrace an alternative approach, which he found wholly acceptable. Boom. Nay, thunderous rumbling. Olympia lay shrouded in the shadow of its colossal central statue. Perhaps due to Ares' arrival, although this god of war was not as renowned among mortals as other deities. The city, which held the gods in utmost reverence, still rejoiced. Yet, today Olympia felt different. Despite Ares' departure going unnoticed for the moment, distant sounds grew increasingly pronounced, disrupting the city's tranquility. Pious devotees furrowed their brows, internally condemning the presence that disturbed the divine. Others wore expressions of concern, uncertain if the visiting god of war would unleash punishment as a result. Nevertheless, this cacophony captured the attention of many within the city. Even the confined centaurs sensed the tremors beneath their feet, though they remained oblivious to the cause. As time passed, the earth's upheaval drew nearer, causing the buildings within the city to visibly sway. Only at the center, the towering statues of the king and queen of the gods remained unmoved, as if some force anchored them in place, impervious to external disturbances. What was happening? What had transpired? Had the deities become wrathful? Was it Poseidon, the earthshaker, who had descended upon Olympia? Fear not, for the god of war still stood here. Olympia is a city favored by the divine. Within the city, murmurs of speculation arose. Yet the tremors of the earth grew ever more intense. A ceaseless stream of prayers circulated, with the most recent recipient being the god of war himself, who found himself amidst this tumult. Logically, Ares ought to have stepped forth to quell the unrest rather than allow the populace's suspicions to fester. However, in this moment, he found himself utterly powerless. The bronze chariot that once bore him had long since vanished, and the reins of the four heavenly steeds were now held by a mortal whose name he had yet to inquire. The divine horses, in their terror, sought to flee from this formidable presence. Yet, the great hero Hercules, with a mere tug of his left hand, rendered the steeds immobile. Striding forward, he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Ares. This was yet another deity he had encountered, yet this one too left him disillusioned. Is this what divinity embodies? It seemed hardly remarkable. Stripped of their innate powers and authority, what essence remains in these gods? The goddess of magic fashioned sorcery. The goddess of wisdom bestowed upon mankind a wealth of knowledge. Every creation within the human abode is inescapably intertwined with the goddess of the hearth. The queen of the heavens established the bonds of marriage, while she and the goddess of the underworld refined the rules of procreation. And you, god of war Ares, what have you accomplished? Beyond your inherent attributes, do you possess anything that is distinctly your own? Hercules inquired earnestly, devoid of mockery. You, mere human, how dare you mock me? What I possess innately is something you shall never attain. With a sharp clang, Ares unsheathed his sword, his expression darkening. What cursed creature has emerged now? When did humanity birth so many beings that defy reason? And most critically, why do they all converge upon me? In his bewilderment, Ares pondered, ultimately arriving at a singular conclusion. As the god of war, perhaps this is the inevitable fate he must confront. Chapter 438. The edicts beneath the scales suddenly besieged by an unexpected assault. It bore little relation to the cosmic encounters. Indeed, the reaction of the god of war to Heracles' prowess suggested he was utterly oblivious to the identity of his adversary. In that fleeting moment, had combat not yet commenced, the great hero might have believed he had liberated the centaur Chiron, thus provoking Ares' relentless pursuit. Yet the reality was he had not even breached the city gates. However, such details were inconsequential now. With the bronze short sword enveloped in a bronze-hued aura, Heracles charged forward, harnessing the might of his steed. His invulnerable lion skin wrapped around his fist, he seized the descending longsword with unwavering resolve. Veins bulged on his arms as the primordial clash unfolded on this land near Olympus. With Ares wielding the copper sword crafted by Hephaestus as a medium for their primal contest, there were no extravagant displays of energy. The raw force of the flesh was unmistakably evident here. Yet, to Ares' astonishment, the bronze short sword he gripped with both hands faltered for a mere instant before. With discernible swiftness, it was lifted by a powerful hand and resolutely redirected. A moment of shock surged within him, soon eclipsed by a tide of humiliation and fury that filled Ares' chest. A tempest of murderous intent and rage ignited within him, manifested as an invisible flame enveloping his being. An unceasing surge of power emerged from the void, and in harmony with his divine essence, the god of war's already formidable strength ascended once more. Were this on Mount Olympus, his destructive divine might would have briefly escalated to a new echelon. With a thunderous roar, Ares glared at his foe, his eyes wide with fury. Enough. Mortal, do you truly believe you can triumph over me? Impossible. You can never defeat me. I am the invincible god of war, Ares. With a resounding boom, the clouds parted and the earth trembled. What appeared to be a mere contest of physical strength now revealed a might capable of shaking mountains. In this moment, devoid of divine laws and absent any artifacts to amplify mortal strength, even the impenetrable hide of the great lion merely deflected the keen edge of the bronze short sword. Faced with such an opponent, Ares could no longer conjure any rationalizations to soothe his impending defeat. In this dire strait, his divine essence was finally ignited to its fullest. His battle spirit intensified, his power surged. Was this the zenith of the god of war? Ares could not ascertain. All he knew was that his physical strength had multiplied manifold. Even if Zeus stood before him now, he would dare to engage in a contest of strength. The blazing fury propelled the flow of his blood, and the earth beneath him, fissured and cracked, bore testament to his burgeoning power. With unwavering confidence in that moment, Ares exerted all his might downward. Whether it be Achilles or another, no one can withstand the formidable power he possesses at this moment. Give me death. Step. As he advances, the ground crumbles beneath him. Under Ares' fierce command, the short sword, on the brink of its limits, ceases its ascent and once again bears down upon the great hero. An expression of wild elation crosses Ares' face, for in his eyes, the figure of Heracles seems to merge with those of his past adversaries, Athena, Achilles. Yes, indeed, your prior victories have never proven anything. As long as the heavens grant me a fair chance to duel, how could you possibly be my equal? Impressive. Gazing into the fierce eyes of Ares, observing his fearsome visage, taut with anticipation, Heracles sincerely praises him. Throughout the years, I have encountered numerous opponents, each with unique capabilities that have challenged me greatly. Yet among them, you are the first to possess such physical prowess. Even the other deity I have encountered pales in comparison to your strength in this regard. There is no exaggeration here. even accounting for all divine powers and authority. Ares in his normal state barely matches the strength of two lesser gods. Even in a state of heightened battle fervor, the disparity between us cannot reach tenfold. However, Heracles' judgment remains unerring, for divine power and physicality are not inherently equivalent. Among the gods, ancient primordial titans typically possess extraordinary physiques, while newer deities are comparatively weaker. Many lack the strength of formidable demigods. Only gods like Ares, whose divine duties align with their physical prowess, can stand shoulder to shoulder with titans, while even the god of the west wind cannot be compared to him in this regard. Thus, throughout his journey, Heracles has encountered either creatures of mechanism or those of sheer bulk. Never has he faced anyone who could achieve this solely through physicality. Even during his early days, he had seized the throats of formidable beasts. It is only today that this renowned god of war has finally instilled within him a sense of battle fervor. To contend with a god, his left hand, gripping the reins, finally stirs. The great hero's wrist trembles, bringing the four celestial steeds crashing to the ground. As he meets Ares' gaze, transitioning from elation to confusion, then to astonishment and disbelief, Heracles grips the middle of the short sword with his left hand, lowering his stance. Although he cannot muster respect for Ares' character as an opponent, he acknowledges the god of war's strength. Come, there is no need to hold back any longer. I too shall unleash my full power. Prince Ares, allow me to witness your true strength as the god of war. With eyes alight, having encountered such a worthy adversary, he channels his energy, transmitting force from the earth through his waist and abdomen, culminating in an explosive surge at his forearm and wrist. Apart from the titanic deity wielding power as his authority and the colossal 100-armed giant, who, with his feet firmly planted upon the earth, possesses boundless strength, there exists no other force in the mortal realm that is as potent and pure. Even in this moment, Heracles felt as though he was once again on the verge of grasping something profound, yet it remained elusive, akin to glimpsing the moon through water or flowers through mist. By the time he comprehended the situation, everything had vanished in an instant, as if it had never transpired. The only one confronting such unparalleled might, Ares, was filled with a sense of helplessness and dread, his eyes bloodshot. What a jest it was to discover that what he had been contending with was merely a single hand of this mortal. Meanwhile, the great hero believed he refrained from unleashing his full power out of a sense of fairness. Now he was to experience his true strength. The spark of determination that had just ignited began to waver. Gazing at Heracles before him, the god of war wished to utter something. Yet the great hero showed no inclination to listen. The principle that one force can subdue 10 others was vividly displayed at that moment. Despite Ares' desperate attempt to summon the divine power within him to resist, Olympia, though close to the sacred mountain, remained a part of the mortal realm. A resounding boom echoed as the earth split open, creating a fissure spanning several miles. A stream of bronze light shot forth, hurtling downward toward Olympia. Surprisingly, just as it neared the city, the light abruptly paused, then altered its course. Rather than decelerating, it accelerated, soaring upward toward the heavens. Its trajectory was vaguely directed toward the towering Olympus. What is happening? With blood surging, the long-awaited full force strike invigorated the great hero. After exhaling deeply and observing the remnants of divine blood and the receding divine light, Heracles found himself momentarily perplexed. The divine blood was understandable. During their struggle, the bronze short sword had ultimately succumbed to their might and shattered into several pieces, one fragment striking Ares, leaving a wound at his waist. However, the redirection of the divine light, he could not fathom the reason behind it. The god of war's divine duties and confidence were intricately linked to his martial spirit. A loss of confidence and a dwindling of combat will render the god of war as ineffective as a sea god without the ocean, impacting him in myriad ways. Your recent strike likely shattered his composure, compelling him to flee without daring to look back. Yet even a couple of defeats should not lead to such a reaction. Ares must have faced numerous losses before, with you merely serving as the catalyst. Yet, he retained a sliver of rationality, aware that he could not allow himself to be humiliated before mortals. Thus, even in a moment of desperation, he remembered to distance himself from the city of Olympia. With a soft chuckle, a puppet emerged from the great hero's pocket. I must admit, the power Heracles unleashed earlier left even him in awe. Disregarding any extraordinary influences, it seems that the great hero might indeed be the strongest in the realm purely in terms of physical prowess. This is well, for now. You should be able to subtly escort the centaur Chiron away. After all, Ares would certainly not make a grand announcement regarding this matter, and due to your conflict, the The city has descended into chaos. So be it. With a slight nod, the great hero expressed his concurrence. However, reflecting on the earlier events, he still felt a twinge of unease. As you mentioned, I indeed misjudged the situation. Such a level of power is undoubtedly the full strength of the god of war, yet he has yet to articulate why he sought to trouble me. Sight is truly incomprehensible. Shaking his head gently, Heracles chose not to dwell further on it. From this point onward, he merely needed to locate the individual. With a resounding clang, whoosh, thud, the journey proceeded smoothly. Without Ares' presence, Olympia appeared desolate before the great hero. In days gone by, the king of gods might have left a trace of his intent upon his colossal statue, and while he may not have intervened directly, he could have chosen to impede the centaur's departure. However, the king of gods had been reclusive of late, thus this final obstacle was inadvertently removed. Venturing deep into the city, Heracles discovered the confined Chiron within an underground palace. Contrary to his expectations, the centaur seemed unharmed, exuding an air of leisure and composure. Without lingering in the palace, after elucidating his purpose and the commission from Silvermoon City, Chiron readily agreed to accompany the great hero in his departure. The tumultuous city remained oblivious to their presence, and within a span of less than half a day, the two had exited Olympia. Olympia is a city devoted to faith, with an intensity of fervor surpassing that of Silvermoon City. After all, not everyone in Silvermoon City is a devout believer, whereas here, only the devout are deemed worthy of survival. Expressing gratitude to the heroic Heracles for his assistance, the towering centaur elucidated the reasons for his lack of harm. Until Ares' arrival, the inhabitants of this city ultimately dared not to harm him, and the god of war had not the opportunity to act. With a hint of reflection, Chiron harbored a measure of concern. Although he appeared safe now, he did not share that sentiment. For long ago, he had foreseen his future through divination. In the river of fate, he faintly beheld a poisoned arrow striking a blurred equine form. From that arrow, he sensed the breath of death. Undoubtedly, should he be the one struck, his demise would be certain. Yet, if he were not the target, how then could he witness such a scene? Regardless, I am grateful for your assistance, brave hero. Long before his arrival, he had prepared himself for death. Thus, despite the lingering anxiety, the centaur remained largely indifferent. He merely observed the great hero before him, resolved to lend his assistance for the journey ahead. Silvermoon City had bestowed upon him the Star Shuttle as a reward. Yet this did not imply that Chiron was absolved from taking action himself. From the lips of Heracles, he learned of the hero's impending journey to the ruins of Mount Odysseus. He possessed some knowledge of this location. The ancient divine mountain had fractured in the previous epic, leaving behind nothing but desolation. Everything belonging to the Titans had been interred there, alongside a fearsome demon. I am aware of the Sphinx, the creature with the body of a lion and the head of a human. Nodding, the great hero had already gleaned considerable insight. However, the centaur's subsequent words took him by surprise. So, you are suggesting that it does not reside there of its own volition, but rather is suppressed by an artifact? It cannot be entirely said to be voluntary. It is more accurate to say that it has forged a pact with the artifact's master. They established a wager, the stakes being the Sphinx's freedom and the artifact that resonates with its power. I believe you ought to be aware of this. The centaur spoke solemnly. That is the golden scales, the manifestation of justice in the world. It is precisely due to its existence that the Sphinx has never set foot in the realm of humanity. Chapter 439, Whistleblowing, Golden Scales. Quietly listening to the narration of this renowned scholar of the mortal realm, Heracles was not unfamiliar with the name. Much like the Sword of Judgment, known as the Sword of Decision, the Golden Scales is an artifact of the ancient Titan deities, the goddess of law and justice, Themis. In the earthly realm, it is referred to as the scale of justice or the scale of judgment, whether they be sovereign kings or beggars on the streets. Nearly everyone has heard of this sacred relic revered by mortal judges. According to legend, it is the most impartial arbiter in existence. It can assess the worthiness of material treasures, lands, as well as the loyalty and morality of the spirit, or even rights and status that exist purely in concept. There is nothing it cannot weigh and discern. In certain rumors, there are even tales of this ancient deity traversing the realm of the dead. Thus, many nobles found themselves gripped by fear, deepening their faith in the gods, for none can ascertain the fate of their souls after death. Will they enter the domain of the Lord of the Underworld, or will they forget their past through the waters of the river Lethe and begin anew? Or perhaps be placed on either side of this scale, measured by their faith in the afterlife as rewards? The unknown breeds awe, and awe fosters belief. However, one must ponder, What connection does this illustrious artifact have with the son of Typhon? This is precisely what I wish to unveil to you, Heracles. You should be aware that the peculiar powers of Typhon's progeny are often linked to the deities. For instance, the connection between the lion skin you wear and the protection of Lady Hestia, as well as the relationship between the nine-headed serpent Hydra and the goddess of life. The Sphinx is no different, and its association lies with the goddess of law, Themis. Grasping a branch, the centaur sketched primitive murals upon the stone wall. The struggle between the gods and Typhon, the divine blood shed by the goddess of justice, and the unique offspring born from the union of this sacred blood with the legacy of the king of beasts. The great hero gazed upon these murals, as if history had come alive in the present. Before him, Chiron continued to narrate this obscure tale. Unlike other formidable demons, perhaps due to the deeper order inherent in the authority of the goddess of law, or perhaps because of the deviations brought forth by her justice, the Sphinx was not a creature of bloodlust. It merely roamed the earth, seeking wisdom and knowledge among humans, delighting in outsmarting the wise among mortals. This peculiar penchant posed little danger, thus it initially evaded notice, with only a few rural anecdotes circulating among the nations. Yet, ultimately, a demon remains a demon. And once its presence is discovered, its enmity with humanity becomes a natural and unalterable reality. No one knows whether it was humanity that first struck against the creature or if the creature assailed humanity first. Nevertheless, from that fateful day when the first arrogant and wise human hero fell before the Sphinx, a great war erupted. Countless mortals sought glory and power by confronting the demon, only to find eternal rest beside it. Gradually, the gods became aware of its existence. The deities descended in avatars, attempting to vanquish this formidable beast. Yet, they were astonished to discover that, although the creature with a lion's body and a human face lacked immortality, it possessed a unique domain that was nearly impossible to breach. Anyone who could not answer its three riddles would find themselves no different from an ordinary mortal within this realm. Consequently, several gods returned defeated, unwilling to risk the peril of being ensnared within the domain. Only the goddess of justice stepped forth. Unlike the other deities, she wielded a special authority that allowed her to be exempted from the creature's domain if she could answer just one riddle correctly. However, ultimately, she chose not to partake in this contest. She merely halted the bloodshed and established a wager with the Sphinx. Why did she refrain from striking? Was it because Lady Themis lacked confidence in answering even a single question? Heracles inquired with a flicker of curiosity. Yet, in the next moment, Chiron provided him with an unexpected explanation. No, the reason the goddess did not engage was that she discovered this sword of exorcism had no effect on the Sphinx. She deemed it innocent and therefore had no justification for its destruction. Yet, she was reluctant to allow it to continue inciting turmoil among mortals, even if such unrest stemmed from the church's proclamations and human arrogance. After much contemplation, the goddess ultimately resolved to address the issue in a different manner. She wagered her divine artifact against the demon. If no one could unravel the Sphinx's riddle within a stipulated time, that artifact would then belong to the creature, and the goddess would cease her interference in its actions. Conversely, if someone deciphered the riddle, the Sphinx would serve the goddess henceforth, much like the three-headed dog guarding the gates of the underworld, becoming an executor of law and justice. Thus concluded the narrative, with the fresco on the stone wall drawing to a close. The blind deity, sword at his side, held a scale aloft, while the Sphinx's arm rested on one side of the balance. Clearly, an accord had been reached between them. The demon, weary of strife with humanity, accepted the goddess of law's conditions and retreated to the ancient site beneath Mount Odal. After a moment of contemplation, gazing at the sprawling fresco, the great hero, though yet to witness her, felt a burgeoning fondness for the goddess of justice. Forcing victims to sacrifice for the greater good appeared to him as a mere illusion of justice. However, allowing individuals to voluntarily concede, subsequently compensating for the price of their concession, resonated far more with Heracles' own sense of justice. This is the distinction between depriving others of their sustenance to aid the weak and purchasing food for others to relieve famine. Unlike Ares, who contributes little to warfare, in the eyes of great heroes, the goddess of justice actively disseminates law and righteousness throughout the world. It is indeed regrettable that such a deity has not ascended to the rank of chief god on Olympus. With a slight sigh, Heracles expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your enlightenment, Chiron. It is of no consequence. This is merely to repay your assistance. Furthermore, this is but a tale. What I am about to share is truly capable of aiding you." With a smile, the centaur solemnly advised, The contest with the Sphinx relies not on brute force, but rather on wisdom. In this regard, I am uncertain if you can surpass those who came before you. However, should you fail twice in succession, do not attempt to answer the third question. Only those challengers who answer at least one question correctly may leave the domain. 3 incorrect answers will lead to your demise by the very rules set forth. Thus, if it comes to that, remember to pray to the goddess of justice. After all, her sacred artifact lies there. Perhaps, just perhaps, it may grant you an escape. Amidst the chaos in Olympia, Heracles seized the opportunity to rescue the centaur's stall. Above the sacred mountain, a bronze-hued light streaked across the sky. The radiance flickered, alternating between brightness and shadow, seemingly mirroring the emotions of its master at that moment. Enveloped in the flowing light, the god of war, Ares, clutched his wounded side as he swiftly soared towards Olympus. Arriving in a chariot drawn by divine steeds, he now found himself alone on the return journey, having left behind both his mount and weaponry. An undeniable mark of disgraceful defeat. Yet this time, Ares refrained from uttering harsh words. Instead, his countenance bore a somber expression. Unlike before, he found himself devoid of any excuses. Defeat is defeat. He had been vanquished by a mortal in the very aspect he held most dear. Among all the deities on Mount Olympus, there were many with greater power, yet even his father's flawless daughter, Athena, could not surpass him in physical prowess as the god of war. In moments of adversity, he had often found solace in such comparisons. However, now, the force of Heracles' fist had imparted a profound lesson about reality. Victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. No excuses remain. At this moment, the god of war seemed to converge with his original trajectory at a pivotal juncture. Faced with the pain inflicted by a mortal, he did not exhibit shameful bravado nor succumb to a tempestuous rage. Instead, he chose a path seldom traversed by any male deity, to return to the divine mountain and seek counsel with Zeus. Yes, to lodge a complaint. Though it is unbecoming for a god of war to seek parental intervention after suffering defeat in battle, such a choice has regrettably been made by both the mythic chronicles of the past and Ares himself in this present realm. The adage that a leopard cannot change its spots seems particularly apt in this instance. Even with a shift in destiny, the god of war has opted for the same course of action. Before long, the sacred mountain came into view. As Ares plummeted from the sky, he felt the divine power within him stir to life once more, yet he clutched the wound at his waist, delaying its healing. He pressed forward, skillfully avoiding the nymphs and deities along the way, until he arrived at the entrance of the Golden Palace. Soon, Zeus would announce the new god of the sea, appointed to replace Poseidon and address his mysterious absence. Ares was uncertain of Zeus's whereabouts at present, yet within the palace, the king of the gods typically maintained a divine avatar. With a forceful push, he flung open the grand doors, his gaze sweeping across the opulent interior. As anticipated, he found Zeus seated upon the golden throne. Sensing the formidable yet surmountable aura emanating from the deity, Ares deduced it to be one of Zeus's incarnations. However, something about this manifestation seemed amiss. The tension in its demeanor starkly contrasted with the usual ease of the god. Ares could not fathom the cause. Yet he dismissed the thought. What force could possibly instill apprehension in the illustrious Zeus? Surely, he was not engaged in a fierce battle with another god of immense power beyond the mortal realm. Taking a step forward, Ares raised his voice, which sounded unusually desolate, as he revealed the wound that bled profusely from his side. Father, behold, this is the injury I have sustained in the mortal realm, inflicted upon me by a shameless progeny of a god. Do you not feel anger upon witnessing such barbarity? The gods endlessly contend to aid humanity. Yet as the god of war, I have borne the brunt of their strife. Thus, I have come to seek clarity from you. There exists a malevolent being under your dominion, a cursed criminal whose heart is consumed by malice, leaving behind such progeny in the mortal world. My esteemed father, all other deities, every divine being upon Olympus pays you due respect. We are all willing to bow and obey. However, there remains one who refuses to heed your command, allowing his descendants to venerate the divine. Only he, this misguided human incited to assault me, a foolhardy hero of the mortal realm, dares to charge at the immortal gods. Driven by reckless fury, previously, he wreaked havoc among his kind. Now he turns his aggression toward me, Ares, the lord of war. Fortunately, my agility enabled me to escape from his grasp. Otherwise, I would have been compelled to endure the agony, languishing for an extended period amidst the rigid bodies of the deceased, or succumbing to the torment inflicted by the copper spear. I would have been relegated to a fleeting existence. Loudly proclaiming, devoid of the divine reverence, Ares vehemently rebuked Heracles, even cursing his very lineage. Such formidable flesh, surely he must be the offspring of some titan, ultimately endowed with strength rivaling that of giants through some form of mutation, harboring malice. Ares yearned for Zeus to intervene immediately, to bring that mortal and his wicked progenitor before the divine mountain, to condemn them to the same fate as Prometheus. Just wait, the king of gods will inevitably address your transgressions. Immersed in his reverie, Ares remained oblivious to the gradually coalescing aura surrounding Zeus's manifestation upon the throne. He merely continued to expose his wounds while chastising the source of his affliction. Note, this passage is an adaptation of a mythological translation, intentionally crafted to align with the preceding context. Originally, it served to denounce a mortal hero who had injured him and the covert assistance of Athena. It has now been altered to reflect Heracles and an unknown paternal figure. Some crude language has been refined for coherence. The choice to utilize a translated segment rather than compose entirely original text stems from previous discussions regarding Achilles, aiming to clarify that this is not a deliberate disparagement, but rather a reflection of Ares's character. If you perceive him as foolish, indeed, I share that sentiment. Chapter 440. Resolution on Olympus, within the resplendent palace. The imposing throne of the king of gods appeared to harbor a divine figure in a state of tranquil slumber. Ever since his avatar successfully transmitted a message, Zeus's mental state had been far from ideal. The vast distance between the two realms, coupled with the elusive nature of time, rendered him somewhat disheartened. Leaving the king of gods in a state of languor, regardless of the shifting day and night. This condition had persisted for a considerable duration, to the extent that even external matters had become challenging to manage. However, Zeus, being who he is, found that these tribulations were hardly formidable. Gradually, he began to seek inspiration from fleeting insights that had previously crossed his mind. After several attempts, he ultimately devised a method to stabilize his mental state. Externally, he endeavored to perceive the workings of the world through the authority of the divine king, grasping the laws of nature. Internally, he aimed to comprehend the indomitable divine energy left behind by Typhon through the force of his own will. By confronting the myriad messages from the world and the remnants of the king of monsters, he sought to establish a balance amidst the external influences, which was Zeus's intention. The fact that he still had the capacity to channel his thoughts into his avatar attested to the efficacy of this approach. Consequently, his spirit began to experience a modicum of relaxation, and upon the thorough repair of the thunderpool, the avatar in the abyss immediately opened the sacrificial portal, facilitating several exchanges of material between his true form and the avatar in Asgard and Tartarus. This further solidified the notion that his efforts were indeed worthwhile. Henceforth, adversaries from the underworld could be disregarded, for the mother of demons and the ascending prince of demons would keep them occupied. Yet, when the sacrificial portal was unsealed, and feeling a subtle repulsion from the divine power within him, Zeus ultimately chose to take only the special artifact and refrain from claiming the remaining otherworldly essence of the thunder god that lingered post-repair of the thunderpool. His lack of interest in those essences was not due to disinterest, but rather a poignant realization through the lens of his immense divine power. He discovered, with regret, that even if he were to integrate this otherworldly essence into his divine office through the authority of the king of gods, it would not bring about a qualitative transformation of the thunder divinity, nor would it endow him with powers on the scale of his magnificent might. Perhaps, had the thunderpool not been repaired, there might have been a glimmer of opportunity, though it was equally probable that there would not have been any. After all, the essence of thunder aimed to coalesce into its own symbol, a feat far from simple. Unlike sky, sun, and ocean and water, which inherently held a substantial presence within the cycles of the world, the accumulation of their symbols was almost inevitable with the elevation of the world's primal forces and the gradual unification of their divine authority. In contrast, thunder did not possess such ease. Unless Zeus one day succeeds in uniting the ancient Titans' meteorological forces, as well as the seasonal spirits of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, it is only then that he might achieve the symbolic cohesion he seeks. Alternatively, from another perspective, when he truly becomes the sovereign ruler of heaven and earth, he can, in the name of the supreme divine monarch, transform the thunder into a weapon to punish all who defy his royal authority, rendering a divine retribution upon all gods and beasts alike. This too would represent a different kind of symbolic elevation. Furthermore, even if he were to possess an abundance of the essence of thunder, it would merely allow him to accumulate quantitatively rather than facilitating a qualitative transformation. After all, To construct a symbol, one must occupy a significantly important position within the cyclical order of the world. This position can be innate, such as the sky, earth, night, and life, which can spontaneously coalesce given sufficient source power. Alternatively, it can be acquired, like reincarnation and royal authority, which did not originally exist within the world but were endowed with importance by others. Thus, since thunder does not inherently possess sufficient status, and Zeus has yet to acquire the ability or opportunity to bestow it with a critical position, it cannot take shape. In light of this, he naturally opted for arrangements more favorable to himself. The divine artifact could be reforged to complement the thunder arrow, thereby further enhancing his power. While the essence of the thunder could be deemed unnecessary, Zeus also harbored a keen interest in Tartarus. Moreover, there were the memories spoken of by his avatar, which he had not shared with me synchronously and could only be retrieved once I reclaimed them. Perched upon his lofty throne, observing the hasty entrance of Ares, Zeus pondered what madness he was conjuring while silently reflecting on the words of his avatar. The inability to synchronize, necessitating a personal review after reclaiming the other, suggested he must have uncovered something extraordinary. Moreover, based on the avatar's description, this revelation was anything but trivial. It harbored a terrifying danger. However, he could not afford to relinquish his avatar into the abyss through the sacrificial gate, as the abyss still depended on him. Fortunately, it would not be long before matters on Earth would require his attention. Once all was settled, the time would come for him to initiate his true actions. His gaze sharpened, and the aura surrounding him deepened in intensity. Zeus had contemplated the experiences of his avatar with utmost seriousness. The snake demon, which revealed his avatar's identity. Was it from the spirit realm or another source? This distinction had become irrelevant, for no matter who it was, Silvermoon City and the starry expanse behind it, along with the spirit realm, stood as his final adversaries in the mortal realm. Once they were vanquished, the seas and the cosmos would naturally unite. His foremost task was to ascertain the movements of the master of the spirit realm. The unknown remains the most challenging adversary to decipher. Thus, I must instill a measure of confidence in these deities. Shadows cloaked the visage of the deity as Zeus silently observed Ares performing below, much like a jester. At that moment, Ares was gesturing to his wounds, lamenting the cruelty of their foes to the god. With a quiet sigh, Zeus reflected on Hera, the queen of the gods, who excelled in every aspect except for motherhood. In matters of progeny, she had achieved little. Neither Hephaestus nor Ares could be relied upon. If only they possessed a fraction of Athena's wisdom, he would not feel such despair. Was he disappointed? Perhaps, to a small degree. Yet, witnessing the war god, oblivious to the fact that he was accusing the king of the gods, Zeus felt a sense of resignation. Without expectations, one is spared from disappointment. And Ares exemplified this notion. Thus, let him wield that first spear, destined to shatter. Ares, he spoke softly, devoid of elation or sorrow. In the golden palace, upon finally receiving a response, the war god eagerly looked up. Yet, from this angle, Zeus appeared shrouded in shadows. Ares could only discern his eyes, unable to grasp the expression of the god. Father, you have finally responded. Look, enough. Ares, do you comprehend that due to your negligence, the prisoners of the gods have escaped from your custody? The cold voice interrupted Ares' lamentations, and a spectral image began to materialize above the golden throne. An empty cell emerged before Ares, and his eyes widened in recognition. This was the centaur? He dared to flee? The thought slipped from his lips. But in an instant, Ares grasped the truth. No, it was not an escape of his own doing. He had been rescued. That demigod who suddenly appeared near Olympia must be the accomplice. Although he had struck first, it must surely be the other's fault. Crash. Father. The goblet descended from above, shattering resoundingly above Ares' head. He looked up, only to meet Zeus' icy gaze. The flicker of anger he had felt vanished in an instant. The war god was perplexed by the king's reaction. What followed was Zeus' emotionless pronouncement. Ares, my child, you are the only son of Hera and me, and the one who has brought me the greatest disappointment. From the day of your birth, you were bestowed with the finest gifts this world has to offer, the divine office of war, the most beautiful wife, and the status I granted you. Boom. A tremendous force descended, instantly silencing Ares. Observing his son, Zeus' thoughts crystallized. You have it all. You were the first to possess everything. At that time, your sister Athena, who was destined to be born, had yet to grace the world with her presence, allowing you to roam freely upon the earth. However, Ares, after all these years, tell me, have you achieved anything of significance? No, not a single thing. But fret not, for since you are incapable of accomplishing it yourself, as your father and your sovereign, I shall inform you that I can bestow upon you not only a title but also the power of punishment. With a clang, a fractured sword, entwined with flames, descended from the heavens, embedding itself in the ground of the golden palace. A sin of corruption and chaos emanated from it, startling the god of war. This was once a divine artifact, a celestial creation, now shattered. A formidable force had cleaved it in two, disrupting its integrity. Yet even so, Ares could faintly discern that the original master of this sword was surely no lesser than himself. Alas, such a formidable being now faces a dire fate. Take it, Ares, and reclaim what you have lost, not merely a prisoner, but the very reason for this prisoner's existence. This time, I offer you your final opportunity, and this time, you shall not act under my command, but rather for your own right to stand here, side by side with the gods. Ares, I hope you remember this. If you return to me with the same outcome as before then, in the name of the God King, I shall personally cast you into the abyss. Bang! Without granting him a moment to speak, a mighty hand swept forth, casting the god of war and the fractured sword out of the golden palace. Sitting upon the throne, the seemingly furious god king exhibited no trace of emotion. That broken sword was of demonic origin, its lineage unmistakable. It was said that Zeus had even sacrificed a portion of his divine essence to mend the thunder pool in order to meet her, causing Moira to feel compelled to contribute in some way. In the past, she had never cared for treasures, for the abyss held nothing that could stir her heart. Fortunately, in the deepest depths of the abyss, Moira discovered the severed beheading chainsword of the ancient fire demon, which had shattered while assaulting hell. Though it was broken, it remained a powerful weapon. The god king initially intended to have Hephaestus reforged it, but the latter was temporarily unable to manipulate the divine artifacts of the abyss. Thus, he decided to bestow it upon Ares, allowing him to be the first deity to actively confront mortals. This was not a command of his, but rather Ares' voluntary act to redeem his disgrace. Therefore, should he succeed, though it is highly improbable, for Zeus does not believe he can single-handedly breach Silvermoon City and Athens. Thus, when the failed god of war has managed to glean a portion of the enemy's movements, his task shall conclude. Subsequently, the great god king will personally intervene to cast this inept being into the abyss, allowing him to hone his laughable abilities under the guise of his allies' arrangements. However, in correspondence, his adversaries must also bear an equal toll. The god king cast his progeny into the abyss, an unequivocal display of sincerity. Yet, the genesis of this entire affair lay in Achilles' disruption of the divine court. Thus Silvermoon City must submit to the judgment of the celestial tribunal. As for the outcome of the trial, should they acquiesce, Zeus would even be inclined to extend forgiveness to them all following the pronouncement of their sins. For to accept the god king's judgment signifies an inherent obedience. Without the shedding of blood, he could reap the fruits of victory, bringing the influence of the spirit realm within the grasp of the material world. Conversely, should they choose to reject this, he would have already shown them all the mercy he could muster. The observing goddess of night and the unwitting ally Erebus would witness his reverence for the primordial gods. Only out of necessity would he resort to arms. The deities above and below would attest to his virtue, and even his own offspring, as the chief deity, would dare to judge with impartiality. For royal authority, the allegiance of the populace equates to strength, and the righteousness of justice serves as a weapon. Thus, at this moment, Zeus harbored no anger, while Ares, this is indeed the outcome you deserve. Let the abyss impart its lessons upon you. Its customs will enlighten you on how to embody a warrior god. And you, spirit realm, nearly 10 millennia have swiftly elapsed. What you once bestowed upon me, I must now return. The first encounter with the sovereign of the spirit realm revealed the corpse of the sun god. The second meeting looms, the catalyst once more being the divine sword forged from the remnants of the sun. At times, Zeus finds this rather ingenious. One must rise from where they have fallen. The god king ought to govern thus. In the heart of the earthly realm lies the ruins of Mount Odals. Since the Second Era, this place has remained devoid of human presence. The celestial pillar here has collapsed, giving rise to an unbroken mountain range stretching thousands of miles. It extends along the site of the crumbled peaks, severing the connection between the eastern and western lands, impeding the flow of waterways from north to south. Chapter 441. 3 questions. Having departed from Olympia, the group continued their journey westward, with the swift pace of the celestial vessel. Traversing a fifth of a continent did not consume much of their time. On a scorching afternoon, the ancient foundation of the celestial pillar came into view. The air was thick with the weight of history and decay, casting a slight pall over Andor. Clearly, even after nearly 10 millennia, remnants of indelible laws lingered here. Is this Mount Odals? It differs somewhat from my expectations. Rather than a shattered divine mountain, it resembles an endless, invisible wall, gazing into the distance. One can sense that intangible pressure as well. To Heracles, there were no divine mountains in sight, only a wall whose height, distance, and length remained unknown. According to records, this is the very mountain that fell. Yet, from a human perspective, it is impossible to comprehend its mountain shape. Call it what you will, mountain or wall, it has already crumbled. As the sole peak still belonging to the earth rather than the ancient mountain deity area, the downfall of Mount Odals seems inevitable. My only regret is that the traces at its base have been obliterated along with the collapse of the divine mountain. Here once existed a human tribe. The very civilization you yearn for, the golden civilization. The golden age, you say. I wonder if they were truly as just and perfect as the records portray. With a hint of nostalgia, the great hero harbored some doubts. Dionysus remained silent, while Prometheus merely smiled. Indeed, however, what they possessed was not justice and perfection, but rather perfect justice. Perfect justice. There is nothing in this world that is flawless. If it exists, it likely resides only in the pages of books or within the dreams of living beings. The journey is arduous. Though chaos may not have uttered these words, similar proverbs abound. Since the sighting of the wall shrouded in mist, Heracles continued onward on foot for quite some time. Perhaps due to the once unrestrained clash of divine powers, the speed of the celestial vessel diminished near the fractured pillar. It was not until that evening that Heracles finally sensed a profound order distinct from all other places. This was a modest valley, though the mountains here appeared more like natural barriers formed from the debris of the collapsed pillar. At the valley's entrance stood a colossal scale, seemingly carved from stone, blocking the sole passage in and out. What purpose does this serve? With a slight raise of his brow, Dionysus inquired with curiosity upon seeing it. On this stone balance, he vaguely sensed a unique force of regulation, yet it was far from the manifestation of a divine artifact. Its existence seemed to be sifting through the eligibility of entrance. Gazing at the statue previously mentioned by Sharon, the great hero elucidated. This is the equivalent scale, a wondrous creation shaped by the power of the divine artifact known as the golden scale and another mysterious divine object whose origins remain unknown. Its function mirrors its name, serving as a tool for equivalent exchange. By placing one's possessions upon one side of the scale as an offering to the goddess, she will reciprocate by transforming an equivalent measure of divine power into a crystal for you. Thus, does this imply that it serves as a ticket collected by Lady Themis? Dionysus continued to inquire. No, this is not a ticket. Quite the contrary. It serves as a final talisman for those who dare to challenge the monsters. Gently shaking his head, the great hero took a step forward. He traversed the scale without any intention of conducting an exchange. Whether Dionysus chose to barter was entirely his own decision. For countless centuries, innumerable souls have come here to confront the Sphinx. Some sought status, others fame, and still others power, yet none have succeeded. The fate of the vanquished is to be consumed within the realm of the Sphinx, reduced to wandering souls beneath its order. Wagering one's life is the most brutal of challenges. However, losing one's life in a fair contest is something even the goddess of justice would not impede. Yet perhaps from a sense of her own fairness, Lady Themis still grants challengers a glimmer of hope by offering their self to the goddess before entering the valley. They exchange it for an equivalent measure of divine power under the scale's impartiality. When all that belongs to the challenger is surrendered to the goddess, even in failure, they cannot lose their life a second time to compensate for the losses incurred by the Sphinx. The divine power imbued with order becomes a more palatable sustenance for the monsters. As for those challengers who escape with their lives, they shall devote the remainder of their existence to the teachings of the goddess, fulfilling their mission upon the earth. Therefore, Dionysus, whether you wish to leave something here is a decision solely for you to make. This truly is a generous deity. With a sense of reflection, he was taken aback that someone would exchange divine power for mortal essence. While both sides may indeed be equivalent in a certain sense, Dionysus was certain that this equivalence did not pertain to material and energy in the literal sense. Nevertheless, shaking his head, Dionysus ultimately declined the proposal. As an immortal in the truest sense, he felt no need to sell himself to another god. I think I shall refrain, with you ahead. I at least have some assurance of answering one question correctly. As for embarking on the path of the holy warrior, that is entirely unnecessary. While I greatly admire their spirit, To undertake such a journey myself would be simpler than facing death. With purposeful strides, Dionysus traversed past the engraved stone of the scales, glancing back at this unique artifact instinctively. The principle of equivalent exchange. Indeed, the essence of equivalence lies in the power of the golden scales. But what facilitates such exchanges? Perhaps nothing at all, if it can only be exchanged for divine power. Yet, if it could serve other purposes, Dionysus found himself intrigued. If he were to pledge certain attributes of his divinity, could he possibly procure something of significance in return? As he ventured further inward, he remained on high alert. Throughout his passage in the valley, Heracles pondered the true nature of the Sphinx more than once. A majestic form, an aura of brutality, immense strength, and a reasoned intellect maintained under the constraints of the goddess of law. Such facets were all conceivable. After all, in his past encounters, nearly every formidable creature bearing the bloodline of Typhon exhibited these traits. Although their powers varied, their savagery was uniformly relentless. It was not only Heracles who believed this. He was certain that Dionysus harbored similar thoughts. However, all these speculations came to an abrupt halt the moment he beheld the legendary creature renowned for its wisdom. Gazing upon the colossal beast sprawled upon the ground, Heracles felt his myriad fantasies shatter in that instant. Words escaped him as he stood on the flat ground near a water source, enveloped by the thunderous snores of the creature. On the beast's mountain-like frame, the hero discerned not a single trace of muscular definition. Compared to the lions of the wild, the creature before him exhibited not merely a difference in size, but an abundance of evident flab. What struck him as most peculiar was that it seemed only upon his approach did the Sphinx, with the body of a lion and the face of a human, finally awaken, reluctantly opening its eyes. Ah, is there someone else here? How dreadfully disruptive to my slumber. Come, let me see. What are you staring at, young one? The Sphinx, with a languid gaze that teetered on the brink of slumber, slightly inclined its towering head, expressing its dissatisfaction towards the diminutive human before it. 3 gods and 1 human. How amusing. These deities did not appear to be here to trouble it. Otherwise, given their divine prowess, the projection of Themis's sword of exorcism would have reacted long ago. So, did they accompany this human? What an impudent fellow. What are you gawking at? Have you never seen such a magnificent creature before? Truly, you lack discernment. But let us dispense with pleasantries. What brings you here? Or more bluntly, is it the old custom or something new? My sincerest apologies, esteemed Sphinx. However, what exactly is the old custom, and what of the newcomer? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he regarded the strikingly different creature before him. Hercules felt compelled to apologize for his impolite gaze. Nevertheless, the subsequent words of the Sphinx piqued his interest. Old custom. So, it seems there were dealings with other humans. Yet, before him, the Sphinx remained indifferent to the musings of this human. It merely reclined back onto the ground, expressing its boredom, and declared, "Ah, the newcomer, very well. I shall exert some effort to elucidate matters for you. Speaking of which, you are also human. You should possess a better understanding of your kind. You see that stone balance outside, don't you? Do you not perceive the peril I am in? Indeed, 500 years ago, that was the case. But since a clever human hero graced this place, it has ceased to be dangerous." As the Sphinx spoke, it succinctly recounted the events that had transpired here. Listening to the Sphinx's account, Hercules could not help but feel that his comprehension of the world was still woefully superficial. Millennia ago, the earliest humans besieged the Sphinx solely because it was a creature of myth. Yet as heroes, eager to carve their names into history and gain the favor of the gods, fell at its hands, hatred began to take root. Even though the goddess of justice intervened to halt this senseless conflict, the animosity persisted. From that day forth, humans journeyed from afar to this valley, wagering their lives against the creature for various reasons, only to meet their demise. Generation after generation perished, and those who harbored hatred ultimately found their fates entwined with the Sphinx. Yet, as time passed, when later generations learned of these events from history, it became increasingly difficult for them to find justifiable reasons to slay it. The deities had lost interest in this creature, now restrained by the goddess of justice, and those filled with hatred had mostly perished, leaving only the Sphinx's notoriety to grow. Gradually, those who sought the Sphinx were reduced to heroes pursuing fame and fortune, yearning for instant glory, yet they too could not conquer it. Until one day, a man named Oedipus and his companion appeared before it, as if destined. Despite the twists of fate that had led this hero to kill his own father and king, resulting in a tragic tale of patricide and incest. Before even meeting the Sphinx, he effortlessly answered its 2 riddles. For the first time, the Sphinx felt a twinge of fear. It lowered its proud demeanor, seeking to discern this human's weaknesses. Thus, it deceitfully claimed it could offer him a reward before he answered the 3rd riddle, for no one had ever solved its 2 enigmas before. It allowed Oedipus to pose 2 questions in return, promising to provide answers to the best of its ability. Oedipus consented. The king who had been forsaken since his infancy recounted his tale, yearning to uncover the identity of his father and the reason his kingdom, despite fervent sacrifices to the deities, remained unprotected, plagued instead by calamities. The Sphinx provided him with a response. The heinous act of patricide and incest is an affront that neither gods nor mortals can tolerate. As long as he draws breath, Thebes shall know no peace. In despair, Oedipus took his own life. Such is humanity, to end one's existence over errors not of their own making. A concept unfathomable even to demons. Yet he perished, while his friends did not. He witnessed our confrontation, realizing that I too could be vanquished. Yet he understood that Oedipus could triumph over me, while he could not. Thus, he resolved to strike a bargain with me, one advantageous to both parties. He would present me with offerings, and I would allow him to answer 2 questions correctly after he erred on one. In this manner, he would gain renown, a fame nearly rivaling that of the Sphinx, while I would no longer need to fear the emergence of another Oedipus. For he was the first, but certainly not the last. Henceforth, in the face of tangible benefits, even humanity itself became reluctant to perceive that Themis' wager could ever prevail. With a languid demeanor and an air of ease, the Sphinx wore a smile that hinted at mockery. Gazing slightly upward, it seemed to behold the golden scales suspended in the valley above. This artifact can bind monsters, yet it cannot restrain human avarice. Behold, this is humanity, hypocritical and cunning, vile and merciless. So, young hero, what do you intend to do? Will you answer my 3 questions, striving to bring an end to my existence? Or will you follow in the footsteps of your predecessors, laden with honor, only to return to this profoundly sinful world? Chapter 442. Temptation. I shall answer your inquiries. For I am indifferent to such hollow accolades. Rather, I am far more concerned with surpassing you within your own domain. With a solemn tone, Hercules gazed upon the creature before him, a monster that bore no resemblance to his preconceived notions. The tale of Oedipus indeed astonished him, yet throughout his journey, he had encountered similar occurrences on numerous occasions. Across the expanse of humanity, he could find the most noble souls alongside the most despicable. He could encounter the most honest individuals as well as those who spoke naught but lies. In contrast, as the great hero traversed this valley, which had existed for over a millennium, an unspoken understanding permeated his heart through the Sphinx's unique realm of order. This place had accumulated the wisdom and aspirations of countless heroes over the ages, an amalgamation of desire and dread. Countless mortals regarded it as a challenge posed by the wise, a ladder to fame, yet none had truly triumphed over the sovereign of this domain. Oedipus had been the closest to achieving success, yet he too had faltered. Thus, Hercules resolved to take up his mantle and return the Sphinx to the side of the goddess of justice, the lady of the law, while simultaneously dispelling the delusions of the mortal seekers who had come here, rendering it no longer a tool for their folly. Is that so? Very well, young mortal. As per the rules, should you choose to challenge, I must acquiesce to your request. However, I must warn you, if you fail to answer even one of my 3 questions, regardless of my desire to spare you, the dictates of the rules will ensure your demise. The Sphinx's demeanor grew slightly more formal, yet it remained reclined upon the ground. Before it, the great hero nodded once more, expressing his gratitude for the reminder. Well then, let us commence. With a subtle utterance, as Hercules affirmed his intent, an intangible force emanated from the Sphinx, enveloping the entire valley. The laws of this realm appeared to warp, with a minuscule fraction magnified significantly, while the vast majority dwindled to near nothingness. This was the dominion of the Sphinx, a formidable power comparable to the indestructible body of the mighty lion and the immortal form of the Hydra, an unyielding order of rules that even divine beings would find perilous to challenge. The stone scales at the valley's entrance trembled slightly, as if stirred by the same underlying force, responding in kind. Mortal, as you wish, the great wise monster. The Sphinx with the body of a lion and the face of a human shall pose to you 3 questions, with the wager being our very lives. The first question: as mortals gaze upon the stars, they comprehend the vastness of the heavens. As they scrutinize the earth, they grasp its expanse. Therefore, young human, please tell me, How many stars adorn the sky, and how many stones lie upon the ground? Ah, mortal, though you have slain more than one of my brethren, I remain unconcerned for the fate of those who know only the art of killing. Thus, in recognition of your courage, I must remind you, the stars in the heavens may be born anew at any moment. Yet only the great mother of night knows how many adornments rest upon her flowing robes. Likewise, the stones upon the earth may split asunder at any instant. Yet only Gaia is privy to the dust that clings to her brown garments. Cherish the opportunity to respond. Do not proffer answers lightly. If you provide but a single answer, I shall consider it sufficient to address my query. This is a privilege I bestow upon you. However, should you fail to respond, you shall merely be another arrogant soul devoid of merit. I shall grant you no further chances. The remaining 2 questions shall serve as your epitaph. Each word seems to transform into a rune, as if an ancient covenant has been sealed. Before the Sphinx, the brow of Hercules furrows slightly. It is the first question that weighs heavily upon the great hero. In this valley, he is not without preparation. The tome of boundless knowledge held by Prometheus serves as one of his supports, for the rules of the lion-bodied, human-headed beast have never prohibited the respondent from consulting texts. Yet, when the first question is presented, Hercules realizes he cannot glean the answer from the pages, even if it were indeed a book of omniscience. The answer he perceives at this moment may well be correct, yet in the next, at the edge of the world, a celestial body may shatter, or a new star may emerge. Esteemed Sphinx, before I respond to your inquiry, do you not perceive a flaw within your question? You assert that only the Mother of Night knows the number of stars, and only the Earth Mother comprehends the quantity of stones. How then? Can you adjudicate the correctness of the answer? This seems to contradict your own assertion. It does not contradict, the Sphinx replies, a sly smile gracing her lips, her eyes widening slightly. For, in truth, I too do not know the answer. Yet, my ignorance does not imply that order is unaware. I am solely responsible for posing questions. The correctness of the answers does not fall to my judgment. As I am now a participant, I cannot also serve as a judge. Just as the divine can influence the natural laws of the world, so too can my extraordinary power. Within my domain, if it deems your answer correct, then you are indeed correct, even if you are wrong. Conversely, should it find your answer erroneous, then even if I believe you to be right, you remain in the wrong. Mortal beings may err, yet the rules shall never falter. So, young human, do you have further inquiries? Indeed, ponders the great hero once more. If even your rules cannot discern right from wrong, how then shall judgment be rendered? If that is the case, you have won a round. For to surpass the rules is, in itself, a form of victory. I see. Hercules whispers softly, his brow gradually unfurling. A test of wisdom, is it? Perhaps so, yet it is more a test of one's mode of thinking. The riddle of the Sphinx does not impose a time limit for responses, theoretically. If a respondent possessed infinite life, they might even count the stars in the firmament, ultimately answering at the moment before a new celestial body is birthed. However, this would be the most rudimentary solution. Conversely, should one adopt a different perspective and venture to provide an answer that cannot be validated by the stipulated rules, they might indeed unravel the conundrum from an alternate angle. For instance, the simplest approach would be for a great hero to beseech the goddess of night, Nyx, and then deceitfully proclaim that an answer had been bestowed upon him by the goddess, ultimately presenting a random number. Regardless of the veracity of this answer, it would, in essence, become true. After all, as the riddle itself asserts, the Lord of Eternal Night knows the answer, thus her words must be regarded as truth, even if they are false. Whether Heracles received a response from the goddess remains a matter beyond the verification of the Sphinx's rules. If the subject were a living being, such a sophistry would naturally be dismissed. Yet, when confronted with a rule, this could very well be the key to resolution. Of course, observing the Sphinx's enigmatic smile, the great hero understood that it too had contemplated this approach, yet it still posed the question. For both were aware that, should Heracles indeed employ this method to answer, he would have solved a formidable riddle. However, in contrast, a far more daunting dilemma would confront him. To invoke the primordial deities as a pretext for deceit, this is the domain of the divine chaos. Reflect on the fate of those kings and heroes who have met their demise due to a moment of reckless bravado, and one realizes that anyone daring to do so is wagering their very life against the goddess's magnanimity. The Sphinx would not hesitate to allow such an individual to claim an initial victory. So, have you pondered your response? With a smile, the words of the Sphinx seemed laced with temptation. It appears you have formulated an idea, do you not? Truly, you are an astute human, how unlike your kin. Come now, mortal, utter your answer. To successfully respond to my inquiry with your own intellect would suffice to immortalize your name in history. Looking back over the millennia, only a handful have achieved this. Oedipus did so, and the question he answered was far less complex than yours. I merely inquired what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening. And he told me, man, such a simple riddle pales in comparison to yours. Now, present your answer. For 1,000 years to come, I shall remember your response. Really? 1,000 years, that is indeed a considerable span of time. Shaking his head slightly, Heracles chuckled as he gazed upon the towering creature, even while prostrate. In light of this, I implore you, and your rules, to heed my answer. Dreams, I believe, are as numerous as the stars in the heavens. They comprise the ethereal visions possessed by all beings, both above and below. They accumulate like mountains, gathering into profound depths. Together, they form a part of the spiritual realm, which mortals refer to as the dream realm. Perhaps, in the not-so-distant future, I shall venture there to seek some answers. But for now, this is my response. Just as you, the questioner, remain unaware of the count of stars and pebbles, I too need not know the quantity of dreams. Your formidable rule shall surely gauge the magnitude of both. So, Sphinx, is my answer correct? In that moment, silence enveloped the arena, the demons and heroes locking gazes. An imperceptible rule traversed the cosmos. The stars adorn the hem of the Mother of Night, yet she has never claimed them as her own. Thus, under the influence of this rule, the number of stars became self-evident. The pebbles are but dust upon the garb of Mother Earth. Yet Gaia too remains oblivious to this debris. Consequently, the number of pebbles was likewise rendered apparent. However, as the invisible rule swept across the heavens and the earth, a shadow rooted deep within time and space, bridging the past and future, stood resolutely in its path. The supernatural forces of the demons shattered upon contact. They could not quantify the dreams. In the next moment, the rule pivoted, returning to this valley. Observing the confident demeanor of Heracles, the great demon nodded with great difficulty. Indeed, you are correct. The stars in the sky are countless, yet you have counted them, and they are as numerous as the dreams of living beings. Each star represents a life. This is the conclusion you have drawn, and now, it is the truth of the world. You have answered the first question correctly. Congratulations, young human. Speaking of which, I neglected to inquire, what is your name? Heracles. Calmly, the great hero spoke, undisturbed by his victory. Remember my name. For the next 10,000 years, this shall be the appellation you must recall in the presence of the goddess of justice. In the third layer of the spiritual realm, the dream realm, illusions shimmer like bubbles, intricate and multifaceted, with myriad paths and flows. Almost every moment, new dreams are born here, while old dreams perish. Aside from a few ancient domains of dreams and the even rarer dreams of the old gods, the entirety of the dream realm transforms through this cycle of creation and dissolution, expanding amidst destruction and generation. As the steward of this realm, Isarania relishes this state of affairs. There is no need for unnecessary actions. She simply unfurls her wings at the opportune moment, casting a shadow that obscures the sky, ensuring that the entire dream realm remains stable when it contracts to its limits, and does not become insubstantial when it expands to its zenith. In the ebb and flow of this dynamic, the power of the realm naturally increases. She could recline upon clouds woven from dreams, indulging in delightful visions as if savoring delectable treats, with no malice in her heart. The dragon of the mind perceives no dichotomy of good and evil in the mundane world. She merely adheres to her intrinsic nature, fulfilling her own virtues. Enlightenment of the mind is a form of merit, while the realization of one's essence embodies virtue. Engaging in pursuits born from the mysteries of the soul naturally floods the heart. In this regard, Ryan once felt a twinge of envy, for he discerned that should she continue on this path, the realm of dreams might transcend a certain threshold, and the dragon of the mind, evolving alongside it, would no longer require any divine essence to constrain the power of dreams, coexisting with the universe, harmonizing with all things. The purest soul serves as the ultimate shield against all external disturbances. However, this resistance, though seemingly flawless, is not without its limitations. Unlike Ryan's quest for a path that, once attained, would render him free from the taint of source energy on his character, the simple soul's resistance possesses an upper limit, likely capping at around the ages of 22 or 23. Unless Israelania ultimately relinquishes not only the conventional notions of good and evil, but also the very concept of humanity, she might indeed cast off the influence of source energy. Yet should that occur, she would find herself no different from the state of Tartarus. Rather than success, it would be eternal slumber. Indeed, she had no need to aspire to excessively lofty realms. The current state of dreams had yet to form a true symbol, making the notion of endurance limits a moot point. Eating, sleeping, playing, and repeating this cycle constituted Israelania's daily existence, but today bore a slight distinction. The core of the dream realm was abruptly awakened by an unexpected knock. She opened her crystal-clear eyes to gaze outside. In that corner of the human world, she beheld a sphinx-like creature, the ancient offspring of titans, deities revered for their divine ascension, and a true god whose presence sparked a peculiar intuition within her, though she could not quite identify what was amiss. And a goddess stood nearby. The sword at her waist likely belonged to the deity often spoken of in dreams, the one who governs justice in the mortal realm. Chapter 443, Paradox. Once again, a deity of the mortal realm, and she appears to be quite serious. With her by my side, I should be unable to act. Yet, I am still so eager to capture that fellow. What to do? Oh, the conflict within me. With a voice as innocent as a child, in the enchanting and resplendent ocean of dreams, Isolrania rolled amidst the shimmering foam, sending forth splashes of water. Like a child discovering an intriguing toy, her delicate white paw reached out, only to hesitate momentarily. A pure heart reflects all things, the more chaotic the thoughts, the harder it is to resist the allure of dreams in the power of the mind. However, in Isolrania's eyes, the goddess with the long sword at her waist was indeed an exception. Seriousness was merely a facade. A heart as pure as hers served as the most formidable tool against the forces of the mind. Rarely did a hint of worry flicker in her crystalline, glimmering eyes as she gazed at the strangely enigmatic deity, growing ever more curious to pull him closer for inspection. To act on a whim, to think and to do, were it anyone else, they might abandon the pursuit due to an inability to find fault, dismissing it as mere illusion. Yet for Isolrania, the concept of illusion simply did not exist. Were it not for Themis standing nearby, she would have already seized him without a moment's hesitation. Should I just snatch him away? Perhaps not. Curiosity could lead to peril, but then again, I am not a cat, am I? Blast it. Why won't Ryan allow me to keep that mirror? With it, I could have whatever I desired. None could thwart me. If only the omnipresent power of the mind were paired with the spatial authority of the mirror of Spryler, then the white dragon might indeed achieve her aspirations. With a surge of indignation, Isolrania rolled once more upon the sea of dreams. In an instant, countless beings in the mortal realm were roused from slumber, only to awaken in bewilderment. Fortunately, this was but a dream domain. Had it been the mortal world, it would have been a calamity. Yet, the temper of the white dragon flared swiftly and subsided just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, her anger dissipated, and she blinked her eyes, engaging a mind that she rarely utilized. With each breath, the dream sea shimmered. Endless inspiration surged within her heart, manifesting as bubbles of dreams that floated around her. Filled with delight, Isolrania unfurled her wings and soared above the ocean of dreams. I knew it, without Lord White, without Princess Isolrania, there exists no dilemma that cannot be resolved. I nearly forgot that the seemingly clandestine fellow had left behind a significant amount of divine power within the realm of dreams. With its assistance, even a mere deity could be easily managed. As her thoughts coalesced, a gray mist emerged. It traversed through layers of the spiritual realm, silently descending upon the mortal world, causing Dionysus to fall into a deep slumber. Above the valley, within a small space crafted from the golden scales and shaped by the altered space, the goddess of law cast a sidelong glance. Beneath the veil of darkness, her eyes appeared to have glimpsed something, yet ultimately, she took no action. It was merely a dream. As an immortal deity, this has never posed a threat. You have answered the first question correctly. Although I did not employ my full strength, you have proven yourself not to be a fanciful dreamer. Thus you, the mortal named Heracles, have now acquired the right to depart from my domain alive. This is dictated by the rules, which even I, its master, cannot alter. However, should you answer the remaining 2 questions incorrectly, you would be compelled to relinquish your very life, while the remnants shall remain here. The voice reverberated, shaking the surroundings with a profound resonance. Within the valley, the exchange between hero and monster continued. The creature, previously lying low, had now risen to gaze intently at the diminutive human before it. As the Sphinx had previously indicated, its initial question did not employ particularly formidable tactics. It not only allowed Heracles the choice of answering one of 2 questions, but the loopholes were far more substantial than anticipated. Many present had surmised this. It was merely the great hero's disdain for selecting that route. But now, it was time for earnestness. Young man, The outcome of a riddle often does not reside in the puzzle itself. The true peril lies in the very act of providing an erroneous answer. The prior inquiry was merely the prelude. As the son of the god-king of Olympus, you indeed had a shortcut available. Your decision not to take this simpler path attests to your wisdom, yet such opportunities may not arise again. So, tell me, young mortal, are you prepared to return in glory, or will you continue to answer my questions? Advancement is not always recklessness, nor does retreat signify cowardice. The celestial realm and the abyss may sometimes be but two sides of the same coin. The paths leading to both now lie before you. Without further ado, I choose to proceed. With calm resolve, the great hero interrupted the Sphinx's allure. The creature merely shrugged in response, exhibiting no trepidation. Very well, since this is your decision. Let us proceed to the question. Mortal named Heracles, your previous answer was indeed clever. It pertained to the spirit realm yet did not address its master, a feat unmatched by other primordial deities. After all, you are aware of the existence of dreams, acknowledging their immeasurable quantity. The ancient gods have not forbidden the mention of dreams. Thus, you could use them to describe the stars. Yet in the embrace of obscurity or eternal night, none can ascertain what lies within. Even if you were to know, you would not dare to use it as a comparison. This is a manifestation of your wisdom, and I find myself without rebuttal. However, since you have mentioned the spiritual realm, I have a tale to share with you. Silver Moon City, you must have heard of it, was once graced by the so-called angels in a distant past. These flawless beings possessed powers rivaling the divine, yet held beliefs akin to fervent zealots. Young mortal, the story I am about to unfold is intricately linked to this. With an unchanging expression, the heart of the great hero had already grown wary. To pose a question before recounting a tale is no simple endeavor. Nevertheless, the rules of the Sphinx's domain do not prohibit storytelling prior to inquiry, for a narrative may well be a component of the question itself. Thus, Heracles merely nodded, raising no objections. Pray continue. I am all ears. Very well. With a broad smile, the Sphinx commenced its narration. The tale unfolds simply. Beginning thus, it is said that one day, the angel of the Lord descended upon the earthly realm of Silver Moon City. Boundless moonlight illuminated the ground, turning the white hair of the elderly to black and causing the sprouting flora to flourish. Severed limbs were restored, and the ailing found themselves miraculously healed. Beneath this tangible miracle, countless mortals knelt in gratitude, acknowledging the grace of the divine and the magnificence of the angels. Among them was a fervent believer who approached the esteemed angel, expressing his heartfelt wish. "O great embodiment of the Lord on earth," he declared, "I have witnessed your might, a gift not bestowed upon humanity by the false gods of Olympus. I wish to devoutly worship the omnipotent ruler in gratitude for his unparalleled benevolence. Yet, esteemed sovereign, forgive my ignorance. I have seen your power and thus comprehend your grandeur. Consequently, I am inspired to compose songs and verses to extol your capabilities, and to create paintings and sculptures in remembrance of your bravery. However, revered angel, radiant deity of light, the great Lord manifests his path in the heavens, which my abilities cannot perceive. He walks upon the earth, yet my senses fail to recognize him. As a believer in the Lord, I find myself ignorant of his might, and this must surely be my fault. Yet it is also beyond my reach, which is why I seek your guidance. As I have stated, young mortal, this devout supplicant beseeched the angel for insight into the Lord's power. Under the moonlight, amidst the realm of dreams, the angel did indeed respond to his inquiry. She revealed to the believer that the sovereign, high above the seven veils, is both the inception and conclusion of his kingdom. Within his dominion, he may be omniscient or omnipotent. Pausing slightly, the Sphinx chuckled at this juncture. With a subtle motion of its fingers, it placed a stone before Heracles. This is but a story. Its veracity remains uncertain. But the youthful human, at the conclusion of the tale, was confronted by a skeptic who had heard of this matter. He first marveled at the greatness of the Lord and extolled the benevolence of the angels. Yet, in the final moments, doubt crept into his heart regarding the Lord's omnipotence. For what a magnificent title it is, omniscient, omnipotent. He dared not deny it, nor did he wish to. What troubled him was this: could this omniscient and omnipotent Lord truly create a stone so heavy that even he could not lift it? If so, the existence of such a stone would tarnish his omnipotence. Conversely, if he could not create such a stone, then the existence of something he could not conjure would imply that his omnipotence was not absolute. Following the articulation of this question, countless souls endeavored to counter his assertion. Some approached it from the perspective of time, delineating past from future, while others examined it through the lens of independence, distinguishing subject from object. Yet, regardless of the method of division, it seemed that this very division cast a shadow upon the Lord's absolute authority. To this day, no answer has managed to convince everyone. Therefore, young human, this is my inquiry. In your estimation, is the Lord venerated in Silvermoon City truly omniscient and omnipotent? The question lingered, and the Sphinx reclined with a knowing smile. Once uttered, the essence of victory or defeat transcended the question itself. Both it and Heracles understood that. In terms of the answer alone, the Sphinx had already lost before the contest had even begun. For, akin to the prior dream, the rules of the opponent could not possibly undermine the might of the ruler of the spiritual realm. Thus, regardless of whether the great hero answered yes or no, victory was assured. However, echoing the Sphinx's earlier warning, the outcome of the inquiry often lies beyond the riddle itself. The true peril resides in the possibility that the answer may be inherently flawed. For Heracles at this moment, the threat was never in the answer, but in the realm that lay beyond the question and answer. What stories? What believers? Perhaps the first half of the tale holds truth. Yet the ensuing discussions regarding it must undoubtedly be fabrications. No believer would permit such matters to be broached, and no wise individual would dare to question them. Thus, from beginning to end, Heracles stood as the first and sole responder to this query. In such circumstances, with no predecessors to compare against, no future outcomes to reference, and unlike the responses concerning dreams that merely hinted yet never truly touched upon the essence of the primal deity, if he chose to answer no, it would equate to a denial of the primal deity's authority, a challenge to the faith of the celestial angels, let alone the peril of venturing into the spiritual realm to seek answers from the dead, no matter how formidable the hero's strength. He might not survive the encounter with the spiritual domain, and should he choose to respond yes, it would not signify that nothing transpired. After all, even the Lord of the spirit realm might be curious about the origin of this is. Furthermore, unlike the previous inquiry, the Sphinx, as the questioner, is unaware of the quantity of stars and stones, thus Heracles may also remain oblivious to the number of dreams when providing his answer. However, the Sphinx offers an intricate account regarding the second question, compelling the great hero to furnish a process, although the logic of that process may hold little significance. Since yes or no constitutes the answer itself, the rules cannot validate correctness. Should Heracles indeed present a ludicrous rationale to substantiate the Lord of the spirit realm's omniscience, the outcome might well echo that of the earlier scenario. The primordial deity might regard the matter as random, yet the angels likely perceive it as nearly inevitable. A dilemma-laden response, a paradoxical tale, may very well signify the absence of an answer. Regardless of the resolution, it seems as though a harbinger of doom flickers ahead. The only apparent solution appears to be conceding defeat. In a scenario of one victory and one defeat, the great hero may still opt to forego the third question and depart from this valley entirely. Yet, it also proclaims, heaven and hell can sometimes be as close as one body. Perhaps its rules do not permit the emergence of a scenario rife with fatality, but rather necessitate the preservation of a path forward. Thus, I must not confine myself to this question alone, but rather transcend its limitations to contemplate. The paradox may well be unsolvable, yet I can attempt to demonstrate that this very paradox cannot exist. Uncertain of the correctness of his thoughts, the great hero can only ponder thus. Is this the riddle of the Sphinx? At this moment, Heracles cannot help but concede that, in comparison to the Sphinx, he would far prefer to confront the Nemean lion or the Hydra. Chapter 444, The Riddle in the Nameless Valley. The great hero stood face to face with the Sphinx. The second question had been posed, and merely offering any response would secure a certain victory. Yet, Heracles could not afford to be so reckless. He must uncover the flaw in the creature's words. As for a forced explanation, as the Sphinx had alluded to in its inquiry, whether dividing time into past and future or separating the subject from the object, these interpretations appeared plausible but lacked convincing substance. Perhaps this was inevitable, for humanity is inherently incapable of comprehending the essence of omniscience and omnipotence. How could one provide a reasonable explanation for that which one cannot fathom? A moment of silence enveloped the scene, with only the whisper of the wind reverberating through the air. At this juncture, the great hero even contemplated a different approach to resolving the predicament. Indeed, it was an alternative method of resolution rather than merely a new perspective on the issue. In truth, Heracles was no fool. His audacity to embark on this intellectual duel without any defenses stemmed from his meticulous preparation, relying solely on his own strength. Whether through a robust lion's skin or venomous fangs might not suffice to thwart the Sphinx's dominion. However, there existed something he had acquired shortly after the trials commenced. A means to counteract the obliteration of the rules. It was a gift from Ander, a power obtained from the ruins of an ancient city of the Bronze Age. On that fateful day, torrential waters surged from east to west, engulfing the world for 7 days and nights, as if the hand of oblivion swept across the earth, bringing calamity upon mortals. Yet, on that very day, there existed a group of individuals who had been erased from the clutches of death, perceiving the flood as naught. In this historical narrative, Ander resurrected ancient miracles, transforming into a talisman. He named it the false immortality, and the great hero had confirmed its existence before his arrival. Given that the entity before him in the valley was the Sphinx and not Typhon, the progenitor of all monsters, its formidable rules might still falter against the protection of this immortality. Should I confront this demon, bearing the weight of the rules? Yet, strictly speaking, it has committed no heinous act. Even today, I sought it out myself. Heracles remained silent, his hesitation evident. Before him, the Sphinx seemingly remained oblivious to his inner turmoil. Well, are you not going to answer? Surrender. Humanity cannot grasp that which lies beyond its comprehension, and the divine is no different. True omniscience and omnipotence are mere fallacies. Even wisdom such as mine cannot unravel this enigma. With a bemused chuckle, the Sphinx shook its head slightly. It held little faith that this human could present a rational explanation. The inquiry had seemingly reached its conclusion. Yet, before it, the great hero furrowed his brow. Deep in contemplation, he felt as though he had grasped something, yet the clarity eluded him. Sphinx, did you just tell me that omniscience and omnipotence are mere fallacies? Is that not so? He retorted casually. The creature with the body of a lion and the head of a human stirring the stones beneath. Perhaps, indeed, it is a fallacy. Slowly nodding, Heracles lifted his gaze slightly. In comparison to the towering beast, the stature of humanity seemed woefully diminutive. Yet the distinction between fallacy and truth had become immaterial. Sphinx, I have arrived at my answer. But before that, I must express my skepticism regarding your inquiry. It is your prerogative, Sphinx replied coolly. You may commence at any time. Very well. In that case, offspring of Typhon, heed my words, temporarily setting aside the heart that wields enchantments. The great hero posed his question while gazing at the creature. When I first listened to your tale, I sensed a dissonance. Yet it was only just now that I discerned the root of its incongruity. Just as in our discourse, beneath the shadow of your ordered rules, our positions are equal, akin to the scales of Lady Justice, where equivalence must be maintained at both ends. To demand that a blindfolded respondent discern colors is an unjust query, one that order cannot permit. Placing sand and gold on opposite sides of the scale and compelling them to balance is an act of inequity. Thus, fundamentally, the faithless in your narrative are similarly flawed. Human cognition is inherently limited. Even the gods are not exempt. They term that which lies within their understanding as logic, while casting aside that which transcends it as illogical. Hence, asking a person to draw a circle aligns with logic, and both mortals and deities accept its feasibility. Similarly, requesting a square is equally logical, unquestioned in its authenticity by either party. However, should you ask a person to draw a square circle from the endless stars to the unfathomable abyss, none would deem it achievable, nor would any deity consider its existence, as it surpasses their comprehension and defies their sense of logic. Yet, does a square circle truly not exist? I cannot provide an answer. However, I understand that a creature with a lifespan confined to a single morning would not believe in the night. Just as a being that experiences only one spring cannot fathom the autumn and winter, this represents the limitations of life's wisdom, an innate barrier that is difficult to surmount. His voice remained calm, and as he answered the question, the great hero felt as though the barriers within his heart were also beginning to crumble. The secrets between heaven and earth are inexhaustible. Is there anything in this world that is absolute? If there is, it might well be the notion that there is no absolute. The faithless interpret the divine through their own logic. The God they comprehend is a God confined within their reasoning, rather than the true divine. The questions they pose are those that lie beyond their logic, rather than genuine impossibilities. The question of whether God is truly omniscient and omnipotent remains an enigma, likewise. The query of whether an all-powerful being could create a stone too heavy for him to lift is equally uncertain. However, it is the unbeliever's endeavor to impose limitations upon the divine, attempting to compel God to perform actions beyond the realm of their own logic, which constitutes the genuine impossibility. Their inquiries lack any rational foundation. Should they wish to pose a question, they must do so by contemplating God through the lens of their own reasoning, subsequently inquiring if he can accomplish actions comprehensible within that framework. thereby testing his omniscience. Alternatively, they may acknowledge that God exists beyond the confines of their logic. And only then can they pose questions that transcend their own reasoning to validate his omnipotence. The interplay of the internal and external, the unity of the two, constitutes a question of genuine value. As for their prior queries, they are inherently devoid of significance. To this point, the discourse has been strictly related to the explanations, which are, in essence, unrelated to the answers themselves. Yet, both the Sphinx and Heracles are aware that this discourse was never intended as a response to a question. As the Sphinx previously articulated, the outcome of the inquiry lies beyond the question itself. Once matters external to the question are resolved, the question itself loses its importance. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the Sphinx, the great hero slowly offers his final answer. To your question, my answer is yes. Since the question itself lacks significance, my response need not be weighed for its correctness. And since the rationale has ceased to hold importance, my reply arises solely from my reverence for the divine. As the word yes escapes my lips, the familiar ripple of the laws manifest once more. The rules themselves are indifferent to the matters within or outside the question. They solely concern the act of answering. Almost simultaneously, the realization that one cannot validate omniscience and omnipotence leads the rules to declare Heracles the victor yet again, thus earning him a second triumph. I have won, esteemed Sphinx. Let us proceed directly to the third round. The realm quivers slightly, destabilized by the tumult of consecutive failures. Nevertheless, the great hero appears unfazed, simply awaiting the next inquiry. Silent, apart from the former Oedipus, this individual stands as the first to unravel two questions consecutively. Gazing into Heracles' eyes, the Sphinx abruptly states, "There is no need for a third round, young mortal, I concede." His expression shifts subtly, and upon hearing this, the great hero's initial reaction is not elation but caution. The notion of foregoing a third round does not lead him to believe that the formidable creature before him is one who willingly faces death. The former Oedipus had taken his own life here after answering two questions. Perhaps, beneath the valley, remnants of his blood still linger. Do not be alarmed, mortal. I speak sincerely. In truth, this is also to preserve my own life. The Sphinx shrugs, disregarding Heracles' wariness. You must understand, as I have previously stated, if you fail to answer even a single question correctly, your demise is inevitable. After all, you have not offered yourself as a sacrifice upon the scales before the valley. Thus, even if I harbor no desire to slay you, the rules shall eradicate you without hesitation. However, young mortal, you should have surmised that the same applies in reverse. Should I fail to answer your three inquiries, even if you wish me no harm, my fate is sealed. I do not wish to perish, nor do I desire to wager my eternal existence against your ability to solve the third question. Therefore, I choose to concede outright, granting you all that a victor deserves. There is nothing amiss in this. By accepting my surrender, you shall claim victory, inheriting all that has accumulated in this realm over the centuries. Likewise, I can swear, by the river of the underworld and by all deities celestial and terrestrial, that I do not deceive you. When you accept my concession, although you cannot take my life, you may seize all that remains, and without facing the risk of failure. This is a most advantageous transaction, for you possess no compelling reason to end my life. Do you? After your triumph, the goddess of justice shall also prevail in our wager, and I shall henceforth sow the seeds of righteousness alongside her. Oh, noble hero of the earth, do you accept my proposal? Does it not sound agreeable? As the Sphinx stated, Heracles pondered that there was no enmity between them, nor any pressing desire to end its existence. Although the first two questions were exceedingly cunning, they stemmed from the fact that he had approached willingly. In a sense, answering the Sphinx's riddles equated to wielding a blade to claim its life. Confronted by one who seeks to take its existence, any cruelty is justifiable. So, will you accept? You need not face this vexing dilemma any further. A mere nod could secure your victory. Moreover, the solemn oath of the Sphinx holds weight. For the goddess of justice's artifact hangs above its head, and should it betray its word, dire consequences await. Yet, under the expectant gaze of the Sphinx, the great hero paused for but a moment before slowly shaking his head. He refused the proposal, resolutely choosing to confront the final challenge. Come forth, Sphinx. I fear no trial, be it corporeal or mental. That which cannot vanquish me will only serve to strengthen me. Now, tell me, what is your third question? Parting his lips to speak, gazing into the unwavering eyes of Heracles, the Sphinx wished to utter something, yet ultimately fell silent. For at that moment, the third resonance echoed in the ears of the great hero. The rules deemed the Sphinx's concession a success, and Heracles emerged victorious in the third inquiry. A brief moment of astonishment followed, as initial comprehension eluded him. In but a fleeting moment, the great hero discerned the intricacies of the riddle. The Sphinx spoke the truth. It had not deceived him. As long as it conceded defeat, Heracles would inevitably claim victory. All that lay within this realm would belong to him, yet there was one crucial detail it failed to mention. The condition for conceding was that the contest had already commenced, that the great hero had chosen to challenge the third question. Anyone who triumphed before the Sphinx could terminate the challenge at any time, taking their victory with them, and Heracles was no exception. With each preceding question, the Sphinx had repeatedly confirmed his desire to answer, save for the final instance. For as soon as the great hero acquiesced to its defeat and abandoned the challenge, the third question itself would cease to exist, rendering the notions of victory and defeat utterly meaningless. So, would you perish? A tinge of regret coursed through Heracles as he inquired. The Sphinx had not lied. Its oaths were indeed genuine, and thus it could not prevent the slaughter dictated by the rules. In this very moment, with the final victory at hand, the great hero began to sense the power of this realm, a force coalescing towards the Sphinx. Were it any other monster, Heracles might have doubted its mortality. But the Sphinx was different. The realm constituted the vast majority of its power. When this essence sought to obliterate it, the Sphinx possessed no means of resistance. Would it die? Who can say? As for the truth, I have already divulged it to you. Since you are so insistent on answering the third question, let it serve as an additional puzzle to unravel. As for my power, it now belongs to you. With a soft utterance. In the face of this sudden demise, the Sphinx shrugged once more and then returned to the ground. From its form, a scattering of golden light emanated forth. Chapter 445. Feigning death. The offspring of Typhon are scattered across the world, some being demons and others malevolent entities. The former possess a strength akin to that of giants. They are not deities and wield no authority, yet they exhibit a unique power that rivals that of gods. The formidable might of these demons is renowned, as it poses a challenge even to divine beings. Conversely, the ancient malevolent entities that wander the earth, while endowed with various abilities, often lack that decisive superiority. To be more precise, these ancient evils are not mere aberrations. Their singular shared strength may derive from an unparalleled immortality rooted in their source of power. The Sphinx is a demon. Thus it possesses the peculiar powers inherent to demons, devoid of the vibrant life force characteristic of malevolent entities. It is not a deity, and therefore cannot draw upon the faith accumulated over countless years. A radiant golden light emanates from within its form, as the lives and souls of fallen heroes are transmuted therein. However, Heracles chose not to accept those souls, allowing them to disperse with the wind. A warm sensation enveloped him, yet, like the Sphinx, he too could not harness the amassed power of belief. They lingered around Heracles, reminiscent of the once fabled Pandora. As vitality ebbed from the lion-bodied, human-faced creature, its form began to transform. From its tail to its feet, from its abdomen to its head, in no time at all. A colossal statue replaced the former demon. Crafted by the divine hands of nature, it bore no trace of human intervention. From this moment forth, yet another progeny of Typhon fell to Heracles' might. However, unlike before, vanquishing such an adversary did not bring joy to the great hero. With a resounding clatter, the sound of metal colliding with stone echoed as he looked down to see an ancient and exquisite balance scale tumble to the ground before him. Without needing to investigate further, instinct informed him that this was the legendary artifact, the golden balance, capable of measuring anything on either side, tangible or intangible, corporeal or conceptual. As he stepped forward to retrieve the scale, Heracles pondered why it had appeared in this place. This was the wager between the goddess of justice and the Sphinx. And now that the demon lay slain, should it not return to the goddess? Even if it did not, why had it come to him? Perhaps it was a reward, a tool lent for his use. Prometheus, who had remained silent during the prior discourse, stepped forward to elucidate. Perseus had similarly received artifacts from more than one deity. Your achievements far surpass his. Thus, receiving equal treatment is not surprising. Is that so? Now I understand. He nodded slowly, accepting the scale. He was uncertain of its purpose. Yet it was undeniably a powerful artifact. Gathering his belongings, Heracles surveyed the valley. There was nothing further to capture his attention. It was time to press onward. So, Dionysus, do you have anything else you wish to accomplish here? The great hero inquired, waiting for a response. To his surprise, there was a prolonged silence from the other party. Turning to look, he found the handsome youth leaning against a grand tree, eyes closed in deep contemplation beneath its shade. Approaching him, Heracles prepared to speak. Yet as he drew nearer, he realized that Dionysus appeared rather peculiar. Had he fallen asleep? A flicker of bewilderment crossed his mind. Had the confrontation with the Sphinx been so lengthy and dull? Unable to comprehend this momentary lapse, the great hero resolved to awaken him. It was time to depart. And surely there was no need to slumber in such a place. Shaking his head slightly, Heracles reached out and gently shook Dionysus' shoulder. Hey, wake up. Just a little movement would suffice. He prodded in the realm of dreams, the domain of ancient gods. The sky radiated brightness while the earth remained shadowed. 12 stone pillars upheld the heavens and the earth, bound by taut chains that maintained their connection. Rather than mere columns, they resembled colossal tombstones, standing resolutely upon the desolate terrain, framed by a sky akin to a sacred realm. At the center of the earth, in a seemingly bottomless pit, a white dragon folded its expansive wings, its curious gaze fixed upon the young deity lying dead within. Its sharp fingertips poked at the seemingly unconscious god. Yet even as blood trickled forth, there was no reaction from him. As yet another small fountain erupted from the body before her, a hint of displeasure flickered in Israelania's crystalline eyes. In her perception, the being before her was undoubtedly awake, yet for some inexplicable reason, he continued to feign slumber. After all, within the entire realm of dreams, there existed only the conscious and the dreaming. No third state could exist. Even those who entered this domain in their true forms, if they succumbed to unconsciousness or deep sleep, would merely manifest their dreams under the omnipresent rules of dream, eventually encasing themselves in a new dream bubble. Therefore, since there were no traces of dreams surrounding Dionysus, and he had been effortlessly drawn into this rare ancient god's dream capable of bearing the white dragon's power, his state of wakefulness was indisputable. So, is this what mortals refer to as playing dead? If he were truly deceased, I could revive him, after all. This is my territory. However, I recall a certain individual named No once stating that no one can awaken a person feigning slumber. Thus, by analogy, I too cannot eternally resurrect one who is pretending to be dead. With a serious demeanor, gazing at the corpse upon the ground, Isolania was suddenly struck by a moment of clarity. She felt she had uncovered a loophole, one that held considerable feasibility. Well, if one cannot awaken a person pretending to sleep, it follows that only those who are truly asleep can be roused. Therefore, if I wish to awaken someone who feigns slumber, the most effective approach would be to first ensure they genuinely fall asleep, and then call them back to consciousness. Rousing an individual feigning sleep is arduous. Yet lulling a wakeful person into slumber is a simple task. By extension, resurrecting one who pretends to be dead is difficult, but causing a person's demise is rather effortless. The optimal method to awaken one feigning death would be to first bring about their death and then resurrect them, thus rendering their pretense untenable. Indeed, Isolania, am the most astute dragon in this world. The excitement in her eyes brimmed over, not merely metaphorical, but literal. In the realm of dreams, emotions themselves can take on tangible form. Observing the deity lying in a pool of blood before her, the white dragon resolved to take immediate action. Yet, just as she prepared to do something, she found herself despondently seated once more. How vexing. What precisely does one do to kill a person? It seemed she had never engaged in such an act before. This was no jest, for although the white dragon was not a stranger to the concept of taking life, she had never done so with the intent to kill. If anyone perished due to her actions, it was merely a collateral consequence of her existence. After all, in her eyes, the concepts of life and death were inherently nebulous. Dreams record the traces of all who have passed. As long as she desires, any life is akin to eternal existence. I see. If I lack the knowledge, I shall learn. After all, those rare deities in dreams often claimed he was the most ruthless among them. Nodding vigorously, the white dragon gazed upward from the pit at the center of the earth. The dreams of ancient gods spanned infinitely, and compared to the towering 12 stone pillars in the mortal realm, Isolania's form appeared nearly invisible. An overwhelming aura of weight and decay reverberated through the cosmos, generating immense pressure, yet the white dragon remained oblivious. For within the realm of dreams, she was the true sovereign. A soft exclamation shattered the boundless clouds. The 9 layers of clouds sequentially fractured, beginning to swirl under an invisible force, ultimately forming a vortex that connected heaven and earth. At the center of the vortex lay the white dragon, and in Isolania's gaze, a figure as vast as the heavens bore the starlit sky, casting a watchful eye upon the myriad beings of the earth. No, there were no living beings upon the land of the ancient gods' dreams. Here lies only the earth itself, alongside 12 pillars resembling tombstones. In a distant past, the supreme deity shattered the divine mountain, casting his rebellious offspring into sculptures. eternally suppressing them beside their mother. He ought to be awake, for the dual dream realm did not originate within the ancient god's slumber, yet he is not truly awake. As his deep sleep stems from the backlash of a fragmented symbol, a balance of great power. The current dream realm cannot accommodate his complete dream, hence he manifests here, yet has never genuinely awakened. Gazing upwards, this scene would evoke a profound terror in any being of the chaos earth. However, in Bai's eyes, it merely serves as a tool for her to kill. Indeed, it appears quite fearsome. You, come forth, and slay this creature. The voice chirped with enthusiasm as the white dragon grasped the corpse from the ground, preparing to ascend into the heavens. Just at that moment, the corpse seemed to finally realize something amiss and hurriedly opened its eyes. Damn it, this white dragon truly seeks trouble. And he. Is this the sky god king recorded in the ancient histories of this realm? Even within his dream, remnants of symbolic imagery and the primordial deities might linger. Such an existence, yet he is an unequivocal failure. No, I must not engage with him, at least not now. The corners of his mouth twitched as he observed the supreme being in the ancient god's dream. Dionysus felt utterly helpless. There was no choice. If he were to directly touch anything associated with the deity's rank at this moment, he might be locked onto by chaos, inevitably becoming one of the local spirits prematurely. In theory, becoming a local god is not undesirable. After all, the neighboring outer god, the flesh mother tree, embodies this very concept, and he too had plans to follow suit. However, joining such ranks is contingent upon individuals, timing, circumstances, and especially strength. The value, or lack thereof, and the current condition of the other party are all significant considerations. For others, when a tree joins, it brings forth its complete power and essence, whereas his joining would only yield remnants of a rank, with his strength already claimed as spoils of war. Under such circumstances, the treatment he could expect is hardly worth contemplating. Yet, logically, his existence should not be discernible to someone of her caliber. Even if there were sensitivity, at most it would be a slight feeling of discord. In this scenario, why does she persist in clinging to him? Uncertain, yet contemplating the other's astonishing wisdom moments ago, Dionysus suspected that the white dragon harbored a certain wicked amusement. Surely no one would voice their innermost thoughts so naively, appearing as innocent as blank parchment. Even if there were such a person, they would likely be painted white. Ahem. Wait, I am awake. Where is this place? With a fit of coughing, Dionysus awakened from the grip of the white dragon. He seemed unaware of what had transpired moments before, his eyes now filled with bewilderment. Ah, have you finally ceased your pretense of silence? There is a mixture of surprise and regret as Bai gazes down. Upon her dragon claw, Dionysus continues to ooze blood. Alas, how unfortunate. I had intended to validate my scheme. But never mind, I shall not hold it against you. Greetings, I am Bai, though you may also refer to me as Isra. This realm is my domain, a deserted dream of the ancient gods, a rare haven that accommodates my visions, thus I frequently visit. Now, it is your turn. Who are you? Have we crossed paths before? Me? The youthful deity chuckles bitterly at the inquiry and introduces himself. You may call me Dionysus, a falsehood. A jab, another wound. Fortunately, this is but a dream. In dreams, as long as one perceives oneself as alive, no matter how grave the injury, death eludes. Thus, Dionysus merely twitches the corner of his mouth, offering no further reaction. Ahem, esteemed dragon, as Dionysus, my companions refer to me thus, and I possess no other appellation. You accuse me of deception. From whence does that arise? I do not know. Is intuition not sufficient? Defiantly, Isarania retorts. Silently perplexed, nestled within the dragon-esque grasp, Dionysus ponders what transgression he has committed. Has he become a target of the inscrutable fate of this realm? First, there was the witch Medea of Silvermoon City, now the ethereal white dragon Isra. The former at least adhered to some semblance of reason, while the latter speaks solely from sentiment. The only glimmer of hope lies in the fact that the sovereign of the spirit realm seems absent. He is likely preoccupied with mending the aftermath. Much like the will of chaos, though the opponent possesses the capacity for discovery. Truly perceiving one's existence is no simple feat. Such a transcendent trait sufficiently severs all connections. Even this white dragon merely senses something amiss with Dionysus, yet has failed to uncover any trace of him. Otherwise, Dionysus would have long relinquished this pivotal position and opted for an alternative path to naturalization with chaos. Chapter 446. The elusive passage and expanse of endless darkness, an ineffable sight. It felt as though he were adrift in a liminal space, unable to discern the boundary between the inner and outer worlds. In this reverie, Dionysus sensed he had engaged in myriad activities, uttered countless words. Amidst the ethereal play of light and shadow, he beheld the sky descend and the earth tremble. Statues transformed into human forms, usurping the glory of their former masters. Starlight cascaded down, emanating from within himself. A transaction, a transmutation. One descended into the depths, while another ascended to the pinnacle. That which was eternal lost its permanence. And from the darkness, light arose. As if the chaos of thought was pierced by this radiance, Dionysus finally reclaimed his essence. Was this a dream, an interminable earthly reverie? Awaken, awaken, awaken. Ah, within the nameless valley, he was roused by the call. Dionysus jolted awake, momentarily blinded by the brilliance of light. Before him, Heracles gazed at him with a hint of concern. Clearly, the great hero had not anticipated that his companion would plunge into such profound slumber. Nearly failing to awaken. Wait, no more calling, I'm awake. Heracles, did I merely take a sudden nap? He pressed his right hand against his forehead, while his left hand staved off the large hand that rocked him. Dionysus felt a fog enveloping his mind, as though he had not been resting peacefully, but rather had been assaulted within a dream. Ah, yes, Ammon, I seem to have dreamed of him. In the dream, he inquired if I still remembered the oath I had pledged to him, to which Dionysus naturally affirmed that he had not forgotten. Though he was an immortal deity, he had embraced this friendship. He would carry a piece of Ammon with him, eternally living on in the realm of chaos. Dionysus, I cannot fathom what has transpired within you. When I answered the 3 questions posed by the Sphinx, you had already succumbed to this unconscious state. Heracles let out a sigh of relief, seeing his companion finally awaken, and extended his hand to assist him in rising from the ground. What? Were you perhaps the victim of some covert scheme? Such profound slumber does not appear to be of natural origin. Perhaps, but that is now in the past. Shaking his head slightly, Dionysus endeavored to dispel the heaviness clouding his mind, yet the attempt proved futile. An inexplicable sense of weakness surged from the depths of his being. As a god without a divine office, though immortal, he was not invulnerable in the mortal sense. Should the trace of his essence be obliterated, he would succumb to a sleep deeper than that of the celestial beings, devoid of any chance of awakening. After all, the celestial deity still possesses the resilient star core as an anchor, and under normal circumstances, no divine being would feel compelled to reduce such an entity to mere ashes. Yet, he was devoid of such fortune. Therefore, Dionysus had always cherished every ounce of his divine power, even though Zeus had bestowed upon him a considerable amount of faith. However, today, he sensed an inexplicable depletion of his divine energy, as if it had been consumed in large measure. It was likely due to the rule-bound power of the Sphinx, which may have clashed with the strength of his father, the primordial god. Both royal authority and law share the same essence as the Sphinx's decree. They are, in fact, derived from one of the highest and core aspects of the present world, order. They either harmonize, one yielding to the other to amplify its might, or they conflict, rendering coexistence impossible. The ancient Titans had thus departed from the divine court, and perhaps the power of the Sphinx had also reverberated through me. This serves as a lesson. I must not be so careless next time. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Dionysus took a moment to rest once more. Ultimately, he signaled that he was ready to continue his journey. Regarding Zeus's power, he could not speak of it directly. Thus, when Prometheus suggested checking his physical condition, Dionysus politely declined. Very well, since you are unharmed, let us now embark towards the true ruins of Mount Otus. Nodding in agreement, Heracles did not refuse. Having acquired the legacy of the Sphinx, he felt an unusual sense of expansion coursing through him. He yearned to find something to engage in combat with or perhaps ignite a fire. Although the records in the Book of the Inferno describe the path leading to the 4th layer of the spirit realm beneath Mount Otus as a dead end, he was compelled to see it for himself. After all, he remembered the words of that wise Athenian and his own instincts in the eye of the sea. Regardless of his actions or whether he merely sought to traverse the 4th layer of the spirit realm to fulfill the oath he had made to himself, it seemed inevitable that one day he would have to walk this correct path. Starting from the base of the celestial pillar of the present world, he would traverse the ridge of Mount Sinai, journeying to its very end. There, all doubts could be resolved, and all difficulties would cease to exist. Perhaps on that day, he would not need logic, but could instead personally verify the Sphinx's riddle. Is the notion of omniscience and omnipotence truly real? As he journeyed westward, having departed from that nameless valley, Heracles was unaware of the distance he had traveled, hundreds or even thousands of miles. Compared to his initial state, he now bore an additional artifact from the goddess of law. He pondered whether, having caused the Sphinx's demise, he had indeed won the goddess's wager. It is somewhat peculiar. And, have you ever pondered a question? Silently speaking in his heart, the great hero, utilizing the exquisite threads of thought woven by, and could converse directly with it. The rules of the Sphinx's domain stipulate that once anyone engages in dialogue with the creature, should they fail to answer even a single question, they shall lose everything. Conversely, should they successfully answer all 3 questions, the Sphinx would consequently lose everything, thus elevating the answerer's renown. Am I not correct? Indeed, and replied, "It is already discerned what Heracles intends to inquire. You imply that such clear-cut rules would certainly be apparent to Themis, the goddess of justice, who presides over justice and law. Therefore, her wager with the Sphinx was meaningless from the outset, for even in the event of the Sphinx's defeat, a deceased entity cannot fulfill a contract. The formidable nature of the Sphinx's rules is such that even gods, once they willingly enter its domain and engage in questioning, find themselves subject to its punitive measures upon failure. This dual-edged power injures both foe and self, rendering even the Sphinx incapable of binding itself. Thus, under these circumstances, the goddess ought not to engage in such foolishness, correct? Close enough. Acknowledging this, the great hero indeed felt a twinge of confusion. The Sphinx, before its demise, imparted to him that its life and death were also a riddle, the answer to which lay plainly before Heracles. Yet perhaps the exertion of answering the initial 3 questions had drained the great hero's vitality, leaving him momentarily unable to fathom the reasoning behind it. Well, I cannot ascertain the accuracy of my statement. I can only offer a conjecture. Shifting positions in the pocket of his garment, the puppet smiled and said, "You should also recognize that the goddess of law is not merely a deity of justice, but also of fairness. Hence, her actions should not merely favor one side. However, from the moment she constrained the Sphinx to remain in the valley, to establishing an equivalent scale at the valley's entrance, exchanging divine power for the life of the answerer, although each of these instances was executed with the Sphinx's consent and at her own expense, they still exhibit a certain bias towards humanity upon closer examination. Yet, you must understand, Heracles, that Themis, the goddess of law, has never been human. She is an ancient Titan, the daughter of the Sky Father and Earth Mother, a legislator tasked with eradicating the malignant forces of the world. In her eyes, whether it be demons, humans, giants, sea monsters, or even the ants beneath one's feet, they are all of little distinction, mere creatures of the ordinary. In this entire world, perhaps only the inherently chaotic malevolence would evoke her disdain. Beyond that, what unique essence does humanity possess? Thus, upon careful reflection, one might discover that the treatment afforded to the Sphinx is, in essence, akin to that of humanity. It is confined within the valley, resembling a prison. Yet, when viewed through the lens of time, if it continues to rampage through the realm of humanity, the gods may find themselves powerless against it. However, one day, when the fated Oedipus, orchestrated by the deities, stands before it, will it truly be able to evade its doom as it does now, awaiting your arrival? It has forfeited its freedom, yet exchanged it for centuries of existence. From this perspective, if one gazes upon the stone scales at the valley's entrance, a different conclusion may emerge. Are you suggesting that? A flicker of understanding ignited within Heracles as he began to comprehend the goddess in her benevolence grants a glimmer of hope to the mortals who come to answer her riddles, not out of compassion for those who seek wealth, status, and fame, driven ultimately by their own greed. Rather, it is because she has already bestowed her mercy upon their adversary, thus offering them an equal chance. The goddess first established a wager with the Sphinx through her divine artifact, leading to the creation of this valley. Just as the mortals pledged their freedom to the goddess in exchange for a crystallization of divine power that would spare them from obliteration by the rules, the challengers relinquished their freedom to her in exchange for the preservation of life, the cost being a lifelong commitment to the cause of justice. The Sphinx placed its freedom upon the gaming table, in return for the divine artifact, golden scales, with the price of eternal servitude to the goddess upon failure. Thus, my acquisition of this artifact as a wager is not due to the goddess's favor, but rather her justice. Just as the divine powers crystallized by those who failed the challenge ultimately became sustenance for the Sphinx, the artifact, golden scales, is similarly a rightful trophy of mine. In this moment of profound realization, the ancient deity's distant and prolonged gaze left Heracles in awe, yet her unwavering impartiality resonated just as deeply. Her existence seems to embody the essence of this divine office, serving as a testament to the concept of justice. Lowering his gaze to the golden scales at his waist, The great hero understood that this artifact would not belong to him forever. The divine power crystallized was permanently paid to the Sphinx, as those who failed the challenge departed in their entirety. Yet, even if the Sphinx somehow escaped with its life, all it once possessed has been relinquished to Heracles. Even the form of this escaped existence remains uncertain to the great hero. Is it a statue or a specter? Looking back, at this very moment, Heracles must concede that some deities may appear utterly absurd, evoking little reverence. However, in the realm of chaos, those ancient gods, enduring beyond mere epochs, are far from the shallow imaginings of mortals. Indeed, weakness and ignorance do not impede survival, only arrogance does. Time swiftly passes, and as the moments flow by, Heracles has circled around the vicinity of Mount Odeles several times. Ruined relics lie in decay, rivers have dried up, trees have been reduced to ashes. Yet resilient plants strive to thrive. Amidst this ancient desolation, the great hero encounters what appears to be remnants from the Golden Age. Discovering a few inscriptions recorded in a certain hieroglyphic script, with the assistance of the Book of Purgatory for interpretation, he and his companions follow the notes inscribed on the stone tablet, leading them to a solitary structure purportedly in close proximity to the once thriving hub of golden humanity. However, as time has elapsed, particularly following the cataclysm during the war with Typhon at the end of the second season, the Earth has shifted and tectonic plates have collided. Although Heracles has located the building, he remains unable to uncover the remains of the main city from the Golden Age. Holding aloft the stone tablet that has guided them thus far, the hero scrutinizes the accompanying reliefs etched alongside the text. In the heavens, the clouds appear as if scorched by fire. Atop the towering columns, several abstract figures, as lofty as the heavens themselves, gaze down upon the mortal realm. Some exude indifference. Others radiate authority. Some are noble, while others are filled with disdain. On the ground, humanity is engaged in reverent worship, extolling the greatness of the divine. Meanwhile, between the two realms, a crimson meteor descends from the sky, plummeting to the earth. This account, the heavens, rain, fire must surely herald disaster. With a somewhat perplexed tone, Heracles articulates the words inscribed upon the tablet. It seems to recount a divine warning to humanity of that era. Yet what purpose does it serve? Slightly shaking his head, the great hero surveys his surroundings. Feeling a sense of helplessness, he has indeed found himself here, at the base left by this ancient divine mountain. The dilemma lies in the fact that the so-called correct path to the spirit realm appears to be closed to him. Chapter 447. The moon in the water beneath the ancient sacred mountain, beside a riverbed long parched. A group had already dispersed in search of valuable clues. Striding forward, one could easily traverse a decaying tree stump. In the hazy recesses of memory, it seemed that Hercules could still envision this place, once a picturesque ancient forest millennia ago. In those bygone days, when the winds blew, countless maple trees would rustle in harmonious unison. Perhaps the inhabitants of this land would dance alone in the breeze, confiding their innermost thoughts to the floor around them. Shaking his head gently, he attempted to erase these imagined vestiges of the past from his mind. Faced with the desolate and dilapidated terrain before him, even the great hero found himself at a loss. There was nothing here, let alone the true entrance to the spirit realm. Just half a day prior, Hercules had sought counsel from, and, hoping to glimpse the past events that transpired in this very location, such as the fate of the golden beings. That so-called entrance might lie near their former gathering place, if he could only find it. The great hero would discover the correct portal. However, upon hearing his request, the puppet regrettably informed him that such inquiries exceeded its capabilities. You must understand, Hercules. The wooden clattering of Ant's body was faintly audible as he spoke. For nearly an epoch, this land has remained one of the few forbidden places in chaos. Not due to the presence of any fearsome creatures, nor from the dread of being regarded as a rebel by the Olympian deity in remembrance of the Titans. Rather, this land is ensnared by an abundance of twisted rules and traps, and the lingering influence of primordial deities has persisted for millennia. I cannot peer into the remnants of the past here, at least not from the previous epoch. Moreover, if I may be candid, I do not believe the spirit realm has any direct connection to the golden beings. I mean, their fervent adoration of the divine, equal to that of the gods, has transcended the essence of normal beings. They feel entirely incongruous with the spirit realm. The spirit realm would not place its entrance beside beings whose nature is inherently shackled. Sighing softly, Hercules continued along the river path, accepting Ant's explanation. Yet he did not relinquish his quest for answers. After all, as he had stated, he had no other leads to pursue at the moment. After walking for some time, he reached the end of the riverbed. Here, Hercules stumbled upon the remnants of a similarly dried-up pond. Beside the pond, Prometheus knelt, intently studying a fragmented stone tablet. "Lord Prometheus, have you made any discoveries here?" To his surprise, the two who had previously parted ways encountered one another once more. And the great hero's spirits lifted. Taking a couple of steps forward, Heracles gazed upon the ancient stone tablet. Millennia of erosion had rendered its surface both smooth and rough, and the inscriptions had long since faded into obscurity. Yet, akin to the recently discovered tablets, both Prometheus and Heracles possessed the means to decipher the text inscribed upon it. As the fingertips of the seer glided over the surface, unfamiliar yet familiar characters began to materialize before their eyes. With rapt attention, the great hero hoped to unearth something of significance. Crimson leaf forest. Profanity. Creation. There was no need to scrutinize further. Rising from the ground, Prometheus interrupted Heracles' interpretation. This tablet bore no accounts relating to the spirit realm. In truth, the once golden humanity had little to do with the ethereal. Apart from their monarch, who seemed to have gleaned knowledge of the spirit world from dreams, the relationship between them was merely that of creator and created. As for this stone tablet, it chronicled the deeds of a certain profaner of the divine. Compared to the golden humanity, her connection to the spirit realm might have been more profound. A profaner? Did such figures exist, even in the golden age? Heracles expressed surprise, for in the education he had received, golden humanity was synonymous with perfect morality. Even in the contemporary world, the terms golden and perfection bore a certain phonetic and morphological resemblance. In response to the great hero's skepticism, Prometheus merely shook his head slowly. She was indeed recorded as a profaner, yet she was not of the golden humanity. This was, in fact, the very place she had once inhabited, a primeval forest known as the Crimson Leaf Forest. In that era, it was not far from the settlements of the golden beings, who would frequently come here to procure water. Until one fateful day, that profaner of the divine departed from this realm permanently. The place that was once her abode had since vanished into the unseen under the weight of her sacrilegious power. Profane power? Frowning slightly, the great hero felt a sense of déjà vu. In his breast pocket, Ander directly reminded him. Sorcery. If there was a force deemed profane by the golden humanity, it was certainly not corporeal. It could only be the ability to summon winds and rains like a deity. Sorcery embodied such power, for in that age, humanity was the sole intelligent entity among mortals, and the myriad paths of transcendence had yet to emerge. However, I too have just learned that the origins of sorcery are so ancient. The Golden Age, a profaner of the divine. To be labeled profane by golden humanity indicates that such an existence was far from divine, yet she wielded sorcery. How surprising indeed. I had always believed that sorcery originated at the end of the Second Epic, birthed alongside the goddess of the magical web. In this context, could it be that she was not the original inventor of the arcane arts after all? Who then might this original creator be? For the first time encountering something of great interest, Andy slowly emerged from the pocket of the great hero. He cast his gaze upon the stone tablet below. Yet Prometheus merely shook his head once more. No, Andy, she is indeed the original inventor. Regardless of whether she is the creator, she must certainly be the first to have manifested the power of sorcery among mortals. A complex expression crossed his face as memories of the past surged within him. Prometheus recalled a time when he and his brother lived harmoniously together. He had been proud and arrogant, believing he understood the ways of the world. Now, however, he was a prisoner of Zeus, while Epimetheus was among the most wanted in the new pantheon. The mighty Titan, who upheld the heavens, could find no peace. Stirring the skies at the edge of the western sea. Heracles, you may not know that, in that era, the goddess of the web was not a deity in the truest sense. She possessed no dominion, no realm, and even lacked the means to attain divine power before the rise of faith. Thus, she was cast down to the earth by her own parents, landing in a forgotten corner of the world. No one could foresee that she would one day become the sovereign of the web, the source of sorcery, and the pioneer of innovative arcane secrets. The golden humans merely followed the will of the celestial beings, rejecting this blasphemous existence. This place must be her homeland, the very site where her life first began to flourish. And perhaps it is Heracles who holds the key to the spiritual gateway associated with this land. Among the group, only the later Dionysus had never encountered Andy. Previously, beneath the sea's gaze, Prometheus had communicated with the marionette. Thus, he was not unfamiliar with the latter's existence and certain abilities. The The seer raised his hand, signaling Andy to utilize his unique ritual to reveal the traces of the past that lingered in this place. Since this location was connected to the goddess of the web, it would be prudent to search for the remnants she left behind. Unless she had not returned here for an entire epoch, the formidable influence of divine power, though immense, would not be sufficient to stretch through the currents of time, preventing those who come after from glimpsing the events that may unfold here. Nodding gently in agreement, Andy leaped forth from the great hero's pocket. To explore the occurrences of this epoch, it posed no significant challenge, as it was intrinsically linked to his divine capabilities. Drama and theater exist to recreate events that have transpired or to interpret those that have yet to unfold, to probe into history, to compose narratives, and ultimately derive authentic power. This is one of N's methods. Hence, it was not long before a complex ritual materialized in the clearing by the pool. The marionette's fingers moved with a slight flick, and hundreds of paper figures descended to the ground, dancing around the ritual circle as if engaged in an extraordinary sorcerous rite, communicating with something unseen. Silently observing, Heracles awaited the arrival of change. The goddess of the enchantment, once disregarded as a deity, now stood as a blasphemer. With the passage of years, one may glean insights. Yet upon awakening, nothing remains. Upon the ruins of the ancient forest, indistinct images gradually took form. The waters gushed forth, a symphony of rippling currents. The radiant moon illuminated the pool, casting reflections akin to a jade plate. In a time long past, Hecate, adorned in a crimson gown, leapt playfully over a fallen dry tree, twirling in the moonlit clearing. Not far away, the lunar goddess stifled a laugh, her eyes betraying a hint of envy. In her youth, she too had yearned for such unfettered existence. However, from the moment of her birth, she was shrouded in the shadows of her father and brother. Centuries have elapsed, and perhaps Hyperion now slumbers, while Helios has been reduced to a mere pawn of Zeus. At last, she has reclaimed her independence. Yet, even now, Selene finds herself incapable of such actions. The scars of her past oppression linger stubbornly, at least for the present. After all, the transition of epochs is still fresh, with the Bronze Age mortals bustling about the earth, blissfully unaware of their impending demise. "Ah, what are you doing?" "Haha, what do you think?" A sudden exclamation. Unbeknownst to her, the girl in the red dress had stealthily approached the moon goddess, who was lost in memories, delivering a grand surprise. In an instant, the weighty gloom dissipated, and a smile reappeared on the girl's face. It was evident that despite returning to familiar grounds, the subtle emotions etched upon Selene's brow did not escape Hecate's keen perception, for she too had once endured an imperfect childhood. Yet in contrast to her friend, Hecate was never alone. She had a talking stone tablet as her companion, while Selene had only herself. After playing for an indeterminate time, the two immortal deities sat side by side on a massive stone by the pond. The water lapped at their ankles, the shadows of moonlight intertwining with their forms. Gazing at the moon, which was meant to be guided by her, Selene felt a tinge of melancholy wash over her. "Hecate, do you think the west wind, who has been trailing us, will report me to the king of the gods? I suppose I, too, have snuck away. Though unlike my brother, I have not relinquished my divine duties and can command the moon without the aid of a divine artifact. And the moon, after all, is not particularly formidable. Well, enough of such thoughts. Zephyros? A trifling nuisance, hardly worth consideration. Did you not notice how he lacked the courage to truly conceal his presence while following us? It was merely a charade. As for that golden-haired one, he cannot even manage his own affairs. How would he dare to trouble you? He now longs for fewer troubles, prioritizing the belief in himself as a treasure. Should he dare to cause you distress, I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson. In contrast, do you recall the golden human we encountered on our journey? I must admit, I never anticipated that this once earnest man would survive to this day, even outliving the era of gold and silver and the demise of his creators. The divine court. Selene, do you know? Although I possess no prophetic abilities, my intuition suggests an inextricable connection between him and you. No, between him and your forebears. Perhaps one day, they shall clash in battle. Do not gaze at me like that. Despite Helios being of moderate divine power, he remains merely an ordinary human. Yet, intuition defies logic. Moreover, your relationship with them is tenuous at best. Should you truly be concerned for him? Her calves danced, splashing the water in rippling waves. Hecate regarded the wind god and Zeus with indifference, instead invoking the memory of the most ancient king of humanity. Yet in her eyes, the identities of kings or the origins of humanity's future warriors held no significance. If there was anything that piqued her interest, It was perhaps the undeniable kindness that, despite the constraints of divine prophecy, had once kept them from engaging with her. This could be both a blessing and a curse. The golden humans. Their kindness lingers in my memory. Yet, it is this boundless perfection that leads me to believe their downfall is justly deserved. The phrase justly deserved is laughable when applied to them. Yet that is precisely how I feel. Selene, what are your thoughts? Her thoughts leaped, and few could keep pace with Hecate's erratic musings. However, she remained unfazed. For she knew that whatever she expressed, Selene would follow suit. I am not certain, but if you assert such, then they must indeed be deserving of their fate. In an instant, Selene cast Helios aside from her mind and began to speak of the golden humans. Yet, she held little recollection of them. Thus, she offered a gentle smile, akin to the soft moonlight cascading from the heavens to the earth. Chapter 448, The Flowers in the Mirror, the Golden Age. It turns out that there are still those who have survived to this day. Your Highness Prometheus, what knowledge do you possess regarding the golden survivors mentioned by the goddess of the magic web? In the reality where the once lush pond has long since dried up, the stones where Hecate and Selene once sat have vanished. And the crystal-clear waters now only reflect withered branches and fallen leaves. Before Heracles, the remnants of a bygone era re-emerge. Yet he cannot perceive the true forms of the two goddesses. Instead, he is met with mere halos imbued with disparate rules. Clearly, even though Hecate, who ascended to divinity not long ago during the Bronze Age, may not have yet traversed the domain of formidable divine power, the true essence of deities remains elusive to such simple reflections. Through the shadows of the spectators can only witness the interplay between two orbs of light and the somewhat distorted echoes of sound. I am uncertain. As for the king of the Golden Age, all I recall is that he was aware of having received divine enlightenment in a dream. Being the first human created by chaos. Perhaps it was due to the divine care taken in his creation, or perhaps, as the inaugural man, he unwittingly garnered the favor of fate. In any case, he possessed a lifespan far exceeding that of his kind. Yet, no matter how lengthy his life, it could not conceal the essence of mortality. And under absolute power, his existence was difficult to preserve. I had always believed him to have perished at the turn of the epic, yet unexpectedly. He has survived to this day. Before the deluge summoned by the trident arrived, Prometheus had already been taken away as a criminal. Thus he did not witness the confrontation between the son of the sea god and humanity. Consequently, in response to Heracles' inquiry, the seer could not provide an answer. His name was Cohen, one of the few impressions I retain of him. As the goddess of the magic web articulated, he, like every golden human, epitomized integrity and kindness. Beyond that, I have little else to convey. So it is. Nodding slowly, though slightly regretful, the great hero accepted this. Indeed, the existence of golden humans is rather foreign to the gods of Olympus today, as they have scarcely lived through that era. Without further ado, Heracles redirected his attention to the shadows of the past. The Golden Age was merely a minor interlude unrelated to him. The true treasure he sought was the entrance to the spirit realm. Long ago, by the pond, the moon goddess and Hecate lingered for several months. Under the guidance of the goddess of the magic web, an ancient wooden house, constructed over 10 millennia ago, re-emerged into the world, only to be concealed once more beneath the intricate locks of mystery through her extraordinary craftsmanship. During this time, a deity had once drifted here as a gentle breeze, yet ultimately returned empty-handed amidst the intertwining strings of the magic web. Thus, the two goddesses made their abode here, reminiscing about the epics of the past. As time flows, several months slip by in a hurried manner. On this day, a joyous cheer echoed from the wooden cabin. Figures danced, rippling through the void. In an instant, Hecate set aside the half-roasted game of fortune in her hands and appeared beside Selene. Upon entering the cabin, the gentle moonlight illuminated the surroundings, casting a bright, ethereal glow behind the goddess. With a mere glance, Hecate discerned that Selene had achieved a significant breakthrough in her meditative practice, even resonating with various lunar phases in the spirit realm. No, not just one phase, but almost all of them. As the innate goddess of the moon, Selene possessed an unparalleled affinity for the domain of moon. Slowly opening her eyes, Selene was about to rise and share her joyous success with her friend, only to inadvertently collide headfirst into Hecate's face. After rolling on the ground for a moment, the moon goddess, puffed up with indignation, lifted her head, only to be disarmed by Hecate's innocent gaze. Shortly thereafter, on an ancient path not far from the wooden cabin, overgrown with weeds and bramble, the traces of a road had completely vanished. Leading Selene to this spot, Hecate remained silent about her intentions. Once the moon goddess stood obediently beside her, Hecate took a moment of silence before meticulously drawing a circle in the earth. In an instant, within the confines of the circle, time seemed to reverse. The flora flourished and withered, ultimately transforming into seeds. The soil became damp, only to dry out once more. Day after day, year after year, the sequence of time appeared to flow backward for millennia. Gradually, a modest footprint and the impression of someone lying down emerged in this place. Additionally, there was a mark where a hard object had pressed down. "What is this?" Selene inquired. "This is where I once fell," Hecate replied. "See, that footprint and the impression of lying down were left by me. I tripped over something hard and fell right here, and in the end, I took that troublesome object back with me." She said this with a semblance of cheerfulness, pointing at the marks on the ground. Stepping forward, she placed her foot atop the old footprint and pressed her hand onto the indented mark. "This is an exit, perhaps one that never existed. However, when I found it here, it came into existence. You have meditated here more than once, and behind this entrance lies the place you once envisioned during your meditations. There are many paths to the spirit realm in this world, but most of them halt at the first layer, with few reaching the second, and none crossing into the third. Only a select few exceptional cases were born due to unique circumstances and have remained ever since, allowing them to traverse the depths of the spirit realm. Step inside and find a lunar phase most closely associated with you, Selene. You have but one opportunity to choose." The voice was soft, and within Hecate's palm, a glimmer of light emerged, ultimately enveloping the entire imprint. In the next moment, a silver fissure materialized before the two, and the girl in the crimson dress pulled it wide enough for them both to pass through. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of ethereal essence emanated from the other side of the fissure, invigorating the spirit of the moon goddess. Gazing at the rift before her, Selene appeared somewhat at a loss. She pointed to herself, hesitantly inquired, "To select a lunar phase within?" "Indeed. It seems you may soon have an additional role to fulfill. I would recommend finding a nymph willing to venerate you, elevating her to your attendant, bestowing divinity upon her to serve in your stead. After all, you are the true goddess of the moon, not one of those who sacrifice portions of their divine office to forge artifacts. As long as you desire it, the moon will bend to your will, with no possibility of deviating from its path." With a gentle tilt of her chin, Hecate observed the still hesitant Selene, then took a step back, urging her towards the shimmering silver rift. With a gasp, the moon goddess fell into the chasm, followed closely by Hecate. As they entered, the fissure restored itself, and everything reverted to its original state, save for the shadows on the ground, which shifted slightly, marking the passage of time in this place. In reality, by the nameless water pool, the reflections of the past were yet to conclude. Hercules watched as two halos vanished into a pixelated area, then disappeared completely. Like a true script, the passage of time and the imagery flowed more swiftly in inconsequential moments, yet slowed considerably at pivotal junctures. In the blink of an eye, the two halos emerged from the pixelation, returning to reality. It was evident that the silvery shadow seemed considerably more potent than before, the luminous moonlight perpetually encircling her presence. Observing this scene, the great hero sensed an intuition. With the entrance of the moon goddess, it appeared that both the spirit realm and her essence had undergone some form of enhancement within the domain of the moon. No, this was not merely enhancement. It was a completion. As if once separate entities had finally merged, a wondrous reaction transpired at this moment. They illuminated each other, functioning in a manner where 1 + 1 exceeded 2. Nothing surpassed their mutual harmony, and perhaps from this moment forth, Selene would truly embody the title of goddess of the moon. Prior to this, her name as the moon goddess was utterly unfounded. Unfounded conjectures flickered through his mind, while in the imagery, Hecate's actions continued unabated. Emerging from the fissure, the goddess of the magical web cast a fleeting glance at the imprints upon the ground. After a moment of hesitation, she unveiled her formidable powers, summoning forth the very pool of water she had once inhabited. The imprint seeped into the water, reminiscent of a time when it had been buried beneath the sands. The potent enigma of the lock shimmered momentarily in the air above. Yet Hecate refrained from allowing the strings of the magical web to wholly envelop this place. Instead, she retrieved a tome from her person, a book that appeared as a mere mosaic to both Heracles and Prometheus. As she turned its pages, a projection of something unfathomable was conjured. A terrifying spatial force ensnared it, sealing the trace irrevocably within her being. Having completed her task, the goddess of the magical web stepped back, permitting Selene to impose a seal of her own. The moon goddess, uncertain of her next course of action, pondered for an extended period before ultimately concealing the summoned projection within the reflection of the bright moon that danced upon the water's surface. Only at the right moment, in the appropriate place, and from the correct angle could one behold what lay within. With all preparations in place, Hecate seemed disinclined to linger any longer. She waved her hand, beckoning the chariot that was meant to draw the full moon from the horizon, departing alongside the moon goddess from the ancient remnants of this sacred mountain. At the edge of the desiccated pool, the vision came to an end. Turning his gaze towards the parched waters, Heracles recognized this as the site where all past events had transpired. So it was. The true passage had been concealed, hidden within the water's moon, yet now, with the absence of water, it was impossible to trace its remnants. After a moment of contemplation, the great hero requested Prometheus to conjure a flow of water to refill the pool. The seer did not refuse. Divine energy surged within his palm as he effortlessly wielded a divine art. Soon, the dried-up pool brimmed with water once more, while Heracles gazed skyward, awaiting the arrival of the right moment. 2 days swiftly passed, and on this day, standing where Selene once stood, the great hero looked down into the reflection of the moon within the pool as the celestial body reached a particular angle. The moon above and the moon below faced each other across an unseen divide, and in that moment, a lock seemed to unlock. The next instant, the object summoned by the goddess of the magical web, concealed by the moon goddess within the reflection, emerged, gazing at the moonlit surface. Heracles was momentarily at a loss for words. "What is that?" asked Andro. At the same moment, only one individual could perceive what lay there. The great hero was unsure how to respond. He merely shifted slightly, allowing space for the view. "I cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps you should see for yourself." Leaping from his pocket, the puppet hovered in midair, gazing at the enigmatic reflection. In that instant, it beheld itself within. Yet, after a brief moment of astonishment, Andy discerned the truth. A mirror? A mirror that encapsulates a flower? No, it was not a flower. It was a portal. Its surrounding space distorted, rendering it visually akin to a flower. The moon reflected in water. The flower mirrored in glass. How unexpected it is that these two goddesses possess such an artistic flair. However, Heracles, it seems you are indeed out of luck. You cannot breach her barrier, and in this realm, I am powerless to assist you with divine might. The only course of action available to you is to extract a fragment of her essence, the shadow of the mirror of splendor. To rupture the spatial barrier it has created in the mortal realm can only be achieved by itself. This legendary artifact, emblematic of the domain of space, has not seen another deity or divine relic capable of standing alongside it since the disappearance of the second generation of divine kings. Although Andy understood that the significance of this artifact within the entire domain of chaos space was far from paramount, alas, there exists no other deity of space among mortals. From the very beginning, the world has never genuinely bestowed the authority of time and space upon the deities. Otherwise, even in the first epic, had Kronos truly mastered over 70% of the temporal essence of chaos, he would undoubtedly possess immense divine power, perhaps rivaled only by Tartarus. Yet, for millennia, aside from the Abyss, which acquired a considerable amount of space authority due to the influx of foreign mixed energies, no other deity has been granted such an honor. Even the other primordial gods merely passively acquired a fraction of spatial power as their domains expanded. It may be a valid passage, but Heracles, it is certainly not meant for you at this present moment. Prometheus, having cast his own gaze upon the mirrored surface of the moon's reflection, remarked, "Should you wish to journey into the realm of all souls and summon the spirits of the deceased before the well of reincarnation, according to the records of the Book of Purgatory, there exists a projection of the Mirror of Splendor there as well. Only upon finding it will you have the possibility of opening this correct path. If everything unfolds as you anticipate, and indeed, you must traverse this way in the future. As for now, you may find success elusive." Nodding slightly, the great hero placed his faith in their words. Nevertheless, he chose to conduct a personal experiment to ascertain whether he could indeed reach that seemingly close portal. Yet, the outcome was as the two had foretold. The moon reflected in water, the flower mirrored in glass, appeared within reach, yet under the influence of the authority of space. The distance between Heracles and them was akin to that of heaven and earth. Very well. Indeed, only another form of authority can contend with such power. While deities may face limitations in the mortal realm, divine artifacts encounter far fewer constraints. Shaking his head slowly, the great hero took a step back. As Andy had indicated, He had absorbed a fragment of the artifact's essence. This serves as a prologue, capable of guiding him towards his destiny in the days to come. Standing silently by the tranquil pool, time flows on relentlessly. Soon, the moon shifts its position. This path leading deep into the realm of spirits is once again concealed within the embrace of these ancient ruins. Chapter 449. The Garden of the Queen of Heaven. A silvery radiance ascended, piercing the chasm between the celestial and the terrestrial realms. Upon the starship. As he gazed down upon the vast and boundless ruins of Mount Odysseus, Heracles was suddenly overcome by a profound sense of reflection. Time flows inexorably, leaving its mark upon the ages. Regardless of how resplendent and divine a civilization may be, it ultimately succumbs to the relentless march of time. The golden race of humanity, the celestial father and mother, and even the sovereign deity who once ruled Mount Odysseus, all face the same fate. And what of Zeus? Until when shall his reign endure? When that day arrives, will he accept it with grace, or will he resist in defiance? There are no answers, for the future remains the most elusive of mysteries. Retracting his gaze, the great hero maneuvered the starship westward. He felt immense gratitude for this alchemical creation from Silver Moon City. Without it, the group would likely not have even reached Olympia by this hour. Their next destination lay in the Garden of the Queen of Heaven, Hera, situated over the Western Sea. Dionysus, what do you know of the Queen's Garden? Heracles inquired, breaking the silence as he observed his pensive companion. Before departing from Mount Odysseus, the West Wind god, who had commissioned their task, finally made his appearance after Heracles had vanquished the Sphinx. Yet, under the penetrating gaze of the Caucasian eagle, he unexpectedly discerned that the visitor was not the true form of Zephyros. He paid this little mind, silently observing the unfolding performance. It was only at the final moment, when the visitor announced the next task, that the great hero felt a flicker of astonishment. The mission to steal the golden apples from the queen's orchard mirrored his original objective precisely. Given this alignment, he saw no reason to refuse and readily acquiesced, leaving both parties satisfied. However, from that day forth, Dionysus appeared somewhat conflicted. It seemed he had acquired an additional task, or rather, a directive for Heracles to fulfill. Yet during their time together, this young man could no longer feign indifference, or perhaps he had never possessed such an ability. In any case, he was free to resolve matters as he wished. Heracles was merely there to clarify any uncertainties. Thus, the Titan, perceptive as ever, advised him. And Heracles inevitably chose to confront the challenge head-on. Indeed, when he posed his question regarding the Garden of the Queen, Dionysus seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, visibly relaxing. Oh, I am indeed familiar with it. I have encountered references to it in the tomes I have perused, Dionysus replied. Heracles, by the way, do you know of the golden apple tree? I have heard of it. The great hero nodded slightly, articulating his knowledge. It originates from the seed of all things within the vessel of life, taking root and flourishing in the hands of the Earth Mother. The symbol of life has bestowed upon us the supreme essence of plants, ultimately yielding the rare treasure known to the gods as the golden apple tree. However, as far as I am aware, the one belonging to the Queen of the Heavens is not truly a golden apple, but rather a branch that transformed after being gifted by the Earth Mother to the three brothers of the divine monarchy. The offspring of Typhon, the 100-headed dragon laden, guards that place. Subdued by the gods, it eternally watches over Hera's garden. Indeed, after much contemplation, Dionysus finally spoke. There is but one point in which you are mistaken. The 100-headed dragon laden has never been conquered by the gods. To be more precise, nothing in this world can subdue it. From the very beginning, the tale surrounding it has been a fabrication. On that fateful day when Typhon fell, the deities pursued its progeny across the earth. Laden was merely one among many. Yet at the moment of the primordial demon's demise, it, like its brethren, inherited a legacy from the source of their bloodline. From that instant onward, the gods were no longer its adversaries. The earth lay open to its dominion. For even the combined might of all the Olympian deities could not prevail against it, not due to its unparalleled strength, but rather because it bore an uncanny resemblance to the erstwhile king of demons. If Typhon is the 100-headed serpent, then the 9-headed Hydra is its immortal form, and Laden embodies its indomitable fury. From its progenitor, it did not inherit any extraordinary powers. Rather, it inherited Typhon's fierce wrath against fate and the established order. Thus, through a series of irreplicable coincidences, this formidable demon transmuted its rage into a unique force, possessing an ability that instilled both envy and dread among the gods, the power to evade the constraints of earthly laws. From that moment on, The mortal realm became its domain. Even upon the most rigorously governed land, it could wield strength akin to that of a true deity. Far across the seas, its power grew even more formidable. As strengths and weaknesses shifted, the balance of power altered. So long as it did not recklessly ascend Olympus, the gods were compelled to yield before it, until that day when the king of the gods intervened personally. No one knows why he singled out Ladin. Perhaps it was due to a lingering resentment from Typhon's repeated refusals to submit, or perhaps for another reason altogether. In any case, under the might of the king of all gods, Ladin was ultimately vanquished. Unable to withstand the divine authority, it was bestowed as a gift to the queen of the heavens and was forever imprisoned within Hera's orchard. This tempestuous prisoner, an unstoppable madman, indiscriminately slays any creature daring to trespass upon its territory, thereby safeguarding the sanctuary. As the ages passed, the prisoner transformed into the overseer of the garden through the verses of song. Apart from the gods in itself, no one remembers the true origins of this tale. Like a lyrical ode, Dionysus recounted the legends of the 100-headed dragon. Before him, Heracles furrowed his brow, sensing the direction of the conversation. Excluding his own ambition to obtain the golden apples, it seemed the god of the west wind never truly expected him to succeed in this endeavor. After all, a formidable creature capable of revealing divine power among mortals, even more so when submerged in the depths of the ocean, represented an adversary nearly impossible to vanquish. This was a matter beyond mere will and confidence. Perhaps cunning was his sole path, and the gods had already paved this route for him. The 100-headed dragon, Ladin, sounded both fearsome and exceedingly difficult to confront. Maintaining his composure, the great hero inquired, "So, Dionysus, what are your thoughts on this matter?" "Indeed," Dionysus replied solemnly, nodding. "Throughout all the realms of mankind, no mortal or deity can triumph over Ladin. Apart from the king of the gods and the primordial beings born of the world, the 100-headed dragon stands as an invincible entity. However, to procure the apples from the queen of heaven's orchard, one must contend with its vigilant guardians. Fortunately, nothing in this world is absolute. There exists a deity who, due to a unique responsibility, enjoys a remarkable leniency within the laws." Turning to gaze down at the distant earth from the head of the starship, Dionysus reflected. Though this guidance was bestowed by the Father God, it would not prove detrimental to Heracles. The young deity reassured himself. He harbored no desire to harm his friend, just as he was unwilling to witness the demise of Ammon. "You know, if Ladin is the sole creature capable of showcasing divine strength among mortals, then he is the only one able to wield divine authority. On the edge of heaven, at the boundary of the sea, Heracles, the hero who has slain 5 great monsters, with your wisdom, you must have already surmised. Even children in the mortal realm had heard tales of his myth." "Yes, I am indeed familiar with him." The great hero nodded slightly, fully aware. The only being able to manifest divine power among mortals, that ancient titan, the vanguard of the second generation of gods, the one known as the bearer of heaven, Atlas. Precisely. If it were he, then no matter how formidable Ladin's strength, he would not stand a chance. Heracles gazed through the starship's shell toward the western horizon of the earth. From a sufficiently great distance, everything appeared blurred, save for that colossal silhouette. Atlas, son of Iapetus, brother of Prometheus. He bore the burden of a third of the heavens, thus the laws of the present world had never applied to him. Even the tempestuous sea god Poseidon had never dared to affront his dignity. So, this is how it is, then. Someone sought to persuade him to meet the titan who bears the heavens, in hopes of extracting some knowledge or insight from him. After all, he had stood here too long in the guise of a titan, and the chaotic world had no need for an ancient god who gazes upon Olympus with disdain. "I understand now," he said slowly after a moment of silence. "Atlas, the titan who wields power, has long been a kindred spirit to me. Since this journey is inescapably intertwined with his existence, I shall pay him a personal visit. The western lands are alive with the ceaseless crashing of waves. The river that encircles the world flows far from here, as the sea god remains reluctant to approach this place. Bearing the weight of the sky upon his shoulders and crowned by the sun and moon, Atlas has stood for countless centuries like a statue, forever silent." Following his gaze, the shadow of Olympus fades into the remnants of ancient mountains, as if the Titan's darkness has long entwined itself with the newly risen pantheon of gods. Beside Atlas, a towering bronze pillar reaches from earth to sky. A profound azure light ascends from below, while the cerulean sky casts its weight downward. The two converge at the center of the pillar, erupting in a brilliance unseen by mortal eyes. The heavens and the sea, two colossal forces capable of embodying greatness, collide here, their chaotic energies counterbalancing at the diminutive figure below. Suspended above the western horizon, Triton has long lost count of the passage of time. Even the brief turbulence of Typhon-S rebellion, which disrupted the temporal order of chaos, causing disarray between the stars, the sea, and the land, has not brought an end to his punishment. Day by day, month by month, he languishes in agony, utterly unaware of how far he is from freedom. He knows only the evolution of his suffering, from wails to curses, from curses to silence, from silence to prayer, and from prayer to despair. Time and again, year after year, none have heeded his plight. It is as if he has been forgotten by all of creation, and this place is his eternal coffin. With a soft splash, she steps upon the surface of the sea, feeling the water caress her toes. Expressionless, Pandora drags her flowing black gown, silently walking on the western sea. The Titan looms like sky and earth, the bronze pillar stretching beyond sight. Beside her, Gaia has vanished, leaving only Epimetheus to accompany her. Thus, my dearest husband, esteemed afterthought. Child of the Titan, do you see him? Is he the object of my journey? Triton, son of the sea god? Forgive my candor, but I sense nothing extraneous within him. Neither calamity nor any other superfluous existence. Her voice is faint, seemingly questioning, yet devoid of any emotional inflection throughout. Pandora stands quietly upon the ocean, resembling a lifeless corpse. Beside her, Epimetheus merely smiled. Like Pandora, he found himself powerless at this moment. Indeed, it was he, Triton, the son of Poseidon. Once upon a time, you were the harbinger of human calamities, and he, the executor of bronze's annihilation. As for his father, the sea god Poseidon, the sovereign of tsunamis, tempests, and earthquakes, he was the divine closest to chaos and disaster. In accordance with the original design, Mother Earth intended for you to masquerade as a mortal lost to the sea, thereby earning the favor of the Sea King, yet he is no longer present. He has plunged into the abyss, unable even to fulfill his divine duties. Thus, in this world, the one nearest to him is the eternally tormented Triton. To have his nominal wife tempt Poseidon feels as commonplace as a dog barking at its human, gazing up at the towering bronze pillar. Epimetheus reflected on the ancient god's majesty and might. 1,000 years, or perhaps 10,000. He could not recall, but the bronze pillar remembered. It was steeped in the blood of the sea god's son, interwoven between the heavens and the ocean, and even under the relentless grind of time. It managed to sever a fragment of the imagery that upholds the sky. Yet, in the pursuit of obtaining Triton, this very bronze pillar was an unavoidable step. Silent and contemplative, Epimetheus turned his gaze to the sky. Before his arrival, the earth had informed him that someone, favored by fate and embodying the will of the divine king, would come here, regardless of the difficulties faced along the way. She only sought the ultimate outcome, Pandora, to seize all that belonged to Triton. Ah, what a splendid notion. However, Mother Earth, do you truly know whether you have reclaimed the wisdom you once cast aside, dancing gracefully upon the edge of a blade, or if you are merely battered and bruised, clinging to life through the world's favor? I may be uncertain, but you ought to be aware. Continuing to smile, Epimetheus turned to Pandora. Come, he said with a smile, let us begin constructing the stage that is rightfully yours. Chapter 450, the focus of the multitude through the towering peaks of clouds. Descending from the very edge of the starry sky, the silver alchemical vessel fulfilled its promise, carrying a small group across the tumultuous waves of the western sea. Unlike the eastern sea, perhaps due to the shameful emblem of Triton or the apprehension of the Titan who supports the heavens, neither the ocean deity Oceanus nor the ancient sea god's son Nereus, who was poised to ascend as the chief deity, harbored intentions of expanding their dominion here. As for Poseidon, it is unnecessary to mention that during the decade-long war marking the transition of epochs, he had once battled this Titan of might upon the earth. Even though Atlas had not yet shouldered the monumental responsibility of holding up the heavens at that time, his prowess remained vividly etched in the memory of the Sea King. If possible, he wished to avoid provoking this obstinate ancient god. Thus, throughout his journey, Heracles encountered no formidable marine life. Even the myriad sea monsters birthed by the father of beasts instinctively steered clear of these waters. Opening a window on the star vessel, the great hero caught a glimpse of the flourishing blossoms on the sacred isle. The golden apple trees stood there, guarded by the 100-headed dragon Ladon. Sensing the powerful aura from afar, several extraordinary artifacts, derived from Typhon-S progeny, stirred slightly upon his person. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed from the distance, shattering clouds for thousands of miles. The mighty creature seemed to sense something amiss and intended to investigate personally. However, The seal left by the king of gods remained unyielding. Akin to the primordial king who once imprisoned giants and the second king who confined the sun, Laden's resistance proved futile. The chains of order trembled slightly, subsequently suppressing it firmly. Although its abilities could exempt it from some constraints of the laws, partial exemption was not total. In the face of the order's suppression personally invoked by Zeus with royal authority, even if it could evade most of the restraints, the remaining portion would still effectively limit Laden's domain. A direct confrontation was impossible, even if I could borrow your strength. I would still be unable to combat the present world's suppression of divine power. And thus, it seems we must seek the aid of the ancient Titan. Hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. Now, having personally confirmed the outcome, the great hero no longer clung to futile hopes. Steering the star vessel, Heracles set course towards the two unmistakable pillars of heaven in the west. Though he was unaware that, in the original trajectory, he had obtained the golden apples with Atlas's assistance, the great hero still harbored considerable expectations. His intuition whispered that this journey to meet the ancient Titan might yield many unexpected rewards. Above the surface of the sea, a silver flash darted by. The son of the sea god remained oblivious, engulfed in pain and despair, completely preoccupied with his own turmoil. Circling the copper pillar, gazing at the intertwining powers of heaven and sea, the great hero felt a profound shock within his heart. It is not the grandeur of the sky and the sea that astounds, but rather the pristine existence of Triton. Logically speaking, being caught between two realms capable of achieving greatness, even a fraction of their power could rival divine strength. The bronze pillar stands firm solely due to a semblance of celestial support, preventing its collapse. However, Triton's survival to this day is solely attributed to the immense power of the primordial deities. From Dionysus, Prometheus has gleaned fragments of the truth that transpired in the mortal realm following his capture. For instance, Triton wielded a divine artifact, unleashing a deluge upon the earth. Moreover, he was vanquished by the ancient gods, suspended in the heavens for 7 millennia. Clearly, the strength contained within a single utterance of the primordial deities extends far beyond mere punishment. While it has punished the transgressor, it has also preserved his life for thousands of years. In silence, the onlookers refrained from disturbing the tormented demigod, instead directing their attention towards the colossal deity nearby. Ascending from the giants' need to stand before the Titan, they traversed the 9 layers of clouds behind them, positioning themselves at a level to gaze upon the summit of Olympus. Emerging from the starry vessel, Heracles looked upon the magnificent Titan, proclaiming his intentions aloud. Esteemed Titan, Atlas, son of Iapetus, I am Heracles, hailing from the mortal realm. My companions and I seek to retrieve the apples from the queen's garden. Yet we are obstructed by the 100-headed dragon there. Mighty and valiant Titan, I implore your assistance. Should you extend your hand, I shall strive to fulfill your desires. His voice resonated thunderously, and the countenance of the great hero was earnest. He yearned to persuade the ancient god to aid him, and was prepared to first undertake a task on his behalf. However, unbeknownst to him, more than one gaze was cast upon the western horizon. Behind Dionysus, the king of gods sat upon his divine mountain, quietly observing the unfolding scene. They had once battled fiercely. Atlas would surely recognize his lineage. If Atlas were to assist sincerely without expectation of reward, Zeus would graciously absolve his transgressions, even offering one of his daughters in marriage, allowing him to supplant the yet-to-return Nereus and become the new sovereign of Olympus. Should he resolutely refuse, Zeus would have to devise a means to manage him. The pillars that uphold the heavens cannot remain beyond the control of the king of gods. If he chose neither path, engaging instead in a battle of wits with his son, Zeus would grant him further patience. After all, compared to past indifference, this could be seen as a form of progress, could it not? Deep within the earth, beneath the boundless veins of the world, within the shadows of Pandora and Epimetheus, a blood-red gown enveloped Gaia's ample form, her ancient eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Beside her, a crystalline branch trembled slightly, as if articulating a language incomprehensible to mortals. Straining to listen, though unable to grasp the full meaning, Gaia nonetheless felt a profound sense of acquisition. Much like Heracles, although the Earth Mother had no prior knowledge of this individual, when calamity struck the celestial realms, a vivid tableau composed of crimson crystal-like leaves gracefully descended before her. With a mere glance, the deity who governs the earth immediately pinpointed the figure within the painting, simultaneously discerning the essence that bore the bloodline of Zeus. At that moment, she was bewildered by its significance, yet Gaia ultimately made her choice. Up until this instant, although she had yet to fully comprehend, The convergence of so many extraordinary beings hinted at an underlying secret. Indeed, upon reclaiming my strength, I have also regained my wisdom. Outer gods, I shall remember your contributions. Nodding in satisfaction, as she beheld a force potent enough to forge an ancient malevolent entity, Gaia merely smiled, unperturbed by the entity's capacity to corrupt all. After all, she is the mother of Earth. Unless the entirety of the mortal realm is annihilated, it is inconceivable that even after 1 billion years of exertion, the adversary could corrupt the very heart of existence. In the land of Athens, by the eastern sea, the towering mage tower stood resolute. The star god Amon, as per usual, was engrossed in the tome before him. Though he was nearing the end of Hermes' collection, he exhibited no signs of yearning for the outside world. In truth, he believed that despite the vibrant wonders of the chaos realm, few things could rival the intrigue of this human alchemist, particularly the subtle ideas hinted at by Hermes, even without direct interaction, had granted Amon some insight into his thoughts. The notion of embodiment, of manifesting the collective into oneself, of borrowing illusions to forge truths, what a fascinating path. He would not interfere with Hermes, on the contrary. He would strive to assist him in achieving success. After all, should the plans devised on the other side come to fruition, Amon, now a formal member of Chaos, would undoubtedly require a formidable artifact, one that could shift the balance of power even in the hands of great divinity. In this regard, Hermes' future masterpiece appeared quite promising. Tilting his head slightly, the star god Amon gazed towards the western expanse of the earth. It should not be long now. The king of this world is far too impatient and naively optimistic, which is to be expected. Youth is often marked by urgency, a trait I find endearing. However, calculating the time, is he nearing his return? TSK. Then I shall simply place my bets. In this round, I shall wager on his victory. Of course, he wins first, then I shall triumph. Ultimately, it matters not if I cannot secure a win. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not be defeated. Retracting his gaze, the star god Amon shrugged lightly. There was no further contemplation to be had. Such thoughts only ignited his impatience. In recent days, through his unique methods, Amon had gleaned some secrets pertaining to the transition of chaos from the previous epoch. No one truly knows what he has discerned or what he has learned. Above the western sea, Atlas silently exchanged glances with the gaze that descended from the divine mountain. After a brief moment, the god-king averted his gaze, and Atlas slightly bowed his head, directing his attention to the presence before him. The first figure to catch his eye was not Heracles, but the slender Prometheus and the concealed Epimetheus lurking beneath the sea. A flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes before he returned his gaze. Is it you, the hero of mankind? Heracles, a name conveyed by demons, unexpectedly held significance for his two brothers as well. Within him, he would discover a path to liberation. Yet that day is not today. When this era reaches its conclusion, everything shall be reckoned. He would personally bear the battle standard, charging forth before the multitude. Heracles, I know you. You are the son of the God-King, and also a pitiable creature deceived from the very beginning. His voice resonated like thunder, as if 1,000 warriors were drumming in the heavens. Feeling the sudden pressure descending from the divine mountain, the Titan let out a cold laugh. Are you enraged? To think he would know the tale of a demigod? To know the cause of his mother's death? Unfazed by the other's threat, yet contemplating certain matters, Atlas ultimately refrained from revealing the truth he possessed. But it matters not. Regardless of who you are, I comprehend your intent, and I can eliminate Ladon, uprooting all in the orchard of Hesperides. However, I shall not do so, for that is your task, your destiny, hero of mankind. I can bestow upon you the strength to triumph over formidable foes, but you must also agree to my conditions. Mortal, do you accept? I accept. He wished to inquire what it meant to be a pitiable creature deceived, yet the great hero ultimately quelled his curiosity. Through the trials of these years, he had gradually come to understand a truth. Some knowledge, acquired prematurely, only serves as the root of calamity. Once he ascends to the spirit realm, all that has transpired will ultimately be revealed to him. Tell me, what are your conditions? As long as it is within my power, I shall fulfill them for you. Nodding slightly, as if a mountain were bowing, Atlas, holding up the heavens, articulated his conditions. Since you have made your choice, then listen well. Ever since the divine mountain collapsed, the heavens tilted to the northwest, supporting the sky here. Countless years have passed, so long that I have forgotten the passage of time. No one is born with the desire to uphold heaven and earth. I too shall grow weary of that day. Thus, I hope to have a successor, one who will bear the heavens until this era concludes. Am I truly the one you have chosen? The great hero inquired aloud, his brow slightly furrowed. I am willing to agree to support the sky for the remainder of this era. However, I currently have my own matters to attend to, and I am uncertain of my own capabilities. Nevertheless, I do not require you to usurp my position at this moment. As for capability, with a slight sidelong glance, the Titan spoke softly. This is the question you must contemplate. I can lend you the power to uphold the heavens, granting you this supreme authority and responsibility. But all hinges upon whether you possess the requisite qualifications. Not everyone is capable of bearing the weight of the sky, even among deities. Few are deemed worthy of shouldering such a burden. Even if the symbol of sky-bearing were bestowed upon them, they would inevitably be crushed by its enormity. Therefore, mortal, before seeking my aid, you must first inquire within yourself, do you possess this ability? Without further words, Atlas closed his eyes in silence. Following the direction he had previously gazed towards, Heracles understood that this was the trial set before him. There stood the colossal bronze pillar, connecting heaven and earth, unyielding against the onslaught of sea and tempest. Its very existence anchored the sea to the sky and stabilized the sky with the sea. Above it, a fragment of the symbol of sky-bearing, once shared by Atlas, was a testament to centuries of struggle between these two forces. The Titan's meaning was clear. To prove oneself capable of undertaking the weight of the heavens, one must first raise this pillar that suppresses the demigod. Chapter 451. Seizing the pillar to surpass the northern sea, shall I lift this bronze pillar? Gazing upon the celestial column, although its weight eluded his comprehension, Heracles could surmise its enormity. Should this colossal bronze structure be laid upon the earth, it was inconceivable that even the combined might of all mortals could budge it an inch. For him, mere weight held no significance. To raise it signified the ability to elevate a fragment of the sky itself. Despite his usual self-assurance, even the great hero hesitated to assert his success. I shall lift it, he declared calmly. Under the watchful eyes of Prometheus and Dionysus, Heracles leapt forth, plunging towards the column that bridged heaven and sea. The rush of freefall enveloped him, the wind howling fiercely in his ears. As he traversed through layers of cloud, the vast and profound ocean drew ever closer. Plummeting from the sky, the air felt as sharp as steel. In a fleeting moment, the heroic figure halted in midair. Not far from him, the demigod with a human form and a fish's tail was ensnared by ethereal chains, bound before Heracles. Taking a step closer, the hero endeavored to capture the attention of the son of the sea god. Yet, time seemed to have eroded Triton's will, rendering him unresponsive to the world around him. With a resigned shake of his head, Heracles continued to approach. As the distance diminished, he began to discern a faint sound. Although Triton appeared dazed, his lips were incessantly murmuring. It was a fixation that he could not forsake, even now. Kill. Come, if you dare. Kill me. Come, kill me. The voice escalated suddenly, and the son of the sea god opened his eyes wide. His blood-red gaze fixated intently on the mortal before him, as if mistaking him for another being. Mortal, is it you? Haraha. The remnant of the Golden Age, you still exist? You live on. You live on. Aha. You have mistaken me, Heracles interjected, brow furrowed in an attempt to clarify. However, Triton remained unconvinced. His vision had dimmed. Despite the divine blood coursing through his demigod veins, he inexorably succumbed to decay. Yet, this will, this dazzling, blinding will, was a trait solely possessed by that mortal. Ha! Mortal, have you come to mock me? Do you think you can deride me? I, the son of the sea god, am not like your decrepit kind. Mortals have their own demise, and the divine possess a death unique to them. This is a realm you shall never reach. With a voice strained to the breaking point, Triton raised his neck high, gazing at the golden figure that resided in his heart. Come to slay me simply in my life, and you shall remain here in my stead. Ha. Remain here, yet you lack the capacity to do so. For only the divine possess the privilege to endure such torment. Crack. A sharp sound echoed beside Triton. The resounding voice faltered, yet Heracles did not waver. As he reached forth to sever a chain binding the son of the sea god, an inexplicable sense of constraint enveloped the great hero. It seemed, as Triton had articulated, that if he were to indeed extricate the other's life from this copper pillar, he must inevitably assume the mantle of that existence. This was an inevitability. For millennia ago, when the first semblance of celestial support fused with the copper pillar, its very essence influenced the stability of the heavens. If one could not uphold it like Atlas, one could only sustain it at the cost of one's own life. Akin to Triton, the son of the sea could sway the ocean. Yet mere mortals could not alter the laws. Thus, Triton's assertion held truth. Mortals were not even entitled to endure punishment here. Nevertheless, Heracles' actions did not cease. He merely continued to extend his hand, and snapped another chain. Crack, 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 crack. One after another, sound after sound. With sight devoid of divinity, Triton could only perceive a blurred silhouette flitting before him. The shackles upon him fell away inch by inch, and the son of the sea felt an unprecedented sense of release. Yet, in that moment, rather than elation, he was engulfed by a wave of humiliation. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "What are you doing? Speak, speak, answer me." He bellowed, but no response came. Above him, all that echoed were the sounds of chains breaking and the relentless weight dissipating. Time passed gradually, and the shackles grew sparser. In contrast, with each passing moment, a burden transferred increasingly onto Heracles. Yet, strangely, as the weight of the heavens shifted with that sliver of celestial support, the great hero felt not the heaviness, but rather a growing sense of lightness. It was as though, with the sky pressing upon him, something else departed from him. The more encumbered he became, the closer he drew to something previously unattainable. Gradually, visions of his past endeavors began to materialize around him, starting from his fierce battles against formidable lions in the forest to outsmarting the Sphinx. In a fleeting moment, the great hero experienced an epiphany. These concepts were both illusory and tangible. If he were a deity, for instance, the god of war, when the divine essence of war enveloped him and the laws pertaining to war fell under his dominion, he would theoretically possess the authority to alter, expand, and refine these laws in his own name. Just as Themis legislated for the mortal realm, if the god of war could instigate changes related to war within the world, his divine status might garner the favor of the world, thereby elevating him to a higher echelon of divinity. Conversely, should he fail to effect such transformations, he could still undertake significant actions that align with the rules of war and potentially influence the fate of the world. This too could broaden the concept of his divinity, rendering it more formidable. However, throughout millennia, few have succeeded in the former, while the latter has occasionally been accomplished by deities. Yet such growth appears trivial compared to the original strength of their divine nature. Consider Heracles, who accomplished great deeds. If he were a fervent devotee of the god of war, such strength would reflect back, sufficient to elevate Ares' divine essence by an equivalent of approximately 2 to 3 levels of divine power. As his actions undoubtedly expanded concepts related to combat, skill, virtue, and martial wisdom, should such feats be directly performed by the god of war himself, the feedback could significantly augment his divine essence by 5 levels, nearing the 6th level, thereby raising the innate limits of his divinity. Yet, despite the seeming magnitude of these increments, they pale within the realm of formidable divine powers. They are insufficient to elevate the rank of his divinity, and furthermore, due to the presence of faith, the current pantheon of gods already surpasses their inherent divine power limits, rendering them oblivious to such enhancements. Thus, for those deities in need, undertaking such grand endeavors becomes nearly impossible. Even for a god like Ares, achieving similar feats is akin to climbing a mountain. The imbalance between gain and effort results in a disinterest in such pursuits. Only Helios, the sun sealed within the cosmos, has taken a shortcut. He bypassed the process of broadening concepts and directly utilized suitable aspects from the foreign concept of the sun to expand chaos's concept of the sun. This approach, while valid, occurs with far lesser probability, demanding greater reliance on coincidence and fortune. Consequently, the expansion of divine essence does not solely depend on the enhancement of the world. It can also be guided by the deity's active influence over the will of the world, which underscores a fundamental purpose of divine existence. Of course, since this purpose pertains to the divine, it signifies that all these discourses are intended for the gods to comprehend. Only those endowed with divinity, only those who can access the Sea of Origins, can achieve such monumental accomplishments, thereby producing tangible effects in accordance with the world's laws. In contrast, mortals, even if they achieve similar feats, will not have such accomplishments attributed to their essence. The devotion of believers is directed towards the divine, and the extent to which the deities can attain this is contingent upon the faith of the followers. The faith directed towards the divine is intrinsically linked to the essence of the gods, and through this medium, the divine essence released by the civilization tablet gradually evolves from its initial framework, becoming imbued with profound concepts. The void of the faint light ultimately acquires abilities associated with healing. What initially possessed little intrinsic essence is merely a concept birthed by the civilization tablet, which, through the unconscious exploration of the faithful, has been gradually expanded, thereby acquiring genuine capabilities within the cyclical nature of the world. The relationship of believers to the gods, and of the divine to the civilization tablet, mirrors that of the gods to the world. Ultimately, deities are but users of divine authority, not its proprietors. Except for the birth of new deities, they have seldom stripped existing gods of their divine roles, thus fostering an illusion among the deities that such powers belong to them. Nevertheless, nothing in this world is absolute. Even the gods themselves are part of the world. From beginning to end, perhaps only the primordial gods and the masters of interfaces can, to some extent, be exceptions, possessing the characteristics of creation that allow them to defy the world's rules in specific realms. However, these matters are irrelevant to Heracles at this moment. Shadows flicker around him, and past achievements manifest as concepts. Whether it be war, victory, wisdom, or other notions, these concepts can enhance the power of these divine roles. Yet, regardless of the direction they take, the strength augmented will never be Heracles' own, for he is not a god. He lacks a divine role that serves as the key to unlocking the Sea of Origins, allowing the forces of the world to interact with these concepts, ultimately identifying a commonality centered around divine roles, and assimilating them within, thereby amplifying his own essence. In his present state, he is merely a human, despite being a great hero capable of bearing divine roles. This encapsulates the limitations of mortals and the insurmountable chasm of the age of the gods. With a long exhale, Heracles dismantles the final shackle, and Triton finally detaches from the colossal bronze pillar that underpins the heavens and the earth. Lying in a daze amidst the clouds, he finds himself momentarily bewildered. Ignoring his thoughts, the great hero gazes at the bronze pillar before him. Countless chains surge towards him, attempting to bind him to the bronze column. However, their efforts are in vain. At a loss, Heracles is uncertain how to lift this immense pillar. Stepping forward, the great hero places his hand upon it, sensing within the column the last vestige of support for the cosmos that has yet to be transferred. "How am I to lift you?" his will inquires. The bronze pillar offers no reply. It merely allows that faint essence to merge with him. Thus, in a moment of transcendence, Heracles feels himself transform into a towering mountain, eternally existing at the midpoint of the earth. He is the tallest mountain in the world, the closest land to the heavens. As the final vestige of imagery crystallized within his consciousness, the copper pillar remained an insurmountable monolith. Yet, in the eyes of the great hero, it was merely a fragment of metal, resilient against the relentless battering of the sea and sky over millennia. A mere vessel under his command. "Smaller, I cannot grasp you," he uttered. Upon his declaration, the copper pillar complied. The ocean trembled, and the clouds swayed. The ancient pillar, rooted in this land for thousands of years, ascended and gradually diminished in the hands of Heracles. Beside the great hero, Triton's form quivered slightly. He was oblivious to the unfolding events. In his realm, the once golden being had returned before him. Once more, he disregarded his dignity as a divine offspring, tearing himself away from this place, which had endured centuries of suffering. He then seized what was once a site of execution, reducing it to a mere plaything in his grasp. "Impossible. Why? No. It cannot be like this," he murmured as he crawled from the sea of clouds. Grasping Heracles' ankle, he clung to it as if it were a lifeline. "You are deceiving me, are you not? You are deceiving me. The Father God was no more. It is all a lie. Kill me, end me, fulfill your ambitions, and allow me to return to the realm of reality." Step. "I know not whom you speak of, but I am not he." With calm resolve, Heracles stepped forward, extricating himself from Triton's grasp. "I shall not take your life. It is not mine to determine. The golden being, the bronze man, or the gods beyond the veil seek them for death, not me." Raising the copper rod, the great hero focused intently. Inscribed upon its length were the shimmering alchemical runes, embodying the mysteries of material transformation. At either end of the rod, two golden rings, imprinted with symbols of the sky and the sea, gleamed resplendently. As a symbol of celestial support, the ancient Mount Odysseus equally bore the essence of the earth. Heaven, earth, and sea, in this moment, coalesced, held within Heracles' grasp. With a slight tilt of his head, the great hero gazed eastward, contemplating the might of this weapon. Aiming towards the earth, not ideal. Adjusting his stance, Heracles lifted the copper rod and swung it towards the northern sea. Chapter 452, the third piece of the puzzle in the northern lands. Atop the unceasingly rugged peaks of Mount Nysa, the remnants of Typhon's presence are faintly discernible. The temple dedicated to the Moirai, the three goddesses, stands resolutely against the biting winds of the north. For countless centuries, these divine beings of fate executed their authority here, weaving the intricate tapestry that depicted the lives of mortals. However, the present is starkly different from the past. Now, the once bustling Mount Nyssa is devoid of its former vitality. Atropos and Lachesis have long departed, leaving behind only the youngest of the sisters. Clotho, the weaver of the threads of life, remains untouched by the venom of fate. The burdens that belong to her have always been shouldered by her elder sisters. She merely needs to remain seated upon Mount Nyssa, fulfilling her innate responsibilities. Even now, with Lachesis sealed away, she has yet to face the repercussions of fate. Unlike Atropos, the goddess who measures destiny had no opportunity to react. Her time was frozen at that singular moment. Along with her, she and the poison of fate were trapped behind that portal, leaving Clotho oblivious to her sister's fate. Thus, she sits alone atop a colossal stone, her back turned to the heart of the earth. This is the realm of humanity, the very place where the two former goddesses of fate once tread, yet she wishes to avert her gaze from them. With an instinctive desire to escape, Clotho gazes blankly at the frigid North Sea. Sister, have you found the puppet master you sought? Her pupils unfocused, the goddess does not fix her gaze on anything specific, instead absorbing all in a state of bewilderment. She is uncertain of what to do now, or perhaps, what she is capable of doing. What is that? After a prolonged silence, accompanied only by the whisper of the wind, Clotho seems to perceive something, even without invoking her ability to observe fate. She senses a tremendous shift occurring. An overwhelming malice emanates from the void, yet this time it feels different. Tendrils of dark energy appear to seep through Lachesis' lingering shadow upon destiny, casting their reflection upon her. Such a phenomenon should be impossible. For as long as the goddess of fate desires, they can withstand this level of backlash. Compared to the former Atropos, Lachesis is nowhere near her limit. Nor does she exhibit any intention of relinquishing her responsibilities. Thus, as Clotho senses the boundless evil and a deep-seated terror, she realizes that her second sister may indeed be in peril. She has at least lost her consciousness, unable to perceive the tides of fate actively. With a deep breath, the goddess instinctively turns her gaze westward. In that place, a tumultuous fate seemed to ignite, as a shadow of colossal proportions pierced the heavens. This shadow bore the weight of the material world and the turbulent currents of destiny, crashing from the western sky towards the northern sea. A thunderous impact ensued, yet no sound emerged, for in the grandeur of silence, the essence of the immense eludes form. Clotho, trembling with her arms wrapped around herself, gazed upon the struck northern sea, only to be enveloped in darkness. In that fleeting moment, countless destinies were irrevocably altered, and this was merely the beginning. The garden, that garden, laden. Biting her lip, Clotho yearned to rise, only to discover her legs utterly devoid of strength. Although the backlash of fate had yet to descend upon her, she understood the gravity of the situation. If this were a war, they had already lost before it had even begun. The waves crashed forcefully in the western sea. Near Atlas, Epimetheus lurked beneath the water, casting a glance at the son of the sea god plummeting from the heavens, choosing instead to observe the trajectory of the descending staff. Simple, direct, devoid of any embellishment. This strike carried the weight of the cosmos. Regardless of being mortal or divine, those lacking the requisite qualification stood as if confronted by a finger descending from the sky god. As the staff descended, the northern sea trembled, the resulting waves reached the clouds, and the ensuing ripples calmed vast expanses of ocean. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He understood well that if this blow were aimed at him, it could easily claim half his life. From this moment forth, across the entire realm of mortals and the divine, only a handful of entities might stand a chance against this great hero, still clad in mortal flesh. And should he soon harness the power lent by Atlas, even the gods would likely bow in submission, for in terms of combat prowess, this titan, master of strength, was unparalleled, and millennia of supporting the heavens and the world had elevated him to the pinnacle of formidable divine power, nearly unmatched. With his assistance, neither the hundred-headed dragon Ladin nor the gods could hope to assert dominance before this singular human. Ah, such is the decree of fate. Pandora, having held destiny for so long, why can you not emulate him? Shaking his head in lament, Epimetheus turned his gaze back to Triton, who had fallen into the sea, to perish at the hands of the witch holding the enchanted jar. Perhaps that was your destined fate. The death you sought has now come for you. It remains uncertain whether destiny begets heroes, or if only heroes can bear the weight of destiny. Never mind. I am not cut out for the role of a hero. Pandora, go forth and make the most of Triton's final moments. Poseidon has departed. The Triton has retreated from the material realm, and the forces he governed, tsunamis, storms, and earthquakes, now lie in disarray, ungoverned by any mortal hand. Soon, Two beings capable of wielding divine power among mortals are destined to clash upon the ocean's expanse. This, indeed, presents your most opportune moment. Yet, alas! With a sigh, the contemplative Epimetheus ultimately fell silent, his gaze drifting across the heavens. Pandora, with an expression as lifeless as a corpse, disregarded him. However, she was the one truly valued by the Earth Mother, while he merely existed as an afterthought. Heracles, oblivious to Epimetheus' significance, stood as the very epicenter of this age, with even the sky itself seeming to elevate him. Even his brother, whom he had always held in disdain, had now broken free from his constraints, trailing behind this great hero of humanity, perhaps hinting at a new turn of fate. What does this signify? It illustrates that sometimes it is not a lack of effort that hinders one's path, but rather that fortune has never graced one's side. Were their positions reversed, Epimetheus would likely remain indifferent to the Earth Mother's dominion. As long as he possessed some semblance of utility, opportunities for action would arise, as evidenced by his marriage to Pandora, orchestrated under Zeus's design. Regrettably, when one lacks even the value of utility, one becomes utterly powerless. Shaking his head discreetly, Epimetheus contemplated yielding this space to Pandora alone, yet suddenly recalled something, redirecting his gaze toward his brother's position. Prometheus's disguise might fool others, but his style and habits could not elude his own awareness. What, then, was that individual beside him? A servant of Zeus? It seems I must still rely on this king of the gods to unravel the situation. Narrowing his eyes, Epimetheus concealed his thoughts, merely committing Dionysus's presence to memory. Each individual possesses a unique place within the world, when viewed retrospectively from the perspective of the unaware. Many far-reaching events may well stem from an inconspicuous, ordinary person. Should the opportunity arise, he might attempt to engage with the other party. After all, it is unlikely that he would encounter Zeus himself, but perhaps his subordinates could provide a chance. On one hand, the current king of the gods is not the Zeus of yore. Ascending to greatness is perilous and far less comprehensible than Gaia, making him a challenging entity to navigate. On the other hand, there is the presence of the Earth Mother. Engaging with other gods may be permissible, but approaching Zeus, she would likely spiral into madness once more. Boom, above the sky, beneath the starry expanse. Grasping the copper staff firmly, the great hero swung it with effortless grace. Such fluidity and ease, there was no hint of hesitation. Over the countless centuries, this celestial pillar had long since merged with the imagery of upholding the heavens. At this moment, as the imagery found its most fitting bearer, the copper column naturally acknowledged its master. With a single strike, the world was turned upside down. In the hands of Heracles, the copper pillar transformed effortlessly, capable of being wielded with ease or stretching across vast oceans as a divine column. It appeared that I had succeeded. Drawing in a deep breath, a wave of genuine joy surged within me. Throughout my journey, the great hero had never possessed a truly suitable weapon. Not even the bronze sword forged by the god of craftsmen seemed adequate. After all, he had always preferred formidable heavy weaponry, rather than the finesse of lighter arms. Until today, with the copper staff in hand, he finally comprehended the essence of true satisfaction. "Lord Atlas," he exclaimed, soaring into the air to once again confront the towering Titan. This time, the great hero could discern a hint of respect in the Titan's gaze. "As you can see, I have taken up this copper pillar and felt the weight of heaven. Am I now worthy to stand here and fulfill our agreement?" "Indeed," Atlas replied, his tone devoid of further challenge. He had never intended to deny the hero. The previous trials were merely to confirm that Heracles was indeed the one. Thus, observing the seemingly insignificant human before him, Atlas retracted one of his arms that upheld the heavens. In the next moment, the sky trembled violently, as if it were sinking threefold to the northwest. However, the Titan, who had supported the sky for nearly 10 millennia, would not allow it to collapse so easily. With a powerful push of his right arm, the descent was abruptly halted. Seeing the sky stabilized, Atlas's left arm suddenly fractured, gradually vanishing into the void. In a mysterious manner, with the sky as a conduit, Heracles felt a tremendous force pour into his being, reminiscent of the divine power once lent to him by Andrus. Mortals cannot withstand such immense strength. Even other demigods would be obliterated by the might of the divine. Yet, in his case, despite the ferocity of this foreign power, it could never destroy the great hero's form. Human, having received the symbol of the heavens, the shackles of the mortal realm are now unbound before you. However, your ability to disregard it does not imply that the source of your strength can do the same. Thus, only the divine power bestowed by me will allow you to wield it freely in your battle against Ladon. This is my hand, containing a third of my power. With it, you shall be capable of slaying Ladin. When that monster falls, this strength will naturally revert to me. But remember, human, Atlas spoke, his tone grave. Having accepted my power, you must one day take on the heavens in my stead. Once you have resolved all, the sky shall become your responsibility. Of course I shall. The great hero replied solemnly, nodding. Heracles, my word is my bond. Gripping the bronze staff, the great hero cast his gaze once more upon the island rising from the northern sea, the very garden where Queen Hera cultivated her golden apple trees. An instinct whispered to him that once he set foot upon that isle, the shackles of the god king might no longer bind the progeny of the king of all demons, but instead allow it to venture forth, engaging him in a contest of fate. Among the two, only one could emerge alive, a testament to the demonic remnants that resided within the great hero. Ladin would not relent, driven by the dual impulses of siphoning the essence of his kin and avenging his brethren. Yet, as the day had progressed, the great hero found himself unperturbed. Ender, I shall not damage the golden apple tree, shall I? He pondered inwardly. If it were the genuine golden apple tree, Heracles would not fret. However, the one cultivated by the queen was but a counterfeit. It lacked the indomitable qualities of the former and possessed none of the life-sustaining vigor that allowed for continual regeneration. Should it be harmed, it might not be salvageable. Fear not, it shall remain unscathed. Ladin resides upon the same isle, and the fact that it has not yet been destroyed indicates that some force is safeguarding its integrity. Proceed, and allow me to witness the might of the Titan deities. With a slight shake of his head, the puppet offered his assurance. Very well. Receiving this affirmation, the last vestige of hesitation dissipated. Advancing a step, Heracles traversed the vast distance in an instant. The divine power representing strength coalesced within the great hero's form, their affinities harmoniously intertwined. In mere strides, the Queen's Island lay in the distance, now within sight. As if sensing the approach, the 100-headed dragon roared defiantly at the heavens. Yet this time, what awaited it was merely the luminous arc of the descending staff. Chapter 453. The tumultuous roar. There was no communication, only confrontation. Outside Hera's garden, the 100-headed dragon unleashed a furious roar into the heavens. A dark tempest rose from the sea, shattering the shackles that once bound it. Within the garden, the once sweet smiles of several sea nymphs and naiads transformed into expressions of terror. They were tasked by Hera to guard the garden and gather the sacred fruits. Even the gods would treat them with respect for the queen's sake. Yet at this moment, the sky was overshadowed by a colossal figure. As the demons subdued by the king of gods broke free from their confinement, the gods may heed Hera's will, but Ladin cared not for divine beings. Should it be allowed to unleash its fury, their demise would be inevitable. Boom. No one acknowledged their fear as a bronze staff shattered the storm, striking down upon Ladin's dragon head. In an instant, its dark scales cracked, and its sturdy bones emitted a harsh creaking sound. The demon, wounded, felt pain for the first time. Aside from Zeus, this was the first true injury it had sustained. Yet, Hercules' attack merely ignited its ferocity. As the remaining 99 heads roared into the void, and Ladin expelled a torrent of inky flames. Witnessing the diminutive figures adorned with trinkets in the sky, the great demon was consumed by rage. Roar. Humans, did you slay them? Anger manifested as tangible flames within Ladin's heart, a tumult of joy and sorrow intertwining. It inherited Typhon's wrath, grieving for the loss of its kin, yet being Typhon's offspring, it also relished in their demise. For now that they were dead, if it could consume you, it would ascend to become the new king of demons. Not merely the lord of demons, but the 100-headed dragon king. It would summon forth all the demons of the seas to ultimately storm the land, traversing the ridge of Olympus, and annihilate the entire pantheon. With wings unfurled, unbound by the king's power, Ladin soared upward. It was a flying dragon, not a mere guardian dog. Now, the entire sea was its domain, where it could unleash its might to the fullest. Boom. Shielding itself with a lion's hide, it dispersed the black clouds with its bronze staff. Gazing upon the fearsome 100-headed dragon, Hercules felt an overwhelming tranquility within. Even after a brief exchange, he discerned that Ladin was no match for him. With the aid of the towering Titan, he had acquired divine strength that surpassed his foe. Thus, from this moment forth, you shall serve merely as my sharpening stone. Twirling his staff in the air, the weight of the heavens caused the space to slightly cave in. Stepping forward, the great hero spoke not a word, only shattering the skulls of the 100-headed dragon one after another. The sun rose and fell, and the moon descended and ascended anew. Unlike previous battles, this time, the fierce struggle between Heracles and the monstrous adversaries, though it did not shake the very foundations of the earth, was sufficient to stir the ocean into tumult. As day breaks and night falls, the relentless power of Ladon, the mightiest among Typhon's progeny, became even more pronounced after breaking free from the shackles of cosmic law. A shattered head swiftly regenerated, and a severed neck transformed into a new colossal dragon, continuing its ferocious combat against foes across the seas. Thus, the ocean quaked and the current shifted. Under the impact of the heavens, the influence of the sea, and the tremors of the earth, hailstorms, hurricanes, tsunamis, and earthquakes ensued. Catastrophes unfolded incessantly, both above and beneath the waves, and none were astonished. This seemed the inevitable consequence of the celestial pillar's disturbance of the ocean. Yet, they remained oblivious to the insidious force that perpetually stirred the turmoil beneath this calamity. In the East Sea, within the ancient palace of the primordial sea god, the external upheavals appeared to have no bearing here. The tides of all directions naturally ceased. For this was the origin of water, the source of the sea. The earth's concave form retained its primordial visage, and even after eons had passed, the image of the original sea from the world of chaos lingered here, held in the grasp of the ancient sea god, Pontus. This was an eternal dominion, even as he lay in slumber. Even if the oceanic deity could breach this sanctuary, he could never wrest the ownership from Pontus' grasp. For these ancient gods, birthed in the first age, though they did not coexist with the world like the primordial deities, some among them remained distinct from the divine beings that followed. Much like the indelible bond between the sun and Hyperion, as long as the sun persists, no matter how the mother tree encroaches or divine duties are divided, its essence will forever be entwined with that of its original master. If Gaia, despite her myriad transgressions, could never be stripped of her last vestige of greatness by the laws of the present world, then these ancient beings, regardless of how the world transforms, shall never lose their divine identity. This distinction marks them from the later deities and is a grace bestowed only at the dawn of creation. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason that the emergence of symbols within the ocean is inexorably linked to the existence of Pontus. Oceanus had long sensed that the expanse of the sea was ripe for greatness, and recently, it had been growing at a remarkable pace. As the sovereign of over 70% of the ocean, he theoretically might attempt to advance further. However, lacking the initial essence of the ocean, the symbols of sea and water remained unattainable. This truth was known to him, as it was to Nereus. Pushing open the door and stepping out from the palace, Pontus's eldest son, the gentle and courteous deity of the sea, gracefully closed the portal behind him. Standing before the palace, gazing at the tumultuous sea and the ceaseless currents in the distance, a wry smile crept upon his countenance. In that moment, the deity of the sea, typically portrayed as an elderly figure, appeared warm and benevolent, reminiscent of a kindly neighbor or a revered teacher. A divine conflict, perhaps. Shaking his head with a smile, he remained unperturbed by whether the combatants were gods. Their power rivaled that of true deities. And Nereus was not one to obsess over nomenclature. He sensed that both Ladon and the current Heracles possessed strength formidable enough to compel even a true god like himself to retreat. Yet, his presence here was not solely prompted by their prowess. Nereus understood well that even a battle between two titanic forces could not shake the eastern sea from the western. Such a feat transcended the capabilities of the true divine. Chaos today was unlike days of yore. Apart from immense power, no one could influence one end of the world from the other merely through force, unless it pertained to authority, and specifically authority related to the sea god. Thus, the question arose, could the symbol of sea atop a celestial pillar achieve this? Others might hesitate to assert, even Zeus could only speculate. For the power dynamics among deities are as disparate as mountain ranges, and the king of gods would not dare to make judgments within the domain of the ocean. Yet Nereus could confidently declare it was impossible. Stirring the tempest of the western sea was its utmost limit. How could it possibly extend to the lands of the east? However, it had indeed accomplished this. Even the waters surrounding the ancient sea god's palace were subtly affected. Such an ability could not possibly be wielded by a single celestial pillar that had punished the offspring of the sea god. Even Poseidon himself would find it challenging. Yet Nereus was aware that there exists a scenario wherein a deity, even in their absence, could unleash a destructive force beyond their own capabilities. This occurs when a god is imprisoned in the abyss, severing the connection between their authority and the mortal realm, without anyone of comparable ability to assume their responsibilities. Should this state persist for centuries or millennia, the laws corresponding to their authority might erupt into chaos. Yet Poseidon had only recently vanished. Such an upheaval in the laws was not expected at this juncture. Therefore, The sole explanation lay in the probability that someone had utilized an object intimately linked to Poseidon himself, forcibly stimulating the rules that had lost their master. Speaking softly to himself, Nereus remained uncertain of the culprit. However, he surmised that the medium responsible for these events was most likely the unfortunate Triton. The reason the unseen hand chose this moment to act was to evade the scrutiny of the gods. With the ongoing battle between that human and Ladon, all would deem the ensuing maritime calamity a natural occurrence. Even if doubts arose, they would remain unproven. Yet, the individual who took this step was still insufficiently acquainted with the sea god, allowing Nereus to discern certain clues. Moreover, should he desire, he could effortlessly employ his benevolent powers to quell the rebellious forces, extinguishing their schemes in their infancy. However, there is no need for such actions. The sea churns, and the currents surge forth. Amidst the tumultuous undercurrents, the ancient Titan, the lord of the oceans, has, unbeknownst to anyone, departed from the river of the world, manifesting his true form within the domain of his old adversary. With his arrival, a distant and grand realm felt the escalating turbulence that now affects the entirety of the seas. Even the palaces constructed by numerous sea deities upon the ocean floor sway perilously amidst these waves. Ah, your highness Oceanus, it has indeed been a while. Yet, your words lack prudence. As the future sovereign of the Olympian pantheon, how could I turn a blind eye to this calamity? For the stability of the divine court and the tranquility of the seas, I shall certainly extend my assistance. With a smile, Nereus turned to face him. However, upon witnessing the indifferent expression of the Lord of the Oceans, Nereus could only shake his head in resignation. You are truly unamusing. I shall exert my utmost effort to suppress the human scourge that has conspired with the Titan, seeking to seize the pillar of the sea and assault the Queen's garden. Yet, his power is overwhelmingly formidable, rendering me utterly powerless. It is as if he is destined for greatness, invincible. With merely a swirl of his copper staff in the sea, the aquatic beings become disoriented. And even we see deities tremble in trepidation. And this is not the end, for the calamity he has wrought extends beyond this. With the loss of the pillar in the West Sea, the oceans are bereft of their monarch. The combination of these two losses ensures that for a considerable time to come, the sea shall become treacherous and unpredictable, its laws in disarray. This is only reasonable. Should the king of the gods take issue with this, he may certainly investigate himself. Ah, and do remember to keep an eye on your daughter. Although Eurynome is merely the goddess of seaweed pastures, one cannot be certain she is oblivious to the changes in the ocean. Your Highness Oceanus, surely you can rectify this predicament. With an unchanging smile, the old sea god's countenance remained benevolent. Yet, in the silence, the turbulence of the four seas intensified. Chaos. The primordial sea god, the lord of the oceans, and the sea monarch bestowed by the king of the gods, all three entities, embodying their respective decrees, unwittingly stirred the waters, inciting unrest and disquiet. In that instant, within the cycles of the ocean and water, the yet-to-coalesce symbols seemed to tremble faintly, rejoicing in the unity of all sea deities' wills. Across from Nereus, Oceanus gazed deeply at him, then nodded, saying, "Of course, she will not jeopardize matters." "Very well." With a smile and nod, the old sea god maintained his usual demeanor. "If that is the case, let us commence." With Poseidon absent, the turmoil of the oceanic laws has found a fitting rationale. In the forthcoming period, due to the losses inflicted upon the ocean, I find myself compelled to distance from the sacred mountain and remain within the vast expanse of the sea. To put it in mortal terms, every error in accounting can now find a resolution. All dilemmas stem from the actions of a particular individual, and they bear no relation to us. Soon, I even contemplate dispatching someone to the sacred mountain to lament before the deity, articulating the profound impact that humanity's deeds have wrought upon the ocean, in hopes of lessening his wariness towards us. When all is said and done, if that individual still draws breath, I shall ensure that all the followers of the oceanic deities honor him in a sacrificial rite. By human nomenclature, we might call him the scapegoat hero or the balancing hero, your Highness Oceanus. What do you think of this appellation? Haraha. Once again, I jest, yet the ocean god remains taciturn, leaving the old sea god somewhat bored. However, this is but a trivial matter. Nereus merely seeks to mask his inner tension with humor. Alas, to forge a magnificent symbol representative of the ocean, it is imperative to unify the three paramount sources of the domain of ocean and water: the primordial water represented by Thalassa, the pure waters, the currents and rivers embodied by Oceanus, and the initial imagery of the sea personified by Pontus. The former two have coexisted for millennia, Thus their integration is rather effortless. Yet, the enmity between the latter and the former two is so deeply entrenched that once the process of amalgamation begins, it will inevitably trigger a grace period that disrupts the laws of the ocean. Under normal circumstances, such conflicts and fusions of law would precipitate dramatic transformations within the sea, drawing the attention of all deities, a reason for their prolonged inaction. Until now, in collusion with the demons of the abyss, Nereus has managed to oust Poseidon. Before he could further his endeavors, others have begun to stir the tides of the four seas. Fortune denied is often met with retribution. Given the auspicious opportunity that presently unfolds, neither Nereus nor the ocean god shall let it slip through their grasp. Chapter 454. The harvest of fruit without prior consultation or understanding of each other's intentions. Pandora and the two great oceanic deities unwittingly endeavored towards the same goal. In the boundless expanse of the source sea, the dominion of material destruction intertwined with Poseidon's original divine authority as the ocean surged in support. Centered around the legacy left by the Sea King in this world, the combined forces produced an effect greater than the sum of their parts. Far beneath the Western Sea, Pandora herself struggled to grasp the situation. Is my power truly this formidable? A fleeting look of confusion crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by her customary indifference. Following Gaia's earlier directives, Pandora continued to incite calamities across the four seas. In the depths of fate, the divine essence bequeathed by the Sea King resonated faintly with her. However, she was no longer the person she once was. Over the years, Pandora had come to understand many of the taboos that belong solely to the divine. Divine authority cannot be stripped away, nor can it be seized by one who derives strength from harboring the corpses of deities. The ancient weather titan had departed from the mortal realm long ago, and to this day, no other deity dares to claim mastery over meteorology. Thus, no matter her actions, this reality remains unchanged, but it no longer matters. With an impassive expression, Pandora plucked the strings of destruction, regardless of what others commanded her to do. She complied. Since long ago, since she brought ruin to the bronze humanity, she had always acted in this manner. From the surface of the sea to the heavens above, and then from the heavens back to the ocean depths, the sun rose 6 times and set 6 times, with no deities intervening in their battle. Heracles and Ladon faced only each other. Scalding dragon blood stained the sea, and the dragon's roar shook the clouds. The 100-headed dragon lived up to its fearsome reputation, inflicting wounds upon the great hero in places unprotected by the lion's hide. Yet, as dawn broke once more from the eastern earth, Ladon finally exhausted all its strength. Its colossal body lay upon the surface of the sea, 99 flesh lumps writhing upon its neck. Ladon attempted to regenerate, its formidable vitality coalescing at the severed edges. However, the great hero had anticipated this, using the venom flowing from Hydra's fangs to stifle the creature's life. Ladon sought to muster its spirit, invoking the wrath of Typhon that scorched the heavens. Yet, the great hero was equally vigilant of its movements, sounding the bone flute fashioned from the siren's throat, scattering the monster's spirit into disarray. With no recourse, Ladon attempted to submerge into the depths of the sea, concealing itself to purge the toxins before resuming battle. Yet, its form was laid bare before the gaze of the Caucasian eagle, leaving it no means to evade the hero's onslaught. Ultimately, he sought to engage in a contest of endurance against his human adversary. However, after absorbing the remnants of the Sphinx's domain, the great hero was capable of remaining vigilant for 3 uninterrupted years. When all methods proved ineffective, the downfall of Ladon became inevitable. Had he encountered a fledgling Heracles, perhaps victory could have been his. Yet, at this juncture, there was scarcely anything in the mortal realm that could rival the great hero. Standing upon the water's surface, Heracles gazed upon the fiend before him. The towering bronze pillar revealed its true form, subduing the 100-headed dragon beneath its weight. At this moment, the outcome was clear. Facing the last dragon head of the great beast, the hero inquired, "Do you have anything left to say? We are adversaries, and you wish to slay me. Yet, our conflict is unnecessary. My only desire is to enter the queen's garden. I shall not spare you, but if you have any wishes, perhaps I could fulfill them, provided they do not contravene my principles." A feeble roar was the sole response to Heracles, accompanied by Ladon's indomitable gaze. The creature looked at the great hero as if gazing upon the earth behind him, upon the divine mountains upon the land. The wrath of Typhon blazed within its veins and soul, a fire that even death could not extinguish. Witnessing this scene, Heracles comprehended the creature's plea. It sought a death akin to that of Typhon, along with the unwavering battle spirit of the divine king. With a resounding blow, the final strike ended Ladon's life. Heracles raised his bronze staff and dragged the creature's lifeless body toward the sacred isle. The 100-headed dragon lay slain, and now no one would impede his quest for the golden apples. At this moment, the river of oblivion from the underworld beckoned him, provided he concocted the appropriate elixir. He would encounter no further obstacles ahead. Outside, was it safe? On the sacred Isle of the Queen, in the garden where golden apple trees flourished. A sea nymph cautiously peered from the nearly shattered barrier, her heart gripped by terror and astonishment at the devastation before her. It was as if a tempest had swept through, or a meteor had fallen upon the wild. Aside from the core orchard, the entirety of the isle lay in ruins. As she surveyed her surroundings, the sight was one of utter desolation. In a more distant locale, the sea churned with ominous waves. As storms and tsunamis surged in a cataclysmic display of nature's wrath, this unprecedented scene left the sea nymph rooted in place, at a loss for what to do. The gods had treated her with the utmost respect, and mortals revered her, for she was a servant of Hera. Yet, the demons and disasters were oblivious to her identity, instilling in her a profound sense of caution. Uncertain whether the calamity had passed, she could only pray that the great goddess might take notice of the dangers unfolding here. Yet, in a fleeting moment, the sea nymph, with her eyes closed in fervent supplication, suddenly felt herself enveloped by a shadow. What has happened? A deafening scream erupted as her eyes flew open, revealing the colossal form of Ladon, the monstrous dragon. The sea nymph recoiled in terror, only to trip over a tree root and tumble to the ground in a panic. No, I do not wish to perish. I. Trembling uncontrollably, her speech became incoherent. At that instant, the specter of death loomed ominously over her, and she was nearly stripped of her rationality. The Garden-S barrier could not possibly shield her from this fiend. She was certain. Greetings, esteemed guardian. Emerging from beneath Ladon's lifeless body, the great hero called out. However, upon seeing the sea nymph for the first time, he realized she seemed to have misconstrued the situation. Stepping closer, Heracles extended his hand, intending to assist her to her feet. Do not be afraid. Ladon is dead. This is his corpse, he said solemnly, offering a serious explanation. See, corpse? Her trembling gradually subsided as she processed his words, and she began to assess this creature that had once instilled such dread within her. Though its presence remained formidable, the vitality that once surged was now extinguished. With 100 heads severed, the last of them had lost its spark. A weight lifted from her heart, and she exhaled in relief. As she regarded the hand extended by the great hero, she prepared to rise, but midway through the gesture, she hesitated, suddenly recalling something, and inquired, You seem somewhat unfamiliar. Might I ask which deity you serve? We have not met before, have we? I am not a god, Heracles replied candidly. To be truthful, we indeed have not crossed paths before. Not a god. Her brow furrowed slightly, as the sea nymph hesitated before pressing further. Then to which deity do you serve as a retainer, granted the esteemed gift of immortality? None, he reiterated, shaking his head once more. There was a subtle shift in her demeanor that he sensed. I am not a servant of any deity, nor has anyone bestowed upon me the essence of immortality. You may not know me. I am simply a mortal man from the earth, named her Smack. Before he could finish his introduction, a sharp sound interrupted him. Attempting to swat away Heracles' outstretched hand, but failing, the sea nymph huffed disdainfully and rose from the ground on her own. A mere mortal from the realm of men. You lack the standing to make physical contact with me. Your life is still too fleeting. This is not a place for you. Very well, step aside. Out of consideration for your good intentions, I shall overlook your intrusion into the Queen's garden. Depart swiftly, and I shall pretend I have not laid eyes upon you. These words flowed effortlessly, and in an instant, all traces of panic vanished, leaving only a faint aura of pride and confidence upon the face of the sea nymph. Standing nearby, Heracles found himself momentarily taken aback. He hesitated, as if he wished to articulate something, yet ultimately remained silent, retracting his outstretched hand. The great hero felt a sense of helplessness. Well, he had not anticipated encountering such a situation. However, it mattered little. He was merely there to retrieve the golden apples. Even if the guardian's demeanor was less than amiable, he had no intention of confronting her. Very well, since you harbor some bias against mortals. I shall depart once I have secured the golden apples. Shaking his head slightly, the great hero intended to bypass her. Yet, before he could take a step, a sharp voice pierced the air behind him. What did you say? You intend to steal the golden apples? Not steal, Heracles replied, taking a deep breath and turning to face her. This is my rightful reward for completing the trials. Not only the previous nymph, but also several others had noticed the commotion and the dragon carcass. Furrowing his brow, the great hero wished to avoid entanglement with them. Yet, upon hearing his explanation, they boldly obstructed his path. What trials? What reward? The sea nymph stood her ground defiantly. This is the garden of Her Majesty the Queen. Without her decree, no one is permitted to take the golden apples. Moreover, those fruits are bestowed upon the gods by Her Majesty. How can you expect to claim them? What need does a mere mortal have for the golden apples? I believe it would be best for you to remain here. As for your fate, it shall be determined by Her Majesty herself. At a loss for words, Heracles glanced back at the colossal carcass of Ladon, and the last remnants of his patience were exhausted. So, it seems they are akin to that creature from the Age of Bronze. That makes sense. One was bound and punished since antiquity, while these guardians may very well have been watching over the golden apple tree since the conclusion of the last era. Their understanding of humanity was nearly non-existent, remaining trapped in the fervent devotion of the gods and the descriptions of the Golden Age. They feared the monsters, yet did not fear for themselves. In their eyes, mortals were inherently incapable of defying the divine. Their existence was born of the gods. Stepping forward, the great hero's expression remained unperturbed, though he harbored no ill will towards the queen he had yet to meet. That did not mean he would allow the sea nymph before him to disregard his dignity. Step aside, he warned, his voice calm. Not a chance. With a sudden outburst of anger, the sea nymph extended her hand, summoning a dozen venomous serpents from the garden behind her, who hissed and lunged toward the great hero. However, Hercules regarded them with indifference, effortlessly seizing one and preparing to crush its vital points. Suddenly, he found himself momentarily frozen, allowing the remaining serpents to bite him without inflicting any harm. As he grasped the serpent's neck, a distant memory surged from the depths of his mind. It was a recollection from his infancy, when he lay in a cradle under the watchful gaze of the Queen of the Gods, Hera, atop her celestial mountain. The name Hercules, meaning the glory of Hera, was a testament to the Queen's shame for not recognizing the child of her rival. A humiliating reminder of her own failings. Thus, at her behest, two serpents slithered into the infant's cradle, only to be vanquished by the newly born child. It seemed that from that moment, Hercules had begun to unveil his extraordinary potential. As he emerged from the reverie, he gazed at the serpent in his hand, his expression a tapestry of complexity. It was difficult to ascertain whether they were truly enemies. She had, albeit unwittingly, nourished him in his infancy, yet ultimately turned against him with ruthless intent. Casting his eyes over the gathered individuals, he effortlessly dispatched them, striding toward the heart of the garden. Here, the golden apple tree swayed gracefully, adorned with hundreds of fruits. The branches, though not the essence itself, bore fruits of lesser potency, indicating that the difficulty of their harvest was significantly reduced. To his surprise, he realized that he shared a history with the goddess. Nevertheless, he decided to collect the golden apples, initially intending to take just one. Yet, as memories of the past stirred within him, Hercules felt no hesitation in gathering more as a sort of interest for the goddess's past actions. The complexities of the situation, being the illegitimate son of a goddess who persecuted her husband, were indeed convoluted, especially given that she was also a figure who had once nourished him. With a heart full of conflicting emotions, the great hero silently reached out and plucked the fruits that adorned the garden. Chapter 455, Elixirs and Summons. Is this the golden apple? Indeed, it is the golden apple. Without lingering in the queen's garden, Heracles, armed with the fruit he had procured, used his bronze staff to stabilize the tumultuous waves and storms encircling the sacred isle. Together with his two companions, he set up a large cauldron on the island's edge. A plethora of herbs collected along the journey lay piled beside him, with the freshly plucked golden apple taking pride of place. However, as Prometheus gazed upon these so-called golden apples, a hint of disappointment flickered within him. Well, perhaps it is indeed a golden apple. Yet, in comparison to the true golden apples, these are merely fruits of considerable utility for mortals. In ancient times, when the silver-skinned humans were created, the seer had accompanied his father to the abode of the Earth Mother, which then belonged to her, the vast plains of Delphi. There, he beheld the genuine golden apple trees and the fruits that stirred even the hearts of deities. Compared to those, the golden apples before him were mere facades, serving the gods only to hasten their rebirth following the destruction of their divine forms. Beyond that, their only merit might be their palatable taste. Of course, such is the perspective of the gods. For mortals, these golden apples likely bear no distinction from the original. Their greatest attribute, is the gift of a life that approaches eternity. Approaches, not guarantees, for the power of the golden apple is destined to wane. Yet that day stretches into millennia. Slightly shaking his head, Prometheus turned his attention away from the imitation. He retrieved the book of Purgatory, locating the page that contained the elixir's recipe. Let us commence the crafting of your elixir. It is not a difficult task. This is not a potion in the traditional sense, but rather a brew imbued with a unique imagery. It can place your existence in a liminal state between life and death, eluding the recognition of certain rules. Nodding slowly, Heracles took the book of Purgatory. It was only at this moment that Dionysus suddenly grasped the significance of the scene before him. What elixir? What recognition of rules? Wasn't their group meant to assist Heracles in completing the 12 labors? Had the god of the west wind already visited after their battle with the dragon-laden? Clearing his throat, he inquired, what purpose does this serve? Naturally, it is for concocting an elixir known as the hellish brew, as he explained. The great hero was eager to witness the choice his companion would make. You just heard its function. It can alter the state between life and death, rendering the consumer neither fully alive nor truly dead, thereby evading the constraints of certain rules. Certain rules? Confused, Dionysus pressed on. For instance? For instance. The power of the waters of the river Styx. With a faint opening of his lips, Heracles replied, the river of the underworld? Startled by the response, Dionysus soon comprehended the significance. So you are already aware. When the mighty hero uttered this term, his first association was with the river Styx, the river of oaths, followed closely by the Acheron, which barred entry to the realm of the dead. According to the arrangements made by Charon and the God King, their next destination was indeed the underworld. The stance of the bearer of the heavens was clear. The next step was to confront Hades, the lord of the underworld. Although the gods have traditionally regarded the underworld as a desolate wasteland, this does not imply that Zeus undervalues its existence. On the contrary, the underworld harbors a plethora of secrets. Had he not traversed the abyss himself, Tartarus might have been yet another station on Heracles' journey. Dionysus did not grasp the entirety of this, yet he was aware of a portion. Thus, your potion was indeed prepared for the journey to the underworld? In truth, it was unnecessary. Charon, the ferryman of the underworld, would never dare to impede your crossing. At most, he might indulge in a few playful tricks. Well, it is prudent to be prepared, for after all, it is the underworld. Nodding, Dionysus signified his understanding. Beside him, Heracles fell silent upon hearing this, ultimately shaking his head with an inscrutable expression. Is it truly so? It appears that the subsequent trials orchestrated by the gods also reside in the underworld. This is indeed a coincidence that feels almost guided by fate. Lifting his gaze to the copper staff that stood firm against the sea at the island's edge, the great hero felt an increasing sense of this unseen force. Atlas had once stated that the burden of the heavens does not rely solely on strength, but rather on the possession of merit. Within the entirety of humanity, it is unlikely to find another who possesses such merit, and yet, he happens to be that individual. Nevertheless, in this world, there exists neither love nor hatred without reason. Being so uniquely different, what then is the price? Typhon was born great, basking in glory, yet their ultimate fate was to lose their lives and everything they held dear. Should a day arise when he finds himself in a similar predicament, what choices would he make? Continuing his actions, the hero mused inwardly. I have heard from Prince Prometheus that the God King once attempted to sway him during the calamity of Typhon. Indeed, that is the case, Ander affirmed. What do you think? He was contemplating at that time. How could I know? Shaking his head slightly, the marionette speculated. No one truly knows how the God King coerced or enticed. Perhaps he spoke of things he valued. For instance, that life itself encompasses everything, while death leaves one with nothing. As a monster, it would merely serve as a backdrop in the tales of the gods. As a demon, its resistance would become a source of ridicule, with the world mocking its impotence. However, these matters are likely of little consequence to Typhon, and I can almost predict how it would respond. Oh, there is nothing surprising about it. With a smile, Andrus remarked, it will probably just inform Zeus that I am indeed a monster. I have always been a demon. You speak the truth. After a moment of silence, Heracles calmly replied. He was unaware of the true circumstances, yet the great hero was willing to embrace the puppet's conjecture. The symbols of monster and demon were inherent to Typhon, and both its fortune and misfortune stemmed from this. Yet, the king of all monsters has never cared for such matters. Thus, regardless of whether the gifts of fate are indeed favorable or not, on the day the price is due, Heracles chooses to accept it willingly. On the edge of the sacred isle, The great hero was concocting his potion. In the heart of the isle, several sea nymphs, having awakened from their stupor, found it difficult to accept the defiance of humanity, yet they feared the might of Heracles. Prior to this day, the humans in their memories had never dared to defy the commands of the gods. From the occasional divine visitors to the sacred isle, they had only heard of the piety and benevolence of the godly followers, regardless of who it was, anyone associated with the divine. Even if a mortal was not their devotee, would undoubtedly pay homage, as it is the innate nature of humanity. Until recently, when that fellow named Heracles brazenly intruded. They had panically realized that humans, much like demons, dared to harm them. This was a complete violation of their previous worldview, rendering it utterly unbelievable. Fortunately, at that moment, a nymph raised a question, for the dragon Ladon was now deceased. He could not possibly be human, for no mortal could triumph over Ladon. With certainty. The nymph further illustrated her point. The gods themselves could not surpass this child of Typhon. Only the great king of the gods could imprison it. That being is certainly not human. He is a manifestation of an ancient god discontented with the divine court, here to provoke Her Majesty the Queen. What we should do now is not anything else but to hasten to the divine mountain and report to the king of the gods. For a human has overturned Her Majesty the Queen's garden and seized all the fruits therein, with the intervention of the king of the gods. Regardless of who he truly is, he will no longer be able to roam freely. Once spoken, the words of the nymph immediately garnered the approval of those present. The 7 sea nymphs and their companions promptly selected a representative to journey to Olympus and accuse Heracles of his transgressions. As for the others, they would remain behind to continue the tasks entrusted to them by Heracles. But speaking of which, that ancient god disguised as a human seems oblivious to the fact that in Her Majesty's orchard, there are always more fruits than those hanging from the trees. Besides the unpicked ones, the majority are those we have collected, which serve as the reserve for Her Majesty's feast when entertaining the gods. After a brief hesitation, just before their departure, the chosen messenger of the sea nymphs suddenly spoke. It is indeed a pity that we, the sisters, have guarded the golden apple orchard for so many years without ever tasting the flavor of the golden apples. Don't you think that's a lamentable situation? As soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them. She realized she had been too impulsive, exposing her innermost thoughts so recklessly. Although they had often expressed envy in casual conversations, the circumstances at present were distinctly different. However, just as she contemplated remedying her slip, she unexpectedly noticed that the others had fallen into silence. The bare golden apple tree swayed in the wind, and with a slight grinding of teeth, the sea nymph summoned her courage and tentatively inquired, "Do you think this mysterious ancient deity, who dared to provoke the divine court, took how many golden apples?" The exact number of fruits that once adorned the tree escaped her memory. Did anyone recall? There were 107, vividly etched in her mind. Yet, after a brief moment of silence, one of the nymphs quietly remarked, "I can't quite remember, perhaps over 100. Well, of course, I could be mistaken. It might be even more. After all, that deity was exceedingly formidable. Together, they had been unable to withstand even a single strike from him." No one contradicted her, nor did anyone agree. At that moment, the sea nymphs exchanged glances with the nymphs. If the legendary goddess of justice, Themis, were still upon the divine mountain, they would undoubtedly refrain from reckless actions. Before her presence, their lies would appear as mere jests, and any hint of their transgressions would be exposed under the scrutiny of the sword of justice. However, the goddess of law had long departed from the divine mountain. And who would heed the defense of an ancient deity that once raided the golden apple orchard? It is not our fault. If blame is to be assigned, let it be to this ancient god, who is truly malevolent. Disguising himself as a human, he harmed us and seized a third, half, all of the golden apples. Yet, this was inevitable, for his strength was overwhelming. Even Radon fell to his might. In his presence, we are utterly powerless to resist. Alas, it is a shame we have failed our sovereign's trust. At next year's banquet, we may no longer behold the golden apples. Perhaps we should collectively seek forgiveness from our sovereign? Yes, you are right. Indeed. Once more, exchanging glances, the group seemed to reach a consensus. Soon, a current, guided by the sea nymph's manipulation, transformed into a vessel, carrying the 7 of them towards the continent. While golden apples may hold little significance for true deities, they are not divine beings themselves. Especially for the nymphs, who embody plants, the golden apples represent nothing less than a second life. Previously, if there had been no opportunity, it would have been understandable. However, now that the chance has arisen, Who would not desire such a treasure that seizes the very essence of heaven and earth? The following day, on the outskirts of Olympia, at the very site where he had recently engaged in combat, Ares stood regally, fully armed. The bronze chariot had been repaired, and 4 celestial steeds had miraculously survived. The god of war, wielding a spear and shield, meticulously reviewed the hastily assembled army before him. While the ranks were orderly in stillness, they would likely falter in motion. Yet, the fervent morale of the soldiers compensated for this, as each one was a devoted follower of the gods. Given the limited time, this was the best outcome Ares could have hoped for. Centered around Olympia, hundreds of thousands of fully armed soldiers had been summoned by him, accompanied by millions of conscripts and farmers. Even before any action had been taken, the mere fact that he, in his divine stature, had chosen to lead this army imbued Ares with an immeasurable power. This was his first experience in such a role, and the results exceeded his expectations. In the past, due to his divine identity, Ares had rarely commanded an army of more than 10,000. He had predominantly been a general and a warrior, battling on the front lines. What took him by surprise was the revelation of a detail he had previously overlooked, when he stood amidst the vast ranks of his army, as their true commander. A connection seemed to form with the power derived from royal order. In that moment, the restraints of earthly laws appeared to loosen, overshadowed by the order established by the king of gods himself. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ares felt tears welling in his eyes. It turned out that although his father had been stringent with him, he still cared deeply. Long before everything began, he had left himself a backdoor. Unaware that this was merely a coincidence, the god of war was filled with gratitude. Come, father, watch from Mount Olympus. This time, I shall use the blood of my enemies to vindicate the title of the god of war. Chapter 456, The Deployment with a Soft Tread. Creak. And a thud. The unguarded portal swung wide open, only to close behind her. The empty corridor echoed with distinct footsteps, resonating like the cadence of a drumbeat within the grand hall. The hem of her robe trailed along the ground, and in her hand, she wielded a scepter that symbolized authority over mere utility. The witch, with an air of casual grace, took her time to admire the intricate murals and reliefs adorning the walls flanking the corridor. A century, a millennium, history was distilled upon those surfaces, reflecting a peculiar affinity of the people of this era. They seemed to have inherited the proclivity of the Golden Age, inscribing myths and truths upon the enduring stone, a practice etched in their very culture. But what significance does this hold? Truly, it is a feudal ritual, she mused, her thoughts drifting as she critiqued the so-called traditions. After all, in the Golden Age, humanity's choice of stone over alternative materials was likely a mere limitation of technology. In their eyes, stone was perhaps the most common and durable substance. Yet as time has progressed to the present, stone has proven no more enduring than the hide of a demon, far easier to inscribe upon. The sorcerers have discovered superior methods to ensure their ink withstands the test of eternity. Tradition invariably possesses its own significance, Medea. Even for us, the powerful need not be ancient, yet the ancient often harbors strength. One must learn to revere history, to honor tradition. You are not as young as you once were. From the end of the corridor, a voice, aged yet gentle, carried forth. Ah, that old man again. A flicker of apprehension crossed Medea's eyes, yet her retort was unreserved. Nonsense. True power must transcend time and space, much like our conjectured culmination of sorcery, deities, and alchemy. To distill all into a singularity, that singularity embodies the entirety. Hence, the ancient need not necessarily be powerful, while true power is inherently ancient. This, indeed, is the ultimate truth. In contrast, the detritus of bygone eras ought to remain in the refuse, rather than cluttering the table and hindering the progress of future generations. Dismissing the elder's assertions, Medea was fully aware that she was the one engaging in sophistry. After all, the elder spoke of reality, while she articulated unproven hypotheses. Yet such is the nature of argument. Striding forward, she crossed the threshold of the corridor. The confined space suddenly expanded, revealing a vast semicircular arena inverted upon the ground. 12 tables hovered in midair, most already occupied. Aside from those who could not attend, was she truly the last to arrive? Ignoring the scornful gaze of a middle-aged man, Medea nodded casually to the elder with whom she had spoken earlier. With a graceful leap, the witch ascended to her designated seat, reclining languidly against the armrest. Her gaze swept across the assembly, finally resting upon a timekeeping device. Counting down softly, Medea remarked, 3, 2, 1. I have arrived, and I am 3 breaths ahead of schedule. Therefore, if there are no objections, we may commence. After all, everyone's time is precious, and there is no need to squander it here. You, the middle-aged wizard, rose abruptly, visibly incensed. Once again, he found her nonchalant demeanor intolerable, having long held a disdain for this perpetually disheveled demigod witch. However, Medea paid him no heed, her gaze fixed upon the elder at the head of the assembly, silently inquiring what matter required their attention. Ahem, very well. Elwyn, please take your seat. Medea, you two should refrain from excessive chatter. At the forefront of the 12 suspended platforms, the elder gently tapped his dark oak staff upon the ground, directing his gaze towards the witch. His murky eyes, thinning hair, and faint life force presented an image of imminent mortality. Yet, witnessing this scene, Medea inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself. A century ago, this old coot had appeared just as frail. Back then, she had thought he would finally succumb, yet 100 years had passed, and he remained in this half-alive state. Though she was uncertain how he had transcended the mortal limits of lifespan, one thing was undeniably clear: she held considerable apprehension towards him. Thus, despite her attempts to gauge his condition through various means, she maintained a degree of caution whenever he became serious. Very well. Redirecting his gaze, the elder's smile remained gentle. Since everyone is present, let us begin. The reason I have summoned you here today is to discuss a matter of utmost significance regarding the future and survival of the White Tower. Some of you may already be aware, while others may remain oblivious to worldly affairs, but fret not, as I shall elucidate everything clearly. 13 days ago, the chief deity of Olympus, the god of war Ares, descended upon Olympia. 7 days ago, at his behest, hundreds of thousands of soldiers and millions of farmers and servants gathered around their royal city, poised for battle, calling upon the gods and nobility from all quarters. 2 days ago, Ares personally assumed command, leading his million-strong army eastward. The proclaimed purpose of his campaign is the esteemed sage, the apprentice of the goddess of the magical web, the centaur Chiron. Pausing briefly, seemingly allowing the gravity of the news to settle, someone on the platform interjected, "So, your intention is?" "Not my intention," the elder replied, shaking his head, "but our collective intent." Years ago, the stars had already foretold the impending strife among mortals. However, the questions of when the war would arrive, how far it would escalate, and whether it pertains to us have remained a mystery. Until today, the god of war has personally put an end to these speculations. This conflict will affect both the divine and mortal realms, and Silvermoon City will not escape its grasp. Ares, the god of war from Olympus, will undoubtedly thrive in such an environment, yet what we truly need to deliberate is whether we should take action in this war, to what extent we should engage, and how we should proceed. I understand that some of you may harbor different intentions. For you, remaining in Silvermoon City may not be an inevitable choice. Nevertheless, since you are still present, the advance of Ares' forces is the matter we must confront. The elder's words were unequivocal, and as his voice faded, the individuals on the suspended platform instinctively exchanged glances. Different intentions. Indeed, although they were somewhat familiar with one another, none dared to ascertain the true stance of their peers. After a lengthy silence, it was Medea who first shattered the stillness. "I abstain." Her calm voice echoed as the witch's gaze swept across the hall. "I shall fulfill my responsibilities as the master of the clock tower, safeguarding this city, but nothing beyond that. As for the remaining matters, I will not partake." I too abstain. Following her, a wizard whose true age was indeterminate but appeared youthful rose. "The centaur's actions are far too reckless. He has the goddess to rely upon, but we do not." I also abstain. I too abstain. I shall not be involved in the ensuing discussions, regardless of your success or failure. In the next moment, 2 more voices chimed in, followed by the flicker of 2 auras. After Medea and the youthful wizard, the 2 tower masters who chose to abstain were promptly transported away from the hall, adhering to the established protocol. By relinquishing their positions, they also forfeited their right to be informed. Henceforth, whatever transpires here is of no concern to them, for have abstained. Is there anyone else wishing to abstain? The elder's expression remained neutral as his gaze swept over those present. This is not your obligation. You possess the right to refuse. For a long while, no one responded, and the hall fell into silence. Until, at last, a gray-haired crone, similarly leaning upon a cane, gently tapped the ground. To the eye, she appeared scarcely younger than the elder. If he was already on the verge of resting in a coffin, she was but a step away. That is sufficient. Those who needed to depart have done so. Medea is of divine lineage. Her lifespan is still ample, and she will not take unnecessary risks. That fellow, Cheery, may be no longer young, But us old codgers can surmise his desire to seek refuge in hell, the realm of those devils. They all possess their own aspirations. There is nothing wrong with that. However, should you not also share your intentions? The remaining individuals here are largely your disciples. You ought not to be too apprehensive. Caution is, of course, a necessity. With a subtle utterance, the elder gestured slightly with his fingers. In silence, sheets of paper filled with minuscule script materialized before those present. A contract for confidentiality. It must be said, in this regard, the machinations of those devils are indeed formidable. Had their rules not been so excessively stringent, I might not have arrived at this juncture. As the contract's awaited signatures spontaneously ignited, the intangible constraints officially took effect, and the elder finally nodded slowly. A glimmer of coldness flickered within his murky eyes as he spoke with tranquility, revealing his true intentions. Surely, over the years, you have harbored some suspicions regarding the experiments I have conducted. Even if you were unaware at first, with sufficient contemplation, one could invariably discern some connections. Indeed, if all proceeds as anticipated, the endeavors you have undertaken in private should pertain to the divine. The elderly woman displayed an expression of confirmation but gently shook her head. However, my conjecture halts there. What precisely you have executed and what your plans entail remains somewhat opaque to me. Truthfully, I am far more intrigued by the fact that, having discovered a means to prolong life, you, given your disposition, would choose to continue courting danger? This is illogical and inconsistent with your established principles. The sole explanation would be that your resources have been exhausted. After all, materials derived from deities are not easily obtained unless one captures a living god. Thus, your objective in this impending conflict must be the flesh or blood of a deity, correct? If you intend to target Ares, that will not be a simple task. You truly understand me. After a brief silence, seemingly in admiration of the elderly woman's insight, the elder chuckled softly. Indeed, unless one can ensnare a deity, even the most abundant resources will eventually dwindle. However, you have erred in one aspect. Ares' fate is of no concern to me. While he is formidable among deities, the strength of a god holds little significance for my experiments. In fact, compared to Ares, my true target lies elsewhere. I wonder if you have ever heard of the ancient god of the stars, Astrius? The god of the stars? The elderly woman furrowed her brow, then quickly relaxed. I recall him, the offspring of the Titan, who has not graced the mortal realm for over 1,000 years. Wait. You cannot be contemplating capturing him directly, are you? You wish to ensnare a god? Is that not permissible? The elder replied lightly, smiling. Deities can indeed be hunted. However, to avert unforeseen complications, I require you to vanquish Ares on the front lines, drawing sufficient attention to me. Even capturing the notice of all deities currently free to observe the mortal realm. Only then can I fulfill my designs. In return, I shall enter into a pact with you. Should my plans come to fruition, I will place Asterius under our mutual surveillance, allowing anyone the opportunity to delve into the secrets of the divine through him. Simultaneously, I shall transfer the locations of my previous experiments and share certain data with you, thus imparting my findings. How does that sound? Such sincerity should suffice, I trust. Every word I have spoken can be inscribed in the contract, witnessed by the creations of those infernal beings to attest to my oath. Is that sufficient? Indeed, it surpasses even the old woman's prior expectations. The transfer of experimental sites, the opening of preliminary data, and even the sharing of the ultimate triumph, the successful capture of the divine entity itself. Given her earlier considerations, the mere willingness of this old wretch to sign a contract promising to share a substantial outcome is commendable. However, this does evoke a tinge of skepticism within her. Very well, but I shall draft the contract, that you may observe. After a moment of contemplation, having found no issues, the old woman ultimately succumbed to temptation. As for Ares, he poses no concern. Even if the divine office of war could bestow upon him additional strength, he is not alone. Confronting mortal armies is a task of utmost simplicity. Immortality. In her youth, she held it in little regard. It was only in her later years that she comprehended the true value of that term. With a sigh of resignation, she lamented that if possible, she would prefer to avoid such a venture fraught with uncertainty. Yet, time was no longer on her side. Even aware of the unpredictable risks ahead, she had no choice but to forge ahead cautiously through the darkness. Chapter 457. The hunter god. The following day, before the armies stirred, provisions were sent forth. Although the mythic era of warfare did not demand such urgency, the vastness of the earth bridged the gap to later ages. Within a mere fortnight, the oracle from Olympia echoed throughout the mortal realm. For the first time, the god of war personally commanded his legions, intent on reclaiming his captive and exacting vengeance upon the one who had diminished his stature on the battlefield. Meanwhile, a swift response from the pagan lands soon arrived. In defiance of Ares' demands, they unabashedly branded him a false deity, declaring that should he dare to tread upon the land illuminated by their lord's radiance, they would weave defeat into a crown, thereby replacing the war god's feudal bronze helm. In an instant, the gaze of the eastern lands converged, casting a shadow over the war in Athens. For the first time in a millennium, a divine being was poised to act against the monotheistic nation. Consequently, as Ares' army advanced eastward, countless devotees rallied to his banner, eager to lend their strength to the gods. Such is my power of persuasion, dear sister. You need not fret for me. Compared to the battlefield of mortals, the annual bath of our mother goddess deserves your greater concern. Every 120 years, she hosts a banquet for the deities upon her return to youth, sharing the sacred fruits of her garden. Once you have arranged for her, it will serve well to celebrate my triumph. In the mortal realm, in Nafplion, milky white hot springs bubbled forth from the earth, mingling with the mountain streams. A golden chalice floated in the spring waters, its light azure liquid staining the surrounding droplets. The intensity of mortal warfare escalated, and the atmosphere of conflict began to permeate the wilderness. Yet, here, amidst the city-state of Nafplion, everything remained as tranquil as ever. The presence of the Canasos spring ensured that neither calamity nor chaos could disturb this serenity. Tick-tock, splash holding the golden chalice, Hebe waved her hand. A soft, golden divine energy enveloped her, evaporating the traces of water from her skin. Not long ago, her elder brother Ares had spoken, his words still vivid in her mind. He had just partaken of his own fine wine, his spirit soaring amidst the throng. Yet, Hebe remained uncertain whether his words were true. She could only hope that they were. After all, as he had mentioned, the banquet of the mother goddess was imminent. The waters above, the waters below, the waters neither of heaven nor earth, the essence of the four corners of the seas. Cradling the golden chalice, Hebe murmured softly, I, Hebe, the goddess of youth, bless you with my supreme authority. When you flowed through my golden cup, I bestowed my youth upon you. My youth melted in your waters, and you shall return the gift in purity. Oh, spring of Caunus, you are my emblem, the sacred bathing ground of Queen Hera. The great mother goddess traverses this cycle, arriving here as a bride and departing in the form of a maiden. Guardian of marriage, the unmarried maiden implores you for fulfillment. Protector of matrimony, the married wife beseeches you for fidelity. Your daughters offer you their tributes, purging anxiety, fatigue, and aging, allowing you to return to maidenhood and restore your youth. Hebe whispers softly, accompanied by the silent tremors of the law. This is a ritual that will last several days, culminating at the onset of spring, the season of rebirth, as the mistress of Olympus, Queen Hera, bathes here. This steadfast and loyal goddess seldom departs the divine mountain. However, this place is her annual pilgrimage. Even the mortal realm sings praises of this magnificent spring of Caunus. Yet, Erwin, few know that unlike other legendary springs, the spring of Caunus was initially nothing extraordinary. The demons of hell once proclaimed that at the midpoint of the 9 layers of the underworld, there exists a divine spring that purifies all. The goddess Aphrodite also possesses a spring that restores her chastity. She bathes in the waters of Paphos, while the graces dance for her, upon emerging from the sea. She seems reborn. But Hera is different. At first, it was merely a simple spring. Like every other spring on earth, it held no extraordinary power. Until that day when the goddess of youth, Hebe, was born, and thus transformation ensued. On an unnamed barren mountain, an oak staff rests upon the ground. Supported respectfully by students, the elder ascends step by step to the peak of the desolate hill. His murky eyes gaze into the distance, where, not far from Nafplion, the goddess recites her song. Behold, this is divinity. This is the power of the gods. Strong and unique, elusive and irreplicable. Their births subtly yet profoundly affect the entire world, transforming this spring along with her. The queen gave birth to the goddess of youth, and Hebe restored her true youth. So, Erwin, do you understand anything now? The staff points toward the horizon as the elder smiles and inquires. Yet beside him, the middle-aged man appears increasingly anxious and speechless. Teacher, no. Are we truly to? Haven't we already done so? The elder retorts, but Erwin merely shakes his head. However, that was but an obscure ancient deity, and at that time, he had been utterly drained of all power by Typhon. However, this one is the beloved daughter of Hera, the queen of the heavens, and Zeus, the king of gods, a deity well known among the Olympian pantheon. But Erwin, What distinguishes them? Whether significant or trivial, the discovery yields the same outcome. You ought to understand this. No, it is different, Irwin silently countered within his heart. The risks associated with both are fundamentally dissimilar. How could they possibly be equated? Yet, he dared not contradict his mentor. For he was well aware that although he executed most of the experiments, the true source of inspiration had always been this aged man. Were it not for the frailty of the elder-S form, many matters would not have fallen to him for assistance. Within Silvermoon City, there existed numerous wizards more gifted and capable than he. However, as his mentor often stated, in this world, position and mindset frequently outweigh ability. Recognizing one's own limitations and making choices are far more crucial than mere talent. Thus, after centuries, he still thrived, occupying this position, while those capable individuals had long since perished, leaving naught behind. Even if Medea looked down upon him, the other grand sorcerers offered him the most basic respect solely out of deference to his teacher, and he felt content. It is vital to possess self-awareness. Since he had never been particularly clever, it sufficed to follow the true wise. Teacher, I understand. Nodding quietly, Irwin maintained a respectful demeanor. So when shall we commence our endeavor? Shall we wait for the battle to ignite over there? No. To his surprise, the elder shook his head. We shall act now. After all, by the time we reach that point, it may very well be too late. Without further explanation of what might be too late, the middle-aged man wisely refrained from inquiring further. Standing upon the nameless desolate mountain, the two awaited in silence. As the sun gradually descended, and before the moon had risen, the elder-S expression shifted slightly, and he slowly nodded. It is nearly time. Now is the moment. However, remember, Irwin, the crux of this undertaking does not rest upon me, but upon you. Leaning on his staff, the elder imparted his final counsel. At the most opportune moment, at the most fitting juncture, fulfill the task I have entrusted to you. This is something only you can accomplish. I have entrusted you entirely with my control over the artificial magical network. Do not let me down. You must understand. Unlike the god of stars, the authority of Hebe is inherently linked to life. This is the closest path to immortality. Despite your average talent, Irwin, we are aware. Gazing into his pupil's eyes, the elder's words bore a hint of encouragement. You may not measure up to your peers, nor to Medea. Yet, as long as time is infinite, they shall ultimately serve as your stepping stones. This is the reward that diligent individuals deserve. Indeed, I comprehend, esteemed teacher. With a subdued voice and a slight clench of his fists, a long-forgotten fervor surged within him. Yes, as the teacher articulated. If my day does not measure up to that of others, I shall utilize 10 or 20 days to compete. What of divine beings? What of an elongated existence? Can one truly compare with eternity? Taking a deep breath, Irwin bowed deeply to the elder. Teacher, I shall take my leave. At your command. The strength you require will manifest in the most fitting manner. With these words, he hesitated no longer. In a ripple of space, the middle-aged man vanished from the nameless hillside. The elder remained, standing steadfast as darkness descended. Ah, how invigorating. After a considerable pause, the elder chuckled softly. When the message of Irwin's preparations reached him, he gazed upon the youthful goddess, still engaged in her ritual, and a flicker of enigmatic light glimmered in his eyes. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Who can blame you for your own shortcomings? Shaking his head slightly, the elder's staff tapped the ground. In the next moment, on the horizon of his vision, the silhouette of Nafpulian seemed to quiver gently, becoming somewhat indistinct. In the mysterious fabric of fate, it felt as if something had been set in motion. Yet, at this very moment, the mortals within that city remained blissfully unaware. The living sacrifice. A taboo of the gods. Fortunately, I am not a devotee. With a tranquil demeanor, the elder stepped forth, arriving above the springs of Knessos. He extended his hand. And in an instant, a shadow of death, an emotion never experienced by the gods, enveloped the heart of the youthful goddess Hebe, momentarily casting a pall over her being. Simultaneously, in the southeastern part of the continent, within the city of Silvermoon, a millennium feels like a day, and a day feels like a millennium. Atop the high cliffs of the temple, it was as it had been during Chiron's last visit. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the sounds of wind chimes. Yet this time, the centaur stood in the great hall not seeking aid. Chiron, how did you find your time in Olympia? One of the trio from before. A young man in his 20s stood within the temple. His silver-gray hair seemed to silently narrate his age, while Chiron, before him, shook his head in resignation. Merely a span of imprisonment, yet, thanks to you, it was not overly sorrowful. Heracles rescued me. He is a young man of both intellect and valor. But let us speak of me. You summoned me today, I hear, for a matter concerning our teacher? Strictly speaking, that is not entirely accurate. With a smile and a wave of his hand, the youthful archbishop, his silver hair cascading over his shoulders, adopted a casual demeanor. However, the next moment, his words caused a tightness to grip Chiron's heart. Given the divine decrees once bestowed by angels and the assistance rendered in the past, the Church has maintained a profound respect for Her Highness Artemis, Her Highness Selene, and Her Highness Hecate. We do not regard them as false deities, but rather as esteemed colleagues of the angels. Therefore, we choose to overlook many of their previous actions, such as the desecration of life, the creation of the undead, and the fragmentation of souls, akin to the endeavors of your students. After all, the magnificent light of the moon can also conjure the dead. It is all part of the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, your timely sealing of those forbidden studies renders these matters somewhat acceptable. Until recently, did you know? An entity from Olympus infiltrated Silvermoon City? Although the White Tower ultimately failed to inform us of this occurrence, I became aware nonetheless. This incident bore significant implications, for they merely toyed with the noble wind god. Interestingly, when we sought to investigate what this wind god had previously done to prevent unforeseen consequences, we were obstructed by a barrier. A barrier? With a perplexed expression, Chiron was at a loss for words. How is this possible? Do not the divine arts of several archbishops summon projections of artifacts? Under the shadow of the legendary chronicles of time, what mortal phenomena could possibly impede your inquiry? Indeed, I shared your thoughts. Nodding slowly, the young man continued to smile, yet Chiron inexplicably felt a chill. Nothing in the mortal realm can obstruct the pursuit of the chronicles of time. It is a reflection of the divine within history, a symbol of his dominion over the past. Even a mere projection wields powers that most false deities cannot withstand. However, it is unfortunate that an artifact exists precisely there. The artificial magic net. If my divine arts summon the shadow of the divine's grasp over history, then this is a mere imitation of the authority of the magic net. Within Silvermoon City, ensconced in the enigma of Her Highness Hecate, I am unable to breach it without drawing the attention of its master. Therefore, esteemed Chiron, could you enlighten me as to what lies beyond that barrier? I do not know. Cold sweat trickled down his back, and the centaur was rendered speechless. He was aware of the futility of his defense, yet he truly could not find a means to explain himself. Not knowing, who would believe such a claim? Nevertheless, the reality remained that although he had disseminated the initial magic for the goddess of the magic net, he indeed had no ties to the White Tower. To Chiron's surprise, the young man nodded. You are unaware, and I trust that otherwise. The one seeking you today would not be myself. However, esteemed Chiron, the world-renowned centaur sage, do you possess any means by which we might uncover this unknown matter? Certainly. The response was immediate, and Chiron offered a slight bow. I can take you there. Although the control of the enigmatic Silvermoon City has fallen into the hands of the 12 clock towers, they have merely fashioned a key, and I am the key itself. Excellent. With a renewed smile, the young man gestured. The matters concerning the war god Ares are under the watchful eyes of two others. Since the accompanying wizards are brimming with confidence, let them confront the trials set forth by the false god king. As for the task of tidying the backyard, there is no alternative. The old woman cannot tolerate any imperfections, while the other is excessively gentle. Ultimately, it seems that this responsibility must rest upon his shoulders. Chapter 458. A second in the stillness of time. As the night descended, the moon was veiled by clouds. Outside the city of Naphtalion, the winds of Silvermoon City could not reach this place, and the oblivious Hebe softly intoned her melodies. In the unseen realm, the very fabric of existence pulsed in harmony with her song, while the vitality of youth refreshed the spring before her. Although for the deity who truly governed youth, these hymns were not essential to the ritual, Hebe remained diligent. For just as dance is the most ancient gift offered by priests to the gods, her songs were a tribute to her mother goddess, a way to repay the blessings Hera had once bestowed upon her, in the name of the guardian of marriage. You shall have a husband, one whose valor and wisdom are unmatched, whose renown spreads across the earth and sky. Praise be to you, faithful wife. Praise be to you, loving mother goddess. As she whispered softly, concluding a stanza of poetry, Hebe gradually rose. She had a few more days of such rituals and could afford to rest a while during the night. Yet at that moment, despite the stillness, an inexplicable chill surged through her heart. Before she could react, an instinctive urge to cry out arose within her. Simultaneously, the ominous shadow of death seemed to loom ever closer. Fear gripped her heart, and in that harrowing instant, she envisioned her own lifeless body. Under this unprecedented stimulus, the instinct for survival ignited the divine power lying dormant within her divine form. With a resounding whoosh, her thoughts manifested, severing the connection between the inside and outside. In an instant, a soft golden radiance enveloped her surroundings, isolating her from all external influences. The dread was dispelled from the depths of her being. Although the youthful goddess, having regained her reason, felt an immediate pang of regret. She also found a measure of solace in the divine energy surrounding her. After today, she would likely endure significant harm. Nevertheless, no mortal force could breach her divine shield. With this fleeting moment, she had enough time to safely return to the divine mountain. When she arrived, she would surely petition her mother goddess to ensure that this audacious assailant faced eternal punishment. Turning abruptly, Hebe sought to glimpse the face of her assailant before departing. But in that very instant, an invisible domain unfurled instantaneously. It enveloped the entire spring, encompassed all of Naphtalion, and extended over every living being within that space. At the center of this domain, the youthful goddess appeared as if captured in a frozen photograph, her every subtle expression vividly preserved, yet unable to budge even a fraction. Buzz, 10-ring sorcery, shadow of death. 10-ring sorcery, time stasis. 10-ring sorcery, great space lock. On a distant desolate mountain, the visage of the elder seemed to age further in that fleeting moment. Slowly retracting his outstretched fingers, he gazed upon the scene before him, now seemingly suspended in time, and could not help but emit a soft sigh. This is a deity. Even the goddess who governs youth possesses divine power sufficient to withstand any mortal force. Were it not for the prior defeat by the Lord of all demons, which left her divine strength in tatters, and the relentless siphoning of her newly reborn divinity by the artificial demon web, the goddess of the stars would never have been subject to their confinement. To contend with a true deity as a sorcerer may be conceivable for the goddess of the demon web before her ascension. However, faced with this insurmountable barrier, the elder remains undeterred. He understands that hunting a divine being is a challenge he must confront. With a decisive step, he traverses the invisible portal and gazes down upon the earth from the heavens. Beneath him, the goddess Hebe, enveloped in a divine shield, resembles a statue, while the laws of the material realm remain conspicuously absent, with no trace of astonishment. The elder is acutely aware that the power of time stasis does not affect a deity whose divine essence has erupted. Thus, few are privy to the fact that the true function of this sorcery is not to halt time, but rather to accelerate it. When all within this domain is propelled forward at an exponential rate, the singular entity untouched by this acceleration, Hebe, is effectively frozen in time. Therefore, although it may seem that an extensive duration has elapsed, if he cannot actively breach her divine shield, the elder's endeavor today will have met with failure. Fortunately, as he previously articulated, the pivotal figure today has never been himself. Only another god can stand against a deity. A city, millions of souls. Your city-state has flourished due to the daughter of the goddess, and now, as a consequence of her presence, it appears that demise is fitting. His voice remains calm. Within that city, aside from the original commoners and nobles, are the congregated worshippers drawn by the annual arrival of the goddess. Alongside tens of thousands of divine offspring personally apprehended by the elder as pupil, they were once scholars and aristocrats, perhaps judges or knights. Yet now, they bear but one identity, that of sacrificial offerings. Once more, he raises his hand, as ancient and intricate sigils spread along the city walls, ultimately enveloping the entire metropolis. At the heart of the ritual, a single starry light shines brilliantly. With your lives and all that you are, I dedicate this offering to the Father of the Stars. The light of the falling sky, the great Titan, the revered and immortal Asterius. Since the gods mark the inception of your glory, so shall they herald your ultimate conclusion. The ceremonial rites commence. Standing upon the nameless desolate mountain, the elder points downwards. All that is human may be sacrificed, yet a portion must remain for the divine. Thus, under his command, as the flames of sacrifice ignite upon the bodies of the divine offspring within the city of Naphtalion, the subtle essence of divine blood silently lingers before them. Silvermoon City, the wasteland district. Underground catacombs. A multitude of bones, endless and inexhaustible. Treading upon the hills formed by the stacked white bones, the archmage Elvin strides onward. The flickering candlelight casts a faint glow upon the vast expanse. Yet when the elusive flames illuminate the hellish underground chamber, light paradoxically becomes an accomplice to darkness. With a stoic expression, the middle-aged man initially found himself ill at ease with the scene before him. However, as the most obedient disciple of his mentor. He had no choice but to shoulder the burden of all tasks requiring his direct involvement, especially in the face of the increasingly frail and immobile elder. Once, twice, thrice. With repetition, he grew accustomed to the grim nature of his work. By today, he could nonchalantly delve into the abdomen of a beast, extracting a divine embryo barely months old, maintaining the life of both beings while extracting the essence known as the life residue that embodies the very essence of existence. Occasionally, he even engaged in more forbidden experiments during mealtime, those that would render any mortal sleepless upon merely hearing a whisper of them. Ah, time, indeed. The most formidable force in this world. Before the inexorable passage of ages, all can adapt. Reflecting on it, Elwyn found himself astonished at the transformation he had undergone. When did he, a once earnest and ambitious youth, embark upon such a path? He could not recall, yet his mentor was right. Given an eternity, even an ant can evolve into a dragon. Perhaps once he attains immortality, he can ponder this more deeply. But first, he must fulfill the tasks entrusted to him by his teacher. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Elwyn ascended the elevated platform made of bones. It seemed he finally caught the attention of the figure, whose body was intertwined with writhing, fleshy conduits. It trembled slightly and slowly raised its head, resembling a desiccated skeleton. Prince Astrius, noble god of the stars, I have come to visit you once more. Bang, in gratitude for your tireless devotion, for offering countless descendants to me, and even sacrificing your divine form, I return to present you with offerings. Bang, this is the humble tribute of mortals, a meager contribution from us to the esteemed deity. Wait. I know you are eager, but please refrain from moving just yet. Bang, bang, you must wait a moment longer. Your offerings are on their way. And while you savor those revitalizing blood feasts, a new batch of mothers awaits your favor. Bang, 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 do not rush. I understand your impatience. Yet, oftentimes, patience is a virtue. Crash. Unable to utter a sound, the desiccated form violently collided against an invisible barrier, yet it remained unable to budge even an inch. Observing this, the middle-aged man maintained his impassive demeanor, as if the tone of his earlier words had not originated from his own lips. Elwyn knew that, at this moment, the god of the stars was left with little more than the ability to hear, unable to discern his own visage. At this moment, as he was consumed by the blood sacrifice and shrouded in hatred, it was impossible for him to contemplate his intentions with a tranquil mind. In the past, to prevent the hard-earned offerings from being squandered and to spare the precious powers of the divine from being wasted in a futile struggle against the artificial magical net, Elwyn had always refrained from provoking the spirit further. Yet, at this very moment, his words were as sharp as blades. From descriptions of the divine existence upon the earth to the touching anecdotes that occurred during his experiments, time slipped away second by second. The middle-aged man observed coldly as the spirit grew increasingly feeble, yet rage and despair surged within it. He derived no joy from this, but it was his duty. The sound echoed through the vast underground chamber, the mortal's words harmonizing with the struggles of the divine in a dissonant symphony. Until, at a certain moment, the void surrounding the artificial magical net trembled slightly, crimson tendrils seeping forth. It seems the time has come. Your feast has arrived, esteemed prince. The tone dripped with mockery, and his gaze was frigid. Unbeknownst to him, the realm of time stasis, long prepared, unfurled here, even encompassing Asterias. Aided by the very existence of the artificial magical net, in the accelerated flow of time. Under the watchful eye of the middle-aged man, the emaciated figure at the center of the chamber began to visibly regain strength. This is divinity, even after enduring a millennium of torment. Once infused with sufficient divine power, the injuries to the body could be effortlessly healed. Yet Elwyn understood that according to the established rules, at this juncture, the sacrifice could conclude. After all, the blood offerings of mortals were meant to rejuvenate the divine form, not to restore the powers of the star god and grant them a chance to escape. To prevent such an outcome, the number of offerings in the past had been meticulously selected, yet this time was different. At the heart of the chamber, an unceasing flow of sacrificial power seeped from the void. It surged into Asterias's body, hastening to rejuvenate every dried sinew and flesh with the pulsing rhythm of his heartbeat. Simultaneously, as the target of the sacrifice, an overwhelming resentment, magnified 100-fold from before, assailed the spirit of the star god, fracturing the limits of his sanity once more. In that moment, feeling the potent sacrificial power that inexplicably surpassed all previous experiences, Asterias instinctively summoned the entirety of his divine strength. Even as his newly restored body faced the threat of lifelessness once more, and even if the oppressive laws would descend upon him the moment his divine power departed. In this fleeting instant, when the long-awaited mistake of the mortals finally transpired, the star god resolved to fight with unwavering determination. Humans, I will make you die. The starlight erupted brilliantly, effortlessly tearing apart the artificial magical net. It pierced through everything before it, shattering the accelerated temporal realm of this place, traversing the body of Elwyn. Then, continuing backwards beneath the calm expression of the middle-aged man, it shot into the space gate that had long been opened. Outside the city of Nafralian, all remained unchanged. Everything stood still, save for the elder hovering in the air. At some unknown moment, hundreds of charged diamond pillars stood arranged around him. A pitch-black crystal clutched in his hand. A portal of space opened before the goddess of youth, with unfathomable elemental tides swirling in the surrounding void. Time stopped, elongating a single second of reality into what felt like a day within the elderly man's eyes, even though its true duration was less than a tenth of a second. And its application was fraught with limitations. In this mortal realm, it represented the sharpest spear and shield in the hands of the great sorcerers. Even if it was not the first experience of such power, the elder couldn't help but marvel once more at the grandeur of time. If this sorcery were not of the 10th circle, but instead could be elevated to the 12th circle, then even if one were no longer among the living, its might would surely astound true deities. Yet, no one could achieve this step. After all, sorcery arises from the analysis and imitation of all things. Since there exists no immortal who wields time, even the goddess of the web could only gaze and long it. At last, it has arrived. The spirit stirred, and his expression grew solemn. Sensing the fluctuations of the portal, the elder swallowed the last vial of blood of the stars, and then crushed the black crystal in his grasp. In the next instant, the domain of time stopped, shattered with a thunderous roar, a starry light piercing through everything. Beside the elder, the true apprentice hurriedly arrived, gazing with trepidation at the starlight that had torn apart his blood and flesh puppet. From the perspective of the goddess of youth, she merely saw a fleeting shimmer, as a beam of light, infused with rage, murderous intent, and madness, collided towards her. In an instant, divine power clashed against divine power, halting Hebe, who had intended to flee back to the divine mountain. At the same moment, hundreds of radiant streaks of light sliced through the sky, heading towards the direction of the goddess of youth. With a mere gesture, the black crystal serving as the casting material turned to ash, silently reconstituting beside Hebe. Almost simultaneously with the shattering of the divine power shield and the starlight, a pitch-black spatial vortex merged with the form of the goddess of youth. Counteracting spirit light, rebirth suppression, divine penetration, weakness detection, protective disruption, 11th circle sorcery, cataclysmic singularity. The space shattered soundlessly, ruthlessly cleaving the divine form. Under the mastery of spellcasting honed over millennia at the White Tower, even if Hebe's divine power shield remained, it would likely not be enough to avert disaster. Observing the scene before him, the elder understood that the simplest aspect of the god-hunting plan had been accomplished. The youthful goddess could no longer escape. She was not a deity of considerable power and had no opportunity to unleash her divine abilities upon the mortal realm a second time, risking backlash. She was not among those deities adept in combat. Even without her divine attributes, she remained a top-tier demigod in the world. Her frail will and meager skills rendered her nearly defenseless throughout the ordeal. Had she been a mere mortal rather than a goddess, even a person of noble birth would likely have had little chance of ascending to higher echelons of profession. When the 11th circle of sorcery shattered her final vestiges of resistance, she had already become a captive. Yet, the elder was acutely aware that the crux of the god-hunting plan had never revolved around targeting a non-combative youthful goddess, but rather on evading the potential wrath of the divine court, on ensuring his own disappearance from the gaze of the gods, and on nipping any unforeseen complications in the bud. Although all of the above remained mere possibilities, perhaps Olympus would treat the disappearance of Hebe with the same indifference as that shown to the god imprisoned by mortals for decades. The elder desired certainties, not probabilities. Especially when everything had finally settled, he could not help but reflect on the origins of the god-hunting plan. Hebe, do you understand? I never intended to reach this point. Despite my fervent desire for your youth and your power, that was not the reason for my recklessness. We ought to have coexisted peacefully, rather than meeting with blades drawn. Shaking his head in resignation, a glimmer of weariness flickered in the elder's eyes. As he had stated, he was never one to seek fortune through peril. Given the choice, He would prefer to amass victory through eternal life rather than indulge in the folly of climbing to greatness in a single leap. What a splendid opportunity this was, to let the angels behind the church clash with Olympus, to extract knowledge and gather strength amidst the divine conflict. Ultimately, when they ignited a true war, akin to the cataclysm of Typhon that engulfed the world, would it not be advantageous to await a decisive outcome? We have gained experience and understanding of the gods. This time, even without a misfortunate deity like the star god, we could create one. Manufacture a deity of little consequence, ultimately finding itself in our grasp, perhaps even more than one, if that day ever arrives. As the king of gods and daughter of the queen, even if you were to fail, I would never cast my gaze upon you. It is merely unfortunate that fortune has eluded you, and it has not favored me either. Our luck has been dismal. Master, a middle-aged man, having noticed the elder's murmuring lips, approached respectfully. Master, we have finally succeeded. Do you have any instructions? Nothing. There is nothing left. With a sigh, the elderly man did not glance at the student beside him. Instead, he gently patted his chest. I have succeeded, yet there is little left to command. I find myself suddenly sentimental. If only you all could exhibit a modicum of ambition, would you have arrived at this juncture? Allow me to elaborate further after an hour. The spell levels in this book do not adhere strictly to the Dungeons & Dragons one-to-one correspondence, as I have always perceived that classification to lack mathematical elegance. The specifics have been loosely mentioned before, yet not systematically articulated. Originally, in D&D, first circle corresponds to level 1, second circle to level 3, and so forth, culminating in the ninth circle at level 17, followed by a series of leaps. Thus, in this book, if we were to categorize the mortal stage into 4 tiers, with each tier comprising 5 levels, we would find levels 1 to 4, 6 to 9, 11 to 14, and 16 to 19 respectively possessing spell-casting capabilities from the 1st to the 8th circle, adhering to a 3-2 pattern. The 9th circle signifies legendary 5th tier. The 10th circle denotes higher legend 6th tier, the 11th circle embodies demigod 7th tier, and the 12th circle transcends into the realm of deities, belonging to the supermodel stage, where ordinary mortals do not belong. Furthermore, spells of the same tier generally exhibit higher lethality as they harness external forces, while practitioners who do not ascend to godhood fundamentally rely on their own abilities. In summary, although certain aspects of the setting amalgamate reasonable elements from D&D, it does not imply that the rules of a tabletop game constitute the ultimate truth of this book. The specific configurations are governed by the internal consistency of this narrative. Should there be any objections, please contest them with prior established tenets of this book, rather than with content I have never articulated. That is all. Chapter 459. The Forging of Life. Regardless of the circumstances, the once laid plans have now crumbled into oblivion. Confronted with reality, the elder must revise his intentions. Fortunately, it is not too late. His discovery has come at a timely juncture. Had he delayed even slightly longer, the consequences could have been irrevocable. Master, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. Bowing his head in self-reproach, the middle-aged man stood to the side, unaware of the elder's reasons for reprimanding himself. Yet he had grown accustomed to it. After all, over the past few centuries, the truth had repeatedly shown him that if one fails to comprehend the source of the teacher's ire, it is likely that they have yet to grasp the root of the matter. Each time he reached the conclusion, the outcomes affirmed the foresight of the elder. Enough. After all these years, if you could change, you would have done so long ago. There is no longer any necessity for alteration. Now, let us commence the next step. Gently shaking his head, the elder felt his body begin to tremble. The power of time is not something mere mortals can fathom. Without the divine essence to achieve the transcendence from nothingness to existence, one cannot escape the relentless currents of time. In less than a second from the external world, he not only exhausted the last vestiges of vitality restored by the blood of the star's potion, but also depleted what little lifespan remained to him. Fortunately, a turning point was imminent. Erwin, go forth. Although you are still young, you must have begun to sense the urgency of life. In preparation for the next ritual, he suggested, why not savor the essence of the fountain of youth? After all, mythology recounts that the golden chalice of the goddess of life holds the divine waters that can heal the ailing and grant rejuvenation to the elder. Yes, master. This time, the middle-aged man's tone was tinged with a newfound joy and eagerness. Having succeeded in the hunt, it was time for him to relish the fruits of his labor. In a flash, he appeared within the pitch-black realm still enshrouded in fragmented space, carefully calming the nearby spatial fluctuations, fearing any unintended consequences. The 11th ring Great Sorcery, Annihilation Singularity, augmented by the Elder with multiple premier spellcasting techniques during the incantation, ultimately formed a clever amalgamation that produced no repulsion. Faintly, its power had surpassed a certain threshold. In fact, the previous 11th ring sorcery, Great Space Lock, was not fundamentally intended to restrain the goddess of youth, but rather to mitigate the disturbances caused by the annihilation singularity within the spatial domain, to avoid drawing excessive attention. As for restraining the goddess of youth, that was merely a fanciful thought. If she were to be successfully breached through her divine shield, rendering her defenseless, there would be no need for the Elder to constrain her. Conversely, if she could still muster her divine power to resist, then even the 11th ring sorcery could not prevent her from departing. Soon, as a series of spatial calming spells were unleashed, the sorcery that had depleted most of its power from the deity finally began to settle somewhat. With meticulous precision, the incantation was cast, and soon, a tattered corner of a dress materialized before Elvin's eyes. A brief pause ensued, and it was only after he had fully extricated Hebe that he realized the astonishing truth. The divine form, which should have been torn asunder by the distorted space, remained remarkably intact, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Moreover, even the once fractured pale blue gown, composed of an unknown plant fiber, was visibly mending itself at an astonishing rate. Aside from the abundant divine blood scattered around, one could hardly perceive that this was a deity who had endured grievous harm. Is this the essence of youth? Even the fabric derived from nature is affected. So what of a genuine human like me? His heart raced violently, and he stifled the urge to consume the spilled divine blood. The middle-aged man knew that unprocessed divine blood was unusable. He simply summoned a magical rope to bind her, then took from her hands the legendary golden chalice. This was the true spring of youth, capable of bestowing the power of rejuvenation. Within the chalice remained a small amount of azure liquid, and after a moment's hesitation, he poured a drop into his mouth. In an instant, an exquisitely delightful sensation surged through his body, coursing through his veins and permeating every fiber of his being. In a daze, it felt as if his very soul had lightened. As he touched the corner of his eye, he realized that the fine wrinkles he once bore had vanished. Teacher, this is the goddess of youth and the golden chalice. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his inner longing. The middle-aged man returned to the Elder, bowing respectfully. Very well, very well. The Elder's trembling hands accepted the chalice, scrutinizing it for an extended period. Although the goddess of life had not actively summoned it, the spring water within was nearly depleted. Yet, what remained was sufficient to restore his youth more than once. After a moment of silence, the Elder returned the chalice to his pupil. Go forth and reclaim the years of my past. Yes, teacher. Zhang nodded solemnly, turning to gaze upon what had now become the desolate city of Napoleon. The vitality and vigor had long since vanished in the sacrificial rites, leaving only withered corpses strewn across the streets. Yet, above the remnants of the old ritual, a shimmering orb radiating a soft golden light lingered, essence distilled from the bodies of all deities. The Elder had purposefully preserved these remnants, ensuring they were not sacrificed alongside the others. As for their purpose, the middle-aged man was already well aware, although he had never witnessed it firsthand. He had heard from his teacher of a being who once existed. He was the mightiest warrior of the mortal realm, a pioneer who dared to bear the corpses of deities with his own flesh and blood. Yet he bears another identity, the golden humanity, the most esteemed, the most perfect, and the most illusory of all human generations. According to myth, when ancient beings forged them, the gods let their divine blood flow like a river, converging and merging under the essence of life, thus giving birth to the original golden generation. Consequently, they possess an innate longevity, unbound by the constraints of divine lineage. They are endowed with physiques comparable to high-tier professionals, yet they regard such prowess merely as instinct. In certain versions of the tale, even the goddess of the magic network was once among the golden humanity. The middle-aged man is uncertain of the truth of this, as it contradicts the ironclad rule that the golden age comprises only males. However, when Elwyn reflects upon her ultimate ascendance to divinity, the rigidity of that rule seems less absolute. Whether true or false, it ultimately bears little significance. The essence of divine blood cannot erase the will of the gods, nor can it return to its primal state. The creation of souls remains beyond our reach, a taboo that the Church dares not transgress. The legendary vessel of life is absent from our possession. Otherwise, why would we need to confront the divine? Fortunately, despite our lack of such artifacts, we do not seek to create a race or a civilization. What we desire is merely a vessel, the residual life, the core material of the blood of the star's elixir, extracted from the essence of living beings' roots. Though the essence of divine lineage cannot rival true divine blood, it is devoid of the indelible influence of divinity and the will of the gods. The cup of youth possesses a power that can return the blood of the divine lineage to its original state, restoring it to a condition of potential unmanifested, erasing the alterations wrought by existence. Even the goddess of youth herself, her very existence can impart a subtle influence over the entire ritual. Beyond this, the elder's preparations are extensive. Much like the ritual once conducted by Achilles, soul division, flesh rebirth, the erosion of the river Styx. His support for Chiron is not born of reverence for his predecessor, but rather a means to access higher realms through the apprentice of the goddess of the magic network, to acquire forbidden knowledge and secure protection against the tempestuous winds. Elwyn is well aware of all this. Indeed, he himself is the executor. Now, he is poised to bring these preparations to fruition. With a swift motion, he soared into the city, raising his hand to invoke the preset ceremonial formations. 3 rituals were established beneath the city of Nafplion. The first has already been utilized, and now he is activating the second, life refinement, pseudo. It is deemed pseudo because the elder believes he cannot create a body that rivals that of the golden humanity, hence the distinction. However, in Elwyn's view, the latter belongs to the domain of the primordial creators. As a mortal, there is no need for comparison. The first vessel shall be fashioned for his mentor. In the pursuit of transcending the limitations of inherent divinity and longevity, the master did not hesitate to extract divine essence from the deity of the stars, employing various methods in an attempt to eradicate the will within it. Yet, divinity remains divinity. The master succeeded, achieving a breakthrough in his power, but he also faltered, for his soul and body did not undergo the sublime transformation he had envisioned, although they grew stronger and were not bound by the divine essence bestowed upon them, which would otherwise impose a ceiling on their progress. The master now bore the burden of an external divinity. This influence could not be simply shed through the mere act of rejuvenation. Only through the cleansing power of a divine artifact could it be alleviated. As for me, I shall wait a while longer. Soaring through the skies, Elwyn sighed softly. According to the master's previous assertions, he had encountered only 3 true embodiments of self-generated divinity in his lifetime, while the rest were somewhat aided by divine blood. One was the golden human at the inception of Silvermoon City, another was Heracles, whom he met later, and the third was Hermes, who departed from Silvermoon City to Athens several decades thereafter. Beyond these, even Theseus, with whom he had exchanged brief words, was still somewhat influenced by divine blood. The elder was uncertain whether this young sovereign had since rid himself of such influence, but at least at that time, he had not. Only these 3 individuals, whether they possessed divine blood or were mere mortals, bore a divinity utterly unrelated to the gods. However, the successes of the latter 2 obscured the way forward, compelling the elder to focus his gaze upon the first individual. After all, the essence of sorcery lies in the imitation of the rules governing all things. Thus his path to shedding the influence of the old divinity and attaining immortality was an exploration of the paths taken by these 3 successful figures. Come forth. The alchemy of life with a quiet invocation in his heart, the middle-aged man initiated the ritual. In the next moment, intricate and arcane patterns enveloped the entire city once more. Behind him, the elder quietly observed this scene, his thoughts drifting into the unknown. In the southeastern region of the continent, Silvermoon City, amidst the abandoned urban landscape, silver-gray hair cascaded over the shoulders of the young-looking archbishop. His demeanor appeared relaxed, yet the centaur could perceive a hint of gravity in his gaze. According to their previously established plan, the 2 should not have been present here at this moment. After all, the day was nearing dusk, and with so many years past, there was no necessity for haste in addressing potential future troubles. However, as Chiron exited the temple, he was promptly pursued by the young man. He informed the centaur that, due to prior discoveries, the previously inscrutable area had been under heightened surveillance. Just moments ago, an abnormal and powerful wave of energy had erupted from that location. The scent of divine power was concealed, yet the turbulence of laws triggered by a true deity wielding divine might in the material world could not be obscured by the power of an artificial magic net. Therefore, it was reasonable to conclude that some form of change had occurred there. It appears that the situation is rather dire. Chiron, I beseech you to lift the blockade here. Very well. With a somber tone, the centaur resolutely nodded. He stepped forward, directly initiating communication with the nearby arcane web. Soon, along the ethereal conduit, Chiron's thoughts flowed unimpeded, ultimately connecting with the enigmatic seal that enveloped the entirety of Silvermoon City. As an apprentice of Hecate, though he modestly considered his magical aptitude to be far inferior to his martial prowess, he nevertheless succeeded in activating the core of the enigma. He then proceeded to navigate downstream, attempting to exert control over the area shrouded in mystery. However, this endeavor was met with a slight resistance. A preemptive safeguard established to thwart those with the authority to unveil the secrets within. While this obstruction might deter any master of the clock tower, it would never suffice to impede a student of the goddess of the arcane web. With a subtle exertion of will, Chiron tore through this protective layer, severing the enigma's concealment over the region. At that very moment, the entrance to the catacombs was abruptly laid bare, starkly revealing itself to their senses. His expression remained unchanged, yet an inexplicable chill crept into his smile. The young man patted Chiron's foreleg, which towered over him, and smiled approvingly at the wizard's ingenuity. Quite clever, is it not, Chiron? They established the entrance beneath the ruins of an abandoned temple, as no one would likely conduct a thorough search here. Without your assistance, I might not have suspected this place at all. I too would hardly believe their audacity. Is this what you wish to convey to me? A thought flickered in his mind as the centaur slightly bowed, attempting to offer a defense for the other wizards of the White Tower. Your Grace, from my recent perception, this was merely the work of one among the 12 masters of the clock tower. His name is Elwyn, the most mediocre of the 12 in terms of talent. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that he exploited both his own and borrowed permissions to intertwine the enigma with his own creations, ultimately conducting forbidden research here. I understand. Chiron, I trust that this is your sincere assessment, and I am willing to believe that not every wizard is inherently malevolent. With a smile, the seemingly youthful archbishop halted the centaur's self-justification. But let us first enter and investigate. As for how we should proceed with this matter, we shall defer that discussion for another time. Chapter 460. The deceptive deity let us defer this matter for now. Our immediate concern must take precedence, and the reckoning shall come later. Chiron, discerning the young man's underlying implications, found himself in a predicament. Though he had not directly participated in the sorcerer's experiments, he believed he had indeed utilized their research findings. I wonder what they are concocting this time. Previously, they were concerned with soul division and the creation of life vessels. Could it be that they have now begun to delve into thought creation and memory alteration? His certainty wavered, as he recalled that a prominent sorcerer named Erwin had inadvertently mentioned such matters. However, under Chiron's persistent inquiries, he dismissed it as a mere failed concept. They could not endow a being devoid of intelligence with thought, and altering the memories of the living would only burden their souls, leading to inevitable disintegration in their theoretical framework. Unless they could gain proximity to the divine authority concerning soul, memory, and mind, they believed that only those who had undergone a qualitative transformation of the soul, ascending to a legendary existence within the realm of the mind, might withstand such modifications. Even then, it could lead to irreversible chaos and collapse of their mental state. Although these hypotheses had never been validated, the possibility of conducting such experiments was equally implausible. After all, such beings were exceedingly rare in the mortal realm, and none would willingly become a test subject. Thus, after studying the divine powers bestowed upon the deities by the goddess of beauty, sorcerers who had developed spells akin to enchanting humanity had long ceased such related inquiries. At least until that point, their exploration of the soul and memory was not born out of a desire to desecrate the divine, but rather a quest to pry open the gates to immortality. Consequently, Chiron ultimately accepted their explanations, compelling Owen to sign a devil's contract, an agreement of dubious origin procured by the goddess of magic, vowing to never resume such research. Words may deceive, yet contracts remain unerring. Even a teacher acknowledged the binding nature of a devil's contract on mortals, from which escape was impossible. With these thoughts, Chiron opened the concealed passage and stepped into the dark portal leading deep into the underground chambers. As they traversed the lengthy stone corridor, candles ignited without flame upon their entrance. The silver-gray hair cascading over his shoulders, the archbishop who followed closely behind furrowed his brow slightly. He caught a faint whiff of a peculiar scent, one that differed from the rancid odor of burning animal fat, instead presenting a subtle and refreshing fragrance. Was this a special lamp oil synthesized by the sorcerers? Struggling to identify the source of the fuel, the young man decided to inquire. Yet, before him, despite sharing the same uncertainty regarding the origin of the oil, An ominous premonition stirred within Chiron's heart. I cannot say. Perhaps this is a new technology. He replied truthfully as he continued onward. The sound of hooves echoed against the ground, yet the centaur was oblivious to how long he had traversed the stone corridor. In this moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. It was only upon nearing the bend ahead that his steps finally came to a halt. Just beyond it lay the potential revelation of the true secrets of this underground palace. After a brief hesitation, Chiron found himself in a state of indecision. However, under the calm yet increasingly profound gaze behind him, he ultimately took a step forward, circumventing the final barrier. The esteemed archbishop should be just beyond this point. Drawing a deep breath, the centaur was about to speak, but his voice was abruptly silenced. His imposing figure froze in place, while the young man behind him appeared unfazed. What now? Taking a step closer, the archbishop continued to smile. The student of Her Highness Hecate. What have you witnessed? With a dismissive flick, the eye of divine magic was extinguished, the tone chillingly concise. Indeed, they were spellcasters. Not mere mortals bound to perceive only with the naked eye. Chiron was reluctant to embrace the reality that lay before him, yet this did not signify that others shared his reluctance. Even if the clergy did not pursue the power of the soul as fervently as wizards, the young man, one of the most formidable wielders of divine magic in the contemporary era, had unleashed his eye shortly after entering the underground palace, revealing the secrets concealed within its depths. A cluster of starlight, long devoid of corporeality, hovered in the center of the palace, its previous bindings now long departed. The pressure of divinity and authority still lingered. Yet before it lay only a thin contract placed upon a table. The starlight illuminated the endless bones. While the rules of order had shattered the last resistance of this exhausted deity, Astrius, the god of the stars, had been directly obliterated, transformed into a state akin to eternal slumber. Even though his innate divine office continually supplied him with divine power, he remained unable to awaken as long as the wounds inflicted by the law's backlash persisted. Of course, for him, this might be the sleep he yearned for day and night. Yet, for Chiron, witnessing this scene was a profound shock to the soul. A true god, the centaur murmured softly, and beside him, the young man raised his hand slightly, summoning the contract from the table. The ink was still fresh, appearing as though it possessed a life of its own, capable of enduring for centuries while retaining the appearance of recent writing, rendering the specific year indiscernible. The contents seemed to outline numerous clauses, yet the core was succinct and to the point: cooperation in hunting deities, sharing experimental results, jointly monitoring prisoners, ultimately exploring the secrets of immortality. What a profession characterized by freedom, equality, and a spirit of exploration, would you not agree, Chiron? The mountains may crumble before him without a change of countenance, and the deer may rise to his left without a blink. Gazing calmly at the names inscribed on the replica of the devil's contract, the archbishop spoke in a measured tone. Regrettably, such a quality cannot be accommodated within the confines of Silvermoon City. Therefore, I now command the mobilization of the magic network to trace the spatial remnants here. Do not tell me you are incapable of this task. He continued, from this moment forth, I hereby revoke the clock tower's authority over the Enigma lock. Should similar occurrences befall Silvermoon City henceforth, you, Sharon, shall be deemed their accomplice. Without a word in reply, the centaur beside him silently acquiesced, as he delved deeper into the powers of the Enigma lock, despite the fact that destruction is far simpler than annihilation. A flickering portal of silver light gradually materialized from the void nearby, returning to its former state. Observing this scene, the young man dispatched several missives. He silently prayed, uncertain if he would receive a response, yet he felt compelled to do so. Subsequently, a series of divine illuminations flashed around him. Once he had prepared adequately, he stepped through the spatial gateway. This is what it means to be a wizard. Perhaps she was right. The church is indeed too accommodating. Although it is likely too late now, I must witness it for myself. Without the protection of the Enigma lock, devoid of the power to repel the shadow of the Chronicle of Time, which Archmage is truly the mastermind behind all this? Sharon, what do you think? That said, the seemingly youthful archbishop had already braced himself for a fruitless return. For if the adversary has managed to reach this point, they have surely devised their escape plan. Yet, every path traversed leaves its trace. Even methods employed to elude pursuit serve as clues in their own right. Moreover, should the adversary's tactics prove less effective, he might very well bring it back to present before the Lord for judgment of their transgressions. In the well-preserved yet eerily silent city of Nafplion, runes adorned the void. Under the manipulation of the middle-aged wizard, rare materials ascended into the sky. They twisted, morphed, fused, and transcended under the power of the ritual, ultimately transforming into a mysterious substance. Numerous blood essences of deities hovered beneath a golden chalice, purified by droplets of the fountain of youth, which dispelled impurities, restoring them to their primal state, erasing the influences of the mundane world, and returning to the purity of the womb. Gradually, with the passage of time, a naked humanoid figure began to take shape, young and robust, with a physique that was both strong and perfect. Vibrant vitality radiated from it, causing seeds to sprout and withered trees to bud anew. The overturned chalice was righted, and the final drops of the fountain of youth rippled at the bottom. The remaining blood essence of the deities fell into the chalice, tinting the pale, azure divine water, from which a rich fragrance emanated. The unconscious goddess of youth lay fainting nearby, unwittingly cradling her artifact under the influence of an unseen force. Meanwhile, in the distance, the elder clutched his chest. He felt the frailty of his life intensifying as he issued his final command to the student. Come, Erwin, now is the moment. Here, life and death shall interchange. This is the greatest miracle of mortals in this century. Yes, master. Understanding the gravity of his next action, the middle-aged man approached the elder. After a brief hesitation, he drew forth a long sword from the void, engulfed in dark flames and adorned with intricate patterns. 9-circle sorcery, destructive sword. With arms wide open, the elder welcomed the blade's edge. In Owen's hands, this sword, forged by sorcery, unhesitatingly pierced through his chest. The magic, born from the essence of destruction and death, instantaneously extinguished the elder's corporeal life, leaving his soul gravely wounded. Yet, at this very moment, the ritual was not yet complete. Thus, the established rite, rooted in the primary sacrificial ceremony, deemed his death a sacrifice, a brick laid for the birth of new life. As darkness engulfed him, when he next perceived the world around him, the elder's broken soul had awakened within a new body. As he opened his eyes, his heart began to beat vigorously. The long-forgotten vigor and vitality surged with the pulse of his blood, and the elder wished to utter something, but at that instant, a profound dizziness overwhelmed him. He understood the cause. It was the immense pressure of the celestial divinity. Even though the destructive sword had shattered his flesh and severely injured his spirit, as long as his soul had not been utterly extinguished, the forces of this mortal realm could never sever the bond akin to a festering sore. The divinity of the stars, indeed, it remained. Not surprisingly, for the elder was well aware that this was the nature of a sorcerer. The power beneath the same tier far surpassed that of warriors, a trade-off for the arduous path of ascension. In the eyes of legendary human demigods, transcending divine blood and refining divinity constituted the greatest hindrance to their elevation to demigod status. Yet, even though Medea had the means to accomplish this with ease 500 years ago, she hesitated to act. Unlike warriors, the independent spirit and will of sorcerers were essential prerequisites for their ascension, and the divinity extracted from their own divine blood inevitably bore the influence of their ancestral lineage. Thus, Medea, possessing divine blood, had to invest millennia to gradually erode the lingering will within her bloodline, while the elder, devoid of divine blood, despite utilizing external forces to extract and eradicate the influence of the celestial deity upon the divinity, found that this non-inherent foreign substance naturally repelled him as he sought to ascend to demigod status. Ultimately, it not only failed to prolong his life, but instead became a burden that oppressed his flesh and soul. Now, the elder had completed the transformation of his body. Yet the influence of the star god-S divinity had grown increasingly severe due to the injuries to his soul. Fortunately, all of this was anticipated. With a resolute spirit, beneath this handsome and perfect exterior, the old man's nearly shattered soul remained remarkably tranquil. Since the forces of the mortal realm could not dispel this influence, might I not ascend to divinity? Even if it were but a fleeting illusion, it would suffice to erase the remnants of Asterias within me. Stepping forward, the old man gazed into the vacant eyes of the goddess of youth and took the golden cup from her hands. The clear, pale red liquid within the chalice rippled, its rich aroma penetrating the heart. According to earthly legends, on the majestic heights of Mount Olympus, Hebe, the goddess of youth, was the daughter of the Queen of Heaven and the King of Gods, serving as the cupbearer for the divine assembly. Only the most exalted deities were deemed worthy of the nectar flowing from the sacred golden cup, yet now, he partook of it as a mere mortal. Upon the earth, the second rite of life continued its course. As a newly birthed existence, aside from Elwyn, the officiant of the ceremony, the first life he encountered was the goddess Hebe, who conferred upon the old man the identity of divinity. This encapsulated the essence of right life-forging illusory deity, representing the old man's most exquisite masterpiece to date. In an instant, the liquid coursed through him, and the illusory identity, under the influence of the rite and the artifact, began to manifest a semblance of genuine power. Simultaneously, strands of starlight within the old man's soul were thoroughly expelled, and the damage wrought by the destruction demon sword was mended. Rejuvenation and rebirth. Free from the taint of divinity, the wine and the golden cup of youth unreservedly allowed the decaying soul to reclaim its past, without fear of further intertwining with the might of the celestial deities. During this process, there was scarcely any hindrance, and the old man effortlessly extracted his divinity from his mortal form, assuming the guise of a demigod. This task was not arduous, at least not for him. Unlike before, the divinity he now extracted bore no traces of divine will's influence. It had found equilibrium amidst the tumult of numerous divine bloodlines, and indeed, the power of the illusory deity further refined his divinity, bringing it to a relatively perfect state. At this moment, the old man understood that, as a wizard, he was but a step away from the genuine self-sustenance of divinity. As long as he could clarify his path to divinity and establish a preliminary framework that intertwined with his pure divinity, ultimately allowing it to be suffused with his own essence, he would ascend to become a true near-divine being, potentially developing the 12 rings of great sorcery, rendering him invincible in the mortal realm. Yet, this step remained beyond his grasp for now. The path to divinity. I have yet to secure it. However, having arrived at this juncture is already sufficient. Embracing the vitality of his renewed form, the old man felt no dissatisfaction. With ample life bestowed upon him, he would tread the remaining path on his own. At this moment, I find myself capable of living for at least 10,000 years. I have yet to traverse the final step. After all, the practitioner differs fundamentally from the warrior, as their divine essence arises from distinct principles and methods. Thus, in light of this circumstance, the elder accepts it with grace. Moreover, with the illustrious Hermes as a guiding beacon, having liberated oneself from past influences, it seems that this last step should pose no significant challenge. It is time for me to depart. Yet, before I do, I must attend to the conclusion of this matter and provide a fitting explanation for those who come after. Gazing upon the city beneath my feet, the elder glanced at his student beside him and then gently moved his fingers. Naphtali has 3 rituals, one dedicated to the divine, one to himself. Now, it is time for the third. Chapter 461. A glimpse of truth. The issue of lifespan has finally been resolved, and the deity has been successfully captured, seemingly bringing joy to all. Yet, the elder is acutely aware of the myriad troubles that will inevitably follow these actions. The youthful goddess Hebe may very well attract the attention of the divine king. Furthermore, the experiments conducted by the god of stars, probing into the essence of flesh, memory, and even the soul, render any ties to the lower realms trivial in comparison. He has contemplated seeking a powerful ally, but that notion was swiftly dismissed. He understands that once the extent of his deeds is laid bare, no force will trust in his loyalty. Even the infernal realms, traditionally steadfast in their belief in contracts, merely engaged him in a transaction, exchanging a pact that involved an unconventional sale of the soul. Should he fail today, he would resolutely end his own life, denying anyone the chance to pass judgment upon him, allowing the devil to fulfill the contract and reclaim his soul. Though dealing with devils is undoubtedly a complex endeavor, and the chaos of demons is at odds with the ways of sorcerers, he would find himself with no alternative. Fortunately, he has succeeded, transforming that contract into an opportunity for future exploration of the abyss, rather than a one-way ticket to oblivion. As for personally venturing into the fray, that is best left unconsidered. The chaos of Tartarus may serve as a cautionary tale, but it can never pave a legitimate path to divinity for him, unless he intends to abandon wisdom and embrace the path of abyssal deities. On this basis, even if the elder wished to conduct a sacrificial rite directed towards hell or the abyss, casting the blame upon them would be futile. For unless the sovereign of hell or the will of the abyss directly responds, ordinary demons and deities, despite their ability to thwart the archbishop's divine scrutiny, would stand powerless against the projection of artifacts summoned by angels and the king of the Olympian gods. Thus, if he desires to erase all traces of his presence here and eliminate any means for successors to track him, he is left with but one solution: to offer a sacrifice to a being of sufficient power, one that might deem his meager offerings worthy of their attention amid their busy existence. Such beings can indeed be found, but therein lies the dilemma. While finding one is plausible, he has no desire to confront such an entity. With a soft sigh, The elder, who is no longer aged, beckons his apprentice to draw closer. Master, have you succeeded? A glimmer of joy and eagerness appears on Elwin's face as he steps forward. The elder had previously promised that after him, Elwin would be the second to tread this path. After all, among his fellow disciples, only he has remained steadfastly loyal to the master, never once straying from his side. Though this unwavering loyalty is partly due to Elwin's own limitations in matters of fidelity, one must acknowledge that perfection is an illusion. He executed every task assigned by his teacher with remarkable excellence, and that was sufficient. It seemed, as he had anticipated, that the elder nodded slowly in acknowledgement. Indeed, Elvin, I have succeeded, and as I once promised you, as long as you can fulfill the tasks I entrust to you, you shall become the next me. Thank you, teacher. Unable to conceal his excitement, Elvin, as the de facto host of the ceremony, understood the elder's state better than anyone else. A perfect demigod, in both body and spirit. Once he discovered his authentic and viable path, the purest divinity and the gateway to ascension would be laid open before him. Strictly speaking, the reason the elder could not truly manifest divinity at that moment was solely due to his identity as a wizard. After all, there exists an inherent and fundamental difference between spellcasters and warriors. For warriors, the pursuit of self-generated divinity does not necessitate a direct discovery of the path to ascension. If they desire their divinity to resemble that of true gods, imbued with indelible will and influence, there exists a natural shortcut to directly merge it with the essence of their own elevated will. This fusion is not constrained by time or location, whether in the throes of intense battle, amidst deep-seated hatred, or in the pursuit of grand ideals and visions. Any of these can serve as catalysts for the elevation of will, since a warrior's path is derived from within, regardless of what their future ascension may entail. The core that supports their rise to demigod status will inevitably involve their own will and beliefs, which are integral to their identity. In this context, no matter how the future unfolds, the divinity born from their own will shall not conflict with their path. Thus, in this regard, warriors possess an undeniable advantage. Conversely, spellcasters are bound by different constraints. The crystallization and elevation of will and belief can be viewed as the initial step on a warrior's path to divinity, a prerequisite that is indispensable. However, for wizards who focus on seeking truths from the external world, even mental sorcery is predicated upon the analysis of rules and order. No wizard becomes suddenly powerful merely because their will is concentrated in the heat of battle. This fundamental distinction delineates the path they tread. Akin to the philosophical debates of idealism versus materialism that would emerge in later generations. Thus, spellcasters must discover a practical and feasible path, establishing a rough framework and validating their direction through the feedback of laws, before they can unify their own wisdom and inspiration with divinity, culminating in a transformative ascension. One advances along the correct path, while the other may skip classes and later catch up, such as the nature of spellcasters and warriors. Perhaps in the future, a spellcaster will find a way to circumvent this requirement, but for now, none have. The correct direction, one that is sufficiently acknowledged by the initial tenets of rules, is what the elder currently lacks, yet it is also something Elvin has never contemplated. He merely aspired to reach the status of his mentor, believing that would suffice. With a heart brimming with joy, the middle-aged wizard felt assured that his past endeavors had indeed borne fruit. Yet, in that moment, as he observed his elated pupil, the elder beside him suddenly inquired, "Erwin, my dear student, you have always heeded my commands and followed my guidance, which is precisely why I chose to make you this promise. Do you recall?" "I do," the middle-aged wizard affirmed with a nod. "Ah, remembering is sufficient. But as the years have passed, have you accomplished every task I entrusted to you?" "Certainly." Without hesitation, the powerful soul reflected upon his past, convinced that until this day, he had never committed an act that would displease his mentor. "Is that so?" The elder nodded slightly, neither confirming nor denying, before abruptly shifting the conversation to an unrelated matter. "Erwin, do you know that as a wizard, one is not solely reliant on the likes of Medea, who divines the future through crystal orbs? I too have an affinity for prophecy, yet I seldom employ tools. I prefer to directly observe the celestial movements in the heavens. The myriad stars conceal countless secrets, their trajectories revealing the principles governing the cosmos. Until that fateful day, shortly after discovering the deity ensnared in the enigma, a mortal named Heracles arrived in Silvermoon City. The church entrusted him with the star spindle I crafted in my youth, which piqued my interest in this exceptionally gifted young man. However, it was precisely during that encounter that an unsettling feeling arose within me." As he spoke softly, the elder's tone remained remarkably calm. But, dear teacher, you once mentioned that a spellcaster's omens are not always favorable. They may indeed herald calamity. After a brief pause, uncertain as to why his mentor had broached this topic, the middle-aged man cautiously responded. Some dangers may not exist until the inexplicable omen breeds unwarranted vigilance, ultimately inviting disaster. This is a lesson we ought to heed. Indeed, that is what I have taught you. Erwin, therein lies the terrifying nature of fate, of which I am well aware. Thus, after that day, I did nothing but gaze at the stars night after night. The elder reminisced about that evening in a subdued voice. I sought answers, or perhaps solace, from the celestial signs. However, as you are aware, on one fateful night not long thereafter, the sky blazed with light, and the sun revealed a celestial phenomenon. A great Mars, once wandering in the depths of the cosmos, shattered as it approached the position of the sun, its remnants transforming from a red star into a brown star, accompanied by falling fiery debris. This was an ominous portent, a harbinger of calamity, and, more regrettably, the deity we had imprisoned happened to be the father of stars, Asterius. Teacher, please allow me to finish. The old man interrupted sharply, his voice suddenly rising. He paced through the desolate city ruins, his breath coming in heavy gasps. I pondered the significance of the celestial phenomena. Was it an omen of fate heralding my doom? Or perhaps a warning from him, signaling that disaster was imminent? No one could elucidate this. Not even the goddess of the arcane web, who once stated that fate never offers explanations to its observers, it merely unveils a fragment inadvertently, only to mock and toy with you when you seek to understand. Thus, bereft of answers, I resolved to embark on my own quest for understanding, ultimately arriving at the very inception of all things, the prison of the divine. After all these years, Elwin, the old man inquired, turning to the middle-aged man. Why did I take such great risks to confine a deity beneath the silver moon city, right under the noses of the church and the divine? Was it for the thrill of dancing on the edge of a blade? No, it was not. The middle-aged sorcerer, flustered and unsure, racked his brain for a coherent response. Back during the catastrophe of Typhon, you were not yet a demigod, and your consciousness could not fully perceive the intricate 12-layer structure of the arcane web. Without the aid of the enigmatic lock, the artificial arcane web could not have contained a true god. Moreover, with the sun god patrolling the skies daily, we could not guarantee evading his gaze every time. Having seemingly found a rationale, the middle-aged sorcerer's mood steadied somewhat. Later on, although your ascension to demigod status led to groundbreaking advancements in the artificial arcane web technology, the absence of incidents over the years rendered any rash movement a risk. Furthermore, the power of the enigmatic lock allowed us to detect many unwelcome intruders, and the presence of that centaur mitigated the church's vigilance towards us. So, Elwin, tell me. The old man's voice grew cold. Did you truly adhere to my instructions, as you claimed? For every offering brought before the god of stars, did you meticulously verify with the power of the enigmatic lock, ensuring their authenticity? Now, Elwin, I ask you, did you follow through? You did not. The old man's words were sharp, yet his expression remained placid. The middle-aged man, at a loss for words, gazed into his teacher's eyes. However, confronted with that tranquil yet unsettling gaze, an ominous premonition surged within him. He dared not look further. A chill ran through Elwin as a flash of silver light enveloped him. 8-link sorcery, void transmission. In but a breath, this spell could whisk him away from this place. Even a demigod sorcerer's direct intervention could not hope to shatter the myriad of trigger-based magical artifacts he had amassed over centuries in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, concealed beneath the fluctuations of space, the 9-loop sorcery, spiritual realm roaming, commenced its preparations. Should the elder choose to seal the space at the first opportunity, his teleportation would indeed be obstructed. However, his soul could instantaneously leap to the pre-established mental anchor in the second layer of the spiritual realm. Although undertaking such monumental endeavors might lead him from the jaws of one peril into another, Elwin could scarcely afford to dwell on such thoughts. He understood his mentor well, and he knew the man's true nature. In the past, regardless of the severity of his mistakes, as long as he remained of use, his mentor would always treat him with kindness, tempered only by the occasional stern reprimand. Yet, the present circumstances were starkly different. Observing the abrupt change in his mentor's demeanor, Elwin now sought only to preserve his life. Standing before him, the elder maintained a stoic expression. Noticing his pupil's resistance, he silently activated a long-held secret technique. A chilling scream erupted, and excruciating pain surged from the depths of the middle-aged sorcerer's soul. The sorcerer's structure, which had been only partially erected, collapsed in an instant, the fierce backlash amplifying the turmoil within his mind. Witnessing this scene, The elder advanced slowly, disregarding his student's anguished struggles, and began to dismantle the protective enchantments surrounding him. He proceeded with utmost caution, seemingly intent on preserving the integrity of their structure. Elvin, my student, it is time you remembered in this era, how many can genuinely become legendary sorcerers without possessing extraordinary gifts? Mediocrity? Do you consider yourself an exception? No. There is no shortcut in the path of a sorcerer. Your ascent to this point is entirely due to your inherent talent. The reason for your stagnation since assuming the role of the Clock Tower's master is not your lack of ability, but rather my influence. The struggle in Elvin's movements abruptly halted, only to intensify thereafter. Yet the elder remained unmoved. For he understood that if his pupil were to truly calm his mind and adopt a detached attitude, that might be his sole chance for redemption. However, he would not allow him such an opportunity. Elvin, listen closely to your teacher. Do you remember your fellow disciples? I wager you recall them, albeit not entirely. You remember their achievements, but forget that you too once shone brightly, exceptional in your own right, with only I being different when they sought me as their mentor. They came to me for the secrets of sorcery, and I generously imparted my knowledge. It was only later, as they ascended to legendary status and wielded power akin to mine, that they gradually distanced themselves from me, pursuing their own ambitions. It gradually became clear to me that truly exceptional sorcerers are independent. They cannot forever content themselves with being subordinate to others. Thus, when you stand before me, I am reminded of them. Consequently, I endeavor to guide you, enabling you to unleash your potential, and on the day of your ascension to legend, you shall forever be transformed into my most devoted disciple. Though words remain unspoken at this moment, Elwin seems to grasp something profound. Indeed, the study of the mind. The manipulation of memory, centuries of stagnation. For 2 millennia, the White Tower has birthed far more than a dozen legends. Yet, even with a mentor's assistance, one could not ascend to the position of the Tower Master without exceptional innate talent. After all, his senior brother was extraordinary, with unparalleled insights into the celestial mechanics. Wait, senior brother? Yes. Elwin feels a moment of disorientation. It appears he had several senior brothers, 2 of whom had previously assisted the teacher in the research of the God of Stars before him. Yet, for reasons unknown, he feels he has never encountered them, while possessing an uncanny familiarity with their identities. Indeed, it seems you have come to this realization. With a smile, the elder gently remarked, your earliest senior brothers have long since established their own paths, yet the later ones have all presided over experiments concerning the stars on my behalf. Therefore, to avert unforeseen circumstances, before they departed from me, I had no choice but to allow them to encounter such surprises first. Chapter 462, The Triple Sacrifice of Achilles in a Tranquil Manner, he narrated, using his words to stimulate Elwin's spirit. Much like how the latter had recently addressed the God of Stars, this was certainly not due to any sense of justice on the elder's part. Rather, it was simply effective. Fortunately, they had trusted me at that time, without taking excessive precautions. Otherwise, matters would have indeed been quite difficult. Ah, by the way, have you not noticed? As one who has yet to see a millennium since birth, Elwin, have you ever pondered how you witnessed the calamity of Typhon and how you became involved in my experiments from the very beginning? It seems illogical, yet you distinctly remember. Of course, it is because you have never truly participated. The ones who genuinely took part were your seniors. The only lamentable aspect is that the souls of the 3 legendary wizards merely served to prove the undeniable repercussions of memory alteration and soul fusion. This compelled me to abandon the notion of transferring my essence into another corporeal vessel. I had no choice but to regard it as a chain. When I stitched your soul together with that of your seniors, you were forever bound by this chain, unable to turn back for the rest of your days. A student who recognizes their own stagnation makes for the finest assistant. Indeed, had it not been for the foolishness of that centaur and your own oversight, you might have remained by my side for eternity. Yet, alas, the machinations of a villain, no matter how cunning, cannot outmatch the impulsiveness of a fool. Even now, I remain perplexed by the workings of his mind. His expression bore a hint of complexity, and at this juncture, the elder found himself at a loss for words. He was not feigning ignorance. He genuinely could not comprehend. He, Chiron, a devoted follower of the goddess of the magic web, found that the majority of his disciples were scions of the Olympian gods, ultimately becoming the so-called heroes. Fortunately, despite this, the church continued to extend him ample respect and trust, for he was a student of Hecate. Thus, when Chiron once more mentored Achilles, the elder, as he had on countless occasions before, devoted himself to his instruction, with him advocating at the forefront, the church would not overly scrutinize the activities of the wizards, as this was a matter that the centaur should oversee. However, burdened by guilt for having employed forbidden techniques, the wizards often found that the methods they presented were not nearly as dark as imagined. The centaur would merely vocally demand their cessation while, in truth, showing little inclination to heed their research. Ah, how amusing is this misplaced benevolence! To avoid witnessing the demise of life, one consumes roasted meat while choosing to distance oneself from the butcher and the kitchen. Nonetheless, I remain unconcerned, for life under such circumstances has been quite enjoyable until that day when his student was captured by deities, and he audaciously ventured to Olympus with artifacts from the spirit realm to offer aid. Taking a deep breath, the elder could only attribute the situation to Chiron being a commendable teacher and scholar, albeit not an exemplary student or leader. From that moment forth, the elder understood that the church would likely no longer indulge the centaur, and consequently, his days of ease were also drawing to a close. However, at that time, he was evidently unaware of the gravity of the situation, as a great war among mortals loomed. If he could delay for a few years, no one would have the time to concern themselves with him. Thus, after much contemplation, the elder resolved to employ a strategy of openly repairing the road while secretly marching on another. Yet, what I did not foresee was that you would once again interrupt this course of action. Shifting my gaze back to the students, I found no trace of warmth in my eyes. Do you know how much I longed to extract your soul and torment it for a millennium upon discovering that you had placed a human bearing the mark of divinity into the catacombs, even treating him as a sacrifice? You remain oblivious, just as you are unaware that, despite this being Silvermoon City, a place named by the goddess of the magic web, the church's reliance has never rested solely on the riddle of the locks. Thus, even if I refrained from informing them, they would not be ignorant of the fact that the wind god had once graced this place. This was the very reason I chose to conceal the truth at the outset, to direct their attention more towards this deity of Olympus. My non-involvement with him and my allowance of Medea's interactions with him were not motivated by his talents, but rather by her divine lineage, while he was a living god. Anyone witnessing this scene could not help but draw connections. Furthermore, coupled with her covert embezzlement of public funds and the usurpation of the clock tower's authority, how reminiscent it was of a traitor preparing for defection, or a heretic colluding with a false god. And yet, what was the outcome? Nothing transpired, for you brought everything back to square one. At the time, I may have been furious, but now all that remains for the elder is a sigh. Indeed, that god drew the church's attention. Yet before he could lead the clues to Medea, they ultimately circled back to him. Perhaps this is fate, the protection bestowed upon the faithful by the Lord who has never revealed himself. The elder could only speculate, for he was unaware. Ah, the divine. He did not lose to the church, but merely faltered one move before destiny. After all, compared to him, who had once witnessed the great prophet Enoch and beheld the establishment of the gate of Enoch, those who came after were still too youthful. Humanity is not divine, and wizards are certainly not warriors. Time has imparted upon him not only knowledge, but also wisdom, experience, and depth. Had it not been for this unforeseen event, he could have approached the inevitable changes with calmness rather than urgency, even racing against death. But now he had no choice but to tread the path of today. Ah, it is done, and there is no path devoid of obstacles. The old man murmured softly, gazing at his pupils, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Now, the final step must commence. Come, look at me, Elwyn. From this moment forth, you shall cast aside all recollections of today and instead embrace your true identity, your elder brother, my student, the legendary sorcerer Jordan, who first followed me in the study of the god of stars. Unlike Elwyn, you possess boundless ambition and extraordinary talent, bold and reckless, yet meticulous in your endeavors. A millennium ago, during the calamity of Typhon, it was you who first uncovered the god of stars, subsequently dragging your mentor into ruin, even resorting to murder against your fellow disciple who sought to expose you during subsequent experiments. Ultimately, you believed there was no one to trust, not even your own teacher. Thus, you employed unknown sorcery to manipulate me and Elwyn, remaining in the shadows, adeptly orchestrating events with your unparalleled mental sorcery. You succeeded, and no one suspected a thing. Until today, when a hint of unease gripped you, prompting you to abandon your schemes in Silvermoon City in exchange for something of greater worth, the youthful goddess Hebe. Therefore, once you conclude all matters here, you shall choose to carry your spoils to the underground, that vast, boundless realm nestled between the earth and the underworld. This is not without reason, as long ago, you discovered the peculiar race who call themselves Dark Elves, while you do not intend to ally with them. You can seek refuge among them, utilizing their power and the ever-shifting shadows of the subterranean world to evade pursuers. The underworld also possesses passages distinct from both the realm of mortals and the underworld, a semi-independent world concealed beneath the earth, akin to the realm of the dead. Thus, even if the God King wishes to enter personally, he must confront the formidable barrier of Gaia's essence. This is your plan, adventurous yet precise and flawless. Do you recall? As the old man's voice resonated, accompanied by the tumultuous psyche of Elwyn, the mental patterns laid long ago began to sway his thoughts. Most of the Elder's past had been erased, as destruction is always simpler than creation. Until all was complete, the Elder slowly rose, regarding his former pupil. He recognized the flaws in his scheme, yet this was the best outcome achievable in haste. This other former student of his indeed had ties to the Dark Elves, albeit orchestrated by him, and all of this left traces. Moreover, aside from these layers of concealment, the Elder believed his greatest assurance of escape from worldly entanglements was his choice to be unready. Indeed, to be unready. For he had never intended to abscond with the youthful goddess and the golden chalice he had so laboriously captured, considering that, in most scenarios, the mastermind of an event is invariably the greatest beneficiary. Since the most substantial gains were unrelated to him, he naturally would not be the prime suspect. Though relinquishing his gains brought forth a tinge of regret, the Elder's mind remained remarkably lucid. He was acutely aware of his desires and the essence of his pursuits. Prior to this day, his fundamental quest was life, for he stood on the precipice of death. However, post this moment, the urgency for longevity had dissipated. His paramount aspiration now lay in ascension to divinity. A youthful goddess and a powerful artifact would undoubtedly aid him in this endeavor. Yet after millennia of studying Asterius, the Elder recognized that such tools were not indispensable for a sorcerer. The path to divinity certainly encompasses more than one route, and the study of deities and artifacts does not guarantee success. Conversely, once one associates with Hebe and the artifact, adversaries would be omnipresent, both in the heavens and on earth. When the risks far outweigh the rewards, relinquishment becomes the true embodiment of wisdom. Let them remain here, to become the most significant desecrators in the history of Silvermoon City, the spoils of Giordano, the defiler of the stars. As for myself, I am but a mere corpse. This is the final lesson I impart to you, Erwin, that you can no longer hear me as a sorcerer. Never place your trust in or rely upon any entity, be it human, object, potent artifact, or the so-called immutable truth. From this day forth, there shall be no chief sorcerer of the White Tower, only a reclusive spellcaster, the founder of a mortal school of thought, an astronomer, philosopher, mathematician, an enlightened sage striving to decipher the rules through knowledge, the great sorcerer Aklaus. And until this epoch concludes, he shall not tread upon the earthly stage again. The Elder, no. Aklaus, having shed the frailties of age, cast a glance at his old form, pierced by the sword of destruction, and then at his various students in every sense of the word. He entrusted the third-tier ritual beneath the ancient city entirely to them, then tore open a spatial door at the very heart of the ceremony. Once the final ritual commenced, all traces he left behind would be contorted and obscured. No being, even a deity of sovereign stature, could perceive his remnants. This conclusion has been validated. As he gazed upon the intact ruins, Aklaus felt a profound lament. It is over. Everything has come to an end. The White Tower is destined for ruin. I have witnessed its inception and shall depart with the knowledge of the old White Tower, only to bear witness to its collapse. Do you know, sorcerers of the Third Era, for the past millennium, we have seemingly progressed along the path of sorcery, yet in truth, we have been confined for quite some time. Silvermoon City, the realm of the divine, the source of faith. The original sorcery originated here, offering shelter to us, the feeble, yet sorcerers. As we grew in strength, it transformed into a cage that binds us. Souls, life, time, destiny, those they regard as sacred are, in fact, reflections of truth scattered across the mortal realm. From the moment I became cognizant of all that transpired, I understood Silvermoon City was not the realm of wizards. Any place scrutinized by those lofty beings is not. Power can only usher in stability. It is change that fosters development. The mortal world no longer belongs to me, nor do the starry skies or the underworld. All those domains where deities freely display their might are beyond my reach. Only the subterranean realm, nestled between the earth and the netherworld, remains. While the world perceives it as a wasteland, I see it as honeyed nectar, crossing the threshold at this very moment. Achilles has sensed the traces of space pursuing him, Yet this concerns him no longer. Let history bear witness to all of this. Right and wrong have never been determined by a single generation. Morality and ethics are but ripples in the tides of time. Millennia hence, perhaps future generations will revile me, deeming me a heartless butcher, or perhaps some will sing praises of my deeds and glories, adorning me with honor and splendor. But such considerations are trivial now. For the illustrious heroes, the renowned generals, and even the sovereigns of the gods, they are all similarly judged. 1,000 tomes of history merely recount one truth. In this world, only the victors may claim the throne. On Mount Olympus, in the chambers of the Queen of the Gods, the wars of mortals rage fiercely, and soon Ares shall clash with the church of ancient deities upon the battlefield. Despite her discontent with her seemingly inept son, Hera musters the patience to direct her gaze towards such significant matters. Fortunately, aside from her son, her daughter remains considerate, tirelessly preparing the bathhouse each year to cleanse her of the weariness accumulated over time. The queen delights in this, though her joy would be greater had Hebe's divine power not been so feeble. Alas, divine roles cannot be altered. Only divine power can be augmented through faith. To this end, Hera did not hesitate to personally issue a decree, an uncommon exercise of her divine authority, commanding that the city of Naupactos and surrounding lesser city-states regard Hebe as their object of worship, acknowledging her contributions as their mother goddess. After all, as one of the rulers of the divine court, she is not in one of faith. Rather, it is her daughter who requires it. Yet for reasons unknown, seated upon her lofty golden throne, thoughts of the youthful goddess bring Hera a sudden sense of unease. Thud, thud, her heart inexplicably races. And taking a deep breath, she is perplexed by the origin of this portent. Amidst her speculations, she resolves to utilize her mortal followers to convey divine messages, to ascertain what Hebe is undertaking and whether she encounters any peril. However, as she concentrates to sense the divine, attempting to anchor her awareness through a devout priest, she is taken aback to find that she cannot locate her own divine servant at that moment. No, they are still present. It is just that, for reasons unknown, they have ventured to the nearby city-states. With a furrowed brow and divine energy surging, the Queen of the Heavens issued a decree. She demanded that the priest provide her with an explanation. However, the responses from the faithful left her speechless. Hera had not stationed many clergy in the cities to transfer their faith to Hebe, nor did she wish for other deities to have a significant presence. Yet, recently, traces of demons and malevolent entities had coincidentally emerged around the cities that worshipped the goddess of youth. The youth church, unaccustomed to combat, had no choice but to beseech the queen as priests for assistance in banishing these threats. As time passed, the few remaining priests departed, leaving only a handful to guard the temple in Nafplion. Yet, without the need for further censing, Hera was acutely aware that they had long since perished. This had just transpired, yet no deity would concern themselves with the demise of a few priests or thousands of followers. Such occurrences were tragically commonplace. Rising from her seat, Hera's intuition warned her that something was amiss in Nafplion. Just as she was preparing to investigate, a voice unexpectedly resonated from the doorway. "Your Majesty, the nymphs on duty in your western sea garden have returned today. They let them wait," she coldly interjected, her unease intensifying. Standing before her golden throne, Hera grasped at the air. In that moment, the authority bestowed upon her by the King of the Gods began to manifest. It was as if all creation converged within her grasp, as the heavens and seas encircled her. The divine power of the queen traversed the fabric of space, allowing her to gaze upon that small city from afar. Yet, merely with a glance, Hera was struck as if by lightning. How could it be him? With a resounding gasp, her divine energy unconsciously dissipated, causing the trembling divine palace to sway slightly. A stream of blood tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes. Had she ventured there in person, perhaps she would have been unscathed. However, she had invoked the queen's authority, and in witnessing more than she could bear, she found herself lacking the strength to withstand it. Faintly, a voice she had heard not long ago echoed in her ears, seemingly disregarding the protection of the divine court, as if it had truly manifested within the palace itself. Praise you, the sovereign of myriad demons, the source of the heavens' fall, the mother tree that devours the flesh of all realms. Your most loyal followers are here to honor you, offering the bones and blood of deities, along with the remains of millions of mortals. Chapter 463. The Divine Servants of Another World. Those who frequently engage in the ritual of human sacrifice are well aware that orchestrating a grand offering requires finesse and adherence to specific protocols. The nature of the offering must align with the essence of the deity it is intended for, and the ritual must correspond to the divine entity willing to accept such sacrifices. Fortunately, unlike the previous two epics of chaos, the third era boasts a plethora of formidable divine powers that have intervened in the world, offering a multitude of choices for the sacrificers. Yet, Giordano's understood that regardless of the breadth of his options, the fundamental truth remains, regardless of one's identity, intentions, or adversaries, if one dares to offer a sacrifice, divine power shall descend in response. Only one entity possesses the might to confront or even surpass any of the great beings, the Crimson Lord, the Mother of Flesh, the Devourer of all souls, the Blood Mother Tree. This singular being has become a prevailing consensus among the sacrificers since the emergence of the aberrations following the catastrophe of Typhon. While it is acknowledged that the presence of the Mother Tree has increased, public perception of her remains largely unchanged. Some regard her as akin to a Tartarus-like existence. Others believe she possesses her own intelligence and wisdom, while some simply view her as a mere avatar of an ancient deity, rather than an entirely independent entity. Diverse opinions abound, as no one has ever laid eyes on the true form of the Mother Tree, barred by the laws that confine her. Fortunately for Giordano's, he is indifferent to the true identity of this aberrant sovereign. Excluding these various interpretations, one fact is universally acknowledged: the terrifying power of the Blood Mother Tree is formidable, yet only in relation to oneself. If you wield her power against your enemies, it proves exceedingly advantageous. Boom, 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 in the eastern lands, surrounding the city of Naphtalion. As the Queen of Olympus sensed a disturbance, the third ritual ignited amidst the ruins of the city. The impact, however, extended beyond this singular location. Almost simultaneously, several city-states, also devoted to Hebe under the Queen's command, ignited with a crimson glow. Fanatics, fallen devotees, and those tainted by the essence of aberrations were all ensnared by the ritual of Naphtalion, transforming into sources of corruption. It was only at this moment that those priests dispatched to eradicate the aberrations realized that they were merely confronting bait. Under the sacrificial rites of the goddess of youth, these nearby city-states suffered devastating repercussions. Unlike Naphtalion, however, in a display of caution, the surrounding cities had not preemptively established sacrificial rites set by the sorcerers. When the power of the Mother Tree descends upon the earthly realm, its very existence poses the greatest threat. Thus, the centaur within the palace finally pinpointed the coordinates across the space portal. As he stepped through the threshold, he was met with a haunting sight. On a nameless hill, an ancient and shattered corpse was reduced to ashes amidst flames. In the once boisterous city-state, a headless divine body twisted grotesquely at the center of a colossal ritual. Over 1 million scattered bones began to fuse together under some unseen force, transforming into a multitude of fallen abominations. Meanwhile, in the distant clouds of the sky, the crimson glow from the earth reflected hues akin to magnificent fireworks. What has transpired here? Staring in disbelief, he struggled to suppress the tumult within. Gazing upon this scene, Chiron almost believed he had departed from the mortal realm. A terrifying stench of corruption assaulted his senses, and the hollow eye sockets of his skull seemed to scrutinize him, as if questioning the depths of his soul. What has occurred? What unspeakable deeds have those sorcerers committed here? He instinctively took a step back, yet a hand firmly held him in place. The expression on his face was nearly unsustainable as the young archbishop stepped out from the pale silver portal. The blood-red and fiery light illuminated his eyes, as if narrating the tale of devastation and calamity that enveloped this place. This is not Silvermoon City. Its people are not the faithful of the Lord, yet they have merely lost their way and should not be sacrificed to the fiends. Taking a deep breath, the young man felt a twinge of regret. In the past, he, along with the church and other clergy, had always held a certain reverence for this student of the goddess of the web, even though he had taught many who did not worship the Lord. It was only when the battle on Mount Olympus erupted that they realized perhaps they had overestimated this renowned sage. Indeed, Chiron may possess great knowledge, yet over the past millennia he had never personally achieved any extraordinary feats. He had indeed educated many formidable students, but their studies did not even encompass the sorcery of the goddess of the web. He resembled Prometheus, punished and locked within the eye of the sea. Despite the fame bestowed upon him by the world, his essence remained unworthy of such acclaim. Perhaps the goddess of the web perceived this truth, which is why she seldom visited her disciple throughout the ages. Chiron, you have imparted upon me an unforgettable lesson. Taking a deep breath, the archbishop stepped forward and raised his staff. Never again should one be granted privilege based solely on their identity. unless such privilege is bestowed by the Lord himself. Divine power surged as he pointed the staff forward. Before employing true means, he must first gauge the strength of these abominations. Only by vanquishing them here can he continue his pursuit of the sorcerer who has committed grave sins. After all, the existence of malevolent entities is repudiated by all that is sacred in the annals of ecclesiastical scripture. It is only at the moment of a successful sacrificial rite that their power may descend upon the earthly realm. Even if the echoes of the past are severed by the forces of darkness, the identity of the one who performs the ritual can still be discerned. Death, 10 rings divine art. Commandment, death. The ancient and unfathomable voice emanated from the archbishop in a manner beyond mortal comprehension. In an instant, countless bones in the city of Nephrilion, undergoing a transformation, became rigid before dissolving into dust upon the winds. It was as if an invisible force had utterly erased the significance of their existence. Not even the vigorous vitality of these malevolent beings could salvage them from annihilation. Save for the decapitated divine corpse at the city's center, which remained unchanged. Witnessing this scene, the young man with silvery gray hair finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the outcome was not the worst. Although the sacrificial rite had succeeded, such offerings were evidently insufficient to summon overpowering forces. Aside from the entity within the city, there were no higher malevolent beings present. Given this, even though his prayers to the angels prior to his arrival went unanswered, he felt capable of managing alone. As for Sharon, the archbishop clearly did not consider him a factor in the battle, despite his seemingly nonchalant demeanor. The malevolent entities before him were potent enough to obliterate several kingdoms on the continent without divine intervention. This was not merely a matter of strength. It was largely due to their formidable immortality, an aspect that the centaur, whose martial prowess was superior to magic, found particularly challenging. At this moment, as if finally recalling his role as a combatant, Sharon hastily retrieved a longbow from his back. Drawing the bowstring, he unleashed a rain of arrows that penetrated hundreds of assembled bones. Yet, as the arrows fell, the essence of those malevolent beings merely waned slightly, showing no further response. Futile. In the face of the malevolence that plagued the world, only the power of the Lord could contend. Mortal martial skills were utterly meaningless against them. Even the powers of sorcerers and those pseudo-divine clergy could only gaze in awe at their existence. With a cold utterance, the archbishop raised his staff once more. Beneath him, numerous luminous circles flickered to life, gathering an immense surge of sanctity far greater than before. As he had stated, the forces of malevolence were exceedingly troublesome, with the undead power that radiated from their source eternally etched in the depths of their essence. The most formidable of these malevolent entities, drawing directly from the primordial tree's essence, represented a force that even divine might could not obliterate. Even the so-called ancient malevolent beings, separated by a veil, were enough to inspire profound awe among all true deities. If the number of these entities was still deemed insufficient, the commonplace malevolent entities indeed instilled genuine fear within the hearts of mortals. The high-level abominations, comparable to demigods, are impervious to any power devoid of authoritative rules. Even celestial beings would require decades, if not centuries, to extinguish them. Yet, such entities are not uncommon across the continent. Even the aberrations of Nafplian City, which seldom reach this echelon, remain indifferent to the attacks of Sharon. This is the nature of abominations. Beings of the same realm can never truly harm them. And even those of a superior tier can only hope to erode their existence over an extensive passage of time. If there exists any force capable of inflicting fatal damage upon them within the same tier, it is solely the authority intrinsically linked to their origins specifically. The powers of life and death. This very fact led the once polluted Erebus to attempt to obliterate them with the force of life, however. The life vessel had long since lost its integrity, resulting in his ultimate failure. Yet, this pertains to the realm of divine might, in the domain of mortals. The two sides can still engage in a tenuous struggle. A fleeting thought crossed the mind of the outwardly youthful archbishop, who concentrated all his energy on his divine magic. Although the order of death could indeed annihilate these abominations, their sheer number was overwhelming, and at the heart of the city, a headless divine corpse gestated under the influence of malevolent forces. Fortunately, as a cleric of the church, he was unperturbed by their quantity, 11 rings divine art, mass summoning of otherworldly divine attendants. In an instant, 120 beams of light surged around Nafplian City. A sea of divine power cascaded from the archbishop, though it swiftly transformed into a gentle stream. As a summoning-type divine art, as long as the cleric held a significant position within the church's belief system and their faith was unwavering, They could summon beings from other realms that far exceeded the limitations of their divine arts, with summoned entities often bearing the cost of their summoning. Nearly there. Thank you, esteemed guests, for your assistance. Raising his voice, the archbishop could distinctly see, as the beams of light gradually converged, over 100 towering beings adorned with wings, brimming with positive energy, materializing before him. 108 golden celestials, the heroic spirits of the legendary golden humans hailing from the depths of the spiritual realm, thriving in this Seven Hills paradise. Yet, they were incapable of unleashing divine arts from the domain of death. So the young archbishop merely hoped they would expend their energy to contain those abominations. As for the remaining 12, they were demigod beings, radiant celestial attendants, elevated by angels after their faith in life was recognized. Regardless of the archbishop's authority, each possessed strength equal to his own, capable of easily vanquishing formidable evils. Fear not. To eradicate the abominations and spread the faith of the Lord is our sacred duty. In a concise manner, a radiant and imposing divine attendant spoke. Your Excellency the Archbishop, please give your command. I can no longer endure these vile beings. The young man continued. Very well, I entrust this matter to you all. His voice was low as he cast a glance at the centaur beside him. Compared to the centaur, he found more solace in the presence of his fellow clergy. Raising his scepter for the third time, he prepared the third divine spell of the archbishop as it soared through the sky, aimed at the celestial beings attacking from behind Navpulian. Relying solely on them was insufficient to combat the formidable evil birth from the divine corpse. Thus he had no choice but to take action himself. It had been many years since he last engaged directly in combat, and he wondered if he had become rusty. He silently shook his head, acknowledging the predicament of the clergy, while wizards merely needed to delve into their studies and research sorcery day and night. The clergy had far more to consider. For instance, the number of allies to summon during a skirmish, the domains of power their deities could provide at a moment's notice, and what kind of artifact projections to call upon against various foes. Each posed a unique challenge. As divine energy surged, intricate runes materialized beneath his feet. At that moment, the archbishop felt a stirring within and glanced toward the horizon. Was that the power of the false god king? No, it was not him but his queen, who was peering into the reality of this place. Ignoring the presence for now, he decided it was imperative to first address the immediate chaos at hand. As for Hera, that could wait for another time. Chapter 464, The Martyr of the Severed Head. In the heart of Nafralian, hundreds of divine beams descended from above. The rain of arrows from Chiron had just fallen, yet it inflicted no significant harm. However, as the archbishop unleashed his divine magic, sensing an imminent threat, the headless divine corpse finally exhibited some movement. Its fingers twitched, followed by the entire hand, the arm, and ultimately the whole body. To ensure that the sacrificial rite could at least attract a fleeting glance from the supreme being, the soul stitcher, the puppet master Giordano, without hesitation, severed the head of his captive at the moment he recalled his true identity. The consciousness of Hebe was extracted, for divine bodies are capable of regeneration, at worst. The newly formed divine vessel may temporarily lag behind its predecessor in certain aspects. The remaining portion was promptly offered as a sacrifice to the great mother of flesh and blood. Now that the ritual had concluded, the mother tree indeed responded adequately. Had it not been for the youthful goddess's still feeble powers and the less than grand and flawless nature of the sacrifice, it is likely that, from this incomplete divine corpse alone, she could have summoned sufficient force to create a new ancient abomination, instilling fear in the hearts of the gods. Fortunately, this was sufficient. The headless divine corpse rose from the ruins, moving slowly and stiffly, as if gazing at the human wielding a staff with non-existent eyes. An inexplicable sensation of being targeted surged within the archbishop's heart, accompanied by an ominous premonition of death. Perhaps it was due to Hebe's divine affiliation with life, contrasted by her current state, which aligned with the secular notion of death. The power of the mother tree granted it an alternative form of life. Ancient abomination, the martyr of the severed head. In an instant, an invisible domain unfurled, and a sense of impending mortality clung to the hearts of all present. This bore resemblance to a form of instantaneous supernatural ability akin to the effect of mandate, death, capable of causing any existence below an imperceptible execution line to perish upon mere awareness. However, those present were either demigods or entities brimming with positive energy. Thus, when faced with the ancient abomination's greeting, they merely experienced a ripple in their ethereal forms, enduring the silent wail that could have slaughtered millions of mortals. Boom, 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 almost simultaneously. 3 seraphic attendants noticed the commotion. In unison, they pointed, and 3 spheres of miniature suns materialized, exploding with intense light and heat within the city. This was 9 circles divine art, solar burst, highly lethal to entities infused with negative energy. Yet, as the brilliance faded, the ancient abomination remained unscathed, as if it had merely endured 3 grand fireworks. Your excellencies need not waste time on it. I shall ensnare it myself, proclaimed the archbishop from the nameless peak, his voice echoing resolutely. With a gesture of the staff, the long-prepared 3rd divine art was immediately unleashed. A faint azure divine light permeated the void, and an overwhelming chill arose from the surroundings. Snowflakes began to descend from the sky, and spring water froze into icy springs. An invisible cold current seemed to transform into shackles, winding towards the ancient malevolence. 11 rings divine art, sacred oath, crown of winter. The sacred power surged forth. As the shadow of the artifact symbolizing winter fell from the depths of the spirit realm into the mortal world, it froze all things, spreading the meaning of a cyclical conclusion. In a fleeting moment, the shadow of the ice crown appeared above the vacant neck of the ancient malevolence, as if to crown the non-existent head, eternally imprisoning its consciousness and existence. Yet, as it began to descend, a powerful resistance surged forth from the unseen. The clash of divine power between the ancient malevolence and the artifact shadow resonated in this realm. For a moment, the martyr was successfully ensnared here. Letting out a slight breath of relief, the archbishop finally turned his gaze towards the distance. There, in another city far from Nafplian, it seemed that some clergy were fleeing towards his position. Judging by the aura of sacred power emanating from them, they appeared to be followers of Hera, the goddess. Heretics. After a brief contemplation, the archbishop pointed his staff forward, preparing to guide those individuals over. Heretics could also be enlightened if they remained obstinate. Their demise would be of no consequence. However, being tainted by malevolence, even the soul would become polluted, and the purification would prove exceedingly difficult. As for whether the goddess of Olympus would harbor any objections regarding his attempt to guide her followers back to righteousness, such considerations were far from his mind. After all, when the god of war, Ares, personally led an army to besiege Silvermoon City, Olympus had made its intentions abundantly clear. War was inevitable, and there was no necessity to avoid it. Regardless, the archbishop would not permit the armies of those heretics to set foot on the lands of Silvermoon City. Thus, when the clergy, in a state of panic, traversed the uncertain spatial gateway, they were greeted by a seemingly youthful countenance. "Come, look here. Indeed, it is I." With the staff planted firmly on the ground, while maintaining the existence of the artifact's shadow, the archbishop produced a sacred text, choosing to flee in the face of malevolence, and not fighting until the very end amidst the collapse of the temple. It appears that your faith cannot be deemed particularly devout. Yet, this may simply be a reflection of your inability to find true solace for your souls, and I shall assist you in that endeavor. On Mount Olympus, within the palace of the goddess, gritting her teeth slightly, Hera excavated the eyes that seemed to give birth to her hazy consciousness, effortlessly summoning divine power to regenerate them. Although the newly birthed eyes still brought her a modicum of discomfort, the goddess momentarily set aside this trivial concern. Once more, she invoked her divine authority, gazing again towards that small city. Hera did not discover a means to resist the encroaching forces within such a brief span. Rather, she comprehended that the previous circumstances would not recur. The might of the mother tree is indeed formidable, yet its power emanates from itself, not from the malevolent entities it has spawned. Hera's grievous wound was merely a consequence of witnessing the moment of the sacrifice's manifestation. The gaze cast upon her by the mother tree, however, the outer god, sealed away from the world, could not perpetually fixate on that locale unless a sufficiently powerful anchor existed there, which, at present, was absent in Nafplian. Thus, unhindered by obstacles, Hera successfully glimpsed images near the city. Instinctively searching for the form of Hebe, she was dismayed to find no familiar visage of her daughter. Instead, she beheld a city engulfed in cries of terror, with priests and nobles either valiantly resisting or fleeing in panic, alongside a high archbishop wielding a staff, radiating divine power. A flicker of irritation stirred within Hera. She had not anticipated such timidity among her own clergy. Yet, this was an unavoidable circumstance. After all, unless in close proximity, the gods could not accurately gauge the piety of a devotee, a truth validated since the Bronze Age. To this day, Olympus could only employ various means to ascertain the faith of its priests. Beyond that, only legendary clergy could ensure a fervent belief. The reason was simple: if faith wavered, A cleric would find a chasm between themselves and their divine power upon ascending to legend, potentially resulting in the tearing of their very soul. Unless a deity intervened to mitigate such backlash, death remained their sole fate. Sigh, one could not entirely blame these mortals. Their strength remains too feeble to conquer these undead abominations. Exhaling softly, Hera chose not to indulge her wrath excessively, for she recognized that among the deities, only the priestesses of Moanda, the goddess of life, possessed the ability to eradicate the vitality of sealed malevolence or to cleanse the inherent corruption of ordinary fiends. Beyond that, even the followers of the King of Gods could only entreat Zeus to unleash his unassailable lightning upon those vile entities within sacrificial temples, thus rendering the choice to flee somewhat understandable. Of course, understanding did not equate to forgiveness. While others might flee for her own clergy, the inability to safeguard the temple rendered them utterly useless. The transformations near Navplion had not escaped Hera's notice, as a multitude of radiant beams descended. The presence of the archbishop immediately captured her attention. Was that a priest of the spirit realm? He could summon such a plethora of powerful spirits in one breath. A slight surprise flickered in her heart, prompting her to glance aside. Those demigod spirits were indeed remarkable, particularly upon the earthly realm. Regrettably, as she gazed upon the celestial attendants, Hera realized that although she theoretically possessed the divine power and essence necessary to create demigod forms, she lacked the requisite technical skill in reality. Such extraordinary spiritual entities could not simply be forged by providing sufficient divine power and essence. They belonged to a realm of soul creation and manifestation. Within the entirety of Olympus, the only similar entities were perhaps the heroes of the Hall of Heroes. However, the hall required the suppression of the starry expanse, rendering its utilization utterly impractical. Shifting her gaze, Hera resumed her search for Hebe. In the spring, nothing. In the nearby city-states, nothing. Amidst the surrounding mountains, it seemed there was also none to be found. With a slight furrow of her brow, Hera was at a loss regarding the whereabouts of the youthful goddess. However, as she meticulously searched, an inexplicable chill suddenly washed over her heart. Upon closer inspection, she immediately noticed the icy crown, a projection of a divine artifact. The depths of the primordial god's wealth were indeed unfathomable. A flicker of envy crossed her eyes. As the queen of Olympus, she had never possessed any artifact of renown, not even surpassing Hebe's golden cup. Watching the icy crown settle upon the familiar headless god's corpse, Hera couldn't help but feel a pang of reflection. To suppress a near-divine malevolence with the shadow of a divine artifact was certainly sufficient. Yet, why did this ancient monstrosity appear so familiar? A thought flashed through her mind, prompting her to scrutinize it further. Although the headless god's form had been altered somewhat by the power of the mother tree, its overall shape remained unchanged. In that moment, an ominous premonition surged within her. An invisible pressure descending upon the divine palace and its surroundings. Outside the palace, 7 sea nymphs gathered, gazing perplexedly at the oppressive atmosphere enveloping the distant temple, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Your Majesty, what is happening? I do not know. Perhaps it is some insurmountable issue. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, toppling Hera's temple in an instant. Golden light surged from the sacred mountain, crashing towards the golden palace at its summit. Pushing open the grand doors, Hera strode inside. Upon seeing the godly king resting on the throne, she could no longer contain her mounting fury. Zeus, why are you still here? What are you waiting for? The king of gods was not omniscient, and Hera was well aware of this fact. Yet, she also understood that Zeus could not be oblivious to her invocation of the queen's divine authority. What she had witnessed, he had surely seen as well, perhaps even before she did, and to a greater extent. Yet even now, Zeus remained seated, failing to rescue Hebe, who was ensnared in a dire predicament. You are the king of the gods. Taking a deep breath, Hera cast a cold reminder at the figure upon the throne. I am aware, yet Hebe is no longer present. I shall bring her back, but not at this moment. With weary eyes, Zeus solemnly vowed. However, upon hearing his words, Hera felt an even greater surge of anger. Not now. Yet all I desire is now. Since you refuse to act, I shall take matters into my own hands. With a resounding thud, she turned away, sensing that her emotions were rather heightened today. Nonetheless, given Hebe's mysterious absence, her reaction seemed justified. Zeus remained lost in thought, leaving her reliant solely on her own strength. In a flash of divine light, Hera returned to the dilapidated palace of the gods. Summon forth the craftsman, restore it. I demand to see it return to its former glory before my return. And who was it that wished to see me? Step forth at once. Striving to regain her composure, Hera realized her state was rather precarious. The incident concerning Hebe had transpired, and since she could not eradicate the problem in an instant, she should devise a comprehensive solution. Yet, before that, she intended to address matters at hand. The guardians of her western garden, perhaps they were here to present the golden apples. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She had intended to host a banquet following Hebe's offering, but now that her daughter was absent, was there any necessity for such an event? Let them come forth, she decided. As for the affairs concerning Ares, she had neither the time nor the inclination to attend to them. Let Zeus engage in his schemes alone. As for herself, regardless of the circumstances, she would first secure the golden apples. A banquet may be unnecessary, yet once she had rescued Hebe, these golden apples could be utilized to restore her health. Chapter 465. The Legacy of the Magic Net. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Before the collapsed divine palace, struck down by the power of the Queen of Heaven, 7 sea nymphs stood in a row alongside the nymphs of the orchard. Upon Hera's summons, the maidens tending to the orchard paid their respects, expressing reverence to the esteemed deity. However, at that moment, the Queen of Heaven appeared disinclined to engage in lengthy discourse with them. She simply gestured with a wave of her hand and directly commanded, "Very well. You have come to deliver the golden apples, I presume? In the past, I would send someone to fetch them. I did not anticipate that this year you would bring them yourselves. In that case, please return your harvest to the storeroom. I permit you to linger a while longer upon the sacred mountain. If there are no further matters to discuss, you may take your leave." No sooner had she spoken than Hera turned to depart. She did not believe that these guardians of the orchard possessed any significant matters to report, for they were less guardians and more artisans tending to the flora. The sea nymphs excelled at this task, able to dispel storms from the ocean and nurture the growth of plants. Yet, just as she pivoted, a voice from behind halted her. "Your Majesty, we did not come to present the golden apples." "Then what brings you here?" Hera inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. We come seeking aid." After a brief hesitation, the leading sea nymph spoke with resolve, her words edged with trepidation. With gritted teeth, she confessed a fabricated tale. The golden apples had vanished. They had either been destroyed or seized, and even the demon guarding the orchard, Radon, had perished at the hands of the enemy. "Your Majesty, that vile fiend is exceedingly cruel, showing no regard for you or the other deities. We clearly identified ourselves, yet he dared to strike against us." "Your Majesty," boom. Unable to contain herself any longer, an invisible aura emanated from Hera. Having just vented her frustrations to Zeus, she returned only to encounter such distressing news. Her fearsome gaze swept across the 7 sea nymphs, and the pressure from the queen intensified. Yet, at a certain moment, she forcibly restrained her fury, attempting to regain her composure and reflect upon the situation. "You claim my garden has been robbed by a fiend?" "Indeed," the sea nymph responded, presenting a distorted account. "He claims the golden apples rightfully belong to him, that plucking them is both justifiable and reasonable. Naturally, we could not believe his words. So we politely informed him that the Queen of Heaven is the most just and benevolent deity in this world. If he insists on seizing the golden apples, let him await the Queen's arrival to render a decision. We are confident that if he possesses a valid reason for taking the apples, Her Majesty will bestow a fair judgment. Even if he lacks justification, perhaps the great Queen might still show mercy. However, what we did not anticipate was his audacious and insolent demeanor as he imperiously commanded us to step aside. Yet, we were the guardians of the garden, chosen by Her Majesty the Queen, and how could we possibly be intimidated by a mere brute? Thus, we resolutely resisted, yet ultimately we were vanquished by him. The sea nymph recounted the events in their entirety, convinced that she had not uttered a falsehood. After all, that humans seemed to have mentioned something about trials and rewards, as if the golden apple was inherently his. Their subsequent responses were merely slight embellishments. The essence of the events remained unchanged. Standing before the sea nymphs, Hera was nearly beside herself with rage. She had never anticipated such audacity, huh? Suddenly realizing something, Hera inquired, "Did you say you defeated Ladon?" "Indeed," the sea nymph nodded respectfully. Although she was uncertain whether the queen had been keeping abreast of the happenings upon the sea, the truth was undeniable. "Then how did you survive?" Hera pressed further. Perhaps he was overly arrogant, believing that only a formidable demon like Ladon was worthy of his prowess. The sea nymph cleverly concocted an excuse. "Is that so?" Hera's brow furrowed again. Such reasoning struck her as rather dismissive. Yet, upon reflection, she could not entirely refute the possibility. After all, among the gods, such beings were not uncommon. and divine strength and wisdom had never been synonymous. Do you know this perpetrator? Which deity is he? We do not recognize him. The sea nymph replied, reiterating their conjecture. He has disguised himself as a human. But how could a mere mortal defeat the 100-headed dragon, Laden? That formidable demon can only be vanquished by the king of gods. He must be an ancient deity concealing his true identity. Your Majesty. He may very well be targeting you specifically. You must not let your guard down. The king of gods has more than one lover. Perhaps it is a certain goddess who has requested their assistance. Boom. Within a single night, Hera unleashed her power for the third time. Yet this time, it was not due to any external provocations, but rather because of the folly and audacity of these sea nymphs. Absurd. The lovers of Zeus aspire to usurp the throne of the queen? Regardless of others, does Zeus himself even wish to acquiesce? Moreover, even if we entertain this notion, what status do you possess to dare discuss such matters with me? Enough. With a cold reprimand, under the weight of the queen's authority. The 7 nymphs and sea nymphs were already pressed to the ground, struggling to breathe. After a moment, as her fury seemed to subside, Hera cast a frigid glance at them, ultimately refraining from delivering a fatal blow. I am aware that you fear I may place the blame upon you. But this is not your justification for fabricating such ludicrous excuses. The identity of the assailant is something I shall investigate myself. There is no need for your unfounded speculations here. Now, tell me, is there anything you have yet to disclose regarding the entity that has invaded my garden? Your Majesty. There is. After a difficult pause, the sea nymph proclaimed loudly, he claims to be called Heracles. Ah, it seems she has suddenly stumbled upon a revelation. A thought flickered in her mind. The glory of Hera. What a peculiar name. Bang, 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 bang. 7 muffled thuds resounded. Yet at the last moment, a measure was taken. 7 sea nymphs and nymphs were cast out, instantly losing consciousness. With a grim expression, Hera felt as though she had been duped. Heracles, it is indeed him, the son of Zeus, and that mortal. He appears to be undertaking some so-called trial. Detain them until I return to address the matter, she stated coldly. While Hera found these sea nymphs and nymphs rather foolish, she believed they would not dare deceive her regarding one critical matter. The golden apple should be gone. Heracles, how dare you seize my garden so brazenly? Anger welled up within her, yet in that moment, the queen of the gods also noticed a pivotal issue. Had the multi-headed dragon Laden truly been slain by him? She had not paid attention to this matter. After all, she was not the god of the sea and seldom exercised the authority of the queen. If that is the case, a thought arose within her, and Hera promptly ascended, flying toward Mount Olympus. The ownership of a few golden apples was a trifling matter. The whereabouts of Hebe were of utmost concern to her now. If, after all these years, this human has become so formidable, perhaps she could indeed enlist his assistance. She pondered the whereabouts of Pharos. It would be best to leave this matter in his capable hands. Reflecting silently, Hera departed. Meanwhile, in her wake, after a considerable time, accompanied by a chorus of pain groans, several sea nymphs awakened from their stupor. What is this? What has transpired? A flicker of confusion crossed their eyes, only to be followed by a dawning realization as the sea nymphs displayed expressions of clarity. Heracles. Could it be that he is the illegitimate son of the queen? No wonder he claimed the golden apples as his rightful recompense. Yet, this revelation plunged the sea nymph into despair. Heavens, I failed to recognize the progeny of the queen, and I have reported this directly to Hera herself. What am I to do now? A flash of fear crossed her features, but in the next moment, that fear was supplanted by resolve. I shall not resign myself to fate. With a gentle clenching of her fist, the sea nymph realized that Hera had refrained from immediately executing them, perhaps merely to avoid drawing attention to the matter out of anger. However, should the goddess regain her composure, she would have 1,001 reasons to bring about their demise. Thus, the pressing question arose. Who among the Olympians could possibly save her? The king of the gods. I must seek him to voice my grievances. Yes, only he can deliver me. Grasping at this last thread of hope, the sea nymph was overwhelmed with excitement. If she continued to accuse Heracles of his misdeeds before the divine ruler, perhaps Zeus would inadvertently uncover the true identity of Heracles. Just as she had. Uncertain of the feasibility of her plan, the sea nymph could only assume it was viable. She closed her eyes once more, feigning unconsciousness. It seemed she was confined, and though none believed she could escape Olympus, the guards were rather lax in their vigilance. Nonetheless, she could not act recklessly. She needed to find a day when she could assuredly meet the king of the gods to plead her case, and it must be before Hera's return. Silently praying, the sea nymph longed for that day to arrive swiftly. Yet, at the same time, she felt a twinge of regret. All she had desired was to taste a few golden apples. Was that a crime? How had it spiraled into such a predicament without her realizing? However, the events were set in motion, and she had to remind herself that if any further consequences arose, they were certainly not her fault. Nor was she obliged to bear the burden. Indeed, the true culprit was that human. Heracles, was it? Once the king of the gods discovers your true nature, he shall personally ensure that you meet a fate most dire. On the earth below, the queen of heaven departed from the divine mountain, while the battle between the malign entity and the archbishop continued unabated. Yet, facing the rare half-divine priest, even the ancient evil's formidable power was destined to falter against the might of the 12 blazing celestial attendants and the projection of divine artifacts. The outcome had long been decided, and the archbishop's prior prayers received no response from the angels. Instead, as he prepared to confront Ares on the battlefield, a unique oracle descended, landing upon the two chosen bearers of the Lord's radiance in the mortal realm. Respectfully receiving the divine message, the two archbishops conferred momentarily. They swiftly reached a consensus regarding the events unfolding in Naupactus. However, in a departure from their usual conduct, one typically fervent and radical archbishop surprisingly relinquished his stance, opting instead to embrace the perspective of another. The latter had pointed out that such rhetoric would only serve to mislead the majority of uninformed mortals regarding the Lord's glory. But his words were of a different nature. Language is an art, the elder stated, and ultimately, the elder woman chose to acquiesce. Yet, upon finalizing their decision, they undertook the same course of action to relay the matter to the goddess of the magical web. Allowing the sorcerers to wield the enigma lock has proven to be a grave error, and they themselves are gradually coming to the realization that, perhaps for those above the legendary tier, coexisting peacefully with the church is indeed a formidable challenge. Their desires for immortality, unparalleled power, and ascension to divinity starkly contrast with the church's intentions. The pursuit of eternal life is inherently unattainable for humanity, for sorcerers. The quest for such a goal inevitably leads them to transgress forbidden boundaries. Even if one batch is eliminated, another will inevitably arise. Expelling one group will only give rise to a new one. A decision began to brew within the old woman's heart. Yet whatever course she chooses cannot escape the presence of the goddess of the magical web, Hecate. Thus, as the seemingly youthful archbishop's war against the sinister forces drew to a close upon the earth, Hecate received 3 distinct messages from the expanse of the starry sky on an unnamed desolate planet. These messages bore her own sigil, disseminated through the omnipresent magical web. One originated from Chiron, another from a young man accompanying him, and the final one emerged from the front line welcoming Ares. However, upon glancing at the messages, Hecate chose not to decipher any of them. With a mere flick of her finger, she effortlessly erased them from the astral space. Beside the crimson-clad maiden, a silver chariot stood idly. Noticing the 3 consecutive messages and observing Hecate erasing them, Selene could not help but feel a pang of curiosity. Hecate, is that centaur among them? Indeed, it is he, yet he is not alone. But it matters little, I can likely surmise the reason. With a dismissive wave, the girl in the red dress nonchalantly shook her head. Yet, as the deity most familiar with her, the moon goddess instantly perceived her insincerity. Hecate, whatever the matter may be, you can confide in me. Pressing her lips together, Selene spoke softly. Perhaps I may not triumph over your adversaries, but many of the world's dilemmas are not meant to be resolved through brute force. Perhaps by contemplating the issue from a different perspective, I could provide you with a novel insight. Indeed, you are correct. After a brief silence, Hecate gently nodded. She gazed at the moon goddess beside her and then pulled her close. Since you wish to listen, I shall share my thoughts with you. Artificial magical web, this term, you should have heard me mention before, correct? Chapter 466. The successor Selene had certainly heard of the artificial magic web and was deeply impressed by it. She vividly recalled a night long ago when Hecate excitedly informed her that a mortal sorcerer was attempting to unravel the very essence of the magic web, even endeavoring to replicate a new one. At that time, the moon goddess found it peculiar, not only the mortal's audacious aspirations but also her friend's reaction. The former was understandable, for the magic web was an extraordinary and vast creation. The notion that a mere mortal, devoid of divinity, could deconstruct the magic web was utterly preposterous. Moreover, given the mortal's limited capabilities at that time, he could scarcely grasp the intricate structure of the 12-layered magic web, let alone forge a new one. As for the latter, the divine authority held by a true deity was synonymous with their very essence and power. In a world where a mortal dared to encroach upon divine sovereignty, One would expect the deity to obliterate the threat rather than exhibit such exuberance. Selene found this inconceivable, yet she had no intention of concealing her bewilderment. When she posed her inquiries to the moon goddess, Hecate's response was profoundly thought-provoking. I recall you telling me that you are the goddess of the magic web, its creator and builder, destined to be its perfecter and achiever. It shall attain completion through your hands, ultimately taking root in every corner of the mortal realm. But that is all. You are its inception, yet not its entirety. You have known this since the very day of its birth. Therefore, you do not feel anger at the emergence of the artificial magic web. In fact, you feel joy. You desire others to study it, refine it, achieve it, and ultimately be achieved by it. Thus, when the centaur, having discovered the existence of the artificial magic web, hurriedly sought her counsel, she ultimately conveyed to him that she never perceived the study of the magic web as a desecration. Quite the contrary. It was a testament to the sorcerers utilizing their intellect to pay homage to the trailblazers of the arcane path, on an unnamed celestial body, beside a silver chariot. Selene found herself attempting to adopt the roles of listener, thinker, and problem solver, only to be swiftly returned to her original state by the red-clad maiden within mere seconds. Fortunately, the moon goddess had grown accustomed to such occurrences. She merely strained her neck under Hecate's scrutiny to meet her gaze. What do these transmissions have to do with the artificial magic web? Has its research failed? Indeed, Hecate nodded in acknowledgement, dismissively shaking her leg. It has failed, just as I once instructed young Chiron. Perhaps I am not particularly adept at playing the role of a guide. It seems that every promising beginning has failed to blossom under my influence. Perhaps Zeus excels at this, yet he is no longer the golden-haired youth I once encountered. At this moment, I have no desire to engage with him. There may be others skilled in such matters, yet I am unfamiliar with them. So let it be. With a few more attempts, success is bound to follow. However, returning to the matter at hand, Hecate lowered her gaze slightly to the moon goddess. Since they are all unreliable, Selene, would you care to give it a try? Try what? The goddess, clad in a gown of moonlit white, responded with confusion. Did I not mention this before? Hecate exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. You did not, Selene pouted, a hint of annoyance gracing her features. Is that so? Hecate replied, feeling a tad embarrassed as she waved her hand dismissively. I see you were unaware. But that's of little consequence. It's not too late for me to enlighten you. Gathering her thoughts and meeting the moon goddess's accusatory gaze, she casually articulated her desires. In truth, the matter is quite simple. I need your assistance to temporarily assume the role of the goddess of the magic web. Cough, cough. Wait, what did you just say? Selene's eyes widened, her voice almost cracking. Hecate appeared unfazed, shaking her head as if Selene's reaction were an overreaction. Indeed, you heard correctly. I require you to take on the mantle of the goddess of the magic web. How does that strike your fancy? It is the magic web. After all, far mightier than your moon. Hecate, are you out of your mind? What deity willingly relinquishes their divine office? How could I possibly usurp your divinity? The moon goddess found it difficult to believe, feeling as though she were trapped in a dream. Yet before her, as she observed Selene's astonished response, Hecate merely contemplated for a moment. Soon, a cerulean silhouette coalesced behind her, manifesting another version of herself. In an instant, an intangible influence seemed to radiate outward, in stark contrast to the vivacious red-draped maiden. The appearance of the blue-clad figure upon this nameless celestial body rendered even the vast expanse of the night sky tranquil and serene. With hands gracefully folded at her right waist, the blue-clad Hecate stepped forward. Despite their similar visages, her demeanor emanated a soothing gentleness. I am not mad. Selene, this is my destined path. In truth, I am the genuine goddess of the magic web. I am the one birthed from its essence. And it is I who seeks to cede this authority. It has never been anyone else. In a soft voice, the maiden knelt before her, gazing at the faint, elusive smile gracing the lips of the blue-clad Hecate. Selene felt as though she were beholding the vast, boundless magic web itself. I am its pioneer. Yet I do not claim it as my own. The magical web is the dominion of Hecate, yet it is not entirely hers. Millennia ago, she traversed her earthly existence above the eastern sea. When the magical web came into being, I emerged. As for the present, on the day the third epoch approaches its conclusion, the magical web shall attain perfection in my grasp. From that moment forth, the next me shall also be on the horizon. Oh, so that is how it is. However, Hecate, I remain perplexed. With a gentle nod and a moment of silence, a flicker of bewilderment crossed Selene's eyes. She endeavored to comprehend the words of the blue-clad Hecate, yet the enigma of the trifold incarnation surpassed her understanding. Observing this, the girl in blue merely smiled lightly, while the girl in red poked her with discontent. How troublesome. Very well then, allow me to elucidate. With a slight pout, Hecate displayed understanding. The trifold incarnation is a unique endowment. However, akin to a shared arcane legacy, it often manifests distinct outcomes in different hands. The existence of the trifold capacity varies for each individual, and their choices can lead them down entirely divergent paths. Her own journey along such a path was not without its share of serendipity. Unlike the trifold incarnation of the legendary Lord of Eternal Night, though, to be precise, Hecate was unaware of the nature of the other's incarnation. In the myriad ancient tales, Nyx's triad and she herself have always been portrayed as separate entities, as if they were independent individuals. Yet, she is not so. In her original trajectory, Hecate bore the image of 3 heads and 3 bodies, manifesting in representations of youth, middle age, and old age. Regardless of how one delineates them, her 3 forms are interwoven, unified, inseparable. Rather than being 3 distinct entities, they represent 3 different aspects of the same existence. In this regard, the Hecate of this world has further magnified this notion. Her first incarnation, the girl in the red dress, symbolizes her innate identity and all that she possesses by birthright, traversing all that is earthly. On the day of the epic's transition, when she successfully wove the magical web and ascended to divinity, it signified the complete fulfillment of her journey from birth to godhood. The incarnation in red thus became whole, and from the sea emerged the goddess of the magical web. They are all Hecate, yet none are the complete Hecate. Thus, from this day forth, the old journey concluded, giving rise to a new task named the perfected magical web. As the second trifold incarnation of Hecate, the one in blue is born alongside the magical web. Therefore, to achieve her own perfection, she must ensure the web attains its own. Of course, absolute perfection does not exist, relative perfection suffices. Although this endeavor is fraught with difficulty, at least as the epic wanes, Hecate is confident that she can accomplish this at a particular moment. However, simultaneously, another dilemma arose. As the magical web reached a state of relative perfection, Hecate's second incarnation had to extricate herself from the magical web while achieving her own completeness. Otherwise, once that fleeting moment of relative perfection passed, her second incarnation would revert to an incomplete state. Only by promptly selecting the next goddess of the magical web could she gracefully abdicate her role as the creator of the magical web, the shaper of the magical web, and the completer of the magical web, thereby ensuring that any subsequent shortcomings would no longer concern her, becoming solely the responsibility of the second goddess of the magical web. Hecate had intuitively understood this since the day the magical web was established. Thus, she took on an apprentice who bore some resemblance to her, a long-lived, divine offspring, and ostensibly abandoned centaur named Chiron. She hoped that he would ascend to the pinnacle of near divinity, ultimately inheriting the position of the goddess of the magical web during the next epic's transition. However, this notion did not endure for long. Over time, Hecate gradually recognized that, despite Chiron's diligence and thirst for knowledge, he lacked the requisite ability. He was intelligent and talented, particularly in astrology, which initially led her to believe he was merely engrossed in prophecy and potions rather than grappling with a deficiency in innate talent. Yet, the stark reality later proved her mistaken. His aptitude for sorcery was no more exceptional than that of other divine offspring. Rather, it could be said that his gifts in this realm were quite ordinary. Conversely, he seemed inherently adept at martial skills and archery. By the time she realized this, it was somewhat too late. Hecate shook her head slightly, unsure of how to assess the situation. When she recognized that Chiron's talents did not lie in sorcery, she earnestly informed him that, based on his abilities, he might never meet her expectations. As the goddess of the magical web, she naturally felt disheartened. Yet, as the mentor to her first apprentice, Hecate hoped he would come to recognize his strengths in a timely manner, freeing himself from the burdens of pursuing the path of a spellcaster due to her influence. He could delve into martial arts and archery, honing his physical prowess, even though Hecate was unable to teach him in those areas. However, while the centaur outwardly accepted reality, he did not relinquish his ambitions internally. He continued to strive for mastery in advanced sorcery, even as his mediocre talents made each step forward arduous in the realm beyond legend. Conversely, his interest in martial skills and archery allowed him to manifest the capabilities befitting a demigod. Alas, I could not alter his convictions, so I ceased discussing sorcery with him, allowing him to pursue his own desires. As for the divine heroes he chose to mentor, though I held little affection for most of them, I refrained from obstructing him. As this was his chosen path, I merely began to seek a new successor until the emergence of the artificial magical web. With a hint of nostalgia gracing her features, Hecate continued, "Selene, do you comprehend? This is a stroke of genius, from the perspective of a legendary sorcerer, one whom even demigods have yet to tread upon. It is particularly brilliant. This exploration of the essence of the magical web is the endeavor of one who might truly inherit the mantle of the god of the magical web." Back then, I mused that if he could persist in this pursuit, I would bestow upon him immortal divinity at the end of the epic, thereby establishing a divine realm and entrusting him with the authority over the magical web. I intended to convey this to him personally, to reveal that he had been chosen as the heir to the god of the magical web. Yet, I hesitated, pondering that perhaps such a talent might surprise me further. Should he ascend to demigod status, and perhaps even to godhood, through his own merit, he might manage the magical web with greater efficacy and seamlessly inherit my legacy. Thus, I chose to grant him freedom. Once, it was told to me that the most radiant thoughts and civilizations emerge solely in the most liberated environments. Therefore, I did not scrutinize his actions too closely, merely delegating the authority over the enigma locks to those sorcerers. After all, the essence of the enigma locks is the magical web. Studying them would further aid in their understanding of the web itself. Yet, Selene, even I could not have anticipated that this mortal sorcerer would embark on such a path. He forsook the artificial magical web in favor of delving into the nature of the divine itself. Speaking softly, as a deity, Hecate seldom occupied herself with the mundane activities of sorcerers. After all, she merely needed to consult the tome of all laws, and knowledge not pertaining to the divine realm would manifest therein automatically. Alas, it was unfortunate that his forbidden research had, from its inception, involved a deity. Thus, the maiden in the azure gown slowly rose, her head shaking in resignation. He has finally discovered the path to immortality. Yet I have resolved to prevent him from becoming the god of the magical web. He is ill-suited for such a role. Should he ascend to that position, he would merely plunge deeper into the abyss of taboo. Hence, I have come to terms with it. Despite my intuition suggesting that a mortal should inherit the position of the god of the magical web, it does not preclude the possibility of a deity temporarily assuming the role. Selene, perhaps you are indeed unfit for this position. However, I believe there exists a deity who is. Chapter 467, Support Without Interruption. I allowed another version of myself to recount this past. Yet, upon the mention of human research, the maiden in the crimson dress furrowed her brow. This exemplifies another characteristic of the triadic incarnations. They often hold starkly divergent views on the same matter, rooted in their inherent natures. As the original Hecate, her disposition leans towards chaotic good. Thus, when she observed the choice made by that human, she found herself secretly disapproving of him. In contrast, the Hecate clad in azure embodies the true essence of the god of the magic network, her nature aligning harmoniously with the very fabric of the network itself. Regardless of benevolence or malevolence, justice or depravity, the magic network opens its embrace equally to all who are willing to abide by its rules, irrespective of their identity. Even if someone were to wield the power of the magic network to attack her subordinate, the goddess of the network would not rescind their right to utilize it, unless the assault was directed at her own self, not due to a belief in her own uniqueness, but because doing so would violate the fundamental order of the network. To harm the creator of the network is tantamount to destroying the network itself. If we were to assess the nature of the maiden in blue through the lens of the 9-grid system, her alignment would be absolute neutrality. All matters are relevant to her, be they divine or mortal, as long as they do not obstruct the network's development or infringe upon her core essence, are deemed existence as reason. Consequently, despite being unable to wholly accept the thoughts of her other self, the crimson-clad Hecate had to concede that this was indeed the deity the magic network required. Regrettably, the current sentient beings lack a significant sense of presence. While they can provide faith, even the remnants of a bygone era possess a certain power. It remains woefully insignificant. As products of a later generation, they are as minuscule as dust. Yet, as a race, as a collective, they do not occupy a sufficient standing in the world to allow their existence to uphold a grand symbol. Otherwise, with the magic network increasingly permeating every facet of sentient beings' lives, there would be no need to await the transition of epochs to seek its relative perfection. Yet, this is an unavoidable circumstance. After all, if it were not for faith, who would deign to regard the mundane? With a tranquil voice, the azure incarnation gradually faded, returning to Hecate's form, or, more accurately, merging into the omnipresent magic network. There was no need to respond to the information emanating from the mortal realm. The decision to restrict wizards would be left to the next god of the magic network. As for the fleeing wizard, he is dead. The goddess of the network feels no remorse. Should he live, she harbors no anger. Even if he were to ascend to godhood, it would bear no relation to her, the creator of the network. That is a matter concerning another version of herself. She will merely await the day of the epic's end, whether that day arrives tomorrow or remains eternally elusive. Ah, so impressive. Taking a gentle breath, Selene watched as another Hecate vanished behind the maiden in the red dress, letting out a gasp of astonishment. Although she was aware of Hecate's unique gift of the three forms, and had encountered this blue incarnation before, witnessing both of her manifestations simultaneously was, without a doubt, a novel experience. Particularly when these two incarnations separated and then rejoined, an inexplicable sensation surged within the heart of the lunar goddess. As Hecate had articulated, her innate talent was exceedingly extraordinary. So extraordinary, in fact, that the manifestations of different deities could exhibit vastly divergent forms and abilities. While her own three forms possessed an ancient and primal power, the amalgamation of two peak divine powers could never hope to rival the might of the divine. Yet, the primordial god-king unified the yet-to-coalesce symbols of sky and patriarchy, endowing him with the capacity to suppress the Earth Mother with a single hand, even when gravely wounded. Many speculations arose among later generations. Some believed this was the result of a mysterious force inherent to the divine right of kings. Others posited that it stemmed from the profound harmony between sky and patriarchy, akin to the cycle of life and death, while yet others suggested it originated from an irreplicable ancient miracle, dating back to the primal era before the First Age, when the 12 Titans had yet to be born. Selene was uncertain which theory held truth. Yet she sensed, albeit vaguely, that the gift of the three forms might possess the capability to transcend limits. For when Hecate's incarnations merged together, despite the fact that both forms were yet some distance from the pinnacle of divine power, Selene experienced a disconcerting illusion. Even the once united foes, Oceanus and Thetis, were no match for her at this moment. Hecate, have you ventured into the realms of the God King and the primordial gods? Unabashedly revealing her curiosity, the lunar goddess inquired. No. Shaking her head slightly, Hecate spread her hands. The three forms are indeed formidable, but ultimately, one must possess all three to begin with. Even if she were to obtain three, Hecate was unsure if it would suffice, as chaos had not provided a precedent. In truth, as she delved deeper into her own powers, her thoughts turned to the ancient goddess of night. Unlike herself, the legends surrounding Nyx's three forms had been woven since the dawn of creation, rather than emerging gradually over time. Moreover, in contrast to her own existence, Nyx possessed an additional three incarnations, rather than merely three aspects of herself. It remained uncertain whether the mistress of eternal night achieved her current strength through the unity of her three forms, or if she had always been this formidable. If it were the former, that would suffice, but if it were the latter, one could only wonder who in this world could rival her when her three forms manifested and united. Alternatively, one might ponder whether even His Highness Nyxus is capable of meticulously controlling his own avatar. A fleeting conjecture crossed my mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. There was no need for prolonged contemplation, for the Mother of Night is undoubtedly the most reclusive primordial deity of chaos. Even Tartarus now teems with demons and devils. Yet, the records concerning the realm of eternal night remain conspicuously blank. Thus, I casually cast aside such thoughts as Hecate rose, stretching languorously. Let us depart. Lingering here is unwise. The realm of mortals is once again engulfed in war. The ceaseless conflict is utterly tiresome. Moments later, the silver chariot glided away from this nameless star domain, leaving behind a barren celestial body in the imprints of its wheels. In the realm of mortals, hundreds of miles beyond the city of Condania, lies the most remote edge of the continent's faith. In stark contrast, the long-lost Nafplion is almost the heart of divine worship. Wizards, demons, the blasphemous offspring of deities, and the faithless mortals are a common sight here. Smuggling, vendettas, and robbery are the prevalent activities in the vicinity. Even before the illustrious Heracles passed through, the notorious beast, the Hydra with its 9 heads, was a frequent visitor to this place. Strictly speaking, this progeny of Typhon has never actually set foot here. It is merely the merchants and certain nobles who claim its corporeal form frequently graces this land. After all, as an immortal monstrosity, the Hydra's vitality rivals that of ancient malevolent entities. And it is not merely famed for brute strength. Thus, it often finds itself decapitated, skinned, scaled, and bled, only to be brought here for sale, simultaneously bestowing the title of hero upon its captor. While some may have questioned this phenomenon, one must understand that not all matters are open to scrutiny. Before a roadside vendor, observing two patrons of notable wealth, a bespectacled old man under a straw hat chuckled slyly. The middle-aged man, with golden hair and clad in armor, accompanied by a handsome young man, appeared to be a father and son duo. With a cunning glint in his eye, the old man revealed a knowing smile. I assure you, this is authentic hydra meat, nutritious, invigorating, with remarkable effects. What? You don't believe me? You may doubt my words, but surely you must trust the esteemed god of war. It is well documented in the sacred text of the war god.S church, when the calamity wrought by the monstrous fiends was extinguished by the divine king. The gods descended to protect humanity from the offspring of the king of beasts. Unlike the sun god Apollo, whose reputation is but a fade, incapable of even piercing a lion's hide, the great god of war personally severed 8 of the Hydra's heads, flayed its skin, and shattered its bones before departing. In order to honor the valiant heroes who bravely resisted the malevolent forces during the disaster of Typhon, the esteemed Prince Ares prepared a grand feast of serpent stew in his own temple to host them. What say you, young man? I swear by the great god of war that the serpent meat I offer you is of the same quality as that served to those ancient heroes. Indeed. This is a privilege reserved for them, he chuckled, persistently peddling his wares. After all, wealthy outsiders like this were a rare find, especially as news of that fellow, Heracles, vanquishing the Hydra spread far and wide, making his business increasingly challenging. Lost in his long-awaited tale, the old man failed to notice the young armored warrior's increasingly darkened expression. Beneath the armor, the sound of grinding bones grew more frequent. Forcing a smile, the god of war cast an awkward glance at his father. The wretch he had mentally slain 1,000 times continued to prattle on, while, unfortunately, the king of gods appeared to be lost in thought, delaying any intention of departure. Zeus's lingering presence seemed to mislead the old man into believing that the gem-adorned patron was genuinely interested in his sales pitch. Unable to bear it any longer, and disregarding the presence of his father, Ares summoned a fraction of his power to extinguish the old man's life force, subsequently drawing his soul into his own divine realm. It seemed the disturbance of his power's ebb had startled him, or perhaps the distraction had finally come to an end. Upon regaining his focus, Zeus's gaze momentarily flickered with confusion before it settled upon his son. What is it, Ares? Did he break his oath? Father, He did not break. Ares stuttered, wishing to lie, yet in the presence of the guardian of oaths, he felt that deceit held no significance. Embarrassed, Ares swore inwardly to rend the old man limb from limb. Is that so? He did not break. If Zeus's mind had still been somewhat adrift when he first posed the question, upon speaking again, he had fully regained his composure. In this world, few things were incapable of adapting over long spans of time, or at least, the king of gods believed so. However, as his thoughts returned to this small human town, observing the cowering Ares beside him, the anger that had been suppressed after reprimanding him on Olympus suddenly reignited. This time, Zeus's wrath was more direct. He looked at his son, the offspring of himself and Hera, the deity in whom he had once placed great hopes, and the one he had personally elevated to the rank of chief deity. A profound sense of imbalance erupted within him. For the sake of all Olympus, for the eternal dominion of the divine court, I cannot fathom the sacrifices I have made, but what of you? Your mother bestowed upon you the goddess of love and beauty as your bride, while I granted you the most esteemed position and lineage in the world. Yet, this is how you repay me. For the sake of a trivial desire for victory, to surpass Apollo in the praise of others, you are willing to let your name become a subject of mockery in certain mortal realms, allowing even the most despicable of humans to deride your ineptitude? Ares. With an unchanging demeanor, Zeus did not erupt in anger. Rather, he reaffirmed his intentions. I trust one have made myself sufficiently clear regarding your sister, the youthful goddess Hebe? Yes, father. Sighing in relief, Ares felt somewhat eased by Zeus's lack of further commentary on previous matters. Indeed, prior to Zeus's unexpected arrival, he had received a message from the mother goddess while leading his army. Yet, concerning Hebe's disappearance, he found himself devoid of profound feelings. I shall endeavor to uncover her whereabouts, father, as well as to vanquish the forces of Silvermoon City. In truth, I have already commenced this task. However, I am curious if your visit today pertains to any specific instructions? Yes. With a measured tone, Zeus slowly spoke. Let your army disseminate a message across the land. Neither in my name nor in the name of any deity. As the commander of an army, you should possess the means to accomplish this swiftly through mortal methods, correct? Of course, father. Bowing slightly, Ares inquired, what message would you have me convey? What else could it be? Calmly, Zeus replied, naturally, it pertains to the annihilation of Naphtalion and the sorcerer entwined with the flesh mother tree. Chapter 468. Abandonment. Long ago, precisely when Zephyrus returned to Olympus, Zeus was informed of a revelation that would astound the gods. The ancient Titan, Astraeus, had already descended from the celestial realms and arrived on Earth during the calamity of Typhon. Until that moment, even Zeus had failed to fathom the audacity of those who dabble in sorcery, defying the very essence of divinity. While there had been instances of mortals imprisoning gods, never had Zeus encountered the abominable treatment of deities as mere livestock. Upon receiving the shocking news, his initial instinct was to inflict 1,000 torments upon this human and rescue the celestial being from his grasp. Yet, mere moments later, a sense of hesitation washed over him. As a god, he should have swiftly resolved the issue, even if driven by a sense of kinship. However, as the king of the gods, he bore a greater responsibility to address the situation, yet the methods of resolution posed a different dilemma altogether. It was essential for Zeus, who had meticulously crafted the hierarchy of divine order, to ensure that all entities within his domain adhered to his rules. This adherence would not only bolster his power but also further solidify his dominion. Conversely, any breach of his own order would lead to a diminishment of his strength. Thus, the realm of kingship knows no singular battlefield. It can manifest anywhere. In such circumstances, even if he desired to unify the mortal realm, he required a justification for war that aligned with his established order, whether it be Achilles or the rescued Chiron. The treatment of a god by sorcerers undoubtedly presented a more compelling rationale. After all, the adversary he faced was a veritable primordial deity. When confronting such a formidable existence, one could hardly overprepare. Ares, as whispered in the rumors, became a topic of reflection. The brazen disregard exhibited by the sorcerers stemmed from their own formidable backing. They had not only sacrificed the lives of an entire city to summon the progenitor of malevolent entities, but had also committed even more sacrilegious acts. As for the specifics, let us reserve a measure of speculation for now. Secrets, after all, possess an allure that heightens prior to their revelation. With a gentle utterance, Zeus regarded Ares, who nodded in silent acquiescence and inwardly shook his head. Zephyrus had already replicated the visions he beheld within that nightmarish catacomb, a veritable pit of despair. Once Ares concluded his campaign, it would be then that Zeus, the king of the gods, would officially declare war from the moral high ground. Yet by that day, who could say if the lord of the spirit realm would still be able to remain in tranquil repose, as he does today? Indifferent to the affairs of mortals? There should be no issues, one would hope. After confirming his intentions, Zeus waved his hand, signaling Ares to depart. The war god's presence was merely supplementary. His arrival here was preordained. A great battle was imminent in the mortal realm, and as one of its principal actors, he could not afford to be absent. Outside the city of Condania, upon an unnamed hill, sunlight cascaded down, yet it slightly warped as it pierced through a particular point. At this very moment, an invisible barrier enveloped the area, concealing it from external prying eyes while allowing those within to gaze outward. Within this barrier, several figures shrouded in hoods gathered. A closer inspection would reveal that these were none other than the sorcerers who had recently entered into a devil's pact. However, unlike their previous satisfaction and composure, the atmosphere around them was distinctly somber. Have you discovered anything of note recently? At one moment, an individual spoke up, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible agitation, mingled with dissatisfaction and anger. Strangely, upon his utterance, the others present exhibited no immediate reaction. Frowning, he peered from beneath his hood at those nearby, unable to believe that they had not sensed the palpable disturbance. The pact they had forged was evidently flawed. According to their prior agreement, they were to buy time and divert attention, while that ancient, immortal figure would personally intervene. Employing some method to capture an immortal deity, the god of the stars, Asterius, an old god shunned by the mainstream pantheon. It must be said, the old fellow's choice was astute. Even though this deity had vanished, it should not attract undue attention. Furthermore, to demonstrate his resolve and sincerity, the other party had explicitly stipulated in the pact that should his capture plan fail, he would share all his research concerning the deity with them. Such terms were exceedingly favorable, and thus, once the pact's integrity was assured, They each inscribed their names and individually cast a spell of non-contact upon it. They were intent on keeping the existence of this pact hidden from outsiders, especially the church. However, not long ago, the spell upon the pact was triggered. Someone had touched it. There was no doubt about that. Agitated, the speaker once again scanned the surroundings with his gaze. He could not fathom that they had not felt this intrusion, yet those present seemed unresponsive. After a prolonged silence, he bluntly inquired, "The pact has been disturbed. You must have all sensed it. Someone not among the signatories has seen it. Do none of you feel the slightest tension? If the contract is exposed, the church will undoubtedly expel us from Silvermoon City, and the gods themselves may even pursue us personally. If you do not intend to discuss how to address this matter, then why have we gathered here today? Surely it is to establish a secure means of communication. What else could it be?" After a moment of silence, someone spoke softly. "Are we considering investigating the circumstances surrounding this incident? Who has meddled with the contract? Do not jest. Though I would prefer to avoid the embrace of the undead at all costs in a dire situation, the idea of the life box is not entirely out of the question. Speaking of communication methods, do you have any suggestions?" "What do you mean?" The wizard, taken aback, seemed to suddenly awaken to a realization. He glanced at his former colleagues beside him, feeling as though he had been forsaken. "Have you all prepared to flee merely due to a contract that has been inadvertently triggered? What if it was an accident? It is all the same. And you are overthinking. We are not planning to run." With a slight chuckle, the old woman shook her head. "We are all individuals without a clear path forward, unwilling to seek refuge with devils or any other forces. Therefore, we accepted the invitation from that old fellow. But can he truly be trusted? A war must still be fought. Attention must be drawn, yet there is no need to revisit the contract. If it was an accidental trigger, then nothing is amiss. If it has fallen into the hands of the church, returning now would only serve to add the charge of desertion to our woes. Nevertheless, whether we engage in battle or remain directionless, one must at least secure a retreat, be it through the life box or something else. At this juncture, we can only take one step at a time." The staff grounded. The old woman ceased to regard the wizard with disdain. She surveyed the assembly, offering a reasonably sound proposal. "If there are no unexpected developments, then all shall proceed smoothly. Should unforeseen circumstances arise in the war days hence, then each shall rely on their own abilities. The gods, be they of Olympus or the archbishop wielding the power of death, are certainly not to be trifled with. When that time comes, regardless of how many manage to escape unscathed, we shall coordinate through that lad, Cheery. After all, he wishes to transform into a devil. Let us consider it a means of earning him some merit. Of course," the old woman concluded, "this is merely the worst-case scenario. If all unfolds favorably in the end, that would be nothing short of ideal." In the mortal realm, on the southern border of Athens, the strings of the magic net gently trembled, and divine arts transformed into a portal, opening a passage to the other side. Pushing open the portal, Ryan stepped through. He surveyed his surroundings. This was the pinnacle of a towering mountain, where, with keen eyesight, one could barely glimpse the rivers stretching for miles. There lay the city of Candonia, the closest border to Silvermoon City among the nations. Soon, Ares' formidable army would likely arrive there as well. A bloody and brutal clash was imminent, though it could just as easily devolve into a one-sided massacre. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Ryan's purpose for being here. For, strictly speaking, even from a human perspective, his presence here was justified. After all, Athens was also a participant in this war, albeit not in the most conventional manner. Yet, in certain respects, their involvement might prove far more troubling to a certain deity than outright combat. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Zeus would undoubtedly attempt to intervene. Even if not with full might, he would still take action. After all, if I were in his position, I too would harbor some doubts. A primordial deity who had not manifested in the mortal realm for an entire epoch was not unusual, as evidenced by Nyx. However, a primordial deity with followers, worship, and even those followers regularly traversing into the mortal realm, governing a segment of the cosmos, yet remaining unseen in the world, was indeed perplexing. For Ryan, he had encountered Zeus before. He should be well aware that the Lord of the spirit realm was not a recluse, nor was he an entity indifferent to the affairs of humanity. Hence, under such circumstances, suspicion was almost a certainty. Zeus would wish to ascertain whether the spirit realm remained unchanged or if a certain primordial god had merely fallen into slumber, unable to heed the shifts in the mortal world. Inescapably, Ryan found himself unable to evade or postpone such scrutiny. Ultimately, Zeus's actions were never motivated by a singular incident. If he desired to probe at this moment, He would act regardless of whether the wizard's event had occurred, conversely, if he chose not to test the waters. Even if the dissected deity were not the god of stars, but rather one of his own progeny, Zeus would merely condemn the wizard's malevolence, asserting it bore no relation to the primordial gods. For the king of the gods, the truth was inconsequential. Only the truth he sought truly mattered. Ironically, Ryan shared this sentiment. The nature of the truth held little significance. What he perceived the truth to be was what truly mattered. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, his presence here was for the impending war, destined to be etched in history, heralding the final splendor of an era. And you, O enigmatic prince, what brings you here? To partake in this symphony of fate, or to witness its afterglow? With a gentle voice, Ryan did not turn to face him. However, he was aware that shortly after his arrival, a persistent shadow that had been trailing him for some time followed closely behind. She believed herself to be well concealed. Perhaps she had not truly hidden herself at all, merely feigning the act of concealment. Yet, at this juncture, it was time for Ryan to inquire about her intentions. After all, judging by previous encounters, her two sisters did not appear to harbor benevolent motives. One sought to take his life, while the other shared the same sinister desire, as if ending his existence would serve any purpose at all. Indeed, it was a dismal reality. Behind Ryan, burdened by a loom and spindle taller than himself, Clotho hesitated and asked, "Sir, may I inquire, is it permissible for me to kill you?" As expected, with a resigned shake of his head, Ryan found himself at a loss for words in the stillness of the air. It was time to amend the earlier phrase. It should now read, 3 jujube trees, 3 sisters, one wishing to slay him, another intent on the same, and the third yet another with murderous intent, as if extinguishing my life would truly bear any significance. Gradually turning, Ryan regretfully declined, "I cannot. For I am not yet destined to die. I have a grand endeavor yet to fulfill." "A grand endeavor?" Clotho countered. What pursuit could possibly surpass the stability of mortal destinies? Indeed, there are such pursuits. Without hesitation, Ryan offered an analogy. For instance, saving the world, and saving the world. He was not jesting, although this world may not align with her comprehension. To his surprise, Clotho nodded in agreement. This youngest of the fates appeared to accept his words, her expression transforming to one of relief as she set the immense loom and spindle upon the ground with a thud. "Then I shall feel at ease." Gently raising her hand, Clotho gazed at the swirling dark energy coiling around her fingertips, and she spread her arms wide. "In my life, then, as a goddess of fate, it is the only recourse left to me." Chapter 469. A cycle. The following day, atop the nameless mountain range, Ryan constructed a pavilion from nothingness. Standing before it, he beheld the vast expanse of land stretching for thousands of miles. This was no exaggeration, for the land of chaos was, after all, not spherical. The distance one could perceive was solely contingent upon one's capacity to see. Thus, with an alchemical telescope capable of transcending clouds and mists, Ryan prepared to witness the unfolding spectacle. Though, strictly speaking, one of the opposing sides in this grand performance comprised his own followers, and he ought not to adopt such a nonchalant demeanor. The truth was that Ryan's heart remained utterly unperturbed, devoid of any concern for those believers. After all, had he genuinely cared for the faith of humanity, Silvermoon City would not have remained nestled in the southeastern corner of the world, but would have long since embarked on a conquest of the continent. "Would you like to see?" he inquired casually, adjusting the focus of the alchemical telescope. Though he did not turn around, he could sense a gaze fixated upon this wondrous creation. However, after a moment's hesitation, Clotho, who sat with her arms wrapped around her knees beside the enormous loom, resolutely shook her head. "I do not wish to," the goddess of fate declared with fervor. "I shall never employ instruments that defy the order of destiny. They are inherently tainted by original sin, a punishment bestowed upon them by fate." The white-clad maiden spoke with impassioned eloquence, though it was unclear from whom she had acquired such fervor. In this regard, Ryan found himself leaning towards Atropos. For that old crone indeed resembled a fate goddess who relished proclaiming you were guilty. Yet, in a certain sense, there was indeed some merit to her assertions. "You are correct." Nodding in acknowledgement, Ryan conceded Clotho's words. "All things exist to nurture humanity, yet mortals lament the cruelty of the heavens. The universe and its myriad creations arise from the world. This is the cause. Bound by fate, they march towards a predetermined end. This is the effect. Humanity seeks to escape the inevitable effect, yet remains powerless to alter the equally destined cause. This, indeed, is sin. However, the world cannot truly annihilate all its creations to punish their transgressions. Hence the goddess of fate becomes the scapegoat. Thus, the poison of fate entwines around you, until the day comes when you can no longer endure this ceaseless, escalating sin, and with a resounding pop, you transform into a mere spark of fireworks upon the river of fate. Shuddering at the thought, as the pop echoed in the air, Clotho felt even less inclined to speak, although she yearned to ask, given your agreement with my perspective, why not allow me to slay you? Or perhaps you could strike me down first, to spare us both future anguish? Yet, gazing upon the formidable being who had previously dispatched both of her sisters, Clotho realized she had exhausted her scant courage in those earlier encounters. In that moment, the goddess of fate could only feel a profound sense of pity for herself. From the moment of their birth, they have borne the brunt of blame, a burden they continue to carry even now. With the three sisters taking turns in this relentless cycle, it was during Clotho's descent into self-reflection that a bronze shadow plummeted from the heavens, striking her head. Ouch! What are you doing? Are you not aware? A deity can be slain, but never insulted, Clotho exclaimed, pressing her forehead while gripping the fallen bronze mirror. She glared at the retreating figure of Ryan. Oh, my apologies. I truly have not heard that phrase before. The insincere apology was accompanied by Ryan casually gesturing toward a nearby shelf, indicating that Clotho could place the other mirror there for use. However, this creation that does not belong to the current fate had transformed into a weapon against the goddess of destiny. Even for the sake of understanding oneself, one might consider approaching this matter from a critical perspective. After all, with the might of the God King looming, even a mere brush against Flora could deliver a resounding blow to fate itself. In a calm tone, Ryan suggested, before facing the hammer, it might be wise to examine how you are being struck. That seems quite reasonable, does it not? With her arms wrapped around her knees, Clotho found herself yearning for her two sisters. Had they been present, they would undoubtedly not allow this great demon to act with impunity. On an unnamed peak, time ticked away. The sun rose and fell, casting golden rays across the mountains. Ryan fiddled with the long mirror, accompanied by snacks and books, while the goddess of fate remained entranced by the scene. As another dawn broke, a palpable sense of bloodlust and battle fervor began to coalesce in the distance. The thunderous beats of drums, crafted from the hides of ancient beasts and demons, reverberated, causing Clotho's eardrums to throb painfully. This was not merely a physical sound, but rather a resonance of fate itself. The ominous premonition had arrived, heralding a land where blood would run freely. Those who want not to live may yet survive, while those who want not to die might meet their end there. In that moment, Clotho found a semblance of wisdom in Ryan's words. Perhaps confronting death, though harsh, was preferable to the agonizing wait for its arrival. Hey, feeling her heart race violently. The courage she thought depleted seemed to rekindle under the duress of fear, clutching a spindle that had inexplicably grown in size. The goddess of fate once more directed her plea at Ryan. Hey, Ryan turned back, a puzzled expression gracing his features. The great demon who disrupts the fates of the world, cannot you truly bring an end to my existence? Clotho asked loudly, biting her lip. You are so fervently devoted to unraveling destiny. I must be part of that fate. If you could slay me, wouldn't that be a benefit in some regard? Though I remain utterly perplexed by your motives for dismantling fate, and equally bewildered by your reluctance to end my life. However, do those who disrupt fate truly feel no hint of guilt or regret? In this world, countless beings who ought not to perish have met their end because of you, while innumerable existences, destined to be forsaken by time, continue to exist due to your influence. I fail to comprehend what is so objectionable about fate. Why do you oppose it? It is, after all, the will of the world, the very rules that govern the inception of all things. If you were to adhere to it, if we were to follow it, then this world would inevitably march towards its predestined demise from this moment forth. In a soft voice, Ryan shook his head slightly, then redirected his attention back to the distant battlefield. Well, concerning your inquiry, there exists a prime example that can elucidate this matter. You see, the divine monarch is the ruler chosen by the present world, yet throughout the ages, the divine monarchs have ceaselessly striven to resist fate upon the earth. All living beings seek to glimpse the future, yet when they are granted prophecies, none find satisfaction in them. It is not merely me. Every being that has encountered fate yearns to comprehend it. All who have grasped its nature desire to alter it. Even if fate were to comply with the wishes of all sentient beings in the world, it ought not to persist in this manner, though from this perspective, Clotho, it may also explain why you do not resemble your sisters. Confused, Clotho merely clutched her spindle. Is this difficult to understand? With a knowing smile, Ryan's tone was laden with significance. You see, The divine monarch resists fate, yet they never contest the destiny of becoming a divine monarch. The multitudes are discontent, yet they do not reject the privileges they have already attained, whether it be myself, the gods, or indeed all beings in this world. Our disdain has never been directed at fate itself, but rather at that which is predestined by others. Thus, the goddess who tailored fate has died, perishing in her attempts to shape the destinies of others. The goddess who measures fate has also died, succumbing to her desire to govern the lives of others. Only you, Clotho, only you, the goddess who weaves fate, who seeks not to alter anyone, thus remains untouched by any force seeking to change you. Therefore, let us observe this grand spectacle together. Clotho, your future does not belong to me. Yet, when today concludes, I shall guide you to the deity to whom you rightfully belong. As Ryan has previously articulated, only fate itself possesses the power to harm fate. He may imprison Atropos, and Hermes may likewise confine Lachesis, but as long as Clotho chooses to remain inactive, no one can impose upon her. Coincidentally, when the divine and the divine offices influence one another, Clotho's very nature is to desire nothing at all. She merely inscribes the inherent fate, which is then tailored into the appropriate script by her two sisters. In a certain sense, among the three fates, Clotho may be the one closest to the very essence of destiny, rather than merely embodying the so-called deities that govern mortal fates. Thousands of miles away, atop the city of Condania, the atmosphere is imbued with an intangible aura of dread, in stark contrast to the ease found upon nameless mountain peaks. Loose yet orderly formations of troops assemble under command, their armor adorned with secret runes reflecting not a glimmer of sunlight. The sorcerers, who had recently convened in private council, now stand upon the city walls, observing this scene unfold. Further afield, a magnificent display of fervent bloodlust and martial spirit soars into the heavens. Led by the war god himself. With thousands of men, the expanse stretches infinitely. With tens of thousands, it knows no bounds. Yet, on the opposite bank of the great river, hundreds of thousands of soldiers advance slowly, accompanied by throngs of laborers and servile troops. The front and rear lines are separated by miles, branching out to the upstream and downstream of the river. At the heart of the military formation, the knightly order personally led by Ares, the god of war, seems to be imbued with the collective strength of the entire army. Under the invisible authority of war, this hastily assembled coalition resembles a battle-hardened host, exuding an air of terror. With a grave expression, the white-haired matron must concede that she had previously underestimated the armies of these nations. More precisely, she had underestimated Ares, the true commander of the forces. Perhaps the war god himself is not an exceptionally formidable deity, but this does not imply that the divine office of war is weak. Indeed, even if the deity wielding this office were Zeus, he would likely have mastered it to great effect long ago. It is indeed a challenging matter. It is surprising that when the war god commands the center of the army, his divine authority seamlessly binds the entire force together. While the ability to command with precision is secondary, the enhancement of quality is paramount. Consequently, many large-scale, destructive war engines become ineffective. In a low voice, another grand sorcerer beside the white-haired matron articulates his findings. Only upon witnessing the spectacle firsthand does he realize the astonishing potency unleashed when the divine office of war is applied to such grand-scale conflict. Strictly speaking, Ares does not directly augment the total strength of this million-strong coalition. Perhaps he does enhance it, but that is not the crux of the matter. His true role is that of a transcendent unifying core. In simpler terms, it is akin to an ascension. 100 ordinary soldiers, in terms of sheer quantity, undoubtedly possess greater vitality than a single first-tier warrior. However, even when 10,000 ordinary soldiers stand united, their life energy's quality remains unchanged. Much like 1,000 copper swords gathered together, they merely form a bundle of copper, a stack of copper, a mountain of copper, yet cannot transform into even a single iron sword. Thus, in such a scenario, the sorcerer's large-scale war engines resemble the church's instant death spells. The potent sorcery derived from the dominion of death possesses the capability to obliterate life, forms whose essence falls beneath a certain threshold of annihilation, irrespective of the magnitude of their accumulation. Likewise, weaponry of war exhibits a similar nature. The harm inflicted upon the formidable may be negligible. Yet upon ordinary soldiers whose strength is below a specific level, it is akin to a scythe reaping a vast harvest. This was the strategy devised by the wizards prior to the onset of battle. However, before them now, the divine authority of war has altered everything. If one envisions an ordinary soldier as a slender bronze sword and a first-tier soldier as a broad iron blade, The latter surpasses the former in both material and essence, thus representing a dual strength of quality and quantity. The principle of the wizard's weaponry targets the essence of bronze. Whether one wields a slender sword or a grand bronze shield, as long as it remains bronze, it can bring about instant demise. Yet, the divine authority of war has transformed all of this. It has not augmented the materials of these weapons, but rather modified their essence, enhancing them in tandem with the overall scale of the army. With 1,000 troops, a bronze sword becomes an iron blade. With 10,000, the iron blade transforms into a refined iron sword. With 1,000,000 soldiers, one wields 1,000,000 finely forged steel swords, significantly amplifying their quality. Observing the distant panorama, the white-haired crone once again marveled at the might of the divine. This is the power to alter the rules. When such augmentation is coupled with military formations, Ares ought to emerge victorious in every battle. How then has he encountered so many defeats? Indeed, if the authority of war is undeniably potent, how did he falter previously? A glimmer of insight flashed in her eyes, followed by a sardonic chuckle. I nearly forgot. One cannot blame the road for one's own shortcomings. Some individuals, even when dealt a favorable hand, can still manifest a disastrous outcome. Esteemed colleagues, I believe I have discerned a solution. With a measured tone, the white-haired crone gazed upon Ares, who presided over the central army. Indeed, if the god of war is so formidable, how has he met with failure? The answer lies in his neglect of his divine role. Opting instead to charge into battle as a mere soldier, ultimately succumbing to defeat, hence his frequent losses. It is akin to a wizard eschewing sorcery and instead engaging in melee combat daily. However, since it is their adversary who is so absurdly misaligned, the crone can only nod in acknowledgement and wish him no regrets, encouraging him to persist in his folly. Chapter 470, The Gift and the Golem hundreds of miles away. In the midst of the war god's army, thousands of elite warriors gathered around Ares, distinctly different from the loosely organized troops surrounding them. Knights, selected from noble bloodlines, donned heavy armor, marching in formation under the command of the war god's church. Heavily armored warriors wielding colossal shields stood at the forefront, safeguarding archers with longbows, advancing steadily across the earth. From the highest-ranking officer to the horses beneath them, the multitude moved as one, all under the influence of the divine art of warfare. Even under the auspices of the war god, they received the greatest blessings, each individual radiating an intense aura of ferocity. Seated in a bronze chariot drawn by 4 celestial steeds, Ares surveyed the army under his command. Not bad, he mused dismissively, shifting his gaze away. He was certain that no kingdom's forces could stand against him in direct confrontation, a testament to his true might and unparalleled dominance on the battlefield. Yet, despite witnessing this scene, Ares felt little joy. He relished war, but not this kind of war. To him, true warfare should never be a mere spectacle of countless insignificant beings clashing upon the earth, relying on their courage and strength, and on the wisdom and resilience of their leaders to achieve victory. Such a conflict was neither honorable nor great. For if it were merely a contest of bravery and might, these humble mortals were unworthy of the stage. Only those chosen by the gods, the heroes and demigods, were entitled to shed blood and display their prowess upon the earth. And if the competition were to be one of wisdom and strategy, it would be an affront. Only he, Ares, was the true god of war, not anyone else. Anyone bold enough to speak of martial wisdom in his presence deserved to be hanged before Athena's temple, left to wither into desiccated corpses. As for the ordinary soldiers, whose existence held no significance in Ares' eyes, their true value was merely to serve as a backdrop, their deaths illuminating the might of true warriors. Much like the most precious gems are displayed upon a golden tray, this was their purpose. Yet at this moment, Ares found himself suppressing his thoughts. He understood that his adversaries would likely not grant him the opportunity to showcase the beauty of warfare. What despicable creatures humanity was, as cunning as Athena herself. With an unsightly expression, the war god closed his eyes, allowing the bronze chariot to advance unimpeded. However, shortly thereafter, the horses neighed sharply, as if signaling the arrival of someone. Quiet, he barked, frowning as he struck down with his whip. The celestial steed, Konobos, the embodiment of the chaos of war, yelped in pain, baring its teeth in discomfort, unfazed by the thoughts of a mere horse. Ares cast a cold glance at the newcomer who had provoked the reaction of Konobos. What is it? He inquired. The middle-aged knight, kneeling on one knee, dared not meet the gaze of his divine ancestor from 6 generations prior. Our vanguard has approached the city of the ancient gods, the followers of the malevolent deities. As per your command, We have refrained from any negotiations and are prepared for direct confrontation. However, before we could engage, an evil sorceress appeared before us. With her wicked sorcery, she effortlessly subdued our vanguard commander, yet she did not continue to slaughter our soldiers. Instead, she sent them back to deliver a message to you. What did she say? Ares' expression darkened, taken aback by the ease with which his vanguard had been captured. Nevertheless, he did not express anger, for he had dispatched numerous vanguards. Well, this is the situation. After all, deploying a single vanguard for an army of tens of thousands, or even millions, is quite reasonable. Thus, the loss of one is not catastrophic. In contrast, Ares was more intrigued by what the sorceress wished to convey. The knight hesitated, uncertain whether to speak. Yet, under Ares' penetrating gaze, he steeled himself to relay the sorceress's words. My lord, she expressed disappointment, remarking that she did not expect even the god of war to resort to employing laborers and slaves. She had hoped to witness your valor, only to find that even a mighty war god would cower before a sorceress. My lord, I am merely relaying her words. I know. Do you think I would irrationally vent my anger on you? With a disdainful snort, Ares suppressed the impulse rising within him as he regarded the mortal before him. How laughable these sorcerers were. Did they truly believe he could be so easily provoked by such a simple tactic? His gaze swept over the four steeds, burning, riot, flame, terror, each a manifestation of their names, reflecting the war god's innermost desires. Indeed, he yearned for bloody combat, but it was the kind of meaningful struggle that he craved. Akin to that of Heracles, no, rather like those heroes who bore divine blood, engaging them upon the battlefield, showcasing his prowess and valor, and ultimately vanquishing them beneath his steed. That was the battle he sought. As for those sorcerers, what else could they do but play their ridiculous tricks? What? Is there something you have yet to tell me? Ares inquired, catching a glimpse of the hesitant knight. After a moment's hesitation, the knight retrieved a gift box from behind him. My lord, this is a token of disappointment from the sorceress after she expressed her sentiments. She said they had meticulously crafted it, but it seems there will be no opportunity for their golem to test its mettle against the god of war. However, she mentioned another gift that should be quite suitable for your current self. As this is a gift dedicated to you, I dared not open it. However, your highness, the wizard is cunning. There may well be an evil curse within. A curse? Do you think this is some trivial place? With a disdainful smile, Ares seized the gift box, finding amusement in the ignorance of the bloodline before him. This is the heart of the military formation, and I am the war god. Surrounded by 1,000,000 soldiers. Nothing can curse me. Nothing at all. With a harsh rip, Ares opened the gift box, curiosity piquing about what the sender had bestowed upon him. What could be so fitting for him at this moment? Could it be a cloak reserved for a marshal? What is this? Gazing at the oddly styled fabric, Ares momentarily found himself at a loss. This is a nightingale's lingerie, your highness. The most fashionable style in the kingdom. The middle-aged knight's face turned ashen, not daring to respond. Yet, beside Ares, another knight promptly named it. What is a nightingale? Still bewildered, Ares realized he had never encountered anything like this before. However, upon uttering that question, a distant memory flickered in his mind. It seemed his wife, Aphrodite, had spoken of this term. She had once lamented to him that, on the earthly realm, unmarried maidens were more inclined to worship Athena and Artemis, while those who chose to remain single revered Hestia. Married women adored the queen Hera, yet as for her, those who cherished beauty were somewhat believers. But the true adherents of her ideals were, paradoxically, the debauched nightingales. Boom, an immense power surged forth, and Ares, in a fit of rage, felt his vision darken. He recalled what a nightingale was. The gift in his hands was instantly reduced to ashes, taking with it all those who had witnessed him receive it. In this era, provoking and inciting the enemy through ridicule and wrath was not uncommon, but a gift of this nature had no equal in the world. Whatever taunts or provocations existed, Ares could not afford to care. Although in the memory of some, there had been a certain Sema who remained unfazed by such humiliation. The war god clearly did not share that disposition. He understood that if he could endure this, he would be unworthy of his divine status. Meet your end. A beam of divine light soared into the sky, heading straight for the unengaged armies. As he approached, several pre-prepared auras emanated from the opposing side. On a distant peak, witnessing this historic scene, Ryan could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. This truly is unexpected. Just as he had set up the alchemical telescope, such an event unfolded before his eyes. Ryan was certain that today's occurrences had nothing to do with him. After all, He never anticipated that the old witch could devise such a method to provoke Ares. However, this time, Ryan found himself understanding the war god's choice. History has long since demonstrated that such provocations can be remarkably effective when confronting a military leader. Shaking his head slightly, Ryan turned to see the bewildered gaze of Clotho. Clearly, the goddess of fate did not grasp what could incite such anger. Even though she could glimpse destiny, this was an occurrence unprecedented in the annals of chaos. Well, never mind. With no intention to explain, Ryan chose to continue observing. Here it comes. Gazing into the distance, his keen senses instantaneously detected the surging power approaching. The white-haired crone smiled faintly, utterly unsurprised by the success of the scheme. One could discern the nature of the war god from his myriad deeds on earth. If the adversary were Zeus, perhaps he could ignore such humiliation. But since it was Ares, he would almost certainly abandon his troops and charge forth alone. Yet, though he approached, we cannot engage him in battle. For the means of sorcery have never relied on brute force. And while Ares' fury may temporarily eclipse his reason, once he formally confronts us, he will soon grow weary of our methods and return to his army. Thus, we must provide him with an opponent, such as the Titan Golem. Nodding slowly, a shadowy-faced archmage expressed his agreement. Indeed, facing a demigod with the stature of a high legend poses little challenge for sorcerers. It is a systemic advantage. However, should one entertain the notion of pitting him against a deity of war in direct combat, it would be wise to dismiss such an idea promptly. Fortunately, the power of sorcerers extends beyond their own capabilities. External forces are also a vital component of their strength. For instance, the golem stands as the pinnacle of invention following the calamity of Typhon. Just as the chief of the White Tower created the artificial magic net, other archmages have their own masterpieces. Through the amalgamation of fate boxes and soul-related research, alongside alchemical explorations into the realm of life, the alchemical golem was born. Regrettably, perhaps due to the necessity of using souls in the creation of golems, this success never saw widespread application and was ultimately prohibited under the Church's stern condemnation. Aside from a few golems initially created, only these most formidable Titan golems remain. Raising his hand slightly, the shadowy-faced archmage gestured, sending forth an invisible wave. In the next moment, the ground beneath them trembled slightly, then fissured open. From the crevice of the earth, a surge of shadows rushed forth. Several towering giants, each exceeding 100 feet and composed entirely of flowing metal, emerged slowly, as if mountains were rising from the depths of the earth. The Titan Golem. The remnants of ground demons and sea monsters, the extraordinary metal extracted through alchemy, fragments that fell to earth from the shattered ancient stars, and even the divine blood that dripped down during the titanic battles of yore. Unable to produce these in large quantities, I reluctantly traded for some soul crystals from the lower realms, carefully selecting the finest among them. I have heard that one of their lords is preparing to create a soul prism. I wonder what peculiarities it may possess. With a heavy heart, the grim-faced archmage could not help but sigh inwardly. If only his experiments had not been prohibited, perhaps he could have forged a race of his own. After all, the divine created mankind, and he, in turn, fashioned the golems. Both possess souls, albeit the latter acquired through conquest. Yet, do not the devils of hell share the same origin? Who dares question their status as a race? If only he could mold an empire of golems, extracting his own soul to create the most formidable, self-evolving golem. Who could say he could not become the progenitor of a race, perhaps even the god of golems? Alas, they are merely souls, and I have no intention of annihilating them. Even that great sovereign of the spirit realm should not mind my minor transgression. Enough lamenting. I must act swiftly. Ares approaches. Once the battle commences, remember to assist me in luring him away from the army. Calmly intoning, the white-haired crone reminded him. Very well. Slowly nodding, the grim-faced archmage reined in his thoughts. Indeed, the deities are powerful, as is the authority of war, yet these gods never wield their divine gifts. If only I can sever the connection between Ares and his million-strong army, in no more than a quarter of an hour. Their comrades far within the city could bring most of the enemy to their demise, leaving even their last words unspoken. Chapter 471. Truth and Soul in the vicinity of the undulating hills, 100 miles outside the city of Candinia. Divine light streaked across the sky as Ares once again lagged behind in his chariot. His chest heaved violently, an intense fury igniting within him. The god of war could hardly fathom that mere moments after hearing from Zeus about the heinous blood sacrifices committed by the sorcerers in their city, who had abducted the goddess of youth, he would be subjected to such indignity by these despicable and faithless beings. The undergarment of a nightingale. Though lacking concrete evidence, Ares sensed that these sorcerers were likely mocking him not merely as an individual. They may have heard some rumors from an unknown source and rashly concluded that Aphrodite was a goddess of loose morals. The very act of sending such a gift was, in fact, a covert derision of him, a mockery of his union with Aphrodite, fueled by envy of his possession of the most exquisite goddess in existence. Despicable madmen! Wretched souls destined for the abyss, come forth. I am aware of your petty schemes. You seek to provoke me, to incite the great god of war, Ares. Do you not? I tell you, you have succeeded. Come, face me. Soon, very soon, I shall confine you within my divine realm, where I will torment you for 1,000 years. As he soared through the skies, Ares bellowed in a frenzy of rage. Yet, as he passed over the hills, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a change in the earth below. Vaguely, several entities, previously concealed by a runic formation, began to emerge. What were they? Some colossal demon, or perhaps giants flowing with ancient blood. Focusing his senses, the god of war discerned no potent life force beneath the ground. Only the instincts bestowed upon him by his divine role hinted that these were no ordinary foes. How absurd! Come forth! With a thunderous roar, Ares drew his bronze sword from his waist, losing count of how many he had replaced recently. He recalled Hephaestus's warning that, though this was not a meticulously crafted artifact of the enemy, he could no longer afford to destroy it carelessly. Is this truly what I wish to destroy? Perhaps one should inquire why I perpetually encounter beings beyond mortal comprehension. Fortunately, this time, his adversaries were merely a band of sorcerers wielding spells. With a clang, the blade fell, embedding itself into a thick layer of metal. Yet, contrary to the god of war's expectations, the force enveloping the sword seemed significantly diminished by this metallic layer. The strength capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stone was thwarted, only managing to create a breach a few feet long. As he felt this familiar power, Ares's expression twisted into a grimace. Achilles. The waters of the river Styx. Indeed, this was metal sanctified by the waters of the underworld, albeit merely a diluted essence of the Styx. A silver flash illuminated the sky as a white-haired old woman materialized in the distance. Surrounding the god of war, the earth trembled, and a colossal metallic giant, towering over 100 feet, slowly began to rise. The once solid metal transformed into liquid, and in a mere moment, the devastation wrought by Ares vanished into nothingness. Witnessing this spectacle, the god of war's countenance grew increasingly grim, although he sensed that his attacks were not entirely futile. For while these metallic titans were also ensnared by the power of the underworld, they could hardly be compared to Achilles, who perfectly absorbed the essence of the river. Though they possessed a degree of indestructibility, Ares' might could still cleave through them. Moreover, he could feel that, with the erosion of his own strength, the underworld's power emanating from these giants was gradually waning. Clearly, had he possessed divine power at this moment, these laughable beings would not endure for long. Alternatively, if he had more than one legendary figure or demigod by his side, they could easily extinguish the breath of the underworld through sheer numbers. Yet now he stood alone. The fury within him cooled slightly, and Ares furrowed his brow. However, upon witnessing this scene, the white-haired old woman merely smiled and spoke, "Esteemed Lord Ares, I have long been aware of the tale between you and the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. Thus, before our forces clash, I have taken the liberty of presenting you with a gift. I wonder if you have received it? I understand that, perhaps before you, the esteemed goddess does not enjoy such freedom, but with the gift I have bestowed upon you, perhaps in the quiet of the night, you may find solace in conversation." Boom. Before she could finish her sentence, a bronze spear hurtled through the air. Sensing the subtle spatial lock upon her, the old woman effortlessly severed the instinctive anchor of that space. It was astonishing to witness, for despite possessing the pinnacle of demigod power, she could not even disrupt the battlefield with a spatial leap. As a fellow demigod, it was utterly laughable that these Olympian deities fell short compared to certain other clerics. "Ah, fool, cease your prattling." Boom, boom, boom. 3 more bronze spears, propelled by Ares' thunderous battle cry, soared through the air. Striding forward, the god of war's eyes blazed crimson. "So it is you. But do you comprehend? I am the one and only husband of Aphrodite. We are a lawful couple. Under the witness of the mother goddess and the protector of marriage, we became eternal partners, and you shall not attack this bond. You shameless sorcerers, you who sacrifice lives, summon malevolent entities, and even plunder deities, is it not enough? Now, you dare to slander me. Ah, perish, perish, perish." Each proclamation grew increasingly furious. At this moment, a profound sense of crisis surged within the heart of the white-haired crone. When the emotions of deities reach their zenith, their innate authority instinctively guides their powers to undergo transformation, a divine art that does not manifest mental assaults. At this juncture, the voice of the god of war echoed like a battle cry, a secret technique that does not unleash power. The heart, resonating like a great drum, became a war song. Even the spatial locks, which could be effortlessly torn asunder, now appeared subtly fortified. Amidst her astonishment, the white-haired crone could only lament the boundless potential of these ancient deities. Yet, potential, though vast, does not equate to present might. Moreover, I must confess that my understanding of divine matters was rather limited. My mention of Aphrodite stemmed solely from her followers. Yet, it seems the god of war's reaction is rather excessive. With a peculiar expression, she decisively distanced herself, soaring away from the ranks of the army. While attempting to deliver a final strike, "Esteemed Lord Ares, I merely spoke in passing. Why such a profound reaction? I once heard a saying from Athens, lies are not fatal, but the truth can be wounding. Could it be that, unwittingly, I have inadvertently touched upon your anxieties?" Whoosh bang. Bang, 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 bang. A flash of bronze light erupted, instantly shattering 5 triggered defenses. Seizing the moment, the crone deftly tilted her head, narrowly evading the bronze short sword that cut through the air. Breathing heavily, cold sweat trickled down her back. The white-haired crone once again acknowledged the limitless potential of these true gods. However, it mattered little. Her objective had been achieved. Watching Ares, nearly driven mad in a frenzied charge, she wiped the cold sweat from her brow and hurriedly guided him away from the army. Meanwhile, atop the walls of the city of Candinia, the hood was drawn back, revealing a tranquil visage. Amidst the gazes of the numerous guards, some dismissive, some respectful, others skeptical, and many indifferent, the Grand Wizard maintained an air of calm. Sunlight bathed the top of his head, reflecting a glimmer of brilliance. Unveiled. This composed sorcerer ambled casually along the battlements, sporting a gleaming bald head. The 12 Tower Masters of Silvermoon City, excluding those away on urgent business, engrossed in experiments, or declining the chief's invitation, had mostly gathered in this city to collaborate on the divine hunting scheme. Yet, apart from those manipulating the Titans and drawing the god of war to assist the white-haired crone, he remained here alone. His robe trailed on the ground, and a smile adorned his face. In every regard, the bald wizard's demeanor seemed less that of an obsessed experimenter and more akin to a well-read, gentle, and kind-hearted preacher. In truth, the bald sorcerer introspectively questioned himself. Although he was not a benevolent person in the broadest sense, he certainly could not be deemed malevolent. He had scarcely engaged in the study of souls, nor had he conspired with devils or explored malevolent beings and demons. In reality, he had not partaken in the vast majority of activities deemed sinful by society. In fact, he even extended his help to elderly individuals in need and provided support for homeless orphans. Thus, regardless of how others judged him, he never believed he had erred in any respect. Even his few actions that lacked societal approval were merely reflections of differing personal philosophies. At this moment, wielding a devastating weapon forged by another great sorcerer, he was on the verge of extinguishing the lives of countless beings, their deaths potentially excruciatingly brutal. Yet, the bald sorcerer found no fault in this, for death is death. The aesthetic of one's passing does not alter the ultimate reality. Furthermore, dying in battle against another holds no more righteousness than being slain by him. Indeed, one could argue that war itself is devoid of any notion of justice. How lamentable! A soft sigh escaped him, filled with contemplation. Countless humans engaged in brutal conflict over ephemeral ideals, whether for deities, personal gain, or other such pursuits. They relinquished their very flesh and blood, staining this earthly realm with the crimson of their lives. Yet, in the end, what significance does it hold? At least for the individual, it bears no meaning. As he subtly expressed his thoughts, he suddenly noticed that a circle had cleared around him. An elderly man, grasping a staff, approached him with a genial smile, gesturing toward the sorcerer with his staff. Indeed, there is significance. For when people venerate the divine, it is not merely the deity they honor, but also the pursuit of spiritual solace and the embodiment of their convictions. Throughout history, humanity has invariably believed in something, whether it be the natural world, anthropomorphized deities, lofty morals, or tangible nations and ideologies. Only through shared beliefs can humanity unite. Ultimately, these convictions endure and evolve into culture and tradition, passed down through generations of various races. With a smile, the elder spoke, and in his discourse, He did not exhibit the extreme fervor often seen in other devotees, nor did he shy away from discussing the divine objectively. Yet, as the bald sorcerer listened to his philosophy, he realized that within the entirety of Silvermoon City, few possessed a faith as profound as his. What the world regarded as piety was, in truth, blind adherence. Their belief shifted with alterations in environment and understanding. But the elder was different. He had profoundly grasped the essence of faith, recognizing that it is neither exalted nor insurmountable, yet he consciously chose to believe. Slowly shaking his head, the bald wizard recognized the futility of persuading such an individual. Thus, he merely smiled and reiterated his perspective. Perhaps, but that is your viewpoint. For me, there exists nothing more exalted than the concept of self. My flesh and blood are the most significant entities in this world. My spirit is the most independent essence that exists. Any autonomous being, even if initially crafted by divine hands, once it attains independence, is endowed with boundless possibilities. Such is the marvel of life, an undeniable truth. Therefore, in my eyes, nothing holds greater importance than self, be it faith, interest, or any so-called national or worldly duty. When paths diverge, collaboration ceases. Just as the bald wizard understood he could not sway the elder too did not believe he could persuade him. Fortunately, the other had never committed any egregious acts. Regardless of his thoughts, they were his own prerogative. As the other wizards were absent from this juncture, the elder adjusted his demeanor and solemnly inquired, "What of the god hunter? Is this also for yourself, for your own existence?" "Perhaps," the bald wizard replied, "but I do not intend to act against that deity." Shaking his head slowly, he earnestly continued, "I merely wish to impart my research findings to him. I seek to demonstrate that while mind and spirit both originate from the soul, their essences are fundamentally distinct, even diametrically opposed. Though my studies are quite comprehensive, I have always hesitated to experiment myself, for the mind is immensely powerful yet profoundly fragile. I do not wish to inflict upon my psyche wounds that may never heal. But gods are different. Whether you speak of angels or the deities of Olympus, as you know, they are immortal. This is my purpose. What others choose to do is of no concern to me." This may sound like an abdication of responsibility, yet the elder found truth in the bald wizard's words. For he was indeed an anomaly among wizards. While he practiced meditation, he held a deeper conviction that the mind could alter matter, and that the existence of the self forms the foundation of all things. In a certain light, the elder even perceived this as somewhat aligned with ecclesiastical beliefs, albeit with a hint of heresy. Chapter 472. Chi and Thunder. The old man sighed softly, shaking his head in resignation. "Regardless of your thoughts or intentions, the future of Silvermoon City will not accommodate your presence, at least not in our generation. Your colleagues are far too audacious, and their actions have caught the attention of the ruler of Olympus. Consequently, some among you shall face annihilation, while the remainder will be exiled. Although I do not believe that all of you are culpable from my perspective, the vast majority of people in this world lack the discernment to understand the underlying truths. To prevent the light of the Lord from being tainted by unwarranted blemishes, I shall not impede her intentions." The bald wizard understood precisely who the old man referred to. She was the third archbishop of Silvermoon City, a woman of rather firm disposition. Naturally, he was not particularly surprised by the elder's decision, even though he continued to disagree with the opposing viewpoint. "A blemish. I hardly believe that your Lord would concern himself with such so-called imperfections. In fact, it seems to me that he does not care at all for mortal opinions, nor does he engage in discussions regarding the morality of this matter. However, this is of little consequence, for I am aware of what you will say next. You will tell me that while the divine may remain indifferent, I cannot." With another sigh, the bald wizard pondered for a moment. He retrieved a scroll and handed it to the old man beside him. "What is this?" the elder inquired as he accepted the scroll. "This is part of my research, concerning not the soul, but the human spirit and body. Leave it here. Perhaps your temple guardians will find it of some interest." Without further explanation, the bald wizard ascended into the air. Since he was no longer welcome here, he would seek another location. Hovering aloft, he endeavored to sense Ares' position and the connection between him, the realm of rules, and the multitude of soldiers on the earth. In his hands, a peculiar device materialized from thin air. It was a hollow metallic sphere woven from fine threads, within which lay a miniature model of a continent. This was the seismometer, a remarkable creation of the great wizard sent to retrieve the white-haired old woman. The origins of sorcery stem from the imitation of heaven and earth, of rules, of deities, and of nature. The source that this powerful artifact emulates is none other than Poseidon, the sea god. As one of the deities of the ocean, he had taken dominion over the coastal seas from the ancient line of sea gods, and he was a progenitor of countless divine offspring. The existence of Poseidon stands as one of the most familiar deities to the wizards of the White Tower, and the number of spells and formidable creations associated with him is unparalleled. Although quantity does not equate to strength, the authority of Poseidon is far from feeble. Especially in recent times, with the disappearance of the Sea Emperor and the turmoil of the ocean, the devastation associated with him has grown increasingly formidable across the mortal realm. In such circumstances, the seismograph naturally emerged here, becoming the instrument through which the sorcerers slaughtered mortal soldiers, a blade that obstructed their advance. It is truly lamentable. With eyes as tranquil as water, the bald sorcerer refrained from further commentary and expanded his perception. His sensing ability, far superior to that of any grand sorcerer, effortlessly locked onto the armies within 1,000 miles, as well as the fluctuations of war rules. As a grand sorcerer specializing in the realm of the mind, this was his forte, and one of the reasons he replaced the original creator of the seismograph to employ it here. Silently attuned, time flowed slowly, until a certain moment. The presence of the war god seemed to have completely departed from a critical distance, and the invisible enhancement was instantly diminished substantially. Observing this scene, the bald sorcerer gradually extended his palm and placed it above the seismograph. In an intangible manner, a certain rule appeared to be shaken. The peculiar artifact, imbued with Poseidon's power, stirred the might he left in the world. Yet, at that very instant, the authority once wielded by the Sea Emperor was simultaneously being persistently pried away by another. The storm in the sky, sparked by the displacement of the celestial pillar, arose from the strongest demigod in existence, aided by many others. The tsunami in the vast ocean represented the collective will of several oceanic deities, driving the tides of the sea, relentlessly unleashing their fury. Meanwhile, the earthquake on the mortal continent, triggered by the power of the seismograph, began to truly manifest its might. Earthquake is not its true name. The earth shaker, Poseidon. Its essence lies in the vibration of all things, in the destruction brought forth by that vibration. With an expression devoid of sorrow or joy, under the hand of the bald sorcerer, the seismograph trembled slightly, and the distant earth began to hum softly. At this moment, a resonance targeting the weak commenced. The earth served as its medium, and vibration was the means of energy transmission. Ultimately, it would obliterate all beings unable to survive within this synchronized resonance in the form of pure physical harm. Buzz, cough, with a low cough. As the peculiar artifact's influence began, the bald sorcerer's left hand instinctively covered his chest. In the unseen realm, a certain force reacted upon him. Although he was the wielder of the seismograph, he too felt the impact of this vibration. In fact, compared to the millions of humans afar, the tremors he endured were more concentrated and pure. Cough. Who would have thought that Poseidon's disappearance would cause such a profound impact? Yet, so be it. If this is all there is to it, I fear it shall not suffice to quell my chi. Taking a deep breath, the bald wizard straightened his posture. His research comprised two parts, the pure essence of the mind and the intertwining of the mind with life. The term chi was the name he bestowed upon the latter, and it served as his final gift to the elder. It is about to commence. Thousands of miles away, Ares pursued the direction he had been chasing. Waiting here in anticipation, the true creator of the seismograph prepared to receive the white-haired matron. His gaze filled with eager expectation as he beheld his creation poised to reveal itself to the world. Few were aware that, despite being the architect of this extraordinary artifact of the laws, he had never personally harnessed its full potential. The reason for this was simple. It could harm both friend and foe alike. To enemies, it functioned as a weapon of mass destruction. While its range of damage was mitigated against oneself, even the seemingly negligible backlash, when concentrated upon an individual, could severely injure a legendary warrior's physique. Especially now. With Poseidon's departure, its power had intensified, and the backlash had risen in tandem. As a peculiar artifact that influenced the very fabric of laws, even its creator could not shield himself from its rule-level repercussions. The wizard's physical fortitude was not among the strongest, although they could employ certain methods for reasonable enhancement. The interplay between spirit and body discouraged them from overreaching. Thus, from the day of its creation, it was destined that only one person could wield the seismograph. That individual possessed an extraordinary perception surpassing that of legendary wizards and bore a physical resilience beyond that of legendary warriors. The bald wizard, who daily indulged in enigmatic musings. Whenever he contemplated this, the figure cloaked in black felt an unsettling discomfort. Could it be that the theories of that peculiar fellow held any validity? That the power of the mind could better represent the essence of the soul than mere psychic energy? Who could say? Such a strange logic. Shaking his head slightly, the Grand Wizard found it challenging to render a judgment. According to the bald wizard, a warrior cultivates their physique, resulting in the formation of life energy within, referred to as blood chi. Thus, a spellcaster, by meditating to strengthen their spirit, should likewise possess corresponding mental energy within their soul, which he termed spiritual energy. He believed that, compared to the external shell, blood chi was closer to the essence of life, just as, in contrast to external psychic energy, he considered spiritual energy to be more akin to the essence of life itself. It sounded somewhat reasonable. Yet the Grand Wizard knew that the Bald One had not dared to attempt to condense what he called spiritual energy, for in his theory, the essence of the mind transcended the dichotomy of chaos and order, manifesting as a demonstration of the fundamental power of spirituality. It could exist in a chaotic form or in a regulated manner. Thus, that fellow felt a sense of trepidation. After all, who can truly fathom what might transpire when one endeavors to harness the so-called spiritual energy without experiencing it firsthand? Perhaps, such pure mental force could inadvertently distort one's own perception. Thus, to substantiate his findings, the bald-headed individual ultimately amalgamated the condensed spiritual energy with his own vital essence, ensuring that it did not exist solely within his soul. Consequently, a unique entity was birthed, and a nascent form of a distinct path for warriors emerged. This pathway necessitated neither bloodshed nor the honing of physical prowess. Instead, these warriors were required to engage in self-reflection, fortifying their hearts, thereby amplifying the energy that entwined their vital essence with their mental strength. The bald sorcerer postulated that warriors forged through this method might possess an unimaginable mental resilience, impervious even to the corruption of malevolent entities of the same rank. Key. Such a peculiar nomenclature. What is even more astonishing is that it could truly withstand the backlash of the seismograph. Murmuring to himself, at this moment, Ares' figure came into his line of sight. The prolonged pursuit had rekindled the god of war's weariness. However, the four titan-like golems clung to him tenaciously, offering no respite. Frustrated and seething with rage, Ares brandished his bronze spear, a palpable sense of impotent energy coursing through him. Insects, perish. With a resounding crash, the final javelin was hurled, narrowly missing the foe once more. At this juncture, the god of war resolved to abandon the fray, seeking to return to his grand army to crush the adversaries with overwhelming might. After casting a wrathful glance skyward, Ares turned to depart. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected tremor resonated from deep within the earth. What is occurring? His expression shifted slightly as he discerned a familiar essence within the earth's rumble. It seemed to be the power of Poseidon, the Sea King and Zeus's brother. Momentarily bewildered, the god of war was left pondering. Hadn't the king of the gods already decreed the fate of his adversary? How could such power manifest here? However, his confusion was fleeting for the next instant. As another tremor surged forth, he perceived a multitude of connections in his divine awareness vanishing as if erased by some unseen force. Initially, a few links disappeared, then dozens, followed by hundreds. Vaguely, though not deeply imprinted in his memory, Ares recalled that those vanishing links were likely comprised of individuals of feeble constitution, commoners or servants. Nevertheless, when the third tremor reverberated, realization dawned upon him. You dare. With a sudden retreat, Ares attempted to return in the direction he had come. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a figure cloaked in black had positioned itself before him, not intending to linger for too long. He planned merely to delay his opponent momentarily with the aid of the Titan Golem. Halt, O god of war, the Archmage spoke with an air of indifference. How blind fate is an entity such as yourself, capable of ascending to divinity? For reasons unknown, as the plan commenced, an undercurrent of unease pervaded his heart. Fortunately, his tasks were few to obstruct Ares for a brief while, after which the matter would no longer concern him. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles outside the city of Condania, at a stall once notorious for selling hydra meat, the once bustling border town lay in eerie silence. Seated upon a makeshift stone chair, Zeus gazed quietly into the distant battlefield. He observed Ares being lured away and watched as the Titan Golem emerged from the earth. The king of the gods held this colossal alchemical creation in high regard. He surmised that these wizards might possess considerable skill, perhaps once he had conquered the mortal realm. He could enlist some of them to undertake tasks deemed unsuitable for deities or clerics. Further ahead, the earth trembled, and the seismograph resonated with the scattered divine authority of Poseidon. Frowning at the disturbed laws of nature, Zeus pondered for a moment before ultimately relaxing. Although the underlying principles eluded him, he still discerned the general function of this contraption from the perspective of a deity. A remarkably clever design. Yet had Poseidon not spawned such an array of bizarre marine life, the seismograph of today might never have come to fruition. Indeed, the wizard stood as the paragon among mortals. In a low voice, Zeus silently watched as Ares' approaching army was stained with blood upon the trembling plains. This was not mere hyperbole, but a tangible description. For the intangible tremor surged from the earth, ultimately causing the bodies of mortals to resonate in concert. From the most fragile of minds to the vital organs. Blood mingled with viscera flowed forth from every orifice, until internal pressures reached a critical point. With a resounding bang, the armored soldiers were shattered into a torrential rain of blood, staining the very ground beneath them. There was no intention to halt. In truth, Zeus had never anticipated that these forces could achieve anything substantial. Even if they managed to seize the city of Condania through brute force, would it matter? There remained a second, a third, even the city of Silvermoon. Confronted with the enigma woven by the goddess of the web of magic, without employing powers exceeding the divine, even Zeus himself would be at a loss as to how to unravel it. In the war among gods, mortals were but mere embellishments. They could showcase their prowess in the interlude, but could not dictate the true outcome of the conflict. Ares is your father. As your sovereign, I have granted you opportunities. Yet regrettably, you have failed to seize them. With a calm demeanor, Zeus could have discreetly warned Ares before he was led away, should he have wished to do so. However, he refrained, for Ares' position among mortals had reached its terminus. He merely needed to endure this final watch, unleashing his power amidst the encroaching fear. After all, both had been manipulated. Rather than being directed by others, why not be guided by his own will? With a slight lift of his hand, Zeus summoned the might of his divine artifact. In the next instant, a signal resonated from Ares. Indeed, during their prior encounter, the king of the gods had not only assigned him the task of spreading tidings, but had also bestowed upon Ares his thunderbolt arrow. Yet, one must ponder, was this a gift from him or a theft by the other party? Such matters are subject to individual interpretation and wisdom. Chapter 473, Divine Artifacts and Gods. Thousands of miles away, surrounded by four metallic mountains, Ares stood with bloodshot eyes and a heaving chest. At this juncture, despite his muscular deliberations, he could discern that he had once again been outmaneuvered. This, of course, was not the first instance for the god of war. He recalled the initial times when humanity toyed with him, and his temper had simmered for an entire year. However, as the second, third, and fourth occurrences transpired, his fury had gradually diminished. Yet this time was different. This time, he bore the irrevocable command of the God King, succeed or perish. Although deities do not truly die, Ares felt no distinction between that and death itself. To be exiled from the mortal realm, to sever ties with his followers, to part ways with Aphrodite, and to be cast alone into the abyss. Would you still think of him in those dark moments? With a fierce roar directed to the heavens, Ares' fingers, like divine steel, embedded themselves into the chassis of the Titan golem. Spurred by overwhelming emotion, he lifted the mountain-like figure and hurled it forcefully against another golem. The ground trembled with a thunderous crash, akin to a meteor striking the earth, sending countless particles of dust swirling in all directions. Yet, amidst the storm of dust, Ares despairingly realized, as with every prior encounter, that the Titan golem had suffered no fatal damage. Despite the significant depletion of the Nether River's power coursing through the metal, reducing its defenses, it remained impervious to his immediate assault. During this standoff, he could only imagine the toll on the army he had brought, countless lives lost. Ares, of course, was indifferent to the mortal casualties, yet he understood that these human lives represented his strength, and his strength equated to the likelihood of fulfilling Zeus's task. Until the day, he had believed that the enigma of Silvermoon City was his sole impediment. Even upon hearing of the sorcerer's blood sacrifice of an entire city, he felt a flicker of inspiration. If he could not breach the enigma with sheer power, perhaps alternative methods could be pursued, with sorcerers to bear the burden of blame. But now, all seemed to drift beyond his grasp. He could not even surpass the first barrier, let alone the subsequent fortresses. No, I still have a chance. Amidst the swirling dust, Ares reached into his bosom the divine artifact, the arrow of thunder, and it was a more potent version than before. Though the god of war could not comprehend why a postnatal forged artifact would endow him with such a marked sense of empowerment, the reality remained undeniable. When he had once attacked Achilles, the arrow of thunder had merely instilled a sense of sharpness and trepidation. Now, it imbued the god of war with a feeling of insurmountable might, as if Zeus had not merely forged it from a fragment of his divine essence, but had instead employed his entirety. Even amidst his vague sensations, Ares felt a peculiar awareness. The current, thunder, was no longer whole. It had discovered its destined counterpart, another artifact capable of harmonizing and resonating alongside it. Though this premonition seemed even more absurd than the last, Ares, with the instinct of a god of war regarding weapons, believed it was highly plausible. Yet, regardless of the veracity of this matter, it no longer concerned him. Muscles taut and breath heavy, the god of war struggled within. Should he strike? If he did, could he maintain his formidable powers? But if he refrained, what did Zeus's prior words signify? Mere bluster, or a final ultimatum? His thoughts were chaotic, while the surrounding dust gradually settled. Imperceptibly, for towering metallic giants once again approached him, fearless of death. Simultaneously, as if to prevent his escape, a voice echoed from afar. Prince Ares, are you about to flee? The god of countless defeats truly lives up to his name. The dark robe billowed in the wind as the great sorcerer regarded Ares, standing firm upon the earth. Though he understood the futility of his words, he uttered a sentiment long held within. Oh, born deity, how have you come to this fate? Yet, it mattered not. Come, allow me to impart a lesson. Centuries hence, when your offspring inquires about this tale, you may tell them, child, though my blood may not run through your veins, and though I know not who your father is, it bears little significance. For under my tutelage, you may not attain victory, but if you absorb the lessons I impart, you shall undoubtedly evade all ruin in this world. Clang in the heavens. This time the dark-robed sorcerer received no response. Silence enveloped the cosmos. Moments later, upon the dust-laden earth, he beheld a sudden surge of purple lightning. In the fourth layer of the spirit realm, amidst the realm of souls, April hung suspended, a multitude of spirits swirling. The bicolored ocean perpetually revolved, with countless souls flowing in and out with each breath. The three goddesses presiding over spring, summer, and autumn tirelessly judged the deeds of the souls in their mortal lives, determining their rebirths. Yet for millennia, the entire realm of souls appeared to exist in isolation from the spiritual hierarchy, having severed its ties with other planes since the distant Bronze Age. Outsiders could not enter, nor could those within escape, thus quietly waiting here. Eros gently fluttered her delicate wings, stifling a yawn. She and Voros had agreed that if the need arose, they would take turns guarding this spot while the other indulged in their own leisure. As for determining who would remain and who would venture forth, they had devised their own method. They would diminish their own powers to conjure false golden arrows and lead arrows, and then seek out a pair of lovers or adversaries to wager upon. They would bet on how many arrows it would take to sever the bonds of a couple once sworn to eternal love or to unite bitter foes in romance. The victor would depart, while the vanquished remained. Clearly, today, Eros was the unfortunate loser. Yawned. Covering her mouth, Eros shook her head, striving to awaken her senses. Although their actions might seem excessive, as if mortal desires were mere playthings in their hands, the twins did not perceive it that way. For them, such behavior could not be classified as good or evil. They were merely engaging in a gamble, deriving no joy from the manipulation of love and hatred. Just as humans feel neither guilt nor elation from eating or walking, they too experienced no emotional shifts regarding this commonplace endeavor, akin to breathing. As time drifted slowly by, the moon waxed and waned. At a certain moment, beside the now slumbering Eros, a soft lavender light flickered. The splendid hem of her gown trailed upon the ground as Lioness stepped onto the realm of spirits, with a slight furrow of her brow, which soon relaxed. She chose not to awaken the dreaming Eros, exchanging a glance with the white dragon wandering through the dreamscape. It was only when Isara averted her gaze in embarrassment that Lioness stepped forward, directly manifesting in the heart of the spirit realm. Lady Lioness, what brings you here? Instinctively cautious, upon recognizing the visitor, the goddess Aranai of the autumnal goddess Sitio offered a slight bow and signaled to her sisters that this was not an enemy. I require your assistance. Slowly speaking, Lioness' gaze swept over Aranai and the two goddesses who had hastened to join her. The latter paused in surprise at her words, exchanging brief glances. Subsequently, the eldest among the three, the goddess of spring and rebirth, Onomia, nodded earnestly. It is our honor, my lady. Please instruct us. What is it that you need us to do? It is quite simple. Nodding slightly, her delicate fingers traced a fissure through the void. through the rift in space. Onomiya caught a glimpse of the scenery beyond. Towering mountains, majestic vistas piercing through the clouds, and a sacred realm inaccessible to mortals. To the surprise of the three sisters, it was not the site recently bereft of countless human lives, nor the nation that held the singular faith in the divine, but rather a location entirely opposite to that. That is the realm of the gods, the dominion of the king of gods, Olympus. It is there, or more precisely, in the chamber of the queen of heaven, Hera. With a soft utterance, Lyanna refrained from elucidating the reasons behind it. The three goddesses exchanged glances once more, subsequently nodding in unison. The target of their assault was of little consequence. Since Lyanna had been designated as the guardian of the spirit world by the will of the master before departing, they would comply with each other's requests. Although the notion of attacking the stronghold of the king of gods seemed daunting, what of it? No matter how formidable Zeus's power might be, he could never penetrate the spirit realm. With their minds set, in the next moment, under the collective will of the three goddesses, the well of reincarnation began to emit a faint glow. This ancient artifact, which had never truly faced an enemy since its inception, appeared to awaken from its slumber. Gathering the symbols of cyclicity here, with a solemn expression, Lyanna raised her hand, bestowing the authority of the spirit realm that she could command upon this primordial artifact. Were it not for the destruction of her Manu, she would not have had the extra power to wield. If she were to bear the burden herself, with her current abilities, she could not summon divine forces of great magnitude outside the spirit realm. Yet the well of reincarnation was different. It was a divine artifact. Lyanna did not need to summon great powers. She merely provided this creation artifact with an unending source of support, and in turn, it would reveal its unparalleled divine might. Her gaze shifted, once more surveying the scene beyond the spatial rift. As she beheld the palace belonging to the Queen of Heaven, Lyanna finally cautioned, "Remember, you need not concern yourselves with Hera. Your only task is to breach that palace. As for the rest, I shall handle it." Her voice was calm, and at that moment, Lyanna could not help but recall the prayers of those earthly devotees. A commendable sentiment, though fabricated. As it was intended for the glory of the Master, she would accept it as truth, with a faint smile. Even though she knew Ryan would not mind her image in the eyes of mortals, Lyanna was reluctant to allow the transgressions of those sorcerers to taint him. Fortunately, those devotees still possessed sound minds. Quietly, she made a promise in her heart. Lyanna resolved that after those mortals had perished, she would bestow upon them additional rewards, allowing them to eternally exist in the realm of the Master as holy spirits. In the mortal realm, amidst the desolate marketplace, gazing into the distance, Zeus observed lightning cleave the sky, splitting a shadowy figure in two. He witnessed a white-haired crone attempting to flee, only to be reduced to ashes beneath the cataclysmic thunder. He saw the one who had created the metallic giant similarly torn apart by the remnants of the thunder. The residual power spanning the heavens, hurtling towards the silver moon city at the edge of the earth, under the unrestrained might of formidable divine power, augmented by a potent artifact that had subtly reached the pinnacle of higher divinity. Even the ocean god, standing atop the sea, would hesitate to claim invulnerability. Of course, Zeus understood that this was not due to Ares' sudden display of merit, but rather the result of the artifact, fortified by the essence of an otherworldly deity, growing even stronger. Indeed, should its counterpart be added, the current Arrow of Thunder might very well vie for the title of the foremost offensive artifact against chaos. After all, in the entirety of the world, there are scarcely a few artifacts dedicated solely to the art of destruction. The Sword of the Sun qualifies as one. The Mother Goddess's curved blade as another, along with Themis's Sword of Exorcism and Athena's Spear of Voctol. Are there any others? Zeus could not recall. Nonetheless, such a strike was undeniably formidable, having already succeeded in shaking the defenses of the enigmatic lock. With a subtle shift of thought, Zeus temporarily influenced the punitive nature of the earthly laws with his sovereign authority. He did not intend to break the law, but rather to impose an additional burden upon Ares. Since he had no intention of offering protection, it could not be deemed a violation of the order he had established. Continue, Ares. I have staved off the earthly laws for you. You have 2 more opportunities. Do not disappoint me. His voice rang softly in the ears of the god of war, and Zeus smiled with satisfaction at this. Indeed, refuse to rise above the refuse. It ought to remain in the refuse bin, shining and glowing as much as possible before being discarded. Let that serve as penance for your previous folly. Interesting. A devotee of the Lord of the Spirit Realm? A flicker of emotion crossed his face as Zeus turned to gaze toward a corner of the marketplace. There, an elderly woman approached him slowly. How did you discover me? It stands to reason that a mortal should not perceive my aura, and even among the divine, few are capable of such. He inquired politely, channeling his authority to ensure ample time for their conversation. Perhaps it is because you focus solely on extraordinary means. Neglecting the fact that mortals possess their own methods, the elderly woman replied calmly, as if she were not addressing the king of Olympus. She had no intention of returning alive today. After all, as the last archbishop of the church, the glory of the Lord would safeguard her soul. Chapter 474. The so-called truth, the means of mortals. Do they matter? Zeus, indifferent to the unreasonable provocations of mere ants, would only take notice if such affronts truly threatened his interests. For instance, his reputation among the other gods or his standing in the hearts of his followers. Thus, with only himself and the priestess of this ancient deity present, the king of the gods did not hesitate to utilize her words to fill in the gaps of his understanding. As he reminisced, Zeus's gaze swept across the marketplace. Upon spotting some shattered glass and the gleam of window panes, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. So it was. Although this market belonged to the various nations of the continent, Silvermoon City had never been careless about these border areas. In this regard, the sorcerers had performed admirably. With mere beguiling spells and material rules devoid of supernatural forces, their prearranged informants could monitor activities here from dozens or even hundreds of miles away. Should a large crowd gather or disperse, they could promptly issue a warning. Today, it was evidently the latter. The people had all departed, leaving him alone. And Zeus had not concealed his appearance. Thus, the shallow followers engaged in smuggling and crime along the border failed to recognize, or perhaps could not fathom, that this was the king of Olympus. However, as their adversary, Silvermoon City had discerned his presence and ultimately came directly to confront him. An admirable early warning system, indeed, and a highly efficient mechanism. Zeus unabashedly praised their efforts. If only the gods under my command possessed the same level of execution as that group of sorcerers. Even if their actions were somewhat reckless, I would feel genuine satisfaction. Alas, they lack such capability. And you, too, have strayed from the path. With a slight sigh, Zeus regarded the elderly woman before him. He understood that, as the king of Olympus, the spirit realm's failure to dispatch even a single angel to communicate with him was undoubtedly a sign of disrespect, even contempt. Yet, the king felt no anger, for he relished this very disrespect. The greater the affront, the more it contravened the universal beliefs of all beings. The more formidable his power would become when he finally resolved to act. Therefore, priestess of the ancient god, as the ruler of Olympus, the rightful monarch of chaos, earth, and sea, I had no intention of offending the authority of the primordial creator. As his sanctuary on earth, I ought to have guarded it like the ancient Delphi, allowing no one to profane his glory. However, exceptions exist in all matters, much like the revered Earth Mother, losing her sanity in an attempt to topple the divine mountain that supports the heavens. Not long ago, I discovered a taboo originating from Silvermoon City. The gods were enraged. Even the ancient deities of heaven and earth, awakening from their slumber, would find such a grave sin utterly intolerable. However, I did not take their words at face value. For as the king of gods, justice is my creed. Thus, I have come here today to seek an answer from the ancient deities. Speaking calmly, with the voice of Zeus, radiant beams of light flickered beside him, as if affirming the truth of his words. In the final moments of these lights, the image split into two. One depicted the starry father, emaciated and resembling a corpse, while the other revealed a wasteland strewn with the remains of headless divine bodies. Since the primordial creator deities are unwilling to meet me, I turn to you to answer my question. The sorcerers of Silvermoon City have desecrated the dignity of the gods, treating the divine beings of the Titan era as mere cattle and sacrificing my daughter to a malevolent entity from beyond. Is this true or false? If false, please enlighten me with the truth, and I shall personally punish the sinner who has defamed the ancient gods. If it is true, his voice paused, and the king of gods spoke with a measured tone, then I shall still punish my own kin for Ares' unauthorized aggression and theft of my divine artifact. However, I will inevitably have to place Silvermoon City under divine scrutiny, as I once did with the frenzied Earth Mother, to prevent any further blasphemies. His reasoning was sound, devoid of any aggressive demeanor. Zeus was convinced that, at this moment, he stood as a paragon of virtue, the most worthy ruler in the hearts of all beings of chaos. While he awaited a response, as he had previously indicated, the king of gods did not necessarily wish to obliterate Silvermoon City. He simply desired it to accept his oversight or monitoring. After all, the power of sovereignty lies not in destruction, but in the consolidation of obedience. So, ruler of Olympus, have you finished your accusations? The question emerged calmly, surprising Zeus. In the face of the king of gods' inquiry, the zealot elder woman appeared unperturbed. She merely summoned the sacred power within her, conjuring a phantom beside her, mirroring the image by Zeus's side. If you are done, then allow me to share my thoughts. With a cold laugh, she acknowledged the bittersweet reality of her inability to eradicate these false deities, yet she recognized her own limitations. Fortunately, this time, the old fool had shown some wisdom, befitting his rank. As a devotee of the master, I too am eager to inquire, ruler of Olympus. Why do you condone your queen's collusion with the enemies of all beings, even if it ultimately leads to her own downfall? Forcing her beloved daughter to depart from this world? The phantom beside her flickered uncertainly, finally settling on an image from many years past. It was a cold stone altar, a hastily erected ceremonial hall, and a statue that was strikingly familiar. This is. Furrowing his brow, Zeus gazed at this scene, momentarily at a loss for understanding. In the fleeting moment that followed, as if recalling something, the expression of the god king darkened ominously. This was a sacrificial rite. Atop the nameless mountain, Clotho had stealthily retrieved the weapon that had rolled to the ground. With a critical mindset, the esteemed goddess of fate resolved to wield this hollow metallic rod with great force. Utilizing its internal structure, objects thousands of miles away appeared as if they were within arm's reach, and remarkably difficult to detect. After all, she was a deity governing fate. As long as she maintained a safe distance, even the god king would be oblivious to her presence. The notion of a living sacrifice, when had this transpired? Why did I have no recollection? Wait, is this from the childhood of that Athenian king? Such a significant figure, yet nearly offered as a sacrificial pawn. How could fate remain unperturbed? It is an outer god. The incessant gasp seemed to indicate that while peering into fate, something forbidden had been glimpsed. Fortunately, as the executor of fate, Clotho possessed an extraordinary level of safety in certain respects. While Hera's eyes nearly shattered upon witnessing the traces of the flesh and blood mother tree, Clotho merely called out in astonishment. Clearly, since she had no intention of harming the mother tree, there was little that could be done against her. Particularly, as it was merely a thought that had descended from the past. Feigning nonchalance, Clotho rubbed her head, unable to suppress her curiosity. That, gentlemen, the demon king intent on saving the world, was that great tree also your adversary? At least not a friend. Came the contemplative reply from Ryan after a moment's thought. I see. Do you comprehend what this imagery is conveying? Clotho did not possess the ability to read lips and had little desire to peer into the fate of the god king. In the depths of her intuition, Clotho sensed that probing into Zeus's fate might be perilous, especially after his incarnation ventured into the abyss. Consequently, confronted with the unknown, the goddess of fate boldly posed her question. It was hardly a grave matter. In fact, to be precise, do you remember what I previously conveyed? Athens also participated in this war, albeit not in a direct combat capacity. Ryan casually responded, continuing to observe the unfolding drama from afar. 3 sorcerers had been dispatched on the spot. 2 were likely doomed, while the fate of the last remained uncertain, as he was not currently in his true form. Ultimately, this tale imparted a lesson to the world. One ought not to assume the role of the most hated figure without caution, for until the final moment, one could never predict the repercussions of provoking an adversary. This is the weapon of Athens, the account of how the current king of Athens, during his childhood, was abducted by the Resurrection sect, a group that truly revered the goddess, and ultimately sacrificed to the progenitor of that vile entity, the flesh and blood mother tree. Thus, it becomes evident that, much like the sorcery of Silvermoon City did not begin its inquiry into deities today, Hera's collusion with outer gods is not a recent development. Moreover, the chosen quarry of the sorcerers was none other than the goddess of youth, Hebe. The deity previously imprisoned was the sole offspring of the titan Crius, banished into the abyss by Zeus, the god of the stars, Astraeus. On the very day the goddess of youth was beset, Hera, who had been covertly colluding with the mother tree, attempted to spy on the battlefield, only to find herself ensnared by the very forces she sought to manipulate. Thus, a coherent tale was born. What tale, you ask? Intrigued, Clotho instinctively inquired. It is said that long before the calamity wrought by Typhon, Hera had clandestinely established contact with the former Archmage of the White Tower, who was listed among the wanted in Silvermoon City. The sorcerer, under the guise of serving the queen, imprisoned the remnants of the Titans, subjecting Crius' son to a fate akin to that of his father. Concurrently, Hera, harnessing the power of Typhon, reached out to the flesh and blood mother tree. Historical evidence suggests that the resurrection sect seemingly emerged around that time. Its fundamental doctrine derived from Hera's rejuvenating bath, a symbol of rebirth and the return to youth. Ultimately, the sorcerers, Hera, and the Mother Tree conspired together, with the former executing inhumane deeds while the latter bore the blame, allowing the queen to bask in her resplendence. This unholy alliance persisted for millennia, until the Archmage of the White Tower sought to transcend his mortal bounds and attain eternal life. After fruitlessly demanding the Fountain of Youth from the queen, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. The outcome was inevitable. The queen was betrayed by the sorcerer, who had long prioritized self-interest over previous collaborations. The goddess of youth became a sacrificial pawn, forced to bear the sins of her malevolent mother alongside the millions of her followers. At last, the Church of Silvermoon City, unveiling the truth, intervened to quell the calamity that erupted across the dominions of the continent, exemplifying the ancient deity's followers as guardians of the greater good. The only imperfection in this narrative was their failure to rescue the goddess of youth from the clutches of evil. Despite the absence of any divine intervention from Olympus to eradicate the malevolent forces surrounding Naflion. At this juncture, Ryan paused. He could not help but admire the vivid imagination of those devotees. Therein lies the entirety of the tale. Does it not sound plausible? Without the initial sacrifice of a human life, the subsequent deductions would indeed appear tenuous. Yet, in light of the fate that befell the new king of Athens, Andria, everything seems less improbable. How remarkable! Clotho, momentarily taken aback, could not help but commend Hera's cunning machinations and the sorcerer's audacious counteroffensive. However, upon hearing Ryan's subsequent remarks, she belatedly grasped the underlying truth. Wait, this cannot be real, can it? Well, strictly speaking, these events did transpire, but their interpretation is subject to individual perception. With a measured tone, Ryan posed a significant rhetorical question, setting aside everything else. Athens did not extend an invitation to Hera to abduct their then princess, nor did they solicit her for human sacrifices. Moreover, no one invited them to involve an innocent bystander, particularly one who had just awakened from a prolonged slumber. Bystander? Clotho, perplexed, glanced at him. Ryan merely smiled, offering no explanation. Indeed, as an unassuming passerby, he harbored no resentment towards past events. After all, even as a deity, he ought to embody a semblance of divine magnanimity. Should he not? Was it not merely a trivial matter of shifting blame, an attempt to make him the scapegoat? Ryan would not retaliate with an even larger burden to bear. As for the happenings of today, perhaps it was merely an accident. He had no insight into the thoughts of the Silvermoon City-S faithful. His only duty was to deliver the evidence of Olympus's deity's transgressions as commanded by the king. The goddess of fate could attest, from beginning to end, he had remained in the company of the other party, quietly observing this grand spectacle. Clotho. Nothing. With a gentle wave of his hand, Ryan's gesture left the goddess of fate bewildered, yet he had no intention of elaborating. Regarding this goddess, much like her two sisters, Ryan did not wish for them to become part of the spirit realm. While the spirit realm may touch upon fate, it would not do so by incorporating the goddess of fate. As a divine counterpart on Earth, he would fulfill his own purpose. Chapter 475, Reshaping Order Olympus. The King of Mountains. Long before the conclusion of the last epic, nearly 10 millennia ago, in an effort to escape the strife between titans and new gods, and weary from the incessant battles among deities, the ancient mountain god Urea offered his venerable form to the ages, succumbing to eternal slumber and transforming into the mountain that pierces the clouds. From that day forth, 2 generations of divine kings, one to the east and the other to the west, gazed upon each other from their separate mountain peaks. Upon the earth, the gods loyal to both sides engaged in bloody conflict, the landscape riven, and living beings fell like wheat before the scythe. Yet, in stark contrast, Olympus remained untouched, as if Urea's yearning had been fulfilled, allowing him to evade the bloodshed among the gods, until the advent of this epic. Gaia, Typhon, the blood sun, the blazing sun, one after another, forces shook its very foundation, even necessitating the reconstruction of palaces upon the divine mountain. Ultimately, Urea could not escape these upheavals, despite his eternal repose. Fortunately, within his unique dream of the ancient god, the deity who relinquished all did not endure suffering. On the contrary, he thrived in his slumber, where he became the center of the world, the origin of all things, eternally basking in tranquility and stability, while his essence sustained countless dreams that ebbed and flowed. Thus, the white dragon, through the enchanting dream of Eros, secretly observed the conversations of the realm of reincarnation. Leanna was keenly aware of this. Yet she had no intention of obliterating Olympus. After all, despite being the stronghold of Zeus, he might be the very one who yearned for this mountain to be brought down by the spiritual realm. Without this eastern pillar of heaven, Atlas could never fulfill his duty of holding up the skies. Ultimately, this burden would fall upon the spiritual realm, and the divine king could seize the opportunity to summon even greater power, becoming the vanguard against the spiritual realm in the future. However, you shall not have your way. Perhaps this mountain will eventually crumble, but it shall not do so at my hands. Today, I need only to fulfill my rightful duty. Whispering to herself, Leanna stepped forth, her figure materializing upon the mortal plane. The surging divine power enveloped her. Yet the laws of order held no sway over the true God who wielded authority. In her line of sight, the divine mountain lay in the distance. As she unabashedly declared her arrival, the gods atop Olympus seemed to take notice of her presence. Yet, Leanna remained indifferent for today. The only worthy adversary was the avatar left behind by the divine king. A surprise attack? Unlikely and lacking significance. Her reason for intervening was not to dismantle a queen's palace, nor to assist the mortal worshippers in any endeavor. Throughout history, only those who offer their faith to the master exist. There are no angels who serve the whims of mortals. A palace of Hera, entrusted to the three deities governing spring, summer, and autumn, suffices. As for the rest, she shall resolve it herself. Princess Leanna? A flicker of flame soared from the summit of the divine mountain, halting not far from the shadow of the underworld moon. Hestia gazed in astonishment at this rare visitor. Had the most trusted subordinate of the Lord of the Spirit Realm come on matters concerning Ares? Unbeknownst to her, Zeus was also present at that moment. The goddess of the hearth wore a gentle smile, for she had long desired to meet Leanna, ever since Achilles wreaked havoc upon the divine mountain. Hestia had felt that a series of events had unfolded in an unusual manner. To fathom the reasons behind it all, conversing directly with a deity of the spirit realm seemed the simplest approach. However, the deities of the spirit realm were reclusive, and she had previously lacked the opportunity to engage with them. Stepping forward, the goddess of the hearth wished to speak. Yet, at that very moment, a hand rested upon her shoulder. Who is Zeus? It is I. Speaking calmly, the king of the gods approached from behind her. My esteemed sister, allow me to handle the reception of the goddess of the underworld moon, if you would. I need not. With a gentle tone, the presence behind Leanna appeared increasingly tangible. There was no necessity for insincere welcoming. Today, I have come for but one purpose. For what? For matters my queen has never undertaken? Her expression remained composed, in both the mortal realm and under the orders of royalty. There existed no divergence in synchrony between the king's true form and his avatar. Thus, he was naturally aware of what transpired over there. Yes, Zeus conceded. The matters concerning Hera were convoluted. After all, only a few deities on Olympus had not engaged in clandestine dealings. Yet, he was certain that Hera bore no connection to those sorcerers. Princess Leanna, I have heard that the ancient Titan goddess, Themis, sovereign of justice and law, has deep ties to the spirit realm. I trust you hold her sense of justice in high regard as well. If that is the purpose of your visit, perhaps it would be best for her to adjudicate this matter? I believe the goddess of law would render the most equitable judgment. No need for that. Interrupting once more, Leanna's gaze pierced through Zeus's avatar, directing her attention toward the majestic divine mountain. To mortal eyes, and even to the eyes of most deities, it appeared merely as a mountain. Only a select few could perceive the hidden realms, along with the countless faiths and souls. The king of Olympus. Matters of mortals should naturally be left to mortals. If they perform well, they deserve reward. If poorly, they must face retribution. As for me, I am solely responsible for matters concerning the deities. The affairs of Hera are of no concern to me. Yet, the price for your millennium of thievery must now be paid. Hera had long since departed from the divine mountain, having left due to the disappearance of her daughter. Thus, Leanna's true objective was never an empty temple, but rather Asgard. Given the evident hostility the god-king bore towards the spirit realm, a war was inevitably destined to unfold in the future. What reason did she have to stand idly by while her adversary pilfered souls, allowing billions to become mere vessels for the power of the Olympian gods? Eucrack did not grant the avatar of Zeus a moment to react. As the astonished expression froze upon his face, behind Leanna, a well of alternating colors reflected in the skies of chaos. The three goddesses of rebirth exerted their utmost strength. Yet it was the authority bestowed upon the goddess of the underworld by Ryan that truly unveiled the might of the well of rebirth. Only with divine power could the complete strength of the creation artifact be realized and in the annals of chaos. Never had a complete creation artifact truly manifested its power upon the earth. The white elephant symbolized birth, while the black serpent represented death. In that moment, there was no time for words. The avatar of the God King exerted all his might to withstand the deluge of dual-colored waves. You dare. These are the followers of Olympus. Boom. The soft lavender gown billowed as Lyanna disregarded the fury of the God King's avatar. At this moment in Olympus, the heavens seemed to tear open, as if a celestial river cascaded forth, with the waters of the well of rebirth surging relentlessly. Even though Zeus's avatar summoned the interface power of Asgard, and the gods atop the divine mountain exerted their full strength to resist, within the cyclical symbol of rebirth, countless souls still returned to the embrace of reincarnation, returning to the divine realm of their creator. Goddess of the underworld, Zeus, his countenance darkened, had never anticipated that the target of his adversary was indeed Asgard. Watching the souls drift away, Zeus understood the significance of this event. Despite his lack of need for faith, in the past, he and the Pantheon had consistently instructed mortals, do not fear death, for you shall attain eternal life in the realm of the deity you believe in after passing. However, if he could not halt the exodus of souls today, the covenant between gods and mortals, which had endured for millennia, would be irrevocably severed. While this would not inflict grave harm upon Zeus himself, from the perspective of sovereignty, the loss of the gods equated to a loss of his own power. No, I still have my true form. Suddenly turning, he gazed toward the southeast of the earth. Although the well of rebirth in the spirit realm naturally attracted souls, the existence of the God King's avatar and Asgard was not without purpose. There was insufficient time for the spirit realm to claim all the souls, and his true form was soon to arrive. A subtle shift in expression. A flicker of confusion passed through Zeus's avatar's eyes. Where is my true form? Where has it gone? Within the confines of royal order, the synchronization of avatar and essence posed no challenge for him. Yet, as he could no longer perceive the location of his essence, he pondered, was he still among the living? A ripple of surprise echoed from Eris, who had silently observed the transformations of the mortal realm since Ares ventured eastward, eagerly anticipating the response of Ryan. Indeed, where had the formidable Zeus gone? Had he not just demonstrated his might by forcefully rending the fabric of space in an attempt to return to the divine mountain? Silently perplexed, standing in the skies beyond Olympus, Lyanna too was bewildered by Zeus's continued absence. The autumn goddess, Erinai, had successfully obliterated Hera's temple, and simultaneously, other sanctuaries sensitive to the presence of malevolent forces were laid bare by the three goddesses, exposed to the light of day. What remained utterly confounding was Zeus's inexplicable delay in returning, leaving all to wonder what transpired. It was not until the souls within Asgard were largely consumed by the well of reincarnation, stirring a flicker of emotion, that Lyanna finally sensed a force forcibly tearing through space. Clearly, Zeus had at last arrived, albeit much later than anticipated. With a swift motion, a brass tome materialized in Lyanna's hand from the void. Engaging in direct confrontation, she was undeniably no match for Zeus. However, her audacity to arrive signified her meticulous preparation. The Codex of Creation, the epitome of law and order, had once enabled Ryan to sanction the ancient sun deity for defying the celestial mechanics. Today, Lyanna intended to wield it against the divine king who had unlawfully detained the souls of the spirit realm. To combat order with order. To confront the cyclical nature of existence with the terrestrial laws that repelled foreign powers. Her strategy was well conceived. Yet, she had not anticipated Zeus's tardiness. The chains upon the brass tome naturally unraveled with a resounding clatter, revealing the ancient artifact before the goddess of the underworld. The spirit realm is the origin of all souls, while reincarnation serves as their intermediary. The cycle of spirituality adheres to its own regulations, and the life and death of all beings follow a predetermined sequence. Gently pressing her palm upon the pages of the Codex of Creation, Lyanna prepared to deliver her final decree. Violators are guilty. The guilty shall face retribution. With a resonating hum, as yet another artifact of creation unveiled its might. The forces of the spirit realm surged with newfound vigor. The true limitation on Lyanna's ability to harness the power of the spirit realm had never been the quantity at her disposal, but rather the extent to which she could utilize it. With the Codex of Creation's endorsement, leveraging order as her fulcrum, her capacity to manifest power in the mortal realm was instantly magnified manifold. Meanwhile, on an unnamed hill thousands of miles away from the city of Canonia, a figure with a hint of curiosity felt a slight alleviation of the burdens of fate upon them. Clutching a beautiful mirror obtained through a recent ritual by Ryan, Clotho was in remarkably high spirits. How remarkable it was that such an object could indeed mend the fractures of destiny. This was indeed true, as the old adage states. To repel external threats, one must first secure the internal. As the goddess of fate, merely seeking the source of the disruption in destiny bore little fruit. Even if one were to find and eradicate it, would destiny return to its rightful course? Certainly not. With a slight shake of her head, Clotho recalled the words of Atropos. Her sister had once mentioned that even the king of the gods, Zeus, was not one to accept fate passively. Particularly during the tumult of Typhon, he should not have wagered his own demise. Although deities are immortal, to toy with fate yields no favorable outcomes. Yet, he remains the king of gods, and thus, we must stand by him. However, that assertion was flawed. Observing the recently triumphant goddess of fate, Ryan smiled and posed a counter-question. Consider this, since Zeus is the king of gods, ought he not to set an example for the pantheon? After a moment of contemplation, Clotho found no fault in this reasoning. Indeed, that seems plausible. Ryan continued, now reflect further. If you are to resolve a complex, long-standing issue, should you not tackle the simpler matters first, addressing those that can be easily rectified? That too appears to be the case. Clotho nodded in agreement. Then ask yourself, in comparison to the shadowy puppeteer stirring the fates of the entire world, is the king of gods, who must adhere to the existing order, easier to manage or more challenging? Naturally, the king of gods would be the more manageable, and he ought to heed the guidance of fate. Clotho nodded affirmatively, sensing she had discovered a means to alleviate the poison of destiny. Indeed, the malevolent force disrupting fate may refuse her counsel because it is inherently malevolent. But he is the king of chaos. In such matters, should he not align with my perspective? So, was I guiding him back onto the right path? Clotho inquired, her understanding of the situation crystallizing. Certainly, you were assisting him in regaining his course, liberating him from elements that did not rightfully belong to him. Acknowledging this, it was evident that this was the crux of the matter. Truth be told, had the kings of chaos throughout the ages not resisted fate and chosen to follow the original trajectory of destiny, even with Ryan's foresight and spiritual authority, he would likely have never reached this point. Chapter 476, The Fallen Stars. The Mirror of Spiral is an immensely powerful artifact, a high-grade divine implement within the realm of space. Its might is sufficient to toy with the vast majority of true gods. However, its power is not absolute. When confronted with the formidable forces of greater divine power, any entity not equally versed in such realms merely serves as an embellishment, incapable of exerting a decisive influence. One might assert that even a high-grade artifact wielded by another of great divine power would struggle to restrain its opponent within their own domain, unless there exists a significant disparity in strength between the two. Even the mighty Hypnos, known in myth for his ability to induce slumber, required the allure of Hera and the enchantment of Aphrodite's girdle to surreptitiously incapacitate Zeus in a moment of vulnerability. Thus, Ryan never intended to act himself, nor did he plan for an avatar of lesser strength than the God King to intervene. Only the Fates, with their unique bond to Zeus, their exceptional status, and their extraordinary powers, could ensure that the God King in the mortal realm would be unable to evade influence. Ultimately, an unexpected twist unfolded that left all observers astounded. While his stronghold was under siege, Zeus remained conspicuously absent. When the void was rent by a ferocious force, an overwhelming power surged through the cosmos. The God King's emotions were beyond description. He had never anticipated that at the very moment he sought a shortcut back to the divine mountain, a troubling memory would momentarily cloud his mind. It was in that fleeting instant of disorientation that the omnipresent spatial vortex erupted violently, whisking him away to an unknown location. Realizing something was amiss, Zeus was engulfed in fury, yet he could not afford to waste time. Thus, relying on his connection to Asgard, he tore through space once more. This time, however, he seemed perilously close to one of the forbidden realms beyond existence, the eternally mist-shrouded Niflheim. The power of the cursed object, bound by the strength of the Derived, seemed to sense its original source, manifesting a subtle disturbance that compelled Zeus to swiftly suppress it. Ultimately, the disturbance subsided. The power of the Derived proved remarkably resilient. Unfortunately, Zeus found himself once again disoriented within the chaotic void. Time and again, unforeseen occurrences transpired, as if he were treading upon a preordained script. No one acted against him. It was merely that when the right circumstances aligned at the right moment, everything unfolded as it was meant to. With a countenance darkened to the extreme, he finally emerged from the torn fabric of space. There was no exchange of words, no threats uttered. Zeus understood that at this juncture, Ryan would not relent. though the Lord of the Spirit Realm had yet to make an appearance. The forces of the Spirit Realm were unreservedly channeling into the two immensely powerful artifacts. Therefore, with a motion of his hand, the thunder arrow, stolen by Ares, manifested in his left hand. With a firm grasp of his right hand, he held a divine hammer that seemed to encapsulate boundless radiance. With a sweeping motion of his arm, the hammer's head struck the tail of an arrow. The clash of the foreign artifact against the artifact of chaos resonated with a thunderous sound that echoed across the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, the most resplendent thunderbolts erupted forth from this encounter. Even the two divine artifacts suspended atop Mount Olympus at that moment could not disregard the power it manifested. Boom! The divine lightning descended, shattering the chains of order that entwined around it. Ancient glyphs emerged from the surface of a brass tome, yet it was ultimately not a weapon crafted solely for battle. Under Zeus's unrelenting might, the order woven by the codex of creation was breached. The immense thunder ultimately struck the well of reincarnation, unleashing a tumultuous wave. Clang! The well trembled as the forces of life and death circulated within, while earth, water, wind, and fire eroded all things. This unparalleled strike indeed shook the artifact of creation. Yet it could not truly harm it. Unless Zeus could entirely strip away all of his thunder, reclaim the portion bestowed upon the abyss, and finally merge them into a singular representation of his own, the artifact of creation could not be destroyed by the forces beneath it. And Zeus's dominion was not one of annihilation, destruction, defilement, or finality. In the spirit realm, taking a deep breath, Zeus realized that his actions bore significance. As the well of reincarnation had diminished its rate of soul absorption in response to his assault. Had he returned here from the outset, he could have summoned the powers of Asgard, one from without, the other from within, isolating the artifact from its soul-hungry grasp. Indeed, the ancient gods were sovereigns of the spiritual essence. Even if he severed your connection to these souls, you could still extinguish the life of those untouched by divinity at its very source, causing their spirits to disperse. However, should it reach that juncture, Zeus could proclaim that the malevolent god from beyond had taken advantage of his unguarded moment to obliterate the realm of the Olympian deities. He would not have breached the covenant between gods and mortals. Instead, he would be an unequivocal victim. Yet now, the situation was different. Asgard had been penetrated. The power of the interface was no longer stable, rendering it powerless against even a fraction of the artifact of creation's absorption. Once these souls were collected, the cycle of reincarnation could be considered fortunate. If the gods of the spirit realm were to transform these followers' souls into vengeful spirits, utilizing the omnipresent nature of the spirit realm to roam the earth and even connect with their living kin. Without a doubt, the king of the gods understood that this would deliver a devastating blow to the faith of Olympus. Heaving a sigh, Zeus extended his hand in a final attempt. He endeavored to draw upon the power of the Hall of Heroes to counteract the well of reincarnation as soul absorption. This ancient artifact from a distant land possessed extraordinary effects, and Odin had invested considerable effort into it. Moments later, Zeus's countenance darkened further. He suddenly recalled that not long ago, he had left behind his most significant piece in the Hall of Heroes, Perseus, the demigod hero of ascension of the flesh, who had now lost his corporeal form. Alongside him, the remaining so-called heroes had also failed to escape, those who stood with Perseus, serving as the anchor points of Zeus's influence in the Hall of Heroes, had been utterly annihilated. The destroyer was none other than his own son, Heracles. And the one who aided him in this endeavor was none other than the former second authority of the Hall, Athena's divine artifact, the goddess of victory, Nike. My daughter, do I see your shadow within this? Did you foresee this day long ago, anticipating the inevitable clash between me and the spirit realm? Or was it merely fortune, a consequence of your divine reign as the Lord of Unconquered? Zeus could not fathom, and it mattered little to him. For the truth remained, when he personally entrusted the Hall of Heroes to Athena, the demigods intended to counterbalance her power had perished, now constrained to exist in the form of spirits, subservient to this artifact. As long as Athena had no intention of relinquishing her hold, he could no longer wield control over it. Very well, splendid. One by one, they are either worthless or harboring treachery. Father, is this what you felt in your time? With a cold demeanor, Zeus slowly raised his gaze. He beheld the distant shadow of the lunar underworld and the souls of the believers being drained in Asgard. Forgive me, innocent lambs. You were once my treasure. Yet I am compelled to act thus. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon those who have taken you. What of the Lord of the Spirit Realm? Do you think you can reclaim the souls that once fell into my grasp? Think not. Do not even dare. Boom. As he clenched his hand, an intense wave of energy surged forth. In an instant, the wheel of reincarnation, which had been absorbing souls, momentarily paused, releasing eerie streaks of crimson. Simultaneously, within Asgard, all existing souls trembled slightly. A fleeting glow of sanguine light erupted from their ethereal forms, rendering their expressions both grotesque and sublime. Amidst the shadows, a crystalline leaf shimmered briefly in their eyes. Accompanied by howls inaudible to mortal ears, they were instantly shattered, exploding into a dazzling display of fireworks. You Zeus, how dare you? Why should I not dare? With an impassive expression, a trace of blood trickled from his lips, a consequence of violating the covenant between gods and mortals. Yet, breaching the contract with a throng of supplicants was preferable to transgressing against all living beings. He had promised them a paradisiacal existence after death, and had they not all received such a promise before he acted? With hands slightly raised, as if to embrace the entire world, in this moment, the facade of justice and mercy is cast aside. Zeus's gaze is cold and indifferent. A millennium has passed. He has constructed his divine realm, drawing upon the power of Typhon. When he first encountered the Lord of Darkness, he was sullied by the encounter, and his divine subordinates conspired with the beast. In such circumstances, could anyone genuinely believe that he, Zeus, the king of gods and the sovereign of an era, had never contemplated the peril of souls within his divine kingdom, nor considered how to harness the power of that vile progenitor? Whether or not such fools exist is uncertain. But he is decidedly not one of them, the goddess of the underworld. As you can see, your mortal followers accuse my queen of colluding with sorcerers to slaughter living beings. This is, of course, a falsehood. For such trivial matters, if she truly committed them, how could I not acknowledge it? With a calm demeanor, Zeus allows the blood from his lips to drip. In the shadows, he has already locked onto Liana before him. You are correct. The affairs of mortals should be resolved by mortals themselves. The divine matters are to be addressed by you and me. So now, come and resolve me. I bestow upon you this opportunity. Of course, corresponding to this, whether you can depart from here depends on whether that esteemed lord of the spirit realm still lingers in this world. For millennia, as each soul enters Asgard, a realm initially tainted by the Dark Lord's vile power, Zeus has utilized his divine might alongside another force to cleanse them. Parting amicably, a reciprocal exchange, nothing untoward will occur. How you entered here will dictate how you may exit in the future. Yet, should an unforeseen event transpire, even should he personally eradicate them, Zeus would never tolerate them turning their blades against him. As for the repercussions this behavior would have in the mortal realm, a jest. Just as he previously cared not whether the Church of Silvermoon was aware of the sorcerer's actions, the clergy of Silvermoon remain indifferent to whether Hera has conspired with sorcerers and vile entities. The King of Gods understands that. Just as no one remembers Typhon's valor and resilience, as long as he emerges victorious, no one will recall his past deeds. As a sovereign, as long as one can prevail, no transgression is of consequence. And if he were to falter, the fate of deities and fathers shall be my own. The King of Gods has no retreat, and Zeus has even less. Behind him, the dissolution of countless souls forms an altar in the ethereal. As the first to offer a sacrifice to chaos, the inaugural divine offering, and the sole worshipper to receive a response from the world, none understands sacrifice better than he. Thus, he stands here today, awaiting the true state of that Lord of the spirit realm. Should he remain concealed, this artifact symbolizing the cycle shall never find its way back. If he were to come, for the stability of the present world, such a sacrifice is deemed necessary. The God King spoke softly. Simultaneously, the starry sky above him quivered slightly. In the next moment, the stars blazed brightly, fluttering like banners. The turbulent power, once agitated by the breach of an oath, surged even more fiercely than before. The starry expanse was dark and profound, just as the God King's summons to the Hall of Heroes bore no fruit. A grand consciousness descended upon several star domains. A flicker of helplessness crossed the eyes of Ether, the god of light, as he stepped out of his divine palace. He gazed at his boundless domain, feeling a moment of reluctance. What? Are you regretting it? No, shaking his head gently. He did not exhibit any semblance of the formidable authority befitting a being of his immense power towards his wife and sister, Hemera, the goddess of day. After all, he understood that her inherent divine role surpassed his own, and her connection to the celestial realms was not as profound. Do not overthink it. The preparations made by the current God King were exceedingly thorough. No one anticipated his ruthlessness, merciless to others, yet even more so to himself, until the sacrificial ritual had concluded. The great dark sovereign was reluctant to confront him directly. Thus, let us honor the agreement. The goddess of day exhaled a soft sigh as she began to speak. Frankly, deities like Zeus, characterized by their cunning and ruthlessness, are truly anomalies among the gods, bearing little resemblance to those who are immortal and revel in eternity. Even those sorcerers who make grand gestures in the mortal realm are, in truth, rather mundane. Therefore, despite her reluctance to admit it, Hemera was aware that even with power equal to his, should she face this god-king as an adversary, she would need to deliberate repeatedly, hesitant to make a swift decision. Chapter 477. Destiny. In order, since you have made your decision, what more can I say? Let us proceed. It seems that the goddess Fob has already taken her leave. Shaking his head slightly in acknowledgement of Hemera's words, Ethel promptly made his choice. In his capacity as the master deity of the vast star realms, he capitulated entirely to the dominion of the god-king, recognizing his authority over the celestial laws and their essence. In an instant, an invisible order of kingship unfurled from the earth, enveloping 1/5 of the starry expanse. Simultaneously, on the opposite end of the cosmos, the acknowledgement from another deity soon followed. Yet another 1/5 of the star domains recognized the god-king's rule, allowing the intangible web of order to extend further. This was the work of the goddess of light, Fob, whose actions showed no signs of cessation. As the wife of the god of dark celestial bodies, she occupied 7/10 of the chaotic star realms, possessing a modicum of authority even in the realm of darkness. Though should Zeus choose to intervene, her power could not surpass his. However, much like previous instances, this increasingly profound Titan deity seemed disinclined to express his stance on external matters, or perhaps he had already reached a decision in his heart. In any case, in the absence of a declaration from the primary authority, even if the rules of order faced considerable challenges in this domain, they nonetheless established their own strength and governance. The sweeping power of kingship ultimately came to a halt at the threshold of the zodiac and the celestial path. Yet 3 formidable powers arrived at the periphery of this star domain in succession. Their mission was not to breach the great barrier sealing the sun, but rather, the god-king merely desired for them to contain this region. He was also prepared for the gods of the spiritual realm to release the sun. Yet he would not find himself entirely bereft of options. Through millennia of study, Zeus had gained profound insight into Typhon's power, which originated from the mother tree. Or perhaps the mother of flesh had never minded others probing into her strength. In any case, if the spiritual realm relinquished the zodiac, he would supplant the devourer of suns with Typhon's might, substituting the power of the sun with that of the dark entity. The great barrier of the zodiac was a seal crafted by the sun's own strength. Thus, the god-king would consume the power of the dark entity to subdue it in return. For a sovereign, all power is utilitarian. There exists no distinction between good and evil. Yet in this moment, gazing upon the zodiac that gathered the essence of the entire cosmos, the goddess Fob felt an eagerness rising within her. Lady Fob, what do you intend to do? Ethel inquired, his eyes twitching in apprehension, uncertain of this woman's sudden fervor. The god-king merely instructed us to observe this place. He has never truly commanded us to act, yet he has not forbidden us from taking action, has he? A glimmer of excitement sparkled in her eyes as Fob glanced at the moon and the celestial path. However, a fleeting reflection of a crimson gown caused her to regain her composure, though she could not fathom the reason. She instinctively felt a profound connection between herself and the moon. In fact, in certain chronicles of the future, she had indeed been bestowed with the title of the ancient moon goddess. However, since her plans regarding the moon had fallen through, she redirected her gaze towards the Hall of Heroes. Do you suppose that if I were to reclaim the Hall of Heroes for His Majesty and preemptively shatter the zodiac barrier, he might one day grant me dominion over this place, allowing me to assist him in suppressing the fallen sun under the guise of the light body goddess? Perhaps even exercising a measure of authority? I would advise against such an endeavor, Ethel remarked, her lips twitching. While the power of the zodiac barrier was indeed employed to counter the sun, the celestial angels of the spirit realm were not particularly noted for their strength. Yet the Hall of Heroes currently belonged to Athena. In summary, Phoebe, I urge you to exercise caution. Since you lack the courage to act, I shall take matters into my own hands. With a disdainful snort, the light body goddess advanced, her expression resolute. Previously, in her quest for the title of the most beautiful goddess, she had clashed with both Athena and Artemis. Now, she had found her opportunity. She could hardly believe that her opponent would dare to confront the god-king so brazenly. Whoosh, who goes there? A scream echoed as Phoebe stepped into the zodiac star domain, a streak of light piercing through the air and instantaneously penetrating her palm. Though the wound on her flesh rapidly healed under divine influence, the pain inflicted was undeniably real. Her gaze swept to the source of the light. and disbelief washed over her as she beheld the manifested form of her assailant, the divine embodiment of Athena's companion weapon, the goddess of victory, Nike. Nike, is that you? You. A mere weapon lacking even moderate divine power, dare to stand against me here? I would rather not be here either. With a helpless shrug, Nike replied innocently, how about we forego the fighting and simply wait here? After all, oh, you old hack, you are so bothersome. As starlight blazed brightly. Disregarding the words of the goddess of victory, Phoebe summoned her divine power, crushing forth without flourish, having enjoyed a millennium of devotion as a deity of formidable strength. She could not be obstructed by such an opponent. Witnessing this, Nike could only retreat rapidly while internally shouting, Athena, Athena, Athena. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. You summoned me here. She intends to seize your possessions. Hurry and come forth to vanquish her. You cannot abandon your loyal weapon, but I am currently preoccupied. Without the slightest external disturbance, a series of characters leapt from the depths of Nike's memory, spontaneously forming a line of text. In the faintest of ways, it seemed that Nike discerned a subtle hint of amusement within. Upon witnessing this, the goddess of victory could not help but exclaim in anger, help. It's over. The goddess of wisdom has abandoned her weapon. Oh, who will save me? Anyone will do. Wait, are you about to make a move? Instantly ceasing her faint tears, a smile danced upon her lips. In that fleeting moment, though none around perceived the slightest indication, Nike, as Athena's most adept weapon, felt a familiar hand seemingly clasping her essence. In an instant, an immense power enveloped her, as if a mere gesture could cause an entire realm of stars to tremble. However, in response to her plight, Athena merely presented another line of text. No, I still have matters to attend to. Now, I bestow upon you the strength of one hand. This will suffice to handle Phoebe. The exchange of power between deities is not easily facilitated, yet the bond between a goddess and her inherent artifact allows for such a transfer. They are, in essence, one. Just as Zeus is complete only when wielding the thunderbolt, so too is Athena the true queen of victory when grasping the aegis. Nevertheless, feeling the reassuring strength coursing through her, Nike endeavored to refuse this unreasonable request. Do not be this way, Athena. I am merely a weapon. Very well, what a careless master you are, she silently remarked, watching Phoebe charge toward her. The mental exchange seemed prolonged, yet in reality, it barely took a breath. Holding herself, professing her disinterest in battle, Nike nonetheless felt an exhilarating thrill. Surely, no one genuinely believes that an artifact symbolizing victory desires to evade combat, do they? Come. Old woman, today I wish to either defeat you or be vanquished by you. Brandishing her spear, the goddess of victory recited words she could not recall the origin of, laughing heartily as she charged at Phoebe. Meanwhile, from a distance, Ether and Hemera did nothing but observe. As two seasoned introverts, they merely wished to remain on the sidelines, refraining from entangling themselves in the divine conflicts. What does victory and allegiance bring? Will it grant me immense divine power? It will not, so let it be. They were not like Phoebe, the woman driven mad at the edge of the cosmos. Whether in the underworld or in the stars, their lives were rather pleasant, devoid of any need for self-destruction. In the underworld, the god of the west wind, Zephyros, entered the palace of Hades. Gazing upon the couple seated upon the throne, Persephone, the once weak goddess of seeds, now emanated an overwhelming aura of authority. Was she sharing the dominion of the underworld with Hades, or was she herself growing more powerful? Zephyros could not discern, but he had come to convey the command of the king of gods. My lord Zephyros, is Zeus intending to contravene the pact established with our brethren? Upon the throne, Hades, whose breath grew increasingly profound, regarded the divine messenger before him, questioning his intentions with a faint air of inquiry. Not so, your majesty. The god of the west wind replied, bowing slightly, seemingly displaying a veneer of politeness. Yet, his subsequent words tore through the facade of cordiality. The king of gods is the guardian of oaths. How could he possibly contravene the pact forged with you and the sea emperor? However, you are aware that not long ago, a malevolent entity from the abyss, the ancient serpent of sin, brazenly assailed the esteemed Poseidon, and to this day, his whereabouts remain elusive. In light of this, the king of gods has been restless, deeply concerned for you, his only remaining brother in this world. Remarkably, he has recently received astonishing news. A far more formidable abyssal presence appears to have set its sights upon you, attempting to abduct you while the emperor is unprepared. And she is watching you now. A sudden change swept over Hades' countenance. In that instant, he genuinely sensed a gaze probing from the abyss. Though the entity had not emerged from Tartarus, and despite her concealed existence, the power that transcended even the true gods was unmistakably palpable, rendering the lord of the underworld unable to disregard it. He could not bring himself to believe in mere chance encounters. Hades preferred to think this was a predicament deliberately instigated by Zeus. Yet, under the eaves, one must bow their head, suppressing his fury. The lord of the underworld inquired, word by word, "Might I inquire how the esteemed king of gods intends to resolve this dilemma? Shall I disband the court of the underworld and serve him upon Olympus?" No. With a slight shake of his head, Zephyrus began to speak. "It suffices that you acknowledge his majesty's order and the sanctity of his sovereignty." Hades' expression soured, and after a prolonged silence, he felt the tremors emanating from the earth. The reverberations of the king of gods striking the well of reincarnation with thunderous force. He cast a cold glance at Zephyrus. "Leave. Very well, to ponder upon it yourself." The west wind god replied, turning to depart, confident that Hades would not refuse. For even he had sensed the terrifying, murderous intent emanating from the abyss. He remained unaware that the wielder of such power could not manifest such might beyond Tartarus. Yet Hades was oblivious to this fact. With a look of trepidation, the lord of the underworld found himself in a quandary. He could opt to reject the proposition, which might entail confronting an adversary akin to the last serpent. Alternatively, he could choose acceptance. After all, acknowledging the order did not equate to total subjugation to Zeus. Athens, too, lay within the dominion of royal order. Yet this did not hinder their resistance against the incursions of the various realms of the continent. However, he understood that this was merely a beginning. Once the first step was taken, the second would inevitably follow. "Hades, do you recall that dream of yours? In the desolate hall." A sudden voice broke the silence. Persephone spoke. "I remember. Do you recall the plans you made thereafter?" "I remember." "Hades, do you remember what you once told me?" "I remember." Drawing a deep breath, the lord of the underworld cast his gaze across the abyss. "A demon, is it? No matter who you are, I have taken note of you. The immortality of deities in the eternal nature of divine authority. Perhaps soon, you shall come to regret this." With a hum, he ceased to resist as the divine king's order penetrated the underworld. Strangely, the entire realm of the dead did not diminish in strength. Rather, it grew even more formidable. The order of kingship is not inherently malevolent. It binds all things more closely, more tangibly, imbuing them with vitality and uniting them under the prevailing order of existence. Whether within the underworld, the depths of the cosmos, or the fringes of the sea, they were once parts caught in the crevice between the worlds. Yet as the power of the divine king extended, they became more obedient to the rules of order. On a nameless peak, though she had not witnessed it firsthand, Clotho slightly parted her lips, as if she had discovered something astonishing. "Ah, Mr. Demon King, your methods are truly effective. Fate seems to have been partially restored. I can feel the order of the present world moving towards greater stability. If this continues, it appears he may grow even more powerful. Is this not the task of the divine king? Attempting to perceive the original trajectory of fate, though it had been altered significantly." Clotho caught a glimpse of insight in that moment. Yes, the divine king was indeed treading the correct path. He was destined to rule over heaven, earth, and sea, exercising the powers of the present world, drawing the gods together with a golden thread, along with the land and boundless mountains. Beside Clotho, although he too had not witnessed it, Ryan's eyes glimmered with gravity as he listened to the musings of the goddess of fate. Indeed, this is the true threat posed by Zeus, the destiny that still looms over him, and the reason he did not prevent Lyanna from acting against Asgard. For regardless of whether or not he takes action, the divine king will enact all of this today, and Ares is but a pawn he has cast aside. Thus, he allows many angels to cower within the spirit realm, forsaking those followers he has never regarded, permitting Zeus to be satisfied with the results of his probing. Ultimately unifying the land, the ocean, the underworld, and the cosmos, waiting only for the return of his divine self to obliterate all with the dark sword of finality. Can I accept such a choice? Certainly not. If the order of the present world and its destiny were to collapse, the fourth era would no longer have a divine king. Yet, conversely, the divine king and the present world are inextricably linked. The extension of royal power is merely a beginning. However, if Zeus is allowed to continue in this manner, compelling the gods to submit to him one by one, it would equate to his own consolidation of the fragmented forces of the present world into a singular entity, unified under the supreme order. This monumental achievement may indeed alter the succession of deities, giving rise to legends of theoretical fourth-generation deities in the annals of history, yet no one has ever truly supplanted him. And I, too, must confront a reality far more formidable. Why should I acquiesce to such an outcome? From a global perspective, perhaps Zeus's actions are justifiable. Yet, from another vantage point, Ryan perceives this as utterly absurd. He had once confided in Clotho that he would save the world, and save the world again. Although these three worlds do not exclusively refer to chaos, one of them certainly does. In the depths of his being, Ryan converses with himself. In truth, as the epics have unfolded to this day, and as he has unearthed one secret after another that his former self was oblivious to, his choices have continuously veered and transformed. If, at the outset of it all, his sole desire was to tear apart the fated destiny and become the true sovereign of the spirit, to endure eternally within this world, now his aspirations extend beyond that. Come forth, another self. Let it be compliant. Thus spoke Ryan, and from the distant void, a deity cast a glance toward this realm. It beheld Zeus before Olympus, observed Ryan, noted the well of reincarnation, perceived the hesitance of Erebus contemplating whether to take action, acknowledged Nyx, who silently watched over all, and discerned Gaia, lurking in the depths of the earth. Most crucially, it beheld within the well of reincarnation the eye that Ryan had once sealed with his own hands. Long bereft of memory and thought, it existed solely as a primal and intense instinct. It seemed to sense this scrutiny, and even while ensconced in its seal, it fiercely gazed toward the source of the gaze. In the next moment, the distorted eye trembled. It retracted its outwardly extending tendrils, afraid to provoke any further. It would perish, it would die. Despite the loss of self, the instinctual yearning for existence remained, even in the silent void. Should the seal that bound it be released, it would remain still. Go forth. With weary eyes, atop an unnamed peak, Ryan smiled in silence. Once, he believed that the distorted eye and the mother tree were one, but it was only later that he understood the vast difference between the two. One is a manifestation of the power of destruction, while the other is the final remnant of the destroyed. Perhaps, between them lies the most irreconcilable enmity. Chapter 478, Countdown in the Realm of Mortals and Olympus. What seemed like the passage of ages occurred almost simultaneously. The starlight illuminated the skies, and the underworld trembled. The supreme authority unfurled, both reinforcing its essence and signifying the divine ruler's achievements in the mortal realm. Consequently, the backlash against the breach of the divine human covenant had merely begun, overpowering the original force with an overwhelming presence. This was merely the inception, for the consolidation and refinement of royal order in new territories would not transpire instantaneously. Although the deities appeared to acquiesce, their divergent thoughts equally delayed its fruition. Yet, Zeus was aware that given sufficient time, this step would inevitably be accomplished. Before that moment arrived, however, there was much more he could achieve. In the realm of mortals, it was time for unification. After a few breaths, he acclimated to the augmented power of royal authority, awaiting a response from the sovereign of the spiritual realm. However, Zeus found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or disappointment, as he sensed no will emanating from the depths of the spiritual domain. With a slight shake of his head, he pondered whether the deity was absent or merely in slumber. Both scenarios were plausible. Yet the divine ruler felt no need to delve deeper into the mystery. He simply stepped forward, confronting the encroaching rules of the Codex of Creation. Approaching the ancient well that overflowed with strands of an eerie crimson hue. The artifact of creation. I encountered you upon my first foray into the spiritual realm. Yet, if you are the artifact that guides souls, why have you come to the mortal world? With a thunderous crash, his colossal hand pressed down, grasping the sides of the ancient well. An unfathomable force sought to extract it from the fissures of time and space, aiming to subdue it within the currently desolate Asgard. The immense visage of divine manifestation loomed like a giant, and as Zeus grinned, he sensed the taint of corrupted energy within the well of reincarnation. Under normal circumstances, the souls flowing into the spiritual realm along the river of oblivion would never encounter the core of reincarnation, even if they harbored polluted energies. They would settle within the waters of oblivion, stripped of their essence by the three goddesses, ultimately reverting to their primordial state. However, when they departed from the axis of the spiritual realm, it signified a fleeting opportunity for outsiders. The well bubbled. The crimson hue began to encroach upon the domains of black and white. A flicker of unexpected surprise crossed Zeus's eyes. He had not anticipated such efficacy. Was it because the essence of the malevolent force was intrinsically linked to life and death? He was not entirely certain, but the outcome was undeniably favorable. Watching as the blood-red hue transformed from a spot into a vast expanse, then into a swirling vortex, the divine ruler leaned closer to the depths of the ancient well. Ancient legends whispered that hidden within the depths of the well of reincarnation lay the secrets of the spiritual realm. Some claimed it was an artifact, a pair of golden arrows that could distort thoughts. Others spoke of a plant rivaling the golden apple tree, a celestial root of the earth. Yet others insisted that it was, in fact, a prison. Amidst the intricate interplay of life and death lies a terrifying entity that even the rulers of the spirit realm regard with trepidation. Zeus, intrigued by the enigma, descends to seek the truth himself. Come, let me behold what lies within. An invisible force rends the surface, revealing a blood-red vortex that seems to plunge into the abyss. The king of the gods bows his head, gazing into the dark depths of the well. There, a gaze that transcends worlds converges. Did your majesty triumph? On Mount Olympus, Aphrodite's lower half has transformed into a fishtail, gracefully maneuvering through the rivers of lava. Ever ready to flee? Who can say? Whether victorious or defeated, what have you to fear? She speaks lightly, her attention seemingly indifferent to the beauty of the goddess. Ever since he sculpted a statue emulating Aphrodite's visage, Hephaestus appears to have lost interest in the living form. At this moment, he merely grips his heavy hammer, gazing towards the sky beyond the mountain. Above, the lunar orb of the underworld hangs high, the seasons cycle through their eternal dance. As the king of gods leans into the well of reincarnation, behind him looms the Genesis Codex. Any one of them could easily overpower him in battle. Yet Hephaestus has no intention of engaging. Why? Unlike the ease of the craftsman, Aphrodite is not so carefree. Have you not witnessed the chaos of Typhon's tumult? If I had remained on the divine mountain, are you mad? In silent disbelief, Hephaestus shakes his head. That is the spirit realm, although those deities may be somewhat obsessive. They are not incapable of communication. I am a blacksmith. You merely dance. Do you truly wish to assist the king of gods? Indeed. This is the essence of a sentient being capable of speech and thought. They possess flawless exteriors but lack hearts to match. Better to have no heart at all. Thoughts flicker through his mind. Were it not for the fear of repercussions upon his temple, the destruction of his art and masterpieces, Hephaestus would care little for the turmoil outside. Even if the divine realm were to vanish, so what? His most esteemed assistant and devotee have long been by his side in another form. You, at a loss for words, Aphrodite struggles to find an appropriate counterargument. However, upon reflection, she finds merit in Hephaestus's words. Indeed, she too possesses an escape route. Should calamity strike, she would not be left with no way out. Her mindset relaxes slightly, yet as she observes the unfolding situation in the heavens, a frown creases the goddess's brow. What is the king of gods observing? And why does he remain so still? Uncertain, she muses. Perhaps this is how the exchange of divine powers unfolds. Such thoughts traverse her mind as Aphrodite contemplates. The fleeting thought did not linger long. Beyond the sacred mountain, the previously stagnant situation underwent a transformation once more. At an unknown moment, the waters of the well of reincarnation reverted to their original dual colors. The pale golden threads of the divine net morphed into chains that bound the body of the god king from behind, yet Zeus made no effort to resist. Tendrils of crimson once again climbed his form from the well's waters, as the void around the god king began to tear apart. Faintly, Asgard, which had been cleansed by the dual-colored waters, was once again breached, while the mouth of the well of reincarnation slowly approached it. In the final moments, Leanna grasped the codex of creation, anew, and repeated the words she had uttered before. The transgressor is guilty. The guilty shall be punished. Zeus had completed his preparations. He returned from the abyss, wielding an even mightier artifact. Ready for battle, he brazenly signaled Ares to initiate a test. At this juncture, the god king would not halt. However, the spirit realm needed to compel him to pause at the opportune moment. In an imperceptible manner, billions of runes and chains emerged from the codex, enveloping all of Asgard. The well of reincarnation tugged at Zeus's form, drawing him towards the rift in reality. The god king's body began to tremble as he appeared to struggle against some force. Yet it was too late, as the mouth of the well of reincarnation descended. He was thoroughly thrust into the fabric of Asgard. In an instant, the dual loops, the cyclical seasons, and the power of recurrence enveloped the entire realm. The codex of creation descended from the heavens, firmly pressing down upon Asgard. Like chains, it bound this otherworldly realm, the former home of the god king. And even in the depths of fate, it seemed to cooperate with this confinement, allowing rules and order to merge into its essence. Upon the sacred mountain, the gods could only hear the furious roar of their king before being engulfed in a deathly silence. What has transpired? A deity inquired. Yet no answer was forthcoming. Only in a concealed shadow did a figure clad in black observe the events on the sacred mountain, eyes shimmering with an unusual light. A seal, a cycle, even momentarily turning Asgard against itself, rendering it unable to discern its master. But what significance did this hold? Shaking his head slightly, the figure stepped forward. Regardless of the implications, he yearned to witness what had rendered Zeus so passive. Moreover, he could perceive that this seal would not hold the god-king for long, for Asgard had ultimately remained under its dominion for millennia. Even if it suddenly betrayed now, this was destined to be a one-time flaw. Once Zeus became aware of its existence, it would inevitably be rectified. Yet, before it could take shape, he felt a familiar gaze upon him. Nyx, TSK, are you afraid that I might rescue Zeus? It remains a mystery what promises Ryan has made to you, compelling you to invest such significant effort in him. Withdrawing his steps, Erebus has no intention of provoking the other at this moment, observing the current state of chaos. Despite the formidable power of the mother tree, a single errant branch has birthed the blood sun. Tartarus teams with vast energies, and divine-level demons are abundant. Yet, compared to them, Erebus harbors a greater trepidation towards Nyx, even though he knows that the other may not fully control her triune manifestations. That does not diminish their terrifying nature. After all, should the three aspects of inevitability, natural order, and causal fate converge, augmented by the three fates, it undeniably resembles a comprehensive entity, encompassing the interconnections of matter, life, and the very fate of all existence. Even with its flaws, it remains sufficiently daunting. Power is a fair exchange. What one gains is inevitably counterbalanced by what one loses. I find it challenging to take this step. Yet you bear such a terrifying burden. How can you ever hope to break free? Are you the master of them? Or are they manifesting through you as their vessel and medium? Who can truly say? With a low chuckle, it must be noted that among the primordial deities of chaos, Erebus is arguably the weakest by nature. Unlike Gaia, who was birthed early enough, or Tartarus, who embodies chaos from the beginning, or Nyx, who possesses the world's original triune form. However, upon reflection, this may indeed be a blessing in disguise. Turning away, Erebus understands that the events here are far from over. The immense seal enveloping Asgard resembles a timepiece, perpetually dripping water, with the cracks in the seal representing the clock's markings. When it reaches its end, it may herald the arrival of a protracted decisive battle. Soon, very soon, his gaze traverses the earth, the sea, and the distant void. Faintly, a sensation akin to the remnants of the nine realms rises to his consciousness. It is the corpse of a world, perhaps merely the outer fragments for now. Yet, without a doubt, at the farthest reaches of chaos's power, lies the edge of the void. They have begun to reveal their existence, and will gradually make their presence known henceforth. In Asgard, before the well of rebirth, Zeus slowly shifts his form. The once tumultuous energy within him gradually calms, or more accurately, he finally realizes that he need not engage in conflict. Initially, when the power that belonged to Typhon began to stir within the king of the gods, Zeus's first instinct was to suspect treachery. The sovereign of the spirit realm had long possessed foresight into the future, and his understanding of fate is undoubtedly beyond what one such as he can comprehend. Thus, contemplating the origins of the fruit of one day and the peculiar nature of fate's power, Zeus made a swift decision. He chose to wield the strength of sovereignty to suppress the tumultuous and restless force of the malevolent entity. Even as unforeseen events transpired in Asgard, the king of the gods found himself unable to respond in time. It was not until he was thrust into the interface, feeling the layers of confinement, that Zeus realized he had perhaps made a grave misjudgment. The power of Typhon had not broken free from the bondage of the fruit of one day. It was merely an instinctive reaction, a natural response to a perceived threat or adversary. Yet, due to Zeus's inherent wariness towards anything that did not belong to him, even the fruit of one day bestowed by the goddess of fate, he refrained from yielding to instinct in this moment of crisis, choosing instead to engage in self-opposition and suppress the restless power. Such an error I shall not commit again. Clearing the chaotic thoughts within, he sought to communicate with Asgard. However, at that moment, the realm he once commanded no longer responded with the same obedience as before. After all, since acquiring dominion over this world, Zeus had continuously drawn upon its strength, seldom bestowing new essence upon it. As the remnants of the old still held sway, it was inevitably influenced by its former state. His gaze shifted, and the king of the gods once again regarded the well of reincarnation that barred the gateway to Asgard. The influence of the old. Was it connected to that foreign king? Lacking complete synchronization of memories with his avatar for certain pivotal pieces of information, the incarnation was reluctant to convey through the sacrificial channel. Thus, recalling the fleeting glimpse of those eyes, Zeus could not ascertain their origin. This power, fall, shadow, devotion, sacrifice. Could it truly be the legacy of the foreign king? Perhaps it was, perhaps it was not. Regardless, Zeus now faced the task of addressing this troublesome predicament. Chapter 479. The interloper before the golden palace of Olympus, the well of rebirth, hung inverted in the sky, while the codex of creation sealed the realms. The ethereal shadow of Asgard flickered in and out of existence as the remnants of the 9 realms, once governed by Zeus, were revealed for the first time in such a visceral manner to all beings. The deities and nymphs atop the divine mountain exchanged glances. None could have anticipated that the recently empowered king of gods would plummet directly into the divine domain he once founded. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. A more significant issue loomed. The artifacts of the spirit realm and the powers they harnessed were constrained, but the deities themselves remained unimpeded. Cloaked in the shadow of the lunar deity, with wings unfurled behind her, the vast divine power surged above the mountains, rendering those of lesser divine strength unable to gaze upon it. Lyanna understood that, by all accounts, her mission for the day was accomplished. With Zeus ensnared in this place, he would be unable to extend the reach of his dominion in the near term. The core of the starry sky, the edge of the earth, and the duplicity of the underworld king. As long as he refrained from intervening personally, these dilemmas were sufficient to hinder his progress. Yet, merely departing left Lyanna with a sense of discontent. The deities of this realm had basked in tranquility for far too long, and the flourishing mortals had afforded them adulation that surpassed any previous era. Countless mortals, in their relentless pursuit of divine favor, exhausted their wits solely to extol the glory of the gods. Consequently, individuals like Ares had proliferated, having forgotten the meaning of reverence. Shifting her gaze, Lyanna beheld the gods upon the mountain. There were several potent forces remaining here, and with the mere summoning of a few more allies, even a collective confrontation could be orchestrated. With a slight lift of her gaze, Lyanna furrowed her brow and extended her hand towards the distance. In that direction, an aura resonating faintly with the royal power of Zeus was rapidly approaching, barreling straight towards her. Encircled by lightning and radiant light, chaos reigned in Olympus. Even amidst the uncertainty of the events unfolding, Hera could not conceal her fury. Having just dealt with the aftermath of Hebe's demise, she was incensed and had set out to address the situation, only to be confronted with such upheaval in Olympus that it was impossible to ignore. Cease at once. Her command echoed, invoking the authority of the Queen of Heaven. An imperceptible wave swept across the expanse, merging with the thunder that swirled around her, crashing forcefully against the shadow of the lunar deity. A hum resonated. Patterns of silver and violet wove through the void, tearing apart the 9 layers of clouds enveloping the divine mountain. Retracting her right hand, though she had not been vanquished, Lyanna sensed a twinge of pain. In the presence of the deities, without the king's express permission, Hera could not suppress her adversaries with the full weight of her divine authority. However, when faced with foes of the Olympian pantheon, this rank granted her power second only to Zeus himself. Yet, this was insufficient. As the steward of the spirit realm, the resources at Lyanna's disposal extended far beyond mere might. But at this moment, her pupils constricted. Beside Hera, a figure that should have been sealed away gradually materialized. This is a display of bravado. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lyanna swiftly discerned the truth. Zeus's true form had indeed been imprisoned within Asgard, and what now appeared before her was a shattered avatar of his. After all, prior to the arrival of the King of the Gods, there had already existed remnants of his presence upon Olympus, although incapable of withstanding the might of the creation artifact. With the support of Asgard and the divine court, he might possess power that far exceeds that of a true deity upon Olympus. However, now that Asgard was sealed, the vast majority of Zeus's strength was similarly confined. Even though this avatar still existed, it lacked that unparalleled power. Nonetheless, despite its diminished state, Lyanna understood that with him present, she would likely be unable to contend with the deities of this realm any longer. My lord, have you emerged? King of the gods. Not only Lyanna, but also the gods upon the divine mountain had discovered Zeus's presence. Calls of recognition rose and fell like a tide, as confidence seemed to coalesce. Enough. With a calm demeanor, the king of gods raised his hand slightly, signaling for the gods to quiet down. He gazed at the ethereal shadow of the lunar realm, refraining from making a move, for he understood that, supported solely by an avatar devoid of power, it would be challenging to subdue his adversary. This is merely the beginning, deity of the spirit realm. But it shall not be the end. Since you have chosen this path, I shall not relent. In a measured tone, Zeus's avatar raised his scepter, issuing commands in the name of the King of Gods. From this day forth, we shall be enemies on opposing sides. Enemies? In response to the king's gaze, Lionel retorted coldly, we have long been so. Deep within the spirit realm, a fragment of a stone tablet, missing a corner, gently trembled, casting its power toward the mortal realm. Holding the reflection of the tablet, Lionel, though acutely aware of her inevitable defeat, resolved to make an attempt. Zeus sought to unify the mortal realm, while the dimensions beyond it wished for his failure. This conflict had long been established. As for today, it was merely a point of eruption. The starry sky. Standing at the edge of the zodiacal domain, Ethel's divine power surged. Multicolored, mesmerizing auroras swirled around him, illuminating the dark, desolate expanse of the cosmos. At first glance, it seemed as though this ancient deity could no longer restrain himself from intervening in the distant battle. But in reality, the god of celestial light had been assuming this posture for quite some time. Throughout it all, he harbored no intention of taking action. Do you know? With a hint of peculiarity in his expression, Ethel addressed his goddess of daylight. Though I have never held a high opinion of Phoebe, even the entire pantheon of titans seems excessively bellicose in my eyes. However, I must admit that I recently contemplated the possibility that she possesses some formidable trump card or an unknown weapon of mass destruction. Perhaps she harbors other abilities that could aid her in seizing the Hall of Heroes. Yet, to my astonishment, she not only lacked such preparations, but also exhibited remarkably limited combat skills. I recall in the Second Era, she had once clashed with the couple, Hyperion and Thea. Does that disparity not seem rather pronounced? Perhaps. Silently, Hemera traverses the starry expanse, establishing her own realm. The spectacle of daylight morphs unpredictably, dispelling the cold desolation of the celestial sphere. While I might argue that over 10 millennia have elapsed since those days, making it plausible for her to have forgotten the art of combat, you are correct. Even so, her performance has surpassed my lowest expectations. A deity of immense power, even when bolstered by the strength of faith, possesses genuine divine might. Yet, in the clash of real weapons, she is brutally struck by another divine being's armament. Indeed, both could discern the truth. While it might be termed a thrashing, the luminous goddess Phoebe remains largely unscathed, despite occasional minor injuries. Her demeanor is one of confusion and panic, loudly calling for assistance and incessantly threatening her adversaries with words. Nevertheless, considering her current predicament, enduring such beatings for another year would likely not pose a significant threat. After all, as her opponent, Nike is also experiencing the overwhelming power for the first time. Although the divine office of victory allows her to accumulate experience and often leads to unexpected actions, to suggest that she could truly harm Phoebe is purely fanciful. There is little to be done. I have advised her, but she chose not to heed my counsel. Typically, such disregard would not matter, as the arrival of the King of Gods would rectify the situation. Yet now it appears that Zeus may not be coming after all. With a shrug, Ether then expressed some confusion. For within his perception, although the King of Gods is confined in Asgard, his sovereign power continues to assimilate and organize the new realms, albeit at a significantly slower pace than before. Given this situation, it seems the king still possesses some awareness of the external world. So why does he not emerge? Perhaps it is due to those legends. Sensing the confusion of the god of daylight, Hemera could not resist a jest. Is it not said that the depths of the well of reincarnation conceal the secrets of the spirit realm? Perhaps that prison is indeed real, harboring some terrifying entity that ensnares the king, rendering him unable to break free. In any case, these matters bear little relevance to us. We need only remain here. Nodding in agreement with Hemera's remarks, Ether shared the same sentiment. Their task was simply to stay put. Turning his gaze towards the profound and boundless depths of the starry sky, the god of celestial light revealed a warm smile. Although he received no response, it did not perturb him. Chaos. He had come nonetheless. Was it out of concern for his wife? Logically, that seemed plausible, but instinctively, Ethel sensed that the reality might be more complex. The power of the dark side of chaos surpassed that of the light. And this god of the shadowy celestial body had thus benefited, unknowingly ascending to the pinnacle of true divinity. Yet, despite possessing such power, he remained inconspicuous. From this perspective, he was either averse to conflict, wishing to avoid trouble, or he had discerned the futility of the present state, understanding that the world offered him no opportunity, and that patience was the only virtue. If it were the former, it would suffice, but if it were the latter, then Fob's repeated actions might have already encroached upon his limits. After all, no matter how low-key chaos remained, it could not alter the fact that he and Fob were husband and wife. When others beheld the goddess of light, their immediate reaction would inevitably be to think of him, a consequence that was unavoidable. Thus, to address this dilemma, what would you do? Ethel gently shook his head, refraining from further contemplation. If there still existed a glimmer of hope for chaos to ascend to greatness, the likelihood for the god of celestial light was virtually non-existent. Without hope, there could be no disappointment. Therefore, seated comfortably in his position, observing the powerless Fob, Ethel pondered how much longer it would take for this Titan deity to comprehend that no one would come to her aid. In the mortal realm, to the southeast of the land, at a passage leading to the underworld, a figure appeared pale, with a waning breath, resembling a dying elder or a patient afflicted with a terminal illness. Upon a bronze chariot, Ares wore a grim expression, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable panic. Not long ago, believing he had garnered the support and favor of Zeus, he had just wielded the thunder arrow, attempting to fulfill the task entrusted to him by the king of gods. Unexpectedly, in a mere moment, at the very place where he had once suffered humiliation and deceit at the hands of mortals, Zeus erupted with power, forcefully tearing through the fabric of the void. Shortly thereafter, the divine artifact in his grasp shot away, following its true master. In an instant, relinquishing the artifact resulted in the loss of a significant portion of a million-strong army. Although many elite warriors remained alive, the notion of breaching the Silver Moon City seemed utterly absurd. In that moment, Ares found himself momentarily at a loss, yet despair eluded him, for he believed that Zeus still stood with him. After all, the latter had promised to shield him from the oppression of earthly loss. Although the god of war had never previously realized that the king of gods possessed such authority, he did not doubt it, since primordial deities could wield divine power. So too could Zeus. If they could, then it was only logical that he too should have the means to do so. This unwarranted confidence persisted for quite some time, and Ares contemplated once more harnessing divine power to crush the city that obstructed his path. Yet, before he could act, the delayed punishment descended upon him with doubled intensity. In an instant, an invisible force struck, shattering Ares' divine might like an avalanche. A vast pull ensued, seeking to drag the god of war into the abyss. However, perhaps due to the haste of his actions, Ares was not afforded the opportunity to be personally cast into the depths. The divine king had inscribed this retribution into the order he had postponed, yet Ares managed to find a glimmer of hope. He utilized the authority of war to link the remaining elite forces of the coalition, compelling the rules to regard them as a singular entity. Strength and unity. This was one of the applications of war, albeit now employed to dilute the punishment. Thus, amid the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands, the god of war finally secured a moment's respite. He fled, retreating to the base of an unnamed peak thousands of miles away. At the foot of this mountain lay a passage to the underworld, and it was only there that the increasingly potent pull of the abyss might finally wane. However, at this very moment, though he had narrowly escaped calamity, Ares was engulfed in confusion. Damn it, Father God, why have you deceived me? His visage twisted, his pale countenance resembling a malevolent specter emerging from the depths of hell. Yet, upon regaining composure, the vastness of the world only magnified his sense of being lost. To personally assault Silver Moon City had alienated him from the spirit realm. Zeus had condemned him to the abyss, leaving no path back to the divine court. Hades would not shelter him, nor did he possess the means to do so, and other realms offered no sanctuary from the relentless pursuit of the laws. With a lash drawn, he found no solution, yet he could not afford to halt. Thus, Ares urged his steed onward, hastening the pace of his chariot. Yet, in the midst of this frantic flight, at one moment, the bronze chariot jolted violently, as if colliding with something, causing the already tormented god of war to cry out in pain. Ah! Ouch! At the foot of the unnamed peak, two voices echoed almost in unison. The one struck fell to the ground, glaring furiously at the panicked chariot and the divine figure within. Chapter 480. The False Fruit Who. Panic-stricken yet imbued with the ferocity of a cornered beast, Ares gripped a copper spear, whose origin was shrouded in mystery, his gaze fixed anxiously ahead. He was currently in a state of such frailty that even a demigod of the mortal realm could easily subdue him. Should a sorcerer or one of the ascetic practitioners from Silver Moon City, who had remained passive until now, stand before him, it would likely spell his doom. After all, Ares had heard tales of the terrifying prowess possessed by those humans. They were meticulously chosen from the elite guardians and priests of the spiritual realm, voluntarily enduring the harshest of lives to refine their spirits, ultimately wielding formidable willpower to bear the fragments of power scattered among mortals, remnants of the ancient sun god. According to their beliefs, this was a burden of the sins associated with false deities, as they sought to purify the will embedded within those fragments through their own spirits. If, one day, that bygone sun were to awaken to its transgressions, perhaps it would be granted absolution by the Supreme Lord, allowing it to once again traverse the earth. Ares scoffed at such notions, yet this did not diminish his trepidation toward their might. The ascetics, based on the size and hierarchy of the fragments they bore, had adopted various titles for themselves. From the unworthy sentinels, night watchers, and sun dancers, to those who truly began to hone their will, such as light priests and mentors, and even those who could draw upon the powers of the divine fragments, such as children of light and inspectors. Undoubtedly, should the god of war encounter a child of light capable of momentarily embodying the blazing sun, he would find himself helpless, awaiting his descent into an abyss of despair. Huff, ha, huff, ha. Heavy breaths and taut nerves, yet before the bronze chariot, there were no barefoot ascetics clad in burlap, nor any legendary sorcerers of formidable spirit. Ares beheld only a young girl in a white dress, shielding her forehead, which had sustained a blow, her wide eyes glaring at him in defiance. She appeared to pose no threat, seemingly just an ordinary girl. However, at that moment, the remnants of Ares's wisdom began to surface. In his weakened state, his insights had sharpened considerably. Upon scrutinizing the girl, he discerned no signs of injury worthy of mention. "Who are you? Step aside, or perish," he bellowed, brandishing his spear in a menacing gesture. Among the three fates, Clotho was the only one who had never manifested in the world, hence Ares did not recognize her. He understood that he must not allow her to perceive his bluster as mere bravado, but instead demonstrate his strength. "You, how rude you are," she exclaimed, her mouth agape, pointing an accusatory finger at Ares atop the chariot. She was the one who had been struck, yet he had the audacity to turn the tables, inciting her ire even further. "I had clearly instructed you to halt, yet you collided with me. An apology is in order. However, rest assured, as long as you express remorse, I shall forgive you." With a serious demeanor, Clotho understood that colliding with the goddess of fate was far from an ordinary accident. It heralded some ominous portent, particularly since Ares was presently steering his war chariot. It could signify his impending journey towards a pivotal crossroads of destiny, a starkly divergent turning point. Yet, before her, Ares evidently failed to grasp Clotho's benevolence. His expression grew increasingly menacing as he regarded the goddess clad in white, perceiving her merely as a provocateur. "We were previously unacquainted." Suppressing his wrath, Ares declared loudly, "Thus, there is no necessity for me to heed you, especially since I did not even perceive your shout. Now, step aside. This is my final ultimatum. No, you cannot pass." Clotho's countenance shifted, her voice tinged with urgency. "You carry far too many vengeful souls. You must release them. They should not accompany you into the abyss. It is unjust." At that moment, dusk enveloped the scene, and to the onlookers, Ares appeared solitary. Yet, in Clotho's perception, he was surrounded by an overwhelming tide of souls. To stave off the punishment of the laws and delay his descent into the abyss, thereby granting himself a chance to seek an escape, Ares invoked the authority of war to summon his army, both living and deceased. Furthermore, he connected with his clergy, the devout followers he could sense, and all entities he could claim as subordinates. Ultimately, he unified his forces, compelling them to collectively bear the burden of this punitive decree. The laws of fate, however, are not easily deceived. Such actions would not exempt the war god from retribution. Yet, they were not entirely futile, as the punishment was merely postponed, the price being that these souls would accompany Ares into the abyss. It was the unmistakable manifestation of this defiance against fate that compelled Clotho to hasten to this location, attempting to thwart Ares's endeavor. After all, she could only impede a being of such caliber to a limited extent. Yet, before her, the war god clearly failed to comprehend her good intentions. "You are aware of my punishment from the Father God and my impending descent into the abyss." The already tense atmosphere was further exacerbated as Ares felt that this enigmatic woman had clearly plotted in advance. Just as he was about to resolve to fight with all his might, another voice timely interjected from the side. "Ahem, do not rush." Clearing his throat, Ryan smiled and remarked, "Miss Trolloc, are you not the witch venerated by the goddess of fate in the northern lands? Should you not promptly clarify matters for his war godship? You have glimpsed a fragment of fate and have come specifically to assist him." In a chorus of voices, the previously unified momentum was abruptly interrupted. Ares cast a glance at Ryan, who emerged from the thicket, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. Another individual, seemingly materializing from nowhere, and I hadn't even sensed his presence before. My current state is still far too feeble. Turning to Clotho, the god of war inquired with a hint of suspicion. You are a devotee of the goddess of fate, able to foresee the future? Ah, yes. But he can also glimpse the future, Clotho replied, her gaze momentarily lost. She then gestured toward Ryan. He understands my purpose here, but should any unfavorable events arise, I shall refuse. The last remark was directed at Ryan. Given her previous success in altering the fate dictated by the King of Gods, Clotho resolved to place her trust once more in the malevolent Dark Overlord. Observing this exchange, Ares felt increasingly as though he were being toyed with. Both can foresee the future? Very well, I shall accept that you can. Now tell me, how might I alter my sentence of descent into the abyss? That cannot be changed. Stepping forward, Ares expressed satisfaction with Clotho's compliance. Meanwhile, Ryan, with a smile, proclaimed the god of war's impending demise while offering an alternative solution just as Ares was on the verge of erupting. The retribution of the laws is not insurmountable. Yet no one will lend you aid. Thus, rather than contemplating how to evade punishment, it would be wiser to consider another perspective: how to escape. Escape? Ares echoed. Indeed. Ryan nodded, countering, esteemed god of war, has the King of Gods decreed when you might leave the abyss? It appears not. Pondering this, Ares began to grasp a fragment of understanding. Yes, there is no decree, which implies that unlike the Titans once imprisoned in the abyss, you have the potential to emerge, provided the laws rescind their punishment against you. In a calm tone, Ryan shifted the conversation. Speaking of which, Ares, I wonder if you recall Achilles? You might be unaware. But he is still alive, merely existing within the abyss, and this is precisely why we sought you today. The supreme fate foretold everything. The god of war and the war god among the deities can only permit one to survive. Thus, you comprehend my implication. I understand. A flicker of exhilaration crossed Ares's pale visage as he spoke slowly. Of the two, only one can survive, yet as a deity, I am immortal. Thus the one who must perish is he. Ha 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 ha. How intriguing. I hadn't anticipated this human was still alive. But this time, I shall personally rend him apart. However, what relevance does a mere devotee of the goddess of fate have to my escape from the abyss? The burdens of punishment in this world are so heavy that even if I were to slay him, it would not alleviate the weight of the loss, would it? To simply kill him would be out of the question. Nodding slightly, Ryan cast a glance at Ares. This time, the god of war exhibited considerably more patience. So, what must I do? It is quite simple. Just as your father deceived Typhon, allow him to assume the mantle of a war god. Then, as the true god of war, you shall strike and eliminate him completely. There is no grave sin that cannot be erased by a single death. Even if that death is but an illusion. After all, deities are inherently immortal. True death bears no relevance to them. Ares understood this, and his expression grew increasingly fervent. However, he harbored a hint of skepticism. What, then, do you stand to gain? Restoring fate is the benefit. Would you not agree, Miss Clotho? Throwing up his hands, Ryan inquired. That is indeed the case, but can this truly restore fate? Contemplating quietly, Clotho considered the matter and found it plausible. After all, Ares would not perish. A mere venture into the abyss would not only rectify his aberration of falling into Tartarus, but also resolve Achilles' issue of not dying. The only complication was her lack of ability to manipulate the powers of fate at this level, unlike the former Atropus. The latter had crafted a fruit of a day for Zeus, thereby aiding him in vanquishing Typhon, which was predicated on certain conditions. On one hand, the King of Gods fathered the three fates, establishing an inextricable link between them and Zeus, a destiny that could not be escaped. On the other hand, Typhon's demise was likewise a portion of fate, and the actions of the three goddesses were in service of executing it, thus enabling them to directly harness their powers to create such a rare artifact. However, the fruit of a day could not be replicated. Although Achilles and Ares were far inferior to Typhon, their undertaking was nowhere near as outrageous as consuming the power of the king of all beasts. Yet, this remained beyond Clotho's capabilities. Nevertheless, when she looked towards Ryan, he simply nodded in affirmation. You can achieve it, at least this time you can. Is that so? Gently pinching the air, Clotho attempted to conjure a seed. She initially believed success to be beyond her grasp, yet the outcome proved otherwise. A seed, straddling the line between the tangible and the ethereal, materialized in her palm, remarkably akin to the one from before. Somewhat astonished, as the goddess of fate Clotho found it arduous to quantify her power through concrete divine energy or any other means. Yet, she possessed an acute intuition that guided her in discerning what was achievable and what was not. Crafting a replica of the fruit of a day was beyond her capabilities. Yet the reality stood in stark contrast. Was this the artifact that her father had once cunningly devised against Typhon? She had never encountered the actual object, and even its authenticity was merely a matter of speculation. However, upon receiving the seed, Ares immediately comprehended its purpose. To the followers of the goddess of fate, "When I return from the abyss, I shall surely reward you." Taking a deep breath, Ares finally regained a semblance of confidence. "In the name of the divine, whatever you ardently desire shall be granted." At the far western edge of the earth, adjacent to the ocean, lies a savage land. Recently, the tempests upon the sea have grown increasingly fierce. Towering waterspouts, reaching heights of over 1,000 feet, and fish and shrimp battered lifeless upon the surface. The eastern sea remains somewhat restrained, for it is the heart of humanity, close to Silvermoon City and Athens. Yet here, in this wilderness far from the realm of mortals, everything is wild and chaotic. Crack! Like thunder splitting the sky, it tore through the hide of the sea beast. Standing upon the raft, he refrained from drawing the weapon at his back. Heracles vanquished the last of the sea monsters before him, and in the distance, land was now within sight. Could that be a passage leading to the underworld? It seemed tantalizingly close. After traversing the western sea, his final preparations were complete. Next, he need only descend into the depths and follow the river of oblivion to arrive at the heart of the spirit realm. Chapter 481. Gold and assistance from a purely temporal perspective. It seems that not much time has elapsed. Yet, upon reflecting on this arduous journey, I am enveloped by a sense of profound transformation. As my feet once again touch solid ground, Heracles feels as though he has traversed through epochs. Unlike when he departed, he now stands unrivaled among mortals. The Nemean lion, the hydra, the sirens, the griffin, the sphinx, Ladon, and the 6 monstrous progenies of Typhon. These formidable entities, along with the ominous star of death and Ares, embody either chaos or order. With each step upon the earth, an inexhaustible power surges through his being, reminiscent of the ancient Mount Odysseus, which once supported the heavens from the ground. Under this intangible enhancement, the great hero momentarily recalls the sensation of drawing upon divine might. However, his understanding remains insufficient to discern which power truly reigns supreme. And thus, endowed with such strength, I should be able to traverse into the spirit realm with ease. I ponder. Yet, who can say? The underworld is not the realm of mortals, and it inherently lacks such stringent regulations. Of course, it is uncertain at this moment. The puppet's mouth opens and closes, its voice resonating directly within my mind. I perceive that not long ago, a cataclysmic event transpired upon Olympus where terrifying forces clashed. Simultaneously, the order of the mortal realm began to infiltrate the underworld, though its true extent remains to be seen once we venture within. Naturally, I remind myself with a smile, having reached this juncture, I hope that he does not falter again. Though your power is formidable now, remember that it is derived from external sources. External power can be relied upon but not trusted entirely. Furthermore, for those truly great, your abilities remain woefully inadequate. For instance, the king of the gods? The great hero inquires. Indeed, the king of the gods. Nodding, Anders speaks with little reverence. Were it not for this power, he would have long since lost his throne. Very well, let us gather information in the vicinity. I am aware of a passage that connects to the underworld rather than the subterranean world, though its exact location eludes me. In this wilderness, finding a large lake should make it relatively easy to encounter either the water nymphs or the oceanic goddesses. The prowess of Oceanus in procreation is renowned, a fact even the wild grasses by the roadside acknowledge. True god-level oceanic goddesses are few. Yet Heracles knows of a dozen or so, with potentially many more unknown. However, the number of regional deities is vast. Before long, within a jungle scarcely 100 miles from the coast, the great hero discovers a large lake. As anticipated, upon unleashing his formidable vitality, the water ripples gently. Soon, a goddess clad in minimal attire emerges from the depths. Who are you? Inquisitive, as the regional goddess bound to this very lake, she encounters her second human. Are you the Golden Man? Or perhaps, do you wish to stay? Stay? Upon hearing these words, Heracles was momentarily taken aback and shook his head. I am not a golden man, nor do I intend to linger. In truth, I merely sought directions. I see. Well then. The ocean goddess expressed a hint of disappointment, as the initial unfamiliarity of their meeting faded. Is this how all humans are? Possessing immense strength yet lacking in the appreciation of pleasure. Solely focused on the tasks before them? We humans? Again taken by surprise, Heracles could not help but inquire, have you encountered others of my formidable caliber before me? My lady? Not to boast, but the great hero had indeed never met a mortal of his equal. Yet, the ocean goddess nodded once more, affirming with divine insight. Indeed. It is merely that you exude a different aura. After a moment of contemplation, the goddess slowly elaborated. You remind me of a towering mountain, majestic and substantial, instilling a profound sense of security. He, on the other hand, resembles a radiant sun, illuminating the beings of the earth. Those who align with his will benefit, while those who oppose it find themselves blinded. Yet, he has yet to fully commit. Thus his light has not yet graced the world. I can see you too bear your own ties. So, returning to the matter at hand, brave and unflinching hero, have you truly given no thought to this? Thought to what? Naturally, to spending a delightful evening with me. The ocean goddess winked at him, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Dionysus nearby. To sleep with a remarkable mortal such as yourself would grant me ample tales to boast to my sisters for a century. What say you? Will you not give it a try? Or is it that humans lack interest in such things? How dreadfully dull your lives must be. In a hasty retreat, Heracles appeared slightly flustered. Unlike the myths of old, perhaps due to his premature emergence into the world and lack of mingling within the realm of mortals, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the ocean goddess's advances. Without further inquiry, after ascertaining the entrance to the underworld, the great hero departed the nameless lakeside amidst a chorus of light laughter. He was unaware of the treatment the previous golden man had received here, but it likely bore some resemblance. Trailing behind, Dionysus felt a tinge of awkwardness, both from being overshadowed and from the recent encounter impacting the grand image of divinity. Well, it seems there are indeed mortals who can be compared to you in this world, Heracles. I once believed you to be the strongest ever known to humanity, unsurpassed by any successor. However, strength is a relative concept. In the face of time, absolutes do not exist. It is merely the golden man. I remain uncertain about his circumstances. Shaking my head slightly, I must admit that the great hero is indeed quite curious about this matter. His journey to this point is attributable to his own efforts, yet it is also inextricably linked to the serendipity he encountered along the way. Nevertheless, Heracles would not dismiss his own abilities, for destiny and lineage, like one's intellect and character, are intrinsic components of a person's essence. To attempt to segregate these elements would be futile. The great hero is not one to become ensnared in such trivialities. Yet, when speaking of the golden man, Heracles cannot help but recall a vision he once beheld regarding the goddess of the magical web. Perhaps the individual encountered by the oceanic goddess is indeed the same as the one referred to by the master of the magical web. As he journeyed westward, crossing the third great river and ascending 5 lofty mountains, Heracles finally beheld the cave that led to the underworld at the foot of the 6th mountain. The abyss seemed unfathomable, accompanied by the faint howling of a chilling wind. Not far from the cave, the great hero spotted a modest temple housing a statue of Hades. Unlike most statues in the material world, the depiction of the lord of the underworld bore no face, merely a vague human form. Upon the stone figure, Heracles sensed a faint aura of life that had been forsaken. What is this? It is the essence of the deceased, Prometheus began to explain slowly. Bones and corpses have been revitalized, moving as if they were alive. They dwell beneath the earth, reveling in the moonlight while despising the sun's rays. This statue was likely erected by some wise spirits who occasionally venture to the surface, albeit their craftsmanship pales in comparison to that of humanity. The term spirits echoed in his mind, a rare word on this continent. Gazing at the cave entrance, Heracles leaped into the abyss. There are myriad paths leading to the underworld. Some require gradual traversal, while others connect from the depths of the earth. Then there are those like this one, where one must plunge directly downwards, reaching the realm through an endless descent. The former paths pose threats from potential enemies, whether they be denizens of the subterranean world or lurking malevolent deities. The latter, however, tests one's personal strength, should one lack sufficient prowess. A splattered fate awaits upon landing. Fortunately, such concerns are trivial for Heracles. The howling wind resonated in his ears. Time became an enigma. Perhaps it was half a day, or even half a month. Just before he was to touch the ground, the great hero executed a sudden maneuver, decelerating his fall with a resounding sonic boom. At last, with a sudden bang, he sensed the altered rules of his surroundings. The sky was shrouded in mist, with only a distant pale purple moon casting its light. The ground was blanketed in gray dust, and faint sounds of water echoed from an unknown source. He tread upon an ancient path, perhaps crafted by the dead, flanked by climbing pomegranate vines. Mint grew abundantly in the remaining patches, swaying gently in the breeze. On either side of the ancient road, an eternal darkness and night enveloped the silence. Merely gazing upon it instilled a profound reverence that resonated within the soul. Was this the underworld? His eyes scanned the vicinity, yet he found no trace of the deceased. Continuing forward, in the direction the path extended, Heracles beheld a grand door obscured by mist. The gates of the underworld, a threshold separating the realms of the living and the dead. It was said that a three-headed dog, a son of Typhon, guarded it fiercely. Behind it stood a fearsome black knight, preventing any unauthorized beings from traversing between the worlds. However, Heracles did not fear that they could impede his passage. Neither of them could pose a challenge. He took a step closer, weapon sheathed, preparing to approach with diplomacy before resorting to force. He hoped that the guardians here would not be as unyielding as the sea nymphs of the mortal realm, denying him entry into the realm of shadows. Suddenly, after a few paces, Heracles halted. For reasons unknown, gazing at the towering gates of the underworld, a sense of foreboding washed over him. No, it was not the gates, but something else. His gaze shifted downward, and with the aid of the eagle-eyed Caucasian, the hero's vision magnified 100-fold. The mist, laden with dark magic and negative energy, parted to reveal a colossal beast lurking behind. The three-headed hellhound, Cerberus, was it? Puzzled by this revelation, he sensed that, despite the creature's formidable prowess, it paled in comparison to the strength of Ladon. Yet, from this great demon, Heracles felt an overwhelming sense of threat. It was as if, should it unleash its fury, even the invulnerable skin of the Nemean lion would be unable to preserve his life. Bang! What is it? Why have you stopped? Following closely, Dionysus arrived in the underworld. Unlike the keen perception of the great hero, he felt no unusual sensations. Furrowing his brow at Dionysus's inquiry, Heracles found himself at a loss for words. Should he speak the truth? But that was merely an unsubstantiated feeling. As for the source of the threat emanating from Cerberus, he could not discern it at all. Stop searching. You will not find it. Who? A change flickered across his expression as he gripped the bronze staff at his back, startling Dionysus beside him. Merely casting a glance around, Heracles discerned nothing amiss. Who are you? He inquired softly, the great hero refusing to believe this was merely a figment of his imagination. Nor did he suspect the speaker was merely attempting to conjure illusions. Indeed, as his words fell, a voice echoed once more. Do not be afraid, O hero of mortals. Welcome to the underworld, a realm quite distinct from the land of the living. Yet I wonder what brings you here? Before inquiring about others, perhaps you should introduce yourself, he replied, unperturbed. After a brief silence, the voice resumed with alacrity. Ah, a cautious human, such is a commendable trait. Since you have asked, allow me to enlighten you. I am a deity from the spirit realm, persecuted for opposing the divine ruler of the mortal world. This ostensibly just yet truly tyrannical sovereign has relentlessly pursued me, leading me to take refuge here, which explains why you perceive a threat in the three-headed hound. For it bears the power of the God King, a weapon forged to slay me, and it may very well be wielded against you. Nay, the valiant hero countered with a composed demeanor, the deities of the divine court desire my presence in the underworld. Thus, the three-headed hound finds no reason to impede my passage. True, yet have you pondered a particular question? The enigmatic voice continued. You carry an abundance of remnants from various demons, all originating from the progeny of Typhon, akin to the essence of Cerberus. Have you considered, should it consume you, the extent of power it might gain? And at that juncture, would the God King deign to pursue a mere corpse for the sake of a formidable combatant? Elusive as you are? Perhaps yes, perhaps no. But what is your view? Silence enveloped him, for the great hero found himself at a loss for an answer. Nevertheless, he could not deny that his confidence in the matter was rather tenuous. Chapter 482. Nature hard to change as he journeyed forth. Heracles had come to understand much about the god King Zeus, who was quite possibly his biological father. The great hero held a clear conception of the nature of this deity. If a mistake had become irretrievable, it was indeed plausible that he might forsake the pursuit of accountability for tangible benefits, though this did not imply he would shy away from confronting the three-headed hound of hell. Fear was absent from Heracles' gaze. He would merely shift from brute strength to cunning strategy. However, now that a mysterious figure had approached him, the great hero was willing to consider the intentions of this individual, despite the uncertainty surrounding their true identity. Then, divine being who claims to hail from the spirit realm. Where are you now, and what do you require of me? Heracles inquired calmly and directly. Quite simply, we are both obstructed from entering the underworld by Cerberus. I wish to enter, as do you, and thus, from a standpoint of mutual interest, we share the same objective. The voice carried a hint of mirth, and the great hero could almost envision the smile of a youthful figure. And my location, that is what I need you to discern. Come to my side. This is the domain of eternal night, the realm of the great ones above the starry skies, the sovereign of everlasting darkness. I possess an item that can assist you in overcoming the challenge posed by Cerberus. Eternal night? Heracles pondered inwardly, his expression shifting. Lord End. Did you hear that voice just now? What voice? Initially taken aback, and soon learned the details from the great hero's account, seemingly recalling something. The puppet ceased its erratic movements, resembling a mere inanimate object. I did not detect any trace of the other party. Their divine power appears to surpass mine. And they must wield some formidable authority concerning souls, allowing them to evade our communication. However, they likely did not sense my presence either, not due to my exceptional stealth, but owing to the vessel of my consciousness. This puppet? Heracles mused internally, to which and affirmed, indeed, this relates to why I chose to accompany you on this adventure. As long as I do not intentionally reveal my aura, they cannot discern my existence. As for the eternal night, do not worry. Do you recall what I once mentioned? Are you referring to the Path of Nyx? The great hero recalled where he had heard that name during his initial encounter with Ammon, and had expressed skepticism towards this enigmatic figure, who had mentioned an artifact known as the Pen of Hypnos while also alluding to the eternal night. That realm is a sanctuary for living beings, the dominion of the great sovereign. Any entity daring to trespass into the land of eternal night faces certain demise. Even deities would find only the embrace of everlasting silence. Nevertheless, the Path of Nyx stands apart. It is the correct path, the sole means to traverse this forbidden territory. With this realization, Heracles began to grasp the implications of the words spoken. Are you suggesting that this enigmatic figure resides upon the Path of Nyx? Indeed, that is the only logical explanation. Ender's tone was filled with solemnity as he spoke. Beyond this, even gods born beneath the shroud of eternal night may not navigate its depths unscathed. For centuries, aside from the fabled Hypnos, the god of sleep, I have heard not of any divine presence within. Nodding in understanding, the great hero alleviated the concerns that had weighed upon him. After briefly elucidating the situation to the bewildered Dionysus, he set forth towards the land of eternal night. Aside from the Mother of Night herself, Chaos is the only entity capable of wielding the powers of this realm. Thus, unless it is the primordial deity engaging in mischief, the being that spoke is merely a guest. Progressing forward, he arrived at the juncture where the light of the underworld moon mingled with the darkness of night. Grasping his bronze staff, he felt the faint connection between the celestial and the material world, and without hesitation, he stepped into the abyss. Perhaps it was due to an invitation, or perhaps there was never repulsion towards mortals. As the world spun around him, once clarity returned, the great hero found himself beneath the cloak of night. Stars twinkled above, and scattered sleep flowers bloomed nearby. Within the tranquil darkness, an inexplicable terror began to take root. Turning around, Heracles realized the path he had taken was now obscured. Though he had merely taken a single step inward, without proper guidance, he would be forever lost in this realm. Fortunately, the connection between the celestial and the material world still lingered. Surveying this serene world, the hero's lips parted slightly. I have arrived. Where are you? HM? My voice? It remained unvoiced, for within the peaceful night, no sound could bear meaning, at least not for Heracles. Yet, in the next moment, before he could seek out the mysterious speaker by other means, the figure appeared before him. Do not exert yourself. This is the domain of silence, belonging to the eternal night. The ability to extinguish sound is merely its most fundamental power, and its true might is not something you wish to witness. With a gentle demeanor and striking features, the silver-haired youth materialized silently, conveying his message in a manner beyond mortal comprehension. You need not speak, simply listen to me. The infernal three-headed dog, Cerberus, possesses 3 heads, one at rest, one engaged in feeding or contemplation, and one vigilant, surveying the surroundings. Having garnered a measure of authority over the guardianship of the gates to the underworld, scarcely any movement can elude its keen perception, much like you and I. Thus, to pass through its watchfulness, we must devise a means to subdue it, without resorting to outright destruction, as that would inevitably invoke the wrath of the divine monarch. Fortunately, I possess a strategy to confront it, to grant the 3-headed beast a memorable slumber. Deep within the realm of eternal night lies a power capable of achieving this. By harnessing this force, one can fulfill their objectives and resolve the quandary posed by Cerberus. With no extraneous words, far from the indulgence of Phlegon, Hypnos succinctly elucidated the situation and extracted a sphere of divine energy. Strictly speaking, this was no mere divine essence. It was a fusion of the power lingering from his birth and the essence of the realm of eternal night, which ultimately transformed in his hands into an elusive instrument. Upon receiving it, the great hero observed as it morphed into a harp. "It seems you have prepared well." Maintaining silence, Heracles trusted that the young man could comprehend his intent. As anticipated, the silver-haired youth merely smiled. Anyone ensnared in a state akin to imprisonment would feel similarly. "I constantly yearn to return to my homeland. If you can assist me in my escape, then this harp shall be my gift to you. From that moment onward, you too shall navigate the underworld with ease. I hope your words ring true." Casting a deep glance at the youth before him, even without Andros' admonition, Heracles harbored reservations about him. Yet it mattered little, at least in their endeavor against Cerberus, they could find common ground. As for what lay beyond, should the youth prove deceitful, he was well prepared. At the entrance to the underworld, before the gates of Hades, Cerberus lay sprawled upon the ground, simultaneously indulging in sweet dreams, delightful experiences, and beautiful vistas, if one could deem the underworld as possessing beauty. The murmuring waters of the river Acheron served as a lullaby, often lulling him into a state of drowsiness. Fortunately, as a three-headed creature, Cerberus could allow each of his heads to alternate in slumber, thus alleviating the tedium and fatigue. Until one day, while he languidly enjoyed his usual repose, a melodious sound wafted from the distance, directly entering his ears. Failing to alert himself in time, any subsequent vigilance proved futile. Immersed in the enchantment of the music, Cerberus felt an increasing wave of drowsiness wash over him. "Heracles, are you certain this is what you call music?" His expression remained impassive, though his face twitched. Ordinarily, Dionysus was known for his courteous demeanor. At this very moment, the hem of his garment quivered in the resonance of sound waves, sharp and piercing notes incessantly reverberating. He attempted to block his ears. Yet the sonorous tones imbued with divine power possessed an unparalleled penetrating ability. They could even stir the very marrow of one's bones, lulling one into a state of drowsiness. The Dionysus was certain that under such melodies, sleep was the last thing he desired. "I wonder, is this music?" The expression on his face was equally grim, as the great hero struggled to master the harp before him. Were it a mere mortal instrument, even without prior experience, Heracles could have smoothed over its nuances with his formidable skill and control, producing music that at least resembled something harmonious. Alas, this harp, infused with the powers of the god of sleep and the breath of silence, was no ordinary object. To wield it successfully required either immense divine strength or exceptional musical prowess. Clearly, the great hero possessed neither. Thus, what he produced was less a lullaby and more akin to a dirge. But why was Cerberus unaffected? With a hint of confusion, Dionysus pondered, under such jarring sounds, he believed no one could lower their guard and peacefully surrender to the music. Yet, before the gates of the underworld, the three-headed dog seemed quite the opposite. Its massive head swayed gently, as if dancing to the rhythm. Despite his best efforts, Dionysus could discern no melody. "Perhaps the music I play is not so dreadful. It merely requires a specific audience?" Perplexed yet again, Heracles grasped for an excuse. In any case, Cerberus had indeed succumbed to slumber. "Once I remove the threat it poses, we can depart from this place." Continuing to pluck the strings of the harp, Heracles slowly approached Cerberus. He scrutinized the creature's form and ultimately beheld a thunderbolt-shaped mark on the largest of its three heads. If all went as anticipated, that would be the power left by the king of gods. For some reason, the movements of his arms began to slow, and his thoughts grew muddled. The fervor that once surged within him gradually stabilized, his resolute will becoming more pliable. Out of the corner of his eye, Heracles seemed to catch sight of scattered gray feathers. A sense of foreboding surged within him, yet it was all somewhat too late. Under the overwhelming divine power, even with his senses finely attuned, he could not withstand the absolute authority and might. Beside him, Hypnos' form slowly coalesced. With a slight smirk, the innate deity of mischief regarded the great hero. What a formidable physique! It was the first time he had encountered such a powerful human. Such a human, it seems, would be quite fitting as one of his subordinates, perhaps even transformed into a denizen of hell. Satisfied, Hypnos nodded. He had never been a paragon of virtue, and the notion of fair dealings held no place in his lexicon. From the very first glance at Heracles, The god of sleep had already plotted to exploit him to vanquish the three-headed hound, subsequently whisking him away. And there was also a deity without divine office. Should he manage to bring that one to hell as well, it would surely be a stroke of good fortune. A sudden movement caught his attention. What were you contemplating? With an inscrutable expression, Hypnos remained unperturbed. Oh, you have awakened? This is quite unexpected. With your strength, it should have been impossible to resist my dominion. He slowly turned to assess the great hero before him. After a prolonged gaze, he found no explanation. Shall we continue? Should I exert my power once more? Without much deliberation, he silently stripped the three-headed hound of its mark, leaving behind a mere avatar. Hypnos would never willingly expose himself to danger unless absolutely necessary. As in the previous encounter upon the sea, or when the potential gains were too substantial to ignore. Yet capturing a formidable human clearly yielded neither vast rewards nor was there any demand for such an act. What is your name? A human of your caliber deserves to be remembered by me. He spoke slowly, his avatar calmly observing the approaching bronze club. As you can see, I am Heracles. With a resounding thud, the club swung down, extinguishing the air like a fragile bubble. The great hero felt no resistance. He did not revel in his triumph, for he understood that deities were not so easily vanquished. What remained here was merely a fragment, while the true essence remained concealed, known only to the heavens. Chapter 483, The Faceless Soul Devourer. Who is he? In the realm of the underworld, Heracles gazed at the gray feathers dispersing in the air. The ambush by Hypnos was anticipated, yet without the assistance of, and even his awareness of the adversary's intentions would have proven futile. After all, in the original course of events, Hypnos, who had never personally wielded the authority of Dream, was able to conspire against Zeus with the aid of Heracles. Thus, the great hero would be no exception. However, now that the opponent had departed, it was imperative to ascertain the origins of this deity. Presumably, he hailed from the depths of the inferno, and slowly articulated his perspective. Do not concern yourself too much with him. He would not dare linger in the mortal realm. Did you notice the mark he took? You mean the lightning-shaped insignia of the God King? Indeed. Nodding slightly, the puppet smiled. That is not merely an object containing the might of Zeus's strike. How could such immense divine power be confined to a mere mark? There are few materials in this world capable of such a feat, and it is certainly not something a God King could effortlessly create. In fact, it is a sign, a catalyst, which is precisely why Zeus felt secure allowing Cerberus to lie in wait. For even if Cerberus did not actively trigger this mark, the moment a presence marked by it entered the vicinity, it would still passively alert the God King, enabling him to bestow his power. However, at present, while I cannot be certain, according to the prayers of a bard devoted to and who has traversed the continent, it seems something significant has transpired on Mount Olympus. Thus, in this context, if Cerberus does not actively activate the mark to invoke the response of royal authority, there shall be no alterations. I understand. In the absence of certainty regarding when the God King might redirect his attention here, I must depart the mortal realm swiftly, bearing this mark, and return to the abyss. With a contemplative expression, Heracles momentarily cast aside the matter. He scrutinized the slumbering three-headed dog but ultimately chose to take no action, although Cerberus objectively stood before him. There was no enmity between them, even if he suspected that Cerberus might seek to claim the relic of Typhon's progeny that resided within him. That remained merely a possibility. Devoid of the God King's mark, Cerberus no longer posed a formidable threat, whether friend or foe. The great hero resolved to allow the creature to determine its own stance in the future. Such nonchalance? Do you not desire its power? And inquired casually, his mood buoyant. At least the power obtained in such a manner holds no interest for me, Heracles replied, shaking his head as he gazed towards the gates of the underworld. To his surprise, the legendary Black Knight, who guards the gates for the Lord of the Underworld day and night, along with the ferrymen of the river Styx, were conspicuously absent. Only a long river surged relentlessly, reminiscent of the anguished cries of tormented souls. Regardless of their absence, one must press on. In truth, you still have an adversary to confront. Adversary? Indeed, an adversary. Nodding slowly, Ander uttered the name, ancient evil the soul devourer, to traverse the river of forgetfulness unscathed. It is one of the insurmountable challenges that lie ahead. The soul devourer, an ancient evil birthed from the calamity of Typhon, is a conglomeration of countless souls, sustained by the power of the great mother of flesh, and has even tainted some tributaries of the river of forgetfulness. However, not long after that great disaster, deities from the spirit realm took action, employing the cyclical force of the well of reincarnation to cleanse the corruption it had wrought. Yet, While they could dispel the taint of the ancient evil, they could not capture the entity itself. Unlike this star of death, which possesses a fixed form and seeks its own demise, the soul devourer, ascending from the amalgamation of innumerable souls, lacks a singular body. Perhaps the most powerful soul that constitutes it serves as its core, but this core is not indispensable. At every moment, millions of malevolent spirits clash, roar, and devour one another within its being, spreading corruption. The instinct to pursue external souls is inherent to it, while chaos reigns in its thoughts. Even after being vanquished numerous times in the spirit realm, it always finds a way to survive, gradually regaining its formidable power. Each time it becomes strong anew. It instinctively seeks to assault the most concentrated and potent gathering of souls, the river of forgetfulness, calculating the time since its last defeat. Its power is on the verge of reaching a zenith once more. Buzz, curse be this thing. 9-loop sorcery interdimensional transmission. A ripple in space. A flash of silvery light, transformed into a small portal. Stepping through, bathed in the light of the underworld moon, Giordano's countenance was utterly grim. Behind him, the silver portal quivered slightly, emitting chaotic, dissonant shrieks that reached deep into the soul. Since that fateful day when he executed a meticulously crafted plan, capturing the goddess of youth and her divine artifact, Giordano had descended into the underworld. Here, he had once interacted with dark elves and extracted dragon blood for research in his quest to unravel the mysteries of life. In his grand design, this realm was to be a sanctuary from the gods' relentless pursuit, a new base for securing immortality and power. Little did he know, this endeavor had barely begun before it was abruptly curtailed. In this realm, Giordano had not lingered long before he was inexplicably pursued by a terrifying entity. It traversed the boundaries between the spiritual and the tangible, wild and malevolent, leaving Giordano utterly defenseless. With no other recourse, after a futile escape, he was compelled to relinquish his intention to remain in the subterranean world and sought refuge in the underworld. Through the passage of time, he had gleaned some understanding of this dreadful presence. According to ancient texts, it was highly likely that this was an ancient evil born from the catastrophe of Typhon. Such a being could not be vanquished. It could only be left to its own demise. With a heavy sigh, Giordano hoisted the bronze coffin and surveyed the surroundings of the underworld. Unbeknownst to him, his memories were riddled with falsehoods, and the so-called plan was fraught with flaws. The very reason he had attracted the attention of the ancient evil known as the Soul Devourer was a preordained outcome orchestrated by others. Giordano merely believed himself to be unfortunate. In truth, a soul as fragmented and stitched together as his was a delicacy most favored by ancient evils, potentially destined to become one of its main souls. Should he be devoured by the Soul Devourer, in a manner that seemed entirely reasonable, all trails would lead to a dead end. As a grand sorcerer who had meticulously plotted everything yet ultimately succumbed to fate, Giordano would bear the weight of all blame alone, with no one left to uncover the truth behind his demise. Under the power of the Mother Tree, this soul's amalgamation would appear wholly justifiable. Even if someone were to extract him, they would attribute the act to the Soul Devourer, rather than acknowledging that his soul had been severed beforehand. Across the vast plains, scattered bones moved with great difficulty. Giordano was preparing to depart in search of a concealed refuge. Yet, in the next moment, a gasp of astonishment emerged quietly from behind him. Cold sweat trickled down his back, and every instinct screamed that he was alone. Nevertheless, Giordano was certain this was no mere figment of his imagination. The nearly instantaneous seventh ring spell, advanced portals, began to form. This unseen adversary was beyond his capacity to confront. However, before he could unleash the spell, his consciousness began to fade. Standing upon the earth, Giordano succumbed to slumber, offering no resistance whatsoever. Thud, clang, the bronze coffin fell alongside him, resonating against the ground and drawing the attention of several skeletons. The soul fire flickered within their skulls, instinctively informing them that if they could claim the life of the fallen individual, they would undergo a transformative metamorphosis that could alter their destinies. Yet, in the next instant, the void rippled. A gray-haired youth emerged, effortlessly crushing the mindless lower beings beneath his heel. Behold, what have I encountered? A human sorcerer, tainted by the essence of malevolence, and a divinity grievously wounded, lying in a state of unconsciousness, with a peculiar expression. Hypnos was taken aback by the intriguing circumstances he had unwittingly stumbled upon just after extricating himself from peril. The goddess of youth, Hebe, was a familiar presence to him. Yet, this once mighty daughter of the deity and the queen now found herself ensconced within a bronze coffin, her whereabouts meticulously concealed through various means. Had it not been for her proximity, Hypnos mused that he might not have discerned her existence at all. Such a stringent barrier of essence was evidently erected to evade the scrutiny of the divine court. Stepping closer, Hypnos felt an urge to take action. Since fate had intertwined their paths, surrendering was not an option. If he could manage to return the goddess of youth to the underworld, it would indeed be a significant achievement. However, his expression shifted as he abruptly halted. The mark he had previously extracted now glimmered with an unsettling brilliance upon him. Anders' assessment had proven inaccurate. In truth, had the being standing there not been the god of sleep, even Zeus, confined within Olympus, could not have carried away the mark left upon Cerberus by the deity. Yet, before Hypnos himself, these concerns faded into insignificance. As a deity who had indeed ensnared Zeus in the web of fate, Hypnos possessed the means to induce an alternative slumber upon the mark. The caveat being, it must remain undisturbed, free from stimuli that would awaken it. Was it the ancestral connection, or perhaps remnants of Hebe's divine essence? Uncertain. Yet Hypnos realized it wise to refrain from attempting to extract her. The peril of Zeus's mark loomed large. One misstep could lead to consequences far beyond the ability of a mere goddess of youth to rectify. Let that malevolent entity deal with her. It seemed to be drawing near. A devourer of souls, truly wicked. A flicker of disdain crossed Hypnos's gaze as he made a decision. Leaving the essence of that human sorcerer in this realm, to awaken from his dominion was no trivial feat, regardless of the means employed. Let them contend for their lives. As for himself, with a mere flick of his sleeve, Hypnos whisked the human away. Though from his perspective, the soul of this sorcerer appeared somewhat flawed. It mattered little. There existed myriad ways to transmute into a demon. He could easily allow the individual to inherit memories, emerging as a new entity. Through this process of near rebirth, the various deficiencies of the soul would cease to exist. Of course, as a consequence, the newly born being would bear scant relation to the former, possessing only the same memories. So, you imply that since no one can ascertain the trajectory of the malevolent entity's activities, and there is no assurance it would not strike while I am under the influence of a potion, the most prudent course of action would be to eliminate the danger at its inception. A copper pillar, supporting the heavens, was laid across the Acheron River, successfully traversing this ferryman's elusive realm of the underworld. Unaware of the happenings in another corner of the netherworld, Heracles furrowed his brow at Anders' words. Yet, the vastness of the underworld and the ever-shifting forms of ancient malevolent entities made it impossible to trace their whereabouts, even disregarding their seemingly immortal essence. I still find myself at a loss. Though I say this, I am not equipped with a superior strategy. Just as he was about to respond, Anders' tone faltered. Simultaneously, sensing something akin to an omen, the great hero lifted his gaze towards the distant, gray expanse. At the horizon's edge, it appeared that something, straddling the line between the tangible and the intangible, had taken note of their presence. Faintly, he seemed to hear the anguished wails of countless souls. It seems I need not seek it out any longer, does it? With a composed demeanor, Heracles gripped the copper staff. Ancient malevolence, the faceless soul devourer. Even if I were to infiltrate the spirit realm and reach the core of the fourth layer, the realm of all beings, the great hero could not be certain of achieving his desires. Thus, before that, it may not be unwise to vanquish this soul-eroding malevolence in advance. Wait. His expression shifted as Heracles turned to the opposite side. There, another presence was slowly rising. Like the faceless soul devourer, it emanated the aura of a malevolent entity. Yet, the impression it conveyed was entirely different. Chapter 484, 3 against 1, and Sharon, that is. The Crown of Silence. Even before its arrival, Heracles discerned the source of that power. Unlike other entities of its kind, this ancient malevolent artifact, tainted by the essence of eternal night, harbored no fervor for slaughter or conflict. It merely resided quietly within its dominion, indiscriminately erasing any life that defied its silence decree. Few have beheld its true form, and even fewer are inclined to confront such unspoken terror. For although the Crown of Silence never initiates murder, as long as one adheres to its rules, one may traverse its realm with ease. Yet, this is, in truth, a fallacy. The silence of the ancient evil is but a perpetual relative quietude. It bestows a force that renders your present moment eternally quieter than the preceding one. As long as you do not contravene this power, you align with its regulations. Initially, the unwitting trespassers find this quite achievable. A mere hushed whisper, a gradual pace, efforts to minimize sound. However, as time elapses, this dread strikes at the core of one's being. From the spoken word to the heartbeat. From the clamor of the external world to the friction of muscle and bone. Ultimately, Even thought becomes ensnared by that omnipresent force, causing it to gradually stagnate, eternally suspended in a singular instant. At this juncture, the ancient malevolent artifact, unable to extend its influence through the fabric of time and space, will cease its actions, acknowledging your compliance with its edicts. Naturally, in correspondence, a living being will consequently vanish. All the noise they left behind in this world will devolve into the very source of the ancient evil's power. With a grave and serious expression, Heracles did not anticipate encountering such an entity. In his recollection, this fearsome presence had been vanquished long ago by the ruler of the underworld, who summoned the forces of the entire realm to suppress it. By all accounts, it should no longer be active in the world. However, moments later, the great hero grasped the reason. This was not its true form, nor merely a simple avatar. It was a unique manifestation crafted from the noise it had absorbed from the world. And its purpose here was not to confront me, but to pursue the harp formed from the powers of the land of eternal night. Under normal circumstances, the crown of silence would never proactively assault external beings unless something piqued its interest. Taking a deep breath, with two formidable adversaries appearing before him, even Heracles felt the weight of pressure. Yet, at that moment, his expression shifted abruptly. Within his perceptive range, another aura began to rise. Was that the ancient malevolent artifact, corridor of flesh and blood? Equally astonished, Ander could hardly believe that the fringes of the underworld harbored three ancient evils. I understand now. This is the flaw in Hera's seal. Long ago, in a time long past, the wise goddess and Queen Hera joined forces to dismember the rampaging entity known as the Blood-Flesh Corridor. I am uncertain how many fragments they ultimately divided this ancient malevolence into, or where each piece was sealed. However, it is evident that a portion of it has been imprisoned by Hera in the underworld, a realm that the gods regard as savage and untamed. It is clear that something has gone awry, resulting in a breach of this seal. While it is unclear that Hera had recently used her divine authority to glimpse the sacrificial mother tree, Andy could surmise a fragment of the truth. Yet, the understanding does little to alleviate the gravity of their current predicament. Heracles, the blood-flesh corridor is coming for you. Your essence and corporeal form have reached their zenith. The faceless soul devourer appears to have merely been drawn in. If we can track its whereabouts, even if we do not conquer it, I can employ puppets to fabricate numerous false souls to divert its attention. As for the silent crown, you must devise a strategy to manage that harp in your possession. Andy felt a tinge of anxiety as he sought a swift response. Although two of the three ancient malevolent entities were mere avatars, the soul original had withstood defeat by the spirit realm multiple times, yet this did not diminish their terrifying nature. With an essence deemed nearly indestructible, few in this world could contend with them. At that moment, Dionysus spoke up. Heracles, I am confident in my ability to confront the last one. I once witnessed a mon fall before me. This time, I shall not grant them the opportunity. Very well, the great hero replied decisively, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as he mentally adjusted his strategy regarding the puppets. Andy, take the harp. Use your puppets to lure the silent crown away. Since Dionysus claims he can handle the blood-flesh corridor, I shall trust in his prowess. As for myself, he gazed towards the horizon of the gray earth, where an ethereal life was beginning to materialize. He beheld countless grotesque, contorted faces screaming, struggling, and frantically calling out within a vast and ineffable body. There were elders, women, children, nobles, commoners, and brigands. Regardless of their past identities, be they virtuous or vile, they now faced a singular fate, to exist as a part of the ancient malevolence. Heracles at least held the possibility of entering the spirit realm to resurrect the dead, while their best outcome was merely to transform into pure spiritual energy, reclaimed by the spirit realm to be reshaped into new souls. Buzz at his chest, a small tattoo shifted from ethereal to corporeal. It was the golden scales, the embodiment of justice. As its user, Heracles naturally possessed the ability to measure the weights on either side of the scale. With a mere thought, his originally vast and magnificent vitality vanished, transforming into a unique form of power. This power converted tangible harm into intangible suffering, altering mental afflictions into corporeal injuries. By harnessing the divine might of And, Heracles immediately qualified to engage in battle with the Soul Eater of 1,000 Faces. As the mightiest warrior in existence, he found it challenging to exert his full strength against ethereal entities. However, with the golden scale in hand, such concerns were rendered moot. The realm of the underworld stretched infinitely, vast in its own right, albeit not as expansive as the mortal realm. Yet, here, the order was not as formidable as that of the living world. Deities could exert a considerable portion of their powers, and Hades, possessing dominion over the underworld, was no exception. After all, whether it was the transition of epics or the tumult of Typhon, this place had never been the primary battlefield. Thus, leaving the newly established palace of the underworld, Hades strolled silently along the river Acheron, rather than the Styx, as this ancient river was most intimately connected to him, having been born alongside him. The surging waters roiled and swelled, entwining with a fragment of the underworld's primordial power. Although the river of pain held less than half the authority within the core powers of the underworld, the existence of such a river was a concept unto itself. As long as it existed, Acheron could accomplish many feats that others could not. This was one of the privileges of being a river of the underworld. At a certain moment, observing the sudden rise of a copper pillar and the ensuing tremors in a corner of the underworld, Hades maintained a composed demeanor. As the god of the underworld, he wielded the true authority of the underworld, possessing the power equivalent to a substantial portion of its dominion. He could not afford to ignore these occurrences, which were almost clinging to his own being. Hades remained indifferent to them not out of neglect, but rather due to the lack of necessity to govern them. After all, being Zeus's brother, he understood his siblings' thoughts all too well. "My lord, do you require my assistance in any matter?" The waters swirled gently as a wooden raft emerged. Grasping a long pole, Charon's left hand, cloaked beneath his gray robe, had been reduced to gleaming white bones. The ferryman of the underworld, Charon, bowed respectfully, offering Hades the highest tribute. A millennium had passed, and he was no longer the weak and pitiable ferryman of yore. A powerful divine energy surged through him, intertwining with elements of darkness, death, disease, and decay. Yet, he bore no resemblance to the true god of decay, Geras, nor to Apollo and Artemis, who wielded the powers of pestilence and healing. In truth, the god of decay from chaos had never encompassed death. Rather, it existed as a counterpart to the powers of the goddess of youth. The two deities had emerged sequentially, their powers counterbalancing each other. Apollo and Artemis are certainly not the true deities of pestilence. Even the imagery wielded by Pandora is far more akin to the essence of disease itself. This outcome may be related to chaos's inherent lack of formidable dominion over death, rendering many of its associated powers significantly weaker than those found in other realms. However, Charon appears to be an exception. Within him, those unique domains intertwine as if it were their destined purpose. He paused, standing at the river's edge, observing the few who were willing to follow him rather than obey the commands of Zeus or the Dark Sovereign. A stiff smile crept upon Hades' lips. He was not accustomed to hearty laughter, for the world seldom afforded him such opportunities. "There is no need. Let them fight among themselves. Heracles, the son of Zeus. I have been aware of this mortal warrior since he vanquished that lion. Had he not been the offspring of the god-king, he might have become another Evander, a valuable ally in my dominion of the underworld. It is indeed a pity that Zeus pays him such attention, much like he does with that mortal named Perseus. Had he not achieved certain objectives in advance, probing the spirit realm and issuing challenges, perhaps this human would not have arrived in the underworld so simply, but rather as a sharp sword wielded by Zeus, provoking and demonstrating against me." Hades was uncertain about what exactly endowed Zeus with the audacity to take such a step ahead of time. However, he speculated that it was likely connected to the powerful will he had recently sensed emanating from Tartarus. Absent that presence, Zeus would probably have continued to cautiously gauge his stance, manipulating this mortal to create various conflicts, thereby inciting Hades' rebellion, ultimately to be reprimanded in the name of righteousness. Or he might have remained patient, allowing the young man accompanying Heracles to serve as a fulcrum to gradually extend his royal influence. Yet, plans are not immutable. When the god-king realized he possessed a superior, more straightforward, and more brutal resolution, he instinctively made adjustments. Clearly, in the face of a great threat from the abyss, the lord of the underworld was compelled to make concessions. Very well, there is no need to dwell upon their affairs. Whether that mortal or the deity infused with royal essence trailing behind him, they are merely pawns of Zeus, though perhaps, in the eyes of others, I am as well. Yet, as the sovereign of the underworld, I can at least adopt a different perspective, gazing upon the board from outside. So, Charon, how fare the matters I entrusted to you? Your Majesty, Charon respectfully began, his aged visage betraying only loyalty. As you wished, everything is currently in progress. Once your prophecy is fulfilled, the god-king of Olympus will no longer hold sway over you. Indeed, nodding slowly, although Hades had yet to discover any prophetic abilities since then. The dreams of deities do not occur without reason, especially for one as powerful as he. Thus, despite not having identified which entity was responsible for the sun's descent, dragging his body into the blinding light for 7 days until death, the Lord of the Underworld did not dismiss the notion as false. "So, Sharon, do you have anything to say?" Hades inquired, noticing the hesitation on his subordinate's face. To his surprise, Sharon slightly bowed his head and provided a most intriguing reply. "Indeed, my lord, not long ago, I encountered a human imbued with the remnants of Styx and the power of thunder. It appears he narrowly escaped death from the divine artifact of the king of gods. Yet, the waters of the river Styx endowed him with a fragment of their might, allowing him to endure in a unique form after relinquishing his mortal coil. I find this utilization of the river Styx's power remarkable, reminiscent of a certain human named Achilles. Hence, I have taken him captive, confining him in a nearby prison." Oh, Hades remained impassive until the name Achilles resonated, at which point he became considerably more attentive. A mere mortal, defying the gods and impervious to Zeus's artifacts, the potential of such power applied to the undead was enticing. While he could not command Styx, the concept of employing Achilles was worth exploring. "Very well. Preserve his life. I shall visit him personally thereafter." His demeanor serious. Hades felt no discord in this decision, recognizing that, in the realm of the underworld, he had few gods among his ranks. Regardless of their willingness, he had long since grown accustomed to this reality. Chapter 484. The plunge into the river for Hades. The wizards of Silvermoon City were not entirely unfamiliar. Long ago, drawn by the presence of the undead, he had taken notice of the inventions of humanity, in stark contrast to the inferior intellect of most undead, whose wisdom could only awaken over the course of eons. The human-crafted phylacteries piqued his interest. They possessed the remarkable ability to transform a fully cognizant being into an existence teetering on the brink of death, thereby granting a semblance of immortality, albeit at the cost of diminishing one's humanity and emotions. In the eyes of the Lord of the Underworld, this hardly constituted a sacrifice. Thus, he had previously dispatched his subordinates to delve into related matters, exchanging coveted treasures of mortals for corresponding research. In recent years, Hades had further recruited powerful spellcasters from among mortals, facilitating their transformation into this unique state of being upon their demise. Neither living nor dead, not quite human nor divine. These beings, transformed by wizards and akin to fiends, referred to themselves as liches, a designation that Hades found quite fitting. This new race, which could not reproduce in the conventional sense, was classified under the category of undead life and reshaped through a newfound power held by the Lord of the Underworld. Ultimately, they became his devoted followers, a species of sentient beings with a distinctly different social structure. As for Sharon, the ferryman, a thought crossed Hades' mind. He turned to Sharon and inquired about another matter. "How is the transaction with that divine witch progressing? How soon can we expect the ritual capable of directly summoning abyssal entities to be completed?" "This should be approaching completion, I believe." Karen's response was somewhat ambiguous. "It should be expedited. While the abyss harbors many forbidden entities, I have gradually come to realize that it is also a vast treasure trove, contingent upon one's ability to discern its offerings." With a pensive expression, Hades cast a glance at the moonlit sky. He recalled the time when he sought to augment the ranks of the undead, employing both emotional appeals and logical reasoning with her, yet ultimately, confrontation was unavoidable. If such an event were to recur, it would reflect a deficiency in his own capabilities. However, the existence of magical and spiritual forces was indispensable for the birth of the undead. What course of action should he undertake? Naturally, he would sift through refuse. With a sigh, the Lord of the Underworld felt a tinge of embarrassment. Within Tartarus lay a plethora of disordered sources of power, which had ultimately evolved into an array of peculiar creations. Given that the powers and laws of the realm had been thoroughly divided, surely no one could impede my efforts to rummage through the debris, though the disparity between chaos and order was stark. A little at a time would surely yield a solution. Setting aside other matters, at least in the face of death, all beings are equal. Though the realm of chaos is never devoid of formidable goddesses, a pronounced gender bias appears to pervade the sphere of power, be it the Lord of the Underworld, the Sea Monarch, or the God King. This trend remains evident. However, in stark contrast, the 9 realms present an anomaly. Helheim's sovereign, a descendant of the otherworldly God King, the goddess of the deceased who governs the underworld, Hela. She stands as one of the rare female monarchs, even if her dominion is over the realm of the dead. Yet, Hades possesses scant knowledge of her, for despite his extensive explorations, he is yet to uncover the true legacy left by this goddess in the mortal realm. Come forth, unite with us. Die, perish. Who are you? Who am I? Who will rescue me? No. Spare me. Release you. Slay you. Let us die together. Boom. Wielding a bronze club, Heracles navigates through the ethereal phantoms. The cacophony of roars, pleas, curses, and wails intertwines, resembling a chorus from the depths of perdition. Even with the power of the golden scale, the great hero has transformed the psychological torment he endures in this realm into tangible harm. Yet, stripped of extraordinary might, the symphony of innumerable voices continues to unsettle his heart. Despite each swing of his club extinguishing countless souls, it bears no significance for the faceless soul devourer. For even in the absence of Heracles, the very souls within its essence are in a perpetual cycle of birth and demise. As long as they are not obliterated by the peculiar authority of death or their spiritual essence shattered by deities of the spirit realm, mere destruction merely grinds a portion of souls into fragments to nourish another. Gradually, the great hero comes to this realization. However, when confronted by the essence of an ancient malevolence, although he can resist with the aid of divine artifacts, truly vanquishing the entity proves exceedingly challenging. Bang! This cannot continue. His countenance grows grave as he surveys his surroundings. At this moment, rather than engaging in combat with the faceless soul devourer, it would be more accurate to say he has been engulfed by it. Gazing around, the great hero finds himself within a world belonging to the departed. And just then, something catches his attention. What is that? His expression shifts, and Heracles raises his club to carve a path. At the end of this route lies a colossal bronze sarcophagus, adrift in the ocean of countless souls. A faint glow emanates from the sarcophagus, causing nearby spirits to shy away. This is the radiance of divinity. Yet, almost visibly, this luminescence is gradually dimming, being eroded and assimilated by the power of the ancient malevolence, becoming a part of its strength. This aura, the power of the divine, belonging to the realm of life. Stepping forward, he unveiled the copper coffin, within which lay a maiden clad in green, serene in her repose. She appeared to be in a tranquil slumber. Yet there lingered an air of torment upon her pale visage. This countenance belonged to the youthful goddess Hebe. How had she come to be here? And why was she ensnared within the vessel of an ancient malevolence? Unable to comprehend the circumstances that led to this moment, he gently closed the coffin, leaving a small crevice ajar. With the copper coffin now secured upon his back, Heracles devised a strategy to confront the malevolent entity. Although his strength could not wholly obliterate the essence of the faceless devourer, he sought an object capable of extinguishing its power. This object could not be Hebe. Yet she could serve as bait to lure the ancient evil. Let us shift the battlefield to the river of forgetfulness. Leaping into the air, he magnified the copper rod in his grasp 1,000-fold and struck downwards. Following the path he had forged, Heracles advanced. The river of forgetfulness was the conduit he had previously intended to utilize, and it was here that the ancient evil had been seizing souls. Correspondingly, should he manage to disperse the soul that constituted the faceless devourer within this realm, it would permanently lose that portion of its strength, subsequently becoming prey to the river of the underworld. Yet, he knew he could not linger there for long. Such a confrontation could easily attract the attention of deities from the spirit realm. Unbeknownst to him, had it not been for the recent conflict on the earthly plane, which had briefly sealed the king of gods and left the essence of the wheel of reincarnation behind, the celestial beings of the spirit realm would have already taken notice of these events. Heracles summoned forth the power that coursed through him, awakening the latent potential within his being. At this moment, Ander was not at his side. Diverting the attention of the splinter of the silent crown would prove challenging without assistance. Thus, much like at the journey's inception, he found himself alone once more. But this is far from my conclusion. Faceless devourer, come forth. With a deep voice, two forces collided upon the earth of the netherworld, rending the layers of the ground and the lowly hills asunder. Thud, breath, inhale, exhale, whirl. In the darkness, a chill pervaded. Time had become an elusive concept. In the frigid waters of the river, Heracles offered no resistance, allowing himself to be swept along. He savored this moment of tranquility, loosening the tension in his muscles. The copper coffin had been cast aside in the final moments, and now, the great hero floated alone at the riverbed. He had intended to journey alongside Ander, a promise made to his companion. Yet he had underestimated the might of the ancient malevolence. Even though the faceless soul devourer had been extinguished multiple times in the annals of history, Diminishing its power from its former zenith, the remnants of its might remained formidable. In this protracted struggle, Heracles had vanquished a substantial portion of his adversary's form, casting countless souls back into the depths of the river of the underworld. However, amidst the frenzied resurgence of his foe, the great hero too was struck down into the river, immersed in the waters that cleanse all memories. Fortunately, he had prepared for this moment, for his objective in the realm of the dead was precisely this river. Although he lamented the absence of Andrus, Heracles retrieved the potion he held close to his heart and consumed it in one swift motion. In that instant, the forces of life and death intertwined. The portion that belonged to the living was absorbed by the potion, while a false death enveloped him. As a living being, the hero was no longer repelled by the river's power. Yet, not having truly perished, he remained impervious to the river's memory-erasing influence. This potion, recorded in the Book of Purgatory, was, as it claimed, capable of aiding the living to navigate the river of forgetfulness into the fourth layer of the spirit realm, where one could encounter the wheel of rebirth that governs all souls. Of course, this journey hinged upon evading the guardians of the spirit realm, those two archangels of desire, who traded roles and shot arrows with abandon, eluding the great dragon of the psyche, who roamed the seas of dreams and occasionally visited, and finally, surpassing the three goddesses of reincarnation, reaching the very axis of the spirit realm, clutching the golden balance that had fallen with him. And watching it bathe in the waters of oblivion, Heracles inhaled deeply, nearly choking on the river's liquid. At that moment, he recalled Andrus's words and the intuition he once possessed. Entering the spirit realm through the river of forgetfulness was not the correct path, despite its seeming expediency. "I can accompany you, yet I may also choose not to," he had said. "For I seek an answer in the spirit realm, yet the entities therein cannot provide it." On that day, faced with the great hero's uncertainty, the puppet gazed at the stars. Only by traversing the most orthodox path to the pinnacle of the spirit realm could one attain what they truly desired. "I cannot ascertain whether you will find fulfillment at the wheel of rebirth, but I remain skeptical. Fate, after all, is capricious. No one can truly grasp it. Thus, despite the odds, one should endeavor to try. Perhaps along the edges of this misguided path, one might glimpse their true destiny." True destiny? As he lingered at the riverbed, Heracles sensed the river's power transcending time and space, flowing in a manner beyond mortal comprehension. Following this intangible sensation, he gazed toward the banks, striving to discern that which is termed destiny. Yet, at a glance, the great hero beheld nothing. Beneath the ceaseless currents of the river, he seemed to truly perceive something. It was a stark dichotomy of paths. One was adorned with gold, emeralds, and jewels, where nymphs sang and deities danced. The other was steeped in bones and darkness, swirling with sin and depravity, an unknown destination. At the terminus of both roads, there appeared to be a singular figure. He sat upon a lofty throne, surveying the myriad beings between heaven and earth. With a mere lift of his right hand, the world would succumb to the thunderous resonance of his command. Zeus, was this the path of the other, or his own? Was this a tangible future, or merely an illusion? The great hero remained oblivious, gradually succumbing to the effects of the potion, traversing the delicate threshold between life and death. It is likely that when he awakens once more, the realm of all souls will unfold before him. At the edge of the realm of all souls, dreams scattered like droplets of water. Leanna had yet to return, and the three goddesses of reincarnation had left behind but lifeless duplicates, dutifully fulfilling their obligations. The well of reincarnation had departed, yet this did not signify the spiritual realm's loss of its capacity for cyclical passage. Just as the mirror of splendor had vacated the spiritual realm, it did not imply that this place had forfeited its dominion over the spatial continuum. On the periphery of the interface, the waters of the river of the dead flowed languidly, traversing a myriad of winding temporal and spatial corridors, ultimately streaming directly towards the heart of the realm of all souls. Amidst the depths of the river, Hercules approached his objective with measured resolve. Chapter 485, An Arrow and a Reflection. A soft exclamation, in an unknown realm. The first to discover Heracles was none other than the ethereal white dragon. Traversing the delicate boundary between reality and dreams, wandering at the periphery of the realm of souls, Icellarania was no stranger to this place. Over the years, she often found herself at the banks of the river of oblivion, observing the struggles and descents of countless souls. The wavering memories of those weak-willed and faintly imprinted had long since settled to the riverbed, submerged in the flowing waters. Those who managed to retain their sanity long enough to reach the realm of souls typically had lived illustrious lives. Icellarania was indifferent to their pasts. Yet she bestowed upon them a beautiful dream at the twilight of their existence, ultimately preserving it within the depths of the dreaming realm, becoming one of the foundational stones that supported its expansion. In such circumstances, when Heracles manifested here, he almost immediately captured the attention of the white dragon. After a brief appraisal, Icellarania's crystalline gaze subtly descended, fixating upon the hero's wrist. There, a trace left by a ritual shimmered with brilliance. With a mere glance, the white dragon recognized its origin. It was a reflection of history, a manifestation of some miracle. It was the false immortality, capable of stripping a being of its mortality, granting it a fleeting eternity. Of course, Icellarania was unconcerned by the power it conferred. However, since this force had manifested upon Heracles, it appeared unnecessary for her to impede him. Silently observing, the white dragon's tail lashed against the surface of the river of the underworld. Somewhat bored, yet at a loss for what to do. Since the last plaything had escaped, Icellarania had not encountered anything of interest for quite some time. Even the grand battles beyond Mount Olympus had not presented her with an opportunity to intervene. Progressing further, Heracles continued to drift, following the white dragon. The second to notice him was Eros. With delicate wings fluttering behind her, the girl bearing lead arrows detected a disturbance at the riverbed. An intruder, logically. She ought to expel or eliminate him. However, Eros had no intention of doing so, for her task was to thwart those who could disrupt the stability of reincarnation. Yet now even the cycle of reincarnation was absent. So theoretically, I may allow him entry. Finding a casual excuse, Eros opted for negligence. Of course, her primary motivation stemmed from curiosity about what this human intended to do. From Heracles, she sensed the aura of the golden apples, alongside various demonic essences. Such a human. Was he preparing to wreak havoc in the realm of souls? TSK, Isillar has not intervened. Why should I care? The great dragon of the mind likely permitted him entry. Surely there is no issue with that. With a dismissive smile, Eros paused for a moment before retrieving the golden arrow of Voros from her waist. She had made her decision. Today, at the very least, she would shoot this individual with an arrow, be it the lead or the golden one. As for the manner of her aim, that depended on whether he could elicit a smile from her. With a cheer, Eros fluttered her wings and vanished from the edge of the realm of spirits. Utilizing her divine authority as a deity of the spirit world, she summoned a portion of the interface's power and stealthily followed her target. Simultaneously, she observed the path taken by the great hero, catching glimpses of his origins. 1, 2, 3. Numerous vile entities and deities. Covering her mouth in astonishment, Eros patted her unremarkable chest, as if startled. Yet, the twinkle in her large, swirling eyes indicated that she was hardly perturbed by the revelation. Continuing her movement beneath the river, Hercules silently traversed 2 thresholds. At a certain moment, as the effects of the potion began to wane, his dormant will gradually awakened. Slowly opening his eyes, the great hero gazed at the world beyond from the riverbed. The crystalline waters reflected the moonlight, with 4 ethereal moons illuminating the sky of the spirit realm. Along the banks of the river, a series of buildings with diverse styles stood in succession. The rich essence of spirituality permeated his being, filling him with profound comfort. Had he arrived? Ceasing his drifting with the current, Hercules grasped the eye of the Caucasian eagle. Although this relic of the demon had not provided substantial aid in his previous adventures, it had indeed proven to be quite beneficial. Just like now, his natural vision would have been insufficient to perceive the world beyond at the river's depths. Yet, with the assistance of the eagle's eye, he was able to glimpse the destination of his journey. In the depths of the unknown, 3 vast auras intimately connected to the interface reached towards the heavens and the earth. However, Hercules could sense a touch of rigidity within them. These were not the true forms, but rather temporary manifestations, mechanically executing divine duties. Shifting his gaze, the great hero looked towards the center of the interface. According to the records in the Book of Purgatory, this was the axis of the spirit realm, home to the most powerful artifact in existence, the Well of Reincarnation, symbolizing the eternal cycle of all things. This was the ultimate goal of his expedition. However, to his astonishment, there was no vast, ocean-like 2-colored surface of the well, nor towering walls resembling mountain fortifications. Instead, there was merely a great pit, as if something had once existed there, but now it was utterly devoid of substance. Only before it hung an illusory mirror image. This was the projection of the Mirror of Splendor, its purpose being to assist the Well of Reincarnation in the rebirth of countless souls. What is happening here? Doubt arose, yet within his heart there was no sense of panic. Gazing upon the ethereal reflection suspended in the air, Heracles realized that his journey had not been in vain. In truth, his expedition into the spirit realm was not solely for the well of reincarnation, but rather to utilize the power of reincarnation and the divine mirror that governs space to illuminate the world and locate the soul of his mother, whom he had mistakenly slain. Stepping quietly from the river Styx, the potency of the elixir had yet to dissipate entirely. Concealing his presence, Heracles took a deep breath, cautiously surveying his surroundings as he navigated through the throngs of souls. Looking skyward, he beheld the three goddesses enshrined in divine radiance. The great hero understood that if their true forms lingered here, he would likely face inevitable discovery. Yet, as though the cosmos conspired to pave his way, after a grueling half-day of exploration, Heracles finally stood before a vast pit that seemed as profound as an abyss. The reflection of the mirror of splendor shimmered faintly, its essence of reincarnation seemingly intertwined with it. This divine mirror's reflection had partially detached, becoming an adjunct of reincarnation, transforming into a bridge that connected the powers of two artifacts. After a moment of silence, bathed in the light of the spiritual moon, Heracles extended his hand toward the silver mirror. Unsurprisingly, he encountered the true form of this artifact's shadow. A hum resonated, a clear sound that appeared to inquire about the user's desires. With a mere thought, the great hero responded. In the next instant, the mirror's surface became slightly blurred, as if something was being retrieved. Simultaneously, it seemed that a complication arose. An ancient scroll unfurled within the mirror, revealing the truths of the past. The powers of the well of reincarnation, the chronicle of ages, and the mirror of splendor converged here, ultimately imprinting the last traces of what Heracles sought upon the mirror's surface. With focused intent, he gazed into the shimmering silver mirror, where he beheld a majestic realm akin to paradise, alongside the scarlet that arose from the sacred, corrupting all living beings. Within the golden palace atop Mount Olympus, Zeus, having exerted considerable effort, finally managed to temporarily resolve the disturbances caused by his external manifestation. His countenance was solemn as he sat alone upon his throne. Strictly speaking, the mood of the king of gods was not as dire as it might seem. A trial, a test of strength. Though his true form appeared sealed, the reality was not as grave as it appeared. His dominion still extended through the world, and order began to permeate the starry skies and the underworld. Moreover, if he desired to forcibly break free from his confinement, opportunities were not entirely lacking. Yet, the prize could very well result in the fracturing of Asgard, rendering him forever bereft of that realm. In light of this, Zeus refrained from such actions, as he indeed required a period of reflection to mend the wounds inflicted upon the covenant between gods and mortals, to organize and refine the power of kingship, and to decipher the peculiar rules contained within that distorted gaze. Undoubtedly, this matter is intricately linked to the foreign deity. It highlights the vulnerabilities of Asgard while also encompassing rules that resonate with certain aspects of the interface. Overall, Zeus does not perceive himself as at a disadvantage, especially since he has made a significant discovery. At this stage, if one is unwilling to confront me, it is highly likely that the Lord of the Spirit Realm is genuinely preoccupied with other affairs, regardless of what he is engaged in. With a serene demeanor, Zeus has thus relinquished the last thread of uncertainty in his heart. Once the seal of Asgard shatters and his power ascends further, he shall personally intervene to sweep away all that exists across heaven and earth. The well of reincarnation looms above him like a countdown. Yet it records not only his own fate, but also that of all other beings in the mortal realm. Immersed in contemplation, the God King suddenly hears a call. Your Majesty, an envoy from the ocean seeks an audience. What is it? Zeus inquires, his brow furrowing slightly. It is said that they come to lodge a complaint. The nymph standing beside him whispers softly. A complaint? Zeus responds, bewildered, uncertain of what grievance they might possess. The seas are tumultuous, the laws are in disarray, and Poseidon has not been absent from the mortal realm for long. How dare they come forth with such audacity? Let him come before me. After a moment's hesitation, Zeus resolves to meet the visitor. Yet, mere moments after, he begins to regret this decision. Your Majesty, I come on the orders of Nereus, the ancient sea god's progeny. The envoy bows respectfully, his expression laden with sorrow, with indignation in his eyes. He accuses a certain Titan and humanity of their transgressions. As you can see, the four seas are in turmoil, the laws are in chaos, and the rules left behind by the sea's sovereign Poseidon frequently erupt. This is not due to our unwillingness to serve the divine court. but rather because the Titan Atlas has allied with the oppressors, and that arrogant human Heracles has grown excessively brazen due to their reckless actions. The pillars originally bestowed by the ancient gods to suppress the ocean's waves and uphold the heavens have been removed, resulting in relentless upheaval of the ocean's laws. Moreover, that human has waged war upon the seas for several days and nights, annihilating countless marine beings and gravely injuring many deities who attempted to intervene. Under the weight of the celestial pillars, many sea deities, suppressed by the laws, were no match for them. Had it not been for his grievous injuries, Nereus would not have dispatched me to voice our grievances to you. As the supreme sovereign ruling over the realms of heaven, earth, and sea, we implore you to render a just judgment. In silence, Zeus feels an awkwardness that is difficult to articulate. Looking at the envoy before him, he grapples with whether to voice a certain thought. It is merely a pillar meant to support the heavens. Had not Atlas managed just fine before its existence? How has it come to this? Yet, upon further reflection, it seems to hold some validity. As time unfolds, the sky and the sea have grown ever more formidable. In the bygone era, had Uranus awakened, the sky would have already coalesced into a realm embodying profound power. Now, a century and a half later, while it remains somewhat tenuous, the augmentation of its strength is undeniably palpable. Under such circumstances, Atlas's power seems insufficient, rendering the upheaval in the sea seemingly justifiable. After all, the king of gods is not the god of the sea, nor has he ever supported the firmament. The intricacies of this matter remain somewhat obscure to him. A slight cough escaped him as Zeus inquired, "I wonder how severely you have been impacted." "Your Majesty, the divine palace of the sea god has collapsed by 90%. The marine life has suffered catastrophic losses, with only a handful of nymphs remaining. And most of the gods have been injured, nearly compromising their divine powers." It seemed that the envoy of the sea god had awaited this statement, declaring loudly, "If it is for your Majesty's sake that we must sacrifice, it is our duty to do so. However, to bear such a cost due to an unknown human, we, the sea gods, vow to seek justice." With a stiffened smile, Zeus found himself at a loss for words. What a jest this was! He certainly knew whether Heracles had bested the sea god. The loss of marine life was staggering. Do they comprehend the multitude of beings inhabiting the ocean? And the collapse of the divine palace by 90%. This was something Zeus could not verify. Yet, he had ample reason to believe that these were but fabrications. I shall deliberate on this matter. Falsehoods aside, the king of gods ultimately chose to endure. After all, this predicament stemmed from the tasks he had assigned, just as he managed to dismiss the envoy of the sea god. Another voice suddenly echoed from the entrance. "Your Majesty, what is it?" "The envoy of the Lord of the Underworld has come to visit. It appears he too has grievances to report." Crushing the armrest on his right side, Zeus inhaled deeply. "Let him enter. I am keen to hear what disturbances have arisen in the underworld." Chapter 485. Arrival within the Golden Palace. The embodiment of Zeus sat majestically upon his throne. Once again, the grand doors swung open, and following the messenger of the sea god, the envoy of Hades approached the throne of the king of gods. From his elevated position, Zeus regarded the pallid figure before him, a being reminiscent of a corpse, and furrowed his brow in perplexity. What manner of creature is this? A thinking corpse, perhaps? He had not anticipated that beyond the skeletal remains of the underworld, Hades had forged an ever-deepening connection with the deceased. Clearing his throat, the king of gods straightened himself, adopting a solemn demeanor. For the sake of Hades, he begrudgingly permitted this being to stand before him, yet that was the extent of his indulgence. "Messenger from the underworld, state your purpose," he intoned, releasing a slight pressure, hoping the envoy would not bring ill tidings. "I have heard you come to lodge a complaint, however. Matters of the underworld are adjudicated by Hades himself. Why bring such grievances to my throne, esteemed king of the gods?" "It is indeed because the individual I accuse pertains to the living beings upon the earth," the envoy replied, his tone unwavering, devoid of emotion, as if spoken by a machine. "As you are aware, in ancient times, two primordial deities emerged from either side of the underworld. During the tumult of Typhon, the source of countless malevolent entities, the all-consuming mother of flesh unleashed her power upon the world, resulting in the emergence of the ancient evil known as the Blood Corridor upon the earth, while the underworld was plagued by entities such as the Twisted Shadows, the Silent Crown, and the Faceless Soul Eater. Fortunately, the Goddess of Wisdom and the Queen of Heaven managed to contain one, while Hades himself sealed another. And the deities of the spirit realm exiled yet another, thus securing a semblance of stability in the underworld. However, not long ago, a demigod from the mortal realm descended into the underworld. After incapacitating the guardian of the gates, Cerberus, he incited a riot among a host of malevolent beings through unknown means. The ancient evils that Hades had suppressed began to show signs of instability. The sealed malevolent spirits escaped their confines, and the faceless soul eater once again invaded the underworld, overwhelming the gods. In the ensuing battle, the demigod from the mortal realm vanished without a trace, yet the inhabitants of the underworld suffered devastating losses. The earth was rent asunder, temples collapsed. The moon of the underworld trembled, and the very laws of nature faltered. Even Hades himself was left in deep trepidation, unable to venture forth for the foreseeable future. Were it not for these dire circumstances, Hades would not have sent me to you with my lamentations. Great King Zeus, as the supreme sovereign ruling over the realms of existence, I implore you to render a just decree. The individual responsible must face retribution to restore what the underworld has lost. Silence enveloped the throne as Zeus remained contemplative. With each utterance, a flicker of agitation danced at the corners of his eyes. What words are these? What does it mean that the gods are unable to resist? In the realm of the underworld, are not the deities now obliged to heed my commands as per the Dark Lord's directives? What resistance can you, a mere figurehead, muster? Could it be that Charon, that ferryman, poses a formidable challenge? And concerning the resurgence of ancient malevolence, I am uncertain how the others emerged. Yet I possess some understanding of the seal of the blood and flesh corridor. Had it not been for Hera's indiscreet gaze, which inadvertently compromised the queen's binding authority, the adversary would not have been able to escape. As for the destruction of the underworld palace, that is utter nonsense. Ahem, messenger from the underworld. Are you certain that the divine palace of the underworld was destroyed by that demigod? Speaking in a measured tone, Zeus felt a sense of mockery. The sea god is one matter. Their palaces lie submerged beneath the ocean. Indeed, the laws governing the seas are currently in disarray, and such devastation is to be expected. But how could a similar calamity befall the underworld? Your assertions are nothing but fabrications. Indeed, nodding affirmatively, the messenger produced a shard. This is the fragment that was shattered. Even the most resilient divine metal could not withstand the overwhelming force of that human. Curiously, it is also imbued with the power of thunder. Hades bids me inquire, do you have any insights regarding this matter? Facial expressions shifting dramatically, Zeus gazed upon the gleaming shard, a wave of familiarity washing over him. Yes, indeed, he had seen this before. It was the fragment from the palace that had been backstabbed in the underworld. A structure he had personally laid waste to, rather than any deed of Heracles. This makes sense. The king of the gods recalled vividly that following that incident, Hades had ventured to the outskirts of Silvermoon City, contemplating the riddle of the goddess of the magical web for 10 days and nights, pondering what revelations he may have gleaned. Upon his return, he amalgamated the newly constructed edifice with the leniency of the underworld's laws, and by harnessing divine power and the principles of the interface, he fortified his palace, ensuring it would never collapse. As far as Zeus knew, to prevent a recurrence of such cataclysmic clashes of divine might, this new palace of the underworld king was even capable of flight. Thus, in every conceivable way, it could not be destroyed by Heracles. Yet, while impossible it may seem, it remains a fact that Hades' palace had once been obliterated by his own power. With a stiff nod, Zeus signaled his understanding. It is indeed surprising that such a diligent ruler of the underworld could be unsettled by a mere demigod from the mortal realm. If he seeks solace in the underworld, then he need not rush to Olympus to see me. As for the losses in the underworld, I shall make amends, just as he was about to make a commitment. The king noticed a servant stepping forward. Your Majesty, we lack sufficient divine metal to repair the palace of the underworld. Speaking softly, the servant quickly conveyed the gravity of the situation. The remaining resources are to be utilized for the restoration of the Temple of Olympus. If you promise them all away, then the palace on the divine mountain will have to be temporarily compensated with mere mortal materials. In silence, Zeus suddenly recalled that due to his strained relationship with Gaia, the minerals on the surface were not under his jurisdiction. Hades, who often listened but rarely acted, also did not possess the minerals deep within the earth. Even the stones traditionally used for the temple's repairs were mostly sent by Hades out of respect for his elder sister, Hestia. Zeus had previously disregarded such trivial matters. Thus he never paid them any heed. Clearing his throat, he thought to himself that he would compensate in other ways. The king of the gods silently cursed. Is it reasonable for the sovereign of deities to be unable to construct a palace? It is utterly unreasonable. As for that demigod, I shall manage it. Is there anything else? No, your majesty. Bowing deeply, the messenger of the underworld promptly withdrew. With a sigh of relief, Zeus felt a tinge of gratitude. They have finally departed. Not everything in this world must be resolved through violence. At least the matter of dismantling Hades' abode should not be so crude and straightforward. With affairs finally concluded, the king of the gods intended to rest for a moment. However, just then, a voice called out, albeit belatedly, "Your Majesty, another seeks an audience." Who could it be? A messenger from the stars? Speaking each word deliberately, the king took a deep breath. He swore, if the reply were affirmative, he would have no choice but to impose upon the god of the west wind to let loose his uncontrolled power. Damn it, Heracles has not ventured into the stars recently. Did they dare to come and lodge complaints, treating him as a mere scapegoat? Not so, your majesty. Fortunately, the reality was different. As the voice of the attendant gradually made its way to him, the visitor seems to be a subordinate of the Queen of Heaven, claiming to have made a significant discovery to share with you. They assert that this matter pertains to the stability of the divine court and the status of the queen. I dare not eavesdrop, and can only request your personal judgment. Is that so? Somewhat surprised, he had not anticipated such news. After pondering for a moment, Zeus signaled for them to enter. By the way, summon Zephyros as well. It is just right. Now that everything is concluded, I no longer require him to remain in the underworld. To be cautious, it would be wise to call him back. Feeling a bit of a headache, Zeus massaged his temples. The situation was somewhat troublesome, but thankfully not too severe. Some trifling matters would not stir up any significant waves. Your Majesty called for me? On the summit of the divine mountain, the west wind god, who had finally enjoyed a brief respite, turned to face the newcomer. With the wind swirling, he transformed from a bird back into his divine form. In recent years, Zephyros had taken to appearing in the guise of a bird. For a true deity, appearance is merely superficial and does not hinder his other endeavors. Since your majesty has summoned me, I shall take my leave. With a swift leap, the west wind god made his way towards the golden palace. It is likely that yet another task related to Heracles awaits him. Beyond that, he could conceive of no other reason. What brings you here? Upon arriving at the gates of the divine palace, Zephyros noticed 6 nymphs and Oceanids gathered there. They appeared disheveled and weeping, as if they had suffered some grievance. However, after his recent experiences in Silvermoon City, the west wind god had gained considerable insight. His intuition suggested that these fairies were feigning tears, just as Medea had deceived him before. In response to Zephyros's inquiry, the group exchanged glances before vociferously accusing, "Your Highness, a barbarian has acted without reason. He assaulted the queen's garden and seized the golden apples we were guarding. Are you referring to Heracles?" Zephyros replied, his expression shifting to one of realization. "This is not your fault. He was commanded by the king of gods to retrieve the golden apples. I simply did not anticipate that anyone besides Ladon would dare to impede him." The king shall not hold you accountable." The nymphs widened their eyes in astonishment, never expecting such a conclusion. But, what if he took more than just a few apples? More than a few? A flicker of confusion crossed the west wind god's face as he responded, "That is of no consequence. I shall seek him out and request that he return any excess apples. For him, the excess is of little utility. The king of gods would hardly mind if he consumed a few less." Once again taken aback, the Oceanid could hardly believe that the west wind god intended to confront the culprit. How can this be permitted? What business does he have reconciling with Heracles? If something were to go amiss, would it not be us who suffer? Wait, we have made a discovery. The lead Oceanid spoke up. Although she had already reported to the king, the nymph in orange garments clenched her teeth and resolved to unveil their significant finding. "Through our perilous investigation, we discovered that this human is problematic. He is the illegitimate son of a certain deity and has concealed his noble parentage." Cough, cough. Do not speak carelessly. The king is not, that is to say, the queen. Their eyes locked, and Zephyros's smile faltered. What are they saying? What has Hera to do with this? Hera's illegitimate son? Heracles? Gasping in shock, the west wind god recalled the earliest incarnation of Heracles, who had still been shackled by the bonds of his lineage. The blood of Zeus unmistakably coursing through him. Thus, it is said that Heracles is the illegitimate child of the Queen of Heaven and another. Such claims are nothing but slander, though the name the glory of Hera does seem to lend some credence to the notion. How absurd. To whom else have you mentioned this matter? The subtle force of divine power enveloped the surroundings, and Zephyros promptly inquired. Weak nymph slightly parted her lips, eager to elucidate. Yet in the next moment, The oppressive aura emanating from the god of the west wind was utterly shattered by a more ferocious force. The golden palace trembled, infused with the wrath of its master. Zeus gazed at the sea nymph before him, feeling as though he appeared a fool in her eyes. Do I truly seem like a simpleton? The king of the gods questioned. I am genuinely curious about what has led you to so disrespect me. To the extent that you dare to scorn my intellect. With a swift motion, he snapped the nymph's neck, yet her vitality remained unbroken. Zeus understood that. Unlike the nymphs, some of these sea nymphs could be considered local deities, capable of governing a small realm of waves or vegetation. The pent-up fury he had accumulated was on the verge of eruption, yet he found no outlet for it. With an impassive expression, the king of the gods resolved to subject them to 1,000 tortures. Suddenly, a gentle hum resonated through the space. Zeus furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward the source of this anomaly. The void rippled slightly, and a passageway materialized. On the other side, he sensed a presence akin to that of the well of reincarnation, accompanied by a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. Familiar, for it was his progeny in whom he had placed great hopes. Unfamiliar, as he had not conversed face-to-face with the being since their birth. Heracles. He had unexpectedly appeared on the divine mountain. Calming his emotions, the king of the gods endeavored to project the authority befitting his station. Chapter 486. Exile Heracles. My child, you have finally arrived. Within the golden palace, the indomitable sea nymph was cast aside with ease. With a deep sigh, the tone of the king of gods was both tranquil and reflective. Before him, footsteps echoed through the spatial portal. Previous grievances were swiftly forgotten. Although Heracles had indeed brought him considerable trouble, Zeus deemed it all worthwhile. For in this individual he discerned a miracle far beyond his prior imaginings. A potential more formidable than he had anticipated. The symbol of strength, the might of monsters, a physique surpassing that of deities, and an unwavering will. You have finally uncovered the secrets of your lineage, unraveling the final enigma I bestowed upon you. I understand that your heart may harbor many uncertainties, but do not rush. I shall address each of them in due course. Ultimately, I will bestow upon you a glory beyond the comprehension of any mortal. The deep voice reverberated within the golden palace, rendering even the god of the west wind outside momentarily silent. Zeus's regard for this mortal descendant was evident. He had witnessed it all. Perhaps initially, he was merely a pawn, but now, he had evolved into a pivotal piece. Indeed, it is so. Zarafaros knew Zeus well. In the eyes of the king of the gods, aside from himself, nothing was beyond sacrifice. A loving spouse, unborn children, earthly lovers, kingdoms, lives, and systems. Thus, Heracles would not be an exception. He was simply of greater significance than others. The footsteps resounded. The journey from the external world to the realm of all spirits was long, yet the passage from that realm to the mortal world was swift. The crimson glow seemed to linger in the depths of his eyes, and the weighty bronze club was firmly grasped in hand. For the first time in his life, the great hero entered this palace that belonged to the divine. Above, the king of gods felt an increasing sense of joy. Heracles, splendid. In comparison to such power and talent, the troubles he had previously caused seemed trivial. Though this might seem insignificant to the king of gods, for mortals, such strength remained unattainable. For Zeus, this human who had ascended to this point was the epitome of the aspirations he had never shared with others, and the cornerstone of his future acquisition of even greater power. To deify. A burning fervor ignited within his gaze as Zeus recalled the faith in the malevolent deities of the mortal realm. Through belief, he had harnessed the ability to elevate weak gods into formidable beings. And through Heracles, he would fabricate an immense deception, convincing the world that he, Zeus the king of gods, truly possessed the power to elevate a mortal to true divinity. As the sovereign of divine authority, Zeus is acutely aware that the essence of power lies in the dominion over living beings, and the crux of this dominion is the entitlement to distribute benefits. Such benefits may be derived from violence, granting him the authority to determine the fate of mortals, or they may stem from temptation, representing the desires of all living entities, strength, longevity, immortality, and a status as exalted as that of the deities, aspirations that he has relentlessly pursued. Although the king of gods has yet to achieve this, it is merely the inception of his ambitions. Once he has entirely unified the realms of existence, who can decree that he cannot? With Asgard as the epicenter and bolstered by the might of a divine king, accomplish the monumental feat of bestowing divinity? With the first seemingly authentic falsehood, he may indeed manifest what appears to be an impossible truth. Heracles, my most remarkable progeny. With a countenance both solemn and majestic, Zeus gazes upon Heracles. generously extending his magnanimity. "Come forth, my child, pose your inquiries, and I shall address them all. From the moment of your birth, I foresaw your extraordinary destiny. One day, you will ascend to the realm of the divine, step by step, until you stand before me. This is the fate of the son of the King of Gods, a blessing I have conferred upon you. To answer my queries?" His voice remains tranquil, even as he recalls the torrent of blood that surged in the past. Yet in this moment, Heracles clings to a flicker of hope. Perhaps it is a falsehood. Perhaps Zeus is already prepared. After all, even from a perspective of self-interest, there is no necessity for him to slay a mortal, is there? Therefore, I wish to know, Your Majesty, the King of Gods, since the deities have promised mortals eternal life after death, where is my mother now? My arrows pierced her breast. This remains my gravest error, and now, I come to rectify it. Alcmena, at the mention of her name, Zeus smiles, having anticipated this query. Indeed, it is due to the heinous crime of kinslaying that Heracles willingly embarked upon his trials, despite that error not being of his own volition. He had long since prepared for this, having taken the soul of that mortal princess, his own bloodline, into the realm of the gods. He had contemplated that one day he would resurrect her, transforming her into a hero or even a constellation, thereby absolving Heracles of his earthly transgressions. "Fear not, she is well. She resides in Asgard." Just as he was about to reveal her whereabouts, Zeus's voice suddenly faltered. "Alcmena, the kingdom of gods? Asgard?" Heracles' spirit stirred, and he called out, "Then what of her now?" Momentarily speechless, Zeus recalled. He had but two places to harbor mortal souls, either in the domain of Asgard or in the former Hall of Heroes. Currently, both realms have encountered significant dilemmas. This is not due to a lack of preparation on his part. Quite the contrary, the God King had no intention of sacrificing those souls he held in high regard. However, he was taken aback when, despite his true form being present in the mortal realm, he was unable to return to the divine court in time to thwart the assault on Olympus. It was as if, at that moment, all misfortunes converged upon him, forcing Zeus to be ensnared within the void. By the time he returned to the sacred mountain, it was too late for him to take any action to prevent those souls from entering the cycle of reincarnation, which would serve as evidence of his inability to uphold the divine human covenant. The God King had no choice but to intervene personally, erasing their final traces from the world. Asgard now faces an unforeseen predicament. We shall revisit this matter later. "And you will learn of her whereabouts," Zeus declared, wishing to avoid further entanglement. Yet, before him, Heracles rejected this response. Stepping forward, he gazed at his father upon the throne, and the great hero fell into a prolonged silence. The other's evasion seemed to confirm something. At a certain moment, he finally inquired, "Very well. I shall pose another question. In the name of the God King, in the name of the Oath Keeper, as the sovereign of heaven, earth, and sea, please tell me, when I loosed that arrow, where were you?" The God King remained silent for a long while before finally responding. "So, are you questioning me?" The smile that once adorned the throne gradually faded, leaving only an air of authority. Perched atop the highest peak of the world, the God King regarded his most exceptional mortal progeny, and an invisible pressure filled the hall. He could choose to exhibit the warmth of a father or dismiss the troubles brought forth by the other, but that would require the understanding of the latter's true identity. He is the son of the God King, burdened with a monumental mission in this world. For the sake of greater interests, why should one concern himself with trifles? Heracles, you should understand. As my offspring, I have bestowed upon you the divine bloodline, granted you unparalleled gifts, and conferred upon you a glory that surpasses all mortals. All of this stems from my profound expectations of you. Thus, my child, I can overlook your minor affronts, for you are still too young to grasp the complexities of the world. Yet this does not justify your questioning of me, your father. You ought to express gratitude towards me, to revere me far beyond all others, rather than that woman who has sullied your noble lineage. Those destined for greatness concern themselves with not the trivialities. Step back, remain in Olympus, and continue along the path I have laid out for you. You shall ultimately become an immortal deity, the cornerstone of my dominion over all beings. The voice was calm and distant, in response to Heracles' inquiries. Zeus displayed none of the anticipated fury. Whether human or divine, the majority are frequently swayed by their emotions, yet he remained impervious. Even though the image of Métis lingered in his memory, the king of the gods harbored no regrets for his actions. Had it not been for his decisions of yore, he might have succumbed to the schemes of foreign deities, and who knows what would have become of him today. With a slight bow of his head, Zeus extended a hand. The affair with Alcmene was merely an accident. I never intended for her demise, even for your sake. Yet now that the unexpected has transpired, let it pass. Come, stand before me, and I shall bestow upon you the glory that all living beings yearn for but cannot attain, an escape from mortality. To stand alongside the gods. In comparison, what does the life and death of a mortal truly signify? With a deep breath, the mighty hero stepped back, the heavy bronze club cutting through the air with a whoosh. Despite having mentally prepared for this moment, hearing such words directly from his father stirred uncontainable emotions within Heracles. Is this truly the king of the gods, the source of his own lineage? As your offspring, it fills me only with sorrow. The shadows of the club trembled as the great hero inhaled deeply. Yet, standing before him, Zeus merely furrowed his brow, offering no further reaction. It is not surprising that he cannot comprehend. After all, the majority of humanity is ignorant and ensnared by their emotions. However, it matters not. Once Heracles voiced his inquiries, he had already steeled himself. Such a valuable progeny would not be treated with undue harshness. Just as with Athena, even if she is not always obedient, Zeus still grants her leniency. They require guidance, whether a king instructing his subjects or a father educating his children. Thus, observing the descending shadow of the club, the king of the gods spoke softly, Zephyrus. In an instant, the god of the west wind appeared before him, faced with a being of tremendous power. Standing atop the divine mountain in his prime, even the once mighty columns could not overshadow his form. Heracles, my child, you remain too feeble. You believe yourself to have achieved great things among mortals, yet what do such accomplishments signify in the presence of true greatness? Gently descending from his throne, the king of the gods maintained his composure. The power of the west wind surged, yet it could not encroach upon him. Behold, this is our disparity. You cannot approach me. Indeed, if I so wished, you could not even step foot in the golden palace. And even so, my child, how much of the strength you rely upon truly originates from within you? The celestial pillar, the demons, the malevolent entities, the divine artifacts. They may seem to belong to you, yet in truth, you are merely their user. Furthermore, even when they were alive, they were never your match. Now that they are deceased, what power do they hold over me? The rumbling grew ever more intense within the golden palace, and the gaze of the god king turned increasingly sorrowful. Such exceptional potential. Yet, there remains much to refine in other aspects. Thus, he extended his right hand once more, observing the figure of Heracles before him, and rendered his judgment. This must come to an end. Your actions have gone too far. The starry skies, the vast seas, the realm of the dead, and the countless beings upon the earth, you have wrought too much chaos upon this world, relying solely on my bloodline and power. Heracles, your arrogance stems from this. Yet, while they may not have imparted humility, they have certainly bestowed upon you hubris. In light of this, you have committed a grave error, and I shall personally reclaim what belongs to me. From the void, invisible shackles emerged. Heracles' power, although not granted by Zeus, could not sustain him without the relics of demons. Devoid of those formidable weapons, the god king was more than capable of sealing a mere mortal. Thus, summoning the strength of Olympus, Zeus gathered it within his palm. You possess a celestial pillar, and I possess one far more potent. How could you possibly withstand me? With a decisive gesture, the god king's voice resonated with cold detachment. The power I bestowed upon you, I now reclaim with my own hands. I shall await you upon the divine mountain, my child, until you come to realize your errors, until you return here to pledge your fealty to your sovereign. With a single press, the world was turned upside down. The might of the divine mountain transformed into a phantom, sealing both the copper staff and Heracles within its grasp. Since you cannot discern reality at present, let reality be your teacher. After all, setbacks are but a part of life. Chapter 487. Shackles and keys descending from the heavens, he plummeted to the earthly realm. The wind howled in his ears, shattering the layers of clouds above. Pressed against his chest by his own weapon, he felt as though he bore the weight of a great mountain. A momentary focus gathered at his wrist, only to swiftly dissipate. Since gaining consciousness, Heracles had never felt so feeble. For ethereal shackles, straddling the line between the tangible and the intangible, entwined around him, binding the strength capable of moving mountains. This was the seal of the God King, which had once imprisoned giants in the First Age, heralding the beginning of the Earth Mother's rebellion against the Sky Father. It had also sealed the Sun in the Second Age, signifying Kronos' dominion over the celestial realm. Now, it had been cast upon a mere mortal, yielding even more profound effects. If the previous two were imprisoned, the God King at least could not diminish their innate formidable power, yet Heracles was different. Though his strength was immense, it could not rival that of the hundred-handed giant, and before the ancient sun god, he could not stand alongside the sun. Thus, the rules easily ensnared him, rendering him as fragile as an ordinary mortal in this moment. In the depths of his consciousness, the great hero touched the silver halo. It was the mark left by the artifact, the mirror of splendor, which had guided him to Mount Olympus. It was due to its presence that Heracles had allowed his heart to roam free, embarking on the divine mountain unprepared. So long as it remained, he could retrace his steps. Moreover, he possessed one hidden card yet to be played, the false immortality. Andromeda had informed him that only the primal gods or powers equal to theirs could violently shatter this ritual. In the echoes of that historical vision, the true form of the God King had long been imprisoned in Asgard after he had performed his vile sacrifice. He had betrayed the covenant between gods and mortals, forsaking the morals and honor befitting a deity, ultimately failing to triumph. Upon witnessing this scene, Heracles felt nothing but shame. His lineage stemmed from such a god, who was also the king of all gods. With a resounding thud, the silver light twisted, and the great hero vanished along the path he had come, falling into the realm of all spirits. Yet, perhaps due to preordained rules, even the power of the Mirror of Splendor did not return him to his origin, but instead placed him at the edge of the spirit realm. The sacred ground of reincarnation was not to be trespassed by outsiders. This was an immutable rule. Collapsing onto the cobbled stone surface, Heracles remained motionless. He gazed up at the 4 celestial moons in the sky, silently processing all that had transpired. "Oh, you're back?" A voice of surprise rang out as Eros flitted his wings, materializing before him. Gazing at the great hero sprawled on the ground, she prodded him gently with the tip of her lead arrow, seemingly to ascertain whether this formidable figure still drew breath. "As you can see, dear prince, I have returned alive." Without rising, Hercules maintained a serene demeanor. This unexpected calm piqued Eros's curiosity further. Are you not astonished? I anticipated your return and awaited you here. Perhaps it is due to my unimpeded journey." Speaking plainly, the great hero articulated, "This is the heart of the spirit realm. Before my arrival, I envisioned numerous challenges and dangers. Yet, upon reaching this place and grasping the reflection in that divine mirror, I encountered no obstacles. Upon introspection, there must be some reason for this. And now it appears you may be one of those reasons." Eros's brow furrowed slightly, filled with disappointment. As the twin of desire, she relished vibrant and elevated emotions, whether they be fear, hatred, love, anger, astonishment, or something else entirely. But Hercules, in this moment, exuded a tranquility that belied the gravity of his recent experiences. Blinking, Eros scrutinized the figure before her more closely. Moments later, a flicker of realization crossed her face. What an impressive seal. Is Zeus truly so formidable? No, that cannot be. The king of gods is indeed powerful. Yet no matter how mighty he may be, he cannot solely rely on a seal to thwart me, for I am Eros, the twin of desire. Placing her hand on the great hero's arm, she felt a sudden connection that shattered the barriers imposed by the rules. Like emotions suppressed beneath the ocean's depths surging forth, the sensations erupted, causing the 2 arrows at her waist to quiver slightly. As one of the primordial deities of love and emotion, her twin's powers often rivaled the might of the gods, and in certain respects, even surpassed it in absolute potency. Thus, it was effortless for Eros to dismantle the separation, her eyes curving into a smile. Such intense emotions were the feast she most adored. "How delightful! As a human, I shall remember you." Nodding in satisfaction, Eros regarded the great hero. "I have made my decision. The arrow I previously fashioned for you shall now serve as a reward. Furthermore, I shall bestow upon you an additional gift, utilizing your anger and hatred. After all, I have long found Zeus to be rather disagreeable, but my accumulated power has never sufficed." Drawing the lead arrow from her waist, Eros's expression turned earnest. "The arrow of vengeance cannot be compelled. Only the one who harbors the sentiment can consent. So, dear human, shall you lend me your hatred? You can feel it, can't you? The curse entwined upon this arrow? You are neither the first nor the last. I have collected the enmity of more than one being towards the God King, and you too may become one among them. It is up to you." Struggling to rise, a profound emptiness enveloped him. He paid little heed to Eros's intentions. The great hero merely absorbed the reality of his condition. Never had he felt so feeble, as if his former strength had never truly existed. "It is futile. You cannot shatter the God King's seal. Even considering that you are merely human, I doubt whether other great divine powers could unravel this seal." The lead arrow flickered, its hue deepening. Satisfied, Eros appeared to perceive Heracles' thoughts, yet she merely shook her head. You are too fragile, in comparison to the immortal deities. Even the ritual in your grasp cannot withstand the collision of two great divine powers within you. To break it, perhaps only your own strength could suffice. But to be frank, I cannot fathom how a mere human could possess such power. Well, it is time for you to depart. Her expression shifted dramatically. Having acquired what she desired, Eros promptly exhibited a change of demeanor. The realm of all beings is not a place for this human, especially since he has now lost his strength and cannot move freely here. To remain forcefully would be suicidal, so it is best to return whence you came. With a wave of her hand, an invisible repulsion manifested, and Eros cast him back to the mortal realm. As for why not to the underworld, it is simply because that too would be inhospitable for mortals. Although she cared little for the lives of ordinary humans, this one was somewhat special. Once more, he plummeted, an endless descent. When he opened his eyes again, Heracles beheld the sunlight. Rising from the ground, his weakened body had somewhat recovered. After all, despite his loss of power, the great hero remained a robust and formidable warrior. Had it not been for the abrupt loss, which left his body struggling to adapt, Heracles would not have appeared so feeble. His gaze gradually scanned the surroundings. He found himself in a forest, devoid of any signs of human activity. Only in the distance loomed a colossal, unobservable shadow, a remnant of a mountain, once a pillar that supported the heavens. Though it had collapsed, its existence remained unmatched. The center of the continent. Upon closer inspection, the great hero confirmed that he was not within the routes he had previously traversed. Yet this was only to be expected. For given the towering height of Mount Odysseus, even from hundreds of thousands of miles away, one could still glimpse that immeasurable crag. Having ascertained his location, Heracles felt a flicker of bewilderment stir within him. Most of the mysteries have now been unraveled, yet he has also fallen victim to Zeus's seal. Thus, he ponders his next course of action and how he might triumph over his father, the sovereign deity of Olympus. The bronze staff that fell alongside him sways gently, seemingly beckoning to something. However, under the confines of Olympus, it is nothing more than an ordinary weapon. Perhaps, in a certain light, Zeus's words hold truth. For Heracles, who was born with powers far surpassing those of ordinary mortals, there is indeed something he lacks. He has never lived as an ordinary man. Despite his attempts to comprehend their thoughts, he has never been merely human, as he could extinguish the venomous serpent sent by Hera at birth. A gift akin to that of the celestial beings. When the gods lose their immortality and strength, do they remain gods? The great hero cannot answer this question. For when faced with it himself, he too finds it difficult to provide a response. This, then, is the source of Zeus's confidence. He believes that, like every deity and every being of immense power, their confidence is intrinsically linked to their strength. If their power is stripped away, they will inevitably come to realize their mistakes and bow before the great king of gods. A sudden clang, Heracles' expression shifts as he turns to the source of the sound. There, a familiar bronze coffin has crashed to the ground. The lid slides off, revealing the youthful goddess, reminiscent of Sleeping Beauty, lying serenely within. At that very moment, the great hero seems to glimpse the form of Eros. This is the reward I promised you. Are you happy? La la la. Eros mimics the sound with his lips, drawing back his bow. In the next instant, a golden arrow soars through the air, striking the heart of the youthful goddess. As the arrow embeds itself, it dissipates like flowing water. Glimmers of light emerge, enveloping the goddess. After enduring numerous calamities, including a sorcerer's ambush, a sacrifice to the mother tree, and soul-devouring by malevolent entities, she seems to finally catch her breath. Her cheeks gradually regain their color, and her breathing becomes steadier. At last, she slowly opens her eyes. After several days, she has regained consciousness. Observing this scene, although he struggles to recall the origin of the golden arrow, Heracles steps forward and inquires, Lady Hebe, are you well? Are you speaking of me? Bewildered, the youthful goddess gazes at the first being she sees upon awakening, her eyes filled with confusion. Yet, inexplicably, upon seeing this figure, a profound sense of trust wells up within her. He is trustworthy, indeed, just like that. So, is my name Hebe? You? Before the goddess of youth. The peculiar reaction of Hebe left Heracles in a state of astonishment. A deity suffering from amnesia. Could the power of the river of forgetfulness truly affect a divine being? The circumstances leading to Hebe's condition were the result of multiple intertwined factors. The river of forgetfulness, which pervades the spirit realm, inherently possesses aspects related to memory, and the punitive forces of the earthly laws, coupled with the sacrificial energies, had severely weakened the goddess of youth. Furthermore, the existence of the faceless devourer had rattled her psyche, while Eros's golden arrow delivered the final blow. At that moment, the first amnesiac primordial deity of chaos was born, though this state may not be permanent after all. The independence and indestructibility of a divine spirit are inherently safeguarded. It remained true for the present. In the grand design, even the power of the river of forgetfulness had been slightly amplified, as a unique divinity began to spread through its waters. Ah, how clever I am! Not only have I procured the amusement I desired, but I have also augmented the might of the underworld river. Henceforth, even if my actions are discovered, none shall dare to criticize me. With a gleeful expression, Eros had not anticipated such an outcome. Initially, she merely intended to observe how Heracles would respond to the affections emanating from someone bearing the identities of a half-sister, a goddess nurtured by Hera, and the daughter of an adversary. Yet, she could never have foreseen that Hebe would lose her memory. Well, amnesia is quite beneficial. Indeed, my cleverness surpasses that of Voros. With a hearty laugh, Eros unfurled her wings and soared back into the depths of the spirit realm. Today's unexpected turn of events required her to first attend to the affairs of the river of the underworld. Chapter 488, Conversations in the Underworld, Edge of the Abyss. Just as Heracles encountered Hebe, the river Styx underwent a transformation. Clutching his harp, Andy returned to the place where they had previously parted ways. He had cast off the avatar of the Crown of Silence in a more straightforward manner, by directly crossing the portal of the underworld with the essence of the realm of eternal night. Thus, awakening from his slumber, Cerberus, who had lost the mark of the God King, collided directly with the ancient evil's avatar. A fierce battle ensued, while Andy discreetly withdrew. Upon his return, the puppet naturally found no trace of Heracles. Exercising his authority, Andy attempted to peer into the shadows of the past. Despite numerous obstacles, he managed to glimpse fragments of knowledge anchored by the rituals he had left with the great hero. For instance, he saw that Heracles had entered the spirit world from this place and deduced that he should currently be among mortals. With a slight upward tilt of his head, producing a faint wooden creak, Andy sensed the direction of the ritual's location, which was near Mount Odals, but still far from where the goddess of the magic net once lingered. He nodded silently, as if arriving at a revelation. Just as the puppet intended to depart, the river Styx suddenly quivered. Water splashed, and bubbles ascended. A flicker of surprise crossed Anne's eyes as he observed the changes in the river of forgetfulness. Among the three most significant rivers in the underworld, Styx undoubtedly reigned supreme. While Acheron was once unremarkable yet had grown increasingly potent in recent years, to his astonishment, the river of forgetfulness had also undergone a transformation today. No longer falling behind its counterparts, the river of forgetfulness is of no concern to me. His form began to blur as Andy prepared to leave once more. However, in the next moment, he halted again, turning to gaze at the gray plains nearby. Your Majesty Hades, what an unexpected visitor. You have it reversed, my unfamiliar lord. Hades replied, shaking his head slightly, correcting Anne's assertion. As the ruler of the underworld and the embodiment of the land of the dead, it is you who is the guest upon my domain. In truth, had it not been for that human's presence, I would have arrived the moment I sensed your aura. Yet, it is not too late now. After a brief pause, Hades extended an invitation. Might you wish to join the underworld? Taken aback by this proposition, Andy had speculated much about Hades' appearance. After all, he had not expected to conceal his powers from the deity who governed the underworld when displaying his might upon its soil. Yet, as Hades had mentioned, he was not particularly inclined to engage with Heracles or Dionysus. The lord of the underworld does not hold the son of the god king in high regard, and this is hardly surprising. What truly astonishes him, however, is that the latter would ultimately appear before him and extend an invitation. Your Majesty Hades, might you have mistaken your deity? He cautions, subtly revealing a fraction of his innate power. I am not a primordial deity, rather. I am a god born of faith, what the Olympian gods would deem a heretic or evil god, as a member of the divine court. It seems rather inappropriate for you to extend such an invitation to me. There is nothing inappropriate about it, Hades replies, shaking his head. If you were a typical primordial deity, you would likely have no desire to integrate into the realm of the underworld. It is precisely because you are a god of faith that I see potential for collaboration between us. You yearn for belief, while I aspire to expand the entirety of our realm. These two desires need not conflict. What say you? Would you consider it? Observing his demeanor, Hades continues. You do not strike me as a conventional deity, and I doubt you are overly concerned about the underworld's environment. You must recognize that, in the near future, Zeus's dominion over the mortal realm will only grow stronger. Sooner or later, there will be no sanctuary left for beings like you. Departing while you still can might be a prudent choice. Silently contemplating Hades' words, Ander cannot deny that there is some merit to his claims. Indeed, if he were an ordinary god of faith, he would likely be alarmed by the rising power of the Olympian god-king. In light of this, Hades' offer of refuge might not be without its allure. Yet, the underworld, too, appears to be succumbing to the god-king's influence. It is not merely the gods of faith who are at risk, but even Hades himself. Ander voices his skepticism, but Hades remains unfazed. I have prepared for this eventuality. Should you choose to join the underworld, you will soon learn more. However, until then, I must refrain from disclosing further details. Very well, I understand. Ander replies with a slight nod, resolutely declining the offer. Regrettably, Your Majesty Hades, I have no intentions of joining the underworld at this time. After all, regardless of other considerations, as a conduit of drama, the original puppeteer, and one of the fabled bards, I possess a continuous source of faith that sustains my divine rank beyond level 6. This is a classification unique to gods of faith. Under these circumstances, even if the mortal realm is entirely dominated by the God King, I can remain sheltered within the divine realm, free from concern for his power. Therefore, if there is nothing further, I must take my leave. With a calm demeanor, Ander faces Hades, a being of considerably greater power, unperturbed by the disparity before him. The rejected Hades furrowed his brow but made no further move. A divine rank of 6. Is that a feeble divine power? Very well. If that is the case, then you may proceed as you wish. With a resounding crash, Hades' form erupted, transforming once more into a myriad of sands. The concept of divine rank was not lost on the Lord of the Underworld. It resembled the essence of true divine office and was fundamentally tied to the belief in deities. Perhaps this so-called divine office was merely another manifestation of divinity stemming from the world. The deity before him boasted at least a moderate level of divine power, standing out even among the nefarious gods. It was indeed regrettable that the recruitment was unsuccessful. However, unlike Zeus, Hades had come merely to test the waters. Therefore, if it was not to be, then so be it. Thank you, Your Majesty Hades. Relieved by this outcome, Ander harbored no desire to engage in conflict with such a formidable being ranked among the very best. His lack of fear stemmed from a profound understanding of his own puppet form, which possessed numerous unique attributes. Its concealment was difficult to detect. It had an inherent affinity for history and space, and it resonated with the magical web. It exhibited resistance and immunity to the majority of powers and even some authorities. Furthermore, as its creator grew more potent, this artifact, which witnessed the dawn of divine belief, became increasingly remarkable. Yet, this did not grant Ander the liberty to act recklessly, for much like the cunning God King, no one could guarantee that Hades lacked unique trump cards of his own. The Lord of the Underworld, if the opportunity arises in the future, he could be worth approaching. He pondered silently, but that was a matter for another day. The previously halted phasing continued, and this time, Ander's departure was not interrupted. Soon, the banks of the river Styx, which had recently endured a great battle, returned to tranquility. Where is everyone? After a while, a streak of light raced from afar. Utilizing a contingency left by Zeus, Dionysus hurriedly returned, having temporarily resealed a portion of the corridors of flesh that had been unleashed. The complete ancient malevolent entity was no trifling matter. He was almost certain that if Heracles had faced the soul eater of 1,000 faces at the time of its birth, before it had been obliterated multiple times, the chances of failure would have been significant. However, upon Dionysus' swift return, he was taken aback to find no traces of anyone before him. Where is everyone? Where have they gone? In utter disbelief, Dionysus searched for quite some time by the banks of the Styx, but found nothing. There were numerous signs of battles that had occurred and an amalgam of different powers lingering in the air, yet not a single living soul could be found. After some time, he sat at the riverbank of oblivion. The individual is indeed elusive, and he can only linger here for a while. Look. What have I discovered? With an air of excitement, Eros, having just examined the changes at the source of the river Lethe, stumbled upon Dionysus, a solitary god without a divine office, and yet the son of the mighty Zeus. Well, it seems fortune has turned against you. Come, stand alongside the skeletal remains. With a swift motion, an arrow was loosed. Although lacking the divine hatred enhancement, its power was rather ordinary. Yet Dionysus proved to be exceedingly weak. Consequently, he offered little resistance, and was pierced through the chest by the arrow. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Although Dionysus was indeed affected by the golden arrow, he momentarily remained motionless, as if one part of him had been struck, while another remained unscathed. Frowning, Eros was about to approach to investigate, when suddenly, Dionysus regained his movement. How peculiar. Could this be what it means to be a god without a divine office? Shaking her head in confusion, Eros dismissed this trivial matter. With her delicate wings fluttering slightly, she continued her flight along the banks of the river Styx. At the very least, this outing must serve a purpose, such as retrieving the dissipating souls from the malevolent entity and casting them back into the river Lethe, in the mortal realm, the Western Sea, to return from where one descended. For ordinary folk, this is no simple task, as the temporal and spatial peculiarities of the entrance to the underworld render it challenging to discern the point of origin from the destination. However, Ander was evidently an exception. Thus, it did not take long for him to emerge from a cave not far from the coast, returning once more to the realm of the living. Expanding his senses, he searched the surroundings. Upon a nearby reef, he spotted a slender figure, Prometheus, quietly gazing out at the sea, the howling storm and towering waves crashing over him, droplets of water cascading upon his form. Once again, this titan, imprisoned for millennia, traversed this land. Yet, throughout the journey, he spoke little, preferring the solace of silence. You have returned, but what of Heracles? He has undoubtedly gone where he needs to be. Anders spoke in a calm tone. I do not believe you were oblivious, otherwise, you would not be awaiting here. Indeed. Sighing, the perceptive sage slowly articulated, in truth, Heracles likely anticipated this as well. The Book of Purgatory, a tome from the Nine Hells. It chronicles countless mysteries, capable of answering the majority of the world's perplexities, yet it cannot alter its very essence. This is a book born of the realm of devils, and the gifts of devils have never been intended to fulfill one's own desires. As this cunning path reaches its conclusion, he may attain an answer, yet it will undoubtedly not be the resolution he desires. The sea breeze wafts in, carrying with it a hint of briny tang. However, having lingered long enough at the ocean's gaze, Prometheus has grown accustomed to such sensations. Suspended in the air, a puppet approaches his side. In regard to the words of the foreseer, Andy could not agree more. Indeed, the devil is not an entity one can engage with lightly. Their shadows have loomed over the twilight of the Bronze Age. However, while I do not believe he will succeed, it is not for those reasons. I simply see no merit in clandestine crossings, which is why I refrained from accompanying him. Ultimately, the outcome corroborated my suspicions. As the puppet's neck turned, its voice momentarily faltered. Gazing at the gaunt figure beside him, he voiced the curiosity that had long lingered in his heart. Your Highness Prometheus, I have harbored a question for quite some time. In this adventure with Heracles, each of us possesses our distinct motivations. I remain uncertain about Ammon, but he is dead, or at least appears to be. Dionysus has been sent by Zeus, serving his father. My desire is to traverse the spirit realm alongside Heracles. In pursuit of an answer I seek, what about you? Did you embark on this journey solely to repay him for rescuing you? He harbored no doubts about Prometheus. For a deity capable of remembering each of their creations is not to be questioned. Yet Andy was deeply perplexed. I am eager to know. Have you truly relinquished everything from the Bronze Age? Prometheus asserts that he has let go, yet Andy feels otherwise. For millennia, the bearer of fire has never yielded to the king of gods, and it should remain so now. He has merely grown wiser, more rational, thus learning to resolve issues through means that genuinely achieve their ends. And the root of this dilemma, aside from the king of gods, who else could it be? Chapter 489, Shadows at the Edge of the World. The question remained unanswered. Prometheus chose silence in response to Anders' inquiry. Yet often, silence serves as an answer in itself. Thus, despite the shocking nature of the truth, the puppet had no choice but to believe. Prometheus, unlike the tales sung by mortals, did not possess a prophecy concerning the succession of the divine monarch. However, he was undoubtedly aware of something that could inflict grievous harm upon the sovereign of the gods, who had long transcended the status of mere deities. As for the nature of this means, Ander found it difficult to ascertain, only knowing that it likely pertained to Heracles. Therefore, Prometheus's assistance throughout had been both a gesture of gratitude for the aid received and a means to fulfill his own desires. Clearly, the previous iteration of Heracles, despite his formidable power, fell short of Prometheus's expectations. What was still lacking? Ander inquired. A heart that recognizes its own identity, was the gentle reply from the wise seer. I understand your intention to guide him deep into the spirit realm, for you perceive him as the one who has received an invitation. Only by remaining at his side can you hope to reach the pinnacle of the spirit realm. I concur with your notion, as embarking on a journey into the depths of the spirit realm may indeed aid him in self-discovery. So what are you waiting for? Do not rush. Cough, cough, cough. The deity chuckled softly, his visage pale as he cleared his throat. No one is born to bear burdens, even if they are Heracles. Although the Bronze Age has faded into memory, it imparted many truths to me. I shall no longer dictate to others what they ought to do. Instead, I will stand by when they require my assistance, utilizing my experience and wisdom to help them navigate their challenges. As day gives way to night, and the moon rises to replace the sun, time swiftly passes. On Mount Olympus, although Heracles had been cast down to the mortal realm, Zeus could not forsake his watch over him. After all, he was the most vital piece on the board, his finest offspring among the demigods. Even the process by which Heracles accessed the spirit realm through spatial power did not escape Zeus's notice. He was no fool. He could not overlook the sudden disappearance of such a great hero. However, without the presence of his true form, it was indeed challenging for Olympus to obstruct such a shift in space, which is why the king of the gods refrained from intervening. Naturally, Zeus was not surprised by this, for it was precisely how Heracles had arrived at his golden palace. Undoubtedly, the lords of the spirit realm, unable to contend with him, turned their gaze upon his offspring. Moreover, given that Alcmene had recently encountered troubles alongside all of Asgard, it was only to be expected that they would seize upon this opportunity. Nevertheless, for all intents and purposes, the matter concluded here. Their own seals are unremovable, unless he is simply killed. Otherwise, Heracles would be of no use to the spirit realm. Unfortunately, as a human bound by fate, the great hero has gained a modicum of recognition from a celestial symbol of power. Once he harnesses this strength, he is destined to remain tethered to the mortal realm for eternity, which is why Zeus merely cast him down to earth rather than to Tartarus. Furthermore, should the spirit realm choose to eliminate him directly, it would only serve to bolster their own advantage in future confrontations. If sacrificing a son, a being who could become a deified individual only after unifying the earthly throne, could yield significant benefits in upcoming battles with the spirit realm, then Zeus would eagerly accept it. After all, nurturing Heracles has consumed much of his time, yet the gods are immortal. As long as he can unify the mortal domain, he will have ample opportunities to forge another great hero. So in the end, they decided to return him? Indeed, to you, he must be a proverbial hot potato. Grasping the tricolor scepter, Zeus sensed the stirrings from the west. There, a seal he had previously set had been disturbed. If all proceeded as expected, Heracles would be found there, near the desolate ruins of Mount Odysseus. Frowning slightly, the king of gods contemplated relocating him. He did not seal his powers merely to allow Heracles to bask in his solitude. Yet the next moment, beside the great hero, Zeus suddenly detected a familiar aura. Hebe, what brings her here? Momentarily taken aback, the king was surprised. It seems that the sorcerer who had abducted the goddess of youth had been dealt with by Heracles. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps he had underestimated that sorcerer, or maybe his offspring truly possessed remarkable capabilities. With a fleeting glint in his eye, as if lost in thought, Zeus withdrew his hand, refraining from attempting to shift Heracles' position. Well, with Hebe present, that is fortuitous. A faint smile graced the king's face before his expression returned to calm. This is rather splendid. With Alcmene gone, we now have Hebe. Zephyrus, your majesty, did you call for me? The god of the west wind manifested respectfully. Zeus merely gestured lightly, handing over a letter imbued with divine power. Deliver this to Aphrodite and instruct her to act according to my wishes. Remember to keep it from Heracles' notice. I do this for her sake. I trust they will thank me in the future. Yes, your majesty. Nodding in agreement, Zephyrus transformed into a bird, grasped the letter, and swiftly exited the palace. A flicker of confusion crossed Zeus's mind as he pondered why this loyal subordinate had recently adopted the undesirable habits associated with Poseidon. However, given that Persephone was still capable of fulfilling his duties, Zeus chose not to dwell on the matter excessively. It was merely a personal preference. As long as it did not interfere with his responsibilities, he would allow it. Well, let us set aside matters concerning Mount Olympus for the time being. It is time for me to pay a visit there. As a subtle shift in his expression occurred, Zeus recalled the brief encounter with spatial turbulence upon his return to the divine mountain. Misfortune often conceals blessings, and blessings may harbor misfortune. In the instant of his descent into the abyss, the overwhelming power of the king of gods seemed to have expanded his perception beyond a certain threshold, allowing him to detect a faint disturbance at the edge of existence. Vaguely, This disturbance reminded him of the initial discovery of Asgard. Yet, upon closer examination, the disparity between the two was profoundly vast. The king of gods was uncertain of what it was, but his intuition urged him to investigate further. The nameless realm, where yellow sands swirl in the air. The ground is parched and cracked, a testament to desolation. Above, the sky holds no trace of moisture or cloud. Occasionally, rain falls, yet no clean water sources can be found. The bitterly tinted droplets resemble the heavens weeping or perhaps punishing those forsaken souls who have turned their backs on the divine. Each gulp swallowed feels as though his esophagus is being severed and mercilessly scorched. I have no choice. I must survive. Endure until I reach the fabled New World. With a fierce bite into the neck of a wild beast, Judas greedily drank the warm blood. In this shattered land, far removed from its core, any living creature was a rarity. After all, the sun, which once nurtured all, had vanished, and the deities symbolizing nature had perished. Survivors like him were exceedingly few, and with each passing day, their numbers dwindled. This was a forsaken hell, where even the last vestiges of divine mercy had never graced the land. Gulp. The blood coursed down into his stomach, and Judas felt a modicum of relief. Despite existing in such a world, even the blood of beasts bore traces of toxicity. The mixture with gastric juices incessantly provoked the nerves of its consumer. However, in comparison to the foul, decaying insects and moss, this was the finest delicacy available. Gradually, his strength began to return. Struggling to rise, Judas surveyed the desolate and dilapidated world around him. The sky resembled a shattered mirror, reflecting a scene of annihilation. The earth was riddled with cracks and ravines, littered with bones and insects. Yet, Judas understood that this world had not always been so. It once basked in the light of sun and moon, adorned with flowers and caressed by gentle breezes. The great Nile has nourished the myriad life along its banks, bestowing upon them fertile lands in the exuberance of seasonal floods. Yet now, all of this is but a distant memory. It is shattered, akin to porcelain, a precious gem fragmented. Even more disheartening is the fact that he ought to have been among the victors, to join the great Hebrew prophet Moses in glorifying the omnipotence and might of the Lord. However, at the moment when celestial changes unfolded, his position was rather remote. Thus, with the world's disintegration and the distortion of time and space, as the entire realm of Himenu transformed into myriad fragments, Judas and a select few found themselves amidst the scattered remnant. Numerous such shards existed, swirling around the primordial waters, gradually being absorbed and assimilated. Regardless of whether this was orchestrated by otherworldly forces or deities, it was an immutable outcome. Yet this was of no concern to Judas. He was acutely aware of his abandonment, even if all stemmed from a natural disaster. No, not yet. The prophecy of the great prophet endures. We shall surely return to our homeland, to the land promised to the Hebrews. There flows milk and honey, the sacred soil bestowed upon us by the divine. The noble blood that courses through our veins shall ignite there, and all foreign tribes shall be but our servants. His visage twisted, eyes bulging. Judas could not discern the truth of this, yet it was the sole belief he clung to. The more desperate the circumstances, the more precious hope becomes. The closer one stands to the brink of death, the purer faith may grow. Like his brethren dwelling in this place, when the prophecy, shrouded in uncertainty, has been repeated 1,000 times, the instinct for survival compels belief. Thus, with piety, he prayed fervently to the omnipotent Lord, dragging his quarry towards his dwelling. Provisions for the coming days were secured. Now, he must safeguard his hard-won prize. Indeed, he must protect his spoils. In such an environment, all living beings were his adversaries. Chaos, at the edge of the river of worlds. The void quivered slightly, reflecting the figure of the divine king. Divine power pushed aside the surroundings. Prior to his arrival, Zeus had erased all traces of movement with his authority. Within the current realm, as long as he was willing to expend sufficient energy, he could still conceal his presence. The only drawback was the inherent weakness of this incarnation. Shaking his head slightly, the God King found himself at an impasse. Thus far, apart from establishing himself on Olympus and leveraging the powers conferred by the divine court and the interface with Asgard, he had no other means of manifesting such an incarnation in the absence of his true form. In comparison, had Tartarus possessed sufficient wisdom, it would have been effortless for him to manifest a being of great caliber. The blood and flesh mother tree is beyond comparison. During the cataclysm of Typhon, a portion of its formidable power was conferred upon the king of all demons, while another segment was bestowed upon the Earth Mother. A branch sculpted the aberration of the sun, and the residual strength could still shake the seals, inciting tumultuous upheaval in the underworld. For an entity of such magnitude, Zeus is but a mere shadow. Should he unleash his full might, the king of the gods would scarcely endure a few exchanges. Fortunately, such a scenario is eternally improbable. After all, under the supreme will of the present world, all beings can only grow weaker and more fragmented. Those unable to divide will merely be imprisoned by him. Only I, as a sovereign deity aligned with his interests, can continuously progress and grow stronger. This is the prevailing trend. To defy destiny is to court failure. My father and grandfather failed to grasp this truth. If he desires your demise, why not consider from a different perspective? If you could consistently bring him benefits, how could you possibly meet such a dire fate? Casting a glance back, stepping beyond the traditional confines of the world into the void radiating with the power of chaos, a flicker of doubt crossed Zeus's mind. For within the river of worlds, he sensed not the striking auras of Oceanus, the god of the ocean, nor Thetis, the goddess of primordial waters. Aside from the ceaseless flow of the river, there was naught but an absence of any other presence. Have they departed? But where could they go? After a moment's contemplation, gazing at the tumultuous ocean within the world, Zeus believed he had found the answer. Indeed, the disturbance caused by Poseidon's departure was rather profound. However, in a certain sense, this also signifies that his divine office is indeed potent and holds great value in the current realm. Otherwise, the departure of the Titan of weather, Crius, would not have stirred such considerable trouble. Chapter 490. The Whispers of the Demon. Without lingering too long on the matter of Orkanos, it is evident that, in a certain sense, fixating on it now holds little significance. The main body remains absent, and the divine artifact is sealed within Asgard. Relying solely on this avatar, Zeus finds it exceedingly difficult to effect any change. Turning away, he follows the faint resonance that guides him, continuously distancing himself from the boundaries of the chaos realm. However, with each movement, his avatar becomes increasingly tenuous and translucent, as if the divine power surrounding him is draining away. Akin to a dam giving way to a torrent of water, an unstoppable deluge. Furrowing his brow briefly before relaxing, the spectacle before him does not surprise the king of gods. Given his status, once he strays from the dominion of the chaos realm, his power diminishes at a pace far exceeding any other deity. This is the peculiar nature of sovereignty and the inevitability of the divine king. Fortunately, as he is merely an avatar at present, he need not dwell on such concerns. Thus, Zeus presses onward, undeterred. As time flows ever so slowly, the essence of chaos surrounding him becomes increasingly insubstantial. The notion of being grows ever more elusive, while the void of nothingness becomes starkly pronounced. Glancing back, the world has transformed into an almost imperceptible point, rendering his presence nearly invisible. Only a mysterious connection, maintained in the ether, prevents him from becoming lost within the abyss. Upon reaching this juncture, Zeus perceives a peculiar disturbance in Il. His spirit invigorated, he instinctively quickens his pace. At a certain moment, as the existence of his avatar nears collapse, at the very edge of chaos's influence, the king of gods finally discerns a hue distinct from the void. It manifests as a minute point, yet upon closer inspections, its essence reveals a fragment of shattered space. After a brief interval, as Zeus approaches the debris, he meticulously surveys the surroundings. If all proceeds as anticipated, it should be a remnant that has fallen from the world's periphery. In contrast to Asgard, its power is feeble. If the once mighty domain of Asgard struggled for a considerable duration after its descent into the chaos realm, clinging to the vestiges of creation until Zeus's intrusion nearly extinguished it, this fragment, having not yet fully entered the world, has all but surrendered to the order and rules of chaos. Of course, almost does not equate to absolute certainty, thus. Standing outside the fragment, in a state so fragile it could collapse with a mere breath, the king cannot glean the activities within. Should he wish to ascertain what lies inside, he must venture in personally. Yet, confronted with this predicament, Zeus finds himself hesitating. A diminutive shard of a world is not particularly daunting, but the origins of this fragment are what truly instill caution within him. Gazing into the profound abyss of the unknown, a realm untouched even by the might of chaos, one might ponder whether the primordial force of creation has extended itself in alternate ways. Yet, at least it has not cast its gaze upon the being and non-being along this path. Fragments of the world, the outer gods, the prophetic dreamscape, the harbinger of annihilation. Recently, the enigmatic dissipating power of chaos, the sovereign of the spiritual realm, and the sudden surge of strength within the world over recent decades. have all contributed to such unsettling transformations even within Tartarus, as it endeavored to glimpse the domains beyond greatness. Even after his attempts faltered, the vast and boundless source of power, alongside the ever-expanding essence of chaos, rendered me incapable of sensing any prolonged weakness. In but a brief span, the abyss was on the verge of mending its wounds. With a flicker of thought, Zeus contemplated deeply. The notion of realms beyond chaos, reminiscent of the once glorious Asgard, carried with it the allure of profit, but equally posed significant peril for the king of the gods. If he had indeed unified the present world, then probing the outer realms seemed a reasonable pursuit. Yet, with internal matters still unresolved, venturing into the unknown appeared to be a precarious endeavor. However, this presented the final chink in my plans. The risks within the world were, to some extent, within my grasp. Even if the power of the sovereign of the spiritual realm exceeded my expectations, as long as the present world stood by my side, inevitable defeat awaited him. Thus, the gravest risk I faced was indeed that which lay beyond my control. In contemplating the outer realms, the king of the gods recalled a minor incident. Not long ago, his avatar in the abyss had been insistent upon summoning his true self to reclaim him, subsequently crafting a new avatar to take his place. According to the avatar, he had unearthed an unfathomable secret within the abyss, intricately linked to the artifact Mjolnir and the essence of the foreign thunder god. However, such revelations were fraught with peril. It seemed that once any related information was inscribed upon a medium, dreadful consequences would ensue. Zeus speculated that this discovery might be connected to Odin, whom he had encountered in the past. After all, whether it be Mjolnir or the foreign thunder god, the fragmented records of Asgard spoke of Odin's son, Thor, a formidable deity and the most likely heir to the throne of the king of the gods. Given the significance of the dominion of the foreign realm and the inheritance of the throne, Zeus regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. However, after much deliberation, he resolved to allow his avatar to persist for the time being, rather than recalling him immediately. This decision was not taken lightly. It was primarily because, upon Olympus, Zeus had undertaken the experimental creation of several avatars. Yet none of them could match the unwavering demeanor of that entity from the abyss, which not only remained unfazed in the presence of the mother of demons, but also adeptly concealed its true nature with an affection so profound that it eluded detection. Under the shared consciousness, the manifestations displayed no difference from their original forms, lacking the formidable power one might envision. This revelation left the god king profoundly astonished. He could only speculate that perhaps this incarnation had undergone some transformation, endowing it with a resolute will that surpassed its original form. While this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development, it simultaneously implied that, in the near term, Zeus could neither reclaim his incarnation nor abandon his efforts to cultivate a rapport with the formidable demon who had succumbed to love. Replacement was futile without a suitable candidate. As for the news conveyed by the incarnation, it could be postponed for a while longer. Regardless, entry into the realm was imperative. Regarding the esoteric secrets of the outer realms, it was likely that the primordial deities possessed knowledge of certain taboos, and I could not afford to lag behind. However, to guard against unforeseen circumstances, I must prepare some contingencies. With a subtle shift in thought, Zeus refrained from invoking the authority of the god king. Instead, he drew forth a fragment of corrupted power from within his being, coupled with a chaotic force from the abyssal demon. If one were to explore the outer domain, even the tiniest fragment necessitated thorough preparation. At the very least, one must don a guise. Who is Zeus? Unknown. In any case, I am not he. At present, I am the abyssal demon manipulated by the mother of flesh and blood, entirely detached from the god king of the present world. It is in pursuit of uncovering the origins of this alien fragment that Ahave manifested an incarnation, venturing into perilous territory. Silently affirming this in his mind, Zeus stepped forward and infused the amalgamated power into the remnants of the world. The space trembled slightly, as if resisting the intrusion of this foreign essence. Yet, after a moment, it assimilated into the fragment. There was no alternative. Perhaps even Zeus himself was unaware. Within this shard of the world resided remnants of his theoretical bloodline descendants. Though these descendants' bloodlines had undoubtedly diverged, and their presence was nearly imperceptible, existence itself was undeniable. Thus, as the will of the god king descended with his power, guided by an unseen force, the first location he graced was adjacent to a settlement of Hebrews. Here, a dwindling campfire flickered, alongside a rough yet complete idol. Amidst the desolation of the broken world, at the foot of an unnamed barren mountain. A figure dragged the weighty carcass of its prey, cautiously navigating the various traps surrounding the settlement. After ensuring that no one had detected his presence, Judas finally returned to the cave he called home. Though modest in size, it appeared remarkably clean compared to the outside world. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he leaned against the rugged stone wall and gradually closed his eyes. Once again, a day unfolds. He must first secure his prey. In whispered thoughts, Judas silently devises his plans. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, every action requires caution, every move necessitates strategy. Much like the traps surrounding the settlement, designed not only to guard against beasts but also to provide sustenance for their master. Most often, the recipients of this bounty are the unwitting creatures that stumble into the snares. Yet, on rare occasions, they may transform into something else entirely. For instance, certain famished kin, who, in their desperation, fall prey to the traps. Each occurrence of such a fate incites a minor revelry within the community. For with the elimination of a potential rival, there exists a greater share of food in the present moment. However, Judas has never partaken in such deeds. Not out of an abundance of kindness, but rather an instinctual understanding that such actions could summon unforeseen calamities. Cannibalism is an abomination condemned by any respectable faith, congregation, or organization, only regarded as commonplace in the most primitive and ignorant of times. Upon introspection, he wonders if the divine still watches over them. Their current plight might merely be a test bestowed by the gods. Thus, committing such acts would be akin to courting doom. Of course, Judas comprehends those who tread this dark path. After all, even among the Hebrews, he once stood as the tallest, the strongest, and the wisest. He possessed knowledge of letters, an understanding of crafts. With these skills, even in such a dire environment, he could preserve his life and hunt sufficient sustenance, while his kin were not so fortunate. Perhaps this reflects the disparity of bloodlines. The Hebrews are imbued with noble lineage, a glory inherent to their being. Yet, it is evident that among them, he is the most distinguished. In silent prayer, Judas confides his realizations to the divine. Unbeknownst to him, a silver fissure opens in the shadows of the cavern. In the next instant, a pair of crimson eyes ignite within the cave's darkness, quietly observing his figure. In the blink of an eye, akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade, days stretch into an eternity as Judas emerges from the cave once more. Despite his efforts to ration and employing methods he had devised to minimize food consumption, the finite passage of time compels him back into the wilderness. As for the settlement, the so-called gathering place has never been a bastion of unity and cooperation. Absent the guidance of a great prophet and devoid of clergy capable of invoking divine response, in such a world, they prioritize trust in themselves over reliance on others. The sole purpose of the settlement is to confront troubles that an individual cannot face alone, such as on certain fateful days when the awakened skeletons roam the shattered earth as restless spirits, perhaps influenced by the divine power of the fallen pillar. They instinctively harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Hebrews. Thus, in order to defend themselves, the surviving humans had no choice but to band together and drive away the corpses of the deceased. Heavy-hearted, in the span of a single afternoon, Judas traversed several locations where traps lay hidden. Yet, perhaps due to his ill fortune, he failed to uncover a single prey in those places. However, it was not merely this lack of success that troubled him. At multiple traps, he discerned signs of destruction and a few reverse traps. These were not intended for hunting beasts, but rather for ensnaring humans, with him potentially being the intended quarry. Taking a deep breath, unsettling suspicions began to surface in Judas's mind. It must be them, those surviving Egyptians. Damn them, it was their pharaoh and deities who, in their arrogance and ignorance, ultimately brought about this calamity. Yet, instead of repenting, they audaciously sought to usurp the Lord's favor. Utterly shameless, his heart simmered with indignation towards those lowly foreigners who had once regarded the Hebrews as mere slaves. Their descendants ought to atone for their ancestors' sins in the same servile manner, were it not for the Lord's chosen people being absent from this place. How could they have dared to persist until today? With fierce words and unwavering conviction, Judas raged within himself. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a flicker of trepidation began to rise in his heart. The Hebrews were surely the sole beloved of the Lord, were they not? Judas was uncertain, but regardless, he believed this to be the essence of truth. Chapter 491, Replacement the Egyptians. What are they? And the Hebrews, their lineage indeed seems rather peculiar. Lurking in the shadows, lacking a fixed corporeal form, The embodiment of the divine monarch had silently observed for over 10 days, though this shattered world had long since abandoned any notion of heaven. With his essence imprisoned, Asgard sealed away, and bereft of the powers and dominion befitting the god of thunder, Zeus found himself reliant solely upon the forces of abyssal demons and wicked entities. Yet, as he truly immersed himself in this fractured realm, the divine monarch became acutely aware of a pressing dilemma. This place repelled him, fundamentally opposing him at the very roots of its rules. Had Zeus entered in his true form, such a feeble force of repulsion would scarcely affect him. However, as he currently existed merely as an avatar composed of fragmented power, every unit of strength he expended diminished him further. Thus, it became paramount for the divine monarch not to delve into the history of this world or the tales of its deities, but rather to seek a vessel for his dwindling powers. Upon careful consideration, Zeus discerned that the most effective means to mitigate the repulsion was to simply become one of their own. Undoubtedly, from this perspective, the indigenous inhabitants of this world fragment represented the most immediate choice. Unfortunately, before Chaos's rules fully permeated this broken realm, even the locals instinctively rejected the essence of Zeus, save for those who identified themselves as Hebrews. Although the divine monarch could ascertain that they were indeed the native inhabitants of this world, the rules that constituted their bloodline posed no conflict with the local order. Conversely, they exhibited an equally profound affinity for the powers governed by Chaos's rules, as if they were a race forged by the convergence of two distinct worlds orders. Born of nobility, this was Zeus's singular assessment, at least from his vantage point. For in his perception, this unique lineage resonated not with the abyss or wickedness, but rather with the very essence of the thunderous power and royal decrees he had yet to access in this realm. To discover such a race in a foreign world felt akin to destiny guiding him. It seemed as though the heavens were proclaiming that these Hebrews were his natural kin, destined to serve as pawns in his future endeavors to inherit the legacies of distant lands, contributing bricks to his grand designs. However, now, gazing upon these foreign beings who utterly satisfied him, the divine monarch unearthed a slight imperfection. They had already embraced their own faith and appeared quite devout. The title of Lord, reminiscent of the appellations used by the humans of Silvermoon City. But from the descriptions, it ought not to refer to a singular entity, a manifestation in the fire, guiding them from oppression. Was this a guardian unique to all Hebrews? It sounded so familiar. Suddenly, a memory struck him. Was this not akin to the tales of Prometheus among mortals? First puzzled, then his expression shifted to one of realization. Zeus found it rather unremarkable that humanity existed in foreign realms, for, according to the information at hand, it seemed that every world had its own deities. Thus, the gods fashioned humans in their own likeness, which was hardly a cause for astonishment. Furthermore, these Hebrew believers bore a striking resemblance to Prometheus of the Bronze Age, both in their deeds and their might. After all, he was the creator of this race, which rendered him particularly invested in their fate. As for the immense power they attributed to the omniscient and all-seeing deities, it was best taken with a grain of salt. If such a god truly possessed such strength, disregarding how the foreign realm faced destruction, how could these Hebrews, as his followers, have been reduced to slaves of the so-called Egyptians for millennia? Zeus, in any case, found this notion utterly implausible. It defied logic. It is worth noting that he himself had indulged in the boasting of followers. In many legends from the lands of chaos, the divine king was often depicted as omnipotent and omniscient. Although Zeus had never acknowledged this, he had also never actively denied it. Thus, reflecting on the situation, he arrived at a tentative conclusion. The creator of these Hebrews was likely akin to Prometheus of the foreign realm, a deity that, while rare, could feasibly exist in both worlds. This foreign firebringer had probably incurred the wrath of their divine king, the supreme god spoken of by the Egyptians. Yet, unlike his own actions that led to the annihilation of the Bronze Age, this foreign sovereign had not resorted to complete extermination. Rather, he relegated these humans to slavery. There was nothing inherently wrong with this, but when apocalyptic calamities arose, even he could not ensure his own survival, let alone uphold his past decisions. Consequently, the slaves rose in rebellion, and from among them emerged a great prophet who connected with the creator who had offended the divine king. Ultimately, the world fractured, and mortals scattered in terror, and then he arrived here, discovering the remnants they had left behind. The reasoning concluded here, although there were still some uncertainties. Zeus felt confident that he was on the right track. Had the Bronze Age humanity not perished in a cataclysmic flood, but rather been condemned as sinners and slaves, It was highly likely that they would still reminisce about the benevolence of Prometheus. Should Chaos one day face dire straits with his own power stripped away, it was plausible that the Firebringer might emerge from the depths of the sea to once again shelter his creations. Nodding to himself, Zeus acknowledged that while there remained some ambiguities, this was likely a reflection of the differing rules governing each world. For instance, according to these mortals, their deities could actually die and even devour one another. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. Just this revelation alone made his journey worthwhile. If he could unravel the secrets contained herein, he might just be able to forge a new deity akin to the gods of faith, one that, while not immortal, would be a genuine divine being. The mere thought was tantalizing. Thus, with a soft chuckle, gazing upon the devout Hebrew offering his prayers, Zeus contemplated and resolved to orchestrate a coup, crafting a Hebrew prophet of his own design. After all, could their deity truly consume each other? Even if he were to encounter these Hebrews' protector in the future, he could bear the burden and assume the divine responsibilities of the other. Come, prepare to receive the miracles I shall bestow upon you. I shall personally affirm the authenticity of your faith, because I am real. You shall uphold my will and embody my strength, and then, like my rebellious son, you shall achieve great deeds on my behalf. It is often said that the devils of hell beguile the hearts of men. Now, Zeus resolved to vindicate the demons. After all, both parties could now be considered allies. So let him use this shattered world as a springboard to explore this other realm. From this day forth, amidst the desolate earth, wondrous events began to unfold around Judas. Following his fervent prayers, a sweet spring of water suddenly surged nearby. After quenching his thirst, the spring dried up, as though nothing had transpired. Deeper in the wilderness, a game animal collided fatally before him. Stones ignited spontaneously, roasting the creature into a rare delicacy. Or perhaps, long-dormant plants took root before him, yielding grains and fruits that exuded delightful fragrances. As he consumed them, the voids in his body seemed to mend, his strength growing day by day. Initially, confronted with such transformations, Judas believed himself ensnared in an illusion. Yet, as time passed, an awakening dawned upon him. This was not false. This was indeed reality. This was not without origin, but a miracle born of divine scrutiny. A miracle, indeed. Moses was not the sole recipient of divine favor. The gaze of the Almighty had once more descended from the heavens, witnessing the tribulations we had endured. Overcome with joy, he wept and immediately offered even more devout prayers. Judas expressed gratitude to the Great One who had bestowed all of this upon him, those who had shaped these miraculous occurrences. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, tiny dark traces merged into his being, existing within this realm through him as their vessel. Through this concealment, Zeus's power finally stabilized. The first step was accomplished. As he envisioned, the next phase involved issuing a divine oracle, guiding this fortunate human, who bore his strength, to gather his kin, forming a church and organization. From there, he would prepare to open a channel through an external incarnation, drawing in other fragments within the realm of chaos, gradually growing in strength and supplanting that foreign deity. However, just as Zeus intended to proceed, he suddenly discovered that he had lost contact with the incarnation outside the fragments. It was not a sudden upheaval, but rather akin to encountering an adversary. The specifics of the event remained unclear, prompting the God King to choose a path of concealment. With the enemy aware of his presence while he remained shrouded in secrecy, the paramount concern was to avoid detection. After all, Zeus was certain that the newcomer was far from an original deity, nor did they possess the formidable powers akin to those of Oceanus. The rationale was simple. Having lost the support of his true form in the enhancement of the interface, and after unleashing the forces of malevolent entities and demonic powers, the remnants of the God King's incarnation were intrinsically tied to the concept of sovereignty, particularly at the very fringes of existence. Thus, should he engage in battle under such circumstances, the capabilities of the opponent would become evident. At the edge of the world, silence reigned. Unlike the existence of the Nine Realms, there was no violent resistance, nor were there any remnants of powerful entities. Crucially, the principal fragments that bore the majority of Hermes' legacy had yet to approach the periphery of chaos. Consequently, all changes unfolded slowly and silently, starkly contrasting with a previous occasion when even the oceanic deities at the world's edge could faintly perceive certain traces. Logically, in such a context, the commencement of interface fusion should have gone unnoticed. However, akin to the arrival of the God King, this void beyond the world, while seldom traversed by deities, did harbor a few exceedingly rare exceptions. One such exception was Hermes, who had once conducted groundbreaking experiments here, resurrecting the star god Amon, yet had never replicated such feats thereafter. Ever since he successfully crafted the Philosopher's Stone, transforming the unreal into the real, he had developed an immense fascination with the nuances of the void, existence, and the interplay of truth and illusion. In his idle moments, he would clandestinely summon the shadows of deities, utilizing their powers to traverse the river of worlds and venture beyond the core of existence. It must be noted that Hermes gradually discovered this void was indeed well-suited for unique experiments. Here, the influences of many laws were significantly diminished. Only the power of chaos itself anchored this realm, allowing it to sustain life. These days, everything was as usual. Hermes crossed the river of worlds and delved deep into an outer region. Yet, before he could commence his experiment for the day, a subtle, concealed disturbance emanated from a distant location. Unbeknownst to him, it was the avatar of Zeus communicating, relaying messages towards Olympus. A sudden surge of awareness coursed through him, swiftly replaced by a flicker of caution and apprehension. Hermes gazed toward the source of the disturbance, his mind clouded with perplexity and hesitation. Apart from himself, could there truly be other beings surviving in this position within chaos? Perhaps a deity, though such a notion seemed inconsistent with their nature. After all, the connection between deities and the world was profoundly intricate, a bond unattainable for those like him who navigated their own paths. Within the confines of the world, such connections were undoubtedly beneficial. Beyond the realms of the world, this indeed presents a disadvantage. In such circumstances, what compels a deity to venture into such a perilous environment and linger without haste? Excluding all erroneous options, only one remains: the unknown opportunities that may even enhance the deity's power. Only such prospects are worthy of abandoning feasts, pleasures, or earthly conflicts. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly recalls the absence of air in this void. Shaking his head in amusement, Hermes ponders for a moment before reaching into the emptiness. In the next instant, another Hermes materializes before him. Yet, by his attire and demeanor, he is not the great alchemist Hermes, but rather the god of travel, thievery, commerce, and rogues. In that ethereal realm, his swiftness is renowned among mortals. Even the goddess of the rainbow, Iris, concedes to him. Let us first investigate and ascertain the situation before making a decision. What may be beneficial to a god may not necessarily serve my interests. If it proves to be trivial, there is no need for me to wade through this murky water. Chapter 492. The third layer in an ethereal realm where the concept of distance eludes comprehension, Hermes advanced forward, relying solely on the position of the world behind him to ascertain his direction. Time became an indistinct measure, until, at a certain moment, the god of commerce sensed an elusive presence at the edge of his perception. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a flickering, irregular point of light, oscillating at the farthest reach of the world's energy. Before this luminescent anomaly stood a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. It was him. His expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated encountering the king of gods. Taking a step back, Hermes nearly fled in fright. Yet, in the next instant, clarity pierced through his panic. He suddenly realized that if the being before him was indeed the supreme deity ruling over the pantheon, then his presence would have surely been detected. What difference would it make to run or remain? Conversely, if the figure had not noticed him, did it imply that this momentary encounter was not as formidable as he feared? Was he merely conjuring illusions of dread? Could this be an avatar of Zeus? How could he possibly be here? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Hermes settled his mind, observing intently. Reassured that the deity had not noticed his arrival, he felt an unexpected thrill of delight. Although merely an avatar, it was one so inconspicuous that even he had gone undetected. Yet, the significance of drawing the attention of such a mighty being suggested that this ephemeral fragment was anything but trivial. Was it a remnant of a dimension, akin to the divine realm of Asgard that Zeus had created? After a brief silence, Hermes abandoned any thoughts of retreat. It was not arrogance. He was acutely aware of the vast chasm separating him from divine might. However, from another perspective, secrets that command the attention of such power must possess extraordinary significance. Moreover, he recalled the recent battle atop Mount Olympus, where he had summoned his most potent projection to witness the clash between the king of gods and the spirit realm from afar. While he could not ascertain how much power the sealed Zeus in Asgard could extend to the outside world, the latter still had to consider the myriad factors at play in the divine mountain. An inexplicable excitement surged within him, a flicker of readiness igniting in his eyes. As a deity who dared to pilfer Apollo's cattle from the moment of his birth, Hermes had never been one to adhere to convention. But patience is key. I must first ascertain the nature of this phenomenon before deciding whether to intervene. With a measured exhale, Hermes sent forth his projection to advance. A venture fraught with peril is one that some undertake, yet no one willingly engages in a losing endeavor. As a former god of commerce, I cannot afford to squander my resources. With wings upon his feet, he opened a portal to traverse the two realms. Having made a resolute decision, Hermes no longer hesitated. He refrained from hastily confronting the frail avatar of the god king, as vulnerable as a mere gust of wind, and instead conjured a projection of the sea god. By casually orchestrating a minor commotion, Hermes successfully captured Zeus's attention. The oceanic pantheon, situated at the world's edge, at the terminus of the sea, was likely to manifest here. Thus, without a trace of doubt, upon noticing their presence, the god king would surely investigate, thereby granting Hermes an invaluable opportunity. Furthermore, should any calamity arise in the future, the discovery of the oceanic pantheon's traces could serve as a convenient scapegoat, attributing the inexplicable collapse of the avatar to their presence. Satisfied with the unfolding events, Hermes swiftly traversed into this fragmented realm. It seems somewhat troublesome. However, fortunately, there appeared to be no formidable entities present. Shaking his head slightly, he noted the distinction from Zeus. Having traversed the boundaries of reality and illusion, and possessing materials for his divine artifacts intermingled with foreign elements, Hermes found the disparate laws of different realms not overly challenging to adapt to, at least in the majority of the fragments already tainted by chaos. The sole disadvantage lay in the fact that even though he utilized the Philosopher's Stone to create a projection, the authority he wielded diminished significantly. Within chaos, the information and imprints emanating from the illusory world could manifest 1/3 of a deity's power, as the two were intrinsically linked. Perhaps, without the presence of Ryan, the trajectory of that world would have represented true fate. Yet, the remnants of her menu were distinct. For it, whether the illusory world or the authentic chaos, both were foreign forces. Under such circumstances, the divine found it exceedingly difficult to exert authority. Consequently, Hermes' greatest reliance, the power of the Philosopher's Stone, was rendered nearly ineffective. Nonetheless, he paid little heed to this, as he had not come to engage in conflict. With a subtle trick, the god of thieves concealed his whereabouts. Shortly after arriving in this unfamiliar world, Hermes successfully located the locals. However, their plight appeared rather dire. Egyptians, clad in opulent garments, tall and flawless. One held a silver scale delicately at their fingertips. On either side of the scale lay gold coins and books. Blood rain fell from the sky, and Hermes sensed the world weeping. Although he had long since perished, with no prospect of resurrection, it was akin to a being's head severed from its body, still instinctively twitching. This was the world's final lament, and as it reached Hermes' ears, he could hardly suppress certain memories. Just like myself, akin to the annihilation of the illusory realm. Have you encountered a world destroyer as well, or perhaps the very disintegration of the world, resulting from the devastation wrought by one's own kin? Silent and unobtrusive, Hermes traversed among the Egyptians. Were it not for the limitation of the Philosopher's Stone, which could summon but one type of divine projection at a time, he would have eagerly invoked the shadow of the queen of the illusory realm, the mother of the 9 muses, the ancient Titan goddess Mnemosyne. With her power, he could effortlessly delve into the memories of these mortals. Fortunately, after much searching, Hermes discovered what he sought within a dilapidated temple. It was a collection of murals and texts, which had not congregated in Heliopolis, as the priests of the high priest Qasim remained unaware of the events transpiring there. Nonetheless, they diligently chronicled the history they beheld before the world's demise, narratives of the past of the Himenu world, their order and culture, the legends of deities, and the eventual end of it all. As he perused these accounts, Hermes pondered deeply. The concepts of Ka and Ba, the guardian deities of each city-state, the Nile, the Ennead, and the Hebrew people, cast out as pariahs, and their king of gods, the all-seeing ruler, Ammonius Ariadam. Ammonius? How fortuitous. A casual smile crept across his face upon hearing a familiar name in this foreign realm, sparking a flurry of associations. However, he dismissed these thoughts lightly, not allowing them to weigh on his mind. After all, when compared to the star deity Ammonius he knew, this other world's Ammonius Ariadam possessed powers that could rival Zeus himself, a truly magnificent strength, transcending all gods. He was the sun, the supreme being, the origin and guardian of Egypt. In comparison, the Ammonius he encountered bore only a superficial resemblance to the sun and stars, albeit across dimensions. Thus, no matter how one contemplated it, this foreign sun was unlikely to forge any connection with the star deity of another world. Yet, Hermes remained vigilant. For deities, names often bear an enigmatic connection to power, information, and destiny. The foreign god-king underscored the uniqueness of the name Ammonius, suggesting that the star deity Ammonius might also receive certain advantages, gaining some indescribable peculiarity through the integration of these foreign fragments. As one of the 72 columns he had chosen, Ammonius' strength was undoubtedly advantageous, provided it did not exceed his control. After all, once they surpassed that threshold, their significance to him would diminish, but that did not imply their obsolescence. No one would disdain excessive power, and Hermes was no exception. Thus, he resolved to prepare a contingency, and the god of thieves continued to delve deeper. After half a day's time, he had absorbed all the records within the crumbling temple. Upon reflection, Hermes realized that his greatest discovery was not merely the texts, but the extraordinary ecology of the deities in this strange world. They will age, they will perish, and they will weaken with the passage of time. Even their divine authority is not immutable. It can be separated, bestowed, consumed, or merged. The formidable deity Adam, born before the ancient artifact known as the Book of Thoth in the realm of Herminu, ultimately succumbed to the ravages of time, replaced by a mere aspect of the god Ra. Not even his name has endured, reduced instead to a mere incarnation of Ra, stripped of all that he once possessed. It is indeed terrifying that the gods can be slain, just like mortals. Yet, I seem to share the same fate. Having departed from the realm of illusions, I am no longer immortal. With a flicker of insight, Hermes realizes that as long as he follows the path to its conclusion, he may achieve a semblance of immortality, even without the innate eternal essence possessed by the primordial deity Chaos. This temple once venerated a deity known as Thoth, who presides over wisdom, writing, and record-keeping, regarded as the intellect of Ra, reminiscent of the former goddess of wisdom, Metis. However, due to his gender, he never was the king of the gods. According to later accounts, he also acquired the divine office of magic, becoming one of the 9 deities revered throughout Upper and Lower Egypt. The 9 deities of Egypt are perhaps akin to the 12 principal gods beneath the Olympian king. As for which pantheon holds greater power, Hermes finds himself unable to ascertain. After all, given that the other has been reduced to mere fragments, the world of chaos may indeed possess superior strength. Yet that does not inherently imply that the deities of the pillars are weaker than the Olympian gods. Ultimately, chaos is home to an overwhelming number of gods. Even if the might of the great divinities is excluded, the number of formidable powers capable of subduing the ordinary deities is too vast to count. Deities such as Zephyros, the god of the west wind, Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, and Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. Hermes suspects that their true strength is far less than what is recorded on paper. At least when confronting this deity named Thoth, they would certainly not be his match. However, one must ponder, what purpose does this world serve for him? Hermes can ascertain that there is no essence left behind by the gods here, nor any traces of the Kawerba mentioned in their mythology. Perhaps in other locales, such as the Nile or areas densely populated by Egyptians, local deities may have survived, from whom he could gain some advantage. Yet this fragment is too small and insignificant. It has thus entered the realm shrouded by chaos, but bears no additional value whatsoever. If one were to claim any gain, Hermes might argue it is merely knowledge. After all, it is still a world. The insights gleaned here would surely resonate across other fragments of worlds, potentially granting an edge in future explorations. No, wait. For other deities, this may indeed hold true, yet for me, it appears to be quite a different matter. Kainba, gods that devour one another, with one supplanting the other, even transforming into their own incarnations. A subtle shift in expression, the divine light in his eyes intensifying. Suddenly, Hermes realizes that he may not necessarily require these tangible entities. As the last survivor of the realm of illusion, he possesses the ability to embark on a uniquely personal path to divinity. What, then, serves as his foundation? What empowers him to forge this unparalleled artifact, the Philosopher's Stone? Is it the fleeting glimpse of the verdant ring, or the assistance bestowed by the Lord of the Underworld? They may indeed be factors, yet they are not the crux of the matter. Ultimately, Hermes' most cherished treasure has always been the realm of illusion itself, its knowledge, its very existence. And the collision between illusion and reality have fueled his journey to this point. Now, with yet another opportunity unfolding before him, do the so-called remnants of the gods truly hold significance? First, he shall address the incarnation of Zeus. It is rather unfortunate for him, as the king of gods. He is undoubtedly the deity most entwined with chaos. Narrowing his eyes, his form gradually becoming ethereal, this temporarily summoned projection is swiftly retracted by his true self. Though he outwardly scorns the power of the king's incarnation in this realm, Hermes remains exceedingly cautious. His former divine office was not one renowned for martial prowess. Thus, it would be prudent to summon an entity capable of combat, decisively resolving the presence of the king's incarnation. Chapter 493, Convergence of Information Beyond the Fragments of the World Lies an Infinite Void. A flash of divine light illuminated the darkness as Hermes slightly opened his eyes. The projection dissipated, and knowledge was retrieved. A flicker of surprise crossed Hermes' gaze as he turned to observe the ethereal embodiment of the God King in the distance. The obliterated foreign realm, the gods devouring one another? It is no wonder that Zeus would manifest here. If he were the God King, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity as well. The remnants of the world could be drawn into Asgard by the allure of royal power, while mortals from other realms could be salvaged under the guise of a savior, thereby further diminishing the influence of the previous generations of creators in this world. If there were some relics of the gods, it would be all the more delightful. In the chaotic realm, the essence of Ka and Ba could be replicated, attempting to elevate mortals directly to divinity. Such an act would compel all of humanity to bow before the might of the God King. Unfortunately, Hermes had come to realize his presence here. Shaking his head with a smile, he resolutely decided to uphold filial piety. It was inevitable. This was the traditional art of the divine lineage in the chaotic realm. Wasn't this how every God King had come to power? Moreover, strictly speaking, he was not the Zeus of the illusory world, hence there was no true connection between them. In a mere 3 seconds, Hermes conjured an excuse. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of golden crystalline entities, numbering in the hundreds, cascaded from a small pocket at his waist. Their brilliance was resplendent, both magnificent and mysterious. Gazing upon them felt akin to witnessing countless mortals singing and praising in unison. As he extended his hand to grasp them, Hermes began to slowly extract their power. This was the energy he had meticulously prepared, derived from various sources of divine crystallization. Some originated from deities of faith, others from true gods, and still others were directly extracted through his artifacts. As a former deity who had rediscovered his path to divinity and even realized part of it in advance, transforming it into a divine artifact, Hermes possessed the means to observe and even harness the faith that coalesced around him. Yet, he had never intended to absorb their power. Rather, he aimed to convert it into energy to enhance the summoning capabilities of the Philosopher's Stone. His own strength remained too feeble, and only external sources could provide the necessary fuel for its utilization. Fortunately, Zeus' avatar was sufficiently weak. Consuming merely 1/10 of the reserves would suffice to confront him. Though he felt that 1/10 was somewhat excessive, Hermes opted for caution and proceeded accordingly. Continuously infusing divine power into the Philosopher's Stone, he sensed, as if from the depths of the world, an inexorable pressure accompanying the majestic figure approaching slowly. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Since the moment he summoned the entity, this marked Hermes' first opportunity to engage it in combat against an adversary. He pondered who would emerge superior between the 2 generations of God Kings. Crush him, he commanded in a hushed tone, retreating to a safe distance. Although the ethereal realm diverges from the tangible world, its impact on the ancient era of the first epic is indeed negligible. In fact, one might argue that the Sky Lord summoned from this illusory world is even more formidable, for he exists in a state of unparalleled peak, unblemished, and complete. As shadows flicker, projections respond in kind. Treading upon the void, the fantastical heavens ripple around him. Even as but a mere silhouette, he remains the focal point of existence. Beyond the fragments of the world lies the domain of the God King. Divine light dances at his fingertips as a message is relayed back to Olympus. A hint of concern shadows the serene expression of Zeus, who reflects on a recent revelation. The fluctuations of divine power emanating from the void suggest the presence of Oceanus, the god of the ocean, along with the mysterious and fleeting movements of the entity. All of this incites a modicum of doubt within the God King, leaving him uncertain of what he ought to investigate. Why has this being ventured into the void beyond the world? What connection does it bear to the Olympian pantheon? Zeus has never imposed restrictions on deities traversing realms beyond the mortal plane, nor does he possess any reason to compel such actions. Conversely, his own presence in this space appears rather peculiar, though he finds solace in the fact that the other party has ultimately departed. Shaking his head slightly, The God King refocuses his attention on the fragments of the world before him. Instinct tells him this is merely the first, yet certainly not the last. If he remains vigilant here and succeeds in gathering a sufficient number of dimensional shards, the wealth they represent would be monumental, irrespective of any other gains. He ponders how much the will of the world would permit him to appropriate to fortify the realm of Asgard. After all, he is a God King. Retrieving 1 or 2 portions should not pose a problem, should it? Uncertainty lingers, as this is indeed his first encounter with such an occurrence. Stepping forward, the God King prepares to establish contact with the avatar within the shard. Yet in that very moment, his demeanor shifts dramatically. Who? What? With a thunderous turn, Zeus becomes acutely aware of the impending peril. Countless chains of order weave together instantaneously, materializing a net that obstructs the adversary's power before him. Nevertheless, mere moments later, the web forged from these ordered chains shatters inch by inch, unable to withstand the overwhelming force sweeping through the void. The azure sky quakes. The supreme essence of the sun descends as if the heavens themselves were falling, casting a myriad of splendid rays. In the incredulous gaze of Zeus, a powerful fist pierces the air and lands squarely upon his visage. There is no embellishment. The concepts of sky and patriarchy are devoid of ostentation. They do not possess the mutability of wisdom, nor the ethereality of fate, and certainly lack the omnipotence wielded under royalty. When the two converge, the sky and the supreme essence of the masculine unite as one, bestowing upon us an unparalleled might, an undeniable power. Uranus? How could this be? Thunderous roars ensued. The form erupted and reformed, oscillating in an instant hundreds of times. The embodiment of the divine monarch possesses no corporeal form and thus requires no restoration of its divine body, until the form finally stabilized. Zeus gazed in horror at the being in the distance. What a jest! What exactly has he witnessed? That which could only be seen in ancient sacrifices and within the oracle of Delphi, a visage that once dominated the world in the most primordial ages. The very first sovereign of the heavens, Uranus? For a moment, he believed himself ensnared in an illusion, disbelief washing over him. In his memory, the era of this ancient goddess birth is unfathomable, yet the commencement of the first age is marked by his ascension to the throne of divinity. Before that point, time held no significance. Afterward, it was from chaos that Rhea, symbolizing the passage of time, and Kronos, the master of time and space, emerged. Even the lord of the spirit realm bestowed gifts upon his coronation, establishing calendars and sequences to delineate the dawn of that epoch. Undoubtedly, he is the most powerful god king in existence. Even Zeus must concede that, should this being remain awakened, embodying the essence of sky and patriarchy, the extent of Uranus' divine power is unfathomable. The strength he could exhibit in direct confrontation would undoubtedly transcend the extraordinary. Such a natural affinity, combined with remarkable combat prowess, is exceedingly rare. Just as the goddess of night, in alliance with the lord of darkness, could conceal a secret, even those nearing the zenith of divine power might struggle to perceive the truths concealed within. Suddenly, Zeus's countenance shifted dramatically, and he retreated in astonishment. As he was stunned by the identity of the figure before him, the projection of the Lord of the Sky did not pause. With a mere gesture, boundless power descended upon him. He could not evade. The embodiment of the divine monarch was captured within a colossal hand, then firmly stepped upon. Boom. No. You are not Uranus. Had it been he, a single strike would have reduced my form to ashes. Who are you? Are you a deity of the spirit realm? Is this the legendary historical projection, the true essence of the divine artifacts once wielded by the mortals of Silvermoon City? A flash of insight illuminated his mind. And without entertaining notions of any illusory realm, Zeus's immediate focus was on his most formidable adversary. Chronicles of Time, as described by those mortals, is the name of that artifact. It possesses the power to summon shades of the past, resurrecting events that have transpired in the present. However, Zeus was unaware of the specific mechanisms at play, and in a moment of folly, he found himself misjudging the situation. To summon the shadow of the Father of Heaven. Surely your power must exceed this. If the artifact, which stands on par with the Genesis Codex that aided in subduing the original, possesses only this level of might, it would indeed be a source of mockery. Crack, snap, bracing against the encroaching footsteps. Zeus understood that he was likely unable to escape this incarnation. In this final moment, he chose to extract as much information as possible. The spirit realm had discovered this place, and they would almost certainly seek to exploit the fragments of this world. Fortunately, a portion of his power had already infiltrated it. If they remained oblivious, it would serve as a hidden nail, poised to play a significant role in the future. Chronicles of Time. In a distant hidden corner, Hermes paused at these words. He had not anticipated that upon encountering the projection of Uranus, Zeus would harbor such a misunderstanding. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed somewhat comprehensible. While the great alchemist had learned during his studies in Silver Moon City that the ancient artifact was not intended for creating historical projections, it was more inclined towards the recreation of bygone eras, even using the mystique and weight of history to suppress the present. Nevertheless, since the king of gods held such a belief, Hermes decided to indulge his line of thought. With a mere thought, an ethereal scene materialized around the father-S projection. The ancient history unfolded, depicting the emergence of the 12 Titans, marking the dawn of the first epoch of the illusory world. At a glance, it seemed as if history were indeed being replicated here, yet Hermes knew that this was devoid of any true power, a mere illusion of his own crafting. But let it be an illusion. As long as Zeus's avatar remained oblivious, that sufficed. Manipulating the projection to unleash a surge of power, the great alchemist fabricated the semblance of an explosive increase in the power of the father-S projection. In an instant, Zeus's resistance was utterly shattered. He was pierced through the chest by Uranus's foot, as if the heavens were being trampled beneath. Had this strike occurred on Olympus, with the support of the divine mountain, the king of gods might have withstood it. Yet, in the void beyond this world, there was little strength to resist, and the essence sustaining this avatar began to be obliterated by the grand imagery. The sky, sensing this force, a glimmer of envy and longing flickered in Zeus's eyes. This was the divine office that, even without the backing of the king's power, could still attain great might. A force that could harmonize with his own thunder. He had been born too late. The most formidable powers of the world had long been divided among others. What remained for his successors were mere remnants. Yet one day, all of this would eventually belong to him. Bang! The avatar erupted, scattering into a myriad of divine lights. Not rushing forward, Hermes allowed the projection of the deity to trample this place repeatedly. Though the timelines differ, he possesses a profound understanding of Zeus. This old wretch might be concealing something, preparing to ensnare him. As anticipated, Hermes discovered several minor tricks capable of recording images. Clearly, the king of the gods remains skeptical regarding who might have acted against him. Even if he leans towards the spirit realm, it is not an absolute conviction. In his recollections, the deities of the spirit world either remain reclusive, or those few who venture out do not strike him as ones who would resort to cunning tactics from the shadows. Moreover, gazing upon chaos, there are others who could potentially summon the shadow of Uranus. For instance, his progenitor, the god of time, Kronos, might possess such capabilities. Alternatively, the Earth Mother, Gaia, could also be involved, as they were once a couple of an entire epoch. Ultimately, the celestial being's projection power remains rather insubstantial. Hermes, after all, lacks the immense divine power required for such endeavors. Under these circumstances, it is difficult for Zeus to avoid harboring doubts. Yet, it matters little. No matter how much he suspects, can he truly cast his doubts upon a mere mortal? With a slight shake of his head, Hermes reflected that had he been unaware of the existence of the illusory world, he would not have believed that sufficient divine power could summon even a fraction of Uranus's might through a single artifact. In this, he can only marvel at the extraordinary capabilities of the Creator. For even if it is merely a possibility, a phantom of a world long obliterated, the remnants of its information continue to defy numerous rules. Chapter 494. Interaction and revelation within the fragments of the world. Hermes once again ventured forth. However, unlike before, this time he chose to immerse himself personally. The essence of the philosopher's stone is a semi-finished gate, and the construction of that gate embodies the path of ascension for the grand alchemist. Thus, he could not allow the artifact to slip from his grasp, even for a fleeting moment. The world's sorrow is palpable as he tread upon the rain-drenched earth. Clutching the pure and sacred stone, Hermes' spirit delved deeply within. Harnessing the power of the artifact, his consciousness radiated throughout the remnants of this realm, seeking to comprehend the very roots of this fragmented domain. The world is undeniably dead. However, from the perspective of the world itself, its demise may be instantaneous. In that moment, its past and future inevitably converge towards a fate of inevitable decay. Yet, from the viewpoint of the beings residing within this realm, the traces of a world often linger for an extended period. For instance, Asgard's struggles, or the remnants of information within the illusory world. Even in the tangible world, Chaos's fate has long been rewritten, with all that once was transformed into a false history, serving as the impetus for an artifact's ascension. Nevertheless, it still left behind vestiges of its existence, entrusted to the surviving Hermes. This very essence is the true treasure that the grand alchemist yearns to possess. History and concepts can be appropriated, and the origins may be swallowed and divided by the world and its annihilators, perhaps within the fragments of other worlds. Many deities have survived, much like I once did. Yet, there exists one thing that these destroyers cannot seize. For it is inherently their own handiwork that brought about its destruction. That is the original trajectory of this world. The future that ought to have been, a reality akin to that of the illusory realm. Such possibilities can never manifest. They symbolize the failures of the past. An inheritance only those who share the fate of the defeated can hope to claim. Were it not for the Philosopher's Stone, had it not been for the unique rules of this world, I might have merely guarded a mountain of treasures, lamenting in vain. Once more arriving near the settlement of the Egyptian remnants, Hermes sensed that indistinct information. That brief message delineated the fate of the Hymena world. Scripted by his own design, void of contact with outer gods, untainted by the encroachments of other realms, and through the world's self-sustained operations, Horus descends upon the earth. Reigning as the sovereign of the land, the Egyptian dynasty endures through generations, the rise of Thebes and the decline of Heliopolis. Though the fragmented remnants contain only shattered information, Hermes deciphered a wealth of knowledge and principles distinctly different from chaos. While this may hold little value for the ordinary individual, for the Philosopher's Stone and the gate he endeavors to construct, it is an invaluable foundation. As per the current trajectory, should Hermes absorb a sufficient amount of information, he might even conjure several new incarnations from the Philosopher's Stone, manifesting projections of the Egyptian deities. Of course, this hinges on his ability not only to perceive the existence of information but also to embrace it. Fortunately, the divine essence of Hermenu is inherently capable of mutual consumption. Moreover, it must be noted that there exists a veil between Hermes and the contemporary laws of chaos. As fellow survivors of a world that has crumbled, there is no harm in entrusting to me what you have left behind. After all, in a certain sense, should I ascend to great divine power in the future and continue to scale this path, perhaps you too could live on in an unconventional manner. A grand world should not have such a rigid definition of life and death. Upon stepping into the settlement of the Egyptians, Hermes made no effort to conceal his presence. Mere moments later, it was evident that his movements had been detected. Who goes there? Wait, who are you? Halt, do not advance any further. Whoosh! An arrow whistled through the air, embedding itself into the ground before Hermes. From behind a wooden barricade, a ragged, gaunt Egyptian appeared, his expression fraught with tension. In such an environment, amidst this shattered world, beings as resplendent and unblemished as Hermes had long since perished. The commotion prompted more figures to emerge from the shadows. Observing this scene, the grand alchemist merely smiled and spread his arms. Food. As his words fell, a crimson rain descended from the heavens, momentarily obscuring vision before transforming into a downpour of grain. Empowered by the Philosopher's Stone and its projection, the golden ring, Hermes effortlessly performed what could be deemed the alchemy of transmuting stone into gold, transforming raindrops into sustenance. Eyes wide with astonishment, the Egyptians, who had not witnessed a miracle in ages, stood frozen in place. With another smile, the grand alchemist waved his hand, enveloping himself in a layer of filter. As you can see, O children of Egypt, the world has been shattered, the gods have fallen, yet there are always survivors. I was once a nomos, a guardian of a city-state, ensuring its tranquility. However, calamity turned all of that into history, presenting me with the opportunity to become a new deity. Now, I, Kalain Hermes Thoth, shall protect you in the name of the divine and carve out my own Yala here. Will you accept my guardianship, offer me your faith, and bestow upon me the respect and devotion that is due, akin to the reverence once given to the nine-pillar gods? Hermes spoke no falsehood. He believed that the protector of Athens could indeed be interpreted as a guardian deity. Kalain was the place of his birth in the phantasmal realm, while Thoth was the deity among the gods of Hermenu whose powers resonated most profoundly with his own. As for Yalu, it is a realm akin to the afterlife within Egyptian culture, resembling a certain spiritual domain, and is somewhat more akin to the divine kingdom. In the perception of the Egyptians, the local gnomes, or guardian deities, possessed the ability to forge Yalu, temporarily preserving the souls of the deceased. In this regard, Hermes can also weave an illusion, allowing the souls of these foreign beings to endure. He has long been intrigued by the soul structure of Kanba. Studying the souls of chaos carries the risk of becoming a blasphemer. Thus, delving into the souls of beings from other realms seems inconsequential. Considering that these Egyptians may well become his future devotees, Hermes intends to conduct only a superficial exploration of their essence. As for a more profound inquiry, it is said that within the fragments of this world, other beings exist. What say you? Do you acquiesce or decline? We are willing. With a resounding thud, they bowed down, as if they had discovered a bottle of water in the vast desert. Gazing upon Hermes, the surviving Egyptians exhibited little resistance. Such has been the nature of faith. The devouring among gods is commonplace. Is it strange that a gnome god named Hermes has inherited the legacy of Thoth? Not in the slightest. The only point of contention might be the name Kalain, which is unknown to anyone, but in the face of life and death, such trivialities are of little concern. From that day forth, within the shards of this world, the Egyptians acquired their own deity. Natural disasters remained formidable, and the environment continued to be harsh. Yet, before the inheritor of the ancient scripts, wisdom, and magic of Thoth, these challenges were rendered insignificant. Gradually, amid despair, the Egyptians found salvation, and their faith grew increasingly fervent and fanatical. As the object of their devotion, the chasm between Hermes and this fractured realm diminished, until one day, he projected a true gnome god from the philosopher's stone. This concept, once merely a figment of his imagination, transformed into reality. How peculiar. The soul is divided into a segment that embodies primal instincts and desires, and another that accepts divine offices, powers, and might. Ultimately, this structure allows one to wield strength and carry the weight of divine authority without being adversely affected. Perhaps this configuration could be replicated through meditative practices, serving future spellcasters in their cultivation. In contemplation of his future path, with the forging of the philosopher's stone, Hermes' vision became ever more lucid. After his ascension to divinity, he was destined to establish a school, one that begins with his own path to godhood, enabling future generations to build upon it, while remaining an inseparable whole at its core. With each additional branch, he grows stronger. With each person who ascends to divinity, the symbol he wishes to construct becomes ever more complete. In a certain sense, referring to the former lord of the underworld as little god king by his followers may hold some truth. Although Hermes' path is fundamentally unrelated to the gathering of many, the later ascendants, even if they were to perish again, would not significantly concern him. Nevertheless, both paths ultimately converge. In this context, the soul structure that considerably alleviates the cost of mortals touching divine power proves exceedingly useful. From the perspective of the gods of Hermes, this is a flaw. Yet from the viewpoint of mere mortals, is it not a form of divine gift? Oh, slightly turning his head, Hermes gazes into the distance. And after a moment, he withdraws his gaze. Once more, there is conflict between the Egyptians and what they term sinners. The grand alchemist finds little interest in such trivial matters. In this harsh environment, their conflicts are unlikely to escalate into significant chaos. That said, what would happen if I were to summon Amun-Ra, sharing the same name? Could he inherit a portion of the legacy belonging to the Egyptian god-king Amun-Ra? A sudden whim crosses his mind, but after a moment's contemplation, Hermes dismisses the thought. Should the other truly acquire the legacy of great divine power, he may not be able to subdue it. Best to proceed with caution. These perilous experiments can wait until he ascends to divinity himself. Meanwhile, as Hermes' arrival alters the Egyptian circumstances, in a dim cavern, Judas silently completes his daily prayers, expressing gratitude for the blessings bestowed by the divine and voicing his doubts. Recently, for reasons unknown, the miracles that once frequently occurred have become increasingly obscure. While he still manages to sustain himself, Judas's ambition to proclaim himself a prophet inspired by the divine has come to an abrupt end. Of course, the will of the gods is beyond mortal comprehension. Judas harbors no negative feelings about this. He simply assumes he has failed to grasp the divine intent. However, recent disturbances from the Egyptians have rendered him unable to remain at ease. Those despicable lower beings, those shameless thieves, their god has usurped the Lord's radiance, while they lay claim to all that the Lord has granted to the Hebrews. Now, their wicked deities have yet to be entirely vanquished, and they still threaten to rise again. Danger. I cannot approach that place any longer. I am destined to spread the Lord's glory in accordance with divine will. Therefore, I cannot perish here, if I must die. It must be for a cause of greater value. Justifying his retreat in his heart, Judas hides within the cavern. Unbeknownst to him, at this very moment, Zeus's incarnation is equally troubled. Beyond the world, another incarnation of oneself has mysteriously vanished. Within the fragments, one remains oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet among the indigenous inhabitants, a divinity has astonishingly survived, burdened with a heavy heart. Despite having heard the name Colleen Hermes Thoth, Zeus did not perceive any connection between this Hermes and the other. Just as the great alchemist, having encountered the star god Ammon, did not consider any relation to the deity king of a distant realm, secretly guiding Judas. Zeus cast a distant glance at the so-called Egyptian god and dismissed any link to a mortal of chaos. After all, he distinctly sensed an aura from the Egyptian deity that was intricately tied to the remnants of this world, something beyond the capabilities of chaos. Thus, as an incarnation unable to discern the true nature of the gnome's projection, Zeus began to contemplate his path forward. He felt compelled to take action, for he could no longer afford to communicate with this human in such an ambiguous manner. Initially, he had intended to embody the deity in whom the human believed. However, it now seemed that his current state might diminish the divine figure's stature in the human's eyes. It would be wiser to assume the guise of the deity's subordinate. After all, deceiving a mere mortal was as effortless as a flick of the wrist for him. This thought flickered in his mind, growing increasingly plausible. After a moment of contemplation, without a hint of hesitation, Zeus commenced his actions. That night, a slight dark aura emanated from Judas, swiftly transforming into a radiant gold. It was evident that Zeus was aware of the truth. For most mortals, the shimmering golden power naturally instills a greater sense of faith than the oppressive darkness. Chapter 495. Heaven and Loyalty. Who are you? In a shattered world devoid of sun, moon, and stars, remnants of day and night still linger. After all, the deities of the Himena realm are not many, and the division of authority is not overly intricate. Reflecting upon reality, despite the fall of most of the world's principal deities, one can still perceive the changes in celestial light and the distinction between day and night within this fragment. On this day, after completing his prayers, Brutus fell into a deep slumber. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, he vaguely recalled following a figure radiating golden light. They traversed a long expanse of darkness and arrived at an unfamiliar realm. Here, the sun and moon shone, oceans and lands sprawled, and countless unseen creatures thrived. Who are you? He inquired once more, unable to discern illusion from reality, his consciousness appearing somewhat hazy. Before him, the golden figure merely smiled, seemingly bemused by the ignorance of mortals. This place is Heaven Mountain, the abode of the gods, and the dwelling of the sacred spirits who serve them. The voice was calm. Although it was a name crafted by Zeus himself, it was not chosen frivolously. In his recollection, Themis, the goddess of law, often had her followers administer justice and maintain fairness among mortals. In confronting those stubborn individuals who resorted to violence, they occasionally wielded force, summoning spirits from the 7 hills of heaven to assist in battle. Zeus's knowledge of this place was limited, yet he held a fondness for the name 7 hills of heaven. Heaven, the celestial realm, what a melodious designation. However, as this name had been previously employed, the king of gods found it inappropriate to bestow a similar title upon the realm of Asgard. Fortunately, this is a fragment of a foreign land, allowing such concerns to be cast aside. Moreover, referring to Olympus as Heaven Mountain has the added advantage of obscuring any direct association with himself. The abode of the gods, Heaven Mountain? Brutus gasped softly. His consciousness still somewhat muddled, but he felt a sense of astonishment amidst the dreamlike state. In the former Himenu, he had never encountered such a place. So, are you a god? He asked. That depends on your interpretation, Zeus replied, pausing briefly. To some beings, I might be. But in the eyes of the Creator who established Heaven Mountain, I am not. However, whether I am a god or not is of little consequence. What truly matters, mortal, is whether you comprehend the purpose of your existence in this world. I do not know. Those adrift in dreams often struggle to focus their thoughts. And as Zeus diverted the topic, Brutus found himself pondering the question posed by the deity. Yet, as he had admitted, he was oblivious to the reason for his presence in this world. For the majority, the very act of existence embodies a profound significance, rendering the question of why seemingly superfluous. Yet, if you remain oblivious, allow me to enlighten you. Without requiring much contemplation, Zeus gradually articulated his response. Unlike others of your kind, you have arrived in this world with a distinct purpose. The divine has entrusted you with a monumental responsibility. Having chosen you even before your birth, you are meant to disseminate his name throughout the earth ensuring his presence is felt on par with that in the heavens. As you perceive, this is your sacred mission. With a calm demeanor, Zeus continued to advance. Though they had never met, he had already ascribed an identity to the foreign deity he would one day supplant. Much like Prometheus, this being may not have been a formidable god by birthright, which led to his punishment by the foreign god-king, rendering even the humanity he created as fallen. However, in the face of apocalyptic calamity, he evidently acquired immeasurable benefits, liberating himself from confinement and adhering to the god's cyclical consumption of power, usurping authority to attain greatness akin to that of the foreign god-king. Ultimately, concealed behind all these transformations, he was, from the outset, the embodiment of the god-king chaos. This included the creation of humanity, their protection amid the cataclysm, and all subsequent events. From beginning to end, every transition stemmed from a singular cause, the will of the great Zeus. Whether others believe it is inconsequential, for Zeus himself is convinced. My mission? Indeed. Without a glance back, as he strolled upon this illusory mountain of heaven, the god-king's thoughts stirred, causing the sacred light and clouds permeating the realm to gradually disperse. This was the most exquisite vision he had ever envisioned. Along the ancient stone path, the indistinct figures atop the mountain radiated a resplendent glow. Flanking the mountain trail, countless deities and beings paid homage to the supreme monarch. In the distance, several vast phantoms similarly honored the divine mountain. As you can see, he is the sovereign of the divine realm, the king of all kings. All things in existence ought to belong to him, and you are the saint tasked with spreading the gospel. Thus spoke the god-king, exhausting every laudatory phrase he could conceive. As the sole listener, Judas felt himself swaying, nearly losing his composure. As a believer, he had envisioned the visage of the divine countless times in his heart. Yet, one cannot truly imagine that which they have never encountered. Thus, even in dreams, he had never beheld such grandeur. Yet now, all of this unfolded before his very eyes. I understand. Taking a deep breath, in a daze, as he gazed upon the spectacle before him, Judas recalled the indescribable wonder he had faintly glimpsed during the world's impending demise. The sky is collapsing, the earth is shattering, and all creation wails in despair. Yet, above the heavens, amidst this apocalyptic scene, it seems that a presence glanced down upon the world. Judas, uncertain of who it might be or whether it is the deity revered by the Hebrews, had long considered this gaze a source of solace as he persevered through recent miracles. Everything is your will. I praise you, Master of all beings. I shall uphold your will and proclaim your holy name to the nations of the earth. With a devout heart, Judas was undistracted. However, just moments ago, as he pondered that gaze, everything before him transformed in an instant. Golden light morphed into dark mist, and the gods became monstrous apparitions. Even the divine being who had guided him here took on a serpentine form, sprouting multiple dragon heads from its neck, crowned with a twisted and malevolent horned disc. To Judas, who had never comprehended the multi-headed Typhon or the abyssal demons, this might be terrifying, yet it seemed wholly natural. Even if he were aware of these entities, he would not be perplexed. Is not the Lord thus? The all-seeing one with duality, capable of both supreme goodness and utmost evil? He can embody perfection as well as fallibility. Thus, he is the source and faith of the Hebrews, able to unleash calamities upon humanity with astonishing severity. To perceive him through a mortal lens is, in itself, a misjudgment. Perhaps the Lord is conveying his will in this manner, revealing his true nature alongside the beginnings and endings of the mortal realm. Excellent. Nodding in satisfaction, Zeus spoke slowly. Go forth. I shall watch over you. I will safeguard your life, granting you the light of dawn when you encounter tribulations. Indeed, this is the kind of devotee I desire. Observing this scene, though this was not his true form, and the faith of this mortal did not belong to him, Zeus, with centuries of experience, discerned the sincerity of the man before him. Truly, such humanity embodies goodness. They firmly believe themselves to be creations of the divine. And unlike the bronze beings crafted by Prometheus, they are not so shameless or avaricious. As his thoughts whirled, Zeus intensified the golden light emanating from him. He allowed the shadow of Mount Olympus to descend upon the earth, depicting scenes of greed, tyranny, torture, and strife. The beauty of the heavens and the sins of humanity intertwined once more, and all of this sprang from a single thought of the divine. In such a tableau, the king of gods smiled faintly, like a greedy dragon drooling with desire. He gently pushed the mortal away from the deceptive illusion before him. This was the future he envisioned, yet many endeavors remained to be fulfilled, and this man was but one of them. even disregarding the subsequent schemes. The mere faith of these foreign beings is sufficient to compel him to undertake numerous actions. In the realm of chaos, upon Mount Olympus, within the desolate golden palace, the void trembles, and the figure of Zeus materializes. Instinctively clutching his chest, the king of the gods reflects on the sensations he has just experienced. As an incarnation, he was ruthlessly obliterated at the edge of the world, simply because the environment there was inhospitable to the existence of sovereign power, rendering his might ineffective. Yet, conversely, the lack of considerable strength implies that his destruction would not yield significant consequences. The power of sovereignty has long permeated the world. Even if the vast majority is either imprisoned within the domain of Asgard or employed to erode the starry skies and the underworld, the remaining essence is sufficient for him to coalesce an incarnation. After a prolonged moment, he closes and then opens his eyes, stepping out of the golden palace to gaze at the sky above. After a brief while, a thought is transmitted, following the howling of the wind. The god of the west wind, Zephyrus, bows respectfully, expressing his reverence to the king of the gods. "Your Majesty, did you call for me?" Zeus nods slightly and inquires, "How much do you know about the First Era?" Startled, Zephyrus had not anticipated such a question. The First Era, that is ancient indeed. After a moment of contemplation, he helplessly shakes his head. "Your Majesty, it is not that I am unwilling to answer your question. It is simply that my knowledge of the First Era is exceedingly limited. As you can see, I am a third-generation Titan, and in terms of lineage, you are a generation above me. Of course, as the pioneer of the new pantheon, you are the inception of the Olympian pantheon and need not adhere to the order of the Titans. However, for me, the First Era exists merely in the realm of rumors. What I know does not surpass your understanding by much. Indeed, strictly speaking, aside from those who personally experienced that era, few possess any knowledge of the events that transpired." Nodding slightly, although Zeus had prepared himself mentally before summoning Zephyrus, he still feels a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he comprehends the other's position, for not only he, but even most of the second-generation Titans possess scant knowledge of the First Era. The reason is clear. Throughout the First Era, the witnesses were primarily the primal gods, the Father of Heaven, the Mother of Earth, the ancient sea gods, ancient mountain gods, a few giants, and the 12 Titan deities. The first 5, needless to say, either neglect worldly affairs, remain in eternal slumber, or stand in opposition to the divine court. As for why the 12 Titans have never mentioned that epic, it is a matter that can be understood with a little thought. Thousands of years, they were treated as mere toys or punching bags, never escaping the shadow of the Father of Heaven. Ultimately, they were forced back into the womb of the Mother of Earth, nearly condemned to a perpetual liminal state between life and death. Regarding these matters, although Zeus possesses limited knowledge, he is somewhat aware. Even if it were himself, he would likely not appreciate the frequent references to such dark history. Unfortunately, I recall that Helios was quite informed about that era, but he has since fallen. If your Majesty wishes to delve into the events of that time, it would be prudent to seek an audience with the Titan Lord. Of course, if you have any other reservations, that would be my oversight." With a slight bow, the god of the west wind refrained from speaking the whole truth. Strictly speaking, he held a modest understanding of that era, gleaned from certain tidbits shared by Helios. For instance, the ancient ruler of the spirit realm had once undertaken actions that caused considerable strife for the second generation of divine kings and the primordial sun god. Yet, as time marched on, the west wind god realized that many of the events from that epoch had inexplicably faded from memory. Even among the deities who no longer spoke of them, only he retained vivid recollections, capable of detailing specific occurrences, but Zephyros chose to remain silent, as if he too had forgotten. It is a jest. Although the god of the west wind has served as a loyal minister for an entire era, one cannot truly expect him to be regarded as a faithful deity. Even Kronos had never entertained such thoughts, and Zeus might be indulging in illusions. Tasking him with duties is straightforward. However, should the perils be too great, he would be powerless to assist. "Ah, I understand. Your loyalty is duly noted. You may depart. I shall ensure you are not wronged." With a slight nod, Zeus uttered no further words, merely gesturing for the other to take their leave. Within 10 chambers, there must be loyalty and righteousness. Although Chaos did not articulate such a phrase, similar sentiments exist. Over the years, Zephyros's conduct has undeniably substantiated this notion. Almost in unison, the divine kings within the fragments of the world regarded Rudis as Zeus regarded the west wind god. They lamented the rarity of loyalty and piety, as well as their own fortuitousness. Thus, perhaps before the impending decisive battle, they might entrust him with certain responsibilities. As for the front lines, it would be best not to involve him there. Chapter 496. The old gods, upon realizing that he could glean no information from the god of the west wind, the king of the gods decided to depart. Upon reflection, he recalled that among the ancient titans, there remained one whom he could converse with. The goddess of light, Phoebe, though relatively weaker among the titans, exhibited an almost palpable affection towards him. He believed that should he initiate dialogue, she would certainly share her insights without reservation. Yet, not long ago, she had been tasked with keeping watch over the celestial deities of the zodiac. He was uncertain of the current state of affairs. Since that day, Zeus had received little communication regarding her. The zodiac had been managed by the spirit realm for ages, and perhaps it harbored some hidden secrets. Thus, he resolved to pay a visit. Before his departure, he hesitated for a moment and softly called out, "Iris, your majesty." A radiant light flashed, and the goddess of the rainbow appeared before the golden palace. "Iris, there is no need to wait any longer. Convey my command to inform the gods of what Zephyros witnessed in Silvermoon City. The desecration of the divine race is indeed a disgrace to me as their king. However, should I suffer such humiliation, the other gods are likely to share in this sentiment. Let them take action in their own way, as a rehearsal for the future. Regardless of their endeavors, I shall watch over them from the sacred mountain. As you wish, your majesty." Iris bowed slightly but hesitated. "I shall fulfill your will." Yet it seems Silvermoon City possesses its own narrative. Moreover, not every deity may be inclined to act on behalf of others. If no, Iris, you misunderstand my intent. Zeus shook his head slightly, his tone laden with significance. At this juncture, the truth of the matter is irrelevant. Whether those mortal wielders of sorcery or the celestial deities imprisoned for millennia, they are ultimately mere pawns, incapable of altering the final outcome. Yet, irrespective of the actual truth, Iris, I implore you to tell me, if you were to choose, whose words would you trust? Naturally, yours, my majesty. Iris's expression shifted to one of realization, and she no longer held dissent. Indeed, Zeus's command was not aimed at achieving any particular goal or leveraging the god's power to raise that city. If he himself could not accomplish it, how could the gods possibly succeed? His words served merely to delineate friend from foe at the critical juncture, compelling those on the fence to make their choice. They could either believe his words and act in the mortal realm, standing resolutely against the ancient gods of the spirit realm, in solidarity with the king of Olympus. Either one does not trust his words, openly defying orders, and directly becoming his adversary, or Zeus could swiftly deal with them without waiting until the last moment. Once this step is accomplished, the powers of the gods on the divine mountain will naturally coalesce into a singular force. For the king of the gods, his objective would thus be fulfilled. In a flash, the goddess of the rainbow, Iris, departed. This task was not particularly daunting for her, as it could be completed in just a few days. Yet, even as a messenger, Iris sensed an undercurrent of hostility. Perhaps this world would not remain tranquil for much longer. The embodiment of the god king journeyed into the starry expanse to uncover the mysteries of the first era and the past of the ancient lord of the skies. He hoped to unearth more concrete evidence to discern the origins of the summoner of the divine shadows. Meanwhile, on the mortal realm, the radiant light scattered as Iris traversed the wilderness, stirring ripples of change. On this day, divine light descended as the goddess of the rainbow entered a town among mortals. This place lay far from the heart of humanity, situated at the intersection of the wild and the mundane. Observing the structure of the town, Iris perceived a certain antiquity. Its customs and architecture seemed to be suspended in time, echoing several millennia past. The inhabitants built their homes from stone and brick, gathering around sacred flames to shield themselves from the perils of the wilderness. It was indeed primitive. Even their faith reflected this simplicity. Shaking her head gently, Iris wandered the entire town but found no grand temples. The soul sanctuary honored the ancient deities of a bygone era, those titans who had either fled, fragmented, or succumbed to slumber. They placed the 12 ancient gods at the heart of the temple, adorned with symbols representing their divine progeny. In a fleeting moment, Iris almost doubted her vision, for she beheld the statue of the previous god king, Cronus, alongside the image of the thunder god Zeus, revered as a descendant. The audacity of such a construction left Iris with a singular opinion of the temple's creator, a presumptuous zealot. However, after a moment's hesitation, she chose not to act. After all, her purpose in this city was to seek out the elder sister of the god king, the hearth goddess Hestia. who most cherished taking on mortal form to wander among humankind. Among the pantheon, she perhaps maintained the closest ties with humanity. Time and again, she had manifested at the edges of the mortal world, aiding them in repelling demons, sealing malevolent entities, and rescuing those mortals dwelling at the threshold of the wilderness. In contrast, even though Artemis held dominion over the wild, she primarily imparted survival skills to her followers rather than intervening directly to resolve their dilemmas. Survival of the fittest, this was the law of the untamed, a doctrine steadfastly embraced by Artemis's devotees. Iris found it difficult to determine who was right or wrong in this regard, yet the number of followers at the edge of the wilderness clearly favored the hearth goddess. However, since Lady Hestia herself appeared indifferent to such matters, why should Iris concern herself further? Perhaps this guardian of the household is intentionally shaping the statue of the former divine king. After all, the gods are immortal. Compared to the eternally slumbering Father of Heaven, who truly knows where the esteemed Titan Lord, the magnificent King Kronos, gazes upon the world? A shiver ran down my spine, as though that solitary monarch stood before me, silently observing my every move. Iris shook off her thoughts and stepped towards a humble dwelling at the edge of the small town. As she walked, the chatter of passers-by filled her ears. Unlike other regions of the continent, even amidst the chaos of the human realm, the disastrous defeat of the war god Ares had inflicted heavy losses upon the faithful of various nations, leaving a trail of lamentation. Yet, none of these tribulations had cast a shadow over this quaint city. Here, survival was the paramount concern of humanity. Everything else was merely a distant tale. From their conversations, Iris gleaned the valiant deeds of a mortal named Heracles, tales of spring sowing and autumn harvests, the changing of the seasons, and most importantly, the miracle that had recently unfolded. In the face of the demonic invasion, the sacred fire in the town's center blazed brightly, repelling the encroaching malevolence in an instant. To Iris, it was evident that only Lady Hestia could have accomplished such a feat indeed, had it not been for this incursion of evil. The rainbow goddess may not have found the whereabouts of the hearth goddess. After all, this lady never divulged her location to anyone, preferring to traverse the world on her own 2 feet. Outside of the divine king himself, few deities could ascertain her position. Tick, tick, splash. The weather in the wilderness was unpredictable. One moment it was bathed in brilliant sunlight, the next it was shrouded in a gentle drizzle. Arriving at the door of the secluded dwelling, Iris lightly rapped on the wooden door to announce her presence. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, the door is unlocked. Creak. She pushed the door open and stepped into the unremarkable room. At first glance, Iris did not see the resplendent and noble main deity. Instead, she beheld a woman busily tending to the hearth. The rich aroma of wheat wafted through the air, mingled with the scent of freshly turned earth. For a moment, the rainbow goddess hesitated, uncertain whether to voice the purpose of her visit. Unlike other deities, as the elder sister of the divine king, the hearth goddess naturally harbored no concerns about factions. After all, she had once fought alongside the divine king to overthrow their father without ever asking for recompense. Zeus trusted her implicitly, even more than he did his own queen. Thus, even if Hestia did nothing, it would not diminish her standing in the eyes of the divine king. My lady, do not rush, Iris. Please, have a seat. Without pausing her work, Hestia gently shook her head. Upon the arrival of the rainbow goddess, she felt a tinge of surprise, yet she could surmise the reason behind it. In an era devoid of the divine messenger Hermes, Iris and Hestia have become the most frequent emissaries of the pantheon. The mere sight of each other indicated that Zeus must have summoned her for a matter of lesser urgency. After all, were it of paramount significance, the king of the gods would have come in person, for even the swiftest of goddesses cannot rival the current speed of Zeus. This evening's meal was rather informal. Perhaps a bowl of honey barley porridge would suffice? Shortly, guests would arrive as previously arranged. If the matter were not pressing, Iris might as well wait, for it would only be a matter of half a day. As you wish, your highness, she replied, not refusing, although her heart held reservations regarding Hestia's approach. Without much thought, Iris deduced that the so-called guest was likely another mortal who had benefited from the goddess's benevolence. Hestia was ever so kind, assisting mortals in distress while also meting out punishment to those who forsook their kin for selfish gains. Yet, anyone who approached her with the intent to protect others would invariably find her aid. There was nothing inherently wrong with this. But Iris believed not every mortal deserved divine assistance. The vast majority of humanity lacked noble intentions and exceptional abilities. They were so ordinary, yet perpetually optimistic. However, this was Hestia's affair, and Iris had no intention of voicing her dissent. After a brief moment of contemplation, she inquired about the name of the guest. Well, I am uncertain, Hestia responded after a moment's hesitation. Ah? Iris was taken aback by such an answer. Yet, as she continued her task, Hestia elaborated. How shall I put it? Strictly speaking, the individual with whom I made the pact is a descendant of that guest. Many years ago, their ancestors established an ancient temple here, and as their lineage continued, they have worshipped the deities enshrined within it. Not long ago, I assisted that young man with certain matters, prompting his elder to decide to pay me a visit. Of course, he does not come solely for me, but rather to pay homage to a departed soul. A temple? Iris's expression shifted slightly, as she recalled that this small town possessed but one place worthy of such a title. She pondered what manner of person would offer sacrifice to the Titans. Could it be that in ancient times, the old king of gods had left behind a faith at the fringes of the human world, preparing for some future eventuality? Your Highness Hestia, are you referring to the only temple in the city? Indeed. Nodding slightly, Hestia remarked with a smile, he is quite a courteous young man. I believe his name is Mephistopheles? According to him, it is the name of an ancient sage of humanity who ascended to become a holy spirit. Although I have little recollection of this, it appears that there is indeed a tale of such a figure in human legend. Naming descendants after sages is perhaps a tradition of his family. Iris, do you recall this name? No. Silently shaking her head, Iris pondered. Who among the deities would take the time to concern themselves with the so-called sages of mortals? Those who managed to etch their names into her memory were undoubtedly figures like Theseus, Heracles, and Hermes, beings who accomplished feats that even many gods could not achieve in their human forms. In contrast, what prowess could Mephistopheles possibly possess? After all, such an unfamiliar name likely indicated that he lacked even the merit to be considered for the Hall of Heroes. If I am not mistaken, he must be some so-called sage from a minor city-state, whose perceived abilities are merely a result of the scant population. Unperturbed, the goddess of the rainbow quietly awaited beside her. Those mortals held little significance for her. The collective murmurs of these so-called guests paled in comparison to a single word from the king of the gods. End of chapter. Chapter 497. The gift of a blade outside. The rain poured with increasing intensity. Within the confines of the room, Iris found her spirits dampened as she awaited the arrival of others. She had never shied away from waiting, yet this was her inaugural experience of awaiting mortals. Were it not for Hestia's presence, the goddess of the rainbow would never squander her time on mere humans. Fortunately, just as her patience began to wane, the door of the cabin was finally rapped upon. Come in. The door is unlocked. With a creak, the not-so-sturdy wooden door swung open, revealing a tall, young man. Presumably, he was the Mephistopheles spoken of by the goddess of the hearth. As her gaze drifted behind him, a flicker of surprise crossed Iris's features. The elder accompanying him appeared far from aged. In fact, he resembled a weathered middle-aged man, distinguished only by his unusual crimson eyes. Yet, the goddess of the rainbow was not taken aback, for inexplicably, she found the man before her somewhat familiar, as if she had encountered his youthful visage before. However, upon deeper reflection, she could not grasp any concrete memory of him. You were late. Did no one teach you that one should announce their visit in advance? She stated nonchalantly, casting aside her sense of familiarity. Perhaps she had indeed seen him in the realm of mortals. The sage, perhaps. Meanwhile, as Mephistopheles stepped into the room, a flicker of astonishment danced in his heart at the sight of Iris. Is this Iris? His eyes glimmered momentarily, and in response to her inquiry, Mephistopheles simply smiled and retorted, Might I inquire, madam, in what capacity you are questioning me? Is it not permissible to come as a guest? Iris replied, momentarily taken aback. As a punctual guest, I naturally find it displeasing to associate with those lacking in timekeeping. I trust that is not too much to ask. Certainly not, Mephistopheles replied, his smile unwavering as he gently shook his head. However, a guest must adhere to their role, for they should not presume to make decisions on behalf of the host, especially when they are ill-equipped to make the right choices, as is the case now. My dear lady, I am curious to know how you concluded that we were tardy when there remains half an hour until our appointed time. I suspect there may be some misunderstanding between us that has led you to form a bias against me. If that is indeed the case, please allow me to express my apologies and offer recompense for my previous unintentional actions. Rendered speechless, Iris had to concede that he was, without a doubt, a most courteous young man. She pursed her lips and ceased her attempts to provoke him. The rainbow goddess cast a discerning glance at the elder before her, choosing not to elaborate further. Very well. Everything is prepared. Young ones, you have arrived. Amidst the quietude that enveloped the gathering, Hestia emerged from the kitchen, bearing a large basket of dried fruits. She had, of course, overheard the discourse within the room. Yet Iris's discontent with the waiting mortals was a sentiment shared among the deities. With a slight shake of her head, the goddess of the hearth set the food she had prepared upon the table, just as she was about to utter a few words. The sight of the middle-aged man before her momentarily rendered her speechless. "What is it?" "Nothing. It is merely that you remind me of a dear departed friend." Forcing a smile, Hestia inhaled deeply, tucking away her myriad thoughts. Perhaps it was the peculiar nature of this place. After all, this town was not far from where she once dwelt. Without further contemplation, the goddess of the hearth welcomed her invited guests. As time flowed inexorably onward, many years had passed. Those ancient memories had grown hazy, even for her. The banquet was unremarkable, lacking any particular distinction. Mephistopheles and the two goddesses exhibited no signs of extraordinary behavior. The meal unfolded in an ordinary manner, until the heavy rain outside gradually ceased, and at the threshold of the wooden cottage, the guests exchanged farewells. A subconscious sigh of relief escaped her lips, followed by a wave of inexplicable confusion. The rainbow goddess found herself perplexed by her unusual concern for the comings and goings of the two mortals. "Well, they have departed. It is time for me to fulfill my duty." Turning to bow, Iris conveyed the command of the god king to Hestia. "This is the case. His Majesty desires the gods to undertake certain actions in the mortal realm as a means to punish those who have blasphemed the divine. Naturally, your highness may decide at your discretion. Regardless of whether you choose to act or not, I believe the god king will have no objection. Is that so?" Furrowing her brow in contemplation, Hestia sighed upon hearing this. The situation had indeed escalated to this point, with the flames of conflict spreading among the deities. She was aware of the recent upheaval upon the divine mountain. Under the unyielding will of the god king, Olympus and the spirit realm had reached this juncture. Even though she wished to remain uninvolved as Zeus's elder sister, Hestia found it impossible to distance herself from the matter. Yet on that fateful day, when she prepared to intervene, someone thwarted her. As the protector of the household, being the eldest among the 6 siblings of Zeus, she was accustomed to aiding her family without hindrance. However, this individual was different. When she spoke to the goddess, Hestia ultimately chose to comply. From that day forth, she remained here. It was indeed for this reason that she tended to the shrine dedicated to the Titans. "Iris, inform Zeus. If the day arrives when it is a matter of life and death, I shall aid him. Yet, prior to that, my stance remains unchanged. As an eternal deity, taking a step back is not without merit." Had the Father God faced the twists of fate and the shift of divine authority with composure, perhaps the Titanomachy would never have transpired, nor the subsequent schism. The tone hesitated, and the rainbow goddess found herself at a loss to evaluate Hestia's words. Mortals, driven by the allure of gold, can turn brother against brother, spouse against spouse, how much more so for the throne of the god king, the utmost power in the realm. "I shall convey your sentiments, your highness." Slowly speaking, Iris could only acquiesce. "By the way, there is another matter. His Majesty hopes that, when you have the opportunity, you could visit some reclusive deities to inquire about matters pertaining to the First Era, especially that Lord of the Skies. His Majesty is quite concerned about this." "What?" Her countenance shifted, as if she had heard something astonishing, yet she quickly regained her composure. Nodding slowly, Hestia chose not to elaborate. "I understand. I will keep this matter in mind." "Very well. I shall take my leave then." With a slight bow, Iris promptly departed. Moments later, as the torrential rain ceased entirely, a resplendent rainbow arched across the sky. The goddess continued her duties, while Hestia remained in this quaint town. Standing by the window for a while, she seemed to digest the words she had just heard. The hearth goddess then quietly tidied the dining implements, refraining from employing any supernatural powers. She sought to quell the turmoil within her through this mundane act, but before she knew it, time had slipped away. And Hestia sighed once more. Avoidance does not resolve issues, though she remained unable to reconcile her feelings regarding Zeus's decision. Nonetheless, he is, after all, her brother. Thus, gazing at the rain-kissed town, she lingered in thought until, at last, a spark ignited beside her. In the next moment, a uniquely shaped blade materialized in Hestia's hand. It was a scythe, yet distinct from the agricultural tool used for harvesting grain. Upon it resided an ancient and primal aura of death. The flint-forged, unrefined stone body bore mottled stains of blood, seemingly reflecting a forgotten history. Indeed, it bore witness to an epic, a formidable weapon capable of threatening the God King. The Scythe of the Nameless, the original weapon of chaos, the first artifact to emerge through natural means, unrefined by the forge. Grasping its hilt, Hestia felt a surge of immense power coursing through her. An epoch had passed, and for reasons unknown, this primal artifact appeared to have grown even more potent. Even when not facing a destined adversary, its might could still instill dread among the gods. Mother Goddess, I fear I must disappoint you. Whispering softly, I caressed the hilt of my blade. Little do many know that thousands of miles west of this humble human town lies an unnamed valley where an ancient deity of immense nobility has secluded herself for millennia. Had she chosen to, she could have basked in the worship of gods across 2 epochs, wielding authority second only to the king of the gods. Yet, she forsook this path, choosing instead to carry this divine artifact, severing all ties with the world, until recently. On that fateful day, Rhea emerged from her valley and sought out Hestia, who wandered among the towns of humanity. As a voice of experience, she imparted her wisdom to her first daughter, suggesting that perhaps the time of epochal change was upon them once more. The gods would tremble before supreme power, and the old king would yield to the new. Though she remained ignorant of who the next divine monarch would be, the vivid manifestation of the spirit realm in the world was a signal in itself. After all, apart from her, few knew the frequency of Kronos' clandestine communications with the spirit realm in his final days. Thus, you come to inform me that the heavens show signs of awakening, while corruption spreads from the depths of the earth. Among your 6 offspring, only my entanglement with the current king is not so profound. Should I desire it, with the protection of this artifact, I might continue to thrive in the next epoch as an ancient deity, much like those titans who refrained from the great wars. Even as the new king would be compelled to show me due reverence. Speaking to the scythe in my grasp, it responds to Hestia with a fleeting glimmer of cold light. Indeed, this is what Rhea implies. Having witnessed the transition of 2 epochs and accompanied a generation of kings for millennia, this goddess, who governs the passage of time, seems to have seen through the futility of resisting the tide. It is wiser to flow with the currents and withdraw while one can. As for Zeus, he has reveled in the authority of kingship, and this impending calamity is one he has orchestrated. Since this is his desire, Rhea, as the mother goddess, silently acquiesces. No, you may accept it, but I cannot. Pressing my lips together, the goddess of the hearth tightens her grip on the hilt of her blade. Since you have bestowed it upon me, I possess the right to determine its future. In dealings with other deities, this artifact may seem inconsequential. Yet, when confronting the patriarchy, it instinctively disregards the opponent's power, and in opposition to the king of gods, it bestows upon its wielder extraordinary enhancements. Hestia is unaware of what the heavens are awakening signifies, nor does she comprehend why Zeus has suddenly begun inquiring about that ancient age. However, as these 2 elements emerge in succession, it becomes challenging for her not to draw certain connections. Uranus, the tyrannical and self-serving monarch. His sole distinction from Typhon may well be that he was born in an era sufficiently ancient, where all things were primal and wild. In the presence of such an entity, should he awaken, it is likely that Zeus would be the first of his successors to face his wrath, especially in the absence of Kronos. After all, he perceives all that exists within the cosmos as rightfully belonging to him, including the throne of the godly king. A notion clearly at odds with Zeus's perspective. One can only hope that matters do not escalate to that extent. The transition between epochs should not hinge on the resurgence of the former god king. The anxiety that lingered in her heart was difficult to dispel. Hestia refrained from seeking out Zeus. Since he had inquired about the first epoch, it was evident that he was already prepared. Rather than divulging her scythe at this moment, it would be prudent to keep it as a trump card. Deep down, the goddess of the hearth did not wish for the existence of this divine artifact to bolster his confidence anew. Over the millennia, Zeus had faced ample tribulations on this account. To the north of the town lies an unnamed temple, departing from Hestia's wooden abode. Mephistopheles and his elder made their way to this location. In the eyes of the goddess of the hearth, this temple was a manifestation of the mother goddess's guidance for mortals, and the individual she encountered here was indeed one of her descendants. However, in truth, this temple bore little connection to Rhea, and even less to the 2 of them. As they entered the temple, Mephistopheles' gaze swept over the statues of the 12 titans, and a flicker of nostalgia crossed his eyes. While this was a part of his past, in every conceivable sense, Kronos was already dead. Beyond memory and the essence of immortality, there existed no further ties between them. Chapter 498. The Invitation of Darkness. The grand door swung open with a resounding bang, allowing a fleeting ray of sunlight to pierce the sanctum. The 12 towering statues of deities were momentarily illuminated, particularly that of the central figure, Kronos, the sovereign of time and space. Perhaps due to his former conquest of the sun, the alignment of the statues subtly directed attention towards him, with Hyperion's position seeming to pay homage. However, among the Titans, there were some whose places would never bask in the light, such as Zeus, who lingered in the shadows, maintaining a considerable distance from Phoebe. They appeared not as a couple, but as estranged strangers long separated. "You are as such, and so am I. Zeus, what say you?" The Lord of the Abyss spoke softly, seemingly addressing someone, yet silence enveloped the temple. This was hardly surprising. The sanctuary dedicated to the Titans had seldom seen visitors since its inception. Those who knew of their existence dared not offer worship, while the oblivious mortals had no reason to do so. Ultimately, despite its enduring presence, the temple remained desolate. With a wry smile, Asmodai paid little heed to the oppressive stillness. He stepped forward, contemplating the statue that represented his past. The imposing stone figure was rugged and wild, yet it authentically captured the essence of the sovereign. After a moment of reflection, the Lord of the Abyss recognized that to unravel the enigma behind this temple, he required a form of authentication, something uniquely possessed or known by Kronos. Just as he steeled himself for this endeavor, a familiar sharp energy pierced through from the outskirts of the small town. It was that scythe. Initially taken aback, he soon wore a look of dawning realization. As its former first bearer, no one understood the nameless scythe better than Asmodai. Even having forsaken his past, he could reclaim the artifact at any moment if he so desired, bringing it back to the Abyss. Yet, in that moment, as he sensed its presence, the Lord of the Abyss remained still, merely observing with a flicker of nostalgia in his gaze. "My lord," after a brief pause, Mephistopheles spoke softly, inclining his head slightly. "If you wish not to retrieve the artifact personally, I might undertake that task for you. Within 3 days, I can ensure its appearance before you." His tone was calm, as if recounting the most mundane of matters. Despite the fact that, in sheer power, Hestia wielding the nameless scythe could easily overpower him, neither the speaker nor the listener harbored any doubt about the situation. Mephistopheles possessed the cunning to devise 100 strategies to navigate the challenge posed by Hestia. However, before him, Asmodeus gently shook his head and declined the proposal. "There is no need. Let it remain there. In its current state, it is of no use to me. Should the day ever arrive when it becomes relevant, it can always return to my grasp. That day, of course, refers to the awakening of Uranus. If that moment truly comes and he still recognizes me, the Lord of the Nine Hells would not mind experiencing once more the nightmare he once knew." The insurmountable pinnacle in his eyes. After all, for the sovereign of patriarchy, the power of this scythe is unparalleled. Even a creation artifact like the Well of Reincarnation pales in comparison. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Since you are unwilling to meet me, allow me to come to you. Withdrawing his gaze, Asmodeus was acutely aware that the goddess who presides over the flow of time lay just 1,000 miles away in the valley, a place he could reach with a single step. Yet, he did nothing, merely placing his hand upon the towering statue. In the next moment, a ripple of temporal and spatial energy emanated from it, and the figure of the middle-aged man promptly vanished. In the vastness of the temple, only Mephistopheles remained. Phew! How intricate! Reflecting inwardly, Mephistopheles found it difficult to comprehend Asmodeus's actions. After all, possessing such power, one could simply act as desired, so why complicate matters? As the first generation of devils, formed from silver humanity, Mephistopheles could not fully empathize. He viewed the emotions of most gods and mortals from a rational perspective, analyzing, manipulating, and even mocking their flaws, yet he had never truly experienced them himself. In the past, he believed his sovereign would be similar. As the creator of devils, he ought to be as supreme and pure, if not more so, than the devils themselves. Yet now, it seemed his judgment had erred. Wait, who goes there? In an instant, the relaxed expression in the center of the temple abruptly shifted, and Mephistopheles felt as though he were facing a formidable foe. Faintly, he sensed something had entered the temple, yet he could not discern its precise presence. What kind of power is this? Is it a peculiar authority, secrecy, space, shadow, or the mysterious and invisible forces of fate and time? Black mist swirled, the innate power of devils permeating the temple. Mephistopheles extended his hand forward, attempting to summon a hidden trump card, regardless of what it might be. The fact that he could detect even a hint of the intruder's presence indicated that the disparity in strength between them did not resemble that which exists between true gods and their supreme might. With the preparations he had made over the years, capturing it was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, in the next moment, before he could deploy his means, Mephistopheles' actions suddenly halted. As if struck by a thought, he hesitated for a moment, refraining from immediate action and observing silently. He noted that although the intruder disregarded him, she also refrained from any overt actions. It seemed she merely came to take a glance or to rummage through the echoes of a bygone era. Perhaps I simply misjudged the situation. After a brief silence, Mephistopheles withdrew his hand. In a moment of contemplation, he swiftly discerned the root of the misunderstanding. The reason for his misperception likely stemmed from his own inadequacy, rendering him incapable of grasping even the simplest of matters. Such a state of affairs could not be tolerated. Upon returning to the depths of hell, he must find a way to address this issue, drawing the attention of the Lord of the Nine Hells to his feebleness and errors. Perhaps, in doing so, he could secure a greater share of the dark power. Reflecting on the immense influx of energy into the Nine Hells recently, even knowing he would receive a portion, who would refuse to obtain more? As time shifted and space twisted, the moment Asmathiel pressed his right hand upon the statue, he sensed a familiar force. It was the divine power of time and space, belonging to the former god of time, Kronos. This power originated in the Second Era, left behind by the then king of the gods during his visit to Ceus in the starry skies, as he sought to confront the sun god Hyperion. This power, though not particularly strong, served more as a testament, a token. To wield it, one would need to have coexisted for millennia with the lightless celestial deity. Or perhaps only the power's original owner could manage such a feat. Undoubtedly, this was a silent trial, a key to validate a certain identity. Whoever could unravel its mystery, even if not Kronos himself, would undoubtedly possess a close connection to him. What a cunning stratagem. You are aware of that place. Thus, you anticipated my inquiry, ultimately leading me to discover the remnants you left behind. Such circuitousness is truly characteristic of you, Ceus. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would recall your existence. His expression remained placid, devoid of overt change. In truth, just as anticipated by the other party, Asmathiel had long ago uncovered this temple. Given its proximity to the valley where Rhea resided, only a few titans of the same era could have achieved such a feat as for the other primordial deities. They were likely too occupied to construct any temples. However, the Lord of the Nine Hells at that time chose to disregard it. For although he recognized Ceus' intent in erecting the temple and comprehended his desires, he was unable to provide what was sought. For them, it was improbable to achieve their goals without resources. Thus, he merely noted the occurrence and chose to remain indifferent. Time flows inexorably, and the years slip by in a blur, spanning thousands of cycles. It was only recently that this situation finally experienced a transformation. Asmathiel discovered what he sought, while simultaneously recognizing the necessity of Ceus' existence. The convergence of these two factors compelled him to visit his former brother today. He held a firm belief that his expectations would not be thwarted. Buzz. Crash. As the Lord of the Nine Hells re-entered the realm of the living, he was greeted by rows of ancient stone tablets. In the distance, the sea lashed against the shore, while a tempest howled in fury. To the south, the grand Nissa Mountain stretched endlessly, where the fabled goddess of fate resided, gazing down upon the denizens of the northern lands. As his gaze swept across the surroundings, a flicker of realization ignited in Asmathiel's eyes. He recalled the significance of this place, the extreme north of the earth, the coastline adjacent to the northern sea. A land where the followers of Ceus had once dwelled during the Second Age, when the golden humanity was forged. These rows of stone tablets served as their tombs, marking the nascent traces of human civilization. Shifting his focus, it was no surprise that the Lord of the Nine Hells stumbled upon several more ancient and forsaken temples. Here, the bygone golden humanity had erected a palace for the god of the lightless celestial bodies. In addition to him, other deities who once thrived in the northern expanse had also played a significant role. However, with their demise, all of this faded into silence. Shaking his head slightly, Asmathiel could not help but admire the caution exercised by Ceus. Had he not ventured here in person, he knew well who had left the traces of temporal and spatial divine power. Had it been another deity, even one wielding dominion over time or space, they would have only arrived here under guidance, oblivious to the true purpose of such direction. Evidently, in order to obscure his actions from prying eyes, Ceus had gone to great lengths. Yet upon deeper reflection, the Lord of the Nine Hells found himself understanding his counterpart. The objective was clear: to guard against Zeus, and perhaps even a dark sovereign. In the face of a potential threat from such formidable divine powers, Exercising utmost caution was certainly justified. With a casual smile, Asmathiel surveyed his surroundings. Ultimately, he did not enter Sia's temple, but instead found himself in a rather unfamiliar hall. Bang, pushing open the grand door, his gaze traversed the illustrations etched upon the stone portal. Depicted were scenes of meteors cascading from the heavens, while several giants observed from the clouds. Stepping into the temple, the arrangement felt peculiar, seemingly not crafted in the manner befitting a true deity. Yet upon the central dais, there resided a deity known to all in the contemporary era, the goddess of the magical web, Hecate. The final barrier, apart from those of us directly involved, would remain forgotten by all, a unique past lost to time. Who would have imagined that your attention would not linger within your own temple, but rather in another sanctuary? However, in truth, Hecate had never ventured to the north at that time. Aware that this was your domain, she had never engaged with the golden mortals here. As Asmathiel slowly spoke, his expression turned increasingly grave. The reason for this elaborate circumlocution was ultimately because he was no longer Kronos. If it were otherwise, he could have simply approached directly, rather than indulging in this cryptic game. Nevertheless, it was time to conclude this. Sias, will you not step forth to meet me? This moment may very well be your only opportunity in this lifetime. With a calm voice, Asmathiel's gazed toward a corner of the temple. After a brief pause, a shadow stirred slightly. Kronos, should I address you as such, or are you merely his ally? A steady and resonant voice emerged, devoid of corporeal form, as the formless deity conveyed its thoughts. In truth, even now, I cannot ascertain your identity. After all, the gods are immortal, and divine authority is eternal. Your transformation has surpassed my expectations. Indeed, for Sias in this moment, even after numerous confirmations, it was challenging to believe that the figure before him was the familiar presence he once knew. For the gods, everything may change, yet their divine roles remain immutable. Even the disintegration of worlds is merely a partial diminishment, rather than a complete annihilation. Chapter 499. Rumors and division within the temple. A profound silence enveloped the air. Sias' words were strikingly candid, yet Asmathiel discerned the gravity of his concerns. As the latter articulated, he indeed bore no semblance to Kronos in the present, unless he were to divulge his entire journey to this point, a prospect that was both impossible and unnecessary, regardless of whether Sias believed in his identity. The crux lay in his ability to provide what Sias desired, rendering their differences moot. The god of the void sought to establish a connection with Kronos solely because of the latter's status as the ancient king of the gods, a figure Zeus could not abide, and due to past collaborations with the titanic deities. Conversely, Asmathiel, as a great being emerging from the abyss and the ruler of the nine hells, held an identity capable of alleviating Sias' apprehensions. Whether or not he was deemed as such bore little significance. What truly mattered was that he was neither a primordial deity nor an otherworldly entity akin to the mother tree. At this moment, he alone had come to seek Sias and to elucidate the lingering doubts that had persisted. With a calm demeanor, Asmathiel refrained from excessive discourse. He merely allowed a glimpse of his essence to surface, a testament to the indomitable divinity of chaos. Subtly, the laws of the material realm reacted, as if affirming his declarations. From the shadows, the manifestation of the will of the god of the void bore witness to this revelation, comprehending the implications Asmathiel sought to convey. In the realm of chaos, there existed no great being beyond the primordial gods. Moreover, in comparison to Kronos, who had likely ascended through the divine king's authority, should the individual before him not be the counterpart, it might indeed be a fortuitous circumstance. After all, Sias was not a king and had never harbored the prospect of inheriting the throne. After a moment of silence, he stepped forth from the shadows. The silhouette of the god of the void emerged with an imposing presence, and he regarded Asmathiel with the respect befitting a great one. I pay my respects to you, esteemed prince, regardless of whether you are Kronos or not. As you can observe, I have long awaited this moment. Yet before we proceed, there remains a matter I wish to inquire about. His voice resonated with a deep, weighted echo, reminiscent of ancient celestial bodies traversing the cosmos, sending ripples through the air. The arrangements laid down thousands of years ago were finally bearing fruit, a cause for joy that Sias should have embraced. However, at this juncture, he found himself not in elation, but rather conducting a courteous inquiry. For millennia, I have been aware that to achieve true greatness in divine power, the most pivotal aspect is to possess a complete and independent symbol of one's essence. Yet, the laws of the present realm have never afforded such an opportunity. Since the first era, none among the deities of this world have succeeded in this endeavor. Except for those born before the mother goddess or the sovereign rulers who wielded divine authority, no one has ever been able to transcend this limitation. Your emergence may well be an exception beyond the mortal realm, a fortuity found only in the depths of the abyss. This potential existence fills me with immense joy. Yet I yearn to understand what sacrifices I must make to seize this opportunity. Furthermore, what, in this process, do you require of me? The experiences of the first era teach me that every gift fate bestows comes with a price discreetly marked in the shadows. While I aspire to attain great divine power, if the cost is akin to that borne by my father and the true Kronos, then relinquishment may sometimes signify a form of success, not blinded by immediate benefits. Zeus recognizes that since you have discerned his intentions, it may indeed be true that you possess certain knowledge that could enable him to take that fateful step. However, the god of the lightless celestial bodies is also acutely aware that becoming a great divine force might merely be the beginning, especially in light of the fates of the previous 2 generations of divine rulers, which only reinforces his convictions. Uranus, the celestial god, achieved monumental feats for the present world. Although this accolade was a result of fate's guidance, due to the prophecy of Rhea, he unwittingly embraced eternal slumber long before his destiny had fully unfolded. The second divine ruler's story is even more peculiar. Throughout an entire epic, he never exhibited powers beyond that of a true god. Yet, in the climactic moments, he suddenly intervened, decisively concluding the Titan War with unparalleled strength, only to inexplicably relinquish his authority and depart from the earth. While others may have forgotten, Zeus, who has dwelled in the stars for millennia, has never ceased to observe the mortal realm. He vividly recalls the moment when, amidst the gods being suppressed by the second divine ruler, the Earth Mother furiously questioned Kronos, "Who are you?" No one knows what thoughts occupied the mind of the lightless celestial god at that moment, but from that day forth, he completely renounced all ties to the mortal plane. In a sense, the temple he established in the world was not only to allure Kronos, it also served another purpose. If his counterpart could still traverse the earthly realm, could he not reveal what transpired that allowed him to ascend to greatness, only to seemingly vanish without a trace after a fleeting moment of glory? Such an outcome is profoundly terrifying and shrouded in uncertainty. Were it not for subsequent events, such as the birth of Typhon, Zeus's confrontation with the great ones of the abyss, the emergence of the mother tree, and the primordial god's impotence before it, Zeus might still hesitate to entertain any thoughts of action. After all, to remain unascended means merely to exist in seclusion beyond the world. Yet if the labor of several epics serves merely to facilitate another's rise and ultimately leads to the loss of freedom, that would indeed be the true horror. I see now. Thus, since this era began, whether it be you or Thea, your meticulousness appears to have been instigated by the dismal fate of Kronos. Upon hearing this, a moment of astonishment enveloped the air, as if a grand enigma had suddenly unraveled. In truth, as a first-hand witness of those times, Asmotheles himself had forgotten how terrifying this event must seem to outsiders. Gaia stood as a figure of suspicion, while Erebus was acutely aware of the identity of the perpetrator. Zeus and Oceanus, engaged in the fray, were left to endure under the overwhelming power of the second-generation divine ruler on that fateful day, entirely preoccupied with matters at hand. As for the deities who refrained from battle, most lacked the formidable divine might and supreme authority of Zeus and Thea. Even the residual force of mighty powers left them in ignorance of the events that transpired. In that fleeting moment, certain conjectures began to surface in the minds of a few onlookers. Perhaps Kronos, the haughty king of the gods, did not wish to unveil his might prematurely. Nor did he desire to relinquish his dominion over humanity, but rather, his ascension stemmed from a terrifying transformation. This change could be either man-made or fated concerning the latter. Only the fate of Zeus could provide confirmation. Such rumors are unfounded. In this world, there exists no silent force capable of controlling a deity or even usurping their essence. It has never existed in the past, does not exist in the present, and will not exist in the future. Even the sovereign of spirits cannot wield the authority and strength of the divine king without consent. Such an act is strictly forbidden by the laws of the cosmos. Your concerns are indeed unwarranted. However, since you remain skeptical, let us address the matter at hand. After a moment of silence, Asmotheles endeavored to provide clarification. Yet, when he turned his gaze towards Zeus, it conveyed an attitude of "speak freely, I shall listen. Belief is another matter entirely," with a resigned shake of his head. The Lord of the Nine Hells found it challenging to elucidate such matters. Had he not been one of the principal orchestrators, he too would struggle to resist similar associations. Returning to the crux of the issue, As, regarding the condensation of symbols, disregarding the obstructions of worldly will with your current authority. There are only two paths you may endeavor to traverse. One must lean towards darkness, or the other towards celestial. However, the latter inevitably involves the sun and moon. With the moon already secured within the realm of spirits, while the sun is fiercely contested. Each of these entities represents an adversary beyond your capacity to withstand, each more formidable than the last. In contrast, while darkness also harbors a primordial deity, it is governed solely by one, thus presenting you with but a singular foe. As he began to speak, an intangible force emanated from Asmotheus, enveloping the vicinity. Though this outwardly projected power was modest, its essence was potent enough to shield against external perception and scrutiny. Theoretically speaking, if you could vanquish and even suppress Erebos, thereby seizing the powers he possesses, you might stand a chance of usurping him. However, we both understand that in the realm of chaos, the deities do not indulge in mutual consumption or usurpation. Defeating a peak primordial god is an unattainable feat even if you were to achieve such an extraordinary accomplishment. The laws of the present world would not readily permit your ascension. The invisible hand of fate might manifest its power at this juncture. Yet, in the near future, you may indeed encounter an opportunity. Even if it is fleeting and may not culminate in complete success, an opportunity is still an opportunity. The existence of one is starkly different from the absence of it. The voice remained calm, unperturbed by the possibility of instilling fear in the other. For Asmotheus had discerned that chaos exhibited a tendency to cling to small gains while neglecting the greater risks involved in monumental endeavors. Thus, despite harboring profound trepidation, he silently constructed temples in the mortal realm, attempting to gamble on certain methods that Kronos might have left behind. In stark contrast, the Mother of Light remained utterly inactive, seemingly devoid of any intention to intervene, at least for the time being. After all, to put it strictly, the relationship between them was rather mundane. Making a hasty judgment could lead to bias. So what is it that you wish to convey? Do you desire me to defeat a primordial god? Or do you intend to assist me in vanquishing one and subsequently suppress the tumult of the world's laws, aiding me in devouring his power? Maintaining composure, Chaos inquired calmly. If you could achieve this, you would have already mastered the entire world. Or do you suggest that the great Lord of Darkness would suddenly succumb to despair and take his own life before me, simultaneously resolving the implications of the world's laws, leaving me to claim his power? With a serious demeanor, he jested. Though perhaps having distanced himself from the mundane for too long, the god of the lightless celestial bodies did not find his own joke amusing. However, just as he prepared to listen to the true thoughts of the individual before him, unexpectedly, Chaos observed the other nodding slowly. Indeed, although I am uncertain how he plans to accomplish this, or how he, as a primordial god, intends to extricate himself from the constraints of the laws. His intention to learn from the Mia of your suggests he is bound to pursue this path. This, then, represents your opportunity for ascension. And it is the very reason I have come to seek you today. There was no jest in his tone, despite Asmotheus recognizing the absurdity of his words. The notion of a primordial god willingly taking their own life, setting aside the reasons behind such despair, is, in itself, an impossibility throughout all of chaos. Even the ordinary deities are immortal. How could those primordial beings, who are closer to the root than even the exalted ones who ascend postnatally, be expected to perish? Even now, as he felt the inexhaustible source of dark power flowing into his dominion, the Lord of the Nine Hells still could not fathom how the other could possibly annihilate his own existence. He possesses no answers, yet in certain matters, he need not delve into the depths of inquiry. After all, the methods of the primordial deity are always manifold. Not only does it hold the trump cards within the realm, but it also commands certain legacies from beyond the world. However, in this particular instance, Asmotheus enjoys an undeniable advantage. The fact that the other party chose to collaborate with him in secrecy, even at such a significant cost to secure a layer of hell, leads to an inevitable conclusion once the possibility of Erebos madness is dismissed. He possesses the means to end his own life and to evade the constraints of the laws. The sole consideration for Asmotheus is a singular matter: chaos. Do you comprehend? If one were to categorize the domains of divine power, marking Gaia at her weakest as the nadir, then Erebos has long ascended to the pinnacle of the earlier tier, having truly traversed more than half of the spectrum. The reason he has yet to experience a true surge of power is merely due to a method he employs to suppress his excess energy, redirecting a portion of it outward. Yet, for reasons I can only speculate upon, Chaos's affinity for the domain of darkness is alarmingly profound. Because of this inclination, even if he opts to pour forth, his power continues to swell, and the rate of its increase escalates by the day. Asmotheles is acutely aware that the strength bestowed upon him by the Dark Lord does not stem from his own essence, but rather, it is a direct transfer of that portion which is perpetually replenished within the cycle of the world to the ninth abyss. Only by truly engaging with it can one grasp the enormity of this power, vast, boundless, and inexhaustible. It is both the boon and the curse of the world. Yet only the primordial deities intricately linked to it are deemed worthy of bearing such a burden. Were it otherwise, he would not be in a position to seduce. If Chaos could claim even a fraction of this, he might well achieve a transformative leap, acquiring a far greater strength. Chapter 500, Celestial Bodies, the Great Divine Power. Is it categorized by levels? Unlike Ryan, who has witnessed the prowess of numerous great beings in various forms, and unlike the Lord of the Nine Hells, who can partially glimpse the complete path of such power through the connection between hell and the abyss, Chaos had previously understood that, just as there are disparities among true gods, there are also distinctions among great divine powers. However, no one had elucidated how such distinctions truly manifest. Until now, while still somewhat unclear, Asmotheles had at least conveyed to him that the realm of the divine can be broadly divided into two segments. Between these two, there may lie an invisible barrier, embodying a certain explicit difference. So, according to your implication, I merely need to await the Dark Lord's self-destruction before devouring his power? This notion does not seem particularly intriguing, even if he were to indeed seek his demise. After all, if that were the case, I cannot fathom why you would seek my collaboration. With a steady voice, Chaos once again expressed his skepticism. Suppose, as you assert, the Dark Lord truly perishes. Even if this is merely temporary, as one of the deities on the dark side of the world, I would undoubtedly sense it. Conversely, if you intend to act against him, it need not involve my assistance. So what, then, do you hope to gain from this process? Not believing and remaining vigilant at this moment, the god of the lightless celestial even harbored doubts that the figure before him, Kronos, was merely an impostor. This impostor could very well be Erebus himself. Perhaps the so-called death was merely a ruse to entice him into consuming his power, thus transforming himself into a fragment of that power. Though still far-fetched, Chaos had not heard of any primordial god capable of devouring other true gods. But if the other party could achieve death, what significance would that hold? Very well. I believe you may be overthinking this. However, fret not. I possess ample patience. After a moment of silence, Asmotheles appeared somewhat speechless. Yet, considering the uniqueness of his counterpart, he patiently elaborated. I previously mentioned that a distinct gap exists between the first half and the latter half of great divine power. In truth, this disparity is most vividly reflected in the vastness of the concepts they symbolize. Just as the ocean, akin to light and the sun, while they have long held the qualifications to embody their symbols, their fragmentation has precluded the emergence of corresponding great divine powers. But have you considered that if it were not the ocean that fragmented, but rather the abyss, the essence of chaos, would the world truly only see the rise of a few more powerful divine beings? Furthermore, if the entity that brings forth the malevolent essence to chaos is the primordial matron of flesh, what manner of existence might emerge from her remains? Thus, is this the distinction between the earlier and later stages of divine power in terms of symbolism? Seemingly grasping the meaning, Ceus could not help but instinctively inquire. Even if the symbol of ocean and water coalesces, it remains entrenched in the earlier phase of divine power. Therefore, even though Oceanus has unified over 80% of the seas and nearly all water systems of the continents, as long as the ancient sea god does not yield to him, lacking a crucial support, he cannot achieve ascension. Yet, the case of Tartarus is markedly different. Should he, for some reason, fragment, his successors would merely need to claim a portion of his legacy to forge a relatively incomplete symbol, thus transcending into the realm above true divinity? Indeed, nodding slowly, Asmodeus affirmed, strictly speaking, Erebus does not encompass the entirety of Chaos's dark aspects. The goddess of night, presiding over eternal night, stands as his most formidable rival. Of course, in the latter phase of the great realm, as long as their symbols remain intact, they will invariably hold absolute superiority in their respective domains. Therefore, in the realm of pure darkness, the Mother of Night cannot hope to rival him. For her, the darkness she governs is merely a fragment of the eternal night. Thus, beneath grand concepts such as chaos, order, and fate, multiple entities of great power can indeed arise. However, within the same concept, a world can only have one true great entity that can genuinely embody that concept as their symbol, ultimately attaining the latter phase of divine power. As for others, they either seek to carve out their own niche within that grand concept or chart a divergent path by amalgamating with other concepts. What I ask you to do is, in fact, representative of the latter. As for entirely supplanting the Lord of Darkness, he shall not grant you that opportunity. In a solemn tone, the Lord of the Nine Hells gradually articulated his understanding. This conclusion was drawn from his endeavors in establishing the underworld and observing the state of the Leviathan avatar of rain alongside other primordial deities. In his view, the Midgard serpent exemplifies the former. It has divided a portion of the spiritual malevolence under the grand concept of spirituality, and this symbol fundamentally belongs to a segment of spirituality, indicating a clear hierarchical relationship. Conversely, should the spirit realm and the abyss collapse in succession, the entirely independent spiritual malevolence could merge with a fragment of the powers of chaos, thus giving rise to a new symbol that is neither wholly spiritual nor entirely chaotic, but instead complete and independent, epitomizing the latter. Moreover, it is worth noting that most powers in this world are, in reality, born from the intricate interplay of two or more grand concepts. For instance, the complete essence of life can be perceived as a harmonious amalgamation of spiritual existence, material existence, and the force of destiny. It is also challenging to assert that order and chaos do not play a role, as the vitality of the material realm inherently possesses certain attributes of order. Thus, it is within this context that Asmathiel conceived the notion of diminishing Erebos, though the idea of utterly vanquishing him should be dismissed. The Lord of the Nine Hells is almost certain that this enigmatic and ancient primal deity possesses some form of contingency. After all, if he can discern the intent of the other to perish previously, the latter is undoubtedly aware of this as well, to guard against the possibility of being usurped mid-course. Having painstakingly completed all preliminary steps only to be supplanted by a newcomer, Erebos will undoubtedly be prepared. However, it must be noted that regardless of the extent of preparation, the moment of his demise will undeniably render him most vulnerable, a fact that cannot be altered. In this scenario, the previously inconspicuous cow suddenly becomes relevant. It is impossible to entirely seize the legacy of a primordial deity. Setting aside other considerations, while the Lord of Darkness may desire death, he will not truly perish. At least, his immortal essence remains unchanged. He may vanish from the perception of the living, yet Chaos, as a primordial god, continues to exist, just as I, too, remain an integral part of this world. Primordial gods are exceptional entities within the realm of great divine power. I cannot ascertain what might transpire if the authority bestowed upon the initial deities were to be completely usurped. Nevertheless, it can be said that one could at least seize a portion of his power, thereby further undermining his dominion over darkness. Achieving this would constitute success. Gradually, the narrative unfolds. Although Asmathiel has not extensively interacted with Erebos, he vividly recalls how the latter clandestinely infused his power into the souls of the silver-skinned beings, ultimately uncovering the secrets of the world's creation. Having such a presence as a neighbor is undoubtedly a blend of risk and opportunity. Thus, prior to this, rather than allowing Erebos to focus his gaze upon himself, it would be wiser to preemptively assign him an adversary. Moreover, throughout this process, the Lord of the Nine Hells harbors desires of his own. Therefore, what must I do, and what do you require from me? Even if I succeed and extract something from the Lord of Darkness, I should not rely solely on those acquisitions for my ascension. The heartbeat quickens, yet Chaos remains composed. The interplay between deities and their domains is such, and the celestial bodies devoid of light exemplify this. According to your assertion, I must amalgamate the power of darkness with some other force to forge an independent symbol that is not entirely subservient to it. So what, pray tell, is this force you speak of? It is quite simple. Do you not perceive it? Asmathiel spoke calmly. You are the deity of the lightless celestial bodies. And apart from the essence of darkness, your closest affinity lies with the celestial. In a certain sense, the term celestial itself encompasses a relatively vast concept. Beneath it, the lightless celestial bodies were born, along with the goddess of light, the god of stars, and countless star deities. The sun was born, as well as the moon. Furthermore, is not the dark moon a celestial body in its own right? The ephemeral celestial entities also naturally fall within the realm of the celestial. Even those tiny interfaces, still not fully nurtured by the world's laws, floating on the very fringes of existence, are in the eyes of the living celestial bodies, extending some unseen power. Indeed, from a certain perspective, Those beings born of fragmented remnants of interfaces are also a form of celestial body. They simply do not belong to the present sky, much like the dark moon. As for Koios and Phoebus, their dominion as deities of the celestial is confined to the starry sky, excluding other realms, such as the luminous fireballs in the abyssal interface or those adrift in the depths of Tartarus. The concept of celestial? Perhaps it is fitting. Yet, the notion of celestial tends to lean more towards light, and I am but a slight manifestation of its darker aspect. In truth, light is a sun, its complete power surpassing mine by more than a fraction, yet you are never merely one, are you? Interrupting, Asmathiel's voice carried a profound significance. I have heard that Phoebus steadfastly stands by Zeus, even though you yourself have never wished to depart from the starry sky. In that temple you sculpted with your own hands, your statue stands in stark contrast to hers, as if you have long been separated. Upon hearing this, Koios fell silent. Before him, the Lord of the Nine Hells continued, "You are correct. The essence of the celestial bodies resides in light. But how have the sun and moon ever truly been under your dominion? Rather than maintaining a connection devoid of hope, it is better to choose complete abandonment. And that is precisely what I desire. To sever the final ties between the goddess of light and the sun and moon. I possess the means to amplify the consequences of this severance. It will momentarily exclude the sun and moon from the ranks of the celestial bodies. Then, I shall extinguish all existing star deities in the firmament. Coincidentally, the god of stars, Asteria, has succumbed to eternal slumber, and he is not an obstacle to this occurrence. Subsequently, I will seek a way to remove Phoebus from the starry sky, ensuring that the goddess of light also vanishes from it. Ultimately, I shall take possession of all the extinguished star deities. The starry sky can exist without tangible stars, yet certain realms require celestial bodies to complete its cycle. At that moment, as the luminous bodies in the myriad stars transition from order to chaos, and the expanse of the cosmos momentarily dwindled to the mere existence of the lightless celestial entity you embody, it became the quintessential opportunity for you to unify darkness and the celestial realms. Seizing this chance, you would cultivate a new symbol in the interstice between the two. Even though from the very moment of its inception, Erebus would regard you as his lifelong adversary. Yet, no path is devoid of obstacles, as long as you achieve ascension. You shall seize your destiny henceforth. In truth, even Asmathiel conceded that the aforementioned actions were only theoretically feasible but not practically certain. However, as he aptly observed, the road to ascension to divine power is fraught with uncertainty. The unification of the cosmos may appear assured, yet Koios lacks the capacity to accomplish it. Thus, in the final analysis, this represents the sole option available to the other party, severing the connection between the sun and the moon, erasing the existence of the celestial deities. It seems the scheme is intertwined with the spirit realm as well. A flicker of realization coursed through Koios as the complete plan unfurled before him. He seemed to surmise something. Perhaps the individual before him had engaged in a transaction with the spirit realm through this opportunity, yet such matters were inconsequential to him. His focus lay elsewhere. If indeed this were connected to the spirit realm, it could be a fortuitous turn of events, for it would at least eliminate the possibility of Erebus feigning death to usurp his identity. As for the potential price that Phobos might pay in this process, Koios did not hesitate for a moment. After all these years, had the other party heeded even a modicum of counsel, matters would not have escalated to this extent. This was initiated by Phobos, yet the timing of its conclusion was not for her to dictate. Thus, with a slow nod, although he did not fully acquiesce, Koios' heart had already begun to lean in a particular direction. Chapter 501. The choice it is indeed alluring and sounds plausible. If what you say is true, I shall contemplate it. If the Dark Lord is truly destined to fall, despite the firm assertions of the Lord of the Nine Hells, the god of the lightless celestial body, Zeus, remained skeptical regarding the veracity of the interface's revelation. From his perspective, it is challenging to conceive a rationale whereby Erebos must resort to self-destruction to accomplish such an endeavor, particularly of late, as a deity of the realm of darkness. Zeus is acutely aware of the terrifying magnitude of the surging primordial darkness. The sensation surpasses his imagination, eclipsing even the most formidable entities he has encountered, Tartarus included. The most potent force in existence looms near, yet the Dark Lord seeks death. As if struck by a sudden realization, Zeus inquired, thus, regarding supreme divine power, are there particular considerations to be heeded within this realm? Or rather, upon taking that fateful step, what formidable challenges must I confront? A remarkably astute question. With a flicker in his gaze, Asmodeus was taken aback by Zeus's foresight. However, while the corruption of primordial energy is indeed daunting, even those who are not primal gods possess myriad means to navigate the threshold of supreme power. After all, their strength is not yet overwhelming, requiring neither complete resistance nor total absorption. Merely evading its influence suffices. The simplest method involves temporarily obstructing the impact of primordial energy through certain means, or by isolating one's persona, akin to the incarnations of primal gods, or by employing powers reminiscent of divine kingship to create a separation between oneself and that force. For others, this may prove arduous. Yet for the Lord of the Nine Hells, a cunning approach is indeed at his disposal. Of course, this aligns with one of his objectives. Rest assured, the higher one ascends, the closer one draws to the essence of power. However, for one who has only recently attained this status, the effects remain subtle. In due course, I shall assist you, even if it is merely to ensure that Erebos finds it challenging to reclaim the power you have seized. Besides that, do you have any further inquiries? None. Naturally, questions still linger. But upon realizing that Asmodeus had not directly provided his solution, Zeus understood that the conversation had reached its conclusion. This enigmatic figure could not possibly be entirely forthright. Much like the god of the lightless celestial body had never fully entrusted him. Following this day, Zeus would endeavor to verify certain matters and seek to forge some exchanges. For this purpose, the first individuals that crossed his mind were his old neighbor and that junior who had once visited him. His gaze traversed the stone walls of the palace, casually surveying the remnants of the Golden Age. The stone tablets stand as chronicles of ancient history, their significance still a mystery to him. Yet, he is acutely aware of one truth: they possess considerable value. Such value promises a lucrative sale. However, before proceeding, he intends to ascertain the identity of the individual before him. I am immensely grateful for your elucidation. Should you require anything further, please feel free to reach out to me at any time, he remarked, his tone seemingly casual. By the way, do you recall the place from whence you came? That temple was crafted by my own hands, its stones largely hewn from fallen celestial bodies. Thus, I have always held a keen interest in it. Shortly after your departure, it seems an old friend residing nearby visited to inspect it. Might you wish to return and take a look? His well-meaning suggestion belied a heart that seemed equally unrefined beneath his imposing exterior. Coeros's voice was earnest, as if fearing that his counterpart had not grasped his intent. He vividly conjured the imagery of that place. Yet, in the next moment, the nascent silhouette dissipated into the ether. That will not be necessary. The response was curt. As if repelling all proximity, Asmodeus interjected, I care not whether anyone follows me, nor do I wish to revisit anyone. Since he is your acquaintance, spare me the mention. If you have no other matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. When the time draws near, someone will come to see you again. Very well, as you wish. After a moment of silence, rebuffed by a series of statements, Coeros nodded, though it was uncertain whether it was merely an illusion, for his demeanor appeared considerably brighter. Since you have pressing concerns, please proceed as you deem fit. My consciousness shall remain here. With no further reply, in the blink of an eye, the visitor vanished. His gaze lingered in a peculiar manner. After a while, the god of the lightless celestial bodies shook his head gently at the spot where the other had disappeared. Childish. Time ebbs and flows. The sun and moon shift. From the heavens, one gazes upon the earth, witnessing the cyclical changes of spring and autumn. It is as if a cascade of vibrant waters spills forth, intertwining myriad joys and sorrows upon the land. In a fleeting moment, it feels as if yesterday still lingers. Odysseus recalls the earnest exhortations of his father and the dreams he once chased in his youth. He remembers the first time he heard of the adventurous tales of Prince Theseus of Athens, vowing within his heart that one day he too would traverse the continent, leaving behind immortal legends in this world. Yet, in a daze, those youthful dreams have been ground to dust. Now, his memories are steeped more in death and bloodshed. Oh, Odysseus! Odysseus! With a sudden start, the hero, roused from his slumber beneath a tree, unsheathed his sword with fierce determination. Years of relentless battle had left his nerves taut. Even the slightest sound could provoke an immediate and ferocious response. In an instant, he transitioned from stillness to a rapid state of alertness. The next moment, his sharp alchemical sword halted before a figure that bore only a single arm. The gust generated by the blade whistled sharply, tousling the warrior's long hair. As clarity gradually returned to his mind, Odysseus discerned the face of the person before him. Maud, is that you? Indeed, it is I. I had no intention of disturbing your rest, but the situation is dire, and I had no choice but to come. The voice, tinged with a roughness, belonged to the young noble who had once traveled the continent alongside the youthful prince, now stripped of his innocence and naivete. Maud gazed upon his beloved friend, the sovereign to whom he had pledged his fealty. He seemed to gesture with his right arm, perhaps in a salute. Yet Odysseus noted with clarity that the space was utterly vacant, devoid of any trace of a limb. Not long ago, His Highness Boreas, the god of the north wind, proclaimed that he had perceived an opportunity and commanded us to charge once more into battle. Despite my earnest arguments, asserting that this so-called opportunity was merely an Athenian trap, he refused to heed my words. And the result? How many perished? Odysseus interrupted, his breath momentarily caught. Maud hesitated for a moment before revealing the grim outcome of the assault. 7,000 in the vanguard. Apart from a handful of knights and a few captives, none survived. The enemy had lost several hundred, some of whom fell in the initial engagement, while the remainder constituted Boreas's solitary achievements. However, this was but a fleeting triumph. It was not long before the Athenian queen, having stealthily emerged from the eastern plains of the battlefield, signified the end of the conflict. Before the infamous dreadsword, His Highness Boreas could not endure for long. It was said that the sword embodied the power with which Theseus vanquished the deities, and it had grown even more formidable in the hands of his successor. After being pierced through the chest by that blade, the god of the north wind dissipated into an imperceptible breeze, leading to an undeniable rout. Thud, thud, thud. As Maud recounted the tale, Odysseus's heart raced, his blood boiling with tumult. He bore no resentment towards his companion for not waking him sooner. Both understood that even had he been awake, he could not have resolved the predicament. Ever since the decree of the king of the gods reached the deities of Olympus, the intensity of warfare on the mortal realm had escalated to unprecedented levels. One by one, the deities descended, wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm. For a fleeting moment, the coalition appeared to hold a semblance of advantage, yet this was but a temporary illusion. Gradually, as time ebbed away, on the opposing side of the battlefield, those divine entities and formidable demigods not aligned with the coalition joined the fray, recalibrating the balance of power. However, most of the gods engaged in this conflict were acutely aware that, following the clash atop Mount Olympus, the very essence of this earthly confrontation had irrevocably transformed. They could not dictate the ultimate outcome. That was a struggle reserved for the sovereign of the gods and the primordial deities. A resolution that would only unfold when the seals upon the celestial mountain were finally lifted. Thus, apart from a select few deities eager to demonstrate their prowess, the resolve of the Olympian gods was far from fervent. They instigated conflict, showcased their might, inflicted damage that seemed somewhat justifiable, and then opted for a dignified retreat, leaving behind a vast expanse of mortal casualties. Among them, the gods of the north and south winds, Boreas and Notus, epitomized this behavior, perhaps inspired by Zephyros, the Lord of Winds. These two deities were zealous in their earthly assaults, albeit merely for the sake of assault. They were indifferent to victory or defeat, unconcerned about the consequences of their actions. Their sole ambition was to diligently fulfill Zeus's commands, even if it meant sacrificing their own dignity at the hands of humanity. Creaking, with an impassive countenance, Odysseus tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. After a prolonged moment, accompanied by a resounding clang, he sheathed his blade. The two stood atop a hill, granting them a panoramic view of the nearby encampment. Yet, as he surveyed the scene, Odysseus could only discern a multitude of expressionless faces. Their armor, tattered and stained, bore the marks of countless battles, much like their own. I comprehend. Regardless of the circumstances, the North Wind's divine form has sustained damage. He will require at least several months. After a brief pause, seemingly struck by a thought, Odysseus continued, stating that even in a bid to demonstrate loyalty to the God King, he intended to fight despite his wounds, and it would take at least a month for him to return. In the meantime, reinforcements from the various kingdoms would arrive. They may lack other qualities, but they certainly possess numbers. Relax, there are not many from Qatar here. Our homeland lies across the vast ocean, though it is currently beset by storms and torrential rain, it is still preferable to this place. Furthermore, the newly arrived warriors are often filled with fervor, brimming with faith and valiance. In terms of actual combat capability, they are not inferior to their predecessors. As he uttered these cold words, it seemed as though the living souls in the encampment were not humans but rather cattle awaiting slaughter. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Odysseus felt increasingly distanced from the idealized version of himself he once envisioned. Not merely those subjective evaluations, but even the raw force is similarly profound. Despite having endured countless life and death battles, and possessing swordsmanship that has ascended several tiers beyond his former self, Odysseus harbors an unsettling intuition. Should he engage in combat with his former self, even if he initially gains overwhelming dominance and drives his past incarnation to the brink of despair? He is certain that in the end, it would be the present him who meets his demise. Unbeknownst to him, he seems to have forfeited a certain ability and innate prowess that ancient demigods and heroes were renowned for, which would manifest in times of peril. What remains is merely a vessel named Odysseus. Let us depart. Since we have awakened, let us explore the camp. Stepping forth, Odysseus resolves not to linger any longer. Yet, after taking but a few strides, he furrows his brow, casting a glance back at Maud. The latter has not followed. Instead, his expression is fraught with conflict. After a brief silence, Odysseus inquires, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" "Indeed," slowly nodding. Maud's demeanor reflects his inner turmoil. "Odysseus, do you recall that debate?" "How could I forget?" The debate is etched vividly in his memory. At this moment, however, Odysseus is perplexed as to why this matter has resurfaced. If you were to debate once more, would you still stand with the faith of the gods? It is merely a debate. What difference does it make? Receiving no direct answer, Odysseus presses on. "No difference, yet not long ago, I received a dispatch from Ithaca." Taking a deep breath, Maud's expression grows complex. He recounts the letter's contents. Piece by piece, due to storms, torrential rains, earthquakes, and natural calamities, compounded by the aberrations afflicting the priests devoted to the Sea King. Noble offspring bearing his divine blood have ceased to be extraordinary. In desperation, the nobility and the royal family of the kingdom began to seek the protection of other deities. They approached the sovereign of the near seas, the god of the ocean from the Olympian pantheon, once commanded by Lord Poseidon, to construct a grander and more magnificent temple. Yet, the sea god remained unresponsive, opting for a profound silence. They then offered sacrifices to the lord of the distant seas, the god of the ocean and the primordial water goddess, beseeching them to quell the storms, disperse the clouds, so they might once again harvest salt from the coastal salt pans, fish from the sea, and exchange goods for bronze through trade. However, the deities of the oceanic realm remained indifferent, their tranquility unwavering. Subsequently, they prayed to Apollo, the sun god, yet he, too, could not calm the raging tides of the sea. He merely delivered a prophecy, informing the subjects of the kingdom that all calamities stemmed from the disappearance of the sea monarch, yet ultimately, it would be subdued by various sea deities. In desperation, they turned to the goddess of the hearth for supplication. Although she bestowed miracles upon them, providing warmth, she too could not alter the vast ocean, allowing the denizens of the kingdom to reclaim their vitality. Ultimately, regardless of their myriad attempts, the gods either remained unresponsive or could only postpone the kingdom's demise, an inexorable fate for a coastal realm. It was not until that day, deep within the island, that they unearthed ancient ruins. The nature of these ruins remained unspoken, yet Odysseus harbored a faint inkling, connected to the preceding dialogue. Perhaps there lay the vestiges of an ancient deity, capable of alleviating the cataclysms wrought by the sea. Most of the ancient gods, aside from the well-known pantheon, were likely deities beyond the Olympian realm. Thus, Maud's inquiry perhaps implied whether, upon the Ithacan people's deviation from their faith in the face of calamity, he would impose punishment upon his subjects. If so, I would not cast blame upon them. Yet, who might this ancient god be? Could it be some eternal prisoner? His thoughts immediately drifted to that Titan, the bronze creator, who was indeed a central figure in that debate. The foresight Prometheus, who was imprisoned beneath the sea, shared a profound connection with humanity. Should his power seep forth from the ocean's depths, it could indeed assist the seafaring folk. However, in response to the query, Maud nodded and then shook his head, leaving Odysseus momentarily perplexed. What could this signify? Indeed, it was related to the bronze creator, the fire-stealing Prometheus. Yet, the crux of the matter extended beyond that. Drawing a deep breath, Maud solemnly elucidated. In truth, these ruins are not of this era, but rather relics from an earlier epoch, remnants of the previous age. The earliest humans, the progenitors of the Golden Age, once inhabited this land, and they too revered the deities. Chapter 502. The Genesis of Human Script. The Golden Age, perfect and resplendent. It marks the dawn of humanity and the inception of civilization. As a self-proclaimed erudite prince and a hero renowned for his eloquence, Odysseus had perused accounts of that epoch on numerous occasions. The written records have never been lacking in laudatory phrases. Yet, given its perfection, skepticism inevitably arises. Among various nations, there have been repeated inquiries regarding the veracity of those ancient narratives. How much is mere praise, and how much is truth? As some have posited, if most of the skills known today were already taking shape in that era, and if the golden humans had conceived the initial forms of literature and craftsmanship, possessing talents beyond the imagination of their descendants, then why did the gods feel compelled to create the subsequent Silver Age, and later the Bronze Age and the present-day humans? Such perfect entities ought to be preserved, rather than reduced to mere ashes of history. Odysseus, however, found himself unable to provide answers to these queries. After all these years, it was the first time he had encountered any remnants of that age, the relics of the Golden Age. So, which deity did they venerate? Rest assured, since that noble one has aided Ithaca, I shall harbor no objections. Moreover, the divine court has never prohibited the worship of those ancient gods, provided they are not the one imprisoned in the depths of the sea. Without hesitation, Odysseus had anticipated a surge of anger, yet when he actually received the news, his response was far from what he had envisioned. The beliefs of Ithaca's citizens mattered little. What held significance was their survival amidst the protracted calamity. However, in the next moment, Maud's reply rendered him acutely aware of his naivety. Wasn't it preferable to have Prometheus, the bringer of fire, instead? I too wish for that. Yet, Odysseus, I fear my answer may not be much better than that of the enlightened ones. Taking a deep breath, Maud's voice was almost a whisper. You may not know, but within that temple, we discovered traces of an ancient, noble, and wise deity, one who seemed to have never existed. According to an ancient script penned by the Golden Humans, she once participated in the creation of all living beings, led the earliest humans across the seas, and imparted to them knowledge and writing. Apart from the Titan Iapetus offspring, she was the only deity among the gods who showed a profound interest in humanity. The inscriptions within the temple record her as the daughter of Oceanus, the god of the sea, and Tethys, the goddess of primordial waters. She is one of the mightiest oceanic goddesses in existence. Her name is Métis, the pearl of the sea, the embodiment of wisdom. Yet, Odysseus, do you still recall this name? I do. Silent and contemplative, Odysseus had indeed heard of her. Not only he, but Maud was also aware. Although this name has long become a taboo in the divine court, the two had once rescued a long-lived nymph during their adventures, from whom they learned a seemingly ambiguous history. She revealed to them that the goddess of wisdom, Athena, was not solely conceived by the supreme god through his unmatched divine authority. Rather, she was the daughter of Métis and Zeus. However, in the passage of time, Odysseus had never taken this to heart, nor did he ever consider that it might indeed be true. Had it not been for Moira's assurance that she would not deceive him, he could have returned to Ithaca at any moment to personally inspect the remnants of that golden civilization. It is likely he would still find it hard to believe that such animosity existed between the king of gods and the two generations of goddesses of wisdom. So, what exactly have you discovered? Is that goddess still among the living, and did she respond to you personally? Odysseus inquired. If so, that would certainly be a significant predicament. No. Shaking her head slightly, Moira wore a bitter expression. If that were the case, it would have been preferable. In truth, after discovering this temple, they had indeed prayed to the goddess, despite not recognizing this ancient deity themselves. To their astonishment, a miracle manifested in the world. Although the goddess did not calm the storm, she imparted a wealth of wondrous and novel knowledge to the supplicants. Due to the torrential rain and sea winds, we were unable to extract salt from the seawater. She taught us an unaffected method to obtain salt. Because of the surging tides, we could not procure food from the ocean. She provided us with alternative means to catch fish, along with methods to ensure a bountiful harvest. When inclement weather barred our fleet from crossing the ocean, she bestowed upon us mysterious knowledge and blueprints, enabling us to craft instruments to observe directions and grand vessels unafraid of the waves. All of this seemed to validate the records inscribed within the temple. This goddess was remarkably wise and benevolent, as if there were nothing in the world of which she was unaware. Yet, just as everything appeared to be falling into place, when we resolved to erect a more splendid temple for the goddess and establish her church in Ithaca, she finally revealed her true name, Athena. Is that correct? A moment of silence passed, and after a brief pause, Odysseus posed the question. Without waiting for a response, he nodded to himself. Well then, after much deliberation, As one of the commanders of the Allied forces, my motherland venerates the chief deity of our adversary, but that is of little consequence. However, I believe the goddess of wisdom would not engage in such triviality. Her extensive efforts must be aimed at integrating an enemy's realm into her own faith. As far as I know, for deities of Athena's stature, faith no longer serves as a means for advancement, for they have already ascended to the pinnacle of divinity. So, pray tell, what divine oracle has this esteemed goddess imparted? With measured steps, as if to mask the inner turmoil, Odysseus forced a smile and began to speculate. Let me take a guess. Is the oracle's message urging me to betray the nations and act as a spy for the Athenian forces, lest a greater calamity befall my kingdom? No, that seems unnecessary. After all, the North Wind's lord has already done enough. Even if the divine assembly were to suffer defeat, his declaration of treachery would likely raise no suspicion. Perhaps the goddess desires my assistance against a certain deity? Perhaps, but I sense that too is unwarranted. In comparison to their existence. Perhaps there are forces more beneficial to Athens, don't you think, Maud? The cold jest between two frostbitten souls received no response from Maud, who understood that Odysseus merely sought to vent through words. After a lengthy pause, Odysseus halted and turned once more to his companion. All right, tell me, what is it? I can accept anything. Very well. Maud nodded slowly, cautioning, prepare yourself mentally. Of course, I am ready. A tightness gripped Odysseus' heart, and his expression turned grave. In the next moment, he received the answer he sought. The goddess's oracle declared that as Ithaca's most gifted mortal, he was to become a deity. Pardon? Indeed. A malevolent deity, though the goddess did not insist on that. Other divine forms would suffice. With a gaze filled with complexity, Maud continued, observing the visibly stunned Odysseus. The goddess states you are neither the first nor the last. She is willing to assist any being of intelligent race, granting them the opportunity to open the gates of divinity, whether through the accomplishments of faith and divinity or the path nearly traversed by the former king of Athens, or the roads forged by sorcerers, it matters not. She is eager to aid you, and your success itself shall serve as her greatest reward in the future. At a loss for words, Odysseus felt a sense of bewilderment. What does it mean that our ascension to divinity is her greatest future reward? Does this imply that we are to become her subordinates thereafter? At first glance, it seems so, yet it makes little sense. Even his instincts hinted that perhaps Athena harbored no genuine need for him. What she sought was not in the present, but rather a grand vision yet to be realized. Nevertheless, at this moment, Odysseus found himself devoid of further thoughts, because he could not conceive a reason to refuse, even though the path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. He made a decision in that moment. If there exists anything in this world that his current self cannot alter, perhaps it would be prudent to adopt a different perspective, to assume another identity and reassess. As for the price to be paid for this, very well, dear Theseus. With a sigh, Odysseus found it difficult to articulate his emotions. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I fear I may no longer tread the path of knighthood. Yet, I firmly believe that future generations will traverse this road. After all, this world has never been devoid of prodigies, such as that individual named Heracles, who embodies such brilliance. Though he is not present here, his renown has long since reached Odysseus's ears. As long as there are individuals of his caliber in this world, one need never worry about the absence of those who can reach the pinnacle of extraordinary truths. Clang, huff, by the grace of the goddess, I have triumphed once more. Sheathed her sword, she made her way back to her own tent. Andrea offered a silent prayer, using her holy power to soothe her weary body, grasping the indomitable sword. It felt as if her father had infused his strength into her. Even with merely basic swordsmanship, Andrea was able to navigate the battlefield with unmatched prowess. Especially after partaking in the blood of the inhuman, the sword's might grew ever more formidable. From initially struggling against divine beings to engaging in exchanges of blows, and ultimately finding herself nearly devoid of worthy opponents, the sword seemed to breathe, consume, refine, and ascend. Andrea speculated that perhaps one day it could evolve into a true divine artifact. No, it cannot. A mirror beside her scoffed at this notion. True divine artifacts, much like the deities themselves, must possess certain authority and origins. Unless this sword could drink the blood of all gods and perform some enigmatic ritual, it would never possess its own source of power, akin to the divine blood that birthed the goddess of the white oak during the battle of the Sky Father. No matter how many victories you achieve, it cannot undergo transformation. You could refrain from speaking so much, dear magic mirror. Pressing her lips together, Andrea endeavored to maintain the decorum expected of her. Interrupting is quite improper. In fact, I now regret allowing Mr. Evan to create you. Regret is a universal human experience. Yet it serves little purpose. The magic mirror remained unfazed, shaking its head. Moreover, as a sentient mirror, I possess the right to speak when I wish. This is my mirror's privilege, you disrespectful individual. I wonder where this mirror derives such incessant chatter, Andrea pondered again, questioning the mirror's assertions. According to its claims, its personality is inherited from a fragment of its creator, which is also the reason it possesses consciousness. However, Andrea harbored doubts, for Avon had never been so loquacious. He resembled the sage from a tale, guiding the lost princess upon her path. Oh, sage, what an apt description. Indeed, the beautiful princess, my creator, is such a sage. As if singing, the magic mirror seemed to penetrate the depths of the soul. Yet, in the next moment, it erupted into a panicked shriek. Wait, what are you about to do? Tap tap, you cannot treat me this way. I am a unique, sentient magic mirror. Clang. I concede. I shall remain silent. I shall no longer utter a word. Snap. Soon, the tent returned to its former tranquility. With her face flushed from anger, Andrea retracted her sword and discarded the shattered magic mirror into the waste bin. She knew that while it appeared fragile, it possessed an astonishing resilience against destruction. It was a mystery how Avon managed it. Even when rendered to dust by divine power, it could restore itself to its original form. After a considerable time, she retrieved a hefty tome from behind the writing desk. Andrea laid it open upon the table and began to immerse herself in study. This was a historical text circulated within the Knowledge Church, yet unlike those accessible to the outside world, its narrative style was remarkably unique, deviating significantly from conventional methods. As conveyed by the third-generation Pope through divine oracle, it chronicled history through the lens of civilizations rather than in annal, national, or biographical formats. Annalistic and biographical histories mark events by year, documenting significant occurrences and their repercussions. The biographical and national histories center around individual figures or countries, chronicling their respective deeds. The same event, recounted from different protagonists, may yield diametrically opposed evaluations, granting future generations the potential for objective judgment. As for the civilization format, it is straightforward. Each chapter commences with the dawn of a civilization and concludes with its twilight, assessing its merits and legacies. Even the script employed to document it is an ancient tongue, cuneiform, one of humanity's oldest scripts. In a distant epic upon the vast sea, the primordial golden folk were imparted this script by the gods, thus unveiling the prologue of chaos's most ancient era. As for what preceded that, it belongs to the age of the divinities, unconnected with the beings of this world. Chapter 503, Escape Hydrology, a concept challenging to delineate as either innate or acquired, enveloped Andrea as she silently recited the text. Resembling a vast, undulating ocean, each symbol, each twist, every punctuation mark manifested the embodiment of thought within the tome, a crystallization of knowledge. The essence of hydrology, inherently intertwined with the written word, was a serendipitous expansion of the divine office by the first generation of the goddess of wisdom, rather than a preordained capability. After all, chaos was not devoid of primordial deities of writing. Métis dominion leaned more towards the laws and phenomena governing the fluidity of water and nature. The meaning she ascribed to these phenomena, transforming them into a form of writing through pictorial representation, was a separate matter altogether. Building upon this foundation, Athena's modifications served as a further cornerstone. Water, the bedrock of the world, is the primordial liquid of existence, exhibiting the three most natural forms. Should one grasp its essence, they could draw nearer to the realm of the goddess, transcending the limitations of a mere priest and becoming one of the rare few endowed with divine attributes. However, it seemed that Andrea's talents were regrettably mundane, and to expect her to achieve such a breakthrough was perhaps an overestimation of her potential. With a somber tone, Andrea cradled the sword in her arms, as she acknowledged. True divine priests, constrained by the realm of their faith, could scarcely enter the domain of demigods. Yet, the world is never devoid of exceptions. Should there exist an extraordinary talent among the clergy, the possibility of breaking through limitations remains. Nonetheless, Andrea felt she fell short of such greatness. She did not believe herself capable of such feats. Thus, her continued studies were no longer driven by a yearning to uncover the mysteries of water. Instead, she acted as a conduit, imparting the knowledge gleaned from her readings to the sword she held. The notion of a person teaching a sword may seem peculiar. Yet Andrea was not jesting. She was genuinely instructing, and the sword was indeed listening. This process could even expedite the fusion of divine power within her blood, enhancing her own capabilities. Crack, crack, Pop. Faint sounds occasionally emanated from the obscure trash bin in the corner of the room. Soon, the magic mirror, laboriously rolling, affixed the final shard to its surface. It bent slightly, forming an arc, then with great effort, it leaped out of the bin, returning to the room with a crisp sound. Ah, this mirror truly suffers. As magnificent as I am, I lack even a sword to establish my presence. With an exaggerated sigh, the magic mirror gazed at the sharp longsword, its surface glimmering with a hint of ethereal light. Faintly, the shadows of the sword were illuminated, and the divine radiance rose within. As Andrea recited the chronicles of civilization, it seemed to breathe, undulating as if undergoing a wondrous metamorphosis. In contrast to Andrea's innocence, the magic mirror understood the reason behind this phenomenon. Before the sword's previous master had completed it through his own sacrifice, he had been a resolute being with his own aspirations. Although Theseus never voiced his thoughts, his legacy, upon his death, spoke the truth. He was a true humanist, whose pursuits were never limited to the rise and fall of a kingdom. If one were to articulate it, perhaps he sought to liberate humanity from the shackles of the divine, achieving an equal status with them, though the magic mirror suspected that if he had succeeded, he might have transcended into a being that, relying on human civilization, would be a deity unbound by lineage. Of course, in the present age, Theseus's ideals were destined to fail. Even if he had fortuitously been born in Athens, the goddess of wisdom was indifferent to the ambitions of her followers. Otherwise, even the Academy of Knowledge would likely have become his adversary. Thus, the mirror's ability to consume divine blood in battle was merely an extension of Theseus's path in life. Its fascination with the history of civilization stemmed from the fact that it was one of the sources of its power. For it, the optimal outcome would be to forge a bond with humanity, accumulating strength over the ages. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, this approach was untenable. The final statement was directed at Andrea, as the magic mirror seemed unwilling to remain in silent obscurity, eager to express its worth. So, dear magic mirror, what insights do you possess? It inquired with enthusiasm. I suggest you refrain from using it to slay any more deities. It is far more prudent to wield it against mortals. Deities may be immortal, but the kings and heroes among humanity do not share such resilience. If you can eliminate all the kings and nobles who worship the gods, perhaps you could forge it into a magical sword. How does the name Pale Justice resonate with you? If that does not please you, I have other alternatives, such as Divine Avenger. Ahem, if you dislike that as well, I shall withdraw my suggestions. The magic mirror fell silent, appearing much more subdued, and Andrea retracted her hand. Magic mirror, it seems you will remain quiet after all, she remarked, nodding but not accepting those seemingly reasonable yet potentially criminal suggestions. After a moment of contemplation, she gently inquired, by the way, Mr. Magic Mirror, do you know where Avon has gone? In light of the current circumstances, I find myself in need of his invaluable counsel. With a serious expression, Andrea elucidated. You see, although we have temporarily halted the coalition's advance, the prospect of victory in the near future remains bleak. Countless soldiers from both sides have perished upon the battlefield, and we are powerless to alter this grim reality. As long as the divine court refrains from issuing a command, there appears to be no end in sight for this conflict. Therefore, it is imperative that we seek an alternative path. In times of desperation, transformation becomes essential. Through transformation comes clarity, and with clarity comes longevity. This principle, akin to the essence of water, is equally applicable to our earthly existence. However, the enchanted mirror seemed at a loss for words regarding this matter. Well, concerning this issue, my creator may have already undertaken it, perhaps? Its tone wavered, and after a moment's hesitation, the mirror, seemingly embarrassed for not being able to provide a response to the rare inquiry, softly suggested, how about you pose a different question? Perhaps something like, Mirror, mirror, tell me, who is the most beautiful woman in the world? Rest assured, this time I shall deliver an accurate answer. I've shattered. With a resounding crash, it fell apart. Yet this time, the mirror made no attempt to restore itself, opting instead to evade the query. Observing this spectacle, Andrea found it somewhat amusing, yet tinged with exasperation. It was evident that the mirror was unwilling to divulge Evan's whereabouts, much like how she had scarcely come to understand him throughout their interactions. Never mind. I shall return to Athens in a couple of days. The protracted stalemate at the front has begun to unsettle some. The noble lineage of Athens is diverse, yet it is clear that none can claim descent from Athena. Since the early days when Theseus abolished local autonomy in Athens, these land-dwelling individuals have differed significantly from the nobility of other kingdoms. Furthermore, with the chief sorcerer and master alchemist, Hermes, having been absent for some time, Andrea must find an opportunity to return. Addressing issues at their inception is vital to preempting future complications. Time swiftly passes, and in the mortal realm, although fate has become grotesquely distorted, some semblance of inertia persists. Much like how, in the original course of events, Odysseus, having offended Poseidon, received guidance from Athena to reclaim his throne, he continues to receive revelations, albeit with a different outcome now. Simultaneously, myriad similar occurrences unfold. Yet they remain obscured beneath the actions of the gods, rendering them less discernible. On this day, at the fringes of the starry sky, beneath the dim and profound heavens, an enveloping silence of darkness shrouded the area. At the very edges, remnants of great power intertwine with one another. The space shatters and reconstitutes, intertwining history and the future in a delicate dance. In a fleeting moment, a fissure in the fabric of space yawns open, from which emerges a hand-carved staff, tinged with a dim yellow and flecked with emerald hues, accompanied by a wave of intent sweeping through the vicinity. After surveying the surroundings, it appeared as though a delightful revelation had been made. At the staff's pinnacle, an impressive surge of divine energy erupted, propelling its owner forth from the rift. Gasping for breath, the gentle radiance of divinity illuminated the dark expanse of stars. Casting a wary glance at the abyss behind her, the expression on Demeter's face was far from pleasant. She had been ensnared in this place for quite some time, having been unceremoniously cast away by a relentless force of spatial energy, landing directly in this enigmatic starry realm. Although she was not alone at the time, as she was accompanied by the steadfast Wolos, he had effortlessly escaped the grasp of that spatial force. However, given that her employer remained trapped, he chose not to depart without her. Thus, Demeter, there is no need for you to regard me with such suspicion. I am a deity of integrity. Once a promise is made, it shall be fulfilled. The space rippled subtly, and in the next instant, a youth with wings emerged gracefully from the chaotic darkness. His demeanor was composed, devoid of any lingering fear or trepidation. As you can observe, I not only followed you into this abyss, but ensured you were not left to face the solitude alone, even during moments when you could not escape. I made it a point to check on you periodically. There are few deities as diligent as I. What grievances do you harbor? Demeter, her throat constricted with pent-up frustration, gazed at Wolos, whose smile bore a hint of regret. She yearned to unleash a torrent of invective. What do you mean by diligent? You traverse this realm with ease. Had you wished, you could have extracted me from this place on the very first day of my entrapment, rather than allowing me to struggle in isolation. Reflecting on the time that had passed, Demeter felt akin to a pet in a theater, merely a spectacle for the amusement of others. You misunderstand. My visits are solely to ascertain your well-being, not to revel in your plight. I too have duties that demand my attention. I cannot remain solely for your prolonged confinement. Thus, if you possess any discontent, I am powerless to amend it. With a nonchalant shrug, Wolos replied, Very well. I shall accept it as such. Taking a deep breath, Demeter endeavored to quell the tumult within her heart. She no longer wished to engage in further debate, for in her eyes, the entire discourse merely served to provide her interlocutor with a few more spectacles of folly. Initially, she had questioned him as to why he did not take her away directly, to which Voros had responded with unwavering conviction. He asserted that he was not Demeter's servant, and that the transaction between them did not involve the troubles she had caused herself. Moreover, this region was extraordinary. Even he was reluctant to divulge much within its confines. Thus, in the end, the goddess of agriculture had no choice but to rely upon herself to extricate from the ordeal, enduring considerable tribulations in the process. Your Highness Voros, I have emerged at last. You may now enlighten me about the origins of this place. Yes? I have existed in this world for nearly 10 millennia and have never encountered a realm such as this, one with qualities that render my divine power nearly impotent. As she spoke, having finally escaped her cage, Demeter's apprehension regarding this locale was palpable. Of course, now that you have liberated yourself, I wholeheartedly welcome you to seek retribution from its creator. With a subconscious quickening of his wing beats, Voros gestured, drawing forth a strand of darkness from the surroundings, her pupils constricting. The goddess of agriculture realized that his seemingly simple action was something she could scarcely accomplish even at her utmost capacity. For if she were to employ her divine power to interact with these forces, it would inevitably culminate in a clash of powers. Conversely, should she refrain from utilizing her divine essence, she would be silently erased, as though she had never existed. Are you implying that this power is derived from the influence of the Dark Lord? Demeter furrowed her brow, her skepticism evident. This is implausible. I do not doubt that he possesses such power, but if it were merely remnants from his battles with other beings, it could not have ensnared a being of such formidable divine strength for this duration. Even if I am not adept in combat, this defies belief. It is akin to Mount Odals, a battlefield of the former divine monarch and the Earth Mother. Yet if I were able to unleash my full divine power there, it would be impossible for me to be ensnared within it. Chapter 504. Experimental Grounds and Goals at the Edge of the Starry Sky. Demeter furrowed her brow in deep thought. As she had articulated, no matter how formidable the power of the divine might be, it could not be constrained by mere residual waves after millennia of passage. After all, this was not a deliberately crafted mechanism, and the one who acted here had not fought desperately. Regardless of how one contemplated it, the strangeness of this place exceeded her expectations. Before her, Voros nodded and shook his head in response. What do you mean? I mean you are indeed correct. This is not merely the result of residual energy. Voros spoke slowly, his tone tinged with hesitation. In truth, based on my observations over the years, this should be a long-abandoned experimental field. Initially, it may not have been able to ensnare you, but with the passage of time, it has become far more complex. Experimental field. The unfamiliar term left the goddess of agriculture somewhat perplexed. Fortunately, before she could inquire further, Voros manifested an enigmatic transformation with a flick of his hand. A strand of darkness was manipulated, coalesced, and altered, ultimately merging with an external fragment. A unique transformation arose. The fragment seemed to be nourished and instinctively began to seek completeness. The power found a vessel, allowing it to endure over time. This is a fragment of a world, and it appears somewhat familiar. It seemed to originate from the hollow once known as Svartalfheim in the earthly realm. Someone had attempted to merge two disparate forces here, ultimately producing a transformation they sought. I cannot ascertain the outcome, but even as an abandoned experimental site, this place has thus become extraordinary. With a mix of curiosity and an unspoken caution, Voros, who inherited certain primordial divine traits, found few deities in the chaotic world worthy of his regard, even when others possessed greater strength. His instincts compelled him to view them from a loftier perspective. Yet, when confronted with the master who created this experimental field, he maintained a rare respect. It must be the work of the Lord of Darkness you speak of. He has not concealed his experiments, yet the other gods simply overlooked this place until now. In fact, apart from what you have encountered, there seem to be other unique forms of life present here, but they reside deeper within. If you venture in, it may be exceedingly difficult to emerge again. That sounds terrifying. Demeter forced a smile, enveloped in silence. As she gazed back at the path she had traversed, she envisioned the monstrous beings lurking within, their claws poised to strike. Yet, no matter how she imagined it, there were likely no abominations that could inspire true revulsion. You are aware, and indeed, my intuition suggests that this is merely his initial experimental field. As this place is not solely constructed by his strength, he has only made a modest attempt. In any case, elsewhere, there may exist a second or even third experimental field. Well, I cannot guarantee what lies ahead, but a second one should indeed exist, likely connected to the concept of light. Nevertheless, these matters bear little relevance to us. Should we not return to our previous undertakings? This time, Voros refrained from disclosing the basis of his judgment. Or perhaps, in a certain sense, he lacked any substantial ground for his assertions. When it comes to certain affairs within chaos, the twins' numerous instincts have often astonished Ryan. This may indeed be a unique trait inherent to primordial deities, a quality that successors find exceedingly difficult to attain. However, the attention of the agricultural goddess clearly did not linger here. Apart from her momentary spark of interest upon hearing light, she exhibited no further reaction. You are correct. We ought to redirect our focus onto ourselves. Yet, Prince Voros, your powers appear to be far less reliable than I had anticipated. Why, aside from handling my affairs? Do you consistently create complications when encountering any deity? Surely, this cannot be attributed to me. After all, it is you who select such outlandish subjects. With a resigned gesture, Voros acknowledged this predicament. Ultimately, while casualness may prevail, he had no intention of breaching his obligations regarding the agricultural goddess. Reflecting on past experiences, Voros felt genuinely at a loss for words. Long ago, in pursuit of the authority that would later transform into the crown of winter, he and the conjoined twin sisters orchestrated the tale between Demeter and Poseidon, ultimately leading to the birth of the original Pegasus. Nonetheless, the agricultural goddess remained the pivotal figure in this endeavor. Without her consent, their objectives would undoubtedly falter. Thus, to ensure the successful completion of their mission, they ultimately pledged a single arrow. Yet, none could have foreseen that the arrow of early winter would strike true millennia later. On that day, Elysium fell, and Demeter fled in disarray from the demons conjured by Aphrodite. When the agricultural goddess finally resolved to summon the twins of desire, she demanded her rightful reward, the right to shoot that arrow. In accordance with their earlier promise, the twins acquiesced, albeit her initial target was indeed beyond imagination. You see, you selected 2 subjects in total, the first being Athena. However, I have long warned you that my arrows may either succeed or fail against an entity of her caliber. This is not my dilemma, but rather a reflection of your insufficient strength, which has rendered your vengeance equally feeble, thus thwarting its execution. As for the second target, this too is not my concern. I have elucidated that my arrows can indeed affect her, yet she possesses not merely oneself. In such circumstances, what recourse do I have? Should I then bear the blame? Wolos felt a sense of helplessness, while Demeter experienced a profound sense of grievance. In her quest, she diligently sought a suitable target for control. After dismissing the most perfect candidate, she finally identified a second possibility, Hecate and Selene, who traversed the celestial expanse. The agricultural goddess had little interaction with these entities, who dwelled on the fringes of the great powers. Yet, undoubtedly, among the pantheon, they had no true adversaries and acted with unbridled freedom. Furthermore, Hecate, known as the goddess of the magical web, held the foremost position among them. If Demeter could successfully employ her golden arrow to ensnare her, plunging her irreparably into the throes of love, whatever desires she harbored would surely be realized. Revenge against Poseidon would be a trivial matter, one that would scarcely elicit a flicker of interest from Zeus. Exacting retribution upon Aphrodite would be even simpler, since the latter dared to orchestrate such schemes against her and unleashed a demon from the abyss upon Elysium. Demeter would have the goddess of the magical web transform her into the most exquisite pig, confining her to a sty for a century. In this manner, Demeter astonishingly discovered that in the absence of Elysium on earth, she would acquire a new sanctuary, the moon suspended in the heavens. If she was unwelcome in the mortal realm, she would seek a new abode, allowing the moon's trajectory to guide the growth of all things on earth, thereby nurturing her faith. This was the line of thought that occupied the agricultural goddess, and she proceeded accordingly. Yet, as she clandestinely awaited the moon's journey across the starry sky, once again summoning the twin deities of desire, she was met with an unexpected blow. Wolos informed her that, in comparison to Athena, the current Hecate indeed lacked a certain allure, a sentiment that was unmistakable. Thus, if this was the target she had prepared for the golden arrow, success seemed plausible. After all, the twins had not disclosed to Demeter that the arrow's formidable power, capable of fulfilling her aspiration to influence the gods for 1,000 years, stemmed from a deeper, more profound cause. However, upon careful observation, Wolos regretfully revealed another revelation to the agricultural goddess. The existence of deities with such unique triadic forms was astounding. Why had Zeus never mentioned this to me? With a grim countenance, each recollection of this matter left Demeter feeling a tightness in her chest. Though the agricultural goddess, having emerged only at the end of the Second Age, possessed little understanding of the triad, the mere mention of Nyx's counterpart was enough to instill a sense of trepidation within her. According to Varros, the manifestations of the triad were exceedingly peculiar, and he too could not penetrate their most profound mysteries. Thus, should this golden arrow be directed at Hecate, the outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty. Perhaps it would bring a definitive resolution, perhaps it would merely sway the will of one incarnation, or perhaps the independent wills would simply negate the attempt, resulting in naught. If given 2 opportunities, Demeter might have taken a gamble. However, with only a solitary chance at her disposal, she hesitated to act. In any case, I merely relay the conclusions I have drawn. As for who is to blame, what concern is that of mine? With a slight smirk that quickly faded, Voros innocently remarked, moreover, even if the ineffectiveness of the golden arrow were to be attributed to me, it was your own choice to lay in ambush without prior communication along another's path. Was it not? I am the archer, not you. You need only inform me of the target and allow me to observe. With my abilities, few in this world could detect my presence. Yet, it was your own folly that led to your capture, resulting in your banishment into the chaotic currents of space. You ought to be grateful for your good fortune. Otherwise, considering the disparity in power between you and Hecate, do not be deceived by your shared might. Should she choose to engage, she could easily keep you confined among the stars for centuries. Voros's words were as blunt as ever, igniting a fresh wave of fury within the agricultural goddess. She recognized that this deity had never regarded her with any esteem. Indeed, he seemed to hold nearly all deities in contempt. Yet, his blatant disregard for pretense only fueled her indignation. Regardless, I am free now, she declared coldly. The goddess of the magical web. Vengeance among deities is a dish best served cold. She did not care whether he believed her or not. With an irritable wave of her hand, she set forth towards a certain point in the cosmos. Where are you headed? Naturally, to seek out any rationale you might provide for your method's failure. With a hint of sarcasm, the agricultural goddess felt her spirits lift slightly. Though she could not recall the duration of her confinement, it likely had not exceeded a decade. The mortal realm should have undergone little change. I have endured enough of this existence. Whatever you are, bring this to a close. I suspect you two would prefer to be rid of my company. Well, that is not necessarily the case. Delighted by the unfolding amusement, Voros refrained from voicing his thoughts directly. Instead, he flapped his wings, trailing behind the agricultural goddess as they journeyed onward. In the pitch-black expanse of the starry sky, the duration of their flight was indeterminate. Gradually, at the horizon of their vision, a pale blue celestial body emerged before them. This location was rather remote, distanced from the core of the cosmos. Similar to the preceding dark region, it was highly improbable that anyone would venture here without unforeseen circumstances. However, unlike the former, this place had witnessed the arrival of more than one visitor within a mere century, and even now, one could be present. Where are we? Voros inquired casually. His interest piqued as he observed the distance. Within that unremarkable celestial body resided two presences that nearly reached the pinnacle of divine power. Yet in his eyes, the magnitude of strength was inconsequential. The feeble divine energy of a level 1 deity and the formidable power of a level 20 deity were, in essence, merely mundane existences from another realm. Prince Voros, it seems you are not omniscient after all, a soft voice remarked, the expression serene. This time, Demeter refrained from hastening forward. As you can see, this is the secluded domain of a great Titan goddess. This formidable ancient deity has dwelled here in solitude for nearly 10 millennia. She is the maternal grandmother of the sun god Apollo, a divine being of immense prowess. Is there any issue with this place? Well, if you are referring to this divine being herself, there should be none. Voros nodded, then shifted the topic. However, this celestial body does not host a single deity. Are you certain that visitors are infrequent here? Has someone indeed arrived? Who? His expression changed, and he hastily pressed for answers. The goddess of agriculture did not anticipate that she had strayed so far yet still encountered other uninvited guests. Well, I do not recognize them. They seem to be a god not often active in the world. Nonetheless, this aura bears a resemblance to that of the god of the dark, celestial bodies. A glint of mischief flickered in Voros' eyes, relishing the unfolding drama. It appears he may also be a suitable candidate. Uncontentious, immensely powerful, and unlikely to provoke ordinary mortals. Wouldn't you agree? Alas, it is a pity you possess but a single golden arrow. Otherwise, if you could subdue both of them, you would traverse the cosmos unchallenged, with no one daring to oppose you. Chapter 505. All fine. What brings chaos here? A subtle shift in expression crossed her face, followed by a gentle shake of her head. Demeter hesitated for a moment and decided against making an appearance. On one hand, as Voros mentioned, she possessed but a single golden arrow. On the other, even if she were to wield two, she would never choose to confront the god of the shadowy celestial bodies. This is not merely a matter of strength. It stems from a profound psychological trauma. More precisely, it is a natural aversion of the goddess of agriculture towards male deities. It is worth noting that among her 3 brothers, 2 had violated her, while the last had abducted her daughter, born of one of her brothers. Such bizarre experiences are exceedingly rare, even amidst the chaos of the chaos gods. Given this background, it is hardly surprising that the goddess of agriculture harbors such sentiments. At times, when gazing at the sky, Demeter would entertain an odd thought, one so absurd that she had never uttered it to another soul. Your Highness Voros, I have a question for you, she inquired softly as she awaited his response. What is the question? Your origins are unique, and you are erudite, possessing knowledge of matters concerning the primordial gods, and you bear a golden arrow, a treasure that can shatter certain constraints of chaos. Thus, I must ask, why? Since the dawn of creation, has the world been governed solely by the patriarchy of the Heavenly Father? Voros opened his mouth, momentarily taken aback by the depth of her inquiry. What of the patriarchy? Is there an issue with it? I mean, all things exist in relation to one another. Where there is light, there exists darkness. Where there is life, there is death. Where there is order, there is chaos. Where there is spirit, there is matter. Demeter articulated her thoughts slowly and coherently. Therefore, the question arises, Your Highness Voros, if there exists patriarchy, why is there no matriarchy? This seems unreasonable, does it not? According to ancient mythological records, perhaps the behaviors of Poseidon and Zeus reflect the influence of patriarchy over the gods. So, why can there not be a matriarchy to counteract this unreasonable violence? A profound silence ensued. Faced with the goddess of agriculture's inquiry, Voros, though not entirely comprehending, felt deeply unsettled. After a significant pause, he pondered for a moment and attempted to provide an answer. Perhaps it is a matter of differing emphases. Patriarchy does not correspond to matriarchy, but rather to the divine authority of fertility that has been wielded by successive goddesses since the Earth Mother. But that too seems flawed, Demeter countered, her mind sharpening with each exchange. Behold, Zeus once articulated that had it not been for the cataclysmic conclusion of the first age, perhaps the ancient deities could have attained immense divine power solely through the principle of patriarchy. Even in his dormant state, this uncoalesced power has been subtly accumulating. In contrast, the various incarnations of the Earth Mother have never regarded the authority of procreation with much esteem. While undeniably formidable, it holds significance primarily for the true gods. Relative to the godly sovereign and primordial deities, its strength is virtually negligible. Might it be that procreation necessitates the essence of life? Tentatively inquired. Voros felt he was venturing into an unfamiliar realm. It is known that procreation and life are intertwined, which is why Gaia, the Earth Mother, cradles the vessel of life. Such a notion is unlikely. Shaking her head, Demeter countered. If we adhere to this reasoning, does that imply that patriarchy encompasses death? Alas, in that era, there was scarcely any postnatal existence. The eternal gods likely only annihilated a handful of plants throughout their existence. Continuously rebutted, Voros found himself at a loss for words. However, the duality of desire is not bound by convention, and he perceived no merit in contemplating this matter further. My esteemed goddess of agriculture, have you ever pondered that perhaps the world is devoid of myriad whys? Just as the darkness of chaos is innately superior to the light, it stands to reason that the power of patriarchy surpasses that of procreation. Consider, the Earth Mother Gaia first bore the ancient triad of gods alone, then collaborated with the sky gods to conceive an array of titans. Without her existence, subsequent deities would not have come to be. Yet the divine right of kingship did not fall upon her, but rather was bestowed upon Uranus. Thus, we arrive at an irrefutable conclusion, a definitive statement. Voros wished to cease the discourse on this subject. In chaos, even if the world favors darkness, favoring the patriarchal principle of masculine emergence, such as an inherent truth. Just as mortals do not question why there must be earth beneath their feet or sky above their heads, the world is governed by such established laws. A fundamental decree from the outset. With a gentle sigh, Voros felt that the conversation should draw to a close. There are not so many questions in this world. They are as natural as 1 + 1 = 2. He turned his gaze once more to the distant azure celestial body, unaware that a glimmer had flickered into Demeter's eyes, as though she had suddenly grasped an elusive understanding, yet simultaneously comprehended nothing at all. Indeed, the darkness of the world is inherently stronger than the light. This is true, but has it always been so, and does that make it right? Ancient legends recount that the force of life, embodied by chaos, naturally surpasses that of death. Yet, has not the well of rebirth already come into existence? Moreover, Zeus once inadvertently remarked that, in times past, the power of order in the world was overwhelmingly greater than that of chaos. Nearly everything in the material realm bears some degree of the influence of order, while manifestations of chaos are scarce. However, as time progresses, the forces of the contemporary world grow stronger, and the gap between order and chaos narrows. Perhaps this is the influence of the source of malevolence? It is evident that some things are inherently so, yet this does not imply they will remain unchanged. Those willing to instigate transformation are ancient and formidable entities. If one day, Demeter's eyes flickered, lost in contemplation, although she was unaware that the substantial surge in chaos's chaotic power was intricately linked to the obliteration of the otherworldly and the absorption of its essence. After all, destruction begets great chaos, and the existence of the mother tree merely embellishes that chaos. Yet, from another perspective, her thoughts were not entirely erroneous. If the goddess of agriculture could indeed expand the concept of fertility in the same manner that line extended death, then as the goddess associated with all growth, she would undoubtedly reap significant benefits. However, such matters are not typically within the purview of a true deity. Look, he has departed. A whisper roused her from her reverie, and Demeter gazed into the distance. Indeed, the stellar domain near the azure celestial body trembled slightly, accompanied by the resonant echoes of celestial sounds, as a heavy and colossal presence withdrew from the vicinity. She endeavored to suppress her aura, although Voros assured her that there was no need for concern, as he was confident in concealing their traces. After a considerable time had passed, having confirmed that Koyos had ventured far away, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in the agricultural goddess's eyes. What do you suppose they discussed? How would I know? You could simply ask her later, Voros replied with a smirk. Pursing her lips, Voros finally confirmed. So my target is her? Then? Indeed, Demeter affirmed with a nod. Confirmed? Confirmed. No regrets? No regrets. Perhaps you should reconsider. Are you always this talkative? The agricultural goddess coldly interjected, feeling that this fellow was merely seeking to provoke her. Very well, since you have made your decision. With a resigned shake of his head, Voros refrained from voicing his sentiments. He harbored a lingering feeling that the arrow he released might precipitate unforeseen consequences in the future, an intuition unique to him. Yet, on the other hand, he did not possess profound feelings regarding the matter, thus the impact could either be illusory or of little consequence to him. Under such circumstances, he felt no need to worry for others. By that time, perhaps he could find some candied fruits and enjoy some amusement with Eros. Thus, standing beneath the starry sky, Voros drew his bow. Just as when he had aimed at Poseidon, he did not need to lay eyes upon his enemy. Vengeance would guide his hand, and his emotions would lead him to the trail. Ultimately, the vestige of certainty inherited from Gungnir would propel his golden arrow forward. Once loosed, the arrow transformed into a vessel of conceptual power, perhaps even imbued with extraordinary abilities. Little could obstruct its path. Once, Poseidon could not, and now neither could Thea. With a resounding twang, the bowstring vibrated, and the golden arrow soared into the void. Without witnessing the outcome, Voros stepped back, his expression impassive, only returning to normal after a brief moment. Prepare to claim your spoils, yet I hope you remember. Everyone possesses love, but each expresses it in unique ways. I wish for you to comprehend and accept this, for you cannot alter it. In this world, there is scarcely any love that can be interpreted as blind obedience. Of course, I remember. Were it otherwise, I would not have steadfastly chosen the goddess. A long-lost joy surged within, and unperturbed by Vorlos's departure, Demeter stepped forward. At last, from this moment forth, she would no longer be the agricultural goddess whom anyone could trample upon. Henceforth, she would embark on a new path. Those who had once caused her harm would inevitably face their reckoning. In an uncharted celestial body, within a humble stone temple, the doors closed, returning to her chamber. Thea maintained a serene demeanor, betraying no hint of her emotions. Just moments ago, she had bid farewell to the god of the lightless celestial body who had visited her. And they had reached an agreement devoid of guarantees, yet one that required none. Should the day come when Koyos could shake the authority of Phobos, she would intervene personally. As for the cost, whatever she could claim, he was welcome to take. The notion of shaking divine authority seemed fantastical, unlikely for a true deity to accomplish. However, from Koyos' perspective, he had reason to believe that he and Thea could indeed succeed. After all, if even primordial deities were to take their own lives, what could possibly be deemed impossible? From any angle, in the eyes of earthly laws, the power of primordial deities outweighed that of Phobos by an immeasurable degree. Thus, should Erebus manage a sudden demise, the order of the world would undoubtedly experience some upheaval. Consequently, for Koyos, how the Lord of Darkness achieved this was inconsequential, for his plans were predicated on the assumption of success. If Erebus were to fail, then naturally it would be as if he had never spoken of it. However, this matter was one he could not divulge to Thea, which led to Ceus harboring little hope regarding it. Unexpectedly, though the goddess of light appeared to raise some doubts, she ultimately consented with remarkable decisiveness. After all, this was a future affair, and none of us needed to act prematurely. If you can succeed, I would not mind lending you a hand. After all, neither you nor Phoebe have ever been allies of mine. Ceus understood her implications, for during the Second Age, they had once aligned with Cronus against the ancient sun god and the mother of light. At that time, it was he and Phoebe who were tasked with restraining Thea. However, in contrast to the goddess's veiled jealousy, Ceus merely fulfilled his basic duty of containment. Consequently, the relationship between Thea and Phoebe was strained, and the Mother of Light would not hesitate to strike when it mattered most. Comparatively, the god of the dark celestial bodies was more agreeable. They were neither friends nor foes, having long since ceased to be antagonistic. After concluding this matter, Ceus did not linger. In his view, Thea was the last entity he needed to address in the cosmos. As for the stream of daylight, he could easily vanquish it without it affecting his plans. In the time to come, he simply needed to wait in silence. In the temple, Thea sighed as she adjusted her garments before a bronze mirror. Just as Ceus had refrained from revealing his entire scheme, she too had withheld her true thoughts. Her gaze shifted, contemplating the key and trajectory left by a certain visitor, leaving her in a state of inner turmoil. She was not a deity who sought immense power or status, nor did she particularly care about acquiring anything. If her own children seldom heeded her words, what could she expect from other beings? Setting aside her superfluous concerns, Thea recalled Apollo, that young man, the grandson of Phoebe. Like the sun, fatherhood, the sky, and the sea, if it were not for the existence of a second light deity sharing power, Thea would have ascended long ago. Yet, as long as a second powerful light god existed, unless the light, divine function could be significantly amplified beyond its current level, no one could emerge as the dominant god of light. Thoughts swirled within her mind, though she did not express them outwardly. It was in that very moment, silently, that a golden arrow pierced the air from outside the temple, heading straight for her chamber. Chapter 506. The reaction of Thea within the tranquil and serene stone temple of the nameless blue star. Thea found herself immersed in her own thoughts, her simple garment trailing to the ground. She reflected on the myriad events of the past, harboring some regrets about certain choices made during the Second Era. From her current perspective, the starry skies of that time, seemingly rife with conflict, were in truth far more stable than the present. If only she could return to the past, perhaps she would find herself in an entirely different situation now. With her eyes closed before a bronze mirror, Thea was lost in contemplation until, suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelmingly strong and domineering light enveloped the stone temple. The fabric of space rippled, and conflicting laws were dispelled. Yet outside the temple, not a trace of this illumination escaped, as if nothing had transpired at all. Almost simultaneously, Demeter, observing from afar, felt a chill run through her heart, as if a blade were poised at her throat. Inside the temple, behind the Mother of Light, a golden arrow pierced through the air, its path clear in the reflection of the bronze mirror. Interwoven with the boundless brilliance, it seemed untouched, hurtling toward Thea with a speed that appeared both languid and swift. Swish, remaining calm, the goddess of light's innate instinct for battle had not dulled over millennia of silence. In the blink of an eye, with a flash of radiant divine light, Thea vanished from the temple. In the next moment, on a remote star far removed from the nameless blue star, a silhouette coalesced, transforming into the goddess's form. Yet, before she could take a breath of relief, from the corner of her eye, a golden arrow was already in pursuit. Ignoring the constraints of space and distance, or perhaps more precisely, within the perception of the goddess of light, the gap between her and the arrow was not one defined by conventional proximity, but rather a conceptual distance. The golden arrow raced along this unique notion, diminishing the separation with each passing moment. When this division was entirely erased, no matter where she might be, the arrow would pierce her heart at that very instant. Who could it be? Thoughts raced through Thea's mind. Yet she could not recall any potential adversary targeting her. For millennia, she had scarcely ventured beyond the vast expanse of the starry realms. How could she suddenly be confronted with such a threat? A heavy weight settled in her heart as she gazed at the ever-approaching golden arrow, leaving the goddess of light with no recourse. In the end, she chose to shatter her own form, dispersing into a myriad of radiant lights, hoping to confound the mysterious arrow's aim. But in the blink of an eye, without hesitation, the golden arrow struck into an ephemeral light and merged with her being. Hiss! Is this what it means to stand at the pinnacle of divine power as the Mother of Light? Varos, how does she compare to Poseidon's performance? The agricultural goddess instinctively wondered, nearly taken aback by the sudden surge of power. It is uncertain when Walros, who completed the commission, vanished into the vastness of the starry sky. Perhaps he is still observing the unfolding tale, or perhaps he has long departed. Regardless of which scenario is true, Demeter, who received no response, provided herself with an answer. Poseidon could not possibly rival Thea. This disparity transcends mere divine power, rooted instead in the accumulation of various experiences. Had the arrow not been Walros's arrow of desire, the goddess of light would undoubtedly have evaded its effects. Legend has it that when different deities wield the same divine office, their true powers may not align. Compared to the Titan goddess, even Apollo pales in comparison. Speaking softly to herself, the goddess of agriculture gazed in a daze at the point where the light had erupted. She was uncertain of the distinctions between Thea and Apollo, both gods of light. Yet, within her perception, the latter's radiance felt warmer, while the former's light was unrestrained and ostentatious. It was as if the supreme sovereign tread upon her domain, compelling all to bow in submission, yet Demeter found it hard to trust her own senses. After all, for millennia, the other had never ventured beyond this starry realm. You are right. Apollo indeed falls short of me. He is merely a fragment of light, a manifestation of its gentleness and healing. Such power is undoubtedly favored by mortals, yet it never constitutes the core essence of light. Suddenly, without warning, a voice resonated low against her ear from behind. A cold sweat broke out along her spine, and enveloped in divine power, Demeter instantly vanished from her original spot. However, in the next moment, she seemed to recollect something and hurriedly glanced back toward her previous position. To her surprise, she did not see the figure of the Titan goddess there. What are you afraid of? Was it not you who summoned me? What? Do you regret it now? The voice echoed calmly in her ear. Her body stiffened, no longer attempting to flee. Taking a deep breath, Demeter turned to face the source of the voice. This time, she felt relieved to find the goddess of light standing not far behind her, showing no inclination to conceal her presence. Perhaps she had always been there, and it was Demeter who failed to grasp her intentions in due time. I am not afraid. And what does regret mean? Have you not been affected? Walrose, come forth. Anxiously, she observed the scene before her, which starkly contrasted with her expectations. In her mind, if a goddess were to fall deeply in love with another deity, she would not be like Zeus's lovers, entranced by his sweet words, unwavering in her devotion, and offering her utmost support. Yet, no matter how she viewed it, Thea before her was far from that ideal. Her thoughts remained remarkably rational, devoid of any inclination to acquiesce to her words. Wolos? It turned out that the owner of that golden arrow was named Wolos. With her head bowed in contemplation, the Mother of Light revealed a smile. There is no need for fear. If you are referring to that arrow, it must have affected me. Even though I am acutely aware that my current state is rather abnormal, I find myself hopelessly in love with you. Yet Demeter, what do you suppose my love truly resembles? Successful? How splendid. The agricultural goddess paid little heed to the latter part of the statement, as her focus was solely on Thea's earlier words. Despite recalling the golden arrow and knowing that her condition was problematic, could it be that she was still irresistibly in love with her? Perhaps Poseidon once felt the same way. Astonished by the power of the twins, Demeter felt a flicker of joy. Regardless of the circumstances, this power now served her, allowing her to capture the affection of a formidable Titan goddess. She appeared somewhat more relaxed, casually responding to the inquiries of the goddess of light. What else could it be, perhaps akin to other Titan gods? I have heard that in those times, Titan deities often paired off, giving rise to a multitude of divine offspring. Your relationship with the ancient sun god must have been quite amiable as well, considering you aided him in unifying the heavens. Articulating her understanding was yet another reason Demeter chose her counterpart. If Thea were akin to Aphrodite, she could not guarantee how the latter's affections would manifest. Fortunately, the primordial Titans were predominantly devoted and faithful. Starting from the Sky Father, the first generation of bloodlines was generally so, far from the likes of Zeus in later times. But in the next moment, Thea gently shook her head before Demeter. No, it is not so. You may not be aware. In the bygone celestial realm, my union with Hyperion was not solely due to our divine duties, but rather because of our shared aspirations. He sought to unify the heavens and become the god king above the stars, and I supported him in this endeavor. However, as time passed and Helios was born, a rift inevitably emerged between us. This fracture was not a consequence of the former's imprisonment. In fact, unlike previous goddesses, the goddess of light seemed to exhibit little overt concern for her offspring. She tended to offer guidance based on experience, but never extended further assistance. Much like Helios, even after he successfully escaped, Thea provided him with minimal help, leading him ultimately down a path of no return. Demeter was not well informed on this matter, but gazing at the goddess of light before her, she gradually began to perceive that things were not as she had envisioned. Forcing a smile, she tentatively inquired, "So, what relevance does this hold for me? Even if we do not share the same ideals, should it not affect your affection for me?" In silence, Thea cast a peculiar gaze upon Demeter, who, sensing this scrutiny, was inexplicably overwhelmed by a foreboding feeling. The inherent nature of primordial deities is indeed susceptible to the influences of their divine roles, and the closer they are to their origins, the more profound the impact they endure. Despite the passage of many years, Thea still vividly recalls the early days of the Second Era, when Helios was imprisoned within the sun, and when Hyperion first faced the sanctions of the Codex of Creation. She had earnestly offered him counsel, not out of a sense of familial obligation, for he was merely a son, easily replaceable, especially one who had been severed from his father's power at birth. For Thea, who had lived through the first era, Hyperion's confinement was regrettable, yet not wholly unacceptable. Compared to the capriciousness of the celestial deities, the devouring of sons by the second generation of gods, and the consumption of wives by the third, Hyperion's actions seemed trivial. Nevertheless, during that tumultuous period, Thea found herself embroiled in conflict with the ancient sun god, for she recognized that Helios's existence was the key to remedying Hyperion's deficiencies. In the chaos of the cosmos, the primordial sun was undeniably fierce, scorching, and unapproachable. Yet, as epochs transitioned, the intricate paths of celestial bodies emerged, accompanied by deities who would inherit portions of their father's divine authority. However, from another perspective, Helios's presence served as a means to temper the sun's ferocity. As the original sun god, Hyperion possessed ample power and authority to restrain his progeny. Regrettably, he ultimately disregarded Thea's counsel, treading a path that led to his own downfall. I had once warned him. In the mid-second era, when confronted with the alliance of the God-King and the god of the formless void, we were already at a disadvantage. Yet, he was unwilling to relinquish his pursuits, an understandable reaction, for the tempestuous sun was destined to behave thus. The outcome, as you have seen, left his remains scattered across the earth, and the sun god no longer graces the realm of mortals. As Thea journeyed along an untraveled path among the stars, progressing toward the utmost fringes of the cosmos, akin to the river of the world merging with the sea, she listened to the echoes of this bygone tale. Her countenance bore a somber expression, for she sensed that events were spiraling beyond her control. Ignoring her discontent, Thea continued to guide her onward. The events of the second era have long since passed. My recounting of these matters is not to place the blame of past failures upon a dead entity, merely reflecting upon history. Demeter, I wish to convey that as the primordial titan, although we do not share the same intimate connection with the world as the original gods, our interactions with the divine are unparalleled by any who came after us. Thus, returning to the outset of our meeting today, do you recall what I once articulated? You asserted that Apollo pales in comparison to you. He merely appropriated the most palatable aspects of light, those that symbolize gentleness and healing, which are most readily embraced by mortals. But what relevance does that hold for me? I remarked absent-mindedly, drawing parallels to reality. And the goddess of agriculture discerned the truth in my words. Apollo is not only the god of the sun and light, but also embodies the divine aspects of healing and music among humanity. I have even heard whispers of a certain demigod descendant, skilled in the arts of medicine and restoration, capable of reviving the deceased. The relationship lies in the fact that Hyperion inherently represents the sun's searing heat and ferocity, a temperament that led him to imprison his own son, ultimately embarking upon an irreversible path. Conversely, I have lost the warmth and healing of light through the passage of time, left only with its capacity to purify all things and reject the other. Fortunately, there remains a distinction between innate and acquired qualities. Thus, prior to today, I had never recklessly unleashed my suppressed nature, instead cloaking it beneath simple attire and secluded sanctuaries. Even as my desire to remain among the celestial spheres waned since the birth of Apollo, until this day, when a golden arrow pierced the heavens. Its power exceeded my imagination, seemingly imbued with a primordial force unique to creation, a supreme force intertwined with emotion. Thus, as you can see, I now stand here. In homage to the indelible love we share, I shall employ this key to unlock this portal. Of course, this signifies that we shall traverse this chessboard together. The edge of the starry sky is also the boundary of the world. Within the predetermined coordinates, Thea wielded the key to breach a barrier formed by the very essence of the world. And beyond that barrier lies an expanse of resplendent light, shimmering infinitely. Chapter 507. For the sake of love, The zodiac star domain lies precisely at the moment when the goddess of light and Demeter arrive at the edge of the cosmos. Bored, the goddess of victory yawns and reverts to her true form, meandering at the periphery of the star realm, until a certain moment, as if sensing something, she exclaims softly and materializes, retrieving a unique rune. The rune glimmers, seemingly resonating with an unseen force. If one were to observe closely, perhaps, the zodiac star domain lies precisely at the moment when the goddess of light and Demeter arrive at the edge of the cosmos. Bored, the goddess of victory yawns and reverts to her true form, meandering at the periphery of the star realm, until a certain moment, as if sensing something, she exclaims softly and materializes, retrieving a unique rune. The rune glimmers, seemingly resonating with an unseen force. If one were to observe closely, perhaps, speak. What must you do to submit to the state of Chu? Yang, feeling a tinge of impatience, noted the current state of the enemy forces beyond the pass. They appeared to have surrendered. Yet, that gate transcended all, emanating a power that thwarted the chaos of slaughter, remaining eternally unbeaten. Since you are already aware, I shall refrain from elaborating further. In a serene and tranquil tone, she spoke, her vivid descriptions delivered with an unchanging countenance, her voice scarcely fluctuating. It is no wonder that even seasoned masters like the muddled Taoist found her demeanor too placid, ill-suited for such tumultuous times. The two men, entirely indifferent to the presence of other families, revealed their true, unsightly natures. Tu Juhua and Yu Zhantian exchanged glances, both sighing in resignation, at a loss for words. With a thunderous roar, the resplendent divine radiance gradually dissipated, and the shield crumbled in tandem. Among them, Huang Do was the most adept at grasping the essence of the intricate and profound, employing it with remarkable skill. How could the unyielding Niudan allow Lin Tian to rest peacefully here? Upon entering the cave, Lin Tian sensed Niudan's approach, prompting him to swiftly enter the spatial realm and manifest a semblance of his own appearance. Originally, Ping Yibo lingered in the mortal realm due to his obsessions. Zhang Kuan believed that finding Tao Yu would dispel Ping Yibo's lingering desires. However, Tao Yu had passed away 30 years prior. Esther paused for 2 seconds. Even as she internally concurred with the sentiment, she made a concerted effort to mask her agreement from her visage. In the tertiary period, Juoyu existed right beneath the nose of Daribog. Given Daribog's cautious demeanor towards the gray mist seal, had she originated from beyond the barrier, he would undoubtedly have exercised even greater vigilance. The border with the Northern Lion Principality is quite distant from the Coldwind territory. Unless a full-scale war were to erupt, it would hardly impact him. He genuinely wished to treat her well. Qi Yuan remained oblivious to his true feelings for Yu Rong. Yet witnessing her weep and declare her loss of pride in him filled his heart with an unprecedented sorrow. As Yun Lan's words lingered, the townsfolk's numb expressions gradually contorted into grotesque visages. Nonetheless, upon hearing that he wished to meet her, Li Chengzhou's thoughts wandered, prompting him to accompany the individual to the 10-mile-long stop. The carriage moved slowly, and soon they arrived before the residence. Its faade emblazoned with the character for ritual, flanked by 2 grand lions. Curiosity compelled Ning Tang to unearth the mysterious photograph. Her eyes darted as her fingers incessantly tapped on the screen. Esther furrowed her brow at the ancient castle ruins, which bore no signs of restoration, appearing as if no one had lingered there. Yet, Benjamin's words suggested otherwise, as if the place still harbored inhabitants. Logically, the position of the president should have been assumed by Jiang Chun, but it seemed he had clandestinely ventured to Mars with his men, leaving the presidency uncertain. However, she could not deny the truth in the words of the celestial witch. Indeed, masterful warriors possess the capability to slay enemy generals and assassinate foreign monarchs. Yet all of this hinges upon stealth and the certainty of a lethal strike. These wandering souls appeared entirely oblivious to the presence of Lu Laosan and Ahai. Occasionally, 1 or 2 of the spirits would raise their heads, casting merely a fleeting glance at the pair before sinking back into their own realms. Chapter 508. The Great Fish Traversing Through the Corridor of Light. Wandering in an unknown direction, Demeter opened her eyes, enveloped in a pure brilliance, having left behind the barriers formed by the power of the world. As she gazed around, the goddess of agriculture was taken aback. Although she remained unaware of the purpose of Thea's arrival, at that moment, witnessing the unfamiliar world before her, she felt her journey was not in vain. The sun was absent from the sky, replaced instead by a dazzling radiance. Feng Lin glanced at Luo Yu, a formidable warrior at the age of 19, possessing achievements that could overshadow any genius. It was precisely this prowess that he sought to temper by pitting Luo Yu against these talents. Lias, panting heavily, fixed her gaze intently on Racel before making a surprising decision. Aura turned to meet Ji Yuan's eyes, her lips moved. Yet she found herself unable to utter a single word. Clearly, their destructive endeavors had drawn the attention of the barrier's operators. This individual before her, akin to the alchemist who had recently lost his crystal, was also a maintenance worker dispatched by the Marquis to oversee the barrier's operation. Time passed, and Li Tianfeng awoke from his unconscious state. Upon opening his eyes and looking towards the blood refinement forest, he initially failed to react, his mind clouded in confusion. He then pushed himself up from the ground, feeling something soft beneath his hands. At that moment, Heroes was also prepared for battle, shrouded in an inexplicable golden light before suddenly vanishing. Mukamura, by age, was not yet due for retirement. However, the role of deputy chief of security was indeed taxing and exhausting. Su Erzwang, a true farmer, spoke with a voice that boomed loudly. For a moment, Su Miao thought her ears would be deafened, but the matter at hand was far too pressing to concern herself with such trivialities. Lian charged forward, decisively severing Chun Feng's head with a single stroke of his sword, avenging the fallen members of the martial sect. Utilizing a silver needle for disguise, he knew Galen would not recognize him, sneering as he proclaimed, "Your son sought to kill me. Thus, I have slain him." In the wake of such turmoil, the fishing boats had all been requisitioned, leaving none available. "Grandfather Shen, I am a practitioner, a warrior much like Aunt Chu. My cultivation method is quite unique, resulting in blood that is equally special and precious. The young man you mentioned possesses great potential. He has since been transferred." Unbeknownst to anyone, when Makoto found the instructor, the information revealed in their conversation left him utterly astonished. As he looked at the two before him, Kaneki Kin silently pondered what the current Amon Katara would feel witnessing this very scene. Long Qianjue was equally astonished. The exquisite Ling Jin cauldron indeed lives up to its reputation, as it successfully concocted the elixir within merely half an hour. The moon hung high in the sky, luminous like a brilliant disk, while thousands of sky lanterns floated around, resembling grand crimson lanterns that enveloped the entire palace. For him, this was hardly a challenge. However, encountering such formidable obstacles at the very entrance foretold the peril that lay ahead. Deng Chao and the others seemed like puppets on strings, completely ensnared in the grip of Xia Mo. The 9th prince was understandably concerned, yet he felt a sense of joy for the 10th prince, which left him somewhat bewildered as he busily assisted the 10th prince in organizing his belongings. 10th foreign, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief, though she harbored some anxiety about not having children for a while after his departure. Amidst the fervor of the spectators, who erupted into cheers as player No. 3 completed a basket, Gung Haosher swiftly passed the ball to Zhou Xiaoshan, who was positioned near the three-point line at Wuyin Technology University. "Hold him down. Damn it. Hit me. Use this broken pot to strike me," Gage exclaimed, his hands tightly gripping 2 ceramic figurines, pacing restlessly beside Demeng as he vented his frustration. In a dilapidated thatched house in Yaozhou City, a Han family was crammed together, all looking gaunt and emaciated, their faces a mixture of terror and excitement as they spoke to one another. He had no time for further contemplation and could not allow them to know their true identities, so he coldly addressed the 3 individuals. "Do not waste your breath. Next year on this day shall be your death anniversary. Prepare to pay with your lives." With that, he swung his blade toward the leader. "Go and deliver the message to 13. During these days in the palace, do not place your trust in others too readily. Be vigilant, for some may not remain for long," Gu Nianqing advised with a smile. The archers primarily employed the Qin crossbow, yet there were also over 10,000 skilled bowmen, alongside others wielding various types of archery equipment. "My dear, I shall go and converse with Sister May. It has been half a month since I last saw her," said a young man, standing tall at about 1.85 meters, clad in a military green short-sleeve shirt. Though not particularly muscular, his physique was defined and exuded an aura of latent power. Howard had long been at odds with him, yet previously, their ancestors' looming presence had deterred any mischief. However, with the demise of a Gudai, the situation had changed. The monster's mortal enemies at this moment were undoubtedly the outsiders, led by Wang Ping. Zhen Lianyan and the children entered to find the room in utter disarray, leaving them momentarily stunned. Long Xiao felt an acute sense of embarrassment, realizing for the first time in his life the weight of shame. Upon hearing a roar, the surrounding demonic beings, though reluctant, ultimately raised their hands in surrender. Before Qin Yan, an unusual scene unfolded. Brother Yang remarked that he often noticed the faces of Guanyin and other deities being sculpted into grotesque forms, particularly when fine materials were misused, causing him profound sorrow. In the living room, the man on the sofa gazed listlessly at the television, while the 2 of them bowed their heads, breathing softly, not daring to utter a sound. The other 3, in accordance with the nature of the mountainous marshland, found their places. Huang Yichen sat in the position of the marsh, also known as the position of the mountain marsh. Du area occupied the position of water, and Alice took her place in the mountain position. After arranging these, Qin Yan returned to his chair, casting a gentle smile towards the similarly smiling Chu Shiming. Mo Jun pondered, what is so remarkable about this? If he possessed a firearm, he would surely cherish it as a treasure, holding it even while he slept at night. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted, shattering a flower pot in the room, soil scattering everywhere, as a perfectly healthy potted plant lay ruined on the ground. Mo Jun let out a terrified scream, while Xie Yujiao giggled, holding the firearm. Tai Shirtzi dipped his finger in a grain of salt, tasting it with delight, exclaiming, "What fine salt! And it has a fragrance." Everyone eagerly joined in the tasting, showering praises. The hostages, having long heard the shouts of battle from outside, realized that help was on the way. Soon after, they saw Xiao Feng burst in. Excitement surged through the crowd as they called out in unison. Gao Shun exclaimed, "Master!" Others shouted, "It's full air." Some even called out, "Hero Xia." Chapter 509. A smile. Remember, strive to remain silent. Should I require anything of you, I shall directly convey my wishes without soliciting your response. Following closely behind Thea, Demeter treaded carefully along the narrow path amidst the sea of flowers. Heeding the caution imparted by Thea, she mirrored her steps with utmost diligence. The fragrance of blossoms enveloped her, and as she walked, she momentarily felt as though she were basking in the warm embrace of sunlight. With vigilant eyes, she surveyed her surroundings. Ahead lay a trough for bloodletting, where the sharp tip of a spear would pierce the beast, prompting Wang Wei to activate the machinery. However, due to her earlier accomplishments, others attributed her success solely to her innate talent and abilities, perceiving her words of encouragement as mere platitudes. The man's face brightened with a broad smile as he sprang from the ground, racing around the bonfire in a frenzy, uttering a cacophony of excited exclamations. "Li Xiaocheng, you always bear that expression as if someone owes you millions, and your tone is perpetually frigid. I no longer wish to engage in conversation with you," she declared. Closing her eyes, days passed, and the populace in Longqing swelled, gradually restoring the erstwhile clamor. Visitors from the 19 prefectures of the celestial domain arrived, brimming with vigor and laughter, entirely indifferent to the encroaching hordes of the demon race gathering beyond Dragon-S Gorge, as though they were mere insignificant creatures. "The sword god of the heavens, very well, I understand. I shall take a moment to rest before seeking you out," he replied. "Brother, what would you like?" Xinyang glanced at Xing Hen, feeling a sense of familiarity, mistaking him for a long-time patron, thus dismissing further contemplation. Yet, this fleeting glance revealed to Ding Yi, who caught sight of a motorcycle tailing them in the rearview mirror. Before Ma Yumei could voice a protest, the convenience store proprietor, with 2 resounding thuds, uncapped the beer. "I told you, we are no longer connected. His words are merely a temporary strategy to placate you. Ding Yi will not come." Ma Lu interjected. The crown princess Zhang displayed her flattery towards the wet nurse, accepting it without rejection, yet inwardly she smirked coldly, pondering, were I devoid of such exceptional talent, could I possibly bear the heavy responsibilities of a crown princess? Ding Hao tossed aside his chopsticks, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. He then rose and began to pace the floor, swaying unsteadily for the duration of a joss stick-s burning. Ping Wanli could no longer contain his impatience. Yet just as he was about to speak, Ding Hao's voice rang out. As the inky blackness dissipated, it left behind a desiccated skeleton. Ding Hao offered words of comfort to Lu Shishir before guiding her back to Tianyuan Valley. I hesitated to descend when I noticed Ren Qiancheng ascending instead. He strode directly into the reception room, and the boys parted to make way for him, observing the heavily shut door behind him. Jun Yuchen fell into a moment of speechlessness. Reflecting on the embarrassing incidents of his past, he felt a twinge of fear creeping in. No. Such a humiliating affair must never be disclosed to Chu Chu. Otherwise, would she not laugh uproariously, leaving him utterly scorned and ridiculed from afar? The ambitious actions of the 11th, audaciously claiming to act under his authority, had resulted in the apprehension of everyone in the firearms camp. Did he truly believe that the tasks he assigned were mere tests of one's willingness to defy authority and their courage? A fierce battle had unexpectedly paused. Ding Hao glanced at the others. Yu Huahu and Huang Yulong remained unscathed, while Yun Minger's hair was disheveled, her mask having fallen away, yet she bore no injuries. Of course, the so-called Xianqing forest known to the cultivation realm was but a fabrication. Aside from the Xin family, no one truly comprehended its authentic prowess. Nevertheless, Ding Hao was undeterred and continued to wield his sword with even greater swiftness, executing a second set of sword techniques. In the blink of an eye, a second stream of energy surged forth, colliding towards the black puppet. "Are you truly poisoned?" Upon hearing Chu Jiangli's declaration, Shin Junyu nearly gasped in disbelief. When he learned that Chu Jiangli had orchestrated this situation herself, he became convinced that the poison was merely a fade, unaware of the methods she had employed to deceive everyone. Chapter 510. The medium with a stiff expression, she remained silent, as if startled. Until returning to the previous azure celestial body, Demeter appeared somewhat peculiar. She silently recited the words not much in her mind. Uncertain whether the exotic deity's favored architectural style fell under this category. However, with her current wisdom, the goddess of agriculture doubted that possibility. In a moment of confusion between reality and illusion, Demeter gazed gravely at the two magical beasts engaged in relentless combat, sensing an inexplicable oddness she could not articulate. Qinyun paid no heed to Lin Yu's forthcoming actions. Truth be told, he found himself on the verge of impatience. What? Can't you spare a moment to converse with me? Upon noticing Chu Yi's inclination to depart, Zhang Miaoxue furrowed her brows in concern. Chen Shoren was no fool. He recognized that Li Huifeng possessed the extraordinary skill to manipulate needle arrangements, casually producing the long-lost golden pinnacle ointment. This was certainly not mere coincidence. Moreover, Xion's cryptic wink suggested she knew something but was unable to disclose it here. The individual had long harbored discontent with Jing Huan, and in a fit of despair, he revealed everything, including the whereabouts of the Deluo immortal dynasty and the location of the primordial immortal herb. Chen Yi inhaled deeply, familiar with the scent. The ashtray bore the unmistakable aroma of prolonged use. Upon Wang Yao's return to the city, he acquired 2 longswords, intending to forge a warrior's jungle knife. Alongside 2 eyes. My heavens! The county official turned pale with fright, hastily approaching Li Ku. Alas, I was blind and mistook your highness for a bandit. How foolish I am. I deserve to be punished, he exclaimed, slapping his own face in regret. As Xiaoyi paused on the 9th floor to converse discreetly with the system, the surrounding named disciples whispered among themselves. Soon, someone gasped in surprise. Lin Shurin had suddenly manifested the 9th white lotus beneath her feet, successfully navigating through the illusion. As for Jun Shijue, while the flavor of the golden lotus was delightful, it served as a primary ingredient in a hallucinogenic drug. Mixing it with other substances in the banquet meal bore little difference from consuming the hallucinogen itself, compounded by his intoxication, making illusions more likely to arise. Ruo Shui observed without sentiment. Realizing that disrespecting others in times of fortune would not earn her respect or assistance when in need, Wei Yu understood that their high regard for her was merely a facade, a pretense to save face before Lu Xiantong, masking their true disdain. Chasing Fate and others voiced no objections, eager to glean further information about Beiming Tower from these individuals. Ming Tianyi nodded in agreement. They would remain in the living room, watching television, awaiting the evening's meal delivery, which would allow them to ascend and catch a glimpse of the hand Mr. Gue had mentioned. Gradually, confusion began to envelop my mind. Why did Teacher Lu suddenly resign from that prestigious kindergarten in the city? Jiang Ai remained silent, yet upon hearing the commotion, she swiftly lifted her gaze, directing a piercing stare towards Li Yin that resembled a death glare. Moments later, Su Ling Dian found himself plunged into despair. For a throng of over a dozen individuals, clad in the white garb of the Songzon sect disciples, surged forth from the opposite end of the official road. While their beauty was undeniable, their faces bore a grotesque and ironclad demeanor, evoking a sense of regret and inner turmoil. Did their countenance truly complement their alluring figures? Or did it present a terrifying contrast? Although the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, we were fortunate to glimpse the sky and the vessels anchored far along the shore, akin to a beacon of hope. Uncle Lu? I squinted slightly, fixating my gaze on Uncle Lu, pondering how he had also arrived here. Chapter 511. Influence. Shen Yi's resolute visage resembled a chiseled sculpture. His fingers, gripping the firearm, were long and powerful, with knuckles prominently defined. His deep-set eyes shimmered with a cold light, reflecting unwavering bravery and a profound wisdom that hinted at inscrutable depths. Surrounding the camp lurked countless venomous creatures, exuding a foul stench. This odor, besides the unique scent of the creatures, carried a pungent whiff of sulfur. From the aroma, Qin Ziyun could discern the origins of these beings. Only near geothermal hot springs could such a multitude of life thrive. Dong Ru smiled faintly, noticing Lin Lin seated at the table, gazing in this direction, and reminded him not to forget to serve Lin Lin a bowl as well. In the mountains, the cacophony of slaughter and the roars of various magical beasts merged into a chaotic symphony, saturating the air with a sense of bloodlust. The snow atop the Tsangshan mountain was 100 times thicker than that below, each step sinking deep into the powder, enveloping the ankles. Yangdong's killings were not subjected to court trials, but were adjudicated in private, with numerous factions dispatching representatives. I assure you, Wang Green has already made up his mind over there, prepared to deny everything. Yet, this formidable emperor met an untimely demise at the age of 33. And the vast empire he had forged crumbled into disarray upon his death, dissipating like a fleeting dream. Sumeyu, having changed her attire, exhibited a complete turnaround in her attitude towards Yang Dong. Clearly, upon realizing Yang Dong's profit of 300,000, she immediately contemplated exploiting him. In such circumstances, it was also possible for short positions to crush long ones. The current primary contracts were set to expire in January of the following year, during which time the longs could be squeezed out, rendering the shorts victorious. To everyone's astonishment, Mu Jing managed to enter the top 10 merely half a month after reaching the pinnacle, and it was evident he was not exerting his full effort. After all, his daily matches rarely exceeded 10, sometimes dwindling to only 5 or 6 ranked games. However, his win rate soared above 80%. From here on, you may observe, I shall handle the rest. I will now calculate the most auspicious time to commence the ritual. The heart demon gathered his fingers to form a seal, simultaneously walking out of the cave. Major Su, what are you gazing at? Lieutenant Zhao had assigned the tasks, but found Major Suan absorbed in contemplation, his expression grave. Li Jinshi was taken aback that the elder had revealed this matter, his aged face radiating profound embarrassment. Now that the lead has gone cold, we can only implore the military to expedite the search for the hideouts of those individuals. Otherwise, relying solely on ourselves may prove insufficient. Lieutenant Zhao stated with a heavy tone. After halftime, Yang swiftly passed the ball, avoiding prolonged engagement with Westbrook, just as Kid had advised. When playing against an opponent like Westbrook, one cannot confront him head-on, but must instead find alternative means to prevail. The sovereign serpent turned its head, its crimson gaze fixated intently on the feline before it, simultaneously binding it while gently tapping the large cat's head with a tendril that had sprouted from its own form. Just as Jin Baozhu and the others were preparing to board the carriage back to the village, they spotted old Fong hurriedly approaching, his medicine box in tow. Except for Chun Hong, the other three effortlessly broke free from the metallic ropes binding their wrists, leaving Chun Hong in a state of bewilderment. After such tumult, he decided to take a break, intending to report the current situation to the commander later. After all, it was for the sake of rescuing others, and he hoped the commander would be understanding. However, with serious injuries now classified as minor, Shonanli had no authority to revoke Lu Li's qualification for assessment. Moreover, the president had already dispatched 3 assassins to eliminate Lu Li. The question remained, why was Lu Li still alive? Meanwhile, Sun Yukong and Yo Mo Wang, engaged in conversation, soon found themselves discussing Yang Jian. Previously, Ling Mingyu had mentioned that Song Qiran had affections for his adopted sister, a notion that seemed implausible to her. This very disbelief led some practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine to refrain from employing certain techniques, as not every physician possessed the requisite skills. The floodwaters, relentless and unyielding, surged forth, each wave more formidable than the last, crashing down with a resounding splash that submerged half of the towering mountain peak. Tenanchi found it difficult to accept this reality. It struck her as utterly absurd and hard to believe that Wan Yunfei and Jin Bo could be recognized as national-renowned doctors at such a young age, without any advantages or systems, was a testament not only to their innate talent, but also to their fervent passion for traditional Chinese medicine, akin to the pursuit of excellence seen in master swordsmen. I am capable, Li Yaodong. Please refrain from seeking me out for the time being, as there are too many people here, and the presence of experts is overwhelming. Simply lay in wait on the periphery, Yao Ro spoke nervously. Shui was inconsolable, as these capable maids had always shared a sisterly bond. At my age, with poor eyesight, I fail to appreciate such artistry, Jiang Qiulan remarked, her expression sour. The inquiry room was airtight, devoid of windows or ventilation, save for a central air conditioning vent. Many outsiders may not grasp that futures trading is distinct from securities. Those engaging in futures must open accounts with futures companies, as securities firms cannot partake in futures trading brokerage. The madness born from extreme fear rendered her a pitiable soul, one who, despite having escaped the grasp of the Dan family, remained preoccupied with obtaining Dan Shou's forgiveness. What troubles you? Who has incited your ire? Your expression is so grim. It seems as if flames might erupt from your eyes, I said, brushing off the dust from my coat while clutching it tightly. He paid me no heed. Striding directly towards the coffee table, I trailed behind, scoffing inwardly, wondering who had fed him explosives. Li Jingyan had just been infuriated, and now, upon being intercepted by Hualang, he naturally came to an understanding. Letting out a cold snort, he ultimately refrained from any action. Hualang, after a moment of contemplation, deemed this to be a response. Since Mu Guiying believed that no one in the entire capital would dare to bully Yang Jinhua, then what significance could Yang Jinhua's absence hold? After a considerable time, a dark shadow suddenly leapt over the wall and entered Qian's mountain villa. Once there, the shadow surveyed the surroundings and, finding no immediate danger, stealthily approached the main entrance to open the door. However, at that very moment, a long sword lunged forth unexpectedly, and before the shadow could comprehend the situation, it fell to the ground, lifeless. Lu Haijia and Tao Xiao, who had already brought the food to the table, sat nearby, consuming their meal while listening to the debate between Wang Nuo and Li Xiaofeng, without expressing any inclination to voice their opinions.